Wang Bu'er traversed into the realm of immortality, awakening the life payment system. At the outset, he possessed but a humble little hoe, capable of extracting life essence from the flora he unearthed. The system not only ensured survival, but also facilitated transactions, investments, and loans. Are the foundation-building cultivators beyond my reach? Just wait until I dig myself to 80 years before I confront you. Is my savior on the brink of collapse? I shall effortlessly grant you 500 years. Did the ancestor pass away without completing his affairs? Fear not, I shall resurrect you for another 10 minutes of discourse. Do you believe I am on the verge of death? My esteemed reputation allows me to borrow another 3,000 years from the system. In the myriad realms, amidst demons, gods, and Buddhas, it is no boast so long as the system has a balance. I cannot perish, even if turned to ash. Chapter 1. At the start, a little hoe with a single dig, life is gained. At the entrance of Mogu village, the entire community gathered to bid farewell to the young lad. Though the boy felt a profound sense of reluctance, upon gazing at the desolation surrounding the village, he could only shake his head in resignation. This village was no longer a place he could return to. His own actions had left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a tiny blade of grass sprouting from a crevice nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively drew the little hoe from his waist and struck it aside. In that instant, as the grass was uprooted, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Life payment credited in 0.1 seconds. Blast it. Yet another loss. The boy cursed vehemently. Unwilling to accept such a fate, he returned the hoe to its place and fell into a daze. The boy was named Wang Bu'er, and today marked his 13th year. 5 years prior, he had traversed to this world, becoming an ordinary farmer. While it was not unusual to become a farmer upon transmigration, to find oneself as a frail, ailing farmer nearing the end of life was quite excessive. Upon his arrival, Wang Bu'er had but half an hour of life remaining. Fortunately, he had unlocked the standard feature of transmigration, the life payment system. Does the name ring a bell? Indeed, it is the rebranded version of Alipay. However, while the Alipay of Earth is meant for monetary transactions, his life payment is intended for the acquisition of life. Upon the system's manifestation, he was gifted a small hoe. With this modest tool, his survival hinged upon his ability to dig. By using this hoe to unearth plants, he could randomly receive increments of life essence, thereby extending his lifespan. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 13. Lifespan: 17 days, 6 hours, and 9 seconds. Vitality: 1. Spiritual power: 0. Consciousness: 0. To survive, Wang Bu'er was compelled to continuously dig. Yet, the rewards for uprooting grass were meager, yielding only 0.1 seconds of life per plant, and some yielded nothing at all. Thus, he began to experiment with other forms of flora. Through his comparisons, he discovered that the more potent and ancient the plant, the greater the rewards. Consequently, he turned to bamboo and trees. After laboriously reaching the age of 13, he had stripped the mountains bare and rendered the land desolate. To sustain his existence, he resorted to desperate measures, beginning to uproot the villagers' crops. Upon witnessing his lifespan surge as he harvested the crops, he quickly became addicted. Each year, before the wild boars could feast, he had already claimed half of the villagers' harvest. Initially, the villagers thought him merely mischievous, but soon their patience wore thin. Under the relentless destruction wrought by him, the village is growing increasingly impoverished, teetering on the brink of starvation. Wang Bu'er is reluctant to leave, yet he finds himself with no other choice without digging. He cannot survive. At last, the village chief devises a clever plan. He relinquishes a substantial portion of the dowries saved by the new brides and ventures to the county seat to procure the ascension incense. Finally, Wang Bu'er can be sent away. This realm is one of cultivation, and the ascension incense serves as a self-recommendation fragrance. In simple terms, it is an offering of oneself to the celestial gates for labor. Working at the celestial gates has its merits and demerits. The advantage is that the gates provide ample sustenance as long as one is diligent. The specter of starvation is banished. The downside, however, is the irrevocable severance from the mundane world and loved ones. Wang Bu'er is hesitant to depart, pondering that since digging is prohibited in his village, he could simply excavate in the neighboring village. Yet the villagers exhibit overwhelming enthusiasm. Fellow villagers, I must take my leave. This departure signifies a permanent farewell, and my heart aches at the thought of leaving you. Wang Bu'er turns back reluctantly, observing the villagers at the entrance, armed with sticks and shovels, their expressions resolute and prepared. The villagers' faces shift dramatically, each one displaying anguish as if facing a formidable enemy. Bu'er, we too are loath to see you go. However, in the celestial realm, the mountains are lofty and the trees are abundant, making excavation far more gratifying. Wang Bu'er nods in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in their words. Indeed, tall trees are beneficial. The taller the tree, the greater the longevity. Rest assured, Bu'er, I have heard that the celestial realm boasts countless fertile fields and medicinal gardens. Wang Bu'er nods once more. Fertile fields are excellent, yet medicinal gardens are even better. He has harvested herbs before, and their longevity far surpasses that of crops. Do not worry, Xianxia. I have learned that in the celestial realm, flora grows rapidly, saplings can soar several meters in a year, and crops can yield 3 harvests annually. The more Wang Xianxia hears, the more exhilarated he becomes. This is indeed a splendid place. With growth comes harvest, and he need no longer fret about his dwindling lifespan. Xianxia, having chosen this path, you must forge ahead with unwavering determination. Do not dwell on us, nor fret over our well-being. We shall thrive and prosper. Seeing Wang Xianxia finally steadied, the villagers feel a wave of relief and gradually lower their sticks and shovels. Should reason fail, they would have resorted to force. Observing the fervent gazes of the villagers, Wang Bu'er is deeply moved and nods appreciatively. Proximity to kin is invaluable. The villagers remain concerned about his future despite the turmoil he has caused in their village. Overwhelmed by emotion, he cannot help but shed tears of gratitude. Through glistening tears, he glimpses a hint of verdant life. With a swift motion, he wields his hoe, finding the right angle to strike. After 5 years of honing this singular skill, his actions flow seamlessly, as smooth as silk. Once again, a precious blade of grass, laboriously nurtured, is sent flying 8 meters away. As expected, the familiar notification sounds again. Ding, 0.1 seconds until payment is credited. Bah! Wang Xianxia vows never to toil with such worthless grass again. At that moment, a cloud of dust rises along the main road at the village's edge. A grand horse-drawn carriage appears, racing towards them. The driver is a striking young man, with starry brows and piercing eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. A short sword hangs at his waist, reminiscent of a gallant hero. Within the carriage, a throng of children, both boys and girls, of various ages, jostles together. These children, most of whom come from families unable to afford their care, are prepared to be sent to the Celestial Gate for labor. Naturally, there are also those who believe themselves to possess some degree of talent and wish to try their luck at the Celestial Gate. Although the labor at the Celestial Gate is arduous, a fortunate encounter with spiritual energy could lead to a meteoric rise in cultivation. The young man, despite his exhaustion, displayed no signs of impatience as he drove the cart. The Celestial Gate cannot rely solely on disciples of cultivation to descend the mountains in search of new recruits that would be akin to fishing for a needle in a haystack. Instead, they employ this method to amass a large population from which to select individuals. At this moment, however, his expression darkened. While other villages thrived in lush greenery, this particular village appeared starkly desolate. Not a single sapling was in sight. The grass along the roadside was sparse, and the crops lay in great swathes, toppled. As a practitioner of the Tao, he preferred cleanliness, and the dustiness of the surroundings unsettled him. Yet, upon seeing Wang Bu'er and the villagers who gathered to bid farewell, his spirits lifted slightly. Though the village was barren, the warmth of its people shone through. Given the circumstances, acquiring the incense for ascending to immortality would surely deplete the family's resources. The entire village united to send this child up the mountain, a testament to Wang Bu'er's exceptional character. He must be a diligent and earnest child. Particularly, after witnessing the villagers' reluctant expressions, he felt an even deeper concern for Wang Bu'er. "Are you Wang Bu'er?" he inquired, bringing the cart to a halt and pulling out paper and pen to register. "Yes, I am," Wang Bu'er replied. "The villagers hold you in great affection. Once you ascend the mountain, you must devote yourself to cultivation and, in time, return to repay their kindness." The young man said enviously, recalling how he had been forced to leave home amidst family disputes over inheritance. He had never received such a heartfelt send-off as Wang Bu'er. He resolved to recommend him favorably upon his return. "Indeed, the villagers care for me deeply. I must repay them well." Wang Bu'er said as he climbed into the cart, which sped away, casting a wistful glance back at the small hoe hanging from his waist. Chapter 2. As if catching a glimpse of his 80th birthday. The Xingyuan sect is the sole celestial gate within the borders of the Zhao Kingdom, nestled against the Xingyuan mountain range and alongside the Xingyuan River, boasting an environment of unparalleled beauty. The sect comprises countless verdant peaks, shrouded in mist and clouds. Wang Bu'er rode in the cart for a full 9 days before finally arriving at the foot of the mountain. Here we are, the Xingyuan sect, Lin Xianxia proclaimed as he leapt to the ground. With a swift motion, he patted his waist, causing the massive cart to tremble and vanish without a trace. The young boys and girls were instantly astonished. They looked up, and as they entered the mountain gate, they saw the path rise before them, lined with courtyards and myriad pavilions. On either side of the cobblestone path, fragrant flowers bloomed, and butterflies flitted about, while birds danced through the air. The entire scene resembled a celestial paradise, stirring the hearts of all who beheld it. Many exclaimed in awe this was far more splendid than the gardens of the local gentry. Especially amidst the ethereal clouds, streaks of radiant light occasionally darted by. Thus, one has comprehended the essence of spiritual energy and attained the path of an immortal. Come, follow me into the mountains. The astonishment etched on the faces of the crowd brought great satisfaction to Lin Jianxing. He relished witnessing the expressions of these young ones, who were clearly unaccustomed to the wonders of the world. As they journeyed forth, exclamations arose in waves. Wang Bu'er, in particular, was exhilarated. Upon encountering a colossal tree, so immense that it would take 10 people to encircle it, he stood in awe. How long must this tree have lived? This tree is already 1,300 years old. However, this is merely a fraction higher up. There are even larger trees aplenty. Lin Jianxiang, pleased by Wang Bu'er's eagerness to learn, felt an affinity for him. Yet, he remained unaware of Wang Bu'er's suppressed urge to retrieve his hoe from his waist. Plenty. Of what? Wang Bu'er's voice quivered, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is this a coxcomb flower? It's astonishingly large. Wang Bu'er exclaimed again, having previously excavated numerous coxcomb flowers in his village. Yet none rivaled this single specimen. The flower stem was as thick as his thigh. This is the realm of immortals. Flora thrives here, nourished by spiritual energy and naturally flourishes. Lin Jianxiang, unfazed, elaborated with enthusiasm. He adored such diligent and inquisitive youth. Wang Bu'er nodded vigorously, convinced that the village chief and his fellow villagers had not deceived him. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he unsheathed his small hoe and swept it at his feet. A broad-leaved herb, reaching up to his knees, was uprooted with a snap. Ding! Your reward has been deposited to your account in 2.8 seconds. Wang Bu'er was jolted, an electrifying thrill coursing through him. His gaze roamed the seemingly infinite expanse of verdant vegetation surrounding him, his breath quickening. It was happening, it was indeed happening. He envisioned celebrating his 80th birthday. The Star Origin sect was vast, filled with mountains, houses, pathways, trees, and abundance of grass. And even more people. With more people came more work. After escorting the crowd to the labor allocation center, Lin Jianxiang exchanged a few words before taking his leave. Yet, he could not help but cast one last glance at Wang Bu'er. He held high hopes for this boy. With such diligence, he was bound to achieve great things. Once he comprehended spiritual energy, he could become an outer disciple, freeing himself from the need for sustenance. Thus, the tasks assigned to Wang Bu'er and his companions bore little relation to the immortals. Instead, they were designed to promote self-sufficiency. They were akin to fish in a pond nurtured by the Star Origin sect, laboring while cultivating their skills. Over time, those capable of advancement would naturally emerge. Observing the multitude of job postings plastered on the wall, along with the throngs of individuals seeking employment or changing positions, Wang Bu'er suddenly experienced a surreal sensation, akin to applying for a position at Foxconn. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 13. Lifespan: 8 days, 3 hours, 21 seconds. Vitality: 1 spiritual power, 0 divine sense, 0. A quick glance revealed a fleeting lifespan. Wang Bu'er felt discontented. In his previous life on Earth, he was burdened by a mortgage. Now, having transcended to the realm of cultivation, he found himself shackled by the constraints of existence. He hastily sought employment, not for the sake of earning, but to secure stability after joining the workforce. Then he could promptly delve into his labor. One might endure a few meals without soy sauce, but depleting one's life force was simply intolerable. Wang Bu'er merely sought a job that was not overly demanding. Otherwise, he would have no time to cultivate the land. As he perused the listings, he suddenly froze, his heart racing with excitement, almost leaping from his chest. A position titled Land Development appeared on the list. The Xingyuan sect's flora thrived rapidly, yet it was still a human habitation, not a primitive jungle. Hence, the need for someone to undertake land development arose. Wang Bu'er smiled. This position seemed tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he rushed to claim the role. Receiving his token and map, he galloped towards the workplace. With limited resources, he couldn't afford to waste time, and soon, half an hour had slipped away. The work location was quite remote, with not a soul in sight for miles. Rather than complain, Wang Bu'er felt an exhilarating thrill. Fewer people meant more space to roam, which was splendid. Reflecting on Mogo village, which spanned merely half a mile, he had managed to sustain himself there for 5 years. How much could he thrive in such an expansive area? The sect truly was a marvelous place, nurturing its inhabitants. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the abundance of grass and trees. A wide grin spread across his face as he beheld the flora, each adorned with the phrase, longevity. Wang Bu'er was ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. After a few years of diligent toil, once he had accumulated enough vitality to attain freedom, he could finally relax. He envisioned cultivating fields, digging a fish pond, and raising chickens, ducks, and pigs. The ultimate pastoral dream, unattainable on Earth, was within his grasp. Once the guide departed, Wang Bu'er brandished his hoe. With a vigorous thrust, a clump of grass flew into the air. Ding! Vitality payment received, 23.7 seconds. He swung again. Ding! Vitality payment received, 13.5 seconds. Indeed, this was a magical sect. The grass was extraordinary. He glanced around and approached a nearby thicket. The vitality yield of the shrubs was significantly higher than that of the grass. This time, he employed a few more swings. Although the shrubs were somewhat large, his extensive experience in land cultivation allowed him to manage effortlessly. Ding! Vitality payment received, for minutes and 6.5 seconds. Wang Bu'er's hands trembled with excitement. This price was quite favorable. At this rate, he could work tirelessly for ages. His gaze shifted to a towering tree ahead, and his heart surged with exhilaration. Though not as grand as those he had seen at the sect, this tree was at least a century old. Wang Bu'er mused that such a tree should grant him at least half a month's worth of vitality. He dashed forward and swung his hoe. With a spark, a shower of embers erupted. What? It wouldn't budge? To gain vitality, the plant must be uprooted. This hoe had served him for 5 years in Mogo village. He had excavated many things. Digging through trees was merely a matter of time. Why did this tree feel as firm as stone? Changing his angle, he swung again. As before, a flurry of sparks emerged. Wang Bu'er's hands grew numb. Only a shallow dent formed on the roots, leaving the bark unscathed. How awkward. A half-month's vitality lay before him, yet he could not extract it. He searched around and decisively chose another tree. After half a month of futile attempts, surely I can manage to dig it up in 7 days. However, the result was still sparks flying everywhere. After 3 more days, it was still the same chaotic scene. Bewildered, Wang Bu'er wore a look of utter confusion. He felt as though his 80th birthday celebration was not as secure as he had once believed. Chapter 3. If this grudge is not avenged, can one still be considered a man? With his life at stake, Wang Bu'er dared not underestimate the situation and hurried back to Foxconn. After inquiring with the person in charge of work assignments, he finally grasped the reason behind his inability to uproot the trees. These trees were known as black iron trees. As the name suggests, they were black and as sturdy as iron. The Xingyuan sect was nestled adjacent to an expansive, uncharted wilderness, serving as a celestial gate. This was to defend against demonic beasts and external invaders, as well as to safeguard ordinary individuals like Wang Bu'er, who lacked cultivation. The entire perimeter of the Xingyuan sect was lined with such trees. It was not merely Wang Bu'er who struggled to uproot them. Even immortals with cultivation levels below the 3rd stage of qi condensation were rendered powerless against them. Upon returning to the woods, Wang Bu'er came to a profound realization. Indeed, regardless of the world, survival was no easy feat. Earning a living on Earth felt akin to consuming excrement. In the realm of cultivation, fighting for one's life was like mining for ore. Wang Bu'er found himself yearning to return to Mogu village, eager to uproot the crops from the village chief's land. Yet reality was unforgiving. After a bout of frustration, He reluctantly picked up a hoe and set about weeding and clearing shrubs. As for the oath he had previously taken to avoid uprooting grass, he chose to disregard it entirely. With autumn's arrival, the air turned crisp. A 13-year-old boy toiled in the xianxia sect, clearing grass. At intervals, he unearthed the shape of a person or even a singular character. Before long, half a month passed, and Wang Bu'er's animosity towards the black iron trees had finally subsided. Although he could not uproot the trees, weeding and clearing shrubs was certainly preferable to harvesting crops in Mogu village. In that span of 2 weeks, he had successfully increased his life insurance balance to 3 months, all while working a mere 8 hours a day. With time to spare, he contemplated the art of cultivation. Upon commencing his employment, he had been provided with the introductory technique of the xianxia sect. However, while he could comprehend the text, he made no progress in its practice. Spiritual energy recognized Wang Bu'er, yet he remained a stranger to it. He attempted to inhale the air around him, only to catch a cold twice. 3 months later, his life insurance balance had accumulated to a year. Wang Bu'er had never before witnessed such an abundance of life. With ample resources at his disposal, he could finally afford to relax and grant his soul a respite. He envisioned embarking on a spontaneous journey, eager to explore the vastness of the xianxia sect. Given the imminent arrival of winter, Wang Bu'er wished to capture a few rabbits to fashion a new coat for himself. In his haste upon arrival, he had forgotten to bring winter garments. He grasped his hoe and ventured toward a more desolate area. He had previously dined on the rabbits here. They were rather foolish, failing to flee upon sighting a human. As he walked outward, he intermittently hoed the ground. Ding, life insurance balance credited in 9.6 seconds. Ding, life insurance balance credited in 24 seconds. Ding, life insurance balance credited in 29 days. Ah, Wang Bu'er's eyes gleamed with excitement. 29 days. He had unearthed something remarkable. Turning back, he sifted through the recently uprooted grass, discovering one particularly unique specimen. The color was a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood, yet it bore a subtle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. This was a spiritual herb. Wang Bu'er instantly realized that he had stumbled upon a treasure, a herb that could extend one's life by 29 days, far surpassing the ordinary. He was within the confines of the xianxia sect, a place that had been meticulously searched countless times. This was a true gem that had slipped through the cracks. Such a valuable item could be exchanged for resources at the Elder's Pavilion. With this in hand, why would he bother chasing after those foolish rabbits? Carefully tucking away the precious herb, he hurried back. Halt! Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air. The speaker was a man, seemingly in his 30s. Upon noticing the attire he wore, Wang Bu'er was struck with alarm. This individual was clad in the robes of an outer disciple of the xianxia sect, and he had evidently comprehended the essence of spiritual energy. He was a celestial being. Hand it over. The man's gaze fixated on the herb in Wang Bu'er's hands. His greed unmistakable. This is mine. I just found it. Wang Bu'er attempted to reason, but the man dismissed him coldly. According to the rules of the xianxia sect, as long as it is not on private territory, what one finds belongs to them. Hand it over. The man disregarded Wang Bu'er's explanation, letting out another icy snort. In an instant, an indescribable chill enveloped Wang Bu'er, rendering him defenseless. His complexion turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His head throbbed, and it felt as though his chest might explode. The man's mere presence bore down on him like a mountain. He could barely breathe, let alone speak. How dare a mere commoner covet a spiritual herb? Preposterous. The man scoffed, advancing towards Wang Bu'er with mocking disdain. He snatched the herb from Wang Bu'er's grasp and turned to leave. Uffed. Wang Bu'er coughed up another spurt of blood, feeling utterly weakened before he lost consciousness. Time passed, and gradually, Wang Bu'er regained awareness. Every inch of his body ached, and his head felt as if it had been caught in a door. Recalling the events that had transpired and glancing at the residual crimson juice of the herb on his hands, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. It was not the loss of the precious blood herb that tormented him, but the indignity of having his dignity stripped away. He could not forget the way the man had looked at him, as though he were nothing more than an ant. That condescending, lofty gaze filled him with rage. Damn it! He cursed vehemently, yet he remained motionless. Although the herb was precious, his life took precedence. After spending considerable time in this place, he had witnessed the methods of the celestial beings. Those ferocious beasts that could rend him to shreds were nothing compared to the ease with which these celestial beings could extinguish his life with just a finger. Though he felt humiliated and distressed, this was the stark reality. He was no match for them. If he could not fight back, he must endure. He resolved that, in the future, he would explore more thoroughly. Who knows what other herbs he might discover. Moreover, despite the herb being taken from him, He had already earned the reward for collecting it. 29 days, almost a month. Upon reflecting on the matter, he immediately cast a glance at the system, only to halt in his tracks an instant later. A pallor swept across his face as anger ignited within him. By heavens, the audacity! I shall have my vengeance. He roared, his clenched fists digging nails into flesh. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 13. Lifespan, 4 months, 6 days, 9 hours, 19 seconds. Vitality, 1. Spiritual power, 0. Consciousness, 0. He had painstakingly amassed a lifespan exceeding 1 year, only to have that wretched individual snuff out 8 months in a single blow. Those 2 mouthfuls of blood had cost him 8 months. This was a blatant theft of Wang Bu'er's very existence. 8 months. All his diligent efforts, meticulously accumulated over time, obliterated by that insufferable foe. Wang Bu'er had never felt such fury before. Not even when he was betrayed by his girlfriend on Earth did he experience such rage. Returning to his workplace, he resumed digging for grass to replenish his lifespan while devising a plan for retribution. 8 months, 2/3 of a life. If he did not avenge this wrong, could he still call himself a man? Yet, soon despair enveloped Wang Bu'er. While vengeance was certainly warranted, the adversary was an immortal being. He was merely a worker within the celestial gates. Not only was it impossible to match the opponent in combat, but even encountering them was a futile endeavor. The sole path to vengeance lay in his own ascension to immortality, and he would need to surpass the opponent's cultivation. However, considering his talent, for months, he had yet to perceive the essence of spiritual energy. Cultivation? Such thoughts seemed far-fetched. After days of deep contemplation, Wang Bu'er finally devised a strategy. Chapter 4. Can one become an immortal with just a little effort? He procured paper and a pen to create a notebook. In the first year, a certain individual pilfered a blood droplet herb, valued at 29 days, resulting in a loss of 8 months of lifespan. Concise and straightforward. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years may not be too long to wait. Just because I cannot defeat you now does not imply that I will always be at a disadvantage. Even if I cannot surpass you in the future, I can toil in the earth to extend my life. With perseverance, I can potentially live until the age of 80. I shall await your decline. The moment you can no longer fight, to settle the score. If that fails, I shall wait for your demise to disturb your grave. The first year was merely a passage of time. As for that certain individual, Wang Bu'er did not know the man's name. After recording this account, Wang Bu'er felt considerably relieved. A man is not afraid of revenge being unattainable. He fears forgetting it altogether. Once finished, he resumed digging for herbs and shrubs. Fueled by his animosity, he felt invigorated, his head no longer ached, and his back was free of fatigue. A single day of labor felt equivalent to 5. The next day, after some contemplation, Wang Bu'er decided to erase his previous records. What if this ledger were to be lost? What if someone were to discover the details? After pondering, he resolved to document it in English. In this world devoid of foreigners, using English would ensure obscurity. However, ultimately, Wang Bu'er did not follow through. He overestimated his linguistic capabilities. There was no equivalent for blood droplet herb in English, and he could not recall how to spell month. Alas, he graduated from high school. But his English grades were consistently dismal. Thus, he resorted to using pinyin, simple and discreet. He then immersed himself wholeheartedly in his work once more. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. The balance of his lifespan account steadily grew, surpassing the 1-year mark and nearing 3. The entries in Wang Bu'er's notebook gradually increased. Fishing in the river, being robbed by the local thug, xianxia, resulting in a fight and a loss of 7 days of life, being coerced into labor by Lu Matzi, which led to a slap in the face and a loss of 4 hours, alongside 7 days of labor to repair his house, being bullied by the patrol captain, confronting him only to lose a tooth and 9 days of life. The daughter of Zhao Bang got married without a gift, leading to the loss of half a month's food and 4 days of life. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, a year had passed since Wang Bu'er arrived at the Immortal Gate. Amidst the ebb and flow of life, the balance in his lifespan account finally approached the 5-year milestone. Although the pressure of survival had temporarily lifted, Wang Bu'er still reaped no rewards in his cultivation. His aptitude was woefully inadequate, rendering him incapable of comprehending spiritual energy. However, he remained unperturbed. As long as life persisted, the lack of cultivation was of little consequence. With steadfast resolve, he believed that the grievances recorded in his ledger would eventually be avenged. He became even more industrious, voluntarily adding an extra hour to his work each day. Through such toil, he labored for another year. The balance in his lifespan account surged, nearing the 10-year mark. Not only had his lifespan increased, But Wang Bu'er's physique had also become significantly more robust. Moreover, due to frequent bullying, he has honed his fighting skills significantly. Some grudges recorded in his ledger have already been avenged in advance. Of course, his accounts are still quite substantial, filled to the brim with tales of enmity and vendettas. As a solitary figure, he finds himself at a disadvantage against the cliques formed on the mountain. Yet, the foremost grievance lingers in his heart, an indelible thorn. It pertains to the individual who, without lifting a finger, extinguished his existence for 8 long months. Wang Bu'er has now unearthed his name, Han Huai. When spoken quickly, those 2 characters can easily be misheard as something sinister. Indeed, he lives up to his name. Not only has he learned the name, but also his cultivation level, the second stage of qi condensation. To unearth his grave, Wang Bu'er estimates it will take no less than 80 years. However, he remains undeterred, prepared to dig for a century. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 100 years. On this particular day, Wang Bu'er donned a new outfit, having bathed and groomed himself the night before. Today marks a significant occasion. The balance of his life fund is finally poised to surpass the decade mark. 10 years signifies that he will finally reach adulthood. Even in death, it would not be considered an untimely demise. With everything in place, he took a deep breath and swung his hoe. At this moment, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over him. The few blades of grass before him were the result of his meticulous selection, particularly robust specimens. Last night, he even apologized to them. As the cold light flashed, grass clippings flew. Ding, life fund credited. 1 minute 24 seconds. Wang Bu'er hurried to access the system interface. But in the next moment, he was taken aback. His face paling. It was gone. The system interface had vanished. It was pitch black. He could see nothing. Cold sweat broke out all over him. Was it a black screen? Or had it frozen? None of that mattered. If the hardware were to malfunction, it would be a tragedy. Fortunately, the system was absent for only a brief span, approximately 3 minutes, before reappearing. Wang Bu'er patted his chest, still shaken. What if the system had disappeared for good? Dying wouldn't team matter. His ledger of grievances remained unsettled. He quickly glanced at it. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 15. Lifespan, 10 years 1 minute 17 seconds. Qi in blood. 1. Spiritual power. 0. Divine sense. 0. Thank goodness. Everything remained unchanged. All was normal. For a fleeting moment, Wang Bu'er feared he might be traversing realms once more. Oh, it seems there has been a change. Qi and blood, spiritual power, and divine sense now each have a plus sign appended. In an instant, it evoked the sensation of allocating attribute points in a game. Wang Bu'er's heart raced, his face alight with joy. Could it be he can allocate points now? Perhaps the system wasn't frozen earlier, but rather undergoing an upgrade? Might the system upgrade upon reaching a certain balance threshold? Qi and blood represent his physical constitution. Spiritual power signifies his cultivation, and divine sense pertains to his spiritual strength. Witnessing the plus sign next to spiritual power sent Wang Bu'er into a tremor of excitement. Does this mean that one does not need to cultivate at all, but merely allocate points to elevate their cultivation level? With just a few points, could one indeed become an immortal? Could one also embark on the path of cultivation? He stifled his heavy breathing, restrained his frantic heartbeat, and quelled his trembling body. Then, with utmost caution, he delicately tapped the plus sign behind his spiritual power. Boom. Suddenly, he felt an intense burning sensation erupting within him. Countless serpentine meridians surged wildly throughout his body. Those were the qi meridians. The spiritual energy coursed through his veins. As this energy circulated, Wang Bu'er trembled, and his mind cleared as if shrouded clouds had been parted, resonating with a thunderous sound. An unprecedented, marvelous sensation welled up within him. A feeling of ethereal lightness enveloped his entire being. His vision sharpened, and he felt invigorated. In that moment, he perceived the world in an entirely different light. This was the condensation of qi. Wang Bu'er quickly glanced at the system again. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 15. Lifespan, 13 seconds. Vitality, 1. Spiritual power, condensed qi level 110. Consciousness, 0. His eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to fathom the reality before him, he had truly succeeded. He had genuinely become an immortal. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly shivered, nearly losing his wits in fright. Chapter 5. There is no sense of justice, and neither does your family. Wang Bu'er's heart raced uncontrollably, his scalp tingling with trepidation. He cast aside all concerns, wholly consumed by the moment. With a swift sweep of his hoe, vast patches of wild grass were uprooted. Ding. Life payment credited in 1 minute 9 seconds. Ding. Life payment credited in 1 minute 6 seconds. After wielding the hoe over 100 times, he finally paused. Kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, filled with dread. He had truly experienced a harrowing fright. He had activated the bonus points, and his cultivation had indeed advanced. Yet, his lifespan had been depleted. It should have been apparent to him that the system would not grant him points without a cost. In this world, there exists no free lunch. The expenditure for a single point of cultivation had consumed a decade of his remaining lifespan. He was left with merely 13 seconds. Had it not been for his keen eyesight and the astonishing hand speed honed over the years, he would have perished in that moment. Reflecting on that perilous scene, Wang Bu'er trembled uncontrollably. As he resumed his digging, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, while simultaneously contemplating the changes within the system. The ability to exchange lifespan for points was indisputable. He had just verified this at the peril of his own life. It appeared that a decade of lifespan was required to exchange for a single point. Observing his current cultivation level, Qi condensation level 1110, it became evident that he had sacrificed 10 years of his life to elevate his cultivation to 1/10 of the first level. If this continued, reaching Qi condensation level 2 would necessitate an additional 90 years of life. Good heavens! Wang Bu'er could not help but exclaim. For the first time, he realized how undervalued life truly was. At his previous pace, digging for a year would allow him to accumulate approximately 5 years of lifespan. With a bit more effort, he could potentially save up 10 years. Thus, if he wished to ascend to Qi condensation level 2, he would need to toil for 10 years. In light of this, it didn't seem so slow after all. It was certainly better than those who live their entire lives without ever sensing the aura of the world. More importantly, there was now hope for revenge. He pulled out his ledger, gazing at the first line on the first page. Han Huai, his current cultivation stood at Qi condensation level 2. Previously, he would have to wait a century to dig up his grave. Now, however, he mused that perhaps after digging for 7 or 8 years, he could attempt to confront him. He would surely make that fellow search for his teeth. But just then, he suddenly paused, a spark igniting within him. Looking at the hoe in his hand, then at the system, and finally sensing his body, he realized, yes, I am now a celestial being. How could I still calculate based on past data? In his moment of fright, he had overlooked this fact. He was no longer the same. Digging now felt significantly easier. Spotting a shrub, he sprang forward with his hoe. With a decisive strike, the shrub fell in response. Ding! Life payment credited in 6 minutes, 17 seconds. Indeed. Previously, uprooting such a shrub would have required at least 7 or 8 strikes. Now, it was effortlessly accomplished in 1. If calculated at this pace, there would be no need for 7 or 8 years. Perhaps 2 or 3 years would suffice for a trial. He accelerated the process, restoring the balance to approximately 3 days within an hour. Ding! The payment arrived in 55 seconds. Once again, he uprooted a patch of turf. Wang Bu'er fixed his gaze upon a black iron tree ahead. Although the individuals from Foxconn had asserted that even a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi condensation would likely be unable to deal with these trees, he had indeed been powerless before. However, he had now ascended to the rank of a cultivator, specifically a 1st-level Qi condensation cultivator. Furthermore, after years of digging for grass and trees, he had amassed considerable experience and developed a keen technique. What others could not achieve, he might yet accomplish. The black iron tree, being more resilient and challenging to excavate, undoubtedly possessed a higher vitality value. The crucial factor was abundance. If it were possible, the day of his vengeance could be hastened. Grasping his hoe, he approached, carefully assessing the angle, ready to strike. Just then, a dazzling spiritual light erupted unexpectedly from his waist, rapidly trembling before soaring into the sky. Damn it! How could I have forgotten this? Witnessing this scene, Wang Bu'er could not help but curse. Yet, he had no choice but to abandon his efforts to harvest the black iron tree. Whoosh! Just a few minutes later, a streak of light shot forth from the distance, transforming into a tall youth of similar age to Wang Bu'er, who hovered over 20 meters away, standing atop a gleaming flying sword. With sharp eyes, he scanned Wang Bu'er's face. Congratulations, junior brother Wang, on successfully comprehending the spiritual essence and embarking on the path of cultivation. From this moment on, you are an outer disciple of our Xingyuan sect. Please prepare yourself to accompany me into the mountains. The newcomer spoke with a calm demeanor. Wait, please hold on, senior brother, Wang Bu'er replied, somewhat disgruntled, having been so caught up in his joy that he had forgotten another significant matter. Upon his arrival, the token he received from Foxconn possessed sensing capabilities. In this vast pool of resources, whenever someone comprehended spiritual essence and became a cultivator, the token would immediately emit an alarm to notify the sect. The sect would then send someone to escort the enlightened individual away. That earlier spiritual light was the result of this person remotely activating the token to ascertain his precise location. He had long dreamt of becoming a cultivator, believing this could provide him the opportunity for vengeance. Yet now, the situation had unfolded too abruptly. He was not adequately prepared. Everything else was manageable, but his life currently depended on a mere 3 days. He was entirely ignorant of the circumstances concerning the outer sect and had no idea how he would be arranged. He was also uncertain about the ease of harvesting the vegetation there. Furthermore, the so-called larger institution was bound to be more complex. Back on Earth, it had taken him a full week to complete the onboarding procedures at a company. What if he could not settle down once he arrived at the outer sect? Junior Brother Wang, please expedite your preparations. I have to go to another location to escort another junior brother. In truth, Wang Bu'er had little to organize. After rummaging through his belongings, he managed to gather a few articles of clothing. Suddenly, his senior brother seized him and soared away on a flying sword. What is the name of the senior? Although they were not flying at a great height, merely a few dozen meters, Wang Bu'er dared not glance down, his head spinning in confusion. Back on Earth, he wouldn't even dare to board a pirate ship, and now he found himself in flight. My name is Zheng Eugene. You may address me as Brother Zheng. The senior introduced himself. Zheng Eugene? Quite a lively name indeed. Wang Bu'er stifled a chuckle. The name was amusing. No wonder he had effortlessly lifted him earlier. Today, you embark on the path of immortality, dear junior brother, and soon you shall become an immortal yourself. This is truly a cause for celebration. May I inquire how many years you have spent in contemplation? Zheng Eugene asked softly. Given Wang Bu'er's innate abilities, the journey to enlightenment would be nothing short of arduous. 2 years, Wang Bu'er replied candidly, his eyes closed, anxiety gripping him. Could this senior not focus on flying the sword instead of engaging in idle chatter? He had only 3 days to live. He could not afford to be dropped. 2 years? Zheng Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? My own aptitude is above average, and it took me a full 4 years to attain enlightenment. You, dear junior brother, have achieved it in merely 2 years. This defies all reason. A wave of unease washed over Zheng Eugene. Could it be that this individual possessed such extraordinary insight? Unable to contain himself, Wang Bu'er finally opened his eyes and shot Zheng Eugene a glare. You speak of reason? Your entire family lacks reason. What of my 2 years of enlightenment? Have I offended you? His previous fondness for Zheng Eugene evaporated in an instant. Chapter 6. Statistics in the world of immortal cultivation is also useful. Brother, is there a position for clearing land in the outer sect? Wang Bu'er inquired, eager to gather information. After all, if one is flying, one might as well make the most of it. Every moment saved is a moment gained. Clearing land? No, Zheng Eugene replied, still grappling with an imbalance of emotions. Is there no wasteland within the outer sect? Wang Bu'er's heart raced slightly. Without wasteland, how could he openly excavate? Practically none. However, there are numerous herb gardens. Herb gardens? Wang Bu'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excavating medicinal herbs would be far more gratifying. Can one freely excavate these gardens? Those gardens are either forbidden grounds of the sect or private property of fellow disciples. How could one excavate at will? Whoever dares to do so is courting death. Zheng Eugene shot Wang Bu'er a glare, bemused by the oddity of his questions amidst the many newcomers. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, but understood. After all, who would dare to invade another's garden? It wasn't akin to a mere game of harvesting crops. He glanced at the towering trees passing beneath them. Then, brother, can these grasses be harvested? No. What about these flowers? Neither can they be harvested. What about these trees? Wang Bu'er hesitated, realizing he likely couldn't uproot the trees anyway. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If he was prohibited from harvesting anything, how was he to survive? If he couldn't even live, how could he seek revenge? Was he to merely watch the abundant life force around him with helplessness? With a sigh, he stifled his lamentations. Zheng Eugene, unable to contain his own irritation, pondered whether this newly assigned junior brother had some issue with his intellect as he escorted Wang Bu'er to his designated location. After exchanging tokens, receiving his uniform, and learning new techniques, Wang Bu'er, still sighing, made his way to his assigned residence. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to excavate herbs and trees, seeking ways to prolong his lifespan. The accommodations for outer sect disciples were quite spacious. Wang Bu'er felt a flicker of excitement. Yet before he could indulge in anything else, he drew out a hoe and, under the bewildered gazes of nearby senior brothers and sisters, meticulously cleared every inch of his territory surrounding the house. The few trees present were not spared either. This spectacle elicited strange looks from the patrolling seniors. While the residences of others flourished with greenery, Wang Bu'er's was left bare and desolate. Fortunately, these seasoned disciples were accustomed to encountering a wide array of personalities within the Xingyuan sect. They merely regarded him with curiosity and moved on. Wang Bu'er cast a glance at the system, his brow furrowing deeply. The trees here were not of any precious variety, nor were they particularly old. Altogether, his efforts had yielded a mere increase of less than 10 days to his lifespan. The weight of pressure bore down on him, as his remaining time remained exceedingly tight. This is not the previously cleared area. All the land either belongs to the sect as public property or as private residences, leaving no room for action. Even with the abundant spiritual energy of the celestial sect, causing rapid growth of flora, all the plants here require 2 to 3 months to regenerate. After contemplating throughout the night in the bare courtyard, Wang Bu'er finally resolved to descend the mountain. Beyond the boundaries of Xingyuan's sect lies the vast Xingyuan mountain range, an endless expanse devoid of visible limits. There exists an inexhaustible supply of flora, far beyond what one could ever harvest in a lifetime. He considered that although his current strength was meager and the outside world was rife with fierce beasts, as long as he did not venture too far, he should be fine. Exercising caution, he could retreat at the first hint of danger. The area of Xingyuan's sect is vast. Even if he only harvested nearby, the scale would still be formidable. After resting for a night, Wang Bu'er set off early the next morning, daring not to stray far. He began his work not far from the mountain gate. Ding, payment received in 1 minute 9 seconds. Ding, payment received in 2 minutes 11 seconds. Before long, Wang Bu'er had leveled a considerable patch of grassland. The harvest was decent, though not particularly high, comparable to his previous efforts in clearing land. While the lifespan of the grass here was not as long as that within the sect, its abundance was unparalleled. Moreover, there were trees to be felled. With his cultivation as an immortal, Wang Bu'er possessed significantly greater strength and stamina. He could easily fell trees as thick as his thighs with just a few strikes. Alas, such good fortune was short-lived. Barely half a day into his work, a disciple guarding the sect could no longer tolerate the chaos he was causing. The disciple approached to drive Wang Bu'er away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You've made a mess of this place. I warn you, if you tarnish the sect's image, you'll regret it." Wang Bu'er attempted to argue, but was swiftly seized and thrown a considerable distance. He landed with a thud, instantly losing 5 hours of his accumulated time. Originally prepared to reason with the disciple, Wang Bu'er promptly abandoned the notion. Retrieving his small hoe, he walked away while jotting down notes. Third year outside the mountain gate, guarding disciple cost me 5 hours. After ensuring the disciple was out of sight, he resumed his work. Despite the monotony of the task, witnessing the steadily increasing balance of his lifespan filled Wang Bu'er with excitement. By nightfall, his account had gained an additional 5 days. The next morning, Wang Bu'er set out once more, this time having calculated his provisions well. He brought clothing, rations, and water. Although the sect provided pills that suppressed hunger for a month, Wang Bu'er preferred the comfort of a proper meal. Thus, he ventured out each day, diligently working without any days off. A month passed, and finally, his balance surpassed 6 months. On this particular evening, as the sun set, he chose not to return to the sect for the first time, opting instead to camp out. This decision stemmed from his newfound understanding that the area was indeed safe due to its proximity to the sect. Moreover, it is also due to the substantial balance he has amassed. Even if he encounters ferocious beasts and sustains injuries, he can still endure until he returns to the sect. As time elapses, Wang Bu'er's courage grows increasingly bold, and he gradually begins to distance himself further. The more he ventures away from the sect, the more lush the vegetation becomes, resulting in a more abundant harvest. Particularly, the towering trees stand out. Rarely does he encounter unique species like the black ironwood, which he can generally excavate. Of course, Wang Bu'er does not act recklessly. In addition to the ledger that records his grievances, he possesses a second notebook. This notebook encapsulates the experiences he has gathered over several months of toil in the wilderness. He meticulously notes which species of flora are easily excavated and which possess greater longevity. After all, he has studied statistics. The instinct to seek truth amid vast data is inherent to Earthlings. As time progresses, his notebook has evolved to not only record the intrinsic value of the flora, but also to infer the geographical environment surrounding him. He begins to assess the value of the various plants flourishing in nearby regions. Initially, he would excavate indiscriminately, but now he deliberately selects superior locations and more promising vegetation. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. With ample calculations and preparations, his harvests become increasingly swift. On this particular day, Wang Bu'er refrains from his usual labor. Instead, he seeks a tranquil spot, unfolding his notebook to analyze the densely packed data. At his waist, alongside the small hoe that has accompanied him for several years, lies a modestly aged medicinal herb. This very herb has yielded a 2-month balance in one fell swoop, sparking a sudden illumination in his mind. Chapter 7. Han Huai. I vow not to be human until this grudge is avenged. If one can conjecture the locations of more valuable flora, why can one not deduce the positions of precious medicinal herbs? Essentially, medicinal herbs are merely a higher form of flora. The herbs discoverable by aroma, appearance, and other attributes are but a mere fraction. Concealment is, after all, one of the innate abilities of these herbs. The majority of them are found purely by chance. Take, for instance, the herb I recently acquired. It is astonishing that, situated so close to the sect with throngs of people, it remained undiscovered, simply because it hid itself so effectively. Were it not for the data feedback from my system, Wang Bu'er would have never noticed it. Through the culmination of my years of experience in foraging for flora, Wang Bu'er has gleaned some inspiration. Yes, spiritual energy, indeed, is the essence. At last, a light bulb flickered to life in his mind as he deciphered the crux of the matter. The growth of medicinal herbs must fundamentally rely on spiritual energy. Regardless of how well they conceal themselves, as long as they absorb spiritual energy, they will inevitably affect their surrounding environment, thereby influencing the growth of neighboring flora. Thus, whether the herbs are above or below ground, one can deduce their presence through the changes in the growth patterns of surrounding plants. Of course, the logic is simple. Yet, for others, such deductions remain a formidable challenge. Many times, the subtle differences between plants are nearly imperceptible. However, for Wang Bu'er, this is hardly a concern. The minute changes in flora under the nurturing of spiritual energy can be distinctly manifested through their lifespan values. With the aid of the system, Wang Bu'er can effortlessly collect samples. From the current feedback of the system, he can achieve precision down to 0.1 seconds. Consequently, he can easily grasp the distribution of the value of flora within a particular area, subsequently conducting reverse deductions to ascertain the locations of valuable herbs. Is this not akin to oil exploration on Earth? Without hesitation, Wang Bu'er returned to the sect and procured a larger notebook. While diligently immersed in his work, he continuously employed statistical methods for calculations and experiments. At long last, he succeeded. 3 months after obtaining the first herb, he successfully determined the location of the second herb through his calculations. This herb directly extended his lifespan by 4 months. Wang Bu'er was elated and resolved to persevere. Soon, the third herb appeared. Although, strictly speaking, the ages of these 3 herbs were not particularly high, their discovery in such proximity to the sect underscored their elusive nature. And any herb that is difficult to uncover must inherently possess significant value. After a thorough estimation, Wang Bu'er decided to return to the mountain. He intended to present the 3 herbs to the sect in exchange for some elixirs for cultivation. His innate aptitude was lacking, and his progress in cultivation was slow. Besides the system's enhancements, elixirs were his second avenue for elevating his cultivation level. He yearned to ascend to the second layer of qi consolidation as swiftly as possible. His ledger of grievances was growing ever thicker, especially the first entry. He was unwilling to wait until he reached 80. Yet, just as he was nearing the mountain gate on his way back to the sect, he suddenly halted, his gaze narrowing as he turned towards an individual emerging from the thicket ahead. A surge of fury erupted within him, an adversary's encounter igniting fierce animosity. This person was none other than the thief who had snatched away his first medicinal herb, inflicting injury and robbing him of 8 months of his lifespan. The malicious Han Huai. Han Huai, arms crossed, fixed his stare upon Wang Bu'er. The latter appeared vaguely familiar to him, though he could not recall where he had seen him before. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was aware Wang Bu'er possessed medicinal herbs. Brother Han. Wang Bu'er's complexion paled, instinctively retreating several steps. Han Huai's cultivation was at the second level of qi condensation, and he knew he stood no chance against him. Moreover, this man was ruthless and exceedingly domineering. Given Wang Bu'er's limited lifespan, he dared not gamble. Do you recognize me? That makes things easier. Hand over the goods, or you shall face the consequences of my temper. Han Huai's voice was cold and commanding. Wang Bu'er's identity was inconsequential. The herbs were the crux of the matter. Brother Han, this medicinal herb is something I acquired through great hardship. Wang Bu'er hesitated, stepping back once more, intending to argue a point. Yet, before he could finish, an overwhelming aura bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. Just give it to me without all this nonsense. Han Huai glared, advancing a step. In an instant, Wang Bu'er felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force, sent hurtling backward to the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth, his complexion turned ashen. and it felt as if every rib in his chest had shattered. He could no longer move. Han Huai strode forward, seizing 3 of Wang Bu'er's precious spiritual herbs. It was unclear how much time passed before Wang Bu'er struggled to his feet. Though his external injuries were not severe, turmoil reigned within him. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 15. Lifespan: 4 months 11 days 1 hour 7 seconds. Vitality: 1. Spiritual power: Qi condensation level 1 110. Consciousness: 0. Gazing at the system. Wang Bu'er felt the urge to expel blood anew. The hard-earned balance he had accumulated was rapidly diminishing. A year and a half, equating to 18 months, had been reduced to a mere 4 months. Han Huai, I vow to avenge this grievance. Wang Bu'er's teeth ground together, his fists nearly crushing with fury. Cultivation: everything stemmed from cultivation. If he were at the 3rd level of Qi condensation, would Han Huai dare to act so brazenly? Even the 2nd level would suffice. After resting for a while, Wang Bu'er rose and retraced his steps into the dense forest. With the herbs gone, returning home served little purpose. Year 3. Han Huai's theft of medicinal herbs resulted in a total loss of 14 months of lifespan. As he recorded this latest enmity, Wang Bu'er resolved steadfastly. This time, he would strive to elevate his cultivation to the 2nd level of Qi condensation. No longer would he be subjugated by the likes of Han Huai. The crucial point was that he had begun to grasp the method of locating medicinal herbs. As long as he continued to summarize and delve deeper into his studies, he was certain he would discover even more herbs in the future. However, unbeknownst to Wang Bu'er, a new chapter awaited him. After successfully claiming the resources from Wang Bu'er, Han Huai had not ventured far when he recalled the previous incident of foraging for herbs. These 2 experiences ignited a spark of contemplation regarding Wang Bu'er. The herbs were exceedingly elusive, making them difficult to detect. Yet, he managed to uncover 3 specimens, undoubtedly employing some unique methodology. He turned on his heel, flicked his fingers, and a silent mark shot forth, landing discreetly upon Wang Bu'er. Satisfied, he returned to the mountains. In the ensuing days, armed with prior experience, Wang Bu'er delved deeper into the jungle. Although his cultivation was modest, the extensive hours spent foraging had endowed him with considerable experience in confronting beasts. He labored diligently through the day and rested atop trees at night, seizing the opportunity to refine his skills. Despite the painfully slow pace of his advancement, he remained resolute, believing that a breakthrough would eventually come. In his past life on Earth, Wang Bu'er had always been somewhat reserved, capable of enduring solitude. The deeper he penetrated into the wilds, the more verdant the flora became, with many plants boasting years of growth. Fueled by a growing resentment, he exerted himself with greater fervor than ever before, clocking in 12-hour workdays. His dedication to studying the spirit energy of the plants intensified, often conducting experiments late into the night. Remarkably, merely 10 days following the theft, Wang Bu'er discovered yet another herb, and its lifespan surpassed any he had encountered previously. This served as a compelling affirmation of his research efforts. Chapter 8. Wang Bu'er seeks revenge. In the time that followed, Wang Bu'er engaged in his pursuits with unwavering enthusiasm. The lifespan value of medicinal herbs far exceeded that of ordinary flora. He diminished the hours spent foraging for common plants, redirecting his efforts toward the search for herbs. His notebook grew increasingly thick, filled with a wealth of information. Gradually, he became more acquainted with the distribution of both plants and herbs, leading to a bountiful harvest. By the 4th month since the robbery, he had discovered 4 medicinal herbs within the span of 3 days. 6 months later, his system balance astonishingly approached 8 years. Wang Bu'er had nearly forsaken the excavation of ordinary plants altogether. The occasional swing of his hoe was merely for the purpose of sampling and data collection. Often, a casual dig would suffice to ascertain the presence of herbs in the vicinity. His accumulation of medicinal herbs finally reached 30. Wang Bu'er prepared to return to the mountains. He had calculated that the herbs he had gathered could yield a substantial amount of elixirs. This time, he was exceedingly cautious, not only disguising his appearance to seem pitiable, but also deliberately taking a detour to enter the mountains through the back gate of the Xingyuan sect. He was determined to avoid any unforeseen incidents. As he approached the mountain gate without encountering any obstacles, Wang Bu'er finally exhaled in relief. Upon returning with the elixirs, he should be able to exact his revenge, he thought. However, lost in thought, he suddenly froze. Upon turning around, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. Not far away, perched upon a stone, stood a figure, someone gazing at him with a face full of smugness and derision. The arrogance and greed in their eyes were unmistakable. "Boy, will you hand it over yourself, or shall I take it?" It was none other than Han Huai. Wang Bu'er's teeth clenched in frustration. After all the preparations he had made, he still encountered him. This was what misfortune truly meant. He longed to resist. But upon reflecting on his cultivation level and the feeling of helplessness he had previously endured, he ultimately surrendered. After all, there was no chance of victory or escape, and resistance would only cost him more of his lifespan. Reluctantly, he extracted the herbs, his heart bleeding at the loss. These were his hard-earned rewards from the second level of qi condensation. Just like that, they were gone. This was the third time. Understand your limits. Otherwise, if I act, your fate will be far worse. Seeing Wang Bu'er produce such a bounty of spiritual herbs, Han Huai's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt fortunate that he had previously left a mark on Wang Bu'er, for without it, how could he have obtained such a rich harvest? Here, take this. He tossed a pill to Wang Bu'er. This is the elixir you earned from your last herbs. I haven't used it yet. Consider it a reward. Continue to strive forward. With that, Han Huai cackled maniacally and stepped through the mountain gate. Wang Bu'er stood rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. His gaze seemed to be riveted upon Han Huai. He could not forget the contemptuous disregard in Han Huai's eyes just moments before. The gaze directed at him felt akin to observing mere ants, devoid of any compassion. Coupled with that tone, so authoritative and irrefutable, it is often said that immortals are devoid of sentiment. He has now come to truly understand this sentiment. This time, Han Huai refrained from laying a hand upon him. Yet, the anguish and humiliation he experienced were more profound than ever before. After a prolonged silence, he slowly lowered his gaze to the pill that Han Huai had tossed to him. A subtle fragrance wafted from the pill, which was intended to enhance one's cultivation and was of superior quality. Under normal circumstances, Wang Bu'er would have been elated to possess such a treasure. However, in this moment, elation was an emotion he could not muster. The pill now held in his hand symbolized not advancement, but degradation. This very pill was procured through his own efforts in gathering herbs, yet it was repurposed by Han Huai as a reward for himself. He had distinctly sensed that Han Huai had already reached the third level of qi condensation. This cultivation level had been secured with the herbs he had harvested, herbs that rightfully belonged to him. What was even more infuriating was that this pill was used against him during yet another act of robbery. In silence, Wang Bu'er found a box to securely store the pill. He vowed not to consume it, not until he had exacted his revenge. Han Huai, just wait. He intended to regard this pill as a solemn reminder, a tolling bell to perpetually echo the humiliation he had endured today and the animosity Han Huai had inflicted upon him. He swore to repay this disgrace and resentment with interest. After securing the pill, he turned and ventured deeper into the mountains. He needed to continue his work, to accumulate vitality and enhance his cultivation. Revenge was his ultimate goal. With the skills he currently possessed, unearthing more spiritual herbs would hardly pose a challenge. The only significant obstacle lay in the necessity to delve deeper into the mountain ranges, where more herbs awaited, as well as a multitude of unknown dangers, such as ferocious beasts, or perhaps other immortal cultivators. However, he had not strayed too far when his footsteps halted once more. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. Something felt amiss. Despite having enacted a disguise and altered his route, how could it be that Han Huai had encountered him by mere coincidence? Upon reflection, it became evident that Han Huai had not merely stumbled upon him. He had been waiting there, fully aware that Wang Bu'er would appear at that precise location. Having spent considerable time at Xingyuan's sect, Wang Bu'er had gleaned much about the ways of immortal cultivation. He understood that various sects possessed numerous techniques for silently monitoring others. It dawned on him that Han Huai might have implanted some sort of surveillance upon him. No, he could not remain exposed any longer. Wang Bu'er decisively turned back, abandoning his expedition into the mountains. He was acutely aware that finding herbs only to have them seized by Han Huai was not a fatal predicament. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy. If Han Huai's appetite were to expand, he might desire not only the herbs Wang Bu'er had unearthed, but also the very methods by which he procured them. Wang Bu'er could not be certain he could withstand various forms of torment. If his system were to be exposed, it would spell the gravest of troubles. With an adequate strength, Han Huai could act freely outside the sect. Yet within the confines of the sect, he had to devise alternative methods to enhance his power. At the very least, Han Huai dared not harbor any further intentions toward him. The sect's regulations were exceedingly stringent. Attacking a fellow disciple was tantamount to a declaration of war, leading to a relentless pursuit by the entire sect. Upon returning to his dwelling, Wang Bu'er meticulously tidied up the surroundings once more. At long last, his life fund balance surged past 8 years, yet he still found himself some distance away from achieving further enhancement. Not to mention, breaking through to the second level of qi condensation seemed a distant aspiration. The sect was rich in flora, with specimens of considerable age, yet it was teeming with people. Wang Bu'er's attempts to gather resources yielded little success, and the value of these wild herbs and flowers paled in comparison to those he had previously unearthed. His interest waned swiftly. The prospect of advancing his cultivation by foraging within the sect appeared almost futile. In a state of agitation, Wang Bu'er unwittingly wandered into the alchemy room. This place also featured tasks and assignments reminiscent of a bustling factory. He pondered the possibility of fortuitously discovering a job akin to his previous endeavors in cultivation. However, he was first drawn to the herb acquisition catalog of the alchemy room. Unable to resist, he calculated the types and quantities of elixirs he could exchange for the herbs that had been snatched from him. To his astonishment, the realization ignited a furious blaze within him. The measly offering from Han Huai was nothing more than a paltry morsel. Among the entries, one item caught his attention: the 5 elements grass. This herb was exclusively sought after by the alchemy room for practitioners at the first level of qi condensation. Yet the compensation offered was strikingly generous. Upon delving into the details, Wang Bu'er's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. It was as if fortune had aligned perfectly in his favor. Chapter 9. A simple yet ruthless plan. The 5 elements herb consists of 5 distinct varieties, serving as the primary ingredients for the creation of the fasting elixir. In truth, the sect does not need to procure the 5 elements herb, as it holds little value. The regions where these herbs flourish are entirely within the sect's domain. The process of harvesting them is fraught with difficulty and danger. A cultivator at the first level of qi condensation can endure such an endeavor only twice a month. However, upon reaching the second level of qi condensation, one can harvest freely. The reason for issuing this task with such a generous reward is to motivate lower-tier cultivators to diligently hone their skills, while also providing them with a modest, stable income. A cultivator at the first level of qi condensation can engage in this endeavor once or twice a month, allowing them to cultivate and earn a fixed income to exchange for elixirs. Many have progressed through the first level of qi condensation in this manner. Upon discovering this task, Wang Bu'er was utterly captivated. Indeed, there is always a way out. A role that permits the lawful collection of herbs within the sect while offering rewards is tailor-made for him. He could hardly wait a second longer. Grabbing a map, he hastened to the location where the 5 elements herb is cultivated. Upon arrival, he found himself at the edge of a volcano where molten lava flowed languidly, guided by barriers into separate pools. One of the 5 elements herbs, the fire spirit grass, grows amidst the lava. To harvest the fire spirit grass, one must plunge their hands into the molten depths and uproot it entirely. The entire process necessitates enveloping one's hand with their cultivation energy. Otherwise, their arm would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The heat from the lava is tremendously taxing on a cultivator's energy. A qi condensation practitioner can only recover twice a month, which is already at their limit. Wang Bu'er took a deep breath and drew forth a small hoe. Channeling his energy, he enveloped both his arm and the hoe. He had previously tested that the herb's lifespan is only recorded when severed by the hoe. As he carefully inserted the hoe into the lava, the energy surrounding it began to crackle violently. Wang Bu'er's internal energy flowed away visibly. He dared not delay. Swiftly plunging his arm deeper into the lava, and with a gentle tug, he severed a fire spirit grass. Notification: 5 days, 17 minutes. And 6 seconds of lifespan credited. Astounded, Wang Bu'er found himself momentarily speechless. Such a lifespan value is remarkable. No wonder the elixirs crafted from these herbs can sustain a cultivator for an entire month without sustenance. However, before he could revel in his fortune, the radiance emanating from his hand suddenly dimmed. In such a brief moment, the scant energy within him had been entirely depleted. He hastily withdrew his hand, but alas, it was too late. Although his arm emerged, the hoe remained half submerged in the lava. Just as he lamented his miscalculation, fearing the hoe would be damaged and that future harvesting would be compromised, he was astonished to discover that this seemingly inconspicuous hoe had sustained no harm whatsoever. It bore not a single mark of damage. After securing the fire spirit grass, Wang Bu'er couldn't resist examining the hoe closely, filled with disbelief. He attempted to insert the hoe into the lava once more, yet it exhibited no adverse reaction. Regardless of whether it be a metallic hoe or a wooden handle, neither is affected in the slightest. Wang Bu'er was initially taken aback, only for ecstatic joy to gleam in his eyes. With a swift motion, he wielded a hoe, effortlessly uprooting the second fire spirit herb. Ding! Payment received. 5 days and 21 minutes. Wang Bu'er's breath gradually became heavy, his mind a cacophony, enveloped in emptiness. The significance of this moment drove him to the brink of madness. The magma's inability to damage the host signified that he could freely excavate the fire spirit herbs in this place. While others could gather at most 2 in a month, he could harvest as he pleased. Harvesting the fire spirit herbs not only extended his lifespan, but also yielded medicinal herbs that could be exchanged for elixirs and treasures in the alchemy room. After a considerable time, he finally managed to temper his excitement and departed, heading towards the next location. This place was a peculiar marsh, where the water was extraordinary, capable of dissolving nearly anything. To collect the water spirit herbs from the depths, one similarly needed to envelop their arm with their cultivation and then pull them out. He cautiously dipped the hoe into the water. No anomalies, no reactions. This ethereal water, said to dissolve everything, posed no harm to the hoe. Ding. Payment received. For days and 6 minutes, Wang Bu'er took a deep breath, suppressing his exhilaration, and hurried towards the earth spirit herb gathering site. Following that, he sought the gold spirit herb, then the wood spirit herb. After trying them all, he was left in a daze. It was utterly insane, exhilarating, inconceivable. Yet this time, he refrained from acting impulsively and returned to his abode to meditate in a cross-legged position. It took him 2 full days to finally achieve complete tranquility. This was an opportunity, an immense opportunity. This bounty was akin to a colossal glitch for him. Soon, a simple yet audacious plan began to take shape. In the following days, Wang Bu'er remained still. The alchemy room's bounty refreshed monthly, and thus it became customary for outer disciples to check the rankings at the beginning of each month to begin their tasks. The task involving the 5 elements herbs was one that nearly every outer disciple at the first level of qi condensation undertook. The 5 elements herbs grew within the sect, so most would rush to harvest them immediately after the rankings were released, exchanging them for rewards before returning to their training. Consequently, the area where the 5 elements herbs grew was busiest in the days following the announcement. However, after 2 or 3 days, scarcely a soul could be seen. It was acceptable to exploit the glitch, but it must remain undiscovered. After vigilantly observing for 3 days, until no one had set foot in the area, Wang Bu'er officially commenced his work. Arriving beside the magma pool, he wasted no time and began to dig. The small hoe gifted by the system was impervious to fire and water. For others at the first level of qi condensation, extracting a single 5 elements herb felt akin to shedding skin. Yet Wang Bu'er harbored no concerns. With a single strike of the hoe, he effortlessly unearthed several. With a series of notifications echoing in his mind, Wang Bu'er found himself in a veritable paradise of life-extending fire spirit grass. Each mature plant promised him more than 5 days of lifespan, and on average, he could excavate 3 at a time. With each strike of his hoe, the rewards flowed in, transforming mere days into months of added life. The system's voice rang out, and he could hardly contain his excitement as the lifespan values surged into his account. In mere moments, he had unearthed over 100 plants, causing his life credit to surpass an entire year. As he surveyed the vast expanse of lava fields, his heart raced with exhilaration. It felt as though he were collecting life itself, strewn across the ground like treasure. The urgency to dig was palpable, time was of the essence, and he finally grasped the profound truth he had often heard. To waste time is to waste life. Thirst. He bore it. Hunger. He endured it. The call of nature. He resolved it on the spot. Wang Bu'er immersed himself in his task, ignoring the fatigue in his wrists and the blisters forming on his fingers. By the end of the day, he had harvested over 5,000 fire spirit grass plants, leaving the entire lava field barren. His storage bag was nearly bursting, and the system's balance had skyrocketed to an astonishing 80 years. Gazing at that figure, Wang Bu'er felt as though he were on the brink of immortality. 80 years had come swiftly. How far off could a century be? 100 years would surely suffice for him to outlast Han Huai. Chapter 10. Heaven grant me 500 years. In the residences of each outer sect disciple, there exists a dedicated cellar. This storage space is designed to preserve grains, meats, and herbs. The cellar is equipped with a simple formation that ensures freshness, prevents decay, and inhibits odors, thereby safeguarding against pests. Wang Bu'er concealed all the fire spirit grass within the cellar. After emptying his storage bag, he hastily drank water and consumed food to replenish his strength and nourishment. He then rushed to the marshland where water spirit grass was cultivated. Then he began to dig. Notification: Life Fund credited, 17 days and 9 minutes. Notification: Life Fund credited, 17 days and 16 minutes. Notification: Life Fund credited, 14 days and 24 minutes. The life value poured into the system like a breached dam, flowing abundantly. The balance of the life fund surged dramatically. Wang Bu'er brimmed with confidence. This time, not only could he outlast Han Huai, but he estimated he could even outlast Han Huai's grandson. Another busy day passed. After plundering the mature water spirit grass in the marsh area, the system's balance had skyrocketed to 170 years. Wang Bu'er was nearly delirious with joy. On his way back, he glanced at his senior brothers, and the admiration in their eyes had vanished. Once this plan was executed, they would all have to address him as their senior brother. In the cultivation zone for earth spirit grass, Wang Bu'er completely unleashed himself. By the end of the third day, the life fund balance had directly surpassed 250 years. 250 years. He had never dared to dream of living such a long life. Although the numbers were unappealing, longevity was truly a blessing. As the fourth and fifth days rolled by, Wang Bu'er cleared all the mature herbs from the 5 elements grass cultivation area within those 5 days. The system's lifespan balance had soared to nearly 500 years. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 17. Lifespan: 526 years, 9 months, 19 days, 21 hours, 25 seconds. Vitality: 1. Spiritual power: condensed chi first level 110. Divine sense: 0. At that moment, Wang Bu'er felt an exhilarating rush akin to that of a newly affluent individual. After 5 days of relentless toil, he was utterly exhausted. Yet, he was too exhilarated to sleep. Lying on his bed, he counted the system balance over and over again. He calculated the points, if allocated to his cultivation. He could nearly reach the condensed chi 6th level. He picked up the thick record of grievances and debts, its weight exceeding that of a brick. As he gazed at the first entry, a surge of exhilaration washed over him. The hatred he had suppressed for so long erupted like a volcano. With a balance of 500 years and the opportunity to enhance his cultivation, what was there to wait for? He must confront Han Huai. Now that he had the means, it was imperative to act. Not a single day could be wasted. Throughout the night, Wang Bu'er remained wide awake, his mind racing with plans to confront Han Huai. By dawn, he finally devised a complete strategy. Han Huai was at the condensed chi 3rd level. To defeat him, Wang Bu'er needed to reach at least the condensed chi 4th level. This would require an expenditure of 290 years. However, Wang Bu'er found this entirely acceptable. As the balance of the life fund remained substantial, there remains a bug within the sect, and next month it will surely be resolved. However, Han Huai, this rascal, has committed numerous misdeeds, yet continues to thrive. He is certainly not a foolish brute. If he were to brazenly flaunt his newfound cultivation, he would undoubtedly refrain from showing himself. The only viable strategy involves a sudden surge of power at the precise moment of attack, ensuring a lethal strike. Nevertheless, to proceed with caution, he must first familiarize himself with this process. Wang Bu'er devoted 90 years to elevate his cultivation to the 2nd level of chi condensation. As he observed his rapidly diminishing balance in the life-providing treasure, a pang of pain accompanied by an exhilarating shout erupted from him. The energy within him surged violently, and he felt capable of toppling a bull with a single punch. There was no doubt, a sudden surge of power could be accomplished. Yet, Wang Bu'er understood that mere cultivation was insufficient. To vanquish Han Huai, he required superior techniques, formidable spells, and powerful treasures. Presently, he possessed only credentials, lacking the requisite skills. However, these inadequacies posed no obstacle at this moment. After enhancing his cultivation, Wang Bu'er equipped himself with a substantial quantity of 5 elements grass. He intended to exchange this grass for contribution points, which would allow him to acquire techniques, spells, and treasures. Yet, such a vast quantity of grass could not be exchanged all at once. Fortunately, the sect boasted numerous windows for the collection of 5 elements grass. Senior brother, I have come to submit 5 elements grass. At one such window, Wang Bu'er presented a neatly arranged bundle of over 10 stalks of grass. Why so much? The capabilities of a chi condensation 1st level cultivator were limited. Harvesting 2 stalks of 5 elements grass was already a challenge. Wang Bu'er was immediately met with suspicion. Several senior brothers were occupied with their cultivation and lacked the time, so I volunteered to bring them together for submission. Wang Bu'er maintained a calm demeanor. It was quite customary for outer disciples to assist one another in submitting herbs. Indeed, the herbal collector did not dwell excessively on the matter. After completing this transaction, Wang Bu'er hurried to the next service window. The rationale remained unchanged, and his strategy was impeccable. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, leaving no residual complications. Thus, Wang Bu'er traversed the entirety of the outer sect's service windows, successfully exchanging nearly 3,000 stalks of 5 elements grass. His contribution points surged dramatically. Subsequently, without pause, Wang Bu'er made his way to the scripture pavilion. The second essential element for dealing with Han Huai was the acquisition of spells, powerful spells. After meticulous selection, Wang Bu'er ultimately secured 2 spells. Qing Feng's Sword Mastery, as its name suggests, is an exceptionally potent spell for sword manipulation, although it demands a terrifying amount of cultivation. Its destructive power is overwhelming. The rationale for this choice remains unchanged. Han Huai, a seasoned trickster, is inherently cunning. Once ensnared, encountering him again would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, a decisive strike is imperative. Cloud Shadow Escape serves as a contingency for Wang Bu'er. He had long contemplated his own precarious existence. Should he falter in his endeavor, a hasty retreat would be essential. The Cloud Shadow Escape is the swiftest technique of the external sect's library. Having chosen his spell, Wang Bu'er proceeded to the entrance to copy the complete version. However, he harbored one concern. His own lack of talent might prevent him from mastering these 2 spells. As anticipated, reality proved to be disappointing. After a day of laboriously studying the 2 tomes, his eyes blurred from exhaustion, yet he found himself unable to grasp their essence. After all, Wang Bu'er had only completed high school in his previous life. The material was profoundly esoteric, akin to deciphering an ancient script. Nevertheless, Wang Bu'er remained undeterred. Even if he could not master the spells, it was of little consequence. He could still delve into the earth, eventually reaching the foundational stage. Without magic, he could make Han Huai kneel. Wang Bu'er accessed the system interface. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 17. Lifespan: 436 years, 9 months, 18 days, 17 hours, 30 seconds. Vitality: 1. Spiritual power: Qi condensation stage 2010. Consciousness: 0. Next page. Wang Bu'er was not disheartened. It was entirely reasonable that he could not comprehend the material given his abysmal aptitude. He believed that by accumulating enough lifespan and enhancing his realm, he could gradually overcome these challenges. It is often said that with longevity comes wisdom. Perhaps one day, his talent would soar as well. After splashing water on his face, he retrieved a hoe from his waist and stepped out of his room. With a single strike of the hoe, he unearthed a weed that he had previously overlooked. Notification: payment received, 6 minutes, bah. With the sect's peculiarities, Wang Bu'er had grown weary of such trivial gains within minutes. Yet at that moment, as he prepared to continue digging, he sensed that something had escaped his notice. Suddenly, he froze, and a jolt of realization surged through him. Chapter 11. I knew it. The system could never treat me this way. Reopen the system. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 17. Lifespan: 436 years, 9 months, 18 days, 16 hours, and 58 minutes. Vitality: 1. Spiritual power: Condensed Qi second level 010. Consciousness: 0. Next page. Wang Bu'er's gaze instantly fell upon the final line of text. Next page. He was 100% certain that those 3 words had not appeared on the previous system interface. Upgraded again. Impossible. A system upgrade should entail a black screen, shouldn't it? No matter. He clicked again. Next page. What the? The system screen flickered, and Wang Bu'er found himself momentarily stunned. However, this time, it was a delightful stupor. The second page displayed a list. Qing Feng's Sword Technique, 04. Yunying Escape, 02. The names preceding were of little consequence. The crucial part was the plus signs that followed. This was point allocation. The system was not deceiving him. At this moment, Wang Bu'er could only raise his voice to the heavens in exultation. You are truly remarkable. Dear system, I knew you would not treat me this way. The worries vanished. There was no need to practice spells. Point allocation would suffice. As for how to allocate points, there was no need for further contemplation. It certainly involved his lifespan balance. Lifespan: I desire lifespan. He recalled the bug he had recently discovered within his sect. In that moment, a thought flickered in Wang Bu'er's mind. Perhaps, in the future, becoming the sect master of the Star Yuan sect was not beyond possibility. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to confront Han Huai. With this thought, his excitement surged. Spells acquired. Cultivation attained. Yet he still required treasures. He certainly could not confront Han Huai empty-handed. He promptly rose and made his way to the outer sect's treasure vault. After careful consideration, he selected a high-quality flying sword. Upon returning to his dwelling, Wang Bu'er's first action was to expend 20 years from his balance to elevate both the Qing Feng's Sword Technique and Yunying Escape by 1 level. Qing Feng's Sword Technique, 1-4. Yunying Escape, 1-2. However, mastering the flying sword required not only cultivation, but also another form of ability: consciousness. Only with consciousness could one perform sword techniques and spells without direct contact with the treasures. He had previously inquired and learned that outer sect disciples generally needed to be at least at the condensed Qi second level to cultivate consciousness. Yet, this posed no challenge for Wang Bu'er. With a gentle click of the plus sign, the moment the consciousness data transformed, a roaring explosion erupted in his mind. His awareness suddenly expanded, bursting forth from his head. Within a radius of several dozen meters, his consciousness could wander at will. It was as if he had become a drone. So this is consciousness. It was akin to having eyes that could see for miles and ears that could hear the wind. Wang Bu'er operated his consciousness, familiarizing himself with it. Taking a deep breath, he focused his consciousness on the short sword, which immediately soared from his palm. With his deft manipulation, the small sword soared erratically into the air. However, it soon stabilized. An hour later, Wang Bu'er had mastered the art of controlling the sword with ease. Within the confines of his consciousness, with a mere thought, he directed it wherever he wished. He gazed at a large stone in the courtyard. Qingfeng sword technique. He raised his hand, unleashing his cultivation. And the silver sword whirled before him, radiating brilliance as it shot skyward. The silver sword swelled in the wind, transforming in an instant to over a meter in length. On its blade, intricate patterns unfurled, resembling the flowing strokes of an ink painting. The flying sword exuded an even more formidable presence, its weight suddenly amplifying as if something had attached itself to it. Wang Bu'er focused his mind once more, and the silver sword sliced downwards with precision. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as the silver blade swept past the stone, cleaving it in two. Wang Bu'er was taken aback. It was astonishingly effortless, akin to slicing through tofu. Not only was the power remarkable, but he had expended less than half of his energy. This meant he could perform such a strike twice. His confidence for vengeance surged. I refuse to believe your head is harder than stone. Han Huai, your demise is imminent. Wang Bu'er sheathed the flying sword, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The saying upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon aptly described his current state. Opening his record of grudges, he glanced once more at the 3 entries concerning Han Huai. Then, he descended the mountain, heading straight into the depths of the range. What followed was a life he was intimately familiar with. He resumed his previous pursuits, primarily seeking spiritual herbs while digging for roots and trees as a secondary endeavor. All of this was second nature to him, devoid of difficulty. Naturally, he also remained mindful of continuing to accumulate experience. After 10 days, having deemed the time sufficiently ample, Wang Bu'er concluded his herb-gathering expedition. It was time to settle certain scores. He accessed the system, scanning through his data. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 17. Lifespan: 407 years. 4 months, 6 days, 16 hours, 18 minutes. Vitality: 1. Spiritual power: condensing qi. Level 2, 0-10. Consciousness: 1. Qingfeng sword technique: 1-4. Yuning escape: 1-2. He mentally reviewed the details he had previously planned. Wang Bu'er packed his belongings and made his way to the mountain gate. Upon reaching the estimated distance, he took a deep breath, retrieved a medicinal herb, and rubbed it in his hands until they were saturated with its aroma. Then, he followed a secluded path, keeping his head down as he hurried along. Han Huai, you had better show yourself. Otherwise, my next act of vengeance will not be so simple. As he advanced, he remained vigilant, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Soon, the mountain gate came into view. Just as Wang Bu'er thought his plan might be thwarted, his steps suddenly halted. His eyes narrowed as they fell upon a figure emerging from the thicket ahead. Upon seeing this individual, Wang Bu'er's fury instantly flared. It was none other than Han Huai. This fellow had indeed left something on him. Gazing at the flabby flesh upon Han's face, Wang Bu'er felt an overwhelming urge to strike. Yet, the proximity to the mountain gate deterred him. Fighting among comrades was permissible, but crossing a line was excessive. Han, senior brother. Fear flickered across Wang Bu'er's face as he took a few steps back, trembling as he clasped his fists in salute. Ah, a commendable memory. You still remember me. In that case, I shall not indulge in unnecessary words. Hand over all the spiritual herbs you possess. Han Huai's voice was cold and commanding. The previous bounty from Wang Bu'er had granted him considerable profit, yet he had forgotten a crucial detail. Wang Bu'er undoubtedly possessed a unique secret for locating herbs. Thus, he had been patiently waiting. After several months, Wang Bu'er finally reappeared. Senior brother, you took all the herbs last time. Please, spare me this time. Wang Bu'er trembled as he retreated, his voice quivering and his face paling. Spare you? Of course, I shall, as long as you relinquish the herbs. Han Huai laughed mockingly, his expression dripping with derision. Senior brother, the effort I put into gathering these herbs was truly arduous. I beseech you to show mercy. Wang Bu'er's countenance grew increasingly frantic, his reluctance evident, yet fear prevailed in his heart. Enough of this prattle. Surrender all the herbs you have on you, and lead me into the mountains to gather more, and I shall completely let you go. Should you utter even a single word of dissent, you shall experience a fate worse than death today." Han Huai's eyes bulged, a murderous intent flashing as he advanced towards Wang Bu'er. Chapter 12. The Bewilderment of Murder. Wang Bu'er snorted coldly within his heart. Indeed, his earlier suspicions had proven accurate. This fellow not only intended to seize his medicinal herbs, but also sought to uncover the methods by which he procured spiritual elixirs. He silently admonished himself to safeguard the secrets of the system. As Han Huai approached, Wang Bu'er turned and fled. "Senior brother Han, please spare me," he pleaded while running. "How audacious! Who do you think you are to outrun me?" Han Huai scoffed, his expression revealing impatience. Nonetheless, he paid no heed and strode forward, pursuing him. Although Wang Bu'er had attained a certain level of cultivation, he was merely at the second stage of qi condensation. It was evident he had yet to refine new techniques or spells. Pursuing such an individual posed no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, having distanced themselves from the sect, it was an opportune moment to employ his methods to extract Wang Bu'er's secrets regarding herbal foraging. This was no trivial matter. The spiritual herbs Wang Bu'er had harvested previously were such that even if Han Huai wandered outside for 2 or 3 years, he might not find an equivalent quantity. If he could obtain the methods, his future prosperity was assured. As the two engaged in a chase, it was not long before they had completely left the mountain gate behind. Observing the sufficient distance, Han Huai resolved not to waste any more time. With a cold grunt, his speed surged dramatically, closing in on Wang Bu'er in an instant. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand, aiming to grasp Wang Bu'er. A tremendous pressure descended upon him. Han Huai's cultivation was not merely at the third stage of qi condensation. He had once again broken through to the fourth stage. This was indeed attributable to Wang Bu'er's herbs. He was confident that with just a single finger, he could render Wang Bu'er utterly helpless, at his mercy for slaughter. Everything would willingly divulge its secrets. Especially upon witnessing the terror on Wang Bu'er's face, he felt an exhilarating thrill. He relished seeing the expression of weakness displayed before him. He even began to envision a loyal little dog by his side in the future. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, and his grasp was about to descend upon Wang Bu'er, the latter's earlier panic transformed into a fierce resentment and anger. As he turned, he raised his right hand and pointed at Han Huai. With a swoosh, a silver sword light soared into the heavens, the azure ink-like glow materializing, resembling the weight of Mount Tai, hurtling towards Han Huai. Han Huai's expression shifted. Yet, given his penchant for bullying others and his combat experience, he forcefully retreated at this critical moment, producing a small sword from his storage pouch. With a resounding boom, the two swords clashed, spiraling chaotically as they rebounded. Han Huai found himself in a disheveled state, retreating repeatedly, his gaze toward Wang Bu'er now filled with fury and profound astonishment. Azure Peak Sword Technique. A low-grade spiritual weapon. Fourth stage of qi condensation. This wretched creature dares to deceive me. He immediately comprehended that Wang Bu'er's previous behavior had all been a facade, designed to lull him into complacency. This fellow, so adept at foraging herbs, possessed these capabilities and treasures. He undoubtedly harbored secrets of his own. Han Huai's expression contorted with rage. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have fallen victim to Wang Bu'er's lethal strike. "You little bastard. Do you think hiding your cultivation allows you to kill me? How naive." He seethed, his voice laced with a chilling malice. After years of playing with various opponents, he nearly lost his sight to a mere insect today. With a low growl, his cultivation erupted, unleashing the formidable aura of the fourth stage of qi condensation. He raised his hand, summoning a flying sword aimed straight at Wang Bu'er's legs, intent on severing them to relish in his torment. Although Wang Bu'er also stood at the fourth stage of qi condensation, he was at its pinnacle, fully capable of overwhelming Han Huai. Seeing Wang Bu'er stand his ground, Han Huai assumed he was paralyzed by fear, having encountered many such worthless opponents before. A scornful smile crept across his lips, revealing his murderous intent. In that moment, however, Wang Bu'er hesitated slightly, momentarily forgetting the situation. He realized that while he was advancing, Han Huai had not been idle either. At the pinnacle of the fourth stage. "Is it? Then surely, I can surpass you with the fifth stage." A playful smirk appeared on Wang Bu'er's face. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, everything remained within his control. He activated the system, rapidly consuming 100 years of accumulated energy. Not only did he enhance his cultivation, but he also leveled up the Qing Feng sword technique. Then, he pointed at his flying sword once more. Whoosh! The silver short sword soared into the air again. "Do you dare to strike? Do you possess the ability to wound me?" Han Huai leapt forward, refusing to evade. But the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, Wang Bu'er's cultivation had surged to the fourth stage, and now, in an instant, it had ascended to the 5th stage. In terms of both technique and cultivation, Wang Bu'er had utterly surpassed him. This scene left Han Huai in a state of complete shock. An overwhelming sense of peril washed over him, prompting an instinctive retreat. Yet, at that moment, Wang Bu'er's flying sword suddenly trembled, its brilliance exploding forth. Both speed and power surged exponentially. With a mere brush, it sent Han Huai flying backward. The dazzling sword light flashed past him, and in an instant, excruciating pain tore through him as he let out a piercing scream. His right hand, along with half of his body, was severed cleanly. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground. Qingfeng sword technique, 2nd level. 5th stage of qi condensation. Han Huai's eyes reflected despair as he attempted to regain control of his body, but it was futile. As he fell, his gaze quickly dimmed. He died without comprehending how this seemingly innocuous young man had transformed into a formidable wolf. Blood pooled around him, and Han Huai's eyes remained wide open, unyielding in death. The fear and despair within them sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to look. Wang Bu'er stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend the victory he had achieved. Is it true? Have I truly succeeded? He could not suppress his exhilaration, finally avenged after harboring resentment for nearly 4 years. However, the exhilaration of vengeance was swiftly supplanted by another emotion. As he gazed upon the lifeless form of Han Huai, a growing sense of dread flickered in his eyes, and his body began to tremble. As a model youth of the new century on Earth, the ideals of peaceful development were deeply ingrained in his heart. Yet now, a living soul had perished at his hands. Wang Bu'er's feelings were exceedingly complex at this moment, tinged with a sense of confusion. His desire for retribution was never intended to culminate in murder. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he finally exhaled a long, shuddering breath. The light in his eyes solidified into a resolute and indifferent gaze. Summoning back his flying sword, he wiped away the traces of blood. This was not Earth. This was the ruthless realm of cultivation. If he did not eliminate Han Huai would undoubtedly seek his life. Furthermore, even on Earth, the brutal law of survival of the fittest prevailed. After burying Han Huai's remains, Wang Bu'er departed from the site, interring the pill that Han Huai had once given him within the earth as well. Chapter 13. Things falling into my hands are not my style. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 17. Lifespan, 97 years, 4 months, 5 days, 12 hours, 9 minutes. Vitality, 1. Spiritual power, condensation stage, 5010. Consciousness, 1. Qingfeng sword technique, 2-4. Cloud shadow escape, 1-2. His once sprawling lifespan of 500 years had now dwindled to less than a century. Yet, Wang Bu'er bore no regrets. In life, there are certain actions one may forego, but some must be undertaken. He produced a notebook chronicling his grievances, and, after striking out the 3 entries pertaining to Han Huai, he tore out numerous others. For him now, many of those resentments had become trivial. Before long, the notebook, thick as a brick, was reduced to a mere few pages, with scant entries remaining. Wang Bu'er felt an unprecedented lightness in his spirit. He did not return to the mountain immediately. Firstly, the act of killing had profoundly affected him. Secondly, there was little awaiting him back at the sect. With his cultivation having progressed, and armed with spells and treasures for protection, he was now capable of venturing to more distant realms. Particularly, he recalled having previously discovered several medicinal herbs, yet he had refrained from acting due to the presence of beasts. Now, those creatures posed no threat. Before long, through diligent effort, Wang Bu'er's accumulated wealth once again surpassed a century's worth. That night, within a cave, having finally come to terms with the act of killing, he mustered his courage to open Han Huai's storage pouch. A variety of miscellaneous items immediately piled up before him like a small mountain: elixirs, treasures, herbs, and various other materials. Wang Bu'er could discern that many of these items were ill-gotten gains, particularly some intimate garments belonging to women. While exclaiming Han Huai's depravity, the psychological burden that had accompanied his act of murder dissipated entirely. Such perversion deserved no less than a swift execution. One ought to first sever the little appendage and then carve it into a specimen. After a brief organization of the items, he placed what was useful into his own storage bag and buried the rest. Ultimately, he found himself holding a jade slip, which contained a technique for concealing one's aura. A glance at it piqued his interest instantly. He had no desire for a life of constant combat. Rather, he wished to develop in obscurity. Yet, in the outer sect, his current cultivation at condensation stage 5 was exceedingly conspicuous. Thus, this technique was akin to a timely provision amidst a snowstorm. Having memorized the technique, he applied it, and Divine Breath Technique, 1-5. Once the technique was activated, his realm was immediately suppressed back to condensation stage 2. The effectiveness of the divine breath technique in concealing one's aura was contingent upon one's cultivation level. At present, anything beneath condensation stage 8 would remain undetectable. With this guise, Wang Bu'er felt considerably reassured. He continued his search for herbs for several more days, and as time progressed, a new month arrived. Heralding the day for the update of alchemical tasks, Wang Bu'er meticulously calculated the timing and returned to the sect, poised to continue exploiting the bug related to the 5 elements grass. However, upon his exhilarating arrival at the magma field, he was left utterly dumbfounded. In his fervor for vengeance, he had overlooked a critical detail. Only disciples at the Qi condensation first level were permitted entry here. Moreover, the acquisition task for the pill chamber was exclusively targeted at those same disciples. Now, he found himself unable to enter, and even if he could, his previously excavated herbs would not be accepted by the pill chamber. Wang Bu'er was filled with regret, pounding his chest in despair. While vengeance is indeed precious, the cost of venting one's anger is far greater. If it were to save one's life, enduring for a few more years could certainly be managed. It was entirely his own fault for being so short-sighted, fixated solely on taking heads, that he had turned a long-term bug into a dead end. Not only could he not excavate any further, but the vast quantity he had previously gathered would also be rendered worthless. This particular herb was meant for protective acquisition at the Qi condensation first level and held little value. Wang Bu'er felt as if he could weep without tears. Had he known it would come to this, he should have allowed Han Hui to live a few more years. Nonetheless, he refused to concede. It was not in his nature to let valuable items slip through his fingers. Early the next morning, he filled his storage bag with 5 elements grass. Donning a robe and a bamboo hat, he wrapped himself up thoroughly. He then positioned himself outside the cultivation area for fire spirit grass, crouching by the roadside to await his target. Soon, a disciple with a horse-like face approached, clearly at the Qi condensation first level. It required no further explanation. He was undoubtedly there to gather herbs in exchange for contribution points. Wang Bu'er quickly rushed forward to intercept him. "Hold on, junior brother. Come here. I have something to discuss with you." He pulled the disciple aside and produced 3 fire spirit grasses from his storage bag. "You're here to gather herbs, right? Why endure all that toil? Look, I have some that are already harvested. Each one only costs half the contribution points." The disciple with the horse-like face was initially taken aback, but his eyes soon lit up. Despite his equine appearance, he was certainly astute when it came to calculations. Usually, he could only gather 1 fire spirit grass per visit, earning just a single contribution point, which left him utterly exhausted and in need of a month to recuperate. But now, without lifting a finger, he could acquire 3. Although the price was half the contribution points, he would still gain 1.5 points. Upon calculating, it was undoubtedly a profit. "I'll buy them, 3 please," he declared, gritting his teeth and promptly transferring 1.5 contribution points to Wang Bu'er. "This is a small business. I would appreciate your help in spreading the word." Wang Bu'er joyfully handed over the 3 fire spirit grasses. The horse-faced disciple nodded and departed. Wang Bu'er resumed his position by the roadside, eagerly awaiting his next target. By the end of the day, he had successfully transacted with over 100 outer sect disciples, selling more than 305 elements grasses. Few were foolish. Their objective was solely contribution points. Whether the herbs were self-harvested was of no consequence. Besides, purchasing from Wang Bu'er was both effortless and straightforward. Not only did they earn more, but they also avoided an entire month of recuperation. Only a fool would decline. On the following day, Wang Bu'er's number of orders surged dramatically. Many people, upon hearing the news, flocked to him. They seemed to have developed an unspoken understanding. No words were needed, no invitations required. They simply approached and directly contributed to Wang Bu'er's token, collecting their herbs before departing. On that day, Wang Bu'er sold over 1,000 orders. On the 3rd day, Wang Bu'er conceived a new idea. "Dear junior brother, do not rush. You see, the pharmacy has tasks every month, but I cannot sell every month. If you exchange your contribution value this month, will you want to exchange again next month? If you exchange next month, what about the month after? By exchanging for an additional month, you could spare yourself a month's worth of hardship, wouldn't you?" His words left the outer disciple momentarily stunned. However, excitement soon sparkled in his eyes. With trepidation and gritted teeth, he promptly exchanged all his contribution value for 15 5 elements herbs from Wang Bu'er. "Junior sister, that senior brother just exchanged for 15 herbs. Would you not consider exchanging for a few more? Such a fortuitous opportunity may not come again." Ultimately, the female cultivator could not resist the temptation and exchanged all her contribution value as well. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, and Wang Bu'er's business flourished. After 6 days, his 5 elements herbs were entirely exchanged. Gazing at the abundance of contribution value in his token, Wang Bu'er was so elated that he could hardly contain himself. Without delay, he hurried to the alchemy room, exchanging his contribution value for numerous elixirs. He had tested the elixirs on Han Huai, although his own aptitude was lacking, and his cultivation speed was excruciatingly slow. With the aid of elixirs, his progress became remarkably accelerated. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately ingested the elixirs and commenced his cultivation. The next morning, after concluding his practice, Wang Bu'er strolled leisurely in the courtyard, contemplating whether to descend the mountain again. He noticed a man and a woman approaching from a distance. The man was handsome and charming, exuding grace, while the woman was gentle and delicate, captivatingly enchanting. Chapter 14. The Glorious Herbal Garden Steward. Isn't that Senior Brother Lin? Wang Bu'er exclaimed in surprise. The figure before him was none other than Lin Jianxing, who had first brought him to the Xingyuan sect. Haha, I am delighted that you still remember me, Junior Brother Wang. I always believed in your potential. Lin Jianxing's eyes sparkled with joy. I never imagined that after a few years, you would truly grasp the art of cultivation, reaching the second level of qi condensation. Congratulations. Seeing Wang Bu'er, Lin Jianxing was equally thrilled. It seems the teachings of our seniors have borne fruit. Haha, allow me to introduce you. This is your senior sister Zhengro, and also my. Lin Jianxing proudly began. Girlfriend? Wang Bu'er interjected, casting a knowing glance at Lin Jianxing. Cultivators, after all, are human too, possessing the full spectrum of emotions. Girlfriend? This term was indeed fitting. However, for those on the path of cultivation, referring to a partner as a Tao companion would be more appropriate. Lin Jianxing chuckled, mistakenly assuming that Wang Bu'er was taken aback by Zhengrou's beauty. He relished the innocent reactions of these youngsters who had not yet seen much of the world. Rest assured, Junior Brother Wang, I have always held you in high regard. As long as you diligently pursue your training, you too will have a girlfriend in the future. Wang Bu'er pouted. He had no immediate need for such distractions. Besides, women could be quite troublesome, requiring attention, comfort, and even the occasional gift. A girlfriend would provide him no assistance. Rather, she would hinder his pursuit of longevity. Lin Jianxing surveyed Wang Bu'er's modest courtyard, which appeared quite barren and unaccustomed to his eyes. What does this mean, Junior Brother Wang? Well, Senior Brother Lin, as you know, I come from a rural background and cannot remain idle. I am used to farming and weeding, and I feel restless if I do not engage in such activities for a few days. Wang Bu'er presented a flawless rationale. Lin Jianxing nodded approvingly once more. He appreciated such diligent and hardworking individuals. From the moment Wang Bu'er arrived on the mountain, he recognized his earnestness and industriousness, foreseeing a promising future for him. If you enjoy tending to the fields so much, why not work in the alchemy room? They have vast herbal gardens that are always in need of assistance. Although it may be laborious, the rewards are decent and quite similar to farming in your village. If you are interested, I can help you with an introduction. Lin Jianxing's words illuminated Wang Bu'er's thoughts once again. Indeed, why had he not considered this? The alchemy room was responsible for concocting elixirs, utilizing a plethora of herbs harvested from the gardens. The inability to gather from the sect's herbal fields had long been a regret for Wang Bu'er. Lin Jianxing had truly awakened him from his reverie. With Lin Jianxing's assistance, Wang Bu'er found himself in front of Elder Wang of the alchemy room. Upon seeing Wang Bu'er for the first time, Elder Wang was immediately impressed. The way this lad wielded a hoe exuded an innate aura of herbal stewardship. Reminiscent of his own youthful days, he believed that Wang Bu'er was destined for great achievements. Thus, Wang Bu'er effortlessly became a distinguished steward of the herbal garden. Though referred to as a medicinal garden, it was vast, resembling a farm. Upon entering, Wang Bu'er could not resist pulling a hoe to clear the weeds among the medicinal seedlings. Ding! The payment arrived in 2 days, 5 minutes, and 21 seconds. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed true. The garden was thriving with vigorous growth. Lin Jianxing had not deceived him. He resolved that he must express his gratitude to Senior Brother Lin in person whenever he had the opportunity, while also hoping to see Senior Sister Zhengrouo. With a heart full of joy, Wang Bu'er commenced his duties, which involved weeding, removing defective herbs, and harvesting according to orders. After a day of labor, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This medicinal garden was, without a doubt, his paradise. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy, various nutrient-rich soils, and fertilizers, even the weeds flourished remarkably well. Over the course of 5 days, Wang Bu'er meticulously tidied up the garden, resulting in an astonishing increase of 10 years to his lifespan. The crucial factors were the pristine water and fertile soil, allowing for rapid growth. It was estimated that 2 sets of weeds could be cleared each month. Once he had cleared his own garden, Wang Bu'er set his sights on the neighboring territory of another brother. After some contemplation, he prepared a fine bottle of wine, a plate of peanuts, and specially prepared a dish of pickled fish mint. He made his way to the adjacent medicinal garden, overseen by a herbalist named xianxia, whom Wang Bu'er had observed for several days. Although his cultivation was commendable, at the 4th level of qi condensation, he was rather lackadaisical. In some areas of the garden, the weeds had grown taller than a person. However, the alchemy chamber did not concern itself much with such matters. It would be a blessing just to find someone capable of discerning between medicinal herbs and wild weeds to keep watch. The pay was neither high nor low, rendering it quite unremarkable. Though it was a secure job, the individuals were, in essence, trapped in this role. As immortals, who wouldn't yearn to venture out into the world? Everyone merely needed to maintain appearances. Otherwise, who would undertake such arduous labor? It was no wonder the alchemy chamber was short-staffed. "Greetings, senior brother Ximen," Wang Bu'er said politely, setting out the food and beginning casual conversation. After a round of pleasantries, he felt the moment had arrived. "I've noticed that you are often preoccupied with your cultivation and seldom have time to tend to the garden. I, on the other hand, cannot remain idle and enjoy working. If you do not mind, may I assist you in the future?" Upon hearing this, Ximenxi's eyes lit up immediately. Although the garden was not subject to inspections, neglecting its upkeep would affect the quality of the medicinal herbs, ultimately lowering his own wages. While his junior brother possessed talent, it seemed that his cultivation would yield little significance. But for senior brother, why remain tethered to a mere medicinal garden? Entrust the garden to me. You should focus on your seclusion and explore the world outside. I do not require much in return. A token share of your wages would suffice, Wang Bu'er implored earnestly, determined to position himself as a subcontractor. In the end, Wang Bu'er accepted the task for 1/5 of the project fee, receiving the garden token from Ximenxia. With his belongings in order, Ximenxia eagerly descended the mountain to embark on his travels. Wang Bu'er, too, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He does not place great importance on salary. What he truly desires is the astonishingly rapid growth of the herbs here. To others, these may seem like mere weeds, an annoying labor, yet in Wang Bu'er's eyes, they represent life itself. They embody cultivation, techniques, and spells, everything. Furthermore, there is the monthly occasion of collecting medicinal herbs, which is a sanctioned endeavor. That is where the true fortune lies. A mature herb, even a single specimen, is worth at least a month's lifespan. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 17. Lifespan: 140 years. 6 months, 7 days, 12 hours. Vitality: 1. Spiritual power. Condensation stage. Level 5, 110. Spiritual awareness. 1. Qing Feng sword technique. 2-4. Cloud shadow escape. 1-2. Divine breathing technique. 1-5. 2 months later, the system's balance had reached a level that temporarily reassured Wang Bu'er. He was filled with excitement as his gaze swept across the entire mountain of herbs, and a grand plan began to take shape in his mind. Another month slipped by. After much persuasion from Wang Bu'er, the medicinal garden he had contracted had expanded to 7 plots, allowing him to have work to do every day for an entire month. The system's balance surged daily, and with daytime labor and nighttime herb collection and cultivation, his cultivation realm advanced, albeit modestly, with the support of a multitude of elixirs. Wang Bu'er felt that he was one step closer to the position of sect master. However, a persistent worry lingered in his heart. Chapter 15. Embarking on the irrevocable path of engineering on that night. After concluding his training, Wang Bu'er finally set his sights on the system. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the last upgrade of the system. Wang Bu'er had always believed that system upgrades were contingent upon the balance. The first upgrade took a decade, while the second might span a century. However, he had traversed a century numerous times, leading him to contemplate that the passage of years was not the sole criterion. Other conditions must also apply. The primary reason for this, of course, was the limited efficiency of the system's tool, the small hoe, which constrained his ability to undertake projects. After all, he required the hoe to extend his lifespan. The system had already undergone an upgrade once, yet, as an accompanying tool, the hoe exhibited no signs of change. This small hoe had accompanied him for many years, never once sharpened, and its handle showed no signs of wear. This, in itself, was remarkable. Wang Bu'er found it hard to believe that the hoe was destined to remain in such a state. Whether it was the system itself or the hoe, the essence of the upgrade surely lay within the data. Within the system, the only data available was his vitality, which Wang Bu'er had yet to alter. With a substantial balance now at his disposal, he decided it was time to experiment. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 17. Lifespan: 190 years, 3 months. 9 hours. Vitality: 2. Mana: Condensing Chi Level 5, 110. Consciousness: 1. Upon pressing the plus sign, the vitality data instantly transformed to 2. Boom. A surge of power erupted within him, rapidly expanding. Wang Bu'er was taken aback, hastily rising to his feet. However, with a single step, he created a deep pit in the ground. It took him a moment to readjust. Although the increment was slight, his physical prowess had doubled. He opted to enhance his vitality, believing that excavation was fundamentally a labor-intensive task requiring strength. In Mogo Village, those with robust physiques could work swiftly, often wielding superior tools. Nevertheless, neither the hoe nor the system responded. Undeterred, Wang Bu'er continued to allocate points. Vitality: 3. Wang Bu'er sensed his body undergoing a profound transformation. With each increment, a terrifying force erupted forth. In essence, vitality represented physical prowess. Among cultivators, some specialized in bodily refinement, excelling in both strength and defense, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Wang Bu'er had discovered a new realm. As he elevated his vitality to 9 points, he felt as though he had become a master of body cultivation. If he were to encounter Han Hui again, there would be no need for swordsmanship. A mere slap would suffice. He felt his body had become so formidable that it could withstand even black iron and wood. The system was truly remarkable. He could hardly restrain the urge to exchange for a body-refining technique. Henceforth, he would embody both law and physicality. Many prodigies within the sect would hesitate to make such a leap. Yet, the small hoe remained unresponsive. Observing his dwindling balance, Wang Bu'er decisively shifted his focus to consciousness. After all, the hoe was, in its own right, a treasure. To master treasures, one must possess a profound awareness. It is highly likely that the intensity of one's consciousness has yet to reach the minimum requirement necessary to wield the upgraded small hoe. To speak plainly, it is a matter of mismatched qualifications. Consciousness serves as a cultivator's radar system, akin to the ability to see 1,000 miles and hear the faintest sounds. A blend of mental acuity and intuition. It is said that a foundational cultivator's consciousness can perceive events over 10 kilometers away. Wang Bu'er pressed the plus button. Consciousness, 2. Boom. An inexplicably profound sensation erupted in his mind. Wang Bu'er felt as though he had suddenly attained enlightenment once more. With a mere thought, he clearly observed 2 ants engaged in a fierce battle with a praying mantis in the grass just 10 meters away. The ants sought to drag the mantis onto their home's chopping board, while the mantis resisted their efforts. Ultimately, the mantis succeeded in pulling the ant onto its own chopping board. The small hoe remained unresponsive. Wang Bu'er pressed the button again. Now, he could see into the grass 20 meters away. Once more, 2 ants were fighting, this time against a caterpillar. Still over the matter of whose home board it would end up on. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Bu'er mused that he must seek out a method to enhance his consciousness. Such a marvelous system deserves the accompaniment of both body refinement and consciousness techniques. He pressed the button again. Consciousness, 10. Ding. Host consciousness has risen, reaching the subtle awareness realm. Ding. The flowing immortal hoe's level has elevated to Chi refinement stage. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 17. Lifespan: 20 years, 6 months, 7 days. 12 hours. Vitality: 9. Spiritual energy. Chi condensation 5th layer 110. Consciousness, subtle awareness 010. Flowing immortal hoe skill. Unrestrained manipulation. Indeed, it is as such. Wang Bu'er was filled with exhilaration, his breath heavy with anticipation as he eagerly withdrew the small hoe. Unrestrained manipulation, as the name implies, allows for the hoe to be controlled freely within the range of one's consciousness. It can enlarge, shrink, and fly as commanded. Upon arriving at the medicinal garden, with a mere thought, the small medicinal hoe soared into action. Then, it began to clear the weeds. What was once a manual tool had transformed into a remote-controlled drone, functioning through a neural network. Wang Bu'er was invigorated. The system proved itself worthy. Was this not a high-level art of object manipulation? After approximately half an hour, Wang Bu'er's consciousness was entirely exhausted. Although the duration was brief, he had nearly accomplished a full day's worth of labor. Without hesitation, he procured fine wine, fried peanuts, and prepared a cold dish of Hautuania chordata. Thus began his journey down the path of undertaking grand projects. 2 months later, Wang Bu'er's possession of medicinal garden tokens had exceeded 20. He had gained control over a substantial portion of the outer sect's alchemical garden. Yet, rather than feeling pressed for time, he found himself with even more leisure. as he skillfully manipulated the flowing, immortal hoe to clear the garden. He simultaneously consumed elixirs and cultivated his skills. In this place, the abundance of herbs has enabled him to amass a wealth of botanical knowledge. Each month, his lifespan balance consistently exceeds 50 years. He devotes the majority of this balance to enhancing his skills. He has exchanged funds for techniques in both body refinement and spiritual awareness, leading to remarkable progress in his cultivation and a rapid advancement in various spells and methods. After half a year in the herbal garden, Wang Bu'er has finally ascended to the 6th level of qi condensation. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 18. Lifespan: 35 years, 11 months. 6 days, 9 hours. Vitality: 9. Spiritual power: qi condensation level 6, 310. Spiritual awareness: Jiwei 110. Skill: flowing immortal hoe, unrestrained. Qing Feng sword technique: 2-4. Yunying escape: 1-2. Divine breath technique: 1-5. Pure essence cleansing technique: 1-5. 3 purities transformation technique: 1-4. Wang Bu'er's ambitions have grown. He is determined to further his efforts by taking over all the herbal gardens within the alchemy chamber. Zhao Guzi, a practitioner at the 7th level of qi condensation, oversees the chamber. His nickname, Zhao Dog, stems not solely from his name, but also from his formidable spiritual awareness, which surpasses that of his peers. Brother Zhao, we have a remarkable individual in the alchemy chamber, exclaimed a plump disciple, gazing at the freshly delivered herbs. What remarkable individual? Zhao Dog replied, reclining in his chair with closed eyes, seeking tranquility. This fellow, whether mad or merely eccentric, has taken on the management of nearly 20 plots of the herb garden and continues to seek more. 20 plots? Zhao Dog mused, popping an unfamiliar fruit into his mouth, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Something unusual is afoot. Indeed, the individual in question appears undeterred by fatigue, seemingly quite pleased. The plump disciple shook his head, feeling increasingly perplexed. Zhao Dog did not press further, but his gaze grew ever more inquisitive. After work, he deliberately took a longer route, stealthily approaching the herb garden, and at last, he beheld Wang Bu'er. Chapter 16. The Deceit of Zhao Guzi. Upon catching sight of Wang Bu'er, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but draw a sharp breath. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously perused Wang Bu'er's profile, which indicated a cultivation level of the 2nd stage of qi condensation. Yet, what he beheld now was astonishingly the 6th stage of qi condensation. In just a few months within the medicinal garden, he had ascended 4 stages. Although Wang Bu'er had employed a concealing technique, it could not escape Zhao's keen perception. This individual's aptitude was remarkably mediocre. It was implausible for him to cultivate at such an accelerated rate solely through diligent practice. The reason behind his monopolization of the medicinal garden must be linked to some secret of cultivation he had uncovered. The use of concealing techniques surely suggested ulterior motives. Zhao Guzi smacked his thigh, a scheme forming in his mind. The following dawn, Wang Bu'er, with freshly prepared How-to-Nia core data, set out to visit another herbal apprentice. He had already conversed with the other party, and securing the medicinal garden seemed a trivial matter. However, upon arriving at his destination, he was swiftly taken aback. In just one night, the ownership of this place had changed. Waiting there was none other than Zhao Guzi. Greetings, senior brother Zhao. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition enveloped Wang Bu'er, intensified by Zhao Guzi's playful gaze. Junior brother Wang, let us not engage in idle chatter. I present you with 2 choices. Divulge the secret you discovered in the medicinal garden, and we shall share the benefits. In the future, I shall look after you in the alchemy chamber. Alternatively, should you withhold information, I shall ensure your tenure in the outer sect becomes untenable. Zhao Guzi's confidence was palpable. In the outer sect, he had myriad ways to deal with Wang Bu'er. You overestimate me, senior brother. My aptitude is lacking, and I merely sought to work diligently to earn some medicinal pills for cultivation. There are no secrets to uncover. Even if there were, it would be beyond my capacity to discover. Wang Bu'er forced a smile, though a sense of dread gnawed at him. Zhao Guzi was notoriously perceptive. Had he unearthed something? Fear not, you need not speak. However, I trust you will contemplate your options carefully. Zhao Guzi seemed unfazed, departing with a smile. Back in his own medicinal garden, Wang Bu'er ruminated, yet he could not find any chinks in his armor. The next day, Zhao Guzi took action. Of the 20 medicinal gardens he managed, 3 individuals had inexplicably withdrawn, transferring their gardens to Zhao Guzi. Wang Bu'er maintained his composure. At worst, he could venture down the mountain to explore. Yet soon, he found his patience waning. By the 3rd day, another 10 individuals had retracted, leaving him with a mere 8 gardens. Well, Junior brother Wang, have you made your decision? There is truly no need for this conflict. Share your secret, and I shall return your gardens to you. A win-win for us both. Zhao Guzi exuded confidence. In the outer sex alchemy chamber, there was nothing beyond his capability. Senior brother Zhao, rest assured, I possess no secrets. I merely wish to accumulate contribution points. Wang Bu'er's fury ignited, yet he suppressed it forcefully. He understood that Zhao Guzi had undoubtedly uncovered something. However, regarding the system, even if the sky were to fall, it must remain unspoken. Yet, Zhao Guzi's increasingly audacious actions have rendered his own path to survival non-existent. By the fourth day, apart from his own medicinal garden, every other plot had been seized. Zhao Guzi must have had his head caught in a door, daring to compete with me for the medicinal gardens. Moreover, Wang Bu'er had witnessed it firsthand. Zhao Guzi, occupying the privy without fulfilling his duties, neglected the rampant weeds in the garden. He merely wandered aimlessly about, occasionally seated in meditation here and there, embodying a portrait of idleness. Wang Bu'er's heart bled for those gardens. They represented life itself. Although Wang Bu'er maintained a facade of normalcy, after several days of observation, Zhao Guzi grew increasingly convinced that Wang Bu'er harbored a significant secret. Particularly, upon discovering Wang Bu'er's unique method of wielding the medicinal hoe to uproot weeds, a fiery ambition ignited within him. If given another chance, should Wang Bu'er remain unperceptive, he would be taken captive for interrogation. On the fifth day, Zhao Guzi confronted Wang Bu'er, unleashing his cultivation prowess to threaten him with lethal intent. Wang Bu'er, if you do not divulge your secret by dawn tomorrow, I shall take matters into my own hands. Wang Bu'er halted in his tracks. At that moment, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. Zhao Guzi's spiritual awareness was formidable, exceeding that of others at the same level. His own spiritual technique could typically deceive someone at the 8th level of qi condensation, yet Zhao's awareness surpassed even that. It was evident that Zhao had pierced through his cultivation level. Achieving the 6th level of qi condensation in such a brief span of time was indeed suspicious. Fortunately, Zhao Guzi still believed the secret resided within the medicinal garden. The 7th level of qi condensation was nearly the pinnacle of outer sect cultivation. However, the sect forbade killings. Thus, to seize the secret, coercing him to descend the mountain and act outside would be the most prudent approach. As a high-ranking official in the external sect's alchemy division, Zhao Guzi could forcibly issue tasks, compelling Wang Bu'er to descend. Once outside, Wang Bu'er's life would be at his mercy. To seize his medicinal garden was tantamount to claiming his very life. Such audacity was intolerable. A fierce glimmer flashed in Wang Bu'er's eyes as he recalled Zhao Guzi's previous murderous intent. If he refused to reveal the secret, Zhao would undoubtedly resort to tormenting or even killing him. A tiger does not show its might for one to assume it is merely a sickly cat. Am I, Wang Bu'er, so easily trifled with? At dawn the following day, Wang Bu'er prepared his belongings and departed the medicinal garden early, descending the mountain directly. Rather than allow Zhao Guzi to devise a means of driving him down, it was far better to take the initiative himself, thus securing greater control over the situation. With the system's balance dwindling and his cultivation inferior to Zhao's, Wang Bu'er lacked absolute confidence. However, once he entered the mountains, he could leverage the act of harvesting weeds and medicinal herbs to swiftly elevate his abilities. During these past days of labor in the medicinal garden, he had diligently summarized his experiences regarding the growth of plants. He was confident that this time in the mountains, his harvest would be even swifter and more abundant. Should Zhao Guzi pursue him, he harbored the conviction of rendering him akin to Han Huai's second. Indeed, shortly after he descended the mountain, Zhao Guzi received word. Did he think he could seize the advantage? He overestimated his own prowess. Reveal your secrets, or face your demise. Zhao Guzi sneered, striding boldly into the mountains. His formidable spiritual awareness and exceptional tracking skills quickly led him to uncover Wang Bu'er's whereabouts. To his astonishment, you have indeed mastered the cloud shadow escape. Yet, I refuse to believe you can evade me indefinitely. Moments later, Zhao Guzi's figure emerged, fury glinting in his eyes. He could accurately discern Wang Bu'er's trajectory, but the latter's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering pursuit futile. His anger surged when he observed Wang Bu'er fleeing while leisurely foraging for medicinal herbs. Such audacity ignited his wrath further. If you possess the ability, then continue your flight. Wang Bu'er sensed the looming danger from afar, but remained unfazed. With a mere thought, he commenced digging in the surrounding area. As fragments of lifespan flowed into the system, he rapidly calculated the likelihood of finding herbs nearby. Then, he altered his course. Moments later, beside a small mound of sand, Wang Bu'er unearthed a palm-sized herb resembling a mushroom. Ding! Lifespan value credited, 24 days, 4 hours, and 15 minutes. This is the spirit heart mushroom, one of the most elusive low-tier herbs. Alas, its age is rather young. Once I reach the 7th level of chi condensation, I shall return to settle the score with you. Stowing the herb away, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. Through his studies of herbal growth, Wang Bu'er had developed an innate familiarity with the jungle. Navigating with ease, he wielded his direction like a master. Chapter 17. The dog's nose is remarkably keen. Upon entering the mountains, Wang Bu'er's thoughts never ceased to churn. His innate talent was lacking, and his cultivation recovery was painfully slow. In this relentless flight, he could not shake off Zhao Guzi. Although the demon beasts posed a threat, they could also hinder his progress, while simultaneously equalizing the speed disparity between him and his pursuer. After a while, the distant roars of the demon beasts reached his ears, aligning perfectly with his strategy. The deeper he ventured into the mountains, the greater the peril, yet the rewards grew correspondingly. Following the incident with Han Huai, Wang Bu'er had gained profound insights. Mere forbearance was not a viable strategy. At times, one must be ruthless. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 18. Lifespan: 36 years, 3 months, 11 days. Vitality: 9. Spiritual power: condensed chi level 6, 310. Divine awareness: subtle perception 110. Flowing immortal host skill: free will. Just 30 more years. Then I shall be able to take lives. Wang Bu'er, appearing fierce yet internally anxious, pressed on, tirelessly searching for medicinal herbs. To save time, he resorted to uprooting herbs and trees along the way. Though this action exposed his whereabouts, it yielded a wealth of information about the flora around him. Notification: life contribution reward received for 29 days. Another medicinal herb was discovered, and his hoe flew out to harvest it. The lifespan reward was credited, and the herb was neatly stored in his pouch. Yet, almost simultaneously, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A dazzling sword light shot forth, spiraling around, causing a massive tree behind him to shatter and explode. Fragments of branches scattered, striking Wang Bu'er and forcing him to grimace in pain. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his cloud shadow escape, feeling the winds surge beneath his feet, allowing him to shake off the flying sword in an instant. Damn it! If it weren't for my dwindling lifespan, I would have fully mastered the cloud shadow escape, and you wouldn't have a chance of catching me. Wang Bu'er silently lamented his choices, regretting his pursuit of body refinement and spiritual awareness techniques instead of focusing solely on enhancing his agility. Had he prioritized his speed, evading Zhao Guzi would have been effortless. Behind him, Zhao Guzi was already gritting his teeth, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. He excelled in pursuit. Yet Wang Bu'er consistently created distance at critical moments using his cloud shadow escape. This was not inherently problematic, but once the gap widened, Wang Bu'er did not immediately seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, he continued to dig for herbs, leaving traces behind. In his perspective, this was nothing short of a mockery. Such humiliation was unbearable, intensifying his desire to eliminate Wang Bu'er. However, this method employed by Wang Bu'er proved to be a greater drain on his cultivation, revealing a lack of experience. Such wastefulness. How long can your spiritual power endure? Resting? Not a chance. Even if it means exhausting myself, I will outlast you. Amidst his fury, Zhao Guzi scoffed coldly, maintaining his speed as he continued the relentless pursuit. As Wang Bu'er resumed his foraging for herbs, Zhao Guzi suddenly increased his pace. With a swift motion, he launched his flying sword, accompanied by a fireball hurtling directly towards Wang Bu'er. This dog's nose is truly astute. Up ahead, Wang Bu'er felt a surge of irritation. Each time he managed to create some distance, before he could even catch his breath, Zhao Guzi was already hot on his heels once more. In a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, deflecting Zhao Guzi's flying sword and shattering the fireball simultaneously. With a quick gesture, he retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it, while simultaneously grasping a spirit stone in his palm to replenish his cultivation. His innate talent was lamentably poor, resulting in an agonizingly slow recovery of his strength. This was the second level of the Qingfeng sword technique. How could this individual have achieved such mastery? I surmised that he must have uncovered some secret within the medicinal garden. This scene left Zhao Guzi utterly astonished. Both the Cloud Shadow Escape and the Qingfeng sword technique were notoriously difficult spells to cultivate within the outer sect. While he himself struggled to learn them, Wang Bu'er had managed to do so. Yet, this only served to enhance Wang Bu'er's enigmatic and perilous aura, compelling Zhao Guzi's determination to seize him intensively. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, which persisted throughout an entire day. The forest ahead grew denser, and the roars of beasts echoed more frequently. A glimmer of urgency flashed in Wang Bu'er's eyes. His cultivation was faltering. Zhao Guzi's innate talent far surpassed his own. And with a greater abundance of pills and spirit stones, he realized that if this continued, he would be dragged down to his demise. The tactic of biding time to prolong his life against Zhao Guzi was no longer viable. With gritted teeth, he resolved himself, disregarding the imminent danger, and turned decisively into the depths of the mountains. Before long, Zhao Guzi appeared, a cold smirk gracing his lips, demonstrating no hesitation as he followed suit. If Wang Bu'er feared not, then neither would he. Moreover, surrounded by monstrous beasts, his formidable spiritual awareness afforded him the ability to evade danger in advance. He doubted Wang Bu'er's spiritual perception could be particularly strong. The deeper he ventured, the more perilous the path became. Disciple Wang, do exercise caution. I have heard that a foundation-level beast lurks nearby. Do not seek your own demise. Surrender now. Simply divulge what you have discovered, and I shall spare your life. In the future, within the outer sect, you shall be my subordinate, and I will protect you. As he pursued, Zhao Guzi spoke sweetly, yet malice pervaded his heart. You are the one who will become a subordinate, along with your entire family. Wang Bu'er did not look back. He had witnessed such base tactics countless times on television in his previous life. The moment he revealed his secrets would mark his death. After ensuring his direction was correct, he gritted his teeth, quickened his pace, and pressed onward. Behind him, Zhao Guzi scoffed silently. Wang Bu'er had ceased harvesting medicinal herbs, which indicated he was nearing his limits. Zhao Guzi maintained a steady speed, alternating between attacking and retreating. The more distressed Wang Bu'er appeared, the more exhilarated he felt. At this point, he no longer feared failing to catch Wang Bu'er. He simply wished to torment him thoroughly before capturing him, to exact revenge for the humiliation he had previously suffered. As noon approached, a deep gorge came into view before Wang Bu'er. A chilling breeze wafted from the gorge, sending shivers down his spine. Upon sighting the gorge, a spark of brilliance ignited in Wang Bu'er's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted into the chasm. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Guzi arrived, momentarily taken aback by the gorge. Yet he quickly dismissed any thoughts and followed closely behind. This was the place. As Zhao Guzi stepped into the scene behind him, Wang Bu'er's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He shed any pretense and accelerated swiftly, delving deeper into the surroundings. Before long, a strikingly red rock, akin to the size of a grinding disc, emerged before him, emanating peculiar waves of energy. Resting upon this stone was a formidable gray wolf, measuring an impressive 10 meters in length, seemingly lost in slumber. At the edge of the crimson rock, a small grass, equally red in hue, swayed gently in the breeze. Zhao Guzi, I hope you will cherish this gift, he mused, a smile gracing his features, imbued with a newfound cunning and treachery. As he glided past the slumbering wolf, he activated his spiritual senses to manipulate the medicinal hoe. In a flash, it soared forth like a shooting star, positioning itself beside the crimson herb. With unrestrained intent, Wang Bu'er clenched his hand from afar, and the hoe plunged down violently, uprooting the herb. Beep, 21 years, 6 days, and 4 hours credited to account. The system's balance surged beyond 50 years in an instant. Wang Bu'er erupted into ecstatic laughter, maneuvering the hoe to gather the herb and stow it in his storage bag, all while accessing the system for enhancements. Divine Breath Technique, 5-5. Wang Bu'er landed amidst the nearby underbrush, unleashing the pinnacle of the Divine Breath Technique. His presence vanished without a trace. The gray wolf, sensing an anomaly, gradually opened its eyes. Upon witnessing the theft of the treasured herb it had guarded for years, its fury erupted like wildfire. It leapt to its feet, unleashing a frenzied howl, its menacing maw agape, fur bristling like steel needles, eyes ablaze with wrath. Its head turned towards the figure that had just entered the gorge. Meanwhile, Zhao Guzi halted, his eyes widening, a chill creeping across his scalp. What the hell? Chapter 18. I shall enter the inner gate. With a swift motion, the gray wolf struck, its claws slicing through the air with a dazzling brilliance. Zhao Guzi raised his sword in defense, launching a flying blade upwards. However, his cultivation was merely at the 7th level of qi condensation. How could he withstand a beast of the Foundation establishment realm? With a resounding crack, the flying sword shattered into 2 pieces. The radiant claws swept across Zhao Guzi's chest, and amidst a harrowing scream, blood gushed forth, and entrails were flung about. One half of Zhao Guzi's body lay pinned beneath the gray wolf's paw, while the other half tumbled 10 meters away. His storage bag was also crushed under its grip. The gray wolf let out a furious howl, still enraged for failing to locate the herbs. In a maddened frenzy, It trampled Zhao Guzi's body repeatedly before finally consuming a portion of him. Yet, this act did little to quell its wrath. With a furious roar, it leapt from the gorge. Soon, the distant jungle echoed with the terrified cries of numerous beasts. Caught in the chaos, these creatures became scapegoats for the wolf's fury. Once assured that the gray wolf had ventured far, Wang Bu'er cautiously emerged from the underbrush. He left everything on the ground untouched, suppressing his aura as he hastily departed. He dared not linger, fleeing swiftly until the wolf's rage was but a distant memory, allowing him to finally relax. This incident had been exceedingly perilous. Wang Bu'er swore never to undertake such a venture again. As night enveloped the world in silence, Wang Bu'er perched on a tree branch, reflecting on these two harrowing encounters. He had come to recognize the gravity of the situation. Experiencing two crises in quick succession could not merely be attributed to coincidence. Ultimately, it was his failure to conceal his true capabilities that had led to this predicament. There were many more ruthless individuals than Han Huai, and just as many sharp-witted as Zhao Guzi. If he could not master the art of disguise, similar troubles would surely continue to arise. Take the 5 elements grass. For instance, should a discerning individual evaluate the contribution, they would undoubtedly unearth troubling issues that could lead back to him. After a sleepless night, Wang Bu'er finally gleaned some insights. First, in the future, unless faced with an unavoidable crisis, he must refrain from recklessly utilizing the system's enhancement points. Second, he must ensure that he maintains a sufficient balance of lifespan within the system to avoid perilous situations like the one he faced today. Third, his current technique for concealing his cultivation was utterly inadequate. He needed to discover a more effective means of hiding his true level. Fourth, he must possess conventional methods of cultivation to rationalize his rapid advancement in power. Fifth, he must remain low-key, particularly regarding his capabilities within the system. Wang Bu'er established 5 guiding principles for himself: to avoid contention, to remain inconspicuous, to flow steadily like a gentle stream, and to develop cautiously. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was preserving his life. Upon returning to the sect, Wang Bu'er refrained from venturing outside for several days. Fortunately, Zhao Guzi's disappearance did not attract excessive attention. The alchemy chamber, instead of suspecting him, harbored a semblance of sympathy, believing Wang Bu'er had offended Zhao Guzi and thus faced ostracism. As for Zhao Guzi's absence from the alchemy chamber, it was not unusual for cultivators to vanish for 10 days, a month, or even a year. The advanced practitioner, even in seclusion, could slumber for decades. Furthermore, Wang Bu'er possessed merely the 2nd level of qi condensation. In the event of an incident, no one would suspect him of posing any threat to Zhao Guzi, who had reached the 7th level of qi condensation. Wang Bu'er no longer undertook the grand endeavor of leasing the medicinal garden, instead maintaining the scale of operations to just 5 plots. The monthly surplus income would sustain him for 20 years. Although this was a significant reduction compared to before, safety was paramount. In the remaining time, Wang Bu'er continued to descend the mountain to forage for herbs. After a month, his balance would increase, allowing him to sustain himself for approximately 30 years. His notes continued to evolve. Each descent brought forth new insights. The quest for medicinal herbs was becoming second nature to him. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 18. Lifespan: 178 years, 9 months, 11 days, and 35 minutes. Qi and blood: 9. Spiritual power: Qi condensation 6th level 410. Divine sense: awareness 110. Immortal farmer skill: free-spirited. Time flowed gently. And another 6 months passed. Although he had not allocated points, with the assistance of numerous elixirs, Wang Bu'er made progress in his cultivation. Zhao Guzi's disappearance had become a forgotten tale, and Wang Bu'er felt entirely at ease. One day, a streak of fire shot forth, landing before Wang Bu'er's residence, a communication talisman. Accompanying the talisman was an invitation. Lin Jiansheng had successfully established his foundation. Many believe that establishing one's foundation marked the true commencement of the path of cultivation. The immortal way was boundless, and foundation establishment was the threshold to that journey. Lin Jiansheng, having succeeded, invited numerous friends and fellow disciples to gather. A few days later, Wang Bu'er, invitation in hand, stepped into the inner sect. The Star Yuan sect encompassed 100 majestic mountains, with the outer sect merely occupying one. Despite its vast population, it paled in comparison to the entirety of the Star Yuan sect. The inner disciples represented the true essence and strength of the Star Yuan sect. Upon entering the mountains, Wang Bu'er felt his meridians tremble with vitality. The concentration of spiritual energy in this realm far surpassed that of the outer sect. He inhaled deeply, and his internal channels surged with activity. Towering trees enveloped the surroundings, and fragrant blossoms abounded. The finest medicinal herbs found in the outer sect were nearly ubiquitous here. Upon seeing these trees and flowers, Wang Bu'er was utterly captivated. Several times, he nearly succumbed to the urge to draw forth his hoe and test the longevity of the herbs. Come, junior brother Wang. This is my cave dwelling within the inner sect. Oh, by the way, according to sect rules, you must now refer to me as Shi Shu, Lin Jianxing said, guiding Wang Bu'er on a tour of the cave. The cultivation room, alchemy chamber, herb garden, and more were all present. The more he observed, the more exhilarated Wang Bu'er became. The treatment here was indeed exceptional. Lin Jianxing took great pride in witnessing the wonderment of someone so unaccustomed to such grandeur. Junior nephew Wang, you must cultivate diligently. The inner sect offers far more than just cave dwellings. The techniques, elixirs, and treasures here are incomparable to those of the outer sect. Wang Bu'er's excitement swelled. Lin Jianxing's words dispelled many of his previous concerns. The concerns that once plagued him would be effortlessly resolved within the inner sect. Moreover, Wang Shiji, do you not have a fondness for flowers and plants? Upon entering the inner sect, you will discover an expansive medicinal garden. You can also delve into the art of alchemy, though your innate talent may be lacking. Mastering the craft of concocting potions will undoubtedly enhance your cultivation journey. Lin Jianxing elaborated further, as he held a deep admiration for diligent and hard-working youths like Wang Bu'er. After departing from Lin Jianxing's abode, Wang Bu'er took a leisurely stroll around the inner sect. Particularly, when he arrived at a patch of medicinal herbs, he seized the opportunity to discreetly extract a wild weed from the base of a wall when no one was watching. His eyes immediately sparkled with the fervor akin to a dog spotting a bone. Ding, your rewards have been credited for 3 months, 7 days, and 13 hours. I must enter the inner sect, Wang Bu'er fervently exclaimed within his mind. Upon returning to the outer sect, the medicinal garden before him lost its allure entirely. The notion of modesty held no distinction, or was it not humble? Yet, in stark contrast to the outer sect, the inner sect's subtlety felt akin to paradise. A wild weed, with a lifespan of 3 months. I shall venture to the inner sect to uproot herbs. I shall recline in the inner sect. Chapter 19. I doubt I have stolen the questions. In the following days, Wang Bu'er pondered how to gain entry into the inner sect. The prerequisites for entering the inner sect were numerous. The first and foremost was the foundation establishment. Once one's cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage, one could ascend to the inner sect. This was not a formidable challenge for Wang Bu'er. Although the external medicinal garden had lost its allure, with a bit of discretion, he could effortlessly elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment realm. However, this path was swiftly dismissed by Wang Bu'er. The lessons of the past were still fresh in his mind. With his aptitude, ascending to the inner sect through such means would be akin to declaring to the world, I harbor a secret. The second path involved exceptional talent, a notion Wang Bu'er did not even entertain. It was a painful subject to broach. The third option was to take a shortcut, typically reserved for the privileged offspring of renowned cultivation families. Considering his own modest background, he deemed this route impractical. After much contemplation, Wang Bu'er ultimately devised a plan to become an alchemist. Elixirs were a crucial aid in cultivation. Thus, alchemists held a uniquely esteemed position. They enjoyed high status, lucrative remuneration, and numerous privileges. Moreover, becoming an alchemist would provide him with ample opportunities to directly gather medicinal herbs. As an alchemist, it would be entirely reasonable for me to personally select herbs from the garden, wouldn't it? If I am engaged in alchemy daily, it is only logical for me to harvest herbs regularly, isn't it? And if my alchemy practice accelerates my cultivation, that too is perfectly justifiable. A multitude of benefits. Splendid. Early the next day, Wang Bu'er arrived at the inner sect's alchemy assessment point. For external disciples aspiring to become alchemists, the first step was to undertake an examination here to obtain an apprentice status. Once that was achieved, they could enter the inner sect's alchemy chamber for study. During the prescribed learning period, successfully refining a foundational elixir would grant them the title of alchemist, thus allowing them to become inner sect disciples. Alchemy did not consider one's cultivation level. It was solely about the art of alchemy. Many aspired to ascend rapidly through the ranks by becoming alchemists. A total of 10 individuals participated in the assessment alongside Wang Bu'er. The examination was presided over by an esteemed first-grade alchemist named Gu, affectionately known as Old Man Gu. Do not be nervous. The requirements for alchemy apprentices are not stringent, and the assessment is quite simple, he said, squinting as his gaze swept across the crowd. Upon noticing Wang Bu'er's small herb hoe at his waist, a glimmer of satisfaction lingered in his eyes for a moment longer before he gestured with his hand. Before the 10 candidates, 3 herbs appeared. Before you are 3 herbs, 2 are 4 years old, and 1 is 5 years old. You have 30 breaths to identify the 5-year-old herb. After presenting the task, Old Man Gu stepped aside, remaining still. Wang Bu'er glanced at the others nearby. One by one, they scratched their heads in confusion. Although the 3 herbs differed in age, they were nearly indistinguishable in height, color, and appearance, practically identical triplets. Without hesitation, Wang Bu'er swiftly uprooted all 3 herbs with 3 deft strokes of his hoe. Beep. Life payment received in 21 days and 9 minutes. Beep. Life payment received in 22 days and 16 minutes. Beep. Life payment received in 29 days and 24 minutes. Astonishing. Let us not make the answer too obvious. He selected the herb with the highest life value and handed it to the ancient alchemist, whose lips curled into a mysterious smile of confidence. Indeed, quite satisfactory. Although he did not comprehend why Wang Bu'er was digging 3 holes, he noted Wang Bu'er's remarkable speed in answering questions. Meanwhile, the other 9 companions remained entangled in whether to rely on luck or chance. Among the 3 herbs, 1 was a weed. Within 30 breaths, he must identify the correct one. Casting a glance at the fortunate elder who had succeeded by chance, the old man held great expectations for Wang Bu'er. The way this child wielded the hoe resembled that of a promising herbal apprentice. Wang Bu'er was disinclined to engage in idle chatter and continued to dig 3 holes. Beep. Life payment received in 16 days and 9 minutes. Beep. Life payment received in 15 days and 11 minutes. Beep. Life payment received in 4 days and 7 minutes. He pointed out the herb with the lowest life value. The bewildered junior disciple beside him wore a dazed expression, suspecting that Wang Bu'er had somehow cheated. This time, his luck had run dry, and he had not succeeded. For the final question, a correct answer would allow him to pass. The old man grew increasingly fond of Wang Bu'er. In all his years of selecting apprentices, he had never encountered one who could answer questions with such swiftness. The 3 herbs required the identification of the ailing one. No sooner had the old man completed his sentence than Wang Bu'er submitted his answer. He sighed, beginning to doubt whether he had indeed cheated. If examinations on Earth could be navigated in this manner, he would have attained a postdoctoral status by the age of 18, with a simple hoe in hand. Such tests were easier than attending kindergarten. The old man was thoroughly impressed with Wang Bu'er. This child possessed an innate, vibrant spirit, as if destined for the herbal realm. He believed that Wang Bu'er was bound for greatness. Thus, Wang Bu'er effortlessly passed the assessment and became a proud apprentice alchemist. Yet, the path to becoming a true alchemist and gaining permanent entry into the inner sanctum was still a long journey ahead. With the status of an apprentice, he could now enter the inner courtyard to study alchemy. He would either complete his studies and become a certified alchemist or, when the time came, be sent back if he failed the examination. This was the introductory practice of alchemy, along with some basic formulas. One must delve deeply into the subject and master it thoroughly. Whether one could become an alchemist depended on the effort exerted henceforth. The ancient alchemist escorted Wang Bu'er to the designated courtyard and handed him a jade slip. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance. If time allows, I will offer you some counsel. Thank you, master. Wang Bu'er accepted the jade slip and, in turn, placed the rare herbs he had previously selected into the old man's hands. Although their ages were not particularly advanced, each specimen was exceedingly rare. Indeed, the old man nodded enthusiastically, his gaze filled with appreciation. It was evident that those who could become apprentices were truly exceptional. The child before him appeared genuine, and he held high hopes for him. Wang Bu'er's lips curled into a smile. He understood the nuances of workplace dynamics. In the world of martial arts, one must know how to navigate relationships. After bidding farewell to the ancient alchemist, Wang Bu'er strolled around the courtyard, feeling quite pleased. This courtyard was more expansive than the outer sects, with lush vegetation thriving abundantly. The spiritual energy here was also more vibrant. It even boasted a small medicinal garden. He chuckled softly as he withdrew a small hoe from his waist. As per tradition, he decided to clear the weeds and shrubs in front and behind the courtyard first. Half an hour later, he felt the benefits of a decade's worth of longevity materialize. Indeed, the herbs within the inner sect were exceptional. Each plant was a treasure. After tidying up the courtyard, Wang Bu'er took out the entry jade slip. Pressing it to his forehead, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Moments later, his brow furrowed slightly, as he found himself in a quandary. The alchemical techniques recorded within the slip diverged significantly from his expectations. Refining medicine, purifying, and merging, these were intricate sciences involving properties, timing, and spiritual energy. Just as he found himself ensnared in his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. He promptly accessed the system interface. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 19. Lifespan, 181 years, 7 months, 16 days, 21 minutes. Vitality, 9. Spiritual power, condensed chi level 6. 410. Consciousness, subtle awareness 110. Flowing celestial host skill, unrestrained. Alchemist, apprentice 010. Bah. Wang Bu'er shook his head dismissively, tossing the jade slip aside. Forgive me, esteemed alchemist, but I am not one suited for arduous study. Chapter 20. One must always have dreams. The system can also enhance the level of alchemists. Wang Bu'er, however, felt no urgency. He had come to the inner sect to maintain a low profile, not to incite rebellion. If he were to become an alchemist merely a day after entering the alchemical chamber, who knows how many esteemed seniors would be inclined to whisk him away to a secluded room for scrutiny. Hence, he resolved to remain discreet. Wang Bu'er planned to patiently wait until the final deadline for the alchemist examination before reluctantly stepping into the role. It was not only Wang Bu'er who was not idling away. Both the inner and outer sect alchemical chambers required garden administrators. This was a laborious task, and the inner disciples or alchemists barely had sufficient time for seclusion and research, let alone weeding, aerating the soil, or pest control. Wang Bu'er proactively offered his services, and the supervisor of the alchemical chamber welcomed him with open arms. However, this time Wang Bu'er was seasoned. He did not rush. He aimed to remain inconspicuous. Initially, he only contracted a small portion of the garden. One must eat a meal one bite at a time and release gas gradually. Even though it was merely a patch of garden, its area was vast, and the herbs cultivated were of superior quality and age. Thus, Wang Bu'er's yields were not inferior to those from the outside. After a month of weeding, aerating, and delivering herbs to the alchemical chamber, he accumulated a lifespan balance of 60 years. The environment here was saturated with spiritual energy, and the soil was exceptionally fertile, resulting in lush growth. The only distinction was that, beyond delivering herbs to the alchemical chamber, he also had to undertake some planting tasks. However, this did not daunt Wang Bu'er. With the readily available planting manual from the alchemical chamber and his own acquired knowledge of the herbs' growth environments, cultivating herbs came easily to him. By appropriately mixing various herbs according to their properties and simulating the necessary spiritual energy conditions, the herbs in his care thrived rapidly and splendidly. He did not slacken in his studies, continuing to experiment and summarize his findings, leading to a thickening notebook and an ever-expanding repository of experience. Ding. The account of Mingfu treasure received, for months, 7 days, 3 hours. Today marked another day for herb delivery, which brought Wang Bu'er immense joy as he openly harvested herbs in the garden. With over 30 plants yielding nearly a decade's worth of lifespan balance, he now hoped for a higher failure rate among the alchemists in the chamber. This would inevitably increase their demand for herbs, allowing him to gather more on the side. Why do you have to deliver so many herbs? He overheard a fellow apprentice with a donkey-like face, who brought over 100 herbs. Wang Bu'er's eyes widened in astonishment. They were all apprentices. Why could he harvest so much? What you don't know, junior brother, is that the herbs in my garden are of common varieties, widely needed in many alchemical formulas, hence the larger quantity. Wang Bu'er nodded vigorously, gaining yet another insight. He regretted not considering this aspect when selecting his garden earlier, yet he reassured himself that it was not a matter of great concern. Recently, he has been contemplating expanding his contracting work. During this period, he has managed the medicinal garden with remarkable diligence, garnering the satisfaction of the senior executives at the alchemy chamber. At this juncture, proposing an increase in workload should pose no issues. After delivering the herbs, the two of them passed by a rather unique medicinal garden, which also housed an array of herbs. However, the majority of these herbs appeared to be in poor condition, with some having completely withered, seemingly on the brink of demise. Senior brother, what kind of herbs are these? Why do they all look so wilted and lifeless? Wang Bu'er had noticed this place several times before. Oh, this is the alchemy chamber's experimental field. Cultivating wild herbs on a large scale is not as simple as it seems. All these plants are precious wild herbs sourced from afar, currently undergoing experimentation and assessment of cultivation methods. The donkey-faced senior brother seemed to have some connections within the alchemy chamber, thus possessing considerable knowledge. Wild herbs? So, can we cultivate them too? Wang Bu'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Moreover, the alchemy chamber and the sect offer substantial rewards for successfully cultivating wild herbs. However, if so many experts from the alchemy chamber have failed to keep them alive, the donkey-faced senior brother shook his head in disbelief, initially intending to caution Wang Bu'er against squandering his time. Yet before he could finish, he noticed Wang Bu'er returning with a wilted herb cradled in his arms. Well, since I have some idle time, I might as well give it a try, Wang Bu'er said, sporting an innocent smile. The donkey-faced senior brother sighed and refrained from further comments. One must have dreams, after all. Youth often leads one to believe that anything is achievable, just as he once did. Failure is not daunting. Experiencing it a few times merely leads to acclimatization. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Wang Bu'er immediately began to study the herb he had brought back. He first consulted relevant materials to clarify the herb's properties and its approximate growing conditions. After initial calculations, he devised a plan. He then cleared a distinct area within the garden, planting the herb at its center, while surrounding it with other herbs and even some wild grasses, all transplanted according to his scheme, simulating an environment akin to its natural habitat, rich in medicinal and spiritual energy. The simulated environment, of course, could not entirely replicate the wild, but both the medicinal and spiritual energies, as well as the soil, would only improve. 2 days later, a smile graced Wang Bu'er's lips as he observed the previously drooping herb, now with its leaves unfurling and tender buds sprouting a hint of green. After assessing the herb's condition, he began to refine his plan, striving to simplify and enhance the layout. Before long, a month had elapsed. Following numerous adjustments and optimizations, Wang Bu'er finally succeeded in cultivating the herb, which had previously only thrived in the wild, using the simplest methods. Once he was certain nothing was overlooked, he gathered the cultivated herbs along with his plan and made his way to the alchemy chamber. The rewards for domesticating herbs were exceedingly generous within the chamber. Thus, many inner disciples are attempting their skills. Wang Bu'er has very few elixirs left. This particular herb is a key target for domestication in the alchemy chamber, and the rewards are quite substantial. Wang Bu'er has already devised a plan. The contribution points he acquires will be exchanged for elixirs to enhance his cultivation. In the loft where the alchemy chamber's task handover occurs, a considerable number of individuals have gathered. Coincidentally, today, the task inspector is none other than the esteemed Master Gu. Sandling grass. This herb was successfully domesticated 3 years ago. Have you lost your senses? Master Gu exclaimed, visibly disheartened. You have even consumed the seeds of the uli fruit. What we require are the seeds for medicinal use. The Baijia grass is ubiquitous. What purpose does its domestication serve? Master Gu felt a profound sense of disappointment. The current generation of disciples is increasingly difficult to guide, lacking reliability. To his astonishment, someone even presented corn to claim a reward. For heaven's sake, I am a first-grade alchemist. How could I have never encountered corn before? Furthermore, having been deceived once, do you think I would fall for it a second time? Disciple Fan Jian approached Master Gu respectfully. Soon, it was the turn of a young man in white attire. This youth possessed an extraordinary demeanor, standing tall, his gaze radiating self-assurance. Upon hearing his words, many individuals nearby began to gather. Fan Jian is here. He is quite the celebrity among our apprentices. They whispered. It is said that senior brother Fan has successfully domesticated 3 varieties of first-grade herbs. That is quite remarkable. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. Successfully domesticated herbs are, in essence, a testament to one's aptitude in alchemy. As Fan Jian absorbed their admiration, he felt a surge of pride. This was the effect he desired. He relished the expressions of reverence on the faces of those around him. However, he failed to notice Wang Bu'er a short distance away, grimacing. Fan Jian? How pretentious. Is that name even a product of your parents' affection? Chapter 21. Wang Bu'er's New World. The ancient alchemist revealed a look of appreciation. He held a certain fondness for the child before him. Although the name was rather unappealing, the boy was obedient and adept at navigating social situations. Just last month, he had introduced his cousin to the alchemist as a potential partner. Have you made further progress this time? The ancient alchemist inquired gently. In response to your esteemed guidance, I have successfully tamed the cursed blossom over a span of 3 months. Fan Jian declared, waving his right hand. Instantly, a uniquely striking herb appeared before him. The flower resembled a ghostly visage, captivating all who gazed upon it. Excellent, truly remarkable. This cursed blossom is a potent remedy for injuries to the mind. To have tamed it is no small feat. Your contribution is valued at 1,000 points, and you shall be rewarded with 3 xianxia pills. Upon hearing this reward, the onlookers were filled with envy. Such a reward was equivalent to nearly a year's worth of sect benefits. A smile broke across Fan Jian's face, and his eyes sparkled with pride. The feeling of being revered fueled his ambitions. However, a disdainful snort interrupted the moment. What is so extraordinary about taming the cursed blossom in 3 months? I possess something far superior. With that, a young man clad in blue stepped forward. He cast a scornful glance at Fan Jian, his lips curling in undisguised contempt. The surrounding crowd was instantly taken aback. This was senior brother Yubing. a master in the art of herb taming. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold between the two rivals. Fan Jian turned around, his expression darkening. Ever since Yu Bing had been overshadowed by him in front of a junior sister, he had persistently sought to undermine him. "Present your herb," the ancient alchemist said with a smile, relishing the rivalry among the younger generation, believing that without conflict, there could be no growth. Yu Bing clasped his hands towards the ancient alchemist, then reached into his storage pouch and produced a herb. This herb also bore flowers, resembling a face. Yet this visage exuded a bewitching allure, and a fragrant aroma permeated the air, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Upon witnessing this herb, both the ancient alchemist and the surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment. This is the ghostly face flower, the primary ingredient for a second-tier elixir. This flower was far more precious than the cursed blossom and was also a mind-related herb. Yu Bing had triumphed. Yu Bing pointed to his ear, indicating that Fan Jian should listen closely to the murmurs around them. Fan Jian's complexion darkened considerably. The blow to his pride was painfully evident. The ancient alchemist was exhilarated. He was currently preparing to advance to a second-tier alchemist, and this herb was precisely what he required. Wonderful, truly exceptional. Your ghostly face flower merits immense acclaim. I shall grant you 3,000 contribution points and 10 Lingxi pills. The ancient alchemist accepted the herb, laughing heartily. Thank you, esteemed ancient alchemist, Yu Bing exclaimed, eagerly clasping his hands before turning to Fan Jian with an air of superiority. Junior brother Fan, I do hope you will make some progress. Do not squander your time on trivial matters in the future. Fan Jian's expression grew even more sour, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. After all, Yu Bing had merely secured favor through the influential Zhao family. Wait, next time I shall surely surpass you. Yu Bing's gaze suddenly turned icy. What has happened to the Zhao family? They are also esteemed alchemists of the Xingyuan sect. Brother Fan, even if you wish to come, they might not welcome you. Boasting costs nothing. Exchanging harsh words has become a mandatory lesson after each encounter between the two. Just as they were about to engage in battle, Wang Bu'er could no longer contain himself. Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to fight, go to the arena. Do not obstruct the path with idle chatter. Wang Bu'er pushed past the two and squeezed in front of Master Gudan. Who are you? Both Fan Jian and Yu Bing were about to unleash their ire. But Wang Bu'er produced a lush, verdant herb from his storage pouch, placing it before them. Though modest in size, the fragrance emanating from this herb instantly eclipsed everything around. A wave of cheers erupted. This herb is truly magnificent. How was it cultivated? Yet, it seems oddly familiar. Indeed, it was unfamiliar, yet somehow reminiscent. The onlookers were astonished. The herb Wang Bu'er presented was clearly a tamed specimen. However, its exquisite appearance led them to momentarily overlook its identity. Unbeknownst to them, Master Gudan had already stood up in shock. His gaze was fixed. He had never felt such excitement even upon first meeting Fan Jian's cousin. Although Fan Jian and Yu Bing failed to recognize the herb, an ominous premonition lingered in their minds. Master Gudan moved closer, inching forward. This is the immaculate grass. After a long pause, Master Gudan finally gasped in disbelief. As his words reverberated through the air, all present were momentarily rendered speechless. What is this? Immaculate grass? Isn't that a crucial ingredient for crafting foundation establishment pills? The incredulity was palpable. It is a well-known fact that immaculate grass is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Numerous sects attempt to grow it year after year, only to fail repeatedly. As the realization spread, all outer sect disciples stood frozen, then erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and disbelief. If this can be cultivated, oh my heavens! The exclamations cascaded, especially upon learning it was the herb for the foundation establishment pill, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. Wang Bu'er, bewildered, wore a dazed expression. He had never undergone foundation establishment and, due to his ability to enhance his attributes, had never worried about breaking through. Naturally, he had never understood the rarity of the foundation establishment pill, but at this moment, he realized he might have escalated the situation. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Master Gudan laughed heartily, examining the immaculate grass repeatedly, growing increasingly exhilarated. Its medicinal properties were entirely satisfactory, and it thrived. One plant was worth 2 wild specimens. Our Xingyuan sect has long yearned for immaculate grass to craft foundation establishment pills. Now, this is a monumental achievement. Master Gudan was nearly ready to leap with joy. That Master Gudan. I am still here. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, observing that the ancient alchemist, in his excitement, seemed inclined to embrace the medicinal herb. He hastily seized him. Only then did the ancient alchemist regain his composure and cast a meaningful glance at Wang Bu'er. Excellent, truly excellent. It is simply marvelous. Wang Bu'er, I have always believed in you. From the very first glance, I discerned your potential. As he spoke, the ancient alchemist cautiously placed the herb into his storage bag, as if fearing that Wang Bu'er might have a change of heart. Here, I shall grant you 50,000 contribution points and 100 xianxia pills. The remainder will be calculated gradually after I report back. He raised his hand and tossed a storage bag to Wang Bu'er, disregarding the other disciples, and directly soared into the air. The matter concerning the foundation-building pill was of great significance, and he felt compelled to report to the sect immediately. My two senior brothers. I apologize. Excitement gleamed in Wang Bu'er's eyes, though he still had not fully grasped the preciousness of the awakens. Yet, he had already stumbled upon a new frontier. In the experimental field of the alchemy chamber, there were still numerous herbs. He began calculating how much contribution value he could accrue if he successfully cultivated those herbs. Contribution points could be exchanged for a significant amount of pills. To others, pills were merely pills, but to Wang Bu'er, they represented life itself. Each enhancement in cultivation through pills meant a precious extension of his lifespan. 2 months later, Wang Bu'er, accompanied by the newly tamed herbs, returned once more to the alchemy chamber. Although these herbs were not as valuable as the awakens, they were still rare treasures. He once again garnered a substantial amount of contribution points and pills. The inner sect truly abounded with opportunities. The ancient alchemist grew increasingly pleased with Wang Bu'er. The domestication of wild herbs was of utmost importance to the sect, and he too would be rewarded for this. He would speak of Wang Bu'er to anyone who crossed his path, and whenever he mentioned Wang Bu'er, he would repeatedly emphasize that this individual had been recognized by his discerning eye and brought into the alchemy chamber. As time went on, Wang Bu'er's reputation within the inner sect's alchemy chamber soared. This sudden rise to prominence jolted Wang Bu'er, who was on the verge of heading to the alchemy chamber with his successfully tamed third herb to exchange for rewards. Chapter 22. The Annual Sect's Best Contribution Award. The situation has become rather intense, and I find myself overwhelmed. I am here to cultivate in seclusion, not to seek the limelight. Wang Bu'er regretted his impulsive actions. Successfully cultivating 2 precious wild medicinal herbs was a stroke of luck he could barely justify. However, should he succeed a third time, he was certain he would be regarded as an anomaly. Thus, he decided against presenting the third herb. Intentionally, he made his way to the alchemy chamber's experimental field to select new specimens in front of others, creating an illusion of failure and depleting luck. As expected, the admiration from the alchemy chamber's members diminished significantly. Fortunately, he realized the need for damage control. It was not too late. As he departed the alchemy chamber, Wang Bu'er let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had managed to evade suspicion. At that moment, a young man suddenly appeared before him. Although he wore the same inner disciple's attire as others, his demeanor was strikingly distinct, akin to a crane among chickens. Clad in snowy white, with long hair cascading down his shoulders and an extraordinary countenance, he possessed a physique that would leave even the likes of Peng Yuyan feeling inadequate. Moreover, he exuded a calm and composed aura, clearly indicative of someone in a position of power. It was evident that this individual hailed from a significant background and had undoubtedly encountered grand experiences. The surrounding alchemists and foundational cultivators paled in comparison to him. Who might this person be? He appears quite impressive. Wang Bu'er inquired of a nearby individual. Do you not know? That is young Master Zhao. He is the prodigy of the Zhao family, having joined the sect at 12, established his foundation at 15, and is now at the 7th level of foundation establishment. He is the foremost genius in the sect's alchemy, the nephew of Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao possesses extraordinary qualifications for cultivation and exceptional talent in alchemy. Many believe he is a formidable contender for the position of sect leader in the future. Wang Bu'er paid no mind to the preceding remarks. Yet, upon hearing the mention of a contender for sect leader, his heart raced with alarm. Attaining the position of sect leader through the system had become one of his aspirations. And now, a rival had emerged. Young Master Zhao, that name. Indeed, while handsome appearances may be commonplace, flamboyant names invariably evoke boundless imagination. Han Huai, Zhao Guzi, Fan Jian, Yu Bing, and now, yet another young Master Zhao. The world of cultivation is not only vibrant, but also showcases the creativity of parents in naming their offspring. Upon returning to the medicinal herb garden, Wang Bu'er resumed his cultivation efforts. While he could forego presenting the herbs, his research could not cease. He had also taken on a second medicinal herb garden. With ample experience in herb cultivation and the semi-automated management of his small herb hoe, Wang Bu'er felt no pressure. He still had plenty of time to consume elixirs and refine his cultivation. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 18. Lifespan: 209 years, 6 months, 21 days. 47 minutes. Vitality: 9. Spiritual power: Qi condensation level 6, 610. Consciousness: Subtle awareness 210. Skill: Free-spirited weeding. Alchemist, Apprentice 910. Qing Feng sword technique 4-4. Cloud shadow escape 2-2. Divine breath technique 5-5. Pure essence cleansing method 5-5. 3 clarity spirit transformation method 4-4. Spirit transformation technique 6-6. With the assurance of a safe balance within the system, Wang Bu'er has mastered all the skills available to him. His consciousness and vitality remain, as he is wary of triggering any system upgrades. Ultimately, he discovered a superior cultivation method in the inner sect that conceals one's true abilities. According to the description, upon reaching the highest level of cultivation, even a core formation practitioner would be unable to discern his capabilities without deliberate scrutiny. He boldly displayed his external cultivation level as Qi condensation level 4. The substantial contribution points earned from his donation of the pure grass allowed him to exchange not only for medicinal pills, but also for a new flying sword and various other treasures. Wang Bu'er finds great satisfaction in his current life, effortless yet engaging, discreet yet vibrant. A resounding chime echoed, reverberating through the surroundings. Following this, a sound transmission talisman landed before Wang Bu'er. Apprentice Wang Bu'er, report to the alchemy chamber immediately. Another important announcement. The sound transmission talisman combined with the chime signifies a matter of great importance. Wang Bu'er dared not delay and promptly set out. Upon arriving at the alchemy chamber, he furrowed his brow. The atmosphere seemed unusually grand. Although the chamber usually hosted many, today it was especially crowded. Not only were numerous officials present, but also several renowned alchemists. Prominent disciples like Fan Jian and Yu Bing were also among them. All eyes were on Wang Bu'er, filled with envy or jealousy. You are Wang Bu'er. A venerable elder with an imposing presence nodded in acknowledgement. The elder held the esteemed title of the first elder of the alchemy chamber, a core formation practitioner, and the only 4th-rank alchemist within the sect. Wang Bu'er's successful cultivation of the pure grass was a significant accomplishment, and he was here to bestow rewards. Upon seeing the real person, the elder couldn't help but frown slightly. Wang Bu'er's appearance differed greatly from his expectations, especially with the small hoe at his waist, which seemed rather unpretentious. Esteemed Dan Master Shui, this is Wang Bu'er, the ancient alchemist introduced with haste. This child is diligent and hardworking. I had high hopes for him when I first brought him into the alchemy chamber. His remarkable achievement has brought me great pride. Master Shui nodded appreciatively. Wang Bu'er, the Foundation Establishment Pill, is the most crucial medicinal formulation of our sect. Your cultivation of the pure grass has significantly increased the yield of our Foundation Establishment Pill. This accomplishment is nothing short of remarkable. The sect has decided to award you the Best Contribution Award of the Year. With a mere gesture, Master Shui Dan summoned 3 radiant treasures before Wang Bu'er, a gleaming golden token, a jade vial brimming with elixirs, and a resplendent flying sword. The moment these artifacts manifested, the atmosphere was charged with a flurry of astonished breaths. Even the foundational cultivators, like the venerable ancient Dan Master, could not suppress their awe. Within that token lay a staggering 100,000 contribution points to the sect, while the vial contained 20 earth spirit pills. As for the sword, it was a top-tier spiritual weapon. These tokens of reward were bestowed upon you, in hopes that you shall continue to strive and render even greater contributions to the sect. With his words concluded and the accolades delivered, Master Shui Dan made his dignified exit. Such is the demeanor of those in leadership. And the realm of cultivation is no exception. Wang Bu'er stood there, utterly bewildered, his mind racing with elation. After submitting the pure grass, he had conducted his own inquiries and understood its significance. Yet, he had never anticipated that the rewards would be so extraordinary. The Best Contribution Award of the sect. Just the mention of it was enough to instill fear. A contribution of 100,000 points. Many disciples of the Xingyuan sect might never accumulate such a sum in their lifetimes. The Earth Spirit Pills were the most potent elixirs available to those in the Qi refinement stage, and even foundational cultivators could utilize them with ease. But those pale in comparison to the true treasure, the top-tier spiritual sword, which was coveted even by core formation cultivators. It was a luxury that money alone could scarcely procure. He observed, with keen clarity, that nearby foundational disciples were visibly envious, their eyes gleaming with desire. Some even exhibited signs of reaching for their blades. Had it not been for the presence of the ancient Dan Master, he might have doubted his ability to exit the alchemy chamber unscathed. Chapter 23. A Hot Potato. Along the journey, Wang Bu'er attracted considerable attention. As the news spread, some individuals even came specifically to catch a glimpse of him. He could distinctly perceive that. On the faces of the onlookers, there existed not only a sense of envy, but also a profound jealousy. He witnessed firsthand a senior brother, notorious for his ruthlessness, fixating his gaze upon him with intent. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, Wang Bu'er's initial excitement swiftly subsided, transforming into a state of agitation and concern. An innocent man may bear the weight of a treasure. Although he had acquired this precious artifact today, it also drew the scrutiny of countless others. This rendered his previous efforts to remain inconspicuous utterly futile. The sect displayed a lack of discretion. Could they not have discreetly rewarded him? The more Wang Bu'er contemplated, the more anxious he became. In the past, Han Huai had resorted to repeated attacks over a few medicinal herbs. Likewise, Zhao Guzi had been willing to strike him down merely for the potential secrets he possessed. Today, the allure of the flying sword in his possession was even more astonishing. He could easily envision that should he once again venture into the mountains, he would undoubtedly attract followers intent on murder and theft. For several consecutive days, Wang Bu'er refrained from visiting the medicinal garden and limited his movements within the sect. At this moment, he felt as though the flying sword in his grasp was akin to a scalding hot potato. Perhaps he should sell it? This impulse crossed his mind. Yet it seemed absurd to part with such a treasure that others could scarcely acquire, even with wealth in hand. He repeatedly regretted his impulsiveness in attempting to tame the medicinal herbs. While taming them was one matter, why had he not inquired thoroughly before deciding to cultivate an immaculate herb? Is Wang Shiji present? One day, while Wang Bu'er was lost in thought, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Upon opening the formation of the medicinal garden, Lin Jianxing materialized before him, accompanied by his companion, Wang Bu'er's dear friend, Uncle Lin. Wang Bu'er promptly ushered both of them into the garden. He had few friends within the Xingyuan sect. Lin Jianxing had been instrumental in his induction and had offered considerable assistance. Time and again, he had received guidance from Lin Jianxing. Wang Shiji need not stand on ceremony. I have come to discuss your current predicament, Lin Jianxing remarked, his expression not one of congratulations, but rather of concern. Zhenro, standing by his side, remained silent, her gentle smile illuminating the surroundings. Does Uncle Lin possess a solution? Wang Bu'er inquired, his voice laced with hope. Not a solution per se, but a suggestion. Though I wonder if Wang Shiji can heed it and muster the resolve. Lin Jianxing sighed, reflecting deeply. Please, Uncle Lin, illuminate my path, Wang Bu'er earnestly requested. My suggestion is quite simple. Let go, Lin Jianxing spoke softly. The top-grade spiritual artifact flying sword you have acquired is indeed extraordinarily precious. For an ordinary individual, such treasures are merely fortuitous occurrences, valuable yet unattainable. However, for the disciple, they pose a perilous threat. Upon arriving at the Xingyuan sect, you have undoubtedly witnessed the harsh realities of the cultivation world, as well as the insatiable greed of humanity. Countless eyes are now fixed upon the treasure in your possession. Although this treasure is precious, it has become somewhat of a burden for you at this juncture, likely to attract innumerable crises. Rather than endure such strife, perhaps it is wiser to let it go. My master's intent is clear, to sell it. Wang Bu'er comprehended Lin Jianxing's words. Yet relinquishing such a treasure was a daunting prospect. Selling it now might mean that when he truly needed it, it would be beyond his reach. Treasures are undoubtedly coveted, but one must first possess the fate to wield them. These past few days must have been restless for you indeed. As the saying goes, taking a step back reveals a broader horizon. Reflect upon this. Should you decide to part with it, I can assist in contacting potential buyers who will certainly offer a fair price. Lin Jianxing did not linger long. After clarifying his intentions, he departed with Zhenro. Wang Shiji, since the moment I brought you to the mountains, I have held great expectations for you. Your diligence and earnestness will surely lead to future accomplishments. It would be a pity to see your prospects curtailed over a mere artifact. Just before Lin Jianxing and Zhenro vanished from sight, he imparted one final sentiment to Wang Bu'er. Alone in the medicinal garden, Wang Bu'er caressed the exquisite flying sword in his grasp. The astonishing aura radiating from the sword rendered him entranced, much like a destitute individual unexpectedly acquiring a luxury sports car. After a considerable time, Wang Bu'er let out a deep sigh. He grasped the essence of Lin Jianxing's counsel. His current prowess was inadequate to match the power of this flying sword. Possessing it was one matter, but being able to sustain it was another entirely. Despite his reluctance, he resolved to part with this treasure. After indulging in the sword's allure for a final moment, Wang Bu'er proceeded toward the entrance of the garden, intending to seek out Lin Jianxing to facilitate the sale. However, as the array at the garden's entrance opened, a frown suddenly creased his brow. Outside the garden, a multitude of figures had gathered, their faces adorned with expressions of smugness and schadenfreude. Amidst the throng stood a dashing figure clad in white, with flowing long hair and a handsome visage. He exuded an air of regal confidence. He remained motionless, yet an aura of nobility, characteristic of those in power, emanated from him effortlessly. Truly, he appeared ethereal. It was none other than the illustrious young Master Zhao, renowned within the inner sect. Beside him stood a girl clad in purple, her eyes reddened and glistening. As if she had recently wept, her expression one of distress. Upon Wang Bu'er's arrival, the girl immediately fixed her gaze upon him. With a slight grit of her teeth and a look of pitiful innocence, she stirred within Wang Bu'er a sense of doubt regarding his own feelings toward her. Young Master Zhao's eyes locked onto Wang Bu'er's, yet their sentiments diverged entirely. Wang Bu'er felt astonishment and envy, while young Master Zhao regarded him with indifference and disdain, as if he were merely observing an insignificant insect. Young Master Zhao's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of impatience. He withdrew a storage bag and tossed it at Wang Bu'er's feet. Then, a statement that left Wang Bu'er utterly astonished escaped his lips. "Bring me the flying sword." The voice was not loud, yet the tone was unmistakably harsh, as if issuing a command. It bore an undeniable chill, laced with an air of condescension. Wang Bu'er stood momentarily dumbfounded, only to gradually comprehend the situation. A wave of humiliation surged within him as he grasped the essence of the matter. It was merely that the woman accompanying young Master Zhao had taken a fancy to the flying sword he had won, and Zhao had come to procure it. However, witnessing the storage bag, which felt like a mere alms tossed carelessly at his feet, ignited a blaze of anger within Wang Bu'er. The manner in which Zhao had discarded the bag resembled the act of a passerby bestowing charity upon a beggar. Wang Bu'er had already resolved that the sword was not suitable for him to possess at present. He had intended to seek out Lin Jianxing to handle it, and selling it to young Master Zhao was certainly an option. Yet, confronted with such disdain, rudeness, and humiliation from Zhao, a fierce determination welled up within him. He refused to even glance at the storage bag brimming with spirit stones at his feet, lifted his head high, and with an equally frigid demeanor declared, "I will not sell." Chapter 24, Young Master Zhao. Next time remember to say, "Please." As these words escaped his lips, the surrounding crowd fell into a momentary stupor. Instantly, all eyes converged upon young Master Zhao. Among the younger generation within the inner sect, his reputation was unparalleled, and his talents transcended the ordinary. Coupled with his illustrious family background and the presence of formidable elders within his clan, his words were seldom challenged. Even many elders felt compelled to show him deference. Today, he was approached by an admirer seeking the coveted rewards from Wang Bu'er. To him, this was merely a trivial matter. Not only had he already bestowed spirit stones, but even without them, a character as inconsequential as Wang Bu'er should have hastened to present himself upon hearing the news. "What did you say?" Young Master Zhao furrowed his brow. With his words, an indescribable force descended upon Wang Bu'er, an overwhelming pressure that felt utterly compelling. In that moment, it seemed as though Wang Bu'er's body might shatter, his bones threatening to splinter under the strain. This power compelled him to kneel. Compared to the previous pressure from Han Huai, this was child's play. Yet, Wang Bu'er's tenacity caused him to grit his teeth resolutely, refusing to submit even as his body trembled with the effort. "I said I want to sell," he proclaimed loudly, a metallic tang of blood lingering in his mouth, which he swallowed fiercely. "What of your powerful background? What of your extraordinary talents? What of your affluent upbringing? When it comes to buying, one must maintain a semblance of decorum. I, Wang Bu'er, am willing to sell my flying sword, but not like this, as if I were some beggar. A transaction is a transaction, not a matter of charity before your eyes. I may choose to be low-key, but that does not equate to a lack of dignity. There is nothing I, Zhao Yunsheng, wish to purchase that has not been offered." A smirk graced young Master Zhao's lips, yet it was laced with derision and arrogance. He paid no heed to Wang Bu'er's tone, as if he were merely hearing a joke. With his proclamation, a murderous intent descended upon Wang Bu'er, causing the pressure upon him to surge alarmingly. His legs creaked under the strain, joints threatening to rupture, and blood seeped forth from his mouth. Nevertheless, he persisted, clenching his teeth as he stood there, trembling. "If you wish to buy, then pick up the spirit stones." Wang Bu'er enunciated each word with great effort, blood staining his teeth, imbuing his declaration with an indescribable fierceness. Young Master Zhao paused, observing the resolute Wang Bu'er and the storage pouch he had cast aside. An understanding began to dawn upon him. Yet, as young Master Zhao, He could not afford to show humility. Even if he recognized the impropriety of his actions, he could not concede. In his eyes, Wang Bu'er was but an ant, unworthy of his acknowledgement. Bring me the flying sword. I shall offer you double the price. He must obtain what he desires, especially today. Having already promised his junior sister's request, with numerous fellow disciples watching nearby, young Master Zhao must accomplish what he sets out to do: retrieve the spirit stones. Wang Bu'er's complexion turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, he did not wipe it away, his gaze fixated on Zhao Yunsheng, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was stunned that the invincible young master Zhao had encountered someone daring enough to resist. Stunned that this seemingly ordinary Wang Bu'er possessed such pride and defiance. Some furrowed their brows. Young Master Zhao had treated them similarly in the past. However, their attitudes back then were entirely different, even believing it to be an honor. Today, they abruptly realized it was nothing but disdain, even humiliation. Whether to pick them up or not, you shall not acquire them today. Young Master Zhao's brow furrowed once more, his impeccable image now marred. He had never faced such a situation. Wang Bu'er's stubbornness left him somewhat perplexed. Yet, given his status, retrieving the spirit stones was out of the question. If he failed to acquire this flying sword today, his prestige within the sect would diminish significantly. Moreover, where there was one person to resist, there would inevitably be others. Such a scenario was intolerable to him. This flying sword shall be sold, whether you wish to or not. He stepped forward, his foundation at the 7th level of cultivation, crashing down with authority. Puff! Wang Bu'er's complexion abruptly changed, his body bending as he nearly lost his footing. Blood gushed from his mouth. At that moment, he felt as though the entire world were pressing down upon him, as if he might be crushed at any moment. Yet soon, a grim smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Yunxing's contempt ignited his disdain, and his arrogance fueled his anger. You may look down upon me. You may treat me with scorn. But I, too, can disregard your authority. With a cold laugh, he bore the pressure from Zhao Yunsheng, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he staggered and turned towards the distant void, bowing respectfully. Channeling all his cultivation into his voice, he spoke with a tragic resolve. Disciple Wang Bu'er is willing to selflessly donate the reward of the flying sword to the sect, in gratitude for the teachings received. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. They contemplated everything, yet never anticipated that Wang Bu'er would choose such a path. You are courting death. Zhao Yunsheng was instantly consumed by rage. Today, this flying sword held little importance to him, being expendable. Yet he had made a promise, a vow. Thus, this matter was not only about his prestige, but also his dignity. In a fit of fury, he raised his right hand and pointed it at Wang Bu'er. Crackle! A fierce wind descended, accompanied by a beam of pure spiritual energy coalescing into a sword light. This sword light, imbued with lethal intent, surged directly towards Wang Bu'er's brow. Confronted by the sword, Wang Bu'er's gaze flickered, revealing a glimmer of madness in his eyes. His fingers moved slightly, and his consciousness surged forth, intertwining with the flying sword in his grasp. Although his cultivation was insufficient to match Zhao Yunsheng, it did not deter him from daring to fight with all his might. At that moment, from the desolate void in the distance, a sudden sigh echoed. Simultaneously, a gentle force materialized before Wang Bu'er, suppressing the brilliance of Zhao's sword and restraining the already trembling flying sword in Wang Bu'er's hand. An elder appeared out of thin air, garbed in coarse linen robes, his complexion sallow and his physique emaciated. Yet, an indescribable aura of authority emanated from his features. Upon his arrival, the elder cast a meaningful glance at Wang Bu'er, then raised his hand, drawing the high-grade spirit sword from Wang Bu'er's possession and tossing it to a woman beside Zhao Yunsheng. I have purchased this sword, he declared, as a storage bag flew forth, alongside the one Zhao had carelessly discarded, both landing in Wang Bu'er's hands. Zhao Yunsheng, the sword is now yours. This is a sacred domain, and decorum must be maintained. With a sigh, the elder turned and vanished into thin air. Wang Bu'er paused momentarily. Yet he collected both storage bags without hesitation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he revealed a smile stained with crimson. He then turned and stepped into the medicinal garden. Zhao, next time you procure something, remember to say, please. Chapter 25. After months of labor, a hero emerges. Zhao Yunxing stood outside the medicinal garden, his countenance shrouded in an indescribable gloom. Since his entrance into the Xingyuan sect, he had been hailed as a paragon among his peers, an object of admiration and reverence for countless souls. Within the confines of the sect, He wielded influence akin to commanding the winds and summoning the rains. His endeavors had never met with failure, nor had he ever been denied what he sought. Yet today, his formidable presence was brazenly challenged. In stark contrast to the exuberance of his junior sister beside him, Zhao Yunsheng felt no trace of joy within. True, he had acquired the flying sword, but it was not purchased by him. The transaction with the elder differed from that with Wang Bu'er, not in outcome, but in significance, a chasm as vast as the sky and earth. For the first time within the esteemed halls of the Xingyuan sect, there existed something beyond his grasp. For the first time, someone had dared to disregard his stature. For the first time, he had failed to accomplish his intent. And all of this was the doing of a mere ant. Having always occupied a lofty position, he found this humiliation profoundly unsettling. Very well, Wang Bu'er. I shall remember you. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yunxing spoke with a dispassionate air, his demeanor returning to one of calmness and grace, exuding an air of magnanimity. Given his status, it was beneath him to engage in conflict with someone as insignificant as Wang Bu'er. No one noticed the tension in his tightly clenched fist, nor the glacial malice lurking in his gaze. Within the medicinal garden, at the instant the formation sealed, Wang Bu'er coughed up blood once more, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure and collapsing to the ground. Though he had merely condensed his qi, Zhao Yunxing stood at the 7th level of foundation establishment. Were it not for his cultivation of a body-refining technique, enhancing his vitality, his physical resilience would have been insurmountably compromised. The strain he had just endured was sufficient to shatter his cultivation, rendering him impotent. As night descended and the moon hung high in the sky, Wang Bu'er finally opened his eyes. Struggling to rise, he grimaced as waves of agony coursed through him. It felt as though every bone in his body had been crushed. Gritting his teeth, he ventured into the thicket of herbs, retrieving a pill to mend his injuries. A glance at the storage pouch nearby revealed it to be brimming with spirit stones. Though their total value far exceeded that of the previous high-grade spiritual artifact, it paled in comparison to the humiliation he had endured today. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Indeed, I did not seek trouble nor wish to confront life and death. However, that does not grant others the liberty to trample upon my dignity. While today's events would undoubtedly incur Zhao Yunxing's ire, I harbor no regrets. Wang Bu'er clenched his teeth, a fierce determination rising within him. Humph. When I said I would not sell to you, I meant it. Recalling the dark expression on Zhao Yunxing's face at the final moment, Wang Bu'er could not suppress a cold smirk, a smile that was both bitter and triumphant. He also remembered the astonishment etched on the faces of his fellow disciples. Today, he had accomplished what no one else dared to attempt. The exhilaration of such audacity was simply intoxicating. Yet, as the saying goes, the thrill of victory is often followed by the pangs of regret. He opened the system interface, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 18. Lifespan: 99 years, 6 months, 21 days, 47 minutes. Vitality: 9. Spiritual power: condensed qi. Level 610. Divine awareness. Subtle understanding 210. xianxia skill: unrestrained. His previous account balance in the life payment treasure exceeded 200 years. Yet now, a single indulgence has depleted it to less than a century. The pleasure was undeniable, but the cost was exorbitant. Damn it, who cares? Give me a few months, and I shall unearth a formidable ally. The next day, Wang Bu'er dedicated himself once more to his endeavors. Strength is paramount. He deeply comprehended the fundamental cause of this incident. It was entirely due to his insufficient power. Had he also been a prodigy, standing at the 7th level of foundation establishment, he doubted Zhao Yunsheng would dare to be so arrogant. Just wait. Once I achieve foundation establishment, no. Once I attain core formation, I shall earn your respect and make you call me Master Uncle. 2 days later, Lin Jiansheng arrived. He was astonished and impressed by Wang Bu'er's circumstances. Empathetically, he realized that even with his own foundation establishment, he would not possess Wang Bu'er's courage in such a situation. Yet, he felt a sense of foreboding. He understood well that Wang Bu'er had danced on the edge of a blade. In the future, he must be cautious within the inner sect. Although Zhao Yunxing appeared grand, he was, in truth, petty and vengeful. This matter would not end here. For Wang Bu'er, he had no recourse but to offer consolation. Just as Wang Bu'er departed, another figure appeared in the medicinal garden, the elder in a patched robe who had previously shielded Wang Bu'er from Zhao Yunxing's wrath. Disciple greets Master Uncle L. Wang Bu'er later learned the elder's true identity. El Yunyao, a 3rd-grade alchemist, an elder of the inner sect, and a grand cultivator of core formation. Quite a composed demeanor. Even at this moment, you maintain your calm while tending to the medicinal garden. Liu Miao glanced around. The garden was orderly, and Wang Bu'er remained serene. This exceeded his expectations. Many had faced similar circumstances, yet each had faltered, their resolve shattered, leading to a lifetime of unaccomplished endeavors. He nodded gently and offered a faint smile. He held high hopes for this young man. Here within the sect, no matter how arrogant one may be, they would not dare to take my life. Wang Bu'er replied calmly. This insight was gleaned from his previous reflections. The sect would never permit its disciples to harm one another within its walls. This was the sect's bottom line and his ultimate assurance. Zhao Yunsheng would undoubtedly bear a grudge, but as long as he remained within the sect, he would be powerless. All right, I acknowledge your grievances. The recent reward incident was a misjudgment by the sect. Their actions were flawed. I have come on behalf of the sect to offer you some compensation. Liu Miao nodded again. This child was far more resilient than he had anticipated. This is a spirit-nourishing pill. I had previously given you a vial. Now, I present you with another. Lu Yunmiao cast aside a jade vial, filled to the brim with elixirs. You may keep the spirit stones, now that they are in your possession. Furthermore, I have procured a task for you that will ensure Zhao Yunsheng will not trouble you for the time being. Wang Bu'er, upon receiving the jade vial, was about to inquire about the nature of this task when he realized that the elderly figure before him had vanished without a trace. Has he slipped away again? Is he truly that swift? Wang Bu'er suppressed a curse, only daring to mutter his thoughts inwardly. The ears of a nascent soul practitioner are remarkably acute, capable of hearing across several kilometers. Wang Bu'er, you are summoned by Uncle Master Zhao. Not long after Lu Yunmiao's departure, a captivating young woman appeared to beckon Wang Bu'er. Uncle Master Zhao? Wang Bu'er was taken aback. It seemed that a number of prominent figures had sought him out in recent days. An Uncle Master, no less, was undoubtedly another nascent soul cultivator. What could such an esteemed individual, typically invisible during ordinary times, possibly want with him? Do you have any idea what this is regarding? Wang Bu'er inquired cautiously. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Just go when you're told. You are indeed fortunate. Uncle Master Zhao is a goddess of the inner sect. For others, merely catching a glimpse of her is a challenge. Yet you have the privilege of being summoned in person. The young woman spoke with a furrowed brow, a hint of envy and jealousy in her tone. What do you mean? Inner sect goddess? Is this Zhao Uncle Master particularly renowned? For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition began to settle within Wang Bu'er. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. The saying goes, beauty brings disaster. Wherever a goddess is involved, one can be assured that trouble is not far behind. Chapter 26. The greater the ability, the bolder the heart. Indeed, Master Zhao's appearance is not only breathtaking, but his cultivation has reached the golden core stage, particularly in the art of alchemy. He is a prodigy seldom seen in a century. You are truly fortunate. The young lady's tone brimmed with envy and jealousy. When Wang Bu'er inquired further, she was unwilling to elaborate. The two walked in sequence, and after a brief moment, they arrived at an extensive medicinal herb garden. Just wait here, she instructed. And after leading Wang Bu'er to this spot, she turned back with lingering glances before departing. Among the myriad wonders of the Xingyuan sect, Wang Bu'er found himself most intrigued by the medicinal garden. The expanse before him was not only vast, but also saturated with rich spiritual energy. A casual glance revealed a plethora of rare and precious herbal varieties, each more exquisite than those he tended to himself. Even the weeds appeared more refined than those in his own garden. Wang Bu'er's eyes ignited with fervor. Without further examination, he instinctively gauged the value of the herbs here. Merely uprooting one could yield bountiful rewards for half a year. Suddenly, he realized that the medicinal garden within the inner sect paled in comparison. Indeed, there are always those more skilled than oneself, and realms beyond realms. As he reveled in his excitement, a brilliant rainbow-like figure approached swiftly from the distance. A fragrant breeze descended nearby, transforming into a woman clad in white. Her long, flowing black hair danced in the wind like silken threads. With brows arched like phoenixes and eyes luminous as moons, her figure was ethereal, her beauty comparable to that of a falling fish or a swan. Wang Bu'er found himself momentarily entranced, unable to divert his gaze, his breath growing heavy. What is a goddess? Before him stood the very embodiment of divinity. Are you Wang Bu'er? Zhao Shuaying inquired, her eyes sparkling with interest. I have met Master Zhao. Wang Bu'er quickly responded with a respectful bow. Regardless of her divine beauty, she was a golden core cultivator, and it was only proper to pay homage first. Naturally, he also felt a tinge of bashfulness at encountering such a stunning deity for the first time. Do not be nervous. I have heard of your adept management of medicinal gardens and have come to seek your assistance. My training occupies most of my time, and I am engrossed in the studies of alchemy. This garden lacks adequate supervision. If you are willing, I can offer you triple the usual remuneration. Such good fortune? Wang Bu'er's excitement surged. What does it mean for wishes to be fulfilled? Just moments ago, he had been yearning for this opportunity, and now, it had materialized before him. Your responsibilities will include weeding and planting. I can provide you with a plot of medicinal land. If you have the energy, I could also impart some knowledge of alchemy to you. Excellent. Wang Bu'er replied eagerly, fearful that Zhao Shuang might reconsider. Whether or not he would be in the goddess's presence daily mattered little. What he truly valued was the higher quality of the herbs in this garden. Here, you may cultivate in peace. Zhao Yinsheng would not dare to cause trouble here. Zhao Shuang added with a final note, tossing him a token for entering and exiting the medicinal garden before gracefully departing, her figure reminiscent of a celestial fairy, imbued with an otherworldly aura. Wait, Wang Bu'er exclaimed, momentarily stunned. It feels somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Zhao Yinsheng dares not cause a stir here. Zhao Shuang. Suddenly, he recalled a detail from Zhao Yunxing's illustrious background, the foremost talent in the sect's alchemy, the nephew of Master Zhao. Reflecting on what Lu Yunmiao had previously mentioned, he secured a position that would ensure Zhao Yunsheng would no longer trouble him. This revelation connected all the dots. Wang Bu'er nodded in excitement, realizing that the sect indeed had individuals capable of taking action. Although this compensation was not entirely satisfactory, it was a step towards mending the situation. Wang Bu'er could now momentarily set aside concerns about Zhao Yunsheng plotting against him. If that fellow wished to undermine him, he could always retreat to Zhao Shuang's herb garden. What more could Zhao Yinsheng possibly do? After wandering through Zhao Shuang's courtyard, Wang Bu'er felt immense satisfaction. Zhao Shuang truly deserved her title as the foremost alchemy talent of Xingyuan sect. Her herb garden was impressively vast. The variety and quality of the medicinal herbs planted here were exceptional, and naturally, the weeds thrived in abundance as well. Wang Bu'er roughly estimated that the profits from this herb garden could rival those from 3 of his own plots in the inner sect's alchemy chamber. He also considered a significant advantage. With Zhao Shuang's promise, he now possessed a splendid excuse to account for his rapid advancement in alchemy, ensuring that no suspicions would arise. In the days that followed, Wang Bu'er immersed himself once more in a comfortable routine, tending to both the alchemy chamber and Zhao Shuang's herb garden. Continuing his research on herb cultivation, he consumed elixirs daily, consistently enhancing his cultivation level, with a larger herb garden serving as a testing ground. Wang Bu'er's proficiency in planting medicinal herbs steadily improved. He successfully domesticated a small portion of the herbs in the alchemy chamber, yet, in an effort to remain discreet, he refrained from submitting them. Zhao Shuang frequently visited the herb garden to gather herbs. Upon witnessing the meticulous organization and the superior growth of the various herbs under Wang Bu'er's care, her satisfaction with him grew immensely. Wang Bu'er feigned inquiries about alchemy, and she endeavored to provide detailed answers. As their interactions continued, she even permitted Wang Bu'er to harvest a certain quantity of herbs from the garden for his alchemical experiments. This arrangement was precisely what Wang Bu'er desired, allowing him to accumulate a substantial number of herbs and reap rewards far exceeding those from weeding. Each month, accounting for both the alchemy chamber and the herb garden, Wang Bu'er's earnings approached an impressive 200 years. His contentment with the sect's compensation deepened. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 19. Lifespan: 694 years, 7 months, 23 days, 17 minutes. Vitality: 9. Spiritual power: condensed chi. 6th level 910. Spiritual awareness: subtle understanding 310. Herb cultivation skill: unrestricted. Alchemist: 1st grade alchemist 910. 4 months later, Wang Bu'er entered his 7th year within the Xingyuan sect. His lifespan had accumulated to a remarkably substantial extent. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a low profile for self-preservation, Wang Bu'er has long refrained from enhancing his cultivation through points, relying entirely on medicinal pills to support his training. As for alchemists, he showed no hesitation. Akin to other magical arts, as long as he abstained from participating in alchemist assessments and refrained from public demonstrations, no one could ascertain the extent of his alchemical prowess. One day, after considerable contemplation, Wang Bu'er resolved to descend the mountain. It had been quite some time since he had sought herbs in the wilderness. During this interval, he had amassed a wealth of experience and numerous hypotheses, all of which required empirical verification. Moreover, the most crucial factor was his ample resources, with money in his bag. He had no worries while exploring the market. Should misfortune befall him and danger arise, his nearly 700 years of savings would suffice to allow him to establish a foundation instantly, securing his safety. Furthermore, all his techniques and spells were at their peak, rendering his combat capabilities formidable. Additionally, the matter concerning Zhao Yunsheng had long since passed, and the latter should have calmed down by now. In summary, the greater one's abilities, the bolder one becomes. After tidying up, Wang Bu'er departed from the herb garden and stepped out of the Xingyuan sect. However, he had evidently underestimated Zhao Yunsheng's vengeful nature, completely oblivious to the depth of animosity that lay between them. Just as Wang Bu'er exited, a sound transmission talisman soared through the air, vanishing towards the mountains beyond the sect. Chapter 27. What happened to Foundation Establishment? I am here to establish my foundation, deep within the Star Origin mountain range. Atop a solitary peak, Zhao Yunsheng, clad in white robes, stood resolutely. The wind swept through, causing his garments to flutter dramatically, exuding an unparalleled aura of heroism and dominance. Zhao Yunsheng indeed possessed the qualities of a captivating figure. His lineage was formidable, his innate talents astonishing, and his good looks were beyond reproach, making him an unequivocal heartthrob. Such a person, if placed on Earth, or rather, in the realm of cultivation before him, would undoubtedly be a fatal temptation for many. In front of the solitary peak lay a terrifying jungle, echoing with the roars of ferocious beasts. At that moment, amidst the vast desolation, a transmission talisman shot forth, which he deftly seized. "Oh, that fellow dares to venture out?" he mused, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the two foundation-building cultivators behind him. "You two, go fetch me his head." Upon receiving the transmission talisman and deciphering its contents, the two men immediately understood the gravity of the situation. "Young master, the demon beast at the core formation stage is in a critical condition. You require assistance, perhaps." The trio had come to hunt a core formation beast to utilize its bones for crafting a unique treasure. "No need for concern. We have already worn it down for over half a month. It is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Even without your help, I can subdue it. However, since that fellow has emerged, it would be an opportunity missed if we let it pass." Zhao Yunsheng replied coldly, his hands clasped behind his back, radiating an aura akin to a drawn sword. "Indeed. Young master, please take care. We shall return swiftly." The two men were acutely aware of Zhao Yunsheng's temperament. The incident involving Wang Bu'er had left him deeply humiliated, and though he feigned indifference, he harbored an intense grudge, eager for retribution. "Ah, today truly is fortuitous. A double blessing." Zhao Yunsheng's smile grew ever brighter, his gaze sweeping ahead brimming with absolute confidence. Once the two departed, he leapt from the solitary peak, swiftly plunging into the depths of the jungle. Upon landing, a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. Beneath the dense foliage, numerous plants lay ravaged, revealing a blood-soaked pathway, clearly carved out by some beast. Zhao Yunsheng, undeterred, followed the trail at a measured pace. Before long, a colossal creature, over 20 meters long, with the body of a tiger and the tail of a crocodile, materialized before him. Although this crocodile-tailed tiger was of the core formation stage, it had been grievously wounded by the traps Zhao Yunsheng had set, its body marred with countless injuries, its strength waning. Zhao Yunsheng awaited the moment when this beast would be utterly devoid of the will to resist. Meanwhile, in another section of the jungle, Wang Bu'er cursed as he darted through the thicket, pursued relentlessly by two figures clad in black. One was at the first level of Foundation Establishment, the other at the second. "Wang Bu'er, you cannot escape." They traversed the air with remarkable agility, far surpassing Wang Bu'er's speed. One of them raised a hand, and with a thunderous roar, a massive ice wall erupted from the ground ahead. In the hands of another, the sword pointed skyward. One moved forward while the other lingered behind, clearly poised to intercept Wang Bu'er. This time, how could he possibly escape? Wang Bu'er glanced back, his expression remaining largely unchanged. With a cold snort, a radiant golden light enveloped him instantaneously. Then, with audacity, he charged directly at the icy wall before him. A series of cracking sounds erupted as the wall shattered upon impact. Amidst the thunderous noise, blood trickled from the corner of Wang Bu'er's mouth, and his system's balance diminished yet again. However, he paid no heed to the pain, unleashing a burst of speed akin to lightning, vanishing in an instant. Behind him, the two foundation-building cultivators stood in stunned silence, their faces betraying their disbelief. This was the pure yuan cleansing technique. How could this individual possibly achieve such mastery? The audacity to elevate the cloud shadow escape to its pinnacle was one thing, but to refine his physical form to such an extent was incomprehensible. They both inhaled sharply, a profound sense of helplessness washing over them. Never had they imagined that two esteemed foundation-building cultivators would be toyed with to such a degree by a mere chi condensation disciple. Although Wang Bu'er's cultivation level was modest, his speed and physical prowess far surpassed that of foundation builders. Yet, they did not dwell too much on this. With his focus on escape techniques and physical training, it was only natural that his other skills were lacking. They resolved to pursue him further, curious how long he could endure. The two moved swiftly, continuing their chase. Although Wang Bu'er was elusive, his limited realm would inevitably lead to his spiritual energy being depleted soon. But before long, they could not suppress their exclamations of anger. They watched in disbelief as Wang Bu'er produced a pill and consumed it, flashing a mischievous grin in their direction. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from the pill was palpable even from a distance. Upon seeing this, the duo's confidence was profoundly shaken. Damn it, that was an Earth Spirit pill. He actually used an Earth Spirit pill to replenish his energy. Such an utter waste. The Earth Spirit pill was a rare treasure for foundation-building cultivators seeking to enhance their cultivation. Yet now, Wang Bu'er treated it as if it were a mere consumable. Despite their fury, for the sake of Zhao Yunxing's mission, they could only grit their teeth and retrieve their own pills to consume. The absurdity of two foundation builders needing to replenish their energy while pursuing a qi condensation disciple was laughable indeed. If this were to reach their sect, they would be ridiculed mercilessly. Ahead, Wang Bu'er seethed with resentment. The pills were a fortunate reward from the sect, but the true issue lay with his lifespan. That scoundrel Zhao Yunxing had a memory sharp as a needle. Even after half a year, he still held a grudge. He had barely entered the mountains and harvested a few herbs before being hunted down by these two. If it were not for his formidable spiritual sense, which allowed him to detect them in advance, he would have already met his demise. He recognized them as the sycophants who had once trailed Zhao Yunxing. Being spotted immediately upon descending the mountain indicated that someone had been surveilling him all along. He paused momentarily, assessing his surroundings before quickly altering his course. Plunging deeper into the wilderness, his studies of plant growth had endowed him with a commendable understanding of the natural environment. While he could have directly elevated his cultivation to confront them, doing so would be too generous to these pursuers. With audacity, continue your pursuit. Witness how I will deal with you. What of foundation building? It is precisely what I am engaged in. The further I advance, the more the surrounding mountains and forests appear ominous and foreboding, with trees towering majestically. A thick mist envelopes the area, accompanied by the incessant roars of beasts. Ding. Your account has received 17 days and 3 hours of life value. Wang Bu'er deliberately chose paths where the foliage was dense and the beasts roamed. Furthermore, he wielded his hoe tirelessly, digging fervently. With just a few strokes, he had formed a general assessment of the environment around him. Oh, the successive feedback regarding life value stirred a flicker of intrigue in Wang Bu'er's expression. Without hesitation, he altered his course and leapt down from a crevice in the cliff. Below lay a small, flat canyon. Within the canyon, trees were scarce, but a profusion of pink flowers flourished abundantly. An intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, coalescing into a pink mist that surged within the canyon like a tide. Wang Bu'er struck his small hoe at his waist. With whimsical intent, a thunderous sound erupted. The diminutive hoe instantaneously expanded into a colossal size of over 10 meters. What was once a mere tool now resembled a massive door panel. He then swept it across the canyon, uprooting vast swathes of pink flowers along with various wild grasses. Ding! Your account has received 2 years, 7 months, and 21 days of life value. Whoosh! The two individuals behind him swiftly turned, charging into the canyon as well. Initially taken aback by Wang Bu'er's audacious act of hurling a hoe, their surprise quickly morphed into seething anger. Even at this juncture, you still choose to play with a hoe and gather herbs. However, their expressions soon transformed drastically, their scalps tingling with dread. In the canyon, after Wang Bu'er's hoe had swept through like a door panel, uprooting the pink flowers, the ground revealed numerous fist-sized burrows. From these openings emerged a multitude of crimson heads, their scarlet eyes locking onto the two with fierce intensity. Chapter 28. You lack martial virtue. It is the fiery mink. Both individuals simultaneously changed countenance and, without a word, soared into the air. Yet it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The little heads emerging from the earth emitted piercing screams as they rushed out in a frenzy. The moment they breached the entrance, their bodies ignited in violet flames. Though small in stature, their speed was akin to that of an arrow released from the bowstring. Take your time, gentlemen. Ahead. Wang Bu'er's steps were unyielding as he reached the canyon's end. He still refrained from enhancing his cultivation through the system. As for the two behind him, he was not yet confident in leaving them behind. Should they discover that his cultivation could surge instantaneously, the news would inevitably reach Zhao Yunxing, inciting suspicion once more. Following the incidents with Han Huai and Zhao Guzi, Wang Bu'er approached every action with heightened caution. Wang Bu'er, I shall tear you to shreds. Shortly thereafter, deep within the mountains, the figures of the two reappeared behind Wang Bu'er. However, they were now in a woeful state. Their bodies were drenched in blood, their garments riddled with burns, and their heads nearly scorched bald. As the fierce wind swept through, the aroma of roasted flesh wafted in the air. Though the fiery minks lacked individual strength, they possessed a natural affinity for flames. Moreover, as social beasts, once provoked, they would attack in the thousands. The two, disregarding everything, fought their way through the fray. Upon seeing Wang Bu'er digging once more, their fury surged. They gritted their teeth and pursued him with fervor. Their chase was remarkably swift. Wang Bu'er's expression darkened, yet he remained unperturbed. Armed with a small shovel, he could navigate the terrain. Conversely, the two behind him were utterly unfamiliar with this place. This was Wang Bu'er's sole advantage at present. Even if he were to elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, he had no confidence in simultaneously vanquishing both foes. He must separate them and strike decisively. To safeguard the system's secret, he could not afford to enhance his cultivation lightly unless absolutely necessary. Besides the need to divide them, his attack must be unexpected. Thus, he would still need to rely on the beasts. Regrettably, there were few creatures nearby that posed a threat to those at the foundation establishment level. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Wang Bu'er's eyes. After crossing a small river, his speed abruptly increased. The two behind him, both at the foundation establishment stage, could traverse the air, making it impossible to shake them off. However, temporarily losing sight of him would be effortless. After rounding a mountain peak, Wang Bu'er shifted his meridians, causing his aura to vanish in an instant. Spirit transformation technique. This skill could obscure his cultivation realm, making it difficult for even those at the core formation stage to penetrate his disguise. When facing foundation establishment practitioners, at its pinnacle, his aura could nearly dissipate entirely. Concurrently, his spiritual sense and body refinement techniques were unleashed to their fullest extent. His fleeing style shifted dramatically. If he had previously been cautious, now he was ostentatious. The pure yuan cleansing marrow technique surged to its zenith, amplifying his physical prowess explosively, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging forth. The Three Clears spirit transformation art reached its peak, allowing him to perceive surrounding dangers to the utmost degree. For instance, the presence of the beasts. However, this was not an act of evasion, but rather a pursuit. Wherever the demonic beasts roamed, he followed relentlessly. In one hand, he wielded a flying sword, while in the other, he grasped a medicinal hoe. His speed was astonishing. Upon spotting a beast, he would strike without a moment's hesitation. A swift thrust of his sword or a casual swing of his hoe would ensue, indifferent to the target or the outcome. After each assault, he would vanish instantly. A bear, cloaked in dark fur, was cleaved at the rear by Wang Bu'er's sword, its anguished roar echoing across the mountain. Wang Bu'er's presence was faint, and he had already distanced himself by 100 meters. The bear, being a bear, needed no contemplation. It could discern who had disturbed its slumber? Absolutely not. With a body as imposing as a small hill, it lunged forward, its eyes ablaze with ferocity, fixating on the two furious pursuers behind. Moments later, a fiery lion, quenching its thirst, was met with a blow from Wang Bu'er's hoe, striking it where it hurt most. By the time it realized the source of its pain, Wang Bu'er had already slipped into the woods on the opposite bank. The lion paid no heed to the identity of its assailant. In its eyes, all humans bore a striking resemblance. With a low growl, it charged towards the two pursuing individuals. Time trickled by, and soon several hours had elapsed. Wang Bu'er continued his reckless path, darting hither and thither. His swiftness, coupled with the dense forest and towering mountains, rendered the two behind him, despite their ability to fly, significantly hampered. Ascending too high risked losing him. Flying lower meant colliding with trees. Wang Bu'er had keenly recognized this advantage. Although he was evading danger, he had hardly engaged in combat, indulging instead in the luxury of replenishing his energy with Earth Spirit pills. The two pursuers, though foundationally skilled, were compelled to expend energy continuously. Wang Bu'er's rapid pace, coupled with his low aura, made it easy for them to miscalculate, and a momentary lapse would force them to take a longer route. Now they were further hindered by the frequent disturbances from the beasts. In this ebb and flow of energy expenditure, the imbalance was stark. Observing Wang Bu'er ahead, still exuberant and agile as a monkey, they felt their stamina waning. Both began to silently lament their plight, their enmity towards Wang Bu'er intensifying. Wang Bu'er, once I catch up to you, just wait and see how I will torment you. The cunning rascal was infuriatingly elusive. The two, disregarding their decorum, unleashed a torrent of curses. Let not the two indulge in petty verbal victories. Wang Bu'er was not boasting. Without any interceptors ahead, even if they chased until next year, they would never catch him. Wang Bu'er glanced back at them, laughing heartily. Yet, within his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered. The two were evidently loyal subordinates of xianxia. If they failed to eliminate him today, they would have no explanation to offer. Upon hearing Wang Bu'er's taunts, their fury escalated to new heights. But soon, both paused, exchanging glances as if a realization dawned upon them. Wang Bu'er's words had illuminated their path. While you pursue from behind, I shall circumvent and intercept ahead. Their joint pursuit would only leave them trailing in Wang Bu'er's wake. However, if they were to separate, although the pursuer would have to endure greater pressure, the other would be free from interference. The two swiftly devised a plan. One would continue the pursuit, while the other deftly veered aside. After creating some distance, the pursuer decisively accelerated, employing a flanking maneuver from another direction. You lack martial ethics, exclaimed Wang Bu'er, his earlier arrogance dissipating in an instant, replaced by panic and regret for having inadvertently alerted his opponent. Martial ethics? How dare you even utter such a phrase? The more Wang Bu'er protested, the more convinced his pursuer became that their strategy was indeed effective. Lamenting not having thought of it sooner and allowing Wang Bu'er to lead him by the nose for so long, resulting in such a disarray. Submit and bow to me, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you shall meet a gruesome end, devoured by beasts, leaving not a trace behind. The young cultivator laughed heartily, his murderous intent intensifying. Yet, he abruptly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Wang Bu'er had been provoking the demon beasts to buy time, but now, after separating their pursuit, the area was disturbingly devoid of any demonic creatures. His expression shifted instantaneously, a sense of foreboding washing over him. At that moment, a mountain loomed ahead, and at its base lay a dark, ominous cave. The stench of a formidable beast marking its territory wafted toward him from afar. Before he could halt his advance, he witnessed Wang Bu'er raise his sword, plunging it deep into the cave's depths. Almost concurrently, he leaped into a nearby small opening, and a shovel flew forth, landing at the cave's entrance and expanding in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a massive door, firmly embedded into the stone wall, sealing off the entrance to the small cave. Chapter 29. Brother Weasel, I must trouble you once more. Moments later, a lightning lizard, renowned for its swiftness and possessing formidable foundational strength, returned with a corpse clutched in its jaws, its large tail thrashing behind it, exuding an air of ferocity. It paused at the cave entrance, casting a fleeting glance at the newly appeared door panel, and tapped it with its claw. However, it soon lost interest and, still holding the corpse, ventured deeper into the cave. After a brief interval, the door panel at the small opening shimmered and transformed back into a hoe. Wang Bu'er cautiously extended his head to confirm that the lightning lizard had indeed returned to its lair. Only then did he carefully step out and, with a burst of speed, swiftly retreat. Throughout this, his spirit transformation technique was maintained at maximum power, rendering his presence nearly imperceptible. Not having traveled far, he halted, gazing contemplatively at the disheveled forest before him, stained with large patches of blood, and a storage pouch lying amidst the crimson pool. Brother, do not blame your younger sibling for being too powerful. Rather, attribute it to your own ill fortune. Wang Bu'er mused, astonished by his remarkable luck. In his erratic wanderings, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a lightning lizard's nest. This beast was not only astonishingly fast, but also possessed formidable defenses and acute senses. Once it had fixated on a target, even those of significantly higher cultivation levels found it challenging to evade. The unfortunate individual had been excessively drained along the way, his spiritual energy already lacking. Alas, there was still one more option. If all else failed, he would have to resort to lethal measures. Although the adversary was a foundational cultivator, Wang Bu'er was confident in his own fully mastered techniques. In terms of equal cultivation levels, he felt no trepidation. He picked up the storage pouch, brushing away the blood that adorned it. Concealing his aura, he prepared to delve deeper into the mountains while inspecting the contents of the pouch. Just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly halted. From within the pouch, he retrieved an object resembling a signal flare. He glanced at the endless expanse of dense forest ahead, and then at the profound cave behind him. A playful smile crept across Wang Bu'er's lips. My apologies, Brother Weasel. It appears I must trouble you once more. He drew out his flying sword and haphazardly tore his garments. Digging a pit, he buried both himself and the retrieved storage pouch. Then, he smeared the blood on the ground over his body. After adjusting his spirit transformation technique, his presence became exceedingly weak and chaotic. In his guise, he effectively resembled a pitiful, half-dead victim. He had initially contemplated inflicting a few cuts on himself to enhance the authenticity of his disguise, but upon consideration of the pain, he decided against it. Finding a suitable position, he assumed the necessary posture and produced the signal flare. With a swift launch, a golden beam shot skyward, blossoming into the shape of a glistening sword. The brilliance was so dazzling that it could be seen clearly from dozens of miles away. Not long after, a streak of light rapidly approached from the distance, landing not far away. As the man touched down, his gaze immediately fell upon the nearly lifeless Wang Bu'er. Simultaneously, he detected the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. "Where is he?" he inquired casually, unperturbed by the prospect of a trap. Wang Bu'er merely focused his energy, presenting no threat whatsoever. Moreover, his companion had just fired a signal flare moments ago. Wang Bu'er remained silent, his face etched with panic as he scrambled backward. But it was evident that his injuries were far too severe for him to endure. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, seemingly in search of a medicinal pill, only to grasp at nothingness. Instantly, despair washed over his countenance. The man smirked coldly, his doubts dissipating. Wang Bu'er had evidently been stripped of his storage bag, and with such grievous wounds, he was akin to a fish upon the chopping block. Rather than feeling urgency, the man felt a sense of calm. At that juncture, Wang Bu'er inadvertently cast a glance toward the cave. This seemingly innocuous glance, however, caused the man to pause momentarily, and without hesitation, he darted toward the cave. His companion was so preoccupied with the task of eliminating Wang Bu'er that he must be entangled in matters of greater significance. Was there something of value concealed within that cave? His thoughts turned to the earth spirit pill that Wang Bu'er had previously consumed with such relish, igniting a fervent desire in his eyes. "I shall return to deal with you shortly. Of course, you may choose to flee," which would render the situation all the more entertaining. With a flick of his wrist, he placed a mark upon Wang Bu'er. Given Wang Bu'er's current cultivation and condition, there was no way he could dispel this mark. After executing this act, he cautiously advanced into the cave. Upon entering, the stench of blood became unmistakably potent. His brow furrowed, and his expression transformed dramatically. Yet before he could retreat, a flash of sword light surged toward him from behind. The murderous intent of the blade was palpable, its sharpness accelerating with alarming speed. Even as a foundational cultivator, he dared not exhibit any complacency. He swiftly leaned aside as a flicker of spiritual light erupted from his storage bag, morphing into a round shield that positioned itself before him. "You dare." Although caught off guard, the man remained unruffled, even delighting in the encounter. His initial thoughts were far from the notion of danger. A mere fourth-level energy gatherer posed no real threat to him. The implication that Wang Bu'er had launched a surprise attack suggested that his companion had encountered some unforeseen mishap. Thus, the glory of vanquishing Wang Bu'er, along with the spoils from both him and his companion's storage bags, would belong solely to him. He had long coveted the earth spirit pill that Wang Bu'er possessed. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze in disbelief. With a thunderous clang, as the sword was about to strike the shield, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. The sword's aura reverberated violently, its terrifying sharpness causing a wave of pain to erupt throughout his body. Qing Feng's sword technique, 4th level. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, its spiritual glow dimming as it rolled aside. The man's face was a mask of incredulity. Throughout their previous encounters, Wang Bu'er had first relied on evasion techniques, and then on physical refinement. They had long presumed that Wang Bu'er would have neither the time nor the energy to cultivate his mystical arts. Yet, the sword before them shattered their assumptions entirely. Whoosh! As the blade descended, it swiftly pivoted in midair. The man retreated once more, only to be momentarily taken aback. This second strike was not aimed at him. Rather, it darted directly into the depths of the cave in a flash. In a panic, he turned around, only to witness a scene that defied comprehension. Wang Bu'er, who had seemed half-dead moments before, now moved with the agility of a rabbit. He leapt into a nearby small opening, from which a spade flew forth, landing at the entrance and expanding in the wind. Instantly, it transformed into a massive door, firmly embedded into the stone wall, sealing off the entrance to the small cave. The entire process was astonishingly seamless. He could not fathom why that particular word came to mind, nor dared he contemplate what might transpire next. With an enraged roar, a blood-soaked head of a lightning lizard appeared before him. In that instant, his heart raced with an overwhelming sense of panic. Chapter 30. There is no option but to seek Yunsheng. The entire sequence of events was astonishingly similar. Moments later, lightning returned, clutching a corpse in its mouth and wagging its large tail. It stood at the cave entrance, casting a couple of glances at the newly appeared door panel beside it. With a claw, it tapped lightly. Then, Raising its hind leg, it sprayed a liquid imbued with a unique scent, signifying territorial ownership. Satisfied, it shook its head and continued deeper into the cave, still carrying the corpse. A short while later, the door panel at the small opening flickered and transformed back into a hoe. Wang Bu'er cautiously stepped out, observing the bloodstains that stretched from not far away to the cave entrance, shaking his head in silence. He vowed never to emulate this young man. One must never be careless or let their guard down. Moreover, greed can lead to one's downfall. After a moment's reflection, he bowed toward the cave. The weasel was indeed generous. He resolved to remember this location, as it might prove useful in the future. Leaving the lair of the lightning weasel, Wang Bu'er re-entered the depths of the mountains. Following a brief surge of excitement, trepidation crept into his heart. The reason he escaped this crisis was partly due to the negligence of both parties involved, and partly due to luck. Yet, luck is not something one can rely on at all times. Henceforth, he must remain discreet. However, while maintaining a low profile, he must also accumulate treasures and elixirs. He could not afford to be lacking in means when faced with danger. One cannot rely solely on the system. He glanced at the 2 storage bags in his hand. Stained with blood, his trump cards were woefully few. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 19. Lifespan, 601 years, 11 months, 20 days, 9 hours. Vitality, 9. Spiritual power, condensing chi level 6 9 10. Divine awareness, subtle knowledge 310. Flowing immortal host skill, effortless manipulation. In this battle, Wang Bu'er had lost nearly a century of lifespan from beginning to end. Nevertheless, his gains were not insignificant. In the 2 storage bags of those who pursued him, although the elixirs were few, he acquired several low-grade spiritual artifacts. Notably, the 2 flying swords were far superior to what he was currently using. Despite the chaotic nature of this encounter, he gained a clearer understanding of the strength of foundation-building cultivators. Compared to them, aside from his inability to fly and insufficient spiritual power, he was not lacking in techniques or spells. The system enables me to effortlessly cultivate both techniques and spells to their zenith. With the same realm and comparable treasures, I could easily vanquish my peers. Wang Bu'er continued his quest to seek out medicinal herbs. Here, deep within the Xingyuan mountain range, human presence was scarce, and the flora flourished more abundantly, increasing his chances of discovering herbs. As his lifespan began to rise once more, the vast experience he had previously accumulated, along with the knowledge of botany he had studied in the alchemical chamber, was being fully validated. His expertise in botany was rapidly advancing. As the experiences with flora and fauna evolved, Wang Bu'er, through a process of deduction, gained a deeper understanding of the celestial energies that permeate the world. Though his innate talent remained largely unchanged, his comprehension had significantly advanced. Suddenly, while tidying the medicinal herbs he had gathered atop a mountain, Wang Bu'er's attention was drawn to the storage pouch at his waist, igniting a moment of realization. He recalled that the 2 individuals who had pursued him had not come from the sect, but rather from the depths of the mountain range. Xianxia had been fixated on him, which was not particularly surprising. However, it was improbable that he would continuously position his subordinates deep within the mountains. Additionally, their proximity to Xianxia at the medicinal garden indicated they were indeed his trusted confidants. Given this, it was increasingly unlikely that these 2 would deliberately wait outside the sect for his descent, yielding only one plausible conclusion. Xianxia was present in this vicinity. As a scion of wealth, Xianxia had no need to take such risks. If he was here, it was surely for something valuable. Previously at the medicinal garden, Wang Bu'er had acutely felt the sting of humiliation, the weight of tyranny, and the sensation of being regarded as insignificant. The animosity from his prior pursuit ignited a tempest of rage within him. He could not allow this transgression to pass unchallenged. While he may not possess the strength to overpower them, it did not equate to fear. After meticulously organizing the contents of the 2 storage pouches, he finally unearthed a lead, the crocodile-tailed tiger, in the core formation stage. Upon its advancement, this beast would develop bony wings that, in the nascent soul stage, would transform into dual wings, soaring through the skies with electrifying speed. It was evident that Xianxia aimed to seize these wings for his own enhancement. Though he could not vanquish Xianxia, he could certainly provoke him. Regardless of Xianxia's endeavors, Wang Bu'er was determined to insert himself into the fray. While he felt uncertain about Xianxia's precise location, the general direction was easily discernible, even for someone as gifted as Xianxia. Capturing such a formidable beast as the crocodile-tailed tiger would necessitate a strategy of delay and ambush. After a brief period of searching, following the path taken by his initial pursuers, a passageway, forcibly carved through the dense underbrush, materialized before Wang Bu'er. he immediately reduced his speed, employing both the concealment technique and spirit transformation technique to their fullest extent, masking his presence in utter silence. The advantages of his physical cultivation became apparent at that moment. Wang Bu'er found that he need not expend excessive cultivation energy. With the enhancement from his physical training, he possessed ample strength and speed. At that juncture, a heart-wrenching and furious roar echoed from ahead. Wang Bu'er felt his spirit quake, his internal energy threatening to dissipate as his blood surged uncomfortably. His countenance shifted, and he ascended to a vantage point, directing his gaze towards the origin of the sound. Before him loomed a colossal beast, exceeding 20 meters in length, with the body of a tiger and the tail of a crocodile. Indeed, it was a core formation stage crocodile-tailed tiger. At this moment, the colossal beast was covered in wounds, its belly torn open, intestines trailing on the ground. Yet, being a formidable demon beast in the Dan formation stage, its vitality remained robust, capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks at will. However, despite its tenacity, the severity of its injuries suggested that it would soon reach its limit. Not far behind the beast stood a figure, stepping through the void with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing elegantly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Tall and handsome, he possessed an extraordinary demeanor. It was none other than xianxia. Upon seeing him, Wang Bu'er felt a surge of irritation. This man presented himself as a gentle and courteous gentleman, yet he was vindictive to the core, a true hypocrite. With a foundation at the 7th level, Wang Bu'er doubted his ability to contend against him, even with the enhancements from the system. He could not approach too closely. If discovered, it would be far more challenging to outwit him. Wang Bu'er grew anxious. The crocodile-tailed tiger likely had little time left. He absolutely could not allow Zhao Yunsheng to easily acquire the treasure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Rather than charging directly, he crouched low, concealing his presence, and swiftly circled from another direction, positioning himself directly in front of the crocodile-tailed tiger. Estimating the beast's escape route, he identified a crucial point it would traverse. With a snap of his fingers, a plump wild boar appeared at his feet. This was the favored delicacy of the demon beasts in the Xingyuan mountain range. Following that, he produced a large bundle of red medicinal herbs, known as blood renewal grass, an excellent remedy for both demon beasts and cultivators alike. Subsequently, Wang Bu'er retrieved 10 earth spirit pills, contemplating for a moment before deciding to take out 20. He swiftly sliced open the boar's belly, allowing the scent of blood and entrails to permeate the air. The herbs and pills were stuffed inside. "Dear brother tiger, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. You better not let me down in your endeavor to overpower young Master Zhao." Wang Bu'er chuckled to himself, hastily retreating. The blood renewal grass was indeed precious, but the earth spirit pills held even greater value. For the sake of defeating young Master Zhao, he would willingly part with both. Chapter 31. Too fierce, too brutal. Zhao Yunsheng trailed far behind the crocodile-tailed tiger. The beast's injuries had reached an irreparable state. He need not lift a finger, for in due course, the creature would succumb to death on its own. A frown crossed his brow as he sensed a fleeting aura ahead of the tiger. Yet he dismissed it without concern. Along the journey, the crocodile-tailed tiger had disturbed numerous wild beasts. He merely awaited the moment when the tiger's strength would wane, at which point he could descend and tidy up the aftermath. Though fearsome, the tiger was now devoid of any capacity for resistance. This was not Zhao Yunsheng's first ambush on a core formation beast. His experience was substantial. As time passed, the tiger grew increasingly feeble, its speed of escape diminishing rapidly. At that moment, it appeared to have consumed something, yet Zhao Yunsheng remained unperturbed. Nothing could alleviate its injuries. Its blood was nearly drained. Eventually, the crocodile-tailed tiger lay motionless, its breath weak, almost a mere inhalation without exhalation. No longer willing to wait, he stepped into the void and landed before the beast. He had already tested the waters several times. The creature was incapable of feigning any pretense in its current state. Wang Bu'er had been correct. Zhao Yunsheng indeed sought to hunt down this beast to extract its spine for refinement. By merging it with himself, he could manifest similar abilities upon reaching core formation. With the aid of specialized techniques, his speed would be unimaginable. Additionally, he yearned for a unique essence from within the beast, which could be used to concoct a remarkable elixir to help maintain youthful appearance. His family had already selected a partner for him, and he intended to present this potion as a gift upon their first meeting. These two individuals were disconcertingly slow in their endeavors. Observing the crocodile-tailed tiger gradually fading away, Zhao Yunsheng furrowed his brow. With the presence of those two, the act of disemboweling was unnecessary for him. However, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands now. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. unleashing a beam of sword light that sliced through the air with astonishing sharpness. The blade grazed the tiger's abdomen, instantly creating a gaping wound. After several more strikes, he carved out a significant cavity in the beast's belly, revealing the location of the essence. Shaking his head in resignation, he stepped into the aperture, surrounded by protective energy. He need not worry about contamination. The process of collecting the essence proceeded smoothly, but midway, he sensed a slight movement from the corpse of the beast. Still, he paid it no mind. It was not uncommon for a creature to stir while he was extracting something from its innards, particularly since it had not yet fully expired. Having secured the essence, he exited swiftly, for the stench emanating from within the tiger's belly was unbearable. Just as he emerged from the opening, he suddenly froze. An inexplicable sense of impending danger washing over him. Instinctively alert, he unleashed his cultivation. The scent of blood from the beast was profoundly stimulating to other creatures of the wild. It is likely that another demonic beast has come seeking sustenance. He expanded his divine sense, spreading it around as he stepped out of the cave, probing the vicinity for lurking beasts. However, the moment he emerged, a colossal tail descended with a thunderous crash. His protective aura was utterly insufficient, shattering without a trace. He was struck forcefully into the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his scalp tingling with pain. Ignoring everything else, he struggled to rise, determined to escape. But upon turning back, every hair on his body stood on end. The crocodile-tailed tiger, which he thought had perished, was now glaring at him with furious intensity. As he managed to stand, the beast lunged forward to bite him. Already dazed from the previous blow, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. A sickening crunch echoed as his right leg was bitten clean off. Xianxia let out a wretched scream, his eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, another tail struck him, sending him flying over 100 meters. Crashing into a tree trunk that could only be embraced by 4 or 5 people, shattering it to splinters. Remarkably, the crocodile-tailed tiger still stood and chased after him for a few paces before finally collapsing, lifeless. Xianxia forced his eyes open, staring at the tiger that had finally succumbed to death. He could not comprehend how it could rise again when it seemed utterly spent. At that moment, he had no time to ponder further. He hastily slapped his storage pouch and retrieved a pill to consume. Next, he draped a piece of gray cloth over himself. Once he completed these tasks, his head tilted, and he fainted, having endured 2 successive blows from a core formation beast's tail. Even as a 7th-layer foundation establishment cultivator with protective treasures, he could not withstand such an assault. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have perished. In the distance, atop a high point, Wang Bu'er could not refrain from closing his eyes, only to burst into laughter. How ferocious, how brutal. It was utterly cathartic. He leapt up, hastening towards the scene, now devoid of fear. It mattered not that Xianxia had lost consciousness. Even if he had not, Wang Bu'er would have imposed his will freely. Surviving after being struck twice by that massive tail was already a stroke of fortune. The tail was thick and powerful, causing Wang Bu'er to shudder at the sight. "Thank you, brother tiger. Safe travels." Wang Bu'er was unceremonious, swiftly dispatching the crocodile-tailed tiger, severing its bony wings and spine with ease. He smashed open its skull to retrieve the beast core and pried off several hard scales from its tail. After this flurry of activity, he had collected every useful item from the core formation beast, which was a treasure trove. Then he approached Xianxia. Oh, soon. Wang Bu'er became intrigued by the gray cloth covering Xianxia. This item could obscure one's aura. Had he not witnessed Xianxia being hurled here with his own eyes, it would have taken him much longer to find him. With a flash, his flying sword shot forth, its brilliance illuminating the scene. Wang Bu'er initially intended to directly ascertain the life of this individual. However, he soon gritted his teeth and relinquished the thought. Xianxia, as the prodigy of the Zhao family, undoubtedly possessed numerous hidden trump cards. Furthermore, Wang Bu'er had heard whispers that such exceptional talents might conceal certain formations or markings, which would not manifest ordinarily, but would automatically activate upon their demise, capturing the essence and appearance of their slayer. Although the likelihood of this was slim, Wang Bu'er could not afford to be careless. While he could spare their life, he would not allow them to escape unscathed. Wang Bu'er did not dwell on his decision for long. He stripped Xianxia of his storage pouch and seized the peculiar piece of gauze as well. Naturally, he did not overlook the flying sword that had been sent flying. Then, he gazed at the wound on Xianxia's severed right leg, lost in contemplation. For a person like you, I believe one leg suffices. After all, with your right leg gone, in the name of saving the sisters of the cultivation world, you might as well relinquish this middle leg. With a single stroke of his sword, Wang Bu'er severed Xianxia's middle leg at the root. 3 legs reduced to 1, Only the left leg remained. I am aiding you by removing the source of your troubles. Henceforth, you may cultivate unencumbered. Of course, whether you can survive depends on your fortune. Shaking his head, he hastened away. Half an hour later, on a secluded mountaintop, Wang Bu'er heard a chilling scream. The sound was filled with such despair, such heart-wrenching agony, that it compelled him to tremble and instinctively tighten his legs. Chapter 32. Though his life was spared, his roots were destroyed. In the dense forest, Xianxia struggled to maintain his composure. His eyes were filled with indescribable rage and disbelief. The bone wings, the demon core, the scale armor, everything of value had been stripped away. Unable to maintain his dignity, his face contorted in fury as he roared, "Damn it! Who is it? Who has stolen my treasures?" His body trembled with wrath, his eyes burning like embers. I spent an entire 7 days, exhausting a multitude of array artifacts. To wear down this beast, I sacrificed 3 mid-tier spiritual instruments and 1 high-tier spiritual instrument. His heart bled with humiliation. The indignity of having prepared a gift for another was far more grievous than the loss of his leg. With the strength of the Zhao family, particularly with an ample supply of elixirs, he could easily find numerous ways to reattach this short leg. It would not impede his future prowess. It might even enhance it. Yet, this humiliation was unbearable. It felt as if 1,000 blades were twisting in his chest. Who has taken my treasures? Who could it possibly be? After expending such great effort, to end up with nothing was intolerable. Losing the treasure was one thing. Losing a leg was another. But to have his storage bag vanish as well? As a scion of the Zhao family, the quantity of elixirs and spirit stones within that bag was staggering, something other foundation-building cultivators might never glimpse in their lifetimes. And now it was all gone. It took nearly half an hour for Xianxia to gradually calm himself. He vowed to hunt down the perpetrator and exact an excruciating revenge, torturing them in every conceivable manner until they wished for death. However, as he regained his composure and his thoughts began to clarify, he suddenly recalled some irregularities. The crocodile-tailed tiger had been worn down for an exceedingly long time, subjected to repeated probing. Even a fleeting revival seemed impossible. How could it have erupted so violently at the last moment? Fine, perhaps I made a miscalculation. But before I lost consciousness, I had clearly covered myself with the concealing spirit silk. Unless the intruder possessed cultivation above the core formation stage, they should not have been able to detect my aura. How could they have found me and stolen my storage bag? What was even more concerning was that the assailant had not resorted to murder. At this thought, he instinctively brushed his waist, then rolled up his pant leg to glance at the gruesome wound. The moment he did, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. A surge of hot blood rushing to his head. His body shook violently, and an unprecedented fury erupted from within him. A mouthful of blood was violently expelled from his lips. His face instantaneously transformed into a mask of ghastly pallor and rage, as a few of his teeth crumbled to dust in an instant. His manhood was gone. His third leg was gone. His very essence was gone. His little brother was gone. Who did this? I will kill you. I will surely kill you. Xianxia emitted a piercing shriek, spewing forth another mouthful of blood. This was no mere expression of resentment or fury. In this moment, he was engulfed by humiliation, an overwhelming, insufferable humiliation. His life had not been taken, but his very roots had been obliterated. There could be no greater cruelty, no deeper disgrace. Who was it? Who could it be? His voice had cracked, blood vessels bursting. His chest felt as though it might explode. At this moment, his rage twisted his features, his heart raced uncontrollably. Blood seeped from his eyes, an unbearable reality he could not accept. Soon, he was to break through to the core formation stage. His family had even arranged a partner for him. The mere thought of it drove him to once again unleash a torrent of blood. That heart-wrenching agony, that unprecedented blow, that despair and powerlessness surged within him. A man who had always been poised, always above others, always elegant and charismatic, now felt utterly shattered. His happiness was gone. The sound of his suffering echoed painfully. In the distance, Wang Bu'er clenched his legs tightly, unable to suppress a shiver, especially upon recalling Xianxia's moniker. The slayer of maidens, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. How pitiful. There would be no more victims. He spoke of pity, yet a smile of triumph gradually crept across his lips. He was immensely satisfied with his previous decision. To sever Xianxia's third leg with a single strike was infinitely more gratifying than taking his head. The thrill was far from over. At this moment, he was rifling through Xianxia's storage bag, a plethora of medicinal pills, materials, spiritual tools, and spirit stones, an overwhelming abundance of various treasures. Wang Bu'er's eyes nearly glazed over, his hands trembling incessantly. He licked his lips, his eyes sparkling. In comparison to Zhao Yunxing's spoils, his own storage bag seemed utterly insignificant, scarcely worth mentioning. The wealth of a second-generation aristocrat was now his to claim, particularly upon discovering 2 superior-grade flying swords among the horde. A beaming smile threatened to split his face. Not long ago, this man had come to forcibly acquire his flying sword, leaving him no choice but to donate it to the sect. The frustration, the fury, indescribable, nowhere to vent. But now it was different. He had reclaimed 2 swords from this man, along with a veritable mountain of treasures as interest, to say nothing of the wealth of medicinal pills and spirit stones. The total could easily cover the cost of 20 flying swords from before. I always said, heaven would not treat me this way. So what if one is a second-generation heir, a genius? In this world, debts must be repaid. And here it was, repaid in full. Wang Bu'er had gained experience in organizing his storage bag, keeping only what was necessary. Anything that might expose him was to be discarded without hesitation. Though the flying swords were exceptional, unfortunately, they could not be used in the immediate future. The same went for the other treasures. However, I can seize the opportunity to sell it at the market. With a sense of regret, he carefully stored the flying sword, while Wang Bu'er took out the elixirs one by one to inhale their fragrant essence. Then he smiled again. Just moments ago, in his scheme against Zhao Yunxing, he had consumed 20 Earth Spirit pills. Now, Zhao Yunxing had returned the favor with 200 of his own. Not only the Earth Spirit pills, but also a dozen other varieties of exquisite elixirs, each of remarkable quality. What kind of elixir is this? Wang Bu'er picked up a jade vial. And compared to the other elixirs, this vial was extraordinarily unique. It was, in fact, a rare warm jade. Merely the value of this vial equaled that of 10 Earth Spirit pills. Could this possibly be the return to origin powder? A jolt of exhilaration surged through Wang Bu'er, compelling him to leap with excitement. Within the alchemical hierarchy of the Xingyuan sect, the return to origin powder is renowned. Not to mention the materials required for its refinement. Crafting this elixir demands a 4th-tier alchemist. Currently, the Xingyuan sect has only 2 4th-tier masters. Among the elixirs available to cultivators below the core formation stage, this is the most potent. Without hesitation, he poured out 1 pill. This substance is far superior to the Earth Spirit pills. One alone is worth at least 5. Wang Bu'er laughed joyfully, not pausing to deliberate, and promptly swallowed the elixir. The instant the elixir touched his tongue, his body erupted with a tremendous vibration. An extraordinarily rich surge of spiritual energy exploded within him, overwhelming his meridians. The torrent of spiritual energy swept through his entire being. Under the immense impact, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled violently. With the aid of this elixir, his cultivation level surged dramatically. In less than 10 seconds, his system data underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 33. The Revelation of Secrets. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed, but Wang Bu'er finally concluded his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, a thunderous sensation reverberated through his mind. His cultivation had shattered its previous limitations, ascending to the 7th level of qi condensation. Remarkably, he had almost instantaneously reached the pinnacle of this level. As he unfastened his garments, he noticed that his body was enveloped in a layer of dark filth. After cleansing himself, his skin revealed a delicate, lustrous sheen, a manifestation of the process known as washing the tendons and marrow. This was yet another remarkable effect of the Guiyuan pill. Each Guiyuan pill possesses the capability to purify the body of its user, refining their flesh, bones, and meridians to a more pristine state. Prolonged consumption would yield a substantial enhancement to one's innate qualities. This is the extraordinary nature of the Guiyuan pill. He felt elated at his newfound progress. Alas, the scarcity of Guiyuan pills was disheartening. Otherwise, with sustained use, his talents would not have deteriorated. He quickly rummaged through Zhao Yunxing's storage bag once more and, indeed, discovered the formula for the Guiyuan pill. Teaching a man to fish is far superior to giving him a fish. Although the herbs listed in the formula were exceedingly rare, they could still be procured. As for being a 4th-tier alchemist, that posed no challenge at all. Henceforth, I shall concoct this elixir myself. Wang Bu'er laughed with exhilaration, no longer harboring resentment towards Zhao Yunxing. In fact, he felt a tinge of gratitude and admiration. After all, Zhao Yunxing had recently played the role of a benefactor. After securing his belongings, Wang Bu'er refrained from foraging for herbs and instead made his way back to the mountain. Zhao Yunxing had suffered a considerable setback and would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Although he had left no incriminating evidence, should that individual scour the mountains for him, his previous stroke of luck with Brother Jiao would not repeat itself. Upon returning to the mountain, Wang Bu'er exhibited remarkable discretion, opting for a more subdued demeanor. Apart from submitting herbs to the alchemy room, he seldom ventured outside. His days were consumed with studying herb cultivation, tending to the medicinal garden, and engaging in secluded cultivation. Despite his initially poor aptitude, the ample supply of elixirs facilitated a swift enhancement in his cultivation, with noticeable progress almost daily. 2 months after his return, Wang Bu'er adjusted the concealment of his cultivation level, revealing himself to be at the 6th level of qi condensation. Zhao Shuang continued her frequent meditative retreats and alchemical pursuits. Seemingly due to her trust in Wang Bu'er and his effective management of the medicinal garden, she had entrusted all her gardens to him. Each time she came to collect herbs, she would often leave him with some elixirs. Before long, another 6 months had passed. During this time, aside from diligently cultivating, Wang Bu'er discreetly gathered intelligence on Zhao Yunsheng. Throughout these 6 months, no one had cast suspicion upon him. Wang Bu'er felt the moment was ripe and resolved to descend the mountain. The treasures he had acquired from Zhao Yunsheng were too numerous to remain concealed for long. Ultimately, they posed a ticking time bomb. Thus, Wang Bu'er planned to venture to the market beyond the sect, discreetly disposing of a portion of his acquisitions, while simultaneously seeking to procure some treasures suited to his needs for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, there was an even greater motive behind his actions. The balance of the account has been amassed by Wang Bu'er to an unprecedented figure, surpassing a millennium. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 19. Lifespan: 1,627 years, 11 months, 22 days, 12 hours. Vitality: 9. Spiritual power: qi condensation 7th level 810. Awareness: subtle knowledge 410. Xian farming skill: unrestrained. A balance accumulated over 16 centuries instilled Wang Bu'er with unwavering confidence. Even if Zhao Yunsheng were to unearth something, compelling a confrontation, he could instantly enhance his cultivation to surpass Zhao Yunsheng's prowess. However, this excursion to the market proved remarkably smooth. Upon returning to the mountain gate, Wang Bu'er felt a tinge of regret. The anticipated robbers did not materialize, denying him the chance to hone his skills. During this trip, he had most likely disposed of the most perilous treasures. The tension that had gripped him for an extended period could finally ease. With a sufficient balance, Wang Bu'er initially contemplated commencing the foundation establishment. Yet, this notion was swiftly abandoned. Within the realm of his current understanding, foundation establishment for cultivators necessitated the use of foundational elixirs, with many failing even with such aids. Given his limited aptitude, a sudden attempt at self-establishment would be excessively conspicuous, particularly as he had heard that the fluctuations during successful foundation establishment were remarkably formidable. He was uncertain if he could contain such power. Should he be discovered, he would likely face the fate of a mere test subject. Thus, discretion was paramount. After all, the balance would remain intact. Moreover, he could enhance his strength through other avenues, such as cultivation techniques, spells, and even augmenting his awareness and vitality. Of course, alchemy was also a consideration. Nonetheless, matters were not as straightforward as Wang Bu'er envisioned. His expedition to the market ultimately encountered unforeseen complications. In the inner sanctum, within a highly esteemed cave dwelling, Wang Bu'er sat cross-legged. His fury had persisted for 6 months. For half a year, he had expended considerable human and material resources investigating this matter. Yet the outcome remained fruitless. Enough with the pleasantries. I demand results. He glared at a young man behind him, his tone icy and laced with impatience. Replying to the young master, "We have discovered some developments." 2 days prior, at the Longhui Mountain Market, 2 superior spiritual artifact flying swords were released. The young man, trembling, produced the 2 swords and presented them before Zhao Yunsheng, quaking in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. In recent times, 3 individuals had already met their demise due to incurring Zhao Yunsheng's wrath. Zhao Yunsheng's gaze swept over the swords, and an eruption of fury ignited within him, a murderous intent soaring to the heavens. In an instant, he recognized these 2 flying swords as his own possessions from the storage bag. Who was responsible? Zhao Yunsheng's expression darkened ominously, his eyes blazing with a murderous light. His right leg has been reattached, though it has not fully recovered. Yet his cultivation and movement are no longer hindered. Only his last leg remains incomplete. Whenever he contemplates this, his teeth grind in frustration, and an uncontainable fury ignites within him. He is indifferent to the treasures he has lost, and he can let go of the crocodile-tailed tiger that was snatched away. However, the grudge of having his roots severed is something he cannot forgive. We have conducted an investigation into all the disciples of the sect. There were a total of 127 individuals who were not present within the sect at that time, but could have been nearby. Among them, 87 were at the Qi condensation stage, 36 at the foundation establishment stage, and 2 at the core formation stage. In the past 5 days, 7 of these 127 individuals have left the sect, 1 at Qi condensation, 5 at foundation establishment, and 1 at core formation. Who is the most suspicious? Zhao Yunsheng felt a spasm in his heart, unable to suppress the thoughts of his own incompleteness. He longed to identify this person immediately, to inflict countless tortures and dismember them. We have already confirmed that the 5 at foundation establishment are not possible suspects. The remaining core formation practitioner is Elder Fanhua. There is also 1 Qi condensation individual, who is the most suspect. The young man spoke cautiously, fearing he might trigger Zhao Yunsheng's breaking point. What? Qi condensation? Do you believe that a mere Qi condensation could infiltrate that place and steal my demonic beast and my storage bag? Zhao Yunsheng seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke. He could hardly restrain himself from kicking this person away. Young master, we initially did not think much of it. However, this individual has average qualifications. Yet his cultivation has surged rapidly in recent times. We sent someone to investigate discreetly and sensed the aura of a returning essence pill refining his meridians. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunsheng finally lost his composure. The returning essence pill is an exceedingly rare existence within the Xingyuan sect, not to mention a Qi condensation practitioner. Even foundation establishment or core formation cultivators would find it hard to possess one. Who is this person? If they indeed possess a returning essence pill, the likelihood of this individual being the culprit is indeed substantial. The Intersect Alchemy Room, Apprentice, Wang Bu'er. Chapter 34. The Rules of the Immortal Cultivation Realm. Where the strong prey on the weak. Who? Wang Bu'er. Zhao Yunsheng furrowed his brow, as this name seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, it was because of the special contribution of the sect that Wang Bu'er had seized the flying sword desired by Miss Yu. The young master had once approached to purchase the sword, but this individual refused and instead donated the sword to the sect. The young man was cautious, acutely aware that this incident was one of Zhao Yunsheng's deepest resentments. This matter had caused Zhao to lose face within the sect. He had long wished to eliminate this person. Was he not dead? Zhao Yunsheng's body trembled violently, his eyes revealing a mixture of horror and disbelief. He distinctly recalled dispatching 2 individuals to hunt down this person, and now he was filled with regret for not having dealt with him personally. This was precisely the greatest cause of our suspicions. The 2 sent by the young master had yet to return, and it was likely that their fates were grim. Furthermore, this time at the market, he was also outside the sect. Force him out. With a furious roar, Zhao Yunsheng's eyes turned crimson, his face a mask of frost. At the alchemy chamber, Wang Bu'er arrived, filled with confusion. He had dutifully harvested a plethora of herbs as requested the previous day and submitted them. Yet, this morning, the alchemy chamber had sent another list. Although such occurrences were not unprecedented, the repetition of numerous species on both lists filled him with a sense of foreboding. Lu Shixiang. This is the list of herbs required by the alchemy chamber. Please verify it. Despite his inner unease, Wang Bu'er was confident that he had not made any mistakes. Herbs? Did you not just deliver them yesterday? Why is there another list now? Lu Shixiang looked utterly bewildered. Wang Bu'er had garnered a considerable reputation within the alchemy chamber and was known for his meticulousness. Such an error was improbable. No, that cannot be. The ominous premonition intensified. This is not the jade slip from the alchemy chamber, so it is not our doing. Could it be a prank by someone? Lu Shixiang returned the list jade slip to Wang Bu'er, shaking his head. Leaving the alchemy chamber, Wang Bu'er was engulfed in turmoil. He had maintained a low profile within the Xingyuan sect, particularly recently, rarely making appearances. There should be no one who would play such a trick on him. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed drastically. Without pausing to ponder further, he hastened towards Zhao Shuaying's herb garden. The only person he could suspect was Zhao Yunsheng. If he had offended anyone, it would undoubtedly be Zhao Yunsheng. Moreover, only Zhao Yunsheng possessed the audacity and capability to do so. Just then, a sudden howling sound echoed around him, accompanied by the roar. Several streaks of light approached him rapidly. There were 4 individuals, all of whom were foundation establishment cultivators. Wang Bu'er immediately recognized that Zhao Yunsheng was also present when the flying sword was forcibly purchased. Indeed, it was Zhao Yunsheng. This man possessed remarkable audacity, daring to strike against me within the confines of the sect. A tremor coursed through Wang Bu'er's heart, but he soon shook his head in silence. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. Although Xingyuan's sect strictly prohibited disciples from engaging in private duels, such prohibitions required time to be enforced, and the arrival of punishment necessitated even more time. Zhao Yunsheng had the audacity to act against me within this window of opportunity. Even if he were to kill me, as long as the deed was done, with his talent and background, the sect's retribution would ultimately be inconsequential, perhaps even trivialized into a mere footnote. Flee. Wang Bu'er had no time for further contemplation. His mind raced with myriad thoughts, and without hesitation, he altered his course, dashing deeper into the sect. Since he had been deliberately lured out, there would undoubtedly be interceptors on the distant path towards Zhaoshuaying. The best course of action was to escape within the sect. If he encountered high-ranking members, such as elders, they could intervene and prevent any harm. This was his only avenue for survival. The rules of the cultivation world were unyielding. The strong prey upon the weak. There were no absolute regulations. Wang Bu'er gritted his teeth, his speed surging exponentially. His physical strength and evasion techniques were unleashed to their utmost pinnacle. The swiftness with which he moved transformed him into a mere phantom, whistling past, leaving the surrounding disciples of the sect utterly astounded. Damn, how could this lad be so fast? Nevertheless, this only served to underscore his culpability. This individual had concealed his true nature so profoundly. In the distance, Zhao Yunsheng, clad in white, approached with an air of indifference. He had not anticipated that Wang Bu'er would be so alert and swift. Yet, the more this was the case, the more convinced he became. The thought that the unspeakable burdens he now bore might very well be a consequence of Wang Bu'er's actions ignited an unprecedented rage within him. Such a lowly insect had previously caused him to lose face. Now, it seemed he would have to live the latter half of his life in humiliation. The irreversible damage done to his body made him yearn to flay Wang Bu'er alive. Pursue. By any Wang Bu'er is now filled with profound regret. It must have been his decision to venture to the market to handle treasures that led to the current predicament. Naturally, he can deduce that Zhao Yunsheng possesses the capability to orchestrate a scheme within the marketplace. Alas, it is too late for remorse. He must buy time. The inspecting elder and the disciples of punishment cannot remain present indefinitely. If he can merely delay until their sacrifice, the crisis will surely resolve itself. An idea sparks in his mind, illuminating his thoughts with clarity. He has found a solution. With determination, he alters his course. Ahead lies the arena within the sect where inner disciples engage in sparring and competition. Humph, cleverness turned against itself. I know your intentions. Yet, venturing there would be akin to weaving your own demise. Once you enter, your fate is sealed. Behind him, Zhao Yunsheng strides leisurely, his confidence radiating as he pursues with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing Wang Bu'er's chosen path, a sneer immediately graces his face. The more Wang Bu'er attempts to evade, the more convinced Zhao Yunsheng becomes that he is the mastermind behind it all. I will not rest until you are slain, Wang Bu'er. As he gazes at the fleeing figure, the intensity in his eyes grows increasingly frenzied, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him, rendering his presence eerily formidable. Chapter 35. Could it be that senior brother is truly so heartless? Wang Bu'er's figure swayed as he moved with such swiftness that even the few cultivators behind him, all of whom were at the foundation establishment stage, could not pursue him. The existence of the system allowed him to effortlessly master the cloud shadow escape technique, swiftly reaching its pinnacle. Soon, the arena came into view. Gritting his teeth, Wang Bu'er hesitated not, focusing on one of the platforms and stepping onto it. The moment he entered, a resounding boom echoed around him. A radiant barrier surged upwards, enveloping the arena within it. Breathing heavily, he turned to look back. The four pursuing him arrived quickly, and among them was Zhao Yunsheng. Their eyes met, and within Zhao Yunsheng's gaze flickered a maddened rage and a sinister killing intent. Yet, it swiftly transformed into a mocking smile. Your mind works rather quickly, he sneered. The sect's arena was indeed peculiar. To ensure fairness in combat, each arena was surrounded by a formation. Once a cultivator stepped in, the formation would immediately seal off access. The rules of the formation were simple yet harsh. Unless permitted by the initial entrant, only one cultivator of the same rank could enter. During their duel, the formation would remain absolutely sealed unless one reached the peak of the core formation stage and utilized a magical artifact. Thus, Wang Bu'er's plan was straightforward. As long as he remained within the arena, Zhao Yunsheng and his foundation establishment lackeys would be powerless against him. He could then buy enough time for the patrolling elders or disciplinary disciples to arrive. Zhao Yunsheng, I am well aware of your extraordinary talent and formidable background. Yet that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. The Xingyuan sect has elders and rules to uphold. Wang Bu'er thought. To audaciously pursue a fellow disciple within the sect is utterly arrogant. With the formation in place, Wang Bu'er felt no fear. As long as he did not activate the formation, Zhao Yunsheng and his lackeys would be unable to enter. If Wang Shizhi speaks thus, then it is indeed serious. As an inner disciple of the Xingyuan sect, how could I possibly commit such a breach of sect rules? I merely wish to share a jest with Wang Shizhi. Please, step out. I assure you, no one will lay a hand on you. If you do not believe me, then by all means, test it. Zhao Yunsheng's lips curled into a smile as he spoke coldly. His demeanor and tone exuded gentility and elegance. Yet all could sense the intense and terrifying killing intent beneath. Everyone understood that should Wang Bu'er dare to emerge, he would undoubtedly be hunted down by Zhao Yunsheng. I recall Wang Bu'er. He seemingly won the sect's Best Contribution Award last year, receiving a high-grade spiritual artifact flying sword as a reward. I also remember that when Zhao Shizhi sought to purchase it, this fellow refused and thus donated the sword to the sect. In the Xingyuan sect, there was nothing that Zhao Shizhi could not achieve. I said that this fellow embarrassed Zhao Shizhi, and he could not possibly let it slide. Yet, I never anticipated that even after such a long time, Zhao Shizhi would still hold a grudge. Soon, someone recognized Wang Bu'er's identity and mentioned the entanglement with Zhao Yunsheng. Zhao Yunsheng held a distinguished position within the Xingyuan sect, and Wang Bu'er's lack of deference towards him was a source of humiliation. Wang Bu'er, do you truly believe that you can evade me by hiding in the arena? Zhao Yunsheng paid no heed to the surrounding discussions. Compared to the agony he endured and the disgrace of his physical shortcomings, his mere image within the sect was insignificant. Listen closely, everyone. Whoever can ascend the stage to kill this man or force him out of the arena shall be rewarded with 3,000 spirit stones and 100 earth spirit pills. He soared into the air, surveying the crowd with a sardonic smile. The atmosphere erupted with excitement, as many faces flushed with fervor. 3,000 spirit stones and 100 earth spirit pills constituted a tremendous fortune. More importantly, it was an opportunity to earn Zhao Yunsheng's favor. Undeniably, even though Zhao Yunsheng was not quite the gentleman he had previously appeared to be, he remained an entity they could only look up to within the Xingyuan sect. On the arena, Wang Bu'er frowned. He had not anticipated this aspect. Under heavy reward, brave souls would inevitably emerge. Zhao Yunsheng's bounty was sufficient to entice numerous peak qi condensation disciples. While he himself could not enter the arena's formation, others with qi condensation could. Thus, he had no choice but to either defeat these challengers or concede defeat and be expelled by the formation. Zhao Yunsheng's strategy was straightforward. Either incite others to eliminate him in the arena or voluntarily step out and continue facing Zhao Yunsheng's pursuit. Today, you shall surely perish. Zhao Yunsheng observed the crowd's eagerness with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spirit stones and a single earth spirit pill flew forth, releasing an overwhelming aura and the rich fragrance of the pills that instantly ignited the passions of many. Few could resist such temptation. I shall claim this bounty. Among the crowd, a peak qi condensation disciple stepped forward, breathing heavily. He leaped into the air, and the arena's formation posed no obstacle to him. This individual had already reached the 10th level of qi condensation, and as his cultivation unfurled, his aura eclipsed Wang Bu'er's. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow slightly. Although the situation deviated from his expectations, he felt no fear. Zhao Yunsheng likely held some misconceptions about him. While he might struggle against a foundation-building warrior, qi condensation was a different matter altogether. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior brother? He asked calmly. Wang Dana, 10th level of qi condensation. The young man felt somewhat embarrassed, as he was taking advantage of the situation. After all, they were of the same clan. Why must they clash so fiercely? We share the same surname, and perhaps we were kin a millennium ago. Why must you make it difficult for your junior brother? Apologies, Wang Shizhi. I am in dire need of pills and spirit stones. Wang Dana frowned, feeling awkward but realizing he had no choice but to proceed. Though the pills were precious, spirit stones were equally valuable. However, we are, after all, of the same lineage. Is it truly necessary for you, senior brother, to be so heartless? Wang Bu'er's expression was one of sheer terror. Wang Dana, steeling himself, gritted his teeth and declared, the arena battles are fundamentally grounded in practical combat. Since you have stepped onto the stage, you must be prepared for the possibility of death. Of course, if you fear for your life, you may concede and withdraw at any time. Understood, senior brother Wang. Wang Bu'er retorted coldly. In any case, it is evident that you have made up your mind. You intend to exchange my life for those 3,000 spirit stones and 100 earth spirit pills, correct? As long as you comprehend. Wang Dana felt a surge of anger at Wang Bu'er's public proclamation. Some matters are better left unspoken. Acknowledging them aloud transforms everything. The stigma of coercing a fellow disciple was now inescapable. Very well, if that is the case, I shall bear no psychological burden. Wang Bu'er suddenly smiled, and the fear that had previously graced his face vanished without a trace. What does that mean? Wang Dana was taken aback, sensing that Wang Bu'er's words carried an implication. Yet, just as he was about to speak, the seemingly harmless Wang Bu'er darted forward with astonishing speed, the air crackling around him. In an instant, a beam of sword light erupted, spinning rapidly, aimed directly at Wang Dana's head. Although it was unexpected, Wang Dana remained unperturbed. Wang Bu'er's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of qi condensation, a far cry from his own prowess. Even in a surprise attack, victory was assured. With unwavering composure, he wielded his flying sword to intercept Wang Bu'er's strike. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, unleashing a wind blade that swept towards Wang Bu'er's lower body. Clang! In that fleeting moment of contact, Wang Bu'er's flying sword suddenly plunged downwards, radiating golden light. With a sharp crack, Wang Dana's sword shattered instantaneously. The sword light continued its descent, blood splattering as one of Wang Dana's arms was severed in an instant. Wang Dana let out a blood-curdling scream, hastily retreating. The calm demeanor he had previously maintained evaporated, replaced by an indescribable horror. Chapter 36. The Slayer, Meet His End. This is the 4th level of the Azure Peak sword technique. How could you possibly? Wang Dana, drenched in sweat, retreated incessantly, finally realizing something was amiss. Yet, it was too late. Wang Bu'er struck down with his sword, his speed surging once more. The wind blades were effortlessly evaded, followed by a second strike. Wang Dana, gripped by terror, reached out with his other hand, summoning a shimmering silver shield to block his path. However, Wang Bu'er paid no heed. His spiritual awareness erupted, amplifying the power of this strike yet again. The preceding banter had merely served to lower his opponent's guard. A step ahead, always a step ahead. Wang Bu'er understood this principle all too well. Having gained the upper hand, he would not afford his adversary even the slightest chance of resurgence. Bang! The shield was sent flying. Before Wang Dana could react further, Wang Bu'er's third strike descended. At that moment, his physical prowess fully unfurled, rendering him even more powerful and swift. Wang Dana was now caught in a frenzy of defense against Wang Bu'er's relentless assault. He was utterly unprepared for any further countermeasures. Wang Bu'er's blade swept across Wang Dana's chest. Splurt! The sound of flesh and skin being rent asunder was faint yet chilling. Wang Dana's body froze in place, his eyes wide, devoid of any glimmer of life. Blood gushed forth in a spray, echoing in the silence. Wang Bu'er refrained from striking again. Swiftly retreating to his original stance, he immediately consumed a medicinal pill. At this moment, Wang Dana's body began to topple, his eyes wide open, stripped of vitality. A deep sword mark across his chest nearly cleaved him in two. Clang! The uncontrollable flying sword clattered to the ground, and an eerie stillness enveloped the arena. From the commencement of their clash to Wang Dana's demise, no more than 5 breaths had passed. In those fleeting moments, life and death were determined. Wang Dana met his end with remarkable swiftness. He was at the pinnacle of qi condensation, the highest tier among his peers. Today, in merely 3 exchanges, he had fallen to Wang Bu'er. Surrounding spectators turned pale, instinctively retreating. Though they were all cultivators aware of the ruthless nature of the cultivation world, few had genuinely witnessed bloodshed or taken a life, especially when the fallen was Wang Dana, whose cultivation was superior to most present. Those who had entertained thoughts of rewarding xianxia were equally gripped by fear. If they had been the ones to confront Wang Bu'er, could they have withstood those 3 strikes? It seemed exceedingly unlikely. Hence, had they charged forth, they would likely find themselves the ones lying dead now. Xianxia was equally dumbfounded. Yet, this incident intensified his suspicions regarding Wang Bu'er. The 2 assassins he had dispatched to eliminate Wang Bu'er had yet to return. Under normal circumstances, Wang Bu'er should have had no chance of survival. Now it all made sense. If those 2 had approached the situation with the same arrogance, they indeed stood a chance of being slain in return. Who else would dare pursue the bounty? Before stepping up, one must weigh their own capabilities. Wang Bu'er bellowed through clenched teeth. At this juncture, explanations hold no value. The sole recourse is to buy time. Although he harbors no desire to take a life, if these individuals seek his demise, then he is justified in demanding theirs in return. The slayer shall be slain. It is evident that Zhao Yunsheng had already devised alternative plans. Otherwise, the inspecting elders would not have yet arrived. Since he has chosen to act, it must be with a thunderous force, leaving no opportunities for his adversaries. Only through such an imposing display of power and the specter of death can he instill fear, preventing them from repeatedly challenging him. You wish to intimidate them? I shall not grant you that chance. Zhao Yinsheng was acutely aware of Wang Bu'er's intentions. The bounty remains. Who can slay Wang Bu'er or force him off the stage? 5,000 spirit stones and 200 earth spirit pills. As his words resonated, the surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. Such a terrifying reward is sufficient to entice anyone to take a risk. As the saying goes, beneath a generous reward, courageous souls shall emerge. Soon, an individual stepped forth from the throng, ascending the platform. Zhang Chunsheng, of the 10th level of Qi condensation. Apologies, Brother Wang. He spoke in a deep tone, his gaze cold, revealing a solitary and ruthless nature. Such individuals are often decisive and brutal in their actions. No offense taken. You seek spirit stones and pills, while I seek my life. Before Wang Bu'er could finish, Zhang Chunsheng had already launched his attack. Learning from previous encounters, Zhang Chunsheng was anything but careless. He unleashed his most formidable treasures and lethal techniques. A surge of icy power quickly coalesced, and a multitude of ice spikes erupted from the ground, targeting Wang Bu'er's lower body. As a Qi condensation warrior cannot fly, once grounded and restricted, it is nearly a deadlock. Wang Bu'er remained unperturbed, swiftly evading the incoming ice spikes. Zhang Chunsheng's broad-range techniques, while powerful, undoubtedly consumed immense amounts of spiritual energy. In contrast, Wang Bu'er's speed and evasion were his advantages. However, Zhang Chunsheng was evidently not in a hurry. As the ice spikes exploded, flying swords encircled, attempting to constrict Wang Bu'er's maneuvering space. He clearly possessed a profound understanding of the arena, leveraging its limited terrain to the fullest extent. Meanwhile, a round shield hovered incessantly before him, denying Wang Bu'er any opportunity for a surprise attack. Having witnessed Wang Bu'er's terrifying swordsmanship in their previous encounter, he was cautious. As time passed, Wang Bu'er's expression began to darken. His cultivation base, after all, was insufficient, and his innate talent limited. His internal power was finite. Despite Zhang Chunsheng's greater consumption, he steadily maintained his dominance over Wang Bu'er. At that moment, Wang Bu'er stumbled, the protective spiritual aura surrounding him flickering and dimming. Although it lasted but a fleeting instant, Zhang Chunsheng's vast experience led him to discern that Wang Bu'er was faltering. Such an opportunity would not be squandered. A surge of sanguine energy erupted from his entire being, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing forth. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, summoning dozens of ice spikes that simultaneously materialized, encircling Wang Bu'er in an impenetrable barrier. Concurrently, a flying sword flickered in the air, its resonant chime echoing, as it abruptly transformed from 1 into 3, descending ominously towards Wang Bu'er's crown. Whether through the ice spikes or the flying swords, a mere brush against Wang Bu'er would surely result in grievous injury. Once wounded, his demise would be inevitable. However, just as he unleashed his full power, convinced of his impending victory, an unsettling sensation suddenly gripped him. A palpable sense of life and death crisis descended upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Before he could retract and retreat, a blade of energy materialized before him. In a whispering swish, it pierced through his chest with chilling precision. Moments later, Wang Bu'er reappeared, his own form radiating with bloodlight, and with a decisive punch, he struck down. The sound of shattering bones reverberated as Zhang Chunsheng's chest visibly caved in. With a cough, a torrent of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, erupted forth as Zhang Chunsheng collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The light in his eyes flickered and vanished in an instant. A swift execution. Outside the arena, an eerie silence fell once more. Chapter 37. What meaning does life hold for a man who cannot even marry a wife? At this moment, Wang Bu'er exuded an air of vitality, displaying no hint of weakness. His earlier blunder had been a calculated move, a deliberate ploy to draw his opponents in. Many spectators gasped in astonishment. Among those who had entered the inner chamber, few were fools. They possessed a basic level of discernment. Here was Wang Bu'er, who had only reached the 6th tier of Qi condensation, yet within a brief span, he had vanquished 2 opponents at the 10th tier. His mastery of swordsmanship, spiritual awareness, techniques, and body refinement was unparalleled, devoid of any flaws. Crucially, his cunning and depth of strategy rendered him nearly impossible to anticipate. Moreover, his wealth was formidable. Just moments ago, he had audaciously consumed a top-tier earth spirit pill to restore his cultivation. Although the bounty set by Zhao Yunsheng remained tantalizing, no one dared to step forward. After all, rewards meant little without the assurance of survival. Zhao Yunsheng's chest heaved with suppressed rage, a tempest of fury that sought release. He understood now that with Wang Bu'er's brilliance on full display, no one would risk their necks for even the most enticing of rewards. The grand spectacle he had orchestrated had allowed Wang Bu'er to elude a dire fate. In that instant, he was forced to reassess the man he had once deemed insignificant, a mere insect, now responsible for inflicting upon him such profound humiliation and frustration. He could endure any affront, but the thought of being rendered powerless for the remainder of his life was a dagger to his heart, driving him to the brink of madness. In that moment, he resolved that the one who had thwarted his ambitions and marred his body was none other than Wang Bu'er. Zhao Yunxing's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented murderous intent. He had never before harbored such a desire to kill. The intensity of his wrath chilled those around him, compelling them to instinctively retreat in fear. Wang Bu'er, you shall die? With a resounding clash, a sword song erupted, and a cascade of seven-colored light burst forth from his storage bag. Simultaneously, he swallowed a pill, and in an instant, his cultivation surged to a level akin to that of golden core. He was determined to break the formation and slay Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er had ruined his life. Despite his extraordinary talent, destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of immortality. What worth did life hold if he could not even marry a wife? Enough. You lack the capability to dismantle this formation. A gentle voice echoed, accompanied by a mesmerizing figure descending from the heavens. With an exquisitely delicate visage, cascading hair like a waterfall, and an ethereal presence, she was Zhao Shuang. Yunsheng, enough. This is still a sect, not a place for your reckless abandon. Do not go too far. Zhao Shuang's elegant brow furrowed slightly. In truth, she had arrived much earlier, but had chosen to remain unnoticed. However, Wang Bu'er's recent battle had piqued her curiosity, leading her to discern the concealed depths of his cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, one cannot possibly associate the diligent and seemingly innocuous Wang Bu'er from the medicinal garden with the resolute and ruthless Wang Bu'er standing before him now. However, upon reflection, it becomes apparent that this is the same individual who, when coerced by Zhao Yunsheng, resolutely refused to comply, ultimately choosing to sacrifice his flying sword to the sect rather than acquiesce to Zhao's desires. All of this begins to make sense. Wang Bu'er has concealed himself far too well. Zhao Yunsheng gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he had no choice but to retract his cultivation. You may now obstruct me. This person holds a profound grudge against me. I must eliminate him. The palpable fury, as though he wished to rend Wang Bu'er into 1,000 pieces, was unmistakable. Young Master Zhao, are you jesting? Wang Bu'er replied, stifling a laugh. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With Zhao Shuang's arrival, it was evident that the other patrolling elders would soon follow. In such circumstances, it was impossible for Zhao Yunsheng to take action against him. You are a foundational master, possessing formidable strength and a powerful background. You have access to pills and treasures, and even a single guard by your side could easily slay me. I, Wang Bu'er, am merely an apprentice in the pill chamber. What capability do I possess to harbor such deep-seated animosity towards young Master Zhao? As he exhaled, he felt a sudden rush of blood from his mouth, his complexion paling instantly. His breath became disordered, and he appeared utterly frail, as if suffering from internal injuries. Feigning vulnerability, Wang Bu'er displayed a certain awareness. Could it be that young Master Zhao still harbors resentment over the matter of the flying sword purchase? Is this the demeanor of a distinguished young master? Is it merely a delay in your attempts to please your junior sister that you hold a grudge for an entire year? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuang furrowed her brow again. Although Wang Bu'er's words were harsh, they held a degree of truth. She was acutely aware of her nephew's temperament, as well as his cunning and capabilities. Given Wang Bu'er's aptitude and strength, even concealed, he posed no threat to Zhao Yunxing. A number of patrolling elders began to arrive, their expressions turning awkward as they surveyed the scene, particularly upon seeing Zhao Shuang. Their late arrival was clearly due to Zhao Yunxing's prior instructions, deliberately allowing for leniency. Must I articulate this? You feigned weakness outside the sect, setting a trap that led to my guards falling victim to your ambush, just as these two have. Zhao Yunxing's gaze grew colder. Then you approached me, taking advantage of my battle with a core formation beast, and seized my storage bag and spoils while we were both injured. All of this was orchestrated by you. As his words fell, a wave of uproar erupted around them. Every gaze turned towards Wang Bu'er with incredulity, unable to fathom how this individual could commit such audacious acts. Zhao Shuang and the patrolling elders were equally taken aback. Could Zhao Yunxing truly suffer such a loss? How amusing it was that young Master Zhao had become the subject of ridicule. You speak eloquently, yet you feign weakness, set traps, and slay foundational masters, even two at once. Why not give it a try? Wang Bu'er arched his body, appearing frail and uncomfortable. Yet his gaze was sharper than ever. He had never feared anyone before his transmigration, and now he feared even less. With so much time having passed since that incident, he had long since devised various explanations. Besides, how could I possibly know if you were slaying a demon beast? A core-forming demon beast, no less. Was that a situation in which I could involve myself? Moreover, if you were indeed hunting a core-forming demon beast, you must have been well prepared. How could there be mutual destruction? Are you questioning your own abilities or your own intellect? Wang Bu'er remarked with a face full of scorn. Do not attempt to argue your way out of this. I have conducted a thorough investigation and found that among those who ventured out of the mountain, only you had the time, motivation, and proximity. He continued. Furthermore, my treasure was sold in the market, and you just happened to be there. Wang Bu'er's attempts at evasion only fueled Zhao Yunxing's rage. What do you mean, possibly? I had thought that young Master Zhao possessed some concrete evidence. After all this, it turns out to be merely a possibility? Young Master Zhao, is it true that your methods rely solely on conjecture? What of my entrance to the mountain and my visit to the market? Is that your justification for wanting to kill me? Do you not find that both far-fetched and absurd? Wang Bu'er laughed, his scorn intensifying. At that moment, he felt no fear towards Zhao Yunxing. This fellow was far less astute than he had initially appeared. I knew you would attempt to defend yourself. Very well. Even if all these occurrences are mere coincidences, I possess evidence, irrefutable evidence that you cannot contest. Zhao Yunxing's eyes glinted coldly, his breath wild with fury. Chapter 38. I have 4 words for you. Sitting in a well and watching the sky. You possess a significant aura of the Guiyuan pill, which is only concocted by my aunt and the Grand Elder of Alchemy at the Xingyuan sect. I have verified that every single pill they produce has a precise destination, and none have leaked out of the sect or the market in the past 2 years. Now, tell me, aside from robbing my storage bag, what other means do you have to acquire it? It is simply impossible. Therefore, the person at that time must be you. Zhao Yunxing laughed maniacally, his chilling smile causing the temperature around to plummet. This reasoning is irrefutable. Zhao Shuang and others were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes towards Wang Bu'er. As the formation of the arena was activated, his aura immediately surged forth. The essence of the Guiyuan pill was unmistakable and could not be concealed from Zhao Shuang, one of the strongest alchemists in the Xingyuan sect. Indeed, this was something Wang Bu'er could not explain. The surrounding individuals fell silent once more, their astonishment evident. So it truly was Wang Bu'er? This fellow is astonishingly capable, managing to steal Zhao Yunxing's storage bag? Of course, skill is secondary, audacity is paramount. Wang Bu'er, I grant you an opportunity to explain. Otherwise, none of us can guarantee your safety, unless you can remain on the arena indefinitely. Zhao Shuang's voice grew somber. Although Zhao Yunxing was somewhat arrogant, he was still a member of the Zhao family and her own nephew. If Wang Bu'er indeed committed these acts, she would no longer offer him protection. In such a case, Wang Bu'er would be doomed. At this moment, Wang Bu'er was also taken aback. In truth, he had been perplexed as to why, despite his precautions, Zhao Yunxing could still track him down. The reason was the Guiyuan pill. This was indeed a significant loophole, an unexplainable flaw. Now, present your reasoning. If you cannot articulate it, then prepare for your demise. Although the sect prohibits vendettas and personal duels, I, Zhao Yunxing, possess the strength to endure the consequences of your death. His eyes were icy, hands clasped behind his back, exuding immense confidence. As though he had regained his previous composure and dominance, Wang Bu'er swallowed hard, his mind in turmoil. He found himself at a loss for an explanation. The Guiyuan pills from both the sect and the market were traceable, yet he could not clarify the ones on his person. He had considered everything, save for the pills. Unlike spiritual artifacts, the Guiyuan pill was a rarity in the Xingyuan sect. Come, explain it to me. Let us see how you will wriggle out of this. Zhao Yunxing's gaze was laced with derision and malevolence. His hatred for Wang Bu'er was profound, even beyond mere enmity. Wang Bu'er fell silent, his thoughts racing. He understood clearly that if he could not provide an explanation, he would face certain death. Surely, he could not truly remain hidden on the arena, as Zhao Shuang suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Bu'er finally resolved to act. Indeed, maintaining a low profile could avert many troubles. However, an excessive display of modesty might lead others to unceremoniously trample upon one's dignity. Some matters may require intricate explanations, yet if it solely pertains to the Guiyuan Dan. Within the Xingyuan sect, only 2 individuals possess the capability to refine it. Each grain of Guiyuan Dan is destined for a specific purpose. Wang Bu'er laughed heartily, relinquishing his entanglement, his eyes glimmering with derision. Within this mockery lay traces of arrogance and disdain. What if I claim that this Guiyuan Dan was crafted by my own hand? Upon his utterance, a cacophony erupted around him. Particularly, Zhao Yinxing appeared as though he had encountered an absurd jest. Wang Bu'er, have you truly exhausted your capacity to fabricate a plausible excuse? Are you aware of the ludicrousness of your claim? You, refining Gu Yuan Dan, do you comprehend that such an endeavor necessitates the prowess of a fourth-tier alchemist? In the Xingyuan sect, there exist merely two fourth-tier alchemists. One is my aunt, and the other, the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Chamber. Zhao Yinxing regarded Wang Bu'er as though he were a fool. The gazes of those surrounding them were rife with skepticism and incredulity. Initially, they felt some sympathy for Wang Bu'er, but now, the simplicity of his prevarication was too glaring. A fourth-tier alchemist had not emerged from the Xingyuan sect in centuries. The mere thought of Wang Bu'er making such a farce was laughable. Yet, Wang Bu'er remained unfazed. Zhao Yunsheng, I once believed that while you were arrogant, you were not devoid of wisdom. However, I now have 4 words for you. Sitting in a well and observing the sky. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Wang Bu'er turned his attention to Zhao Shuang. Master Zhao, although my strength is modest and pales in comparison to the numerous prodigies of the sect, and my background cannot hold a candle to that of young Master Zhao, I cannot bear this unfounded injustice. As an unworthy disciple, I humbly request to refine alchemy on the spot. Should I fail to substantiate that this elixir was of my own making, I shall willingly offer my head without requiring any further action from him. Wang Bu'er clasped his hands in respect towards Zhao Shuang, his tone laced with a chilling detachment. Are you certain? Zhao Shuang's expression was largely inscrutable. She had no faith in Wang Bu'er's words. If fourth-tier alchemists were so easily found, her esteemed position within the Xingyuan sect would not be so unique. Although Wang Bu'er excelled in managing the herb garden, his innate talent for alchemy was still considerably lacking. In truth, there was no need for such extremes. If it truly were your doing, simply return what you have taken and sincerely apologize. I can intercede, stripping you of your cultivation while sparing your life. Not only Zhao Shuang, but the increasing assembly of senior sect elders regarded him with similar skepticism. Wang Bu'er shook his head slightly, feeling a renewed sense of lament. Indeed, it always comes down to strength, talent, and background. Ultimately, whether or not this incident was orchestrated by him. The realm of cultivation operates under the principle of the survival of the fittest, where merit reigns supreme. Let alone the fact that he had merely taken Zhao Yunxing's storage pouch. Even if he had slain him, it would still adhere to the laws of survival, governed by capability alone. Furthermore, it is worth noting that this incident transpired outside the confines of the sect. However, the individuals before him have tacitly accepted the notion that they may thus punish themselves. The disciple is resolute, not for any other reason, but to reclaim a sense of dignity. Why should Zhao Yinxing presume to act with such arrogance and disdain? Wang Bu'er proclaimed loudly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Zhao Yinxing, showing no signs of retreat. He intended to impart a profound lesson upon Zhao Yinxing. Since you are insistent, I shall acquiesce to your desires. However, Zhao Shuang left her sentence unfinished. Yet Wang Bu'er understood her unspoken words all too well. Once commenced, should the outcome be failure, his life would be beyond salvation. Rest assured, Master Uncle, the disciple bears no resentment or regret. Wang Bu'er clenched his teeth, casting another glance at Zhao Yunxing. Is it truly necessary to be so confrontational over the mere loss of your third leg? This predicament is entirely of your own making. Why squander your privilege as a wealthy heir in pursuit of adversity? If that is the case, then allow me to bestow upon you a lesson today. Let you comprehend the reality that there are always greater forces beyond oneself. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Zhao Shuang refrained from further verbosity. With a swift motion of her sleeve, a fragrant breeze swept through. Before Wang Bu'er, ethereal lights materialized, revealing an array of items. An alchemical furnace, fire ore, a medicinal cauldron, and a plethora of herbs. Everything requisite for the art of alchemy. Should you require any additional herbs, do not hesitate to voice your needs. You have 3 opportunities to concoct the returning essence pill. I am deeply grateful for Master Uncle's generosity. As Wang Bu'er performed a respectful bow, the system interface activated, allowing for successive enhancements. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 19. Lifespan, 1,327 years, 11 months, 12 days, 2 hours. Vitality, 9. Spiritual power, condensation of qi. 7th level 810. Consciousness, subtle awareness 410. Celestial host skill, unrestrained. Alchemist, 4th grade alchemist 910. Chapter 39. If he is a man, then marry him and become a partner in the path. Wang Bu'er directly consumed 300 years to elevate his alchemist level to the pinnacle of a 4th grade alchemist. Master Uncle, I require 100 years of purple Renhua. 6-leaf Siyuko, mature Jiyuan grass, 300-year-old xianxia red, and 4-petal Chitsue fruit. Glancing at the herbs he already possessed, Wang Bu'er decisively spoke. Zhao Shuang, clearly harboring a desire for verification, provided an incomplete list of herbs. I have them all, with a slight movement of her beautiful eyes and a wave of her hand. The herbs Wang Bu'er requested descended one by one. Upon hearing the names of these herbs, she realized that he possessed the formula for the Guiyuan pill. Could he truly be preparing to refine the Guiyuan pill? Whispers circulated among the crowd. What nonsense! This fellow is merely posturing, buying time. The Guiyuan pill requires a 4th-grade alchemist. He probably just glanced at the formula and is hoping for a stroke of luck. Most likely, this is his only chance for a comeback. No one believed that Wang Bu'er was genuinely attempting to refine the pill. They thought he was simply stalling for time. Zhao Yunsheng was even more skeptical. However, he found himself oddly unperturbed, arms crossed, fixated on Wang Bu'er. In his eyes, Wang Bu'er was merely a struggling jester, and he had no objections to allowing this insignificant creature to flounder a bit longer. Wang Bu'er took a deep breath as the alchemical techniques he had recently assimilated surged through his mind. His hands trembled slightly. Although he could augment his abilities systematically, he had yet to truly engage in the craft. Once he calmed his thoughts and stabilized his emotions, he raised his hand, allowing a piece of fire ore to tumble into the base of the alchemical furnace, igniting spontaneously with a resounding roar. A torrent of heat immediately enveloped the chamber, raising the temperature within the furnace. After a while, he raised his hand again, extinguishing half of the flames before adding several types of herbs into the furnace. Is he merely putting on a show? A Dan formation elder beside Zhao Shuang inquired upon witnessing this scene. Yet, Zhao Shuang remained silent, her brows furrowing once more. As one of the only 2 4th-grade alchemists in the Xingyuan sect capable of refining the Guiyuan pill, she was acutely aware of all the critical aspects of alchemy. She still doubted Wang Bu'er's capability to possess the skills of a 4th-grade alchemist. However, the way he had just extinguished the flames represented the first crucial step in refining the Guiyuan pill. Moreover, the residual heat he left behind was remarkably precise. Seeing Zhao Shuang's silence, the Dan formation elder could only awkwardly turn away. As the sect's most esteemed goddess, Zhao Shuang had countless admirers. Unfortunately, her exceptional talent in alchemy rendered her dismissive of the male cultivators within the sect. Many who presumed to approach her only found themselves embarrassed. On the arena, Wang Bu'er inhaled deeply once more. Initially, he felt a pang of nervousness, but as he took the first step, he swiftly fell into a state of focus. His consciousness instantaneously transcended, as if he had forgotten everything around him. All distractions were cast aside. He seemed to have forgotten the occasion, forgotten Zhao Yunsheng, and forgotten everyone else. As the alchemical process unfolded, he immersed himself wholly, body and soul. Refinement, dissolution, purification, fusion, proportioning, activation, sealing, roasting. Each step began to flow effortlessly as his mind released its grip, and his spirit became entirely focused. Although it was his first attempt at concocting the return to origin pill, the entire process was executed with remarkable order. As the alchemical endeavor progressed, he became increasingly absorbed, oblivious to the shifting expressions of those around him. The disciples at the chi condensation or core formation stages fared better, for they had never witnessed the crafting of such high-grade elixirs. However, the elders and peers of Zhao Yunsheng grew increasingly solemn. Zhao Shuang fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Wang Bu'er's hands. Initially, she was incredulous. After all, Wang Bu'er had only been in the field for a few years. If he could ascend to the rank of a 4th-rank alchemist so swiftly, wouldn't he that render her the foremost talent in the Star Yuan sect's alchemical arts? A mere joke? Yet now, doubt began to creep into her mind. From the beginning to the present, Wang Bu'er's alchemical process had been flawless. Every critical juncture in the crafting of the return to origin pill, every special manipulation, was executed with precision and finesse. She even surmised that, had she intervened, she might not have achieved such excellence. The other core formation elders and some disciples of the alchemical chamber, though unable to discern the entire intricacies, recognized that Wang Bu'er was indeed crafting the return to origin pill. Zhao Yunsheng appeared utterly dazed. The Zhao family was a lineage of alchemists, and his own skills were quite formidable. He had already reached the pinnacle of 1st-rank alchemy. While he lacked the capacity to concoct the return to origin pill, he was familiar with many critical steps. He too realized that every procedure Wang Bu'er executed was impeccably thorough. Could it be? If Wang Bu'er truly succeeded in crafting the return to origin pill, if he genuinely was a 4th-rank alchemist? As this thought emerged in his mind, his thoughts spiraled into chaos. At last, Wang Bu'er's alchemical work entered its final moments. Though it was not yet complete, a rich aroma of elixir wafted through the surrounding void. Additionally, under the impetus of the alchemical furnace, the surrounding spiritual energies began to ripple. At this moment, even ordinary disciples with little knowledge of alchemy sensed something significant. Could he truly be on the verge of concocting the return to origin pill? If so, that would mean he had attained the level of a fourth-rank alchemist. My heavens, could it be that our Star Yuan sect is to boast a third fourth-rank alchemist? The crowd began to murmur with excitement. Despite their disbelief, Wang Bu'er's performance was undeniable. Everyone understood the rarity of a fourth-rank alchemist. Everyone comprehended the significance of what a fourth-rank alchemist represented. Should he succeed, Wang Bu'er would instantly stand apart from the rest. One might even say it radiates brilliance. Such a youthful fourth-grade alchemist is destined to become an exceptionally sought-after prodigy within the sect. At this very moment, the purpose of this alchemical endeavor, originally meant to serve as a testament, seems utterly trivial. Regardless of what xianxia may have lost, even his very life, it cannot be dismissed as inconsequential. Rather, it is at least somewhat acceptable. It seems I have recalled something. I remember that Master Zhao once made a vow. Suddenly, someone spoke in a hushed tone. If anyone within the Xingyuan sect were to achieve the status of a fourth-grade alchemist at an earlier age than her, if it were a woman, they would become sworn sisters. If a man, she would marry him and become his partner in the path. Before this individual could finish, they abruptly realized the implications of their words and swiftly fell silent. Yet, all eyes were fixed on Wang Bu'er's alchemical work, enveloping the arena in a profound silence. Although his voice was soft, it was distinctly heard by nearly everyone present. In an instant, countless individuals were left speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. As they meticulously reflected, they were left agape. The crowd first gazed at Wang Bu'er, who appeared to be progressing through the alchemical process with remarkable ease, before their collective gaze turned to Zhao Shuang. She too had heard the voice, her eyes flickering with surprise, and in an instant, panic washed over her. Her face flushed a deep crimson, radiating heat. Just then, atop the arena, Wang Bu'er uttered a soft exclamation, striking the alchemical furnace with his palm. The moment the furnace opened, 3 fragrant pills soared into the air. Chapter 40. Well, I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. As the fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, all eyes were once again drawn to the spectacle. 3 elixirs hovered gracefully, their rich crimson hue adorned with a shimmering luster that unfurled gently. With a deft motion, Wang Bu'er sent one of the elixirs soaring towards Zhao Shuang. Esteemed master, please appraise this elixir. The elixir floated before Zhao Shuang, yet she remained unresponsive, lost in contemplation as she gazed at Wang Bu'er, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Observing this, the supervising elder seized the elixir and, after a brief inspection, his eyes widened with disbelief. The elixir was of exceptional quality, both in color and aura, and its form was equally exquisite. As he spoke, his voice trembled with excitement. This was indeed a Guiyuan pill, and its emergence signified that the Xingyuan sect had produced yet another fourth-rank alchemist. Sister Zhao, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I must seek an audience with the sect master. He produced a jade vial, carefully placing the elixir inside, and with a respectful bow to Zhao Shuang, he turned and departed, vanishing in a few fleeting moments. Witnessing this scene, those around could hardly fail to grasp the significance of the event. Wang Bu'er had truly succeeded in concocting the Guiyuan pill. Come, young Master Zhao, take a good look and ascertain whether this elixir originated from your storage pouch, Wang Bu'er declared, raising his hand once more. Another elixir soared through the air, this time landing directly before Zhao Yunxing. As the elixir settled, its fragrant essence rushed into Zhao Yunxing's nostrils, causing him to stagger, his eyes widening in disbelief. A tumult arose within his mind, as if he had been struck by a heavy stone, leaving him profoundly unsettled. The Guiyuan pill, freshly forged and still warm. This cannot be. This. Zhao Yunxing's thoughts spiraled chaotically. The outcome was far too sudden, far too extraordinary. He was utterly bewildered. Is this yours? As a weight lifted from his heart, Wang Bu'er relaxed, yet simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged forth. He fixed his gaze upon Zhao Yunxing, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. My aptitude for cultivation may be lacking, but I have produced a few Guiyuan pills to compensate. What business is it of yours? Do I require your approval to be recognized as a fourth-rank alchemist? As he pressed forward with his words, Wang Bu'er took another step closer. His consciousness expanded with a resounding force, radiating an air of unshakable confidence that suddenly bore down on Zhao Yunxing. compelling him to instinctively take several steps back. In that moment of retreat, the pressure intensified, draining the color from his face and leaving him with an expression of utter confusion and disbelief. I intended to maintain a low profile, to avoid disputes and competition with anyone. Yet, you relentlessly pursue me, relying on your qualifications, your background, and your cultivation. You have been relentlessly oppressive towards me. Very well, I shall cease my pretense and lay bare the truth. I am indeed a fourth-grade alchemist. Now are you satisfied? In this moment, Wang Bu'er exuded an air of dominance, his words imbued with an indescribable grandeur. As he took another step, not only xianxia, but also the numerous practitioners of qi condensation and foundation establishments surrounding him felt an overwhelming pressure, an ineffable weight. Xianxia staggered backward, his mind reverberating with chaos. He gazed at Wang Bu'er, absorbing his words, particularly fixating on the elixir before him. In an instant, his emotions became exceedingly complex and bewildered, leading to a swift overturning of his previous judgments. All clues pointed towards Wang Bu'er. Yet, the most crucial evidence was this returning essence pill, which Wang Bu'er had personally concocted. This revelation shattered Zhao Yunxing's prior arrogance, his domineering demeanor, and all his confidence. As if he had struck a fist against a mass of cotton, exceedingly uncomfortable. Wang Bu'er, you have utterly humiliated me. Regardless of whether you are the culprit, you shall perish today. Countless skeptical gazes encircled him, igniting within him an unprecedented sense of shame and embarrassment. Enraged, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he fixed his stare on Wang Bu'er, his long-established arrogance suddenly erupting. He no longer pondered if Wang Bu'er was indeed guilty. It mattered not. After being publicly humiliated by Wang Bu'er multiple times, even without this incident, Wang Bu'er was already marked for death in his eyes. With a swift motion, his high-grade spirit soared once more, radiating an overwhelming golden light. This luminosity dazzled and bewildered the onlookers, causing sharp pain throughout their bodies. Consumed by fury and humiliation, he pointed at Wang Bu'er, and the spirit sword descended with great speed. The scene unfolded with such rapidity and proximity, compounded by the high grade of the sword and the mastery of its technique, that even those at the core formation stage could scarcely react in time. A life-and-death crisis surged within Wang Bu'er's mind. A high-grade spirit sword wielded by a seventh-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Even with his highest-level cultivation and swordsmanship, along with protective treasures, it remained impossible to withstand. In this perilous moment, a peculiar light flickered in Wang Bu'er's eyes. The optimal response would naturally be to augment his cultivation, elevating it beyond foundation establishment. Yet, he refrained from doing so. A sudden surge in cultivation might expose him even further. He activated his body refinement system, rapidly diminishing his life source balance. Body refinement, 10. Ding. Host physique enhanced, reaching the meridian opening stage. Body refinement, meridian opening 010. Ding. Host physique enhanced, reaching the bone forging stage. Body refinement, bone forging 010. Reaching the meridian opening stage in body refinement is tantamount to achieving foundation establishment in body cultivation. Meanwhile, the bone forging stage equates to the core formation in body refinement. Within Wang Bu'er, a silent roar erupted, an overwhelming force flooding his entire being in an instant. His meridians and bones resonated with a thunderous boom. His vital essence surged, and the strength of his body erupted to a terrifying degree. The meridians expanded, and the refinement of his bones signified a profound transformation in his constitution. A lustrous sheen, akin to mysterious jade, flickered across his entire being. All of this occurred without any discernible fluctuations in his cultivation level, rendering it invisible to others. Only Wang Bu'er was aware of the extraordinary change within himself. At this moment, an indescribable sense of invincibility coursed through him. He could withstand a top-tier spiritual weapon. As Zhao Yunxing's sword descended, he relinquished the use of his flying sword and defensive treasures, choosing instead to clench his fist tightly. With a single punch, he unleashed the full force of his body refinement, colliding fiercely with the sword. The two forces met in an instantaneous clash, a resounding boom reverberating in all directions. The sheer intensity of the shockwave deafened the surroundings, leaving many disoriented, their heads ringing, and some weaker practitioners staggering back, pallid with fear. The thunderous echoes persisted. As Zhao Yunxing's flying sword was abruptly forced back, its brilliance rapidly dimming. With a crisp sound, it fell to the ground. Opposite him, Wang Bu'er gasped heavily. His face flushed, yet he remained completely unscathed. The entire arena fell into a stupor, as if frozen in disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to fathom the scene before them. Zhao Yunxing stood rooted in place, his gaze filled with confusion and shock. This was dire. It seemed he had become excessively powerful. Observing the expressions of those around him, Wang Bu'er's initial exhilaration faded, replaced by a sudden alarm in his heart. Without a second thought, he ceased suppressing the surging vital essence within him, causing his internal organs to quake violently. His complexion paled, and he spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 41. Master Zhao Shuang. Did she ever say she would marry you? Zhao Yunsheng. Have you not yet exhausted your folly? With a sharp rebuke echoing through the air, Zhao Shuang positioned herself between the two. The oppressive aura of her nascent soul surged forth, forcefully propelling Zhao Yunxing back several meters. Her enchanting gaze was fixed upon Zhao Yunxing, brimming with disappointment. Since Wang Bu'er could authenticate the origin of the elixir, all of Zhao Yunxing's previous conjectures were rendered absurd. Moreover, his prior actions had been remarkably foolish. Dazed, Zhao Yunxing wore an expression of utter bewilderment. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he glanced at Wang Bu'er on the arena, then at his thoroughly disillusioned aunt, and finally at the surrounding crowd, who clearly regarded him as the instigator. Overwhelmed with resentment, he could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not fathom how, as a 7th-layer foundation cultivator, he could not defeat Wang Bu'er, who was merely at the 6th layer of qi condensation. In that moment, he felt as if he had not vanquished Wang Bu'er, but rather a nascent soul cultivator. Yet, none of that mattered now. What was crucial was that he was acutely aware that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Wang Bu'er. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of articulating definitive evidence. The only clue had now been refuted by Wang Bu'er. To make matters worse, his aunt was chastising him for his foolishness. The beast he had painstakingly pursued was gone. His most obedient bodyguard was dead, and his storage bag was lost. Most importantly, his younger brother was nowhere to be found, despite being the one wronged. He had now become the perpetrator of folly. Having endured such humiliation throughout his life, Zhao Yunxing had never felt so constrained. What are you waiting for? Return to the family with me. You must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. You shall also face punishment. Zhao Shuang's countenance was grave, her displeasure evident, with a flicker of anger in her eyes. Before Zhao Yunsheng could respond, she swept her sleeve, enveloping him in a gentle force, and they ascended into the air, vanishing in an instant. As Wang Bu'er watched the two depart, and they finally disappeared from sight, he could no longer suppress himself and collapsed onto the arena. Gasping for breath, the crisis had finally been averted. Yet, a lingering fear gnawed at him. He had underestimated Zhao Yunxing's thirst for vengeance and the power he wielded. He had also acted too impulsively. Had he been able to endure a little longer, resisting the temptation to consume the elixir or sell the treasures, perhaps today's crisis could have been avoided. Fortunately, despite having gained a significant amount of longevity, he had refrained from cultivating new techniques or spells during this period. Now that the truth has come to light, let us disperse, spoke the remaining elder of the nascent soul patrol, casting a complex glance at Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er, you should return to rest and prepare. Do not leave the sect. Remain on standby for a summons, as the sect leader may wish to see you immediately. With that, he too vanished into the air. Wang Bu'er slowly rose and, under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers, made his way back to his residence. The crowd parted, their gazes filled with fervor. Greetings, Junior Brother Wang. Greetings, Junior Brother Wang. Greetings, Senior Brother Wang. Greetings, Master Wang's nephew. As Wang Bu'er passed by, everyone, whether acquainted or not, clasped their fists in salute. The radiance in their eyes had transformed drastically from before. Gazing at Wang Bu'er, visions of his previous alchemical feats and the moment he had repelled Zhao Yunsheng, who was at the 7th level of foundation establishment, flickered in their minds. From this moment onward, Wang Bu'er was no longer the same individual he had once been. He had become the singular figure bold enough to confront Zhao Yunsheng and emerge victorious, not once, but twice. The relevance of Zhao Yunxing's prior remarks concerning Wang Bu'er had become utterly inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Wang Bu'er was now a 4th-grade alchemist. In the hierarchy of the sect, a 4th-grade alchemist held a status even more formidable than that of a core formation elder, a person they had previously never known, who had suddenly soared to prominence today. However, Wang Bu'er couldn't shake the feeling that the gazes directed at him were somewhat peculiar. Beyond mere admiration and astonishment, there lingered an inexplicable sentiment. This was not only from the qi condensation disciples, but also from foundation establishment practitioners and even the occasional core formation elders who passed by. A considerable number of female cultivators were also whispering among themselves. Initially, Wang Bu'er thought it was his overwhelming presence that had shattered their youthful hearts. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. After some contemplation, he abandoned his return and altered his course towards Lin Jianxing's cave dwelling. What did you just say you accomplished? Upon hearing Wang Bu'er's words, Lin Jianxing nearly dropped the fruit platter he was holding. He scrutinized Wang Bu'er from head to toe, as if observing a creature from another realm. You have become a fourth-grade alchemist? Are you jesting with me? Lin Jianxing felt his intellect had been insulted. He indeed held high hopes for Wang Bu'er, but never to such an extraordinary extent. I acknowledge your diligence, but to become a fourth-grade alchemist through sheer effort alone is rather difficult to fathom. Just then, the cave door swung open, and Zheng Ro entered. Her face a mask of astonishment. Husband, something major has occurred. That Wang Bu'er you often mention, she exclaimed, only to be struck by the sight of Wang Bu'er, her expression shifting to one of utter shock. He has come to our home? Half an hour later, Wang Bu'er sat beside the table, his hands resting on his knees. His posture reminiscent of a well-behaved kindergarten child. Zheng Ro eagerly recounted the events that had transpired, interspersing her narrative with tidbits about the neighbor's wife acquiring a beautifully crafted accessory and her friend from Luoyun sect expecting a child. The most notable aspect was that Lin Jianxing listened with rapt attention, showing no inclination to interrupt. He epitomized the quintessential devoted husband, placing his wife at the pinnacle of his universe. The entire sect is discussing this matter. You have been in seclusion at home, thus unaware of the commotion. Wang Bu'er has gained significant renown lately. By the way, the Rainbow Pavilion has released a new style of Taoist robe. When will you purchase one for me? Wang Bu'er fixed his gaze on Zheng Ro. Fortunately, he currently harbored no intentions of seeking a romantic partner. Had he been in Lin Jianxing's position just moments ago, Zheng Ro's eclectic narrative style and her whimsical yet seamless transitions would have been enough to drive him to the brink of despair. So, is it true that you have indeed become a fourth-tier alchemist? Wang Bu'er found it peculiar. Why was Lin Jianxing so fixated on his status as a fourth-tier alchemist while seemingly indifferent to young Master Zhao? Well, did Master Zhao Shuang have any words for you? Lin Jianxing and his spouse regarded Wang Bu'er with an almost monstrous curiosity. Zhao Shuang, Ancestor Master? What could she possibly convey to me? Wang Bu'er felt increasingly bewildered. After all, he had already put Zhao Yunxing in such a predicament. What more could Zhao Shuang say? It would be a blessing if she refrained from reprimanding him. At this moment, he simply wished to comprehend why everyone regarded him with such unusual expressions. So, did Master Zhao Shuang mention anything about marrying you? Wang Bu'er spat his apple across the room. Chapter 42. Seizing the Dream Lover of the Sect Master. Zhao Shishu is the foremost goddess of our Xingyuan sect, naturally attracting an array of suitors. Among them is our current sect master. However, Zhao Shishu has long been engrossed in the pursuit of Taoist arts and alchemy, showing little interest in romantic entanglements. To deter harassment and gracefully decline her admirers, Zhao Shishu made a vow decades ago in front of numerous suitors, including the current sect master. She declared that should anyone in Xingyuan's sect achieve the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist at a younger age than hers, if they are female, they would become sworn sisters. If male, she would marry him and become his Dao partner. Everyone understood that Zhao Shishu's intent was to dissuade her pursuers, for it was well known that no one in Xingyuan's sect, nor in the entirety of the Daxia 17 kingdoms, had accomplished such a feat at a younger age than she. Thus, thereafter, no one dared to pursue Zhao Shishu any longer. Today, Lin Jianxing recounted the situation succinctly yet clearly, then fixed his gaze upon Wang Bu'er, particularly scrutinizing his hands. He could scarcely fathom how such hands could possibly qualify as those of a fourth-grade alchemist. Wang Bu'er swallowed hard, nearly choking on his own thoughts. Would Zhao Shishu forget? Would she deem him unworthy, as if this event had never transpired, and thus the vow ceased to exist? His thoughts were simple and direct. How could a mere novice like him ever be favored by someone of her caliber? Well, that seems impossible. Besides, Zhao Shishu had vowed that if she did not wish to marry the one who broke her oath, she would agree to marry the sect master. Yet, she could never marry the sect master because... Just look for yourself. Lin Jianxing asserted confidently, retrieving a jade slip and handing it to Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er pressed the slip to his forehead, and the first thing that appeared was a pair of large characters, Sect Master's portrait. He immediately found himself puzzled. Although it was the Sect Master's portrait, was it necessary to present it so formally? They even set up a small formation to denote the individual's identity. Yet, the moment the portrait unfurled in his mind's eye, he was confronted with an image of a man weighing at least 300 pounds. The fat was one thing, but this man's features appeared grotesquely assembled. A large black mole adorned his face, sprouting a thick black hair. His lips were plump, revealing two large yellowed incisors. Wang Bu'er nodded vigorously. Indeed, marrying this man was out of the question. This visage, she could hardly share a bed with such a person. So may I abstain from marriage? Wang Bu'er hastily inquired. No, you cannot. Before he could finish, Lin Jianxing replied definitively. Why not? You cannot defeat her. Ahem. Wang Bu'er was left feeling thoroughly embarrassed. Though reluctant to admit it, Lin Jianxing's words struck true. Departing from Lin Jianxing's cave, Wang Bu'er lamented all the way. The matter concerning Zhao Yunsheng had indeed been resolved. This individual is unlikely to seek trouble for himself in the future, even if he were to encounter difficulties. He remains unafraid. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he has shattered a vow made by a golden core practitioner, which may compel that individual to forcibly wed him. Furthermore, he has usurped the dream lover of the sect leader of the Star Yuan sect. The very thought of these circumstances leaves Wang Bu'er in disarray. In the ensuing days, Wang Bu'er found himself confined to his apartment in the herbal garden of the alchemy room, oscillating between these two locations. He refrained from entering Zhao Shuang's private herbal garden, plagued by worries that should he venture there, Zhao Shuang might ensnare him with a binding spell and drag him into the thicket. Every time these thoughts crossed his mind, vivid images of himself and the enchanting Zhao Shuang in a nuptial setting would materialize. Bah, he quickly quelled those thoughts. While the imagery is indeed alluring, Wang Bu'er would not engage in such passive scenarios. By the 7th day, Wang Bu'er ultimately found himself before Zhao Shuang's herbal garden. Fortune and misfortune often intertwine. One cannot evade what is destined. Although his previous girlfriend had ultimately strayed, Wang Bu'er understood one fundamental truth. When a woman actively seeks you out, it seldom bodes well. Extracting his token, he stepped into the herbal garden, prioritizing the collection of his lifespan balance for the month. Ding, lifespan payment received, 7 months, 21 days, 22 hours. Ding, lifespan payment received, for months, 16 days, 2 hours. Ding, lifespan payment received, 6 months, 2 days, 13 hours. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 19. Lifespan, 1,116 years, 9 months, 6 days, 17 hours. Body refinement, bone forging 010. Spiritual power, chi condensation 7th level 810. Divine consciousness, subtle awareness 410. Flowing immortal host skill, unrestrained. Alchemist, 4th rank alchemist 910. Previously, in his efforts to contend with Zhao Yunsheng, he expended several hundred years and was ultimately vanquished by a single strike from Zhao Yunsheng, which caused him considerable anguish. Nonetheless, this experience enlightened him to the fact that with the elevation of his body refinement level, his resilience had significantly improved. Had he still been an ordinary practitioner of qi and blood, Zhao Yunsheng's sword would have taken decades from his life. After tidying up the herbal garden, Wang Bu'er cautiously approached Zhao Shuang's cave dwelling, taking 3 steps forward and then retreating 1. Certain matters must be confronted, and this trial must eventually be faced. He had resolved that if evasion were impossible, he would reluctantly accept the prospect of marrying this foremost goddess of the Star Yuan sect, embarking together on the path of cultivation. As he settled into place, the barrier before the cave automatically parted, revealing a passageway. It was clear that Zhao Shuang was already aware of his arrival. With trepidation, he stepped into the cave. Upon raising his gaze, Wang Bu'er was left entranced. At that moment, Zhao Shuang was adorned in a flowing white gown, her raven hair simply tied with a slender red ribbon. She wore no accessories, nor did she don any makeup. Yet, the more she appeared to be an ethereal vision in that moment. Especially her crystal-clear gaze and her exquisitely translucent skin, which instantly left one parched and yearning. Wang Bu'er felt an involuntary impulse arise within him. Marrying someone like her, even if it meant facing demise the very next day, what would it matter? Nevertheless, despite such thoughts, the current Wang Bu'er possessed neither the cunning nor the courage. After all, she was a practitioner of the dance stage. Should he inadvertently displease this esteemed lady, a mere flick of her hand could spell his end. Zhao. Master Zhao, Wang Bu'er stood respectfully, cupping his fists in salute. Please, elucidate. Zhao Shuang set aside the herbs in her hand, fixating her gaze upon Wang Bu'er, and directly inquired. Elucidate what? Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback. Women, it seemed, were indeed peculiar creatures, thrusting the burden of explanation upon him from the outset. It reminded him of his former girlfriend on Earth, who, whenever angered, would fall silent and then demand, "Do you even realize where you went wrong? What is your hidden agenda in being near me?" A 4th-grade alchemist, such an accomplishment could not be achieved overnight. Moreover, before me, you have consistently donned the guise of an apprentice. If you held no ulterior motives, why then would you conceal yourself so deeply? Zhao Shuang's brows furrowed, revealing a hint of menace in her gaze as she fixed her stare upon Wang Bu'er. Speak, what do you truly desire? What is it that drives you to approach me with such calculated intent? Chapter 43. Compose an essay based on the picture. Master Ancestor, I did not deliberately seek to approach you. The tasks in the medicinal garden were arranged for me by Master Yun Miao, and I was unaware of this beforehand. Wang Bu'er patiently elucidated. He spoke nothing but the truth. Is that so? Then, how is it that you have recently entered the alchemy chamber and already secured the title of the sect's best contributor for the year? Surely, you do not attribute this to sheer luck. Zhao Shuang lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing intently at Wang Bu'er, as if attempting to see through him. Master Ancestor, this is not a matter of luck. Prior to this, I had already engaged in the wild collection of herbs, as well as participated in the cultivation and management of the medicinal garden, and I have developed a unique method for the domestication of medicinal herbs. I have not only successfully tamed the pure grass. In fact, many herbs that the alchemy chamber lacked have already been domesticated. Wang Bu'er understood that if Zhao Shuang wished to uncover the truth about him, it would not be a difficult task. Thus, the best course of action was to refrain from fabricating lies. Very well, I shall temporarily take your word for it. But how do you explain the matter of the alchemist? Becoming an alchemist requires extensive experience in refining elixirs, and you cannot have refined many, can you? I have examined the alchemy chamber and the treasure vault. Not only have you not engaged in alchemy, but you have yet to claim a cauldron. Or do you suggest that you possessed this experience upon entering the sect? Zhao Shuang paid no heed to Wang Bu'er's response and continued her inquiry. She seemed to have already made up her mind about something. While I have not refined many elixirs, the entire process of alchemy can be deduced through reasoning. Wang Bu'er found himself at a loss for words. These matters were all accomplished through the system, and there was simply no way to explain it. He realized that even if he divulged the existence of the system now, Zhao Shuang would only accuse him of fabricating tales. Moreover, what is the situation with your physical cultivation? Previously, I observed you sparring with Zhao Yunsheng, and you appeared to possess at least the level of bone tempering. Do not dare claim that this is solely the result of your arduous training. The pure yuan cleansing technique cannot bring you to such a level of cultivation. Wang Bu'er stammered, genuinely at a loss. He had not anticipated this matter at all. Indeed, the grade of the pure yuan cleansing technique could at most support his physical cultivation to the level of meridian opening. And you assert that those guiyuan pills were concocted by you? Where did the raw materials come from? Even if you had the raw materials, do you have any failed elixirs to show me? Raw materials? Wang Bu'er was on the verge of breaking down. Each of Zhao Shuang's questions struck at the most critical points. If it were anyone else, he might have managed to deceive them. But Zhao Shuang was not only a formidable master of the core formation stage, she was also a genius in the art of alchemy. She was far too familiar with these matters. Come, continue your fabrication. As long as you can weave a tale, I might temporarily entertain even the grandest of jokes. Zhao Shuang reclined in her chair, her languid posture revealing her flawless curves. Wang Bu'er felt as though he might bleed from his nose. He swallowed hard, managing to steady himself with great difficulty. Yet, he was acutely aware that his system was a veritable dead end. Every endeavor, should one dare to delve deeper, would inevitably become entangled within this cyclical mechanism, rendering all discourse futile. The urgency to fabricate a narrative weighed heavily upon him. Zhao Shuang, however, remained utterly unperturbed. Wang Bu'er's heart raced with trepidation. He too yearned for clarity, yet all crucial elements were ensnared within the confines of the system. Perhaps a spontaneous fabrication could suffice? At this juncture, it appeared that any arbitrary excuse would possess a semblance of authenticity, far more so than the external constraints of the system. Drawing a deep breath, he allowed his thoughts to whirl, revisiting every essay writing strategy from his past and every tactic for conversing with his goddess. Then, with a firm resolve, he decided to plunge in head first. If failure loomed, then let it be so. What was there to fear? Very well, my apologies, Zhao Shuang, I concede. My alchemical pursuits, my physical cultivation, indeed. I sincerely do not believe that storytelling is beyond anyone's grasp. Previously, during an excursion in the Xingyuan mountain range, I inadvertently unearthed an ancient tomb. Within this sepulchre, I encountered a lingering spirit. While I remain ignorant of this individual's identity, his essence, though diminished over the years, still flickered faintly. Once the opening lines were penned, Wang Bu'er felt an immediate alleviation of his anxiety. Subsequently, I gained his recognition and trust, and he imparted all his alchemical wisdom onto me. Among the treasures he left behind, there existed a particularly unique elixir for physical cultivation. A single dose would facilitate a prolonged enhancement of my physical prowess. Wang Bu'er crafted an exceptionally fantastical narrative. However, upon glimpsing Zhao Shuang's expression, he found himself momentarily speechless. This woman appeared utterly absorbed, displaying no hint of disbelief. This was indeed a logical progression. Pray tell, what state was that spirit in? And what level of alchemy did he possess? Zhao Shuang not only believed him, but her interest appeared to intensify. Wang Bu'er felt a renewed sense of incredulity. As the ancients wisely stated, one must never utter falsehoods, for a single lie necessitates a cascade of further fabrications to sustain it. His gaze darted about quickly, soon landing upon a painting adorning the wall of Zhao Shuang's dwelling. The artwork depicted an elder with an ethereal demeanor. This figure, appearing quite advanced in years, bore a decaying physique, with garments that were nearly in tatters, discernible only as a linen upper and blue lower attire. His hair was obscured, yet atop his head rested a golden crown shaped like a crane. Moreover, though his soul was fragmentary, his tone was gentle, and he had a penchant for stroking his beard. Beside his form lay another skeletal structure, presumably that of a dog. Wang Bu'er proceeded to articulate his observations based on the painting, making slight alterations to the details in an effort to present a seamless narrative. Yet, he remained entirely oblivious. Upon concluding his tale, Zhao Shuang's demeanor transformed, her excitement palpable, although she swiftly concealed it. Yet it is evident that Wang Bu'er's words have stirred something deep within her. Very well, your alchemical knowledge and physical cultivation have been elucidated. However, the remaining question persists. What is your true purpose in approaching me? Although you have offended Zhao Yunsheng, regardless of whether it pertains to alchemy or physical cultivation, the revelation of either would render him powerless against you within the Star Origin sect. Wang Bu'er faltered once more. Zhao Shuang's assertion holds merit. Should either of these aspects come to light, the sect would cherish them as treasures. For Zhao Yunsheng to contend with him would be, at the very least, an arduous endeavor, if not entirely impossible. Must I disclose this? Wang Bu'er, while stalling for time, pondered further. It is often said that women possess a keen sense of investigation, and this is indeed true. You must reveal it. Zhao Shuang insisted without reservation. Very well. I concede. My arrival here has been meticulously calculated. Because I. Wang Bu'er made up his mind. Since you are so determined to pry into the matter, I shall weave you another tale, one even more sensational. Because I harbor feelings for you. Because I am enamored with my esteemed master's uncle. Chapter 44. Not seeking eternal companionship, only cherishing what once was. From the very first day I entered the sect, I had heard the legends surrounding my revered aunt, the foremost goddess of the sect. From that moment onward, I found myself perpetually yearning for the day I would meet her. Yet, my esteemed aunt is a deity who traverses the celestial realms, while I am but a mere ant crawling in the depths of the earth. I am acutely aware that I lack even the privilege to harbor such aspirations. My innate talents are woefully insufficient, and my qualifications are dismal at best. Nevertheless, in my fervent desire to meet my revered aunt, I devoted myself to relentless cultivation. At long last, the heavens rewarded my perseverance, and I successfully condensed my energy. Wang Bu'er racked his brain, desperately recalling the love letters he had studied in his past life, as well as the various dramatic scenes from television shows he had watched. However, upon entering the outer sect, I truly grasped the staggering chasm that lay between my esteemed aunt and myself. In that moment, despair engulfed me. Thus, I ventured into the Star Element mountain range, driven by a singular thought, to either succeed or perish. I fervently sought various herbs and battled ferocious beasts. Though I lacked the ability to concoct elixirs, I could directly consume the herbs as if refining them into potions. When the efficacy was insufficient and the toxins overwhelming, I engaged in combat with the beasts, using this method to enhance absorption and expel the toxins. It was during this tumultuous time that I stumbled upon the crypt. As Wang Bu'er spoke, he observed Zhao Shuang's countenance. Noticing her anger beginning to dissipate and her expression softening, his courage grew bolder. I acquired formidable alchemical skills and believed I had finally discovered a means to draw nearer to my revered aunt. Yet, within that crypt, a lingering soul revealed to me the impossibility of our connection. It stated that while my esteemed aunt is hailed as the most beautiful maiden of the Star Element sect, she is by no means a mere ornament. It emphasized that I must possess extraordinary dreams and an unparalleled resolve towards cultivation. It asserted that I would not allow fleeting, unrealistic emotions to tarnish my state of mind. Therefore, Wang Bu'er's tone was laden with despair and resignation, filled with bitterness and sorrow. His words struck deeply, resonating with such poignancy that he himself began to believe them. Upon hearing these revelations, particularly the insights imparted by the lingering soul, Zhao Shuang's gaze softened instantaneously, her expression momentarily stunned. Upon returning to the sect, I encountered even more legends surrounding my revered aunt. I finally comprehended that although I possessed remarkable alchemical skills, I remained merely a novice in energy condensation. With my innate talents, it is likely that I shall never breach the bottleneck of forming elixirs in this lifetime. With my current cultivation and qualifications, what right do I have to challenge the vows of my esteemed aunt? Yet, I find myself utterly unable to control my heart. My longing for my revered aunt overwhelms me. Thus, I began devising a plan. Ultimately, I arrived at a solution. Wang Bu'er's emotions gradually intensified. In his eyes, there was an abundance of sorrow, pain, and helplessness. I learned that the reward for the sect's Best Contribution Award was a flying sword, which happened to be the cherished possession of a junior sister whom Zhao Yunsheng holds dear. He employed various special means to enlist others in the competition for this sword. Consequently, I resorted to using taming herbs to acquire the sword. Intentionally, I chose not to sell it to him, but rather donated it to the sect, knowing that this would incite his anger. Out of sympathy, the sect would surely compensate me and provide a measure of protection. To ensure success, I deliberately leaked information to the Elder Council, disseminating ways to safeguard myself. To my astonishment, it truly succeeded. The alchemy chamber granted me access to the ancestral medicinal garden. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with excitement, jubilantly waking from dreams filled with laughter. I felt as though my world had been transformed. As I recounted this, Wang Bu'er's mood unexpectedly darkened with sorrow. It seemed that my confession had evoked the deep-seated obsessions, grievances, longings, and emotions he had suppressed, causing them to surge forth. Tears welled in his eyes. I understood that I did not deserve the ancestral master, and I was acutely aware that my aptitude for cultivation could never match her strides. Although I had attained mastery in alchemy, I could not bear to disrupt the ancestral master's vow, compelling her to be with me against her will, fraught with resentment. Such a scenario would be unjust and devoid of love. While I cherished the ancestral master, my affection transcended mere admiration for her beauty. I adored her entirety, her dedication to the path, her gentle spirit, and her boundless compassion. I could not allow my lackluster abilities to tarnish her dreams and tranquility. Thus, I chose to conceal my alchemical prowess, aspiring only to be an ordinary, quiet, and inconspicuous apprentice in her medicinal garden. My sole desire was to accompany her in this manner, not seeking eternal companionship, but simply longing for the moments we once shared. Wang Bu'er's tone grew increasingly solemn. He turned, exposing his heaving chest and profile to Zhao Shuang. In that instant, an indescribable fervor and melancholy enveloped him. Zhao Shuang trembled, captivated by the sight of Wang Bu'er's face and entranced by his voice. She sensed the sorrow, loneliness, helplessness, and pain woven into his words, especially the kind of anguish that seemed hysterical and incomprehensible. Her heart was instantly stirred. Her mind erupted with thoughts. As the goddess of the sect, she had countless admirers, even among the other sects within the borders of the 17 nations of Daxia. Yet, no one had ever uttered such sentiments to her, particularly those regarding dreams, aspirations, and resolve, articulated by Wang Bu'er. At this moment, Zhao Shuang felt that Wang Bu'er truly understood her, not merely through his words, but in a way that no one else had ever done. Others solely sought to win her favor, to forge a partnership, to share a life with her. Ultimately, their desires were rooted in the pursuit of her corporeal essence. Yet Wang Bu'er was different. He cherished not just her being, but her very soul. He was willing to relinquish everything, to remain unobtrusive, and to toil as a humble gardener in her medicinal garden. He discarded the inheritance of alchemical knowledge, content to be a mere apprentice, all for the sake of companionship. In that instant, Wang Bu'er's frail figure appeared to her as a towering presence, embodying the strength she could rely on and trust. Words eluded her, for nothing she could utter would ever compare to the depth of Wang Bu'er's sentiments. His expressions resonated in a way that left her profoundly moved. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, constant astonishment, internal conflict, and newfound understanding, her heart stirred. A light, previously absent from her gaze, began to emerge. When she looked at Wang Bu'er again, all her grievances and doubts had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and tenderness. Chapter 45. The rival lacks any threat. Wang Bu'er found himself unable to discern Zhao Shuang's expression. He could only continue speaking. As the saying goes, companionship is the essence of enduring affection. Initially, I intended to silently accompany you until the last breath of my existence, followed by a quiet departure into oblivion. However, unexpectedly, during a gathering with a fellow disciple, I inadvertently revealed my innermost thoughts in a state of inebriation. Somehow, these words reached Zhao Yunqing's ears. And then, finally, having completed his fabricated tale, Wang Bu'er exhaled deeply and turned slowly. He had spun his narrative to its conclusion, and now all that remained was to rely on fortune. Yet, as he turned, he found himself momentarily stunned. At that moment, Zhao Shuang's entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. She sat there quietly, gazing at Wang Bu'er with an indescribable softness enveloping her. In this gentle aura, her beauty, her skin, her flowing hair, and her radiant spirit became all the more enchanting. A transcendent beauty, a rare blossom of grace. In that instant, she exuded poise and tenderness. Thus, Wang Bu'er gazed at Zhao Shuang, and she returned his gaze. As time elapsed, Wang Bu'er began to feel a twinge of impatience. Sister, I have spun so many words. Surely, you could at least provide some response. Whether it be life or death, grant me a clear answer. What does it signify to merely sit there in silence? I am on the verge of losing my composure. However, at long last, Zhao Shuang spoke. You should take a seat. Her voice was a gentle whisper, her gaze unwavering from Wang Bu'er's face. He slowly sank into a seat, and the proximity allowed him to perceive Zhao Shuang's features with greater clarity. Her unparalleled beauty radiated a purity akin to a lotus emerging from water. Then, he witnessed Zhao Shuang smile, a smile so delightful, so sweet, and so soothing. This beauty once more stirred Wang Bu'er's heart, leaving him breathless and parched. I believe your words. Zhao Shuang's voice grew increasingly tender. This is for you. She produced a jade token and extended it gently toward Wang Bu'er. Master Ancestor, what is this? Wang Bu'er inquired, uncertain of the token's significance, though it seemed to be a form of insignia. This is my cave-dwelling token. With this token, you may freely enter and exit my cave and herbal garden. You may also access most restricted areas within our sect. Furthermore, you can retrieve my contribution points from the alchemy room, the scripture repository, and the treasure refining pavilion. Master Ancestor, this. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the full meaning behind Zhao Shuang's words. A cave-dwelling token? Free movement? He found himself at a loss. You still call me Master Ancestor? Zhao Shuang chuckled, her laughter brimming with excitement, pride, and a hint of playfulness. Then what shall I call you? You should address me as Shuang. Zhao Shuang glanced at Wang Bu'er, her tone suddenly softening, and as she spoke, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Observing Zhao Shuang's bashful demeanor and gentle gaze, Wang Bu'er finally came to a realization. This is love. In that fleeting moment, he found himself believing a truth he had never grasped in his past life. Women do not trust sincerity, they only believe in sweet words. Even after departing from Zhao Shuang's abode, Wang Bu'er remained incredulous. By a mere stroke of luck, he had won over a goddess. Yet, this seemed not entirely fortuitous, for his rivals appeared to be numerous. Particularly, he could not help but glance towards the depths of the sect, where the Xingyuan Palace, the stronghold of the sect leader, and his greatest rival, resided. However, recalling the portrait of the sect leader he had previously glimpsed at Lin Jinxing's, he quickly shook his head. Never mind. This rival was merely slightly more powerful in cultivation. In all other respects, he posed no threat whatsoever. Wang Bu'er, hasten to the Xingyuan Palace. The sect leader summons you. Upon reaching his dwelling, a sound transmission talisman landed before him. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Wang Bu'er cursed silently, but had no choice but to depart for the Xingyuan Palace. Greetings, Junior Brother Wang. Good day, Senior Brother Wang. Hello, Junior Nephew Wang. Along the way, countless individuals bowed and greeted him. Although Wang Bu'er was still at the qi condensation stage, his status as a fourth-tier alchemist allowed him to look down upon most members of the sect. Even the elder cultivators at the core formation stage had to treat him with courtesy. After all, in the realm of cultivation, while one might disregard the face of any individual, one must respect the prestige of alchemy. Hello, everyone. Wang Bu'er waved politely. After so many days, he had grown accustomed to this. The respect shown was not for him personally, but rather for his title as a fourth-tier alchemist. Upon arriving at the Xingyuan Palace, Wang Bu'er finally stood before the legendary sect leader, Pang Bowen. Disciple Wang Bu'er pays respects to the sect leader. Wang Bu'er cast a glance and noted that Pang Bowen was even more rotund than depicted in the portrait. His appearance was decidedly abstract. No wonder Zhao Shuang had made such a declaration. Any woman would likely feel compelled to do so. Quite impressive indeed. Pang Bowen, Whether blessed with a good temperament or simply oblivious to Zhao Shuang's vow, greeted Wang Bu'er with a warm, albeit somewhat foolish, smile. I did not expect our sect's fourth-tier master to be so young. I have heard you are capable of refining the Guiyuan pill? Pang Bowen squinted his eyes, uncertain whether he was truly pleased or merely feigning delight. The disciple has merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Should I attempt it again, I may well fail. Wang Bu'er surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of seating or anyone else present. It was just him and this sect leader, his rival, enveloped in an unutterable awkwardness. It was evident that Pang Bowen was feeling quite awkward. His understanding of Wang Bu'er was minimal, to the point of having no impression of him whatsoever. The sudden emergence of a fourth-tier alchemist seemed almost ludicrous, especially when he recalled Zhao Shuang's vow. The thought that, should Zhao Shuang choose Wang Bu'er, he would instantly become a failure in the realm of romance filled him with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. How could someone like this possibly compete with him? He was so slender, barely had any facial hair, and lacked any imposing presence, devoid of both cultivation and talent, apart from being an inexplicably recognized fourth-tier alchemist. He was nothing more than a jest. Most significantly, this fellow was not even 20 years old, a mere child. So be it. As of this moment, you are elevated to the status of an inner disciple, simultaneously taking on the position of a first-tier elder in the alchemy chamber and within the sect. Here is the Elderess token. You are free to select a new dwelling. However, since you have yet to establish your foundation, your benefits will only align with those of an ordinary disciple. Before long, a confident smile spread across his face, and the previous apprehensions vanished entirely. What could Zhao Shuang possibly see in him? He had truly overthought the situation. There was absolutely no reason for concern. They were simply not comparable. After tossing the token aside, he rose, his rotund belly swaying, leaving Wang Bu'er standing awkwardly in place as he rolled away. Chapter 46. I absolutely will not allow anyone to defile your purity. Wang Bu'er has been elevated to the position of an elder, and remarkably, he has attained the esteemed rank of a first-grade elder. Although, due to his current cultivation level, he is not yet entitled to the privileges associated with such a rank. His status has undeniably transformed. With his newfound identity as an elder, Zhao Yinsheng would no longer dare to show any disrespect towards him within the sect, let alone take any hostile actions. Long live Elder Wang! Long live Elder Wang! As he departed from the Xingyuan Palace, the news of his elevation had already spread throughout the sect. This outcome surprised no one. A fourth-grade alchemist is considered an invaluable asset in any sect. Along the way, more individuals bowed in reverence to Wang Bu'er, particularly the foundation-building disciples and the core formation elders, who felt a sense of ease at last. Previously, it was rather awkward for them to refer to a fourth-grade alchemist as their nephew or disciple. Initially, Wang Bu'er felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he soon adapted, standing tall and greeting everyone with a calm demeanor, regardless of their cultivation stage, whether they were at the qi condensation, foundation establishment, or core formation levels. Clutching his elder's token, he proceeded to select a new cave abode. This new dwelling surpassed his previous one significantly in terms of environment, location, and the abundance of spiritual energy, complemented by an expansive medicinal garden. Due to his status as the alchemist elder, he was granted an additional plot of the garden. However, after selecting his cave abode and the garden, he suddenly realized that his chosen residence was conveniently located right next to Zhao Shuang's. What can one say about such coincidence? It felt rather ominous to him. He wondered if he would one day find himself forcefully dragged into the woods by Zhao Shuang, thus ensnaring himself in his own trap. After settling into his new dwelling and tending to the medicinal garden, Wang Bu'er could not suppress his curiosity and, rather impulsively, climbed over the wall to stand before Zhao Shuang's cave. He knocked on the door, but received no response. Oh well, I shall enter directly, he decided, swiping his card to gain access. Zhao Shuang's cave was empty, and her whereabouts were unknown. Wang Bu'er's courage surged as he pondered that he had never ventured into a girl's private chamber, let alone that of a goddess. He explored the bedroom, cultivation room, alchemy chamber, and storage room, experiencing an exhilarating sense of mischief akin to a thief. He scrutinized everything in sight. Alas, there were no mobile phones or computers. Otherwise, he could have perused Zhao Shuang's past photographs to glean insights into her childhood and romantic history. Upon reaching the outer hall, Wang Bu'er's attention was drawn to the painting he had previously scrutinized while composing a narrative. Although his focus had been primarily on crafting the story, he distinctly sensed that Zhao Shuang had been moved when he based his tale on that artwork. It was then that her hostility towards him began to wane. The presence of such a painting in a woman's room undoubtedly held significant meaning. Wang Bu'er could easily surmise with his feet that the figure in the painting and Zhao Shuang undoubtedly shared a unique bond. However, this artwork bore no signature, nor any other inscriptions or annotations. After gazing for an extended period, Wang Bu'er discovered nothing amiss. Did it not evoke a sense of familiarity? At that moment, a voice resonated directly beside his ear. Turning around, he realized Zhao Shuang had returned, unbeknownst to him. At this instant, she donned a palace gown, which accentuated her exquisite figure even more. Particularly, her gaze revealed no hint of discomfort at Wang Bu'er's presence. She gracefully approached him, closing the distance between them. Wang Bu'er could distinctly perceive her fragrance and glimpsed the snow-white skin at her neckline. From this angle, Zhao Shuang appeared utterly flawless. Indeed, there was a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recollect where he had seen her before. Wang Bu'er could only echo Zhao Shuang's words. How could he not feel acquainted? He had just been inspired by the painting to compose an essay. He couldn't simply feign ignorance now. Is it not reminiscent of the lingering soul you encountered in that ancient tomb? She inquired. That is my master. He ventured out for herbs before I even established my foundation, and has not returned since. Over the years, I have searched diligently, yet without any leads. Given what you mentioned about the tomb, particularly the words he spoke to you, I am almost certain that he is indeed my master. Zhao Shuang's tone bore a tinge of nostalgia, yet lacked sorrow. Wang Bu'er finally understood why Zhao Shuang had altered her demeanor towards him. It turned out he had inadvertently guessed correctly. Really? No wonder I felt this painting was so familiar. And this? Does that mean it is not a mere dog, but a spirit beast? Wang Bu'er continued the conversation. The matter had reached this point. There was no turning back. However, it was unfortunate that he had inadvertently entered the tomb to evade a demonic beast. After recovering, he had searched several times, but found no trace. He sighed, appearing quite regretful. You need not feel this way. In truth, the fate of my master within the sect has long been shattered. I merely refuse to accept it. Now, although he has fallen, his alchemical legacy endures, which brings some solace. A smile graced Zhao Shuang's lips as she moved aside to brew tea, pouring a cup for Wang Bu'er. However, I have already consumed that elixir, and no formula remains. His storage bag contained little, and I have exhausted its contents. Otherwise, you might have retained a memento. Drawing from past experiences, Wang Bu'er decisively quashed any notions Zhao Shuang might have had about searching further. It does not matter. Although he left no artifacts, his alchemical knowledge remains. As for the elixirs, I am aware he had been diligently researching an ancient formula. Although I have not witnessed it firsthand, you have at least demonstrated that he has succeeded in his pursuits. He should have no regrets now. Zhao Shuang comforted Wang Bu'er in return. Wang Bu'er suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Zhao Shuang's tone and demeanor were that of a considerate girlfriend. Here, take these, she said with a smile, handing him a storage bag. What is this? He observed the bulging bag, clearly filled with numerous items. These are some pills, treasures, and various tomes on techniques and spells that I prepared for you. Additionally, I have included my insights on alchemy gathered over the years. I know you have a passion for researching the cultivation of herbs. The Zhao family is a lineage of alchemists, so I made a trip home to gather some for you. Please, take them all. She gazed at Wang Bu'er with tenderness. Wang Bu'er was momentarily stunned, then finally comprehended the situation. He realized he was being supported. What does this mean? Am I that kind of person? How could I possibly accept your gifts without reason? He slammed the table, standing up in indignation. Please, don't be angry, she replied. I understand that accepting these gifts might be difficult for your pride. However, did you not say before that your hesitation to confess was due to feeling unworthy of me because of your lower cultivation? Zhao Shuang took Wang Bu'er's hand, and the warmth of her touch sent a shiver through him. Indeed, times had changed. In his previous life, he had to treat a girlfriend to lavish dinners and buy gifts just to hold her hand. Now, it was so straightforward. Given this, you should dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Do you not wish to become a core formation practitioner at the earliest opportunity? Have you forgotten your previous words? Do you not yearn to be by my side for eternity? Did you not say that companionship is the essence of lasting affection? Do you not desire to remain with me always? Wang Bu'er was taken aback. Regret washed over him. Regret for not confessing sooner. Regret that this support had not come earlier. He had found himself in the company of a wealthy woman, sparing himself at least 20 years of struggle. Very well, for our future, and the possibility of always being by your side, I shall reluctantly accept. He took the storage bag, his face a tapestry of conflict, yet his heart soared with joy. All right, use it freely, and let me know when you run out. Zhao Shuang beamed with satisfaction. Then, she glanced outside at the darkening sky, a charming blush gracing her features. It's getting late, Bu'er, do you not wish to stay here? No, absolutely not. You are the fairy of my dreams, the jewel of my heart. Until I attain the strength to match yours, I shall never allow anyone to tarnish your purity, not even myself. Wang Bu'er shuddered again, clutching the storage bag, and left Zhao Shuang's abode without looking back. What a truly admirable man, she mused, watching his retreating figure. Zhao Shuang, filled with a mixture of complaints and delight, stamped her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Bu'er returned to his cave and dealt himself a resounding slap across the face. What are you pretending for, Wang Bu'er? After nearly 20 years of being single, what right do you have to act like a proud wolf? Chapter 47, an unseen scene from a past life. Time flies like an arrow, and days pass swiftly. Ever since Wang Bu'er ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist and became a first elder of the sect, his life has become exceedingly pleasant. During the day, he tends to the fields, cultivates herbs, and delivers materials to the alchemy chamber. In the evenings, he dines with Zhao Shuang, engages in light-hearted conversations, and strolls through the streets. Occasionally, he attends minor meetings at the sect before descending the mountain to hunt in the wild. With the absence of the pesky xianxia, he is free from the worries of insufficient medicinal pills or lack of treasures. His daily life can be described as flourishing. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 19. Lifespan: 1,266 years. 11 months, 5 days. 12 hours. Body refinement. Bone tempering 110. Spiritual energy. 9th layer of Qi condensation 910. Divine sense. Subtle awareness 610. Flowing immortal Ho skill. Unrestrained. Alchemist. 4th tier alchemist 910. Qingfeng sword technique. 4-4. Cloud shadow escape. 2-2. Divine breathing technique. 5-5. Pure yuan cleansing technique. 5-5. 3 Qing spirit transformation method. 4-4. Spirit transformation technique. 6-6. True yuan sword technique. 5-5. Purple fire. Ascension technique. 6-12. With the elixirs bestowed by Zhao Shuang, Wang Bu'er found an impeccable excuse to enhance his cultivation. Moreover, after spending time with Zhao Shuang, he discovered that the effects of the spirit transformation technique in concealing his cultivation far exceeded his expectations. Even the peak of the golden core stage, Pang Bowen, had not noticed any anomalies in his cultivation. Wang Bu'er boldly concluded that beneath the nascent soul stage, one could not see through his disguise. Consequently, he confidently advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi condensation. Beyond the 10th layer, he could attempt to establish his foundation. However, the fluctuations in this realm are too conspicuous, prompting Wang Bu'er to choose to remain discreet. Under the influence of numerous medicinal pills, both his body refinement and divine sense have improved. The true yuan sword technique and the purple fire ascension technique are both unique methods imparted to him by Zhao Shuang. The former is a swordsmanship technique tied to cultivation, while the latter is a special technique utilized by alchemists. Having confirmed that Zhao Yunxing poses no further threat to him, Wang Bu'er decided to visit the marketplace once more. On one hand, he intended to procure some seeds for medicinal herbs. On the other hand, there were still some items in Zhao Yunxing's storage bag that required attention. With his experience from Earth, where his girlfriend often rummaged through her bag or checked her phone, Wang Bu'er understood the importance of being cautious. Although Zhao Shuang had not yet exhibited such tendencies, one could never predict when a whim might strike. It was prudent to address these matters sooner rather than later. Moreover, drawing from past experiences, Wang Bu'er opted not to return to the Zhao Kingdom's marketplace for safety's sake. The Daxia cultivation domain comprises 17 nations, each housing a varying number of cultivation sects and families, as well as their respective marketplaces. Given Wang Bu'er's elevated status, he now possesses the privilege to utilize the sect's teleportation array. After expending some spirit stones, he stepped into the neighboring country of Zhao, which was Qi. Qi boasted 2 prominent sects, the Qiyuan sect and the Huayan sect, both of which were nearly on par with the Xingyuan sect. Additionally, the number of cultivating families within Qi was considerably greater. In comparison, the scale and fervor of the markets here surpassed those of Zhao. After traversing the teleportation array and walking for a day, Wang Bu'er arrived at the marketplace. The treasures he had to offer were both affordable and exquisite, ensuring a steady stream of buyers, and the process unfolded seamlessly. After perusing the market and gathering the items he needed, Wang Bu'er set off on his return journey. However, halfway through, an unexpected downpour ensued. Although Wang Bu'er, with his current cultivation, had no fear of the elements, he opted to seek shelter until the rain ceased before continuing his journey. He utilized his flying sword to carve a hole in the mountainside. Outside, he procured 2 rabbits and a wild boar, skillfully preparing them. Constructing a simple rack, he gathered a heap of firewood and cast the Zihua Tantian Ju onto the ground. Thus commenced a rustic yet eco-friendly outdoor barbecue. After opening a fine bottle of wine, Wang Bu'er grinned with delight, though he lamented the absence of cumin and lettuce, which deprived the grilled meat of its soul. Having feasted and quenched his thirst, Wang Bu'er placed an array flag at the cave entrance to deter any wandering beasts. He then arranged a bed, readying himself for a restorative sleep. This array flag was a gift from Zhao Shuang, a complete set of 7, each possessing formidable power. In the dead of night, Wang Bu'er was abruptly awakened. He cautiously opened a small gap in the light barrier of the array flag and peered outside. Guided by the sound, beneath a nearby tree, a man clad in white was loosening his garments. Junior sister, who would have thought our first honest encounter would occur in such a place? Nevertheless, it is quite pleasant, under the vast sky, accompanied by the night rain. It presents a peculiar charm, the man leered. Before him stood a young maiden. Though her eyes blazed with fury and her silver teeth were clenched tightly, her meridians and cultivation had been sealed, rendering her immobile and voiceless, left to her fate. As the man stripped off his garments, the girl could only despairingly close her eyes. Why must you adopt such an attitude, junior sister? With such a face and figure? If it weren't for your apparent disdain for me, I would genuinely wish to spend more years in your company, indulging in the pleasures of intimacy. Today, you cannot escape. Why not cooperate a little? In doing so, even in death, you would have savored the joys of love, and it wouldn't be a wholly wasted experience, would it? The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the man leered, brazenly caressing her delicate form while gradually ripping away her garments. Soon, the maiden resembled a tender lamb, her skin exposed in all its creamy, supple glory. Indeed, as the man had proclaimed, her beauty and figure were exquisite, igniting a fervor within. Wang Bu'er, taken aback, wiped the blood from his nose, astonished that his first venture into the world had led him to such an unexpected scene. In a previous life, he could only observe from behind a computer screen, yet in this life, he unexpectedly found himself with the opportunity for first-hand observation. He was not prepared to intervene. Although the man was clearly a nefarious and treacherous character deserving of punishment, Wang Bu'er wished to avoid entanglement in the flames of conflict. Rest assured, junior sister, your senior will be gentle with you. Moreover, I assure you, you will find immense satisfaction. Even if you were to descend to the underworld, the memories would linger delightfully. The more the girl bared her skin, the more exhilarated the man became. As he continued to tear at her garments and violated her with impunity, he uttered repugnant words. The girl, unable to struggle or speak, could only weep profusely, her body trembling with shame and indignation. As the last remnants of her modesty were stripped away, she could no longer endure the humiliation. Darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. A captivating performance was on the verge of commencing. Wang Bu'er widened his eyes, unwilling to miss a single detail, for such an opportunity was rare indeed. However, just then, within the cave, a previously smoldering ember suddenly expanded to its limit. With a resounding explosion, it echoed clearly despite the torrential rain outside. Who goes there? With a sharp gasp, the man, who had been poised to ride forth, sprang up. A beam of blue light erupted from his palm, darting towards Wang Bu'er in the blink of an eye. Wang Bu'er had merely employed a single flag to create an illusion and conceal the cave's entrance. However, with the arrival of this blue light, the veil of light shattered instantly. Damn it, I merely wished to witness a spectacle. Why must it be so difficult? Wang Bu'er lamented, raising his hand as a golden sword beam soared skyward, intercepting the encroaching blue light. Chapter 48, The True Essence Sword Technique. How dare you spy from the sidelines? You possess quite the audacity. The man in white gazed at the suddenly appearing Wang Bu'er, momentarily taken aback. Oh no, he was no longer clad in white. He had become the bare-skinned man, for his garments had been entirely shed. He summoned the previous azure glow back into his grasp, revealing a metallic chain roughly the width of a finger. Wang Bu'er was at a loss for words. Having been discovered, remaining uninvolved was no longer an option. What was there to wait for? Striking first was the best course of action. Without hesitation, he flipped his palm, and the golden sword light danced and plunged downward, aiming directly at the bare-skinned man. Simultaneously, he tapped his storage pouch, and a talisman soared forth, igniting in midair. Flames erupted, transforming into a ferocious fire tiger that lunged forward. Yet that was not all. A strand of spiritual light enveloped him. Having befriended Zhao Shuang, a wealthy heiress, his collection of treasures had become rather abundant, particularly an array of time-saving and effort-efficient attack and defense talismans. These talismans were swift to activate and did not deplete one's own cultivation, rendering them exceptionally useful. This scene instantly altered the expression of the bare-skinned man. Wang Bu'er's sword strike sent chills down his spine, indicating that his swordsmanship had reached an extraordinarily high level. Moreover, the talismans he employed displayed astonishing power. He could not afford to be careless. Wielding the metallic chain once more, he expanded it against the wind, transforming it in an instant into a length of several dozen meters, coiling towards Wang Bu'er like a serpent. Simultaneously, he pointed his hands forward in rapid succession. With a resounding boom, over 10 earthen walls spontaneously rose, blocking his path. The fire tiger collided with the earthen wall, which animated as if alive, ensnaring it. After a fierce struggle, it erupted in a burst of fiery fragments. The bearskin man let out a cold laugh, raising a hand to unleash yet another flying sword. The sword light flashed swiftly, its edge glinting menacingly as it descended with ferocity. To Wang Bu'er's dismay, the man's cultivation was at the 10th level of qi condensation. Witnessing this, Wang Bu'er's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, he was at the 9th level of qi condensation, with all his techniques and spells nearly perfected. He tapped his storage pouch once more, and 2 fire tigers erupted forth. Such low-tier talismans were plentiful in his possession. However, those earthen walls easily ensnared the tigers, consuming them entirely. In the air, the 2 flying swords collided. Although the man's sword was immediately deflected, the metallic chain ensnared Wang Bu'er's sword in the blink of an eye, binding it tightly. No matter how Wang Bu'er attempted to maneuver, he could not break free. The chain, of an unknown material, was not only remarkably sturdy but also exceptionally agile. Kid, if you wish to observe, do so quietly. Why must you make such a commotion? I know not why you have appeared here, but now that you have been discovered, I have no choice but to silence you. The bearskin man laughed malevolently, pointing a finger at Wang Bu'er. The earthen walls on the ground began to churn, encircling Wang Bu'er, while the flying sword erupted with blinding spiritual light, doubling in size and charging forth with a fierce howl. However, Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, only to furrow his brow and regain his composure. He allowed the flying sword and earthen wall to approach, and with a swift motion of his hand, a radiant cerulean light manifested within his grasp. This was the true essence sword technique, a method that siphoned his internal cultivation to materialize a sword of true essence. The most remarkable aspect of this spell was its terrifying sharpness, rendering it invulnerable to any defense. With a resounding clang, the true essence sword collided with the flying sword of the slick-haired man. Although the former shattered instantaneously, the latter wobbled perilously, its spiritual light dimming considerably. The slick-haired man's infused spiritual energy was abruptly dispersed. As for the earthen wall, upon contact with the protective aura surrounding Wang Bu'er, it immediately collapsed into nothingness. The man was taken aback. This was no ordinary earthen wall technique, but one of high caliber, capable of both offense and defense, acquired at great cost. Even against foundational cultivators, it could hold its ground for several exchanges. Yet, it was utterly ineffective against Wang Bu'er's formidable shield, which clearly surpassed the foundational tier of defense. His expression shifted, becoming grave and serious. From the outset, every spell, sword technique, and artifact wielded by Wang Bu'er had been of the highest caliber permissible within his current cultivation level. This individual was indisputably not a casual cultivator or an ordinary disciple, but rather an elite from a sect or a clan. Without hesitation, he once again tapped his storage pouch, and 3 formation flags emerged, which he planted into the ground behind him. The flags unfurled in the wind, radiating brilliance, and swiftly formed a faint vortex, drawing in the spiritual energies of the surrounding environment to directly infuse the slick-haired man. Wang Bu'er possessed a multitude of treasures, and it was evident to the man that a swift victory was unattainable. He was evidently preparing for a battle of attrition. With a low roar, the suppressed flying sword's spiritual light flickered once more, and with a tremor, it split into over a dozen beams of light. With a flick of his finger, these beams descended upon Wang Bu'er like a torrential storm. Wang Bu'er's flying sword remained ensnared, unable to break free. He could only continue to employ the true essence sword technique, tearing apart the beams one by one. However, the sheer volume of light was overwhelming, and he could not eliminate them all in a single breath. Furthermore, for every beam he destroyed, another would coalesce anew. Amidst the continuous thunderous explosions, the spiritual light of the talismans surrounding Wang Bu'er, along with his internal energy, began to deplete at an alarming rate. In mere moments, his complexion turned pale. His internal spiritual energy was dwindling. Simultaneously, the defensive aura dimmed to a concerning degree, teetering on the brink of collapse. The slick-haired man revealed a smug smile upon witnessing this. His cultivation level was already significantly superior to that of Wang Bu'er. And with the formation behind him providing constant replenishment, he was in a far more advantageous position despite the terrifying consumption of energy from his relentless assault. He was preparing himself, ready to unleash a lethal strike the moment Wang Bu'er faltered, intending to obliterate him in an instant. But in the next moment, he was rendered speechless, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable terror, just as the protective aura before Wang Bu'er shattered. At the very instant he was poised to unleash a lethal strike, Wang Bu'er gently shook his head, his expression devoid of any panic. With a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, and a talisman identical to the previous one soared forth, igniting spontaneously. In that instant, the protective aura, which seemed on the verge of complete dimness, rejuvenated to its former brilliance. Moreover, with a deft flick of his hand, he popped a medicinal pill into his mouth, the Earth Spirit pill. Yet, this was not the entirety of his arsenal. With another flourish of his hand, he scattered no fewer than 20 flame talismans. Thunderous roars erupted as 20 fiery tigers materialized, charging forth like a relentless stampede. At that moment, Wang Bu'er's cultivation level surged dramatically, ascending from the 7th to the 9th layer of qi condensation in the blink of an eye. Additionally, an aura of bloodlight enveloped him, and he exuded an indescribable sense of power, body refinement, bone-forging realm. The slick-haired man could not contain his exclamation, his gaze filled with dread and his scalp prickling in alarm. Chapter 49, Unwavering Heart of Wang Bu'er. Moments later, Wang Bu'er cast a sphere of purple flames, reducing the man's corpse to black ash, which was subsequently washed away by the rain. Having fought with this individual for quite a while, Wang Bu'er had long found him distasteful. He was perplexed by the man's overwhelming desires. After collecting the exhibitionist's storage bag and flying sword, he turned his attention to the girl beneath the tree. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the sky, startling the dazed Wang Bu'er back to reality. He understood that he was no paragon of virtue. He could accept affectionate advances, but would not tolerate taking advantage of another's vulnerability. Though he was in the realm of cultivation, he still clung to the instincts of a commendable youth from xianxia. After splashing some rainwater over himself to extinguish the lingering flames of passion, he carried her back to the cave, laying her gently on a makeshift bed. Though the girl had lost consciousness, she bore no injuries, merely a result of overwhelming emotions and congested heart meridians. After indulging his eyes with a few lingering glances at her form, he reluctantly averted his gaze and retrieved a robe from his storage bag to cover her. Encountering her brother was fortunate indeed. Had it been another, she would have faced dire consequences. Having completed these tasks, Wang Bu'er sealed the array at the cave entrance and kindled a fire, all the while mentally condemning himself for being less than noble. As he prepared for a delightful barbecue, it wasn't long before dawn broke and the girl awoke. As a cultivator, she was acutely aware of what had transpired, or rather, what had not, while she was unconscious. Glancing at Wang Bu'er, who stood with his back to her, she quietly rose and retrieved her garments from her storage bag to dress. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life," she said respectfully, her voice carrying the weight of her gratitude. Su Ziyue, a disciple of the Huayan sect, was fully aware of her previous state and the strength of those who had insulted her. She also recognized the allure of her beauty and form. The fact that Wang Bu'er had treated her with such integrity spoke volumes of his character. He had saved her life and preserved her honor. "You're awake. Come, have something to eat," Wang Bu'er said, seemingly indifferent. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, so it could be said that his act of killing was incidental, while saving her was merely a matter of convenience. Su Ziyue, undeterred by the circumstances, gracefully settled beside him. Given how he had behaved the previous night, she was confident that he would not act improperly now. Reflecting on last night and observing Wang Bu'er's youthful visage, she felt a jolt of surprise. His youth was coupled with remarkable composure, rendering him extraordinary in her eyes. "Do not concern yourself. It was merely a matter of convenience. Such beasts deserve to be eradicated by all. My name is Wang Bu'er, and I should be younger than you, so there is no need to address me as senior brother." Wang Bu'er is still lamenting over his restraint last night. It is a bitter irony to suffer for the sake of appearances. Only he knows how he managed to endure the long hours. Before him lay a fragrant and alluring beauty, yet he remained unmoved. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would not suppress his primal instincts again. "Rest assured, senior brother Wang, I shall ensure your efforts are not in vain. I will notify my elder brother immediately. When he arrives, feel free to request any reward you desire. As long as it is within our means, we will not refuse." Su Ziyue felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Wang Bu'er's words. As she spoke, she activated a communication talisman. As long as someone responds, I will feel more at ease about allowing you to travel alone. Wang Bu'er also came to a realization. If he truly wished to indulge, why not seek out Zhao Shuai? She is even more beautiful, with a more alluring figure and greater charm. Who was that person from last night? It seems you are acquainted? That beast from last night is also my senior brother. He deceived me out of our sect with the intent to take my life and seize my rightful place in the Tianying Valley. Su Ziyue hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. Tianying Valley. Wang Bu'er felt a stir in his heart. Do you mean to say that senior brother Wang is unfamiliar with Tianying Valley? Tianying Valley is a sacred ground for foundational cultivation within the 4 nations of the western regions. The spiritual energy there is remarkably unique, significantly enhancing the success rate of foundational cultivation. Each year, the various sects and clans select elite disciples to enter and strive for their breakthrough. Su Ziyue spoke softly, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Bu'er, capable of slaying his senior brother, must have reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. Yet, he appears unaware of Tianying Valley. Could it be that he is a wandering cultivator? Wang Bu'er suddenly comprehended. He had indeed heard of the sacred ground for foundational cultivation. However, he had previously maintained a low profile, solely focused on extending his lifespan through toil. Furthermore, with his system allowing him to allocate points, the breakthrough to foundational cultivation posed no challenge. Therefore, he had not delved deeply into the subject. He was immediately struck with inspiration. In truth, his system's balance was already sufficient for him to step into foundational cultivation at any moment. However, he harbored 2 concerns. Firstly, he feared that achieving foundational cultivation might trigger another upgrade of the system, the consequences of which remained unpredictable, particularly regarding the potential depletion of his lifespan balance. Thus, he had been entangled in indecision. Secondly, he worried that, given his qualifications, an abrupt breakthrough would undoubtedly attract the attention of many interested parties, potentially leading to unforeseen dangers. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasure can lead to calamity. The numerous incidents that had transpired previously made him wary of any carelessness regarding matters related to the system. Yet, if he could gain entry to Tianying Valley, then a breakthrough to foundational cultivation would be a natural progression. Amidst their intermittent conversation, the sky gradually cleared. The torrential rain had arrived suddenly, only to depart just as swiftly. As the sun ascended in the sky, a streak of light surged from the distance. Elder brother, over here. Su Ziyue called out loudly as she hurried out of the cave. The radiant light pivoted and landed gracefully before them, transforming into a spirited young man. Su Haoran's eyes glimmered as he first cast a glance at Su Ziyue, ensuring her safety before he exhaled a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to Wang Bu'er. Thank you, young brother, for saving my sister. Wang Bu'er waved his hand generously, indicating the barbecue by the cave entrance. It's better to arrive late than never. I just roasted a whole lamb. Why not join me for a bite and share a few drinks? Su Ziyue, however, was rather finicky about her barbecue, meticulously selecting the best pieces, and was reluctant to drink, rendering the situation rather dull. Chapter 50. This truly is possible. Brother Wang, do say something. You have saved my sister, such a great favor. If I do not repay you, my conscience cannot bear it. There is no problem that a barbecue cannot resolve, nor any relationship that cannot be strengthened over a meal. Amidst their feasting, Wang Bu'er and Su Haoran found themselves increasingly at ease in conversation. Su Ziyue, meanwhile, acted as their waitress, completely oblivious to the peril she had just escaped. Wang Bu'er insisted on no reward, yet Su Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of obligation. You truly wish to give? Wang Bu'er was at a loss for words. How could Su Haoran be so indecisive, much like his sister? Of course I must. Su Haoran replied earnestly. After a short while of idle chatter, he had developed a profound admiration for Wang Bu'er, feeling a sense of regrettable encounters in their past. Very well then, perhaps a modest sum of spirit stones, 5 million. No more. Wang Bu'er pouted, casting a bored glance at Su Haoran. That amount seems rather excessive. How about you reduce it, brother Wang? Upon hearing that figure, Su Haoran quivered slightly, offering an awkward smile. Yet, he soon realized that Wang Bu'er was merely jesting. If not, then what else is there to discuss? Enough of this chatter, let us drink. Wang Bu'er was not genuinely magnanimous. Rather, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had initially not intended to intervene in rescuing Su Ziyue, and had even planned to watch the event unfold. Thus, he felt truly uncomfortable accepting any reward. If it comes to that, perhaps you could simply wed your sister to me as a token of gratitude? Wang Bu'er aimed to lighten the mood with a jest. But as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. Su Haoran and Su Ziyue exchanged glances, one sparkling with surprise, and the other blooming with shyness. This truly is possible. I was only joking. Do not take it seriously. Wang Bu'er conceded defeat. These two siblings certainly had their audacity. Their barbecue continued until midday. At one point, Su Ziyue ventured out to procure 2 rabbits and a fish, also bringing back a type of delicious, crispy petals to serve as a substitute for lettuce. As their time together drew to a close, Su Haoran raised a cup of wine. Brother, in all my years, I have seldom admired anyone. You are among those who have astonished me the most. Such kindness requires no thanks. I have but one request. Should you ever find yourself in need of Su Haoran, do not hesitate to call, regardless of the task or time. As long as I draw breath, I shall come. He downed his drink in one gulp, clasped his hands in a deep bow to Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er's straightforwardness and generosity filled him with admiration. You are too kind, Brother Su. Wang Bu'er returned the gesture. After such a lengthy conversation, the grandiose words from his past life were nearly exhausted. He could no longer feign modesty. It is not mere politeness. I genuinely express my gratitude. Indeed, welcome, my brother, to visit the Huayan sect when time permits. We shall indulge in a barbecue and wine, returning only when we are thoroughly inebriated. Su Haoran remained immensely grateful, for he had heard tales of the breathtaking scenery that the Huayan sect is renowned for. Within the sect, an abundance of rare and exotic flora flourished, including ancient trees that had stood for over 1,000,000 years. The mere thought of unearthing one of those magnificent trees brought a smile to Wang Bu'er's lips. After bidding farewell to Su Haoran and his sister, Wang Bu'er did not linger and promptly set off on his journey home. As for the storage bag of that individual from earlier, he found himself lacking the interest to examine it just yet. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to concoct a reason to venture to the Huayan sect and excavate trees. Upon returning to the Xingyuan sect, Wang Bu'er immediately sought out Zhao Shuang to inquire about the Tianying Valley. How did you come to think of Tianying Valley? She asked, her surprise evident. Although the opening is imminent, only disciples with a cultivation level of qi condensation 10th layer may enter. You are unlikely to make it this time. Zhao Shuang smiled. A hint of admiration for Wang Bu'er's diligence reflected in her expression, yet she acknowledged his relatively poor aptitude. Who says I cannot make it? Wang Bu'er chuckled, gradually unfurling his cultivation. Simultaneously, he ceased the operation of his transformation technique. In an instant, his previously concealed cultivation level revealed itself as the pinnacle of qi condensation 9th layer. Zhao Shuang was left speechless. However, before she could utter a word, his qi condensation 9th layer shifted slightly and ascended once more, achieving qi condensation 10th layer. She instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. For convenience, I had been suppressing my cultivation level until now. With the help of your elixir, I have finally broken through to the 10th layer. I wish to enter Tianying Valley and seize this opportunity to attempt a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Wang Bu'er declared boldly. Now that he possessed ample justification for his sudden surge in cultivation, he felt no need for further concern. I understand. It is likely that the elixirs you have consumed recently have interacted synergistically with the one my master provided, resulting in your remarkable advancement, Zhao Shuang deduced astutely. Without requiring further explanation from Wang Bu'er, given this, rest assured, I will reserve a spot for you in Tianying Valley. As for the dangers therein, you need not worry. I shall take care of everything. Once you enter, focus on your cultivation, and breaking into the foundation establishment stage should pose no issue. With that, Zhao Shuang stood up without waiting for Wang Bu'er's response, her form flickering as she departed the cave. Wang Bu'er was left in a state of bewilderment. Oh, how advantageous it is to have connections. This spot is fiercely contested among others, as evidenced by Su Ziyue's recent struggles. Yet for him, it was as simple as a single phrase. I will reserve one for you. How refreshing and straightforward. Moreover, Zhao Shuang's tone indicated that she harbored no concerns for his safety, nor did she worry about his ability to achieve a breakthrough. In the ensuing days, Wang Bu'er rarely encountered Zhao Shuang. The infrequency of their meetings led some to speculate whether she had found a new love. However, Wang Bu'er had little time to ponder such matters. With aspirations to ascend to the foundation establishment realm, he was determined to make all necessary preparations in advance, particularly concerning the system. He harbored considerable confidence that upon his elevation to the foundation establishment stage, there was a possibility of triggering a second upgrade of the system. Although the previous vitality had not consumed any of his lifespan, one could never be entirely certain. This time might very well be different. To err on the side of caution, Wang Bu'er resolved to enhance the system's balance as much as possible before entering the Tianying Valley, ideally surpassing the 2,000-year mark. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 20. Lifespan: 1999 years, 11 months, 6 days, 23 hours. Body refinement. Bone tempering 210. Spiritual power. Chi condensation level 10. 910. Divine sense. Awareness level 610. Celestial weeding skill. Unrestrained. At last, 4 months had passed, and shortly after celebrating his 20th birthday, Wang Bu'er's journey to foundation establishment in the Tianying Valley commenced. Chapter 51. Not a hair left behind. The Heavenly Eagle Valley was discovered 3,000 years ago. The spiritual energy within possesses unique effects, significantly enhancing the probability of successfully establishing a foundation. Calculations indicate that the likelihood of success within the valley can be increased by more than double. Inside the cave dwelling, Zhao Shuang was preparing tea for Wang Bu'er while explaining the details. Watching her fumble with the teacup, Wang Bu'er felt a sense of discomfort. Wasn't it merely a matter of brewing tea? A handful of leaves, hot water poured over them, and a sip would suffice. Why complicate matters so? Well, Wang Bu'er was indifferent to what the Heavenly Eagle Valley entailed. His sole purpose for entering was singular: to immerse himself in cultivation, establish his foundation, and then find a secluded spot to await the opening of the valley. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he would excavate a bit. After all, the valley had been discovered for 3 millennia, and its true age could be even greater. The treasures within would surely be exhilarating to unearth. Among those heading to the valley was a young woman named Tong Lu. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Once inside, you shall follow her, and she will do her utmost to protect you. Simply find a somewhat concealed area to cultivate and break through. She will assist in safeguarding you. Zhao Shuang placed a cup of tea before Wang Bu'er, her tone gentle, her expression tender. Wang Bu'er felt himself becoming entranced. He took a sip, only to feel even more uncomfortable. Although the tea was delightful, after Zhao Shuang's prolonged preparation, it amounted to merely a walnut-sized cup, barely enough to satisfy. In his previous life, Wang Bu'er had always thought that those who practiced the art of tea were simply idle souls with too much time on their hands. This life proved no different. Tong Lu, a woman? Wang Bu'er found himself somewhat impressed by Zhao Shuang's line of thinking. In his past life, any interaction with a woman would lead to a lengthy interrogation upon returning home. Yet this woman had dispatched a female cultivator to act as his bodyguard? Unthinkable. She is the daughter of our Zhao family's guest elder. Zhao Shuang shot Wang Bu'er a glare. Here is a map of the Heavenly Eagle Valley. Though its usefulness may be limited, it is an exceptionally unique space, with constantly shifting terrain. Each return reveals something different. Very well. Wang Bu'er accepted the map. It was indeed better to have someone accompanying him. The departure was set for tomorrow morning. With time still on their side, Zhao Shuang suggested, would you like to rest here for a while? Her large, glistening eyes blinked with a mix of anticipation and shyness. Wang Bu'er shuddered. What was wrong with this woman? Always trying to entice him at every encounter? Wasn't it said that men were the ones prone to thinking with their lower halves? How could Zhao Shuang, a goddess in her own right, a formidable golden core cultivator, be even more eager than he? Well, it's not convenient these next couple of days. I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Such a stunning beauty stood before him, yet Wang Bu'er was no paragon of virtue. However, he was acutely aware that once he embarked on this path, it would be exceedingly difficult to withdraw. He would inevitably become ensnared in it. He was not an ordinary cultivator. The presence of the system rendered his way of life fundamentally distinct from that of anyone else in this world. From the very day he acquired the system, it was predetermined that he could not survive through the conventional means of a typical cultivator. His recent experiences in the realm of cultivation had imparted a vital lesson. Just as one should not reveal their true capabilities before possessing sufficient strength, he, too, was not yet entitled to indulge in the comforts of a gentle haven. Maintaining a low profile was his foremost principle of survival, while self-restraint and discipline constituted his second. Furthermore, there was a third point. Once he entered into a marital relationship with Zhao Shuang, their lives would inevitably become more intimate. And with increased intimacy came a heightened risk of the system's exposure. After all, it is often said that married women are akin to private detectives. What a virtuous man. Observing Wang Bu'er's departing figure, Zhao Shuang beamed with delight. She became increasingly convinced that her previous decision had been the correct one. Only someone like Wang Bu'er, who truly loved her, would adhere so faithfully to propriety. In contrast, anyone else, faced with such temptation, would undoubtedly have succumbed. On the other hand, Wang Bu'er remained oblivious to how his reticence had fostered greater trust from Zhao Shuang. His entire focus had shifted to Tianying Valley. He harbored no concerns about the foundation-building process. His sole apprehension lay with the possibility of the system undergoing a second upgrade alongside his own advancement. He had to prepare meticulously to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Among these preparations, the most crucial was whether this impending upgrade would consume a substantial amount of resources in a short span of time. Upon returning to his cave abode and gazing at the medicinal garden before him, an intriguing notion struck Wang Bu'er. In the stillness of the night, few ventured within the sect, especially with the imminent journey to Tuning Valley. Those who had secured their qualifications were diligently secluding themselves to prepare. Meanwhile, those lacking qualifications dared not roam freely during this period. Disturbing the last-minute efforts of others would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. In the shadows, a figure timidly approached Zhao Yunqing's cave abode. This individual was clad in heavy garments that obscured their form, rendering it indistinguishable in terms of height or build, even gender. A hat concealed their head entirely, leaving no openings for the eyes. Upon reaching the entrance, this person produced a token and swiped it to gain entry. Inner disciples were granted their own cave abodes, each varying in size, often accompanied by a medicinal garden. Those foundation-building disciples with a background in alchemy typically possessed gardens of a higher grade. Zhao Yunsheng, being one of the pinnacle talents of the Zixing Yuanzong and a scion of the renowned Zhao alchemical family, naturally excelled in the art of alchemy. Thus, although he was a foundation disciple, the sect's special provisions and the support of the Zhao family rendered his medicinal garden comparable to that of many core formation cultivators. The figure clad in black entered the medicinal garden, and upon witnessing the vast expanse before him, his body involuntarily trembled. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a small hoe soared into the air, inflating like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed to tenfold its original size. Subsequently, this medicinal hoe plunged into the garden, indiscriminately uprooting everything in its path, be it weeds or herbs, tender seedlings or fully matured plants. Nothing was spared. With each swing, a considerable portion of the garden was laid bare. The figure in black emitted a sinister chuckle, then continued his excavation. Before long, the once lush garden resembled a desolate wasteland, ravaged as if a swarm of locusts had swept through, leaving no trace behind. Nevertheless, the figure did not relent. Grasping the hoe, he proceeded to the flower garden. After a spell, when the figure departed, Zhao Yunqing's cave abode had succumbed to desolation. Not a single tree remained, nor a blade of grass. Not even a fragment of moss could be found. Everything had been meticulously uprooted. Even the decorative potted plants within the chamber had been excavated. The entire cave was indeed left in a state of utter barrenness, devoid of even a single hair. Chapter 52. Whose voice is so mournful? The tolling of the bell resonated rapidly throughout the entire sect. As the chime echoed, numerous figures emerged from the inner sanctum, converging towards the front square. All these individuals were practitioners at the peak of the qi condensation stage, specifically the 10th level. They represented the elite of the Xingyuan sect, the prodigies of qi condensation. Outside the square, countless heads bobbed in anticipation. Goodness, there must be at least 300 participants from the Xingyuan sect this time. It remains uncertain how many will succeed in establishing their foundation, and how many will never return. Although the Tianying Valley is a sacred ground for foundation establishment, it equally signifies a brutal contest. The path to foundation establishment is fraught with challenges. Under normal circumstances, the success rate is dismally low. Yet, despite the heavy casualties in Tianying Valley, it significantly enhances the chances of success. Whispers of discourse filled the air, mingling envy, fear, and a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, the disciples gathered in the square bore resolute expressions. The path of cultivation is steeped in bloodshed. Boom! The bell tolled again, reverberating once more. Another group of figures emerged from various corners of the sect, similarly converging towards the square. Their numbers were few, barely 20, but each possessed the cultivation level of foundation establishment. They were not destined to enter Tunying Valley. Instead, they served as guardians for this expedition, the elite of the sect. Each one had weathered countless battles. Boom! The third toll of the bell echoed through the air, whether inside the square or outside. All eyes began to search eagerly. In the next moment, two formidable auras surged skyward. A man and a woman traversed the air gracefully. The man, clad in a white robe, with white hair and beard, emanated a robust presence. Before he even arrived, the crowd felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. As if a mountain loomed above, the woman, draped in a flowing green gown, exuded an ethereal grace, resembling a fairy emerging from a garden of blossoms. Her demeanor was enchanting, her gentle smile radiating warmth, and the divine light shimmering around her only accentuated her breathtaking beauty. Elder Hongjian, Elder Zhao, Zhao Shuang. Upon their appearance, particularly Zhao Shuang's, a thunderous uproar erupted around the square. All disciples of the sect, regardless of their cultivation level, especially the male practitioners, were ablaze with fervor. As the sect's foremost goddess and a prodigious talent in alchemy, Zhao Shuang had long been the object of admiration for nearly all male cultivators. Even the sect leader, Kong Bowen, was no exception. It could be said that within the sect, Zhao Shuang's influence reached a terrifying magnitude. The fervent attitude of countless individuals towards her could only be described as fanaticism. Heavens, could it be that Elder Zhao is leading this expedition? Why am I not fortunate enough to accompany the goddess? How I wish I had trained harder. I am currently at the peak of the 9th level of qi condensation. Merely a hair's breadth away from achieving the 10th level. One could have the chance to accompany the goddess on this journey. How fortunate. The significance of establishing a foundation pales in comparison to the opportunity of spending time in such close proximity to her. It would be worth dying for. According to the sect's rules, disciples who successfully establish their foundation in the Sky Eagle Valley have the chance to directly apprentice under the leading elder. To become a disciple of the goddess is indeed the most splendid affair in the realm. Outside the square, the male disciples were consumed with envy and resentment. Meanwhile, those within the square were brimming with excitement, looking down with disdain at the eager faces outside. Alas, in the square, the white-haired Hong Jian shook his head in silence. How could there be such a vast disparity among the elders? It was one thing for the male disciples to overlook him, but what of the female disciples? Did he truly possess so little presence? He vowed never to appear alongside Zhao Shuang again. It was too disheartening, too life-questioning, too humiliating. He retreated to a corner, stuffing a fruit into his mouth, pretending he was invisible, pretending he saw nothing. Why are they not leaving yet? However, it wasn't long before someone expressed their astonishment. The leading elder had already arrived. Should they not be departing? Why did Zhao Shuang seem in no hurry to set off? Sister Zhao, shouldn't we get going? The journey ahead is long. Hong Jian glanced at the time, sensing something was amiss. Do not fret, there is still one person unaccounted for, Zhao Shuang replied with a gentle smile, standing gracefully. Her gaze as soft as moonlight, directed towards a particular point. One person? But everyone on the list has arrived, Hong Jian remarked, furrowing his brow as he consulted the jade tablet containing the list. I assure you there is indeed someone. If Brother Hong is anxious, you may depart without us. Zhao Shuang shot him a glance, her impatience evident. Hong Jian quickly fell silent and retreated, adopting a compliant demeanor. Others may be unaware, but he was acutely conscious of the fact that this goddess was not merely a master alchemist. Her prowess in the path of immortality was astonishingly formidable. While she usually exuded grace and elegance, anyone who provoked her ire would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It was not just he who felt this way. Even the peak of the foundation establishment realm, the sect leader, would not dare to flaunt his authority in her presence. Who dares to keep us waiting for one person? Hong Jian was self-aware. Yet, amidst the waiting crowd, impatience began to brew. Just as his words escaped his lips, a piercing gaze was cast in his direction. Boom! An invisible thunder reverberated, and immense pressure descended upon him. This force was terrifying, akin to an overwhelming burden pressing down. He was unable to withstand it and collapsed to the ground, his knee shattering upon impact. With a pale complexion, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Is this a place for your interjection? Depart. Your qualification for the Sky Eagle Valley trial has been revoked. Zhao Shuang let out a cold snort, remaining utterly motionless. However, the disciple who had just spoken was suddenly propelled into the air, as if thrown, landing outside the square. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. The previously raucous clamor vanished without a trace. Both within and outside the square, everyone gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had never envisioned that their dream goddess possessed such an overwhelming aura. How utterly formidable. Yet, I find myself utterly captivated. Many swallowed hard, their hearts ablaze with fervor. Only Hong Jian, hiding in the shadows, shrank back, shivering with trepidation, casting a sympathetic glance at the ejected foundation establishment disciple. Of all the people to provoke, why incite this fierce beauty? Just then, a frantic roar erupted from deep within the sect, reverberating throughout the entire enclave. Everyone distinctly sensed the fury and madness emanating from it. Whose voice was that? It seemed oddly familiar. How could one not recognize it? That was Zhao Yinsheng. Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao? What has transpired to elicit such a mournful cry? Heh, you are unaware, aren't you? Last night, someone completely ravaged Uncle Zhao's medicinal garden, leaving not a single herb untouched. Uncle Zhao has been howling all morning, his voice now hoarse. Goodness! Who possesses such audacity to defile Uncle Zhao's garden? Nonetheless, it is rather gratifying. Just as they say, speak of the devil and he shall appear. At that moment, a figure strode into the square. Hearing the agonized wails from the depths of the sect, Wang Bu'er shook his head in disbelief. Zhao Yunxing has been particularly unfortunate lately. First, his storage bag was pilfered, then he lost a coveted spirit beast, followed by a humiliating defeat in the arena. Last night, his medicinal garden was plundered as well. This is not my fault. One can only blame his foolishness. Losing his storage bag and failing to promptly replace the cave-dwelling token made it far too easy for me to steal. How dull. Amidst his internal delight, Wang Bu'er entered the square, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the scene, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Why does the atmosphere here seem so peculiar? Moreover, how could someone sustain such injuries within the sect? Then, he spotted Zhao Shuaying in the square. Upon meeting Wang Bu'er's gaze, the murderous intent and displeasure on Zhao Shuaying's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an exquisitely gentle smile. At the sight of this smile, the hearts of countless young men present melted. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Everyone has been waiting for you, she chimed, her voice as melodious as a lark in spring, reminiscent of a tinkling mountain spring. The previous hostility seemed to have never existed. In that fleeting moment, everyone felt as if their very bones had turned to jelly. Chapter 53. Quite impressive, I like it. A slight interruption had delayed matters. Wang Bu'er shivered, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Shuaying. Can you not be a bit more restrained? Do you not realize the nature of this occasion? Furthermore, who are you? You are an elder of the sect, a foundation-building cultivator, and the foremost goddess. Could you not be a tad more mindful of your influence and public image? Initially, he positioned himself among the disciples of the 10th level of qi condensation, but soon felt that his status was somewhat incongruous, and quietly moved to Zhao Shuaying's side. Yet, feeling that was still inappropriate, he pondered briefly before finding himself beside Hong Jian. Greetings, Elder Wang. Hong Jian feigned ignorance, as if he neither saw nor heard anything, and handed Wang Bu'er a fruit. Both of them savored it with delight. Zhao Shuaying remained silent, gazing tenderly at Wang Bu'er, patiently waiting for him to settle before turning her attention back to the assembly of disciples in the square. In an instant, her expression transformed into one of cold seriousness. Gradually, everyone in the square regained their composure, finally understanding that Zhao Shuaying was awaiting someone. Alas, the heavenly Eagle Valley had yet to arrive, and they had already endured a wave of heartache. In the void, the sound of shattered hearts resonated. The goddess was lost, along with their dreams and happiness, all shattered. What extraordinary luck had Wang Bu'er stumbled upon? Now, before we embark, I would like to address a few words. I believe you all are aware of the significance of the heavenly Eagle Valley. I know many of you are undoubtedly perplexed. Although the heavenly Eagle Valley enhances the chances of foundation establishment, it is fraught with peril, rife with conflict among the various sections. Each expedition into the valley results in significant casualties. Though one can establish a foundation outside, albeit with lower odds, it offers absolute safety. So why do we still venture to the heavenly Eagle Valley? Zhao Shuaying's tone sharpened like a blade, radiating an overwhelming presence that stirred the blood of those present. The reason is quite simple. The path of cultivation is fundamentally a contest for opportunities against the heavens. Each individual's lifespan is finite. The sooner one ascends to a higher realm, the more time one has to grasp the true, unparalleled paths of the cosmos. Likewise, cultivators must strive. Without the baptism of blood, without stepping over the corpses of adversaries, even if one possesses greater cultivation, one remains merely a bystander, fit only for guarding the gates. Such roles can easily be filled by spirit beasts, formations, or puppets. Those individuals are no different from waste. Our Xingyuan sect has no need for them. Zhao Shuaying's words were straightforward, her voice not raised. Yet, when these words reached the ears of all present, an indescribable spirit surged forth, soaring to the heavens. Previously, all had been disheartened by their sorrow. In an instant, however, each became filled with fervor, their spirits ignited. Everyone roared in unison, their voices merging like thunderclaps, reverberating across the expanse, pregnant with a palpable sense of impending doom. Zhao Shuaying nodded, thoroughly satisfied with the impact of her speech. With a graceful flick of her water sleeves, a brilliant light illuminated the sky, and a warship suddenly emerged. The vessel, 100 meters in length, was resplendently crimson, its battle flags fluttering majestically, exuding an overwhelming aura that erupted with a thunderous force. Let us set sail. With that proclamation, she was the first to step aboard the ship, followed closely by all others, including Wang Bu'er and Hong Jian, who also boarded without exception. Once everyone was on board, the ship emitted a resounding boom as a colossal energy shield enveloped it. As the roar continued to resonate, the warship gradually commenced its journey, swiftly transforming into a blur as it soared through the air, vanishing from sight. How did the fruit turn out, Elder Wang? Hong Jian inquired with a cheerful smile. His gaze fixed on Wang Bu'er, whose enigmatic nature puzzled him. Wang Bu'er's talents appeared exceedingly inadequate, leaving Hong Jian perplexed as to how he had achieved the 10th level of qi condensation and gained an understanding of such formidable alchemy in such a short time. A fleeting, immature thought crossed his mind as he glanced at Zhao Shuai. Could it be that these two were involved romantically? But that couldn't be right. Wang Bu'er was only 20 years old. Quite impressive, I must say. I admire it. Wang Bu'er remained oblivious to Hong Jian's musings, his focus unwaveringly on Zhao Shuai. This woman was extraordinary, possessing an unparalleled ability to inspire. What the heck? Hong Jian exclaimed, utterly bewildered. I asked about the fruit, not your bravado. Elder Wang, I need you to stand beside me, he insisted. As if summoned, Elder Wang appeared at his side. The atmosphere was thick with exasperation, as many on the warship could not help but roll their eyes. The romantic antics were beginning anew. In the western regions, the Zhao kingdom was home to the Xingyuan sect, the Yuan kingdom to the Tianyuan sect, and the Wu kingdom to the Ziyun sect. The Qi kingdom boasted the strongest cultivation prowess, featuring the Qiyuan sect and Huayan sect as its two major sections. The location of Tianying Valley lay at the confluence of the four nations. Before the valley stood a mountain that, from a distance, resembled a sprawling giant eagle, bestowing the valley with its name. When the Xingyuan sect's warship finally arrived, it was the last among the 5 sects to reach the valley. Zhao Shuai reluctantly diverted her gaze from Wang Bu'er. At the foot of Tianying Mountain, 4 warships were lined up, facing the entrance of the valley. There was no need for anyone to strain their eyes. As the 4 vessels came into view, Hong Jian had already provided a brief introduction. His voice, imbued with his cultivation, resonated in everyone's ears. Wang Bu'er cast a discerning glance. To the far left was the Tianyuan sect of the Yuan kingdom, the weakest among the 4. He estimated that fewer than 200 qi condensation practitioners had come to participate in the trials at Tianying Valley, led by 2 early-stage core formation cultivators, who were similarly the weakest. Next came the Ziyun sect of the Wu kingdom, which, unlike the other sects, was characterized by a predominance of female cultivators due to the spiritual energy surrounding its mountain gate. The 2 core formation experts leading this group were also women. The disciples of the Ziyun sect who have arrived this time are comparable to those of the Xingyuan sect, both having reached the 10th layer of qi condensation. Next comes the Qiyuan sect, renowned for its exceptional swordsmanship, which is notably distinctive. They possess a unique cultivation method that necessitates keeping their swords close at all times, rather than storing them in spatial bags. This practice is known as nurturing the sword. Almost every disciple of the Qiyuan sect carries a sword. Finally, there is the Huayan sect, the most powerful sect among the 4 nations. This time, over 500 practitioners at the 10th layer of qi condensation have come to the Tianying Valley. Wang Bu'er's gaze swept across the crowd, quickly spotting 2 acquaintances, Su Ziyue and Su Haoran. I have 2 friends in the Huayan sect. I shall pay them a visit, Wang Bu'er said, greeting Zhao Shuai before making his way toward the Huayan sect. Master Uncle, I also have friends in the Ziyuan sect. I wish. Upon seeing Wang Bu'er depart, others promptly began to speak. No. Zhao Shuai interjected without a moment's hesitation. The individual who was about to argue reconsidered, recalling the ample dog food he had witnessed along the journey, and wisely chose to remain silent. After all, they were a couple. Chapter 54. A single blow can equal 10. Su Ziyue and Su Haoran also spotted Wang Bu'er approaching together. The trio moved aside. Brother Wang, I did not expect you to achieve the 10th level of qi condensation so swiftly, Su Ziyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement and shyness upon seeing Wang Bu'er. The memory of her previous vow to dedicate herself to him caused her heart to race. I knew you were not an ordinary person. It seems that it won't be long before we can regard each other as equals, Su Haoran remarked, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Well, that remains to be seen. They say the Skyhawk Valley is a sacred ground for foundation building, yet it is equally a grave for qi condensation. Whether one can emerge unscathed is uncertain. Wang Bu'er replied with a chuckle. Brother, excessive modesty can easily be mistaken for pride. Wang Bu'er's words were perceived by Su Haoran as a sign of his open-mindedness. By the way, since you are here, I have an unspoken request. If you happen to encounter my younger sister within the valley, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after her. Of course, I will also greet the disciples of Huayan sect shortly. And we will support each other when we cross paths, Su Haoran hinted, though he did not state his esteemed position within the Huayan sect outright. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 parted ways, returning to their respective sections. Wang Bu'er rejoined Hong Jian, yet neither Zhao Shuai nor Hong Jian moved from their spots. However, it was evident that their eyes flickered lips slightly parting, indicating a silent exchange of thoughts. The other foundation-building cultivators from various sects exhibited similar behavior, seemingly communicating through their spiritual senses. At that moment, a striking female cultivator, clad in a sleek black outfit, approached Wang Bu'er. "Elder Wang, has my master already greeted you? Once we enter, please do not stray too far from me. I will help you find a suitable spot for your breakthrough," she stated. This was, of course, Tong Lu, the bodyguard assigned to Wang Bu'er by Zhao Shuang. "Very well," Wang Bu'er replied, wishing to avoid further explanations or idle chatter. It remained uncertain who would ultimately serve as the protector during the event. His primary concern was to distance himself from her swiftly upon entering, as an effortless breakthrough might overwhelm her with disbelief. Suddenly, a realization struck Wang Bu'er. He sensed a multitude of gazes directed towards him from the surroundings. Looking up, he confirmed that many individuals from the other four major sects were pointing and whispering among themselves. The foundation-building disciples and core formation cultivators among them seemed to be instructing others on something. Among these gazes, particularly from the elite disciples of the other three sects, there was an unmistakable hint of malice, especially excluding the Huayan sect. Goodness! Wang Bu'er couldn't help but mutter under his breath. It was clear that he was being targeted. Did I steal your wife or dig up your ancestral grave? Is it our first meeting, after all? As these thoughts swirled in confusion, a voice broke through the haze. Your identity as a fourth-grade alchemist has been exposed. Once you enter, they will likely target you specifically. Think carefully about whether you truly wish to proceed. The speaker, of course, was Zhao Shuang, her face etched with concern. At that moment, Wang Bu'er's mind cleared. He had sensed he was overlooking something crucial. And now the realization dawned upon him. He was no longer an ordinary qi condensation cultivator. He was now a first-grade elder of the Xingyuan sect and a fourth-grade alchemist. Both titles signified that he possessed far greater resources than other cultivators, especially as a fourth-grade alchemist, which implied mastery over elixirs. However, if anyone were to harbor ill intentions towards him, it could only be said that they were seeking trouble for themselves. Of course, I shall enter. If such minor difficulties can deter me, what hope is there for my foundation, much less my eventual ascendance to the Golden Core stage? If I were to shy away from such trivial matters, how could I ever promise to protect or accompany you in the future? Wang Bu'er responded with a boldness that also served to tease Zhao Shuang. I knew you would not be afraid. Zhao Shuang nodded with a mix of relief and a hint of blush. But rest assured, you may proceed. I shall handle the rest. I guarantee that none will dare to trouble you lightly. She puffed up her chest, exuding confidence. What methods do you possess? Wang Bu'er inquired, puzzled. Only cultivators of qi condensation can enter Tianying Valley. Can Zhao Shuang truly manipulate events from outside? You will soon find out, she declared, raising her hand to reveal a glimmering red sword beam. She stepped onto her flying sword and departed the warship, making her way to the valley's entrance. Now that everyone is gathered, let us not squander time. Let us unite our efforts to open the entrance. Upon this command, a cultivator from each of the four major sects promptly disembarked from the warship. Each retrieved a treasured artifact, and in an instant, the area outside Tianying Valley was ablaze with radiant light and surging spiritual energy. The five of them joined forces, using their artifacts to activate a special formation. A beam of light shot forth, crashing into the valley's entrance. Amidst the resounding echoes, the valley's mist dispersed, revealing a passage over 10 meters wide. Within the Qiyuan sect, everyone was eager to advance. Among them, two individuals displayed the most fervent excitement. Although their cultivation levels were not the highest, they were known for their ruthless nature. Their gazes were fixed intently on Wang Bu'er. To their astonishment, this man was a fourth-grade alchemist. They realized they had struck gold. There was no need to target anyone else. Slaying him would be equivalent to eliminating 10 others. An elder and a fourth-grade alchemist, yet only at the qi condensation stage. This was clearly the finest gift bestowed upon them by fate. The two individuals revealed a ruthless glint in their eyes, licking their lips, their excitement intensifying. In their perception, Wang Bu'er had transformed into a perfect plump sheep, a moving treasure trove. As an elder, he undoubtedly possessed a multitude of treasures, and as a fourth-tier alchemist, he was bound to carry an abundance of elixirs. While the two plotted how to pursue Wang Bu'er upon entering the Skyhawk Valley, Zhao Shuang suddenly turned and beckoned towards the direction of Xingyuan sect. Elder Wang Bu'er, please come here for a moment. Wang Bu'er was uncertain of what schemes this woman was concocting, yet as she was the leader, he had no choice but to leave the warship and approach her. I almost forgot, the sect has prepared some items for you to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Wang Bu'er was immediately incensed. Gifts? You choose this moment to bestow me with treasures? Are you trying to make my target any more conspicuous? Do you wish for everyone to pursue and hunt me down the moment we enter? No matter how many guards you send, it would be futile. However, despite his grievances, Wang Bu'er remained unperturbed. Once he entered, he could establish his foundation in no time. Anyone daring to approach would be met with annihilation. Single foes would be dispatched one by one, and pairs would be eradicated in tandem. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Bu'er found himself stupefied, his eyes widening as he felt his intellect falter. Chapter 55. Cherishing one's own men. As Zhao Shuang raised her hand, a dazzling array of lights flickered before Wang Bu'er. Dozens of various treasures materialized, all remarkably suited to his cultivation level. However, she proclaimed with an air of authority, I must impart to you a novel application. These artifacts can be employed not only in direct combat, but can also be detonated in times of peril. Rest assured, there are plenty more within the sect. Once you've exhausted these, simply come to me for more. Zhao Shuang spoke with such confidence that it seemed these items were mere clods of earth rather than precious artifacts. Wang Bu'er, trembling with trepidation, cautiously collected the flying swords. Yet again, the ethereal lights glimmered. This time, 6 formidable puppet warriors appeared before him. These puppets are fully charged with spirit stones. When danger arises, simply cast them forth, and with a modicum of control, they will fight on your behalf. Each possesses the potential to unleash the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment. They feel no pain nor fear, and if need be, can self-destruct. Remember, once utilized, return to me for replacements. Wang Bu'er felt a thunderous echo in his mind as he shakily stowed them away. Once more, the luminous display dazzled him. Zhao Shuang, with a flick of her wrist, released over 1,000 diverse talismans. These are protective talismans, these are offensive ones, and these are transformation talismans. They are exceedingly convenient, requiring no depletion of your own cultivation, and can be cast swiftly. Use them liberally. When they run out, seek me for more. His heart began to race as the realization dawned upon him regarding Zhao Shuang's intentions. After collecting the talismans, he was presented with over a dozen vials of elixirs. These are for restoring your cultivation, these for healing wounds, and these for enhancing your consciousness. There is enough for you to consume continuously, sustaining their effects until the trials at Tianying Valley conclude. Do not hold back, consume freely. The sect has an abundance. Once the elixirs were distributed, Zhao Shuang tossed him a weighty suit of armor. Here, this is the heavy cloud armor, originally designated for those at the foundation establishment stage. I am granting it to you ahead of time. When worn, it will provide formidable protection against attacks from those below the mid-foundation establishment stage for a short duration. After completing her generous offerings, Zhao Shuang nodded with satisfaction, her hands resting behind her back as she surveyed her surroundings with an air of superiority. To the junior disciples of the various sects, I am aware that you harbor thoughts regarding our elder Wang, the alchemist. Allow me to make my stance clear. Feel free to come at him, unabashedly. If you can slay him, it would indeed be a testament to your prowess. A chorus of swallowing sounds echoed around them. Gasps of apprehension filled the air as all eyes turned to Wang Bu'er, whose storage bag was now visibly bulging. Yet, rather than greed, an overwhelming chill gripped their hearts. Some even began to tremble uncontrollably. The disciples of Qiyuan sect, who had only moments ago been plotting to hunt down Wang Bu'er, exchanged glances filled with sheer terror and foreboding. The very thought was chilling. Brother, are we still pursuing them? Forget about the pursuit. If you wish to perish, do so alone. I shall not accompany you. Let the treasures explode at will. The puppets be unleashed freely, and the talismans number in the thousands, while the elixirs can be consumed endlessly. At this moment, Wang Bu'er is no longer seen as a plump target, but as a formidable killing formation. Not to mention the two of them. Even if there were 20, they would only meet a grim fate. The Sky Eagle Valley has been opened. Everyone, let us enter. Although the Sky Eagle Valley is a sacred ground for foundation establishment, its resources are equally finite. Once entered, it becomes a battlefield, a contest, a place of plunder. Only those with both courage and strategy are worthy of seizing opportunities. The elder of Huayan sect, already in the late stage of core formation, spoke, his voice resonating across the expanse. With his words, the disciples of Huayan sect surged forth, rushing towards the entrance. Subsequently, other sects also followed suit, hastening their pace. Wang Bu'er took a deep breath, and accompanied by Tong Lu, stepped into the passageway. The spiritual energy within the valley is unique, occasionally giving rise to vortices of spiritual energy. Within these vortices, the spiritual essence is particularly dense, greatly aiding those in foundation establishment. One should endeavor to select these vortices for breakthroughs. Just as he entered the threshold, the moment the teleportation power descended, Zhao Shuang's voice echoed once more. Moreover, Remember this most crucial point. The better the resources, the more individuals will contend for them. And the threats may not only stem from external disciples, but could also arise from within the sect. Before long, the disciples of the 5 sects had all entered the passage, vanishing from sight. Wang Bu'er too disappeared. However, the shock he imparted upon everyone remained palpable. Outside the entrance, nearly all the Qi condensation cultivators and various core formation elders gazed into the sky, captivated by the breathtaking Zhao Shuang. Junior Sister Zhao, I have never seen you care for anyone so deeply. It seems your relationship with this male disciple from Xingyuan's sect is rather exceptional, remarked the female core formation elder leading the Xian sect, feeling somewhat inadequate while simultaneously teasing. You noticed as well? Zhao Shuang did not shy away in the least. The surrounding core formation male cultivators and numerous foundation establishment males instantly exhibited a flurry of emotions, their gazes flickering with intensity. Zhao Shuang is not merely the goddess of Xingyuan's sect, but also one of the deities of the 4 nations in the western regions. Every male present harbored some degree of fantasy. Yet, Zhao Shuang had always been dismissive of her suitors. Why does it now sound as if this exquisite flower has already been plucked? In that moment, all felt as though their own rice bowls had been snatched away, a sensation of discomfort washing over them. The trials of Sky Eagle Valley not only provide Qi condensation disciples with an enhanced opportunity for foundation establishment, but also allow them to experience the harsh realities of the cultivation world in advance. Junior Sister, bestowing so many treasures upon this disciple may not be particularly beneficial. Furthermore, isn't it somewhat unfair to the disciples of other sects? The elder leading Tianyuan sect remarked with a hint of reluctance. Among the myriad sects, the Tianyuan sect stands as the weakest. Wang Bu'er, adorned with treasures, leaves no chance for the disciples of the Tianyuan sect should they cross paths. Is this not an affront to fairness? I can offer, and so can you. Yet Zhao Shuang remains indifferent, almost flaunting her stance. Moreover, what stature do your disciples hold? And what of our esteemed Bu'er? Though all are at the 10th level of Qi condensation, he has already attained the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. To speak of treasures is one thing, but would it truly be excessive to appoint him as a vice-sect master, or even bestow upon him half of the sect? The members of Xingyuan's sect could only shake their heads in disbelief. Although the relationship between Wang Bu'er and Zhao Shuang is now well acknowledged, such blatant favoritism verges on the absurd. Furthermore, should we not cherish our own men? If you feel an imbalance in your hearts, there are plenty of individuals here, both male and female. Do not hesitate to connect, for who knows what the future may hold. In the midst of savoring fruit, Hong Jian suddenly coughed violently, nearly choking. Our esteemed Bu'er, we must cherish our own men. Here we go again with the lovebirds. Not only do they shower affection, but they also mock others for their lack of partners. They not only slay, but also pierce the heart. Chapter 56. This is all voluntary on my part, and I do not expect you to take responsibility. In a secluded valley, Wang Bu'er was trailing behind Tong Lu, scanning the surroundings ahead. Tong Lu was exceptionally dedicated, remaining perpetually on high alert for any signs of disturbance. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brows, internally sighing repeatedly. He pondered how Tong Lu had managed to locate him so swiftly after entering this place. It was likely that Zhao Shuang had bestowed upon her some precious artifact, or perhaps she possessed a unique skill of her own. Alternatively, it could simply be a stroke of luck. Under normal circumstances, the random teleportation upon entering the Sky Eagle Valley had not manifested for him. He felt an urgent sense of anxiety. He was indifferent to the quality of the spiritual energy present or whether it harbored special powers to facilitate his ascension. He had no desire to seek out any spiritual energy whirlpools. His sole aim was to find a tranquil spot to enhance his abilities. However, with Tong Lu at his side, she seemed an unwelcome presence. Thus, he was increasingly anxious about how to extricate himself from this predicament. Lost in thought, Wang Bu'er came to a halt. Elder Wang, what's the matter? Tong Lu immediately stopped as well. Let us move quickly. We are on the outskirts of the Sky Eagle Valley, and the spiritual energy here is rather weak. We must enter the core area swiftly to locate the spiritual energy whirlpool, she urged in a lowered voice. Although she too was at the 10th level of Qi condensation, this expedition to the Sky Eagle Valley was to be led by Wang Bu'er. If she had the opportunity to break through after Wang Bu'er's ascension, that would be ideal. If not, there was no need for concern. Upon exiting, Zhao Shuang would provide her with ample elixirs to ensure her success. Senior Sister Tong Lu. Wang Bu'er sought a plausible excuse to dismiss her. Yet, he found himself at a loss for suitable reasoning. Elder Wang, are you unwell? If necessary, we can take a break, Tong Lu asked with genuine concern. Zhao Shuang had advised that if Wang Bu'er was unable to break through, it was of no consequence, Safety was of utmost priority. Resolute, Wang Bu'er decided to take a bold step. Since he could not shake her off, he might as well attempt a breakthrough, even if it meant feigning a fade. I think. I am feeling something, he declared, as a powerful surge of energy began to emanate from within him. Feeling something? Although Tong Lu was a practitioner of qi condensation, she was considerably older than Wang Bu'er. Upon hearing his words, her face flushed crimson. Elder Wang, what? What are you saying? You and Master Zhao are. How can you utter such words? She stomped her foot, her previous boldness and meticulousness evaporating in an instant, replaced by a palpable unease. Wang Bu'er was taken aback. What's wrong? Is it inappropriate for me to say I am feeling something? He looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why his casual remark had elicited such a strong reaction from Tong Lu. You. Tong Lu stomped her foot again, her face growing even warmer. Her eyes continuously flitted over Wang Bu'er, her lips bitten in a myriad of inner turmoil. Ultimately, she resolved herself. Well, very well. In fact, Master Zhao had previously mentioned that, should you have any needs in that regard, I could consider whether to cooperate. With that, her shyness deepened, and she turned her back to Wang Bu'er. Slowly, she unfastened her belt and closed her eyes. Elder Wang, it's your turn. You need not worry. Everything is entirely voluntary, and I shall not hold you responsible. I won't even mention this to Master Zhao. Wang Bu'er was utterly bewildered, staring at Tong Lu, who now stood with her hands open, eyes shut, completely unguarded, presenting herself as if inviting him to partake. He finally grasped the reason behind Tong Lu's overwhelming reaction. Indeed, being overly astute is not always advantageous. Tong Lu's perceptiveness had led her to misconstrue his intentions. I merely sensed my cultivation reaching a pivotal moment and sought a reason for a breakthrough. How did you leap to such conclusions? And I am not seeking any obligation from you. Zhao Shuang, look at the kind of bodyguard you have chosen for me. Fortunately, Wang Bu'er was not the type to be indiscriminate in his choices, or he might have missed such an overt opportunity. Nonetheless, it presented a remarkable chance. He immediately suppressed his fluctuating aura and darted away with a swift movement, quickly vanishing from sight. Master Wang, are you ready? Tong Lu called out. You'd best hurry. We have a journey ahead. This is our first time, and hopefully, our last. She sighed. Well, if you truly cannot contain yourself later. I could also. Master Wang. Master Wang. She sensed an unsettling stillness behind her, but dared not turn around, fearing the sight of something mortifying. After some time, an inkling of unease crept over her. Gathering her courage, she inhaled deeply and slowly turned. Cracking her eyes open, she was taken aback to find Wang Bu'er had vanished. In an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within her. Is it my appearance that displeased him? But who can compare to Zhao Shuang? Was I too hesitant? Could a girl truly act so decisively in such matters? Hurriedly, she refastened her belt, gauged a direction, and began her pursuit, convinced that Wang Bu'er must be upset. She resolved that when she caught up with him, she would no longer hold back. Regardless of Wang Bu'er's needs, she would be entirely cooperative. Meanwhile, Wang Bu'er was on his way, traversing through a landscape that was vibrant and lush, imbued with ethereal energy. This was the first impression that Tianying Valley left upon him. It was far from a desolate wilderness. Rather, it was a realm of abundant greenery. Though devoid of sun and moon, the distinction between heaven and earth was unmistakable. Wang Bu'er took a deep breath, immersing himself in the ethereal aura that permeated the air. Indeed, a unique essence lingered within, reminiscent of a precious elixir. With a mere thought, his host soared into the air, effortlessly swirling around him. In an instant, the patch of grass surrounding him was meticulously cleared. A notification chimed, indicating the arrival of a bounty. Funds received. 2 months, 19 days, 14 hours, and 6 minutes. A confident smile immediately graced Wang Bu'er's face. The flora here possessed considerable value. He resolved to find a suitable spot for enhancement before embarking on his excavation. Upgrade first, then flaunt his prowess. Wang Bu'er's thoughts were remarkably lucid. He deliberately chose not to venture into the depths of Eagle Valley, convinced that throngs of individuals would converge there, resulting in an overwhelming crowd. The periphery, however, presented a different scenario, with the spiritual energy being relatively sparse. Even a fool would refrain from seeking breakthroughs in such a place. With this realization, he felt no need for excessive scrutiny. Upon arriving at a comparatively secluded valley, Wang Bu'er came to a halt. This shall suffice, he decided. Swiftly, he retrieved several sets of array flags, planting them around the valley's perimeter to create layers of protection. While he doubted anyone would intrude, and the environment seemed entirely unimportant, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. He then settled into a meditative posture. Name, Wang Bu'er, age, 20, lifespan, 2,671 years, 5 months, 2 days, 9 hours, body refinement, bone forging 210, spiritual power, chi condensation 10th layer 910, spiritual awareness, subtle knowledge 610, immortal host skill, unrestrained. Allocating points. Spiritual power, foundation establishment, first layer 100, chapter 57. Your system has been upgraded. Once everything was prepared, Wang Bu'er first swallowed a medicinal pill to avert any unforeseen circumstances. He forcefully suppressed the restless rhythm of his breath and heartbeat before directly allocating points. Boom. The space around him abruptly stilled, as if it had been forcibly sealed by some unseen power. A colossal vortex materialized out of thin air, instantaneously drawing in all the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of meters. This energy was violently infused into Wang Bu'er's body. The powerful surge of spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into a torrent, surging through his meridians with wild intensity, racing towards his dantian. Simultaneously, the cultivation within his body also converged, transforming into a second torrent that similarly rushed towards the dantian. At the moment when these two forces converged, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted with tremendous force. In the next instant, the dantian, previously in a state of chaos, trembled violently before ceasing its turmoil, as if stirred by some force, beginning to rotate gradually. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After 10 revolutions, a complete vortex finally took shape within Wang Bu'er's dantian. Foundation establishment realm, accomplished. Without any surprises, without any repetitions. It formed in one attempt. The cultivation points granted by the system posed no bottleneck. As he opened his eyes, Wang Bu'er felt a profound shift in his perception of the world around him. It was entirely transformed from what he had previously seen. The entire realm seemed to have ascended to a new dimension. His sensations appeared to be more deeply intertwined with this world, as if the very essence of life permeated the heavens and the earth. He felt an enhanced connection and harmony with this realm of spiritual energy. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Bu'er suddenly recollected something and hurriedly checked the system. However, the system remained unresponsive, shrouded in darkness within his consciousness. Indeed, as he had surmised, one of the conditions for the system's upgrade was the elevation of his cultivation realm. The first upgrade had been in chi condensation, and this time it was foundation establishment. Wang Bu'er took a deep breath, a wave of heightened tension surging within him, even more intense than before the allocation of points. He forcefully operated his cultivation to calm his emotions and patiently awaited the completion of the system upgrade, focusing all his attention, ready to confront any unforeseen events that might arise. Fortunately, no such events occurred. Not long after, a series of beeping sounds resonated in Wang Bu'er's mind. Akin to the startup of a computer, he promptly opened the system interface. Name, Wang Bu'er, age, 20, lifespan, 1,771 years, 5 months, 2 days, 7 hours, body refinement, bone tempering 21,100, spiritual power, foundation establishment level 1,100, divine sense, subtle awareness 610, celestial host skill, unrestrained. After a cursory glance, Wang Bu'er was initially taken aback, but then exhaled in relief. The system's balance had indeed changed, having decreased by a full 900 years. He felt immensely fortunate for having previously accumulated a substantial balance, refraining from unnecessary consumption. Otherwise, he would have already been upgraded to oblivion. Something seems amiss. However, it did not take long for Wang Bu'er to discern other changes. The number following his physical cultivation and spiritual energy had transformed into 100. This indicated that upon entering the foundation establishment stage, he would need to invest 100 points to further enhance his cultivation. If each investment consumed 10 years of life, a total of 1,000 years would be required. It soon dawned on him that this made perfect sense. If the foundation establishment and chi condensation stages consumed the same lifespan, it would indeed be a flaw in the system. Wouldn't that imply that the higher the realm, the easier the upgrades? After shaking his head, he quickly grasped another concept. The system upgrades themselves should not deplete his remaining lifespan. The 900 years that had vanished must have been an adjustment to compensate for the deficiencies in the meridian realm. The current reading of 21,100 following his physical cultivation serves as the finest illustration. After all, the meridian realm is akin to the foundation establishment in physical cultivation. According to the fluctuations in spiritual energy allocation, advancing from physical cultivation's meridian to bone refinement should indeed consume 1,000 years. To validate his hypothesis, Wang Bu'er directly allocated points to his spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness. Subtle understanding 610. Ding. Host's spiritual awareness has improved, reaching the radiant illumination realm. Spiritual awareness. Radiant illumination 0100. Ding. The flowing immortal host level has risen. Attaining foundation establishment rank. Flowing immortal host skill. Unfettered, single-minded. Indeed. Moreover, Wang Bu'er had garnered a new boon. The system's complementary little medicinal hoe had once again been upgraded. This also confirmed another fact. The conditions for upgrading the flowing immortal hoe were precisely as he had previously surmised, requiring both cultivation and spiritual awareness realms to be satisfied concurrently. After all, wielding the little medicinal hoe necessitated the utilization and consumption of spiritual awareness. Fixating on the displayed data, Wang Bu'er was struck by a revelation, identifying a non-bug bug. Prior to the system's upgrade, his enhancements in physical cultivation merely required synchronization with the current spiritual energy expenditure. Calculating this way, he realized he could preemptively enjoy a physical and spiritual awareness cultivation level surpassing his current one. When his cultivation realm eventually ascended, the system would compensate for the difference. Slapping his thigh, Wang Bu'er experienced an epiphany. He had entirely forgotten that this system was adapted from Alipay. Wasn't this essentially an instance of advanced consumption? Utilizing this realm early would necessitate repayment in subsequent levels. Huabei. This could indeed be considered a trump card. If his cultivation fell short, and the system's balance was insufficient, he could resort to employing a higher physical cultivation realm in battle. He once again perused the system page. Alchemist. 4th rank Alchemist 910. Pondering this, Wang Bu'er found himself perplexed. The point allocation for the Alchemist had not changed. It still required 10 years. Did the Alchemist's rank not need to synchronize with the spiritual energy realm? Or was it merely a matter of proficiency in the eyes of the system? Just as Wang Bu'er was immersed in contemplation, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The Mingfu treasure system has been successfully upgraded to version 3.0. Ding! The host has met the conditions to unlock new features. Ding! The Mingfu treasure recycling function has been successfully activated. Ding! The Mingfu treasure transfer function has been successfully activated. Ding! The Mingfu treasure withdrawal function has been successfully activated. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Wang Bu'er was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He clicked to the next page. Qing Feng Sword Technique, 4-4. Yunying Escape, 2-2. Shinshi Technique, 5-5. Chunyu Cleansing Technique, 5-5. Sanqing Spirit Transformation Method, 4-4. Transformation Technique, 6-6. True Essence Sword Technique, 5-5. Purple Fire Ascension Technique, 6-12. He discovered a new realm. Each of the techniques and spells now bore a minus sign. This time, Wang Bu'er deduced without hesitation what it implied. This must be the aforementioned system recycling function. A treasure trove? He decisively attempted to recycle the Shinshi technique, a spell he no longer required. Shinshi technique, 4-5. Ding! Mingfu treasure credited for 5 years. Incredible, a half-price buyback. Wang Bu'er slapped his thigh in excitement. Unable to contain his exuberant shout, the system is remarkably humane. Rising to gather his formation flags, Wang Bu'er felt the surge of heightened cultivation within him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, and, in an instant, his form ascended into the air. This was a capability exclusive to cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm, flight. Henceforth, he could truly traverse the heavens and traverse the earth. A smug and cunning smile crept across his face as he gazed into the depths of Tianying Valley. This was just the beginning. He was now the sole cultivator at the Foundation establishment level in this place. If one were to liken Tianying Valley to a sheep pen, then all the other qi condensation cultivators here were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 58. Though the bonds are shallow, the principles are profound. Within the periphery of the Sky Eagle Valley, Zhang Tianqian hovered in the air, scanning his surroundings while deftly manipulating the medicinal hoe. After reaching the Foundation establishment stage, the capabilities of the small hoe had been significantly enhanced. The tool had grown larger, and with each movement, it could uproot a greater expanse of vegetation. Wang Bu'er had also experimented with the hoe's new abilities. With unwavering focus, he could imprint fragments of his consciousness into the hoe, enabling it to function autonomously based on these imprints. In simpler terms, this was akin to programming, or even more simply, akin to an automated process. With the harmonious blend of spontaneity and focused intent, the small hoe had nearly attained a semi-automated state, liberating Wang Bu'er considerably. He merely needed to periodically adjust the consciousness imprints based on the surrounding terrain, allowing the hoe to toil away on its own. The Sky Eagle Valley was rich in spiritual energy, and although the outer regions yielded little of value, The age of the land was undeniable. Watching the system's balance skyrocket, Wang Bu'er felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy. Here in the Sky Eagle Valley, unlike the sects, there were no private territories. He could dig freely. At the same time, Wang Bu'er held a jade slip in his hand. This slip contained a brief overview of the most dangerous cultivators among the disciples entering the Sky Eagle Valley. Tian Yuan sect's Zhao Gang, a genius in formations, had dabbled in various types of arrays. He had once used his mastery of formations to ensnare 5 opponents of equal rank, exhausting their cultivation before dispatching them one by one. Ziyun sect's Lu Xianyuan, an adept swordswoman, wielded the illusory sound bell as her ultimate treasure. This woman practiced charm techniques, capable of subtly disturbing the minds of her foes, causing them to lose their awareness and be killed without a trace. Qi Yuan sect's Pang Kai, proficient in both body techniques and heavy swordsmanship, possessed a treasure of terrifying might. At the 9th level of Qi condensation, he had once forced a Foundation establishment novice to vomit blood with a single sword strike. Hua Yin sect's Luo Pu, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, practiced the bloodthirsty and gruesome technique known as the bloodthirsty forest diagram. This brutal method made him exceedingly lethal. Approach with utmost caution. Lastly, Qi Yuan sect's Tian Lang, true to his name, practiced the Tsang Wolf transformation technique. He was one of the rare geniuses of the sect who had not trained in swordsmanship. Upon transformation, he possessed a terrifying physique that rivaled that of ferocious beasts, with overwhelming strength and speed. As he perused the information, Wang Bu'er could not help but shake his head. Those individuals listed as dangerous were indeed formidable, each one more remarkable than the last, with illustrious backgrounds. Yet, he reassured himself, he was not to be trifled with either. He had also slain 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and was not overly concerned about the likes of young Master Zhao. With that self-encouragement, he relocated to another spot, reprogrammed, and continued his excavation. Wang Bu'er remained prudent, steadily digging along the periphery, advancing slowly yet surely. Upon acquiring the newfound skill of the medicinal hoe, his grass-cutting velocity was extraordinarily swift. Wang Bu'er, aged 20, had a lifespan of 3,471 years, for months, 2 days, and 9 hours. His body refinement stood at 21 out of 100, with a foundational spiritual power at the 1st level, 1 out of 100, and his divine consciousness at 0 out of 100. With the flowing immortal hoe skill, he was free-spirited and undistracted. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the opening of the heavenly Eagle Valley. Wang Bu'er had finally cleared the vegetation surrounding the valley. Although these plants held relatively low value, they had granted him nearly 2,000 years of lifespan. Now, he stood at the periphery of the core area. The cultivators entering this realm were evidently focused on their training and hastened towards the core area in the shortest time possible. Wang Bu'er suppressed his cultivation fluctuations from the foundational level to the 10th level of Qi condensation, as the likelihood of encountering other cultivators increased. According to past records, within half a month of trials, some individuals had already managed to break through their realms. Thus, he refrained from recklessly digging. 2 days later, Wang Bu'er had fully entered the core area, where the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was significantly denser, with numerous vortices of spiritual energy appearing. The lifespan value of the vegetation here had nearly multiplied. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating a deposit had been made. At this rate, he could unearth over 300 years' worth of lifespan in a single day. However, his gaze abruptly sharpened, and he appeared beside a small lake nearby, which resembled more of a pond. Floating upon its surface were 2 corpses, both disciples of the Xingyuan sect, 1 male and 1 female. The male was someone Wang Bu'er recognized well, a member of the Outer Sect's alchemy room, gifted in the art of alchemy. They had even exchanged words before. Although he possessed considerable talent, he was averse to bloodshed, which led him to choose the path of alchemy. Yet, judging by the traces and aura surrounding the bodies, they had met their demise shortly after entering this realm. Wang Bu'er reflected solemnly on Zhao Shuang's words before his departure. Without the baptism of blood, and without stepping over the corpses of enemies, even with higher cultivation, one would merely be a bystander, guarding the gates. Why does the world of cultivation have no need for bystanders? Because once a bystander steps onto the battlefield, they swiftly become fodder, and all the resources and efforts invested by the sect in them would dissolve into nothingness. With a sigh, Wang Bu'er collected the 2 bodies, resolved to return them to the sect for a proper burial. 2 hours later, he halted once more. Not far ahead, a disciple of the Xingyuan sect lay bisected, the scene marked by a copious amount of blood and severed limbs. It was evident that a brutal battle had transpired here. The corpse before him was the 11th disciple of the Star Origin sect that Wang Bu'er had discovered in a short span of time. His brow furrowed even more deeply. Although he was already aware that the Sky Eagle Valley, devoid of monstrous beasts, was far more perilous than the Star Origin mountain range, he had not anticipated the extent of danger present here. Something was amiss. Soon, upon uncovering 4 more corpses of Star Origin sect disciples in the same vicinity, he finally sensed the abnormality. The sheer number of fallen disciples along his path was excessively high. If he had stumbled upon so many, one could only imagine the grim fate that awaited those elsewhere. Surely, someone must have succeeded in establishing their foundation. The hunt within the Sky Eagle Valley had commenced. Someone was targeting the Star Origin sect. A struggle flickered across his face. At this moment, the most prudent choice for him would have been to bury himself in the earth, accumulating longevity. Yet, witnessing the continuous demise of his fellow disciples stirred an involuntary guilt within him. These were his comrades. Though their bond was tenuous, the weight of duty was profound. He was the first cultivator to step into Foundation establishment during this trial for the Star Origin sect. Had he not chosen to dig for herbs, but rather ventured deeper to assist his fellow disciples, would the casualties have been significantly less? Soon, he clenched his teeth and made a resolute decision. To hell with it, Wang Bu'er would also shine brightly. After all, he was an elder, the one holding the highest position here. Children, I am coming. Wang Bu'er sheathed his hoe, and an icy determination radiated from his eyes. In a flash, his speed erupted to its utmost limit, propelling him forward with haste. Just as he surged, a golden streak of light, imbued with a terrifying ferocity, descended upon him in an instant. It was an arrow, aimed directly at his brow. Simultaneously, beneath his feet, a net of lightning materialized, soaring upwards with the swiftness of a bolt, intent on ensnaring him entirely. Chapter 59. Embrace the inevitable. Let us proceed. This is a trap. 2 ambushers lie in wait, one at the Foundation establishment level and the other at the 10th layer of chi condensation. One obstructs, while the other ensnares. In such a lethal scenario, anyone lacking the Foundation establishment cultivation would be virtually doomed. It is you. Wang Bu'er's expression darkened in an instant, a nameless fury surging within him. The previous 4 were, as it turns out, slain by these 2 lurking figures. With a mere flick of his wrist, a torrent of sword chi surged forth, conjuring a howling tempest. The golden sword light whirled rapidly, intercepting the incoming arrows with alacrity. The latter trembled slightly before shattering with a thunderous crash. Though the rising lightning net soared skyward, it faltered upon reaching Wang Bu'er's feet, as if forcibly restrained by an unseen power. In a flash, 5 talismans shot forth. 2 transformed into sword chi, soaring into the heavens toward the distant location of the arrows, while the other 3 morphed into fierce tigers, pouncing forward with ferocity. At that moment, the 2 concealed cultivators revealed themselves, a man and a woman, one at Foundation establishment and the other at the 10th layer of chi condensation, adorned in the attire of Tianyuan sect. It is Wang Bu'er of Xingyuan sect. The astonishment on their faces was unmistakable. Yet, in no time, the shock on the face of the Foundation establishment man morphed into exhilaration. Although Wang Bu'er had received a plethora of treasures publicly before entering the valley, rendering him an untouchable figure in the eyes of all, this was under the premise that everyone was at the chi condensation realm. Now that he had reached Foundation establishment, and with the consensus that Wang Bu'er, who should have been in the core region, had likely already broken through, it was astonishing to see him here still at the chi condensation level. In an instant, the elixirs and treasures adorning Wang Bu'er ignited a frenzy of excitement in the Foundation establishment cultivator. If he were to slay Wang Bu'er, he would attain untold riches. Hold him off. I shall deliver the fatal blow. Facing the oncoming sword chi, instead of retreating, the man surged forward. His Foundation establishment power erupted, and with an outstretched hand, a hammer materialized, swelling in size and unleashing an immense force in an instant. With a mighty swing, the condensing female cultivator swiftly produced a red silk ribbon from her storage pouch, which, after a shake in midair, transformed into hundreds of strands, all rushing towards Wang Bu'er to ensnare him. Humph, you think you can kill me? A cold snort escaped Wang Bu'er's lips. The moment his words fell, his cultivation erupted forth, no longer concealed. The might of Foundation establishment surged like a tidal wave. Crack, crack, crack. As his power erupted, the already sharp talisman sword chi radiated an astonishing brilliance, dazzling beyond measure. It bore an aura that seemed capable of tearing apart everything in its path, crashing forth like an unstoppable force. Even the surrounding spiritual energy appeared on the verge of collapse. Damn it, you. have actually reached foundation establishment. The hammer was obliterated by the sword light, reverting to its original form, its spiritual glow dimmed. The man's hair erupted wildly, his robes torn to shreds in an instant, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. His gaze was filled with sheer terror, as though his very soul had shattered. No! A chilling scream erupted from his lips as the sword energy flashed by, cleaving his body in twain. Until his last breath, his heart was consumed by boundless regret. He lamented the moment he encountered Wang Bu'er, when he chose not to flee but succumbed to greed. This very greed cost him his life. As for the woman of condensed energy, Wang Bu'er did not even cast a glance her way. With a mere gesture, a beam of sword light manifested before him, piercing her form with lethal precision. The essence transformation sword technique. He collected their storage bags and treasures, and a burst of purple flame emerged, incinerating the corpses into nothingness. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to depart. At that moment, Wang Bu'er's gaze was cold and unfeeling. He had come to a resolute understanding. Since violence was an inevitable aspect of this place, there was no need for him to shy away. Although his time in the xianxia sect had been brief, he had already developed a sense of belonging there. As a stranger from Earth, Mogu village was his first home, and the xianxia sect became his second. The people of the xianxia sect were now his family. Since there were those targeting the disciples of the xianxia sect, they were essentially attacking his kin. Shortly after, a young man rushed forth from the dense forest. He was one of the few male cultivators from the Xian sect, a prodigy known as Jin Lin. His brow furrowed deeply as he meticulously sensed the residual fluctuations in the air, his face betraying his astonishment. To fight one against two and achieve instant annihilation. Who could this individual be? Such terrifying sword intent was likely attributed to the formidable Pankai of the Xianxia sect. After the initial shock, excitement and a thirst for battle surged within the young man. Yet, this exhilaration quickly transformed into caution. It was prudent to seek Wang Bu'er first. After a moment of contemplation, he chose a different path, avoiding confrontation for the time being. As time passed, a burly figure approached from the distance. This man, too, had reached the foundation establishment stage. He frowned as he surveyed the area, then tapped his storage bag, causing several array flags to emerge and settle around him. As the array's fluctuations unfolded, the previously dissipated aura began to coalesce once more, intensifying in strength. Zhao Gang, the genius of formations from the Tianyuan sect. This is the Spirit Transformation Talisman and the Sword Shadow Talisman, both pinnacle symbols of foundation establishment. Such lavishness, and yet, in the Tianying Valley, there was but one individual present, Wang Bu'er. He smirked coldly, not hesitating for a moment, swiftly discerning the direction in which Wang Bu'er had departed and pursuing him. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, sending several sound transmission talismans flying in various directions. Soon, across the Tianying Valley, numerous individuals received the transmission. Wang Bu'er had appeared. He had yet to establish his foundation. Excitement illuminated their faces as they unhesitatingly changed their course, converging towards him. Unbeknownst to Wang Bu'er, an ambush targeting him had already commenced. Zhao Shuang's previous display of dominance and bounty had indeed instilled a deep-seated apprehension among all, deterring them from approaching. However, such trepidation was clearly limited to the qi condensation stage. Now, half the time had elapsed, and the top talents of various sects had successfully established their foundations. The treasures and elixirs possessed by Wang Bu'er instantly became the primary target of these individuals. Meanwhile, Wang Bu'er chose to abandon his pursuit of medicinal herbs, prioritizing the defense of his fellow disciples at this critical moment when the xianxia sect was under siege. Within the central area, a significant number of cultivators had gathered in the Tianying Valley, for disciples of the xianxia sect were hastily advancing, each bearing injuries. They were collaborating to suppress any attempts at foundational establishment. It was infuriating. Even senior Sister Mi's energy vortex had been seized, despite her qualifications and prowess. She should have been among the first to establish her foundation. Without anyone from the xianxia sect achieving foundational establishment, there was no one to provide support or protection, which was utterly frustrating. Their faces were etched with fury, yet they could only grit their teeth and endure. Since their entry into Tianying Valley, the Tianyuan sect, Qiyuan sect, and Ziyun sect had formed a united front against the xianxia sect. The four had just located a suitable energy vortex, poised to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough, only to be forcibly driven away and compelled to abandon their efforts. This unfortunate scenario had already transpired 4 times. At that moment, a figure appeared before them, causing their expressions to change drastically as they prepared to meet the intruder with their swords drawn. However, upon recognizing the individual, they were momentarily taken aback. It was Wang Bu'er. We pay our respects to Elder Wang. They were astonished. Wang Bu'er's aura still exuded the essence of condensation. Had his energy vortex been stolen? Wang Bu'er regarded the four in their disarray, his gaze turning icy in an instant. Follow me. Chapter 60. Huh. That bastard actually dared to glare at me. Without waiting for their response, Wang Bu'er turned and strode away. Though puzzled, the four quickly felt a surge of excitement. They knew Wang Bu'er possessed too many treasures. Surely enough to challenge a Foundation establishment cultivator. With his willingness to protect them, their safety was all but assured. Before long, the five came to a halt. Ahead of them loomed two massive spiritual energy vortices. Two female cultivators from the Purple Cloud sect were cultivating beside them. Without a word of warning, and certainly no chivalrous hesitation, Wang Bu'er raised his hand, unleashing two razor-sharp sword beams. The sword energy blazed like the morning star, dazzling and invincible. With two crisp cracks, the hastily summoned flying swords of the women were shattered, their spiritual light extinguished, rendered utterly useless. Their spiritual energy, too, collapsed in disarray. Once poised and formidable, the two women now stood disheveled, robes torn, hair wild. Die! A thunderous roar echoed as an overwhelming pressure descended like a mountain. A flash of ruthless sword energy, blood sprayed. The women's auras ceased abruptly. As they collapsed, their eyes held nothing but resentment and terror. If they won't let us establish our foundations, then neither shall they. Wang Bu'er turned to the four behind him. With a flick of his wrist, a handful of pills, treasures, and over a dozen talismans landed in their hands. Elder Zhao taught you how to use these. Follow me, we're going to wreck them. If we encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator, you flee first. I'll hold the rear. With that, he led the four away at breakneck speed, vanishing in an instant. Thank you, Elder Wang. The four followed closely, clutching their newfound treasures and elixirs, their earlier humiliation instantly forgotten. Especially after hearing Wang Bu'er's declaration. If we encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator, you flee first. I'll hold the rear. His stature in their hearts soared to greatness. No longer panicked, they now had a pillar of strength. In a secluded valley, 3-star origin sect disciples wore expressions of bitter frustration. The 3 spiritual energy vortices they had painstakingly located had been seized by 2 disciples of the Qi origin sect, though they outnumbered their rivals. 3 more disciples from the heavenly origin sect lurked nearby, eyeing them like tigers watching prey. A fight now would only lead to mutual destruction, leaving the spoils for others. Worse, they sensed an unspoken alliance between the Qi origin and heavenly origin sects. Just as they resigned themselves to retreat, Wang Bu'er and his 5 companions stormed into the valley. The 6 radiated menace, especially Wang Bu'er, drenched in blood, his aura murderous. With several storage pouches clearly not belonging to the Star Origin sect hanging at his waist. Robbed? He asked coldly. The 3 flushed with shame, but could only nod. All of you, annihilate them. At his command, the 5 behind him howled like wolves, their cultivation and treasures erupting in an overwhelming assault. In barely 10 breaths, the 2 Qi Origin sect disciples lay dead. The previously robbed disciples, still seething, vented their fury on the corpses in a frenzy of violence. The remaining 3 Heavenly Origin sect disciples could only gape in horror. They were not astonished that several members of the Xingyuan sect had gathered together, but rather by the unconventional combat style exhibited by those brought forth by Wang Bu'er. One individual, whose cultivation remained intact, shockingly initiated the confrontation by detonating a spiritual artifact without uttering a word. In an instant, this act left 2 disciples of the Qiyuan sect in a state of bewilderment. Had it not been for this, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. We did not seize it. This spiritual artifact vortex was discovered by us. As Wang Bu'er's gaze swept over them, the 3 could not suppress their tremors, swallowing nervously. Can't you see that we are here to take it? Their retort was met with the swift stroke of Wang Bu'er's sword. Soon, all 3, their expressions a mixture of frustration and unwillingness, lay lifeless. Wang Bu'er paid them no mind, continuing as before. He gathered all the storage bags and treasures from the ground, distributing them among the crowd behind him. Simultaneously, he retrieved a considerable number of elixirs, treasures, and talismans for himself. Let us proceed. They shall not have peace, nor shall we. Especially for you 3 newcomers. Do not fear. Do not think of fleeing upon our first encounter. Let us engage in battle first. Do not fret over the lack of treasures or elixirs. If resources are depleted, seek me for replenishment. After a while, by the riverbank, Wang Bu'er led 14 disciples of the Xingyuan sect in a relentless assault on 2 female cultivators from the Ziyun sect, showing no mercy. The 2 women, battered and bruised, were powerless to retaliate, yet they continued to endure the onslaught, along with the unwelcome advances of the assailants. Strike them, hit them hard. As women, you should exhibit gentleness. Why do you choose to emulate those who raid our Xingyuan sect's spiritual vortex? You all must remember, in the realm of cultivation, there is no distinction between genders. These delicate flowers are but skeletons. Hey, do not think I have not noticed your lack of effort, merely groping about. Wang Bu'er stood aside, refraining from joining the fray. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather that there were too many participants, preventing him from entering the fray. Furthermore, as an elder, he felt it only right to allow these younger disciples to enjoy such spoils. After all, he had already committed himself to another. Only after the two women had been utterly vanquished did the group begin to tidy the battlefield. Everyone followed Wang Bu'er as they pressed onward. At that moment, admiration for Wang Bu'er swelled within their hearts to an unprecedented degree. Throughout their journey, Wang Bu'er consistently led the charge, voluntarily confronting any formidable opponent. The spoils and elixirs acquired along the way were never kept for himself. He shared everything with them, even going so far as to generously offer substantial treasures and elixirs from his own resources on multiple occasions. This magnanimity, coupled with his willingness to sacrifice, bravery, and consideration, elevated Wang Bu'er's image in their eyes to an exalted status. Is this the responsibility of a sect elder? Is this the essence of the spirit of dedication? As they continued onward, the number of disciples from the Xingyuan sect gathered around Wang Bu'er grew ever larger. Under the formidable leadership of Wang Bu'er, these individuals fought their way through, gradually cultivating an indomitable momentum. The frustrations they had previously endured were swiftly cast aside. Their relentless onslaught upon their adversaries only served to amplify their combat spirit to unprecedented heights. With each charge, with every battle, and with an increase in the scent of blood surrounding them, a palpable madness erupted within all of them. Wang Bu'er directed their every move. Even when faced with opponents several times their number, he charged forward without hesitation, embodying sheer audacity. A day later, Wang Bu'er, accompanied by over 50 disciples of the Xingyuan sect, entered the Foundation Establishment Circle. This circle, known as the core area of the Tianying Valley, is where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is most concentrated, and spiritual energy vortices are abundant. It is referred to as the Foundation Establishment Circle because it is governed by a long-standing rule adhered to by the 5 major sects. Once one establishes a foundation here, they must leave the area. While disciples can choose to establish their foundation within this circle, the limited number of spiritual energy vortices necessitates that breakthroughs be made according to one's strength and seniority. However, should one feel capable, they may attempt to seize any vortex from another. Although the risk of being overpowered is significant, as long as one avoids recklessness, survival is likely. Some opt to establish their foundation outside the circle, allowing for an earlier start to the process and a larger territory that is generally free from theft. However, the drawback lies in the fact that once someone successfully establishes their foundation within the circle and departs, they will roam freely, hunting their prey. Each individual must weigh their options based on their circumstances and make a judicious decision. Upon Wang Bu'er's arrival, an immediate uproar ensued. This was primarily due to the sheer quantity of treasures and elixirs he bore. Despite the passage of time, he remained a disciple in the condensation stage. Furthermore, he and his fellow Xingyuan sect disciples were drenched in blood and exuded a fierce aura, as if they had just emerged from a battlefield. Yet, the subsequent moment brought even greater astonishment. Upon entering the Foundation Establishment Circle, Wang Bu'er paid no heed to the current situation or the dynamics at play. Instead, he stood there, seemingly fatigued and gasping for breath, before tapping his storage bag. In an instant, 6 imposing puppets leaped forth, surrounding him. Simultaneously, nearly 50 transformation talismans flew out, igniting spontaneously, morphing into ferocious flaming tigers. Wang Bu'er then raised his hand and gestured towards the nearest group of Tianyuan sect disciples, who were not only fewer in number, but also occupying a vortex that they were in the process of breaking through. Listen well, this entire area belongs to us. Charge. Seize. Before his words had fully settled, the 50-odd individuals trailing behind him erupted with fervor, their eyes blazing as they rushed forward, howling like wild beasts towards the Tianyuan sect's territory. In an instant, an inexplicable war commenced, shrouded in mystery. Who are you hesitating for? Are you unable to act because she's a woman? Strike with the same intensity. Yes, Zhang Jike, you are performing exceptionally well. The sword strikes with such vigor. Ensure that the angle is precise. Oh dear, that fellow dares to glare at me. You few, come here and knock him down first. Oh, since that useless one has wisely chosen to retreat, do not pursue him further. Chapter 61. "Attention everyone, the target is Qiuan sect. Let us seize it." Wang Bu'er arrived swiftly. The onset of this battle was even more rapid. Amidst the frenzied momentum of the crowd, many individuals resorted to self-destructing their spiritual weapons upon engagement, leaving numerous others utterly bewildered by the sudden chaos. This confrontation concluded with remarkable speed. Most participants in the Foundation establishment circle had yet to comprehend the situation when the entire array of spiritual energy whirlpools belonging to Tianyuan sect had already changed hands. All disciples of Tianyuan sect were expelled from the whirlpools of spiritual energy, with a significant number even ousted from the Foundation establishment circle. The participants exchanged dazed glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. It wasn't until Wang Bu'er began calling out names and organizing his companions, swaggering into the whirlpool to commence cultivation, that others gradually regained their senses. Holy moly, that was theft! Wang Bu'er, you are courting death. Within Qiuan sect, a young man rose in fury. His name was Raj. With the departure of the first batch of geniuses from Qiuan sect, including Tang Kai, he now stood as the strongest within the Foundation establishment circle. Among all disciples of Qiuan sect, his word was law. In the present alliance of three sects, he had naturally assumed the role of commander. Less than half a day into his new position, such an incident occurred. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Wang Bu'er slowly turned, regarding Raj with a look of disdain. Roars echoed simultaneously. Before Wang Bu'er stood 6 puppets, accompanied by all the blazing tigers, who also turned in unison. Raj's eyes trembled, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment and terror. Oh no. I acted impulsively, in haste, and carelessly. In his earlier excitement, he had been so preoccupied with his newfound authority as the highest leader of Qiuan sect that he had forgotten the kind of presence Wang Bu'er represented. Under the scrutiny of so many puppets and blazing tigers, his fierce anger was extinguished in an instant. You, have some guts. Gritting his teeth, he sat back down just as he had stood up moments before. As for the allies of Tianyuan sect, let them endure a bit for now. Coward. Wang Bu'er disdainfully shook his head, then waved his hand and headed towards the disciples of Xingyuan sect. Elder Wang, are you all right? The first to rush forward was Tong Lu. What transpired? Wang Bu'er inquired. Well, it was rather awkward earlier. Being the first time, I felt a bit shy. But rest assured, Elder Wang, I have devised a plan. She was still entangled in regret over her prior hesitance, lamenting her lack of decisive cooperation which had led to Wang Bu'er being angered. I was asking about what is happening here. Wang Bu'er's face darkened. What on earth is wrong with this girl? Can't she think about anything other than her own concerns? Only then did Tong Lu realize, her face burning with embarrassment, wishing she could find a place to hide. Elder Wang, earlier, you were not present. Tianyuan sect, Qiuan sect, and Ziyun sect have joined forces to forcibly seize our whirlpool of spiritual energy. The speaker was named Li Jinlong. He was the most gifted individual within the Xingyuan sect. When he spoke, his eyes brimmed with embarrassment. As the strongest among the Xingyuan sect, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of the unfolding scene. Are they joining forces here as well? Wang Bu'er felt a stir within. Indeed, the situation aligned closely with his suspicions. No, it might very well be a coalition of the 4 sections. However, perhaps due to Su Haoran's influence, Huayan sect opted to refrain from participating. Yes, with their numerical advantage. If we occupy the spirit energy vortex, it will be swiftly seized from us. We are outnumbered. Li Jinlong's face was flushed with awkwardness. As the foremost genius of the Xingyuan sect in this Tunying Valley, he had entered with great bravado, aspiring to make a remarkable impression. Who could have anticipated that as the trials neared their conclusion, he had yet to commence his cultivation? Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Wang Bu'er snorted coldly, his mind racing with thoughts. While the disciples of the 3 sects exerted their full strength to suppress those in the Foundation establishment circle, the adept cultivators who had already established their foundations prowled the periphery. Their aim was simple, to ensure that not a single member of the Xingyuan sect could establish their foundation. I care not for the odds against me. What did Master Zhao say upon leaving the sect? Cultivators must contend. Damn it, if they seize what is ours, then we shall reclaim it. Wang Bu'er, with an air of authority, turned resolutely, a radiant light enveloping him as a formidable suit of armor materialized. Li Jinlong was taken aback, momentarily stunned. What nonsense is this? Wang Bu'er let out a cold snort, raising his hand to affix several defensive talismans upon himself, transforming them into layers of astonishing protective barriers. Brothers, at his command, the 50 or so individuals who had followed him, just having entered the spirit energy vortex for cultivation, sprang into action. Listen well. Our target is the Qiyuan sect. We shall seize what is rightfully ours. Without hesitation, they charged forth, seemingly oblivious to the might of the Qiyuan sect. With a mere wave of Wang Bu'er's hand, they surged forward. With swift motions, nearly every individual affixed a talisman to themselves. A few, as if in a frenzy, neglected even the talismans, unleashing flying swords with a flick of their wrists. Explode for M3 ferocious fire tigers lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of fireballs with pinpoint accuracy. Such a formidable assault rendered the disciple of the Qiyuan sect utterly terrified, his scalp tingling with fear. No longer daring to fight, he turned and fled. Thus, over 50 disciples of the Xingyuan sect charged wildly. Wang Bu'er, manipulating puppets and talismans, provided relentless support and overwhelming force. More than 50 individuals surged toward the nearly 300 disciples of the Qiyuan sect, initiating a desperate scramble for the swirling vortices of spiritual energy. This scene left all cultivators, whether from the Xingyuan sect or other sects, utterly astonished. Li Jinlong, why do you stand idly by? I am seizing the spiritual energy vortex. And you merely observe? A ground spirit pill was hurled by Wang Bu'er, striking Li Jinlong on the head. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Damn it, let us seize it. The others finally reacted, their excitement propelling them forward with fervor. Even the female disciples were no exception, each one fierce and brimming with spirit. Wang Bu'er, do not go too far. A young man in black from the Qiyuan sect bellowed. Just moments ago, he had been driven away by Wang Bu'er, and after much effort, had managed to secure a position among his peers, only to face another onslaught. Who was being excessive here? Before he could finish, 3 puppets had already lunged towards him. Alongside them, 2 flying swords wielded by disciples of the Xingyuan sect approached, not merely as weapons but charged with spiraling energy, seemingly on the verge of detonation. I have said nothing. The man quickly silenced himself, hastily retreating to yield the vortex of energy. Wang Bu'er, we are female cultivators. Do you men not feel any shame in attacking us? Do you not understand the concept of cherishing women? However, as she began to speak, 2 figures surged from the crowd, the very female disciples who had followed Wang Bu'er from outside. I am also a woman. We are not afraid. One declared boldly. Dare to speak against our elder Wang, and see if I do not strip you bare. A multitude of gazes instantly converged, eager to witness what spectacle would unfold should the 2 women be disrobed. Chapter 62. Invincible within the Foundation Establishment Circle. Raj is on the verge of tears. The battlefield before him is beyond his control. Indeed, the disciples of the Qiyuan sect are numerous, yet they had previously occupied a multitude of spiritual energy whirlpools. The most talented disciples from the first tier of the sect have nearly all completed their foundation establishment and departed. Those remaining here are merely second and third tier disciples. Although they still possess a significant numerical advantage, Wang Bu'er stands resolutely at the center of the battlefield. Attacks from those below the foundation establishment level cannot possibly breach his armored defenses. Surrounding him are at least 20 layers of protective spiritual light, along with more than 10 ferocious flame tigers. Faced with such formidable defenses, any inclination to confront him has dissipated. Of course, there is another reason. The Huayan sect remains motionless, thus the Qiyuan sect disciples of Tianying Valley are relatively more numerous. As Wang Bu'er leads his team through, it is only natural that the Qiyuan sect suffers the most casualties. They are acutely aware of how utterly frenzied this group can become. That damned Wang Bu'er. I have encountered him twice outside. After finally returning to the Foundation Establishment Circle, he has robbed me once again. I have faced this twice already. This time, I even spent spirit stones to purchase a Q position from Senior Brother Zhao. What do you have to complain about? I have faced it 4 times. He even snatched my storage bag. With so much taken from you, why do you not seek revenge now? Listening to the frustrations of a few, someone beside them retorted. If you seek death, go ahead. The 3 glared at this person in unison, wishing to kick him away. The entire Foundation Establishment Circle is most tranquil in the presence of the Huayan sect. As the strongest among the 5 sects, the Huayan sect has the largest number of members and occupies the most spiritual energy whirlpools. Yet, whether it be the Huayan sect or the Xingyuan sect led by Wang Bu'er at this moment, both seem to share an unspoken understanding, avoiding any conflict. Among the crowd, Su Ziyue gazes in awe at Wang Bu'er, her previous notions thoroughly overturned. The Wang Bu'er before her is utterly unlike the one she had encountered outside. She watches as Wang Bu'er waves his hand, and all disciples of the Xingyuan sect immediately respond in unison. She also observes Wang Bu'er standing there, a solitary figure resembling a mountain, instilling terror in nearly 300 disciples of the Qiyuan sect, rendering them paralyzed with fear. recalling her earlier jest of offering herself. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment. This man has now become an unparalleled presence in her heart. As for the Xian sect, though they do not comprehend why Wang Bu'er chose not to turn against them after dealing with the Tianyuan sect, an ominous premonition lingers in their hearts, one that cannot be erased. Enough, let us cease hostilities. Although there were some prior misunderstandings, we are all cultivators of the Four Nations Alliance. We must not be excessively harsh in our dealings. To the esteemed members of the Tianyuan sect and Qiyuan sect, in light of your cooperation, we shall not continue to trouble you today. As the crowd began to disperse, only two spiritual energy vortices remained at the Qiyuan sect. With a wave of his hand, Wang Bu'er proclaimed. The moment his words escaped his lips, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Do you even understand the concept of moderation? The Xingyuan sect consists of merely 100 individuals, and now nearly every one of them possesses a spiritual energy vortex. How is that not excessive? What do you mean by our cooperation? It was your doing. The crowd's eyes blazed with fury, yet they found themselves powerless against Wang Bu'er's formidable defenses and abundant treasures. Furthermore, influenced by Wang Bu'er, the disciples of the Xingyuan sect had become excessively aggressive. They were utterly incapable of retaliating. Wang Bu'er chuckled to himself, reveling in the sight of the disciples from the three sects who appeared as though they wished to devour him. Listen closely, everyone, he bellowed. Now, the disciples of the Xingyuan sect responded in unison. Focus solely on your cultivation and breakthroughs. I shall act as your protector. Prepare your self-destructing spiritual tools. Have your talismans ready, and keep your pills at the ready. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to seize a spiritual energy vortex, we shall take down the Xian sect. Yes, many were taken aback, uncertain of Wang Bu'er's intentions. Yet, in this moment, Wang Bu'er had become the spiritual leader of all the disciples of the Xingyuan sect. Whatever he commanded would be followed. Elder brother, why must we target the Xian sect? Someone whispered. Just do as you're told. No need for further discussion. Qiyuan sect and Tianyuan sect are coming to seize it, so we will also go after the Xian sect? Trust Elder Wang. Whatever he decides is undoubtedly reasonable. The disciples of the Xingyuan sect, especially the 30 who had followed Wang Bu'er into battle, had developed a blind trust in him. Any grievances? Keep them to yourself. Any dissent? Hold it back. Meanwhile, the female disciples of the Xian sect were utterly bewildered. They too could not comprehend why. If others were coming to seize the vortices, Wang Bu'er would also target the Xian sect. Wang Bu'er, what exactly do you mean? Within the Foundation establishment circle, we have not taken much from you. The current leader of the Xian sect, Li Yan, glared furiously at Wang Bu'er. Not much taken? That implies something was taken. Wang Bu'er replied without looking back. We are women. How dare you make things difficult for us? Li Yan's sense of foreboding intensified. Oh, I almost forgot. Wang Bu'er immediately turned to the disciples of the Xingyuan sect. Did everyone hear that? The Xian sect comprises entirely female cultivators. Be cautious, should we engage. Ensure you maintain decorum and do not act inappropriately. Upon hearing this, Li Yan was left dumbfounded. The female cultivators behind her were even more confused. Wang Bu'er was not merely issuing a warning. He was clearly providing a reminder, especially after Wang Bu'er's words echoed. The expressions of all the male disciples of the Xingyuan sect turned exuberant, and some even began to provoke the disciples of the Tianyuan sect and Qiyuan sect, causing the faces of the Xian sect disciples to drastically change. Wang Bu'er, you are shameless, Li Yan exclaimed furiously, yet apart from her scathing remarks, she found herself devoid of alternatives. All she could do was endure, even in her outburst. She only dared to express her anger once. She feared that should she provoke Wang Bu'er further, he might change his mind and turn his wrath upon the Xian sect. Driving them away, Wang Bu'er laughed heartily, retrieving a set of tables and chairs from his storage bag and preparing a tea set that Zhao Shuang had arranged, all while ignoring the torrents of fury directed at him as he boiled water and brewed tea, brimming with exuberance. His audacity was not born out of mere capriciousness. The Tianyuanzong, Kaiwanzong, and Xian sect had united to suppress the Xingyuanzong, indeed causing significant turmoil for them. As a result, the Xingyuanzong had yet to witness the emergence of a single foundation establishment disciple. The disciples from the three sects who had successfully established their foundations earlier were relentlessly hunting down the disciples of the Xingyuanzong outside the foundation establishment circle. However, they overlooked a crucial point. The absence of foundation establishment within the Xingyuanzong had consequently retained a multitude of elite disciples in this location. Meanwhile, the top talents from the three sects had successfully departed after establishing their foundations, transforming their advantage and strength into a mere numerical superiority. This advantage, however, dissipated completely with the arrival of Wang Bu'er, as the disciples of the Xingyuanzong, influenced by him, descended into madness and frenzy. Were there 4 or 5 top-tier geniuses among the 3 sects, they would certainly dare to swarm him. Although defeating Wang Bu'er was impossible due to his vast array of treasures, they could still manage to restrain him. Yet now, not a single one remained. Ironically, Wang Bu'er was adorned with numerous treasures, particularly the Foundation establishment armor he bore, which rendered him impervious to attacks for a considerable time while below the Foundation establishment level. At this moment, Wang Bu'er was utterly fearless. Not to mention that he had already established his foundation. Even without it, with the treasures and elixirs he possessed, he would be invincible within the Foundation establishment circle. Chapter 63. The Assassination Plot Against Wang Bu'er. What should we do, Brother Laji? Shall we just stand by and watch? The current leader of Tianyuanzong, Sang Biao, approached Laji with a grim expression. What else can we do but wait? But rest assured, I have already notified all the foundation-building elders of Kaiwanzong. They are on their way. Laji gritted his teeth. Given his aptitude and the preparations made until now, he had little doubt about his success in foundation building. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of a spiraling aura of spiritual energy. Very well. I shall promptly inform the foundation-building elders of Tianyuanzong as well. Wang Bu'er has gone too far this time. I do not concern myself with the other disciples of Xingyuanzong, but Wang Bu'er must pay the price for his actions. Sang Biao shared a similar sentiment, harboring intense hatred towards Wang Bu'er. I have also contacted the elders of Xianxia. Wang Bu'er cannot escape. All right, the spiraling aura of spiritual energy is about to enter its final stage. Once the foundation circle disappears, let us see how he continues to act arrogantly. The two of them united in their enmity against a common foe. Within the foundation circle, the disciples of Xingyuanzong had mostly established individual spirals of spiritual energy for cultivation. However, upon seeing Wang Bu'er leisurely sipping tea, many felt a twinge of guilt in their hearts. Master Wang, please come to my place for cultivation. My aptitude is not high, and the likelihood of breaking through is already low. But you are different. A young man, gritting his teeth, rose and bowed to Wang Bu'er. Those who had followed Wang Bu'er in his pursuit were now his staunch admirers. Along the way, Wang Bu'er had sacrificed so much for them. If he failed to build his foundation, it would be unbearable for him. No need for that. I, Wang Bu'er, am an elder of the sect and a 4th-grade alchemist. Establishing my foundation is quite simple. However, for you all, this opportunity is rare and must be seized. Wang Bu'er waved his hand grandly and tossed out a foundation-building pill. This was prepared for him by Zhao Shuiying before his departure. Yet, in truth, he had no need for it. Master Wang. The young man was profoundly moved. Indeed, Wang Bu'er spoke the truth. Yet, he knew even more clearly that Wang Bu'er bore no obligation to make such sacrifices for them. Spare me the words. If I were to cultivate, could you manage these people? Wang Bu'er, growing impatient, waved his hand and flung the young man into the spiraling aura of spiritual energy. Thank you, Master Wang. The youth's eyes brimmed with indignation. He understood Wang Bu'er's intention. Wang Bu'er was willing to sacrifice himself to protect them. Only Wang Bu'er could act as their guardian at this moment. Filled with gratitude, he settled back into a meditative position, resolutely beginning his cultivation, vowing that regardless of his success in foundation building, he would henceforth be a follower of Wang Bu'er. Not just him, other disciples of Xingyuanzong were equally moved. While guilt weighed upon them, they immersed themselves in cultivation, their hearts echoing the same resolve as the young man. Tong Lu was even more touched. As she cultivated, tears of emotion streamed down her face. She deeply regretted her previous hesitation. Wang Bu'er, for the sake of his fellow disciples, is willing to forsake even the opportunity to establish his foundation. What significance does his mere corporeal existence hold? The hearts of all disciples of Xingyuan sect are intricately woven with emotions, each one filled with gratitude towards Wang Bu'er. Brother Wang. Just as Wang Bu'er was on the brink of slumber, a melodious voice suddenly resonated in his ear. He turned his head, and his gaze swiftly fixated on Huayan's sect. It was Su Ziyue. The girl seemed to have entered a critical phase in her cultivation, and it wouldn't be long before she erupted forth, fully stepping into the realm of foundation establishment. Wang Bu'er felt a stir within him. At this moment, to divert her attention and send him a message was undoubtedly an unwise act. Yet, Su Ziyue persisted, indicating a pressing reason behind her actions. What is it? Wang Bu'er readjusted himself and responded with a calm demeanor. I have just received news that disciples from Tianyuan sect, Qiyuan sect, and Xian sect, who have already established their foundations, are covertly gathering outside, intending to strike against you. Su Ziyue said, her voice laced with urgency. They have long harbored plans. Limiting the foundation establishment of Xingyuan sect disciples is merely one aspect. More crucially, they seek to target you. To target me? Why is there such necessity? Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow. Although he was a fourth-grade alchemist and an elder of Xingyuan's sect, and had received a bounty of medicinal pills and treasures from Zhao Shuang before entering Tunying Valley, when these possessions were amassed, they were sufficient only against those in the qi refinement stage. However, if divided among these individuals, all of whom were at the foundation establishment stage, they would appear rather meager. Do you know Han Xiaoxiao from Qiyuan sect? Su Ziyue inquired. Wang Bu'er assured her that the name was completely unfamiliar to him. Han Xiaoxiao is the betrothed of a disciple from your Xingyuan sect's alchemy family. It was she who initiated the bounty. Any disciple from the four sects who claims your life will receive a substantial reward. A thought suddenly struck Wang Bu'er. Furthermore, the spiritual energy tide in Tianying Valley is nearing its conclusion, and the energy whirlpool will soon begin to diminish. Once the energy whirlpool disappears, the foundation establishment circle will cease to exist. You must either hasten your foundation establishment or devise a plan to leave. Su Ziyue intended to say more, but at that moment, her expression changed dramatically, and she could no longer continue transmitting her thoughts. A surge of momentum erupted within her, rapidly soaring to the heavens. Foundation establishment. Simultaneously, not far from Wang Bu'er, a spiritual energy whirlpool occupied by Xingyuan sect suddenly began to tremble, swiftly collapsing under the gaze of the onlookers, vanishing entirely. The shrinkage of the energy whirlpool had begun. Elder Wang, the energy whirlpool is starting to diminish. Please come here to establish your foundation. Come to me. I want to succeed anyway. Upon witnessing this scene, the disciples of Xingyuan sect rose in unison, eager to yield their own energy whirlpools to facilitate Wang Bu'er's foundation establishment. Wang Bu'er could see the sincerity gleaming in their eyes. All he had to do was speak. Regardless of who it may be, even someone like Li Jinlong, who is on the verge of a successful foundation establishment, would unhesitatingly relinquish his claims. An indescribable emotion surged forth in an instant. He realized that his previous decision had been correct. In his consciousness, he had regarded the Xingyuan sect as a home, and this home had not disappointed him. It is often said that the path of immortality is devoid of sentiment. However, it is essential for cultivators to remember that one must first give before expecting to receive. Although his contributions must be upheld, focus on cultivation. Whoever abandons this moment would be betraying my earlier commitment to lead you all through the trials. Who is Wang Bu'er? If I wish to establish my foundation, there are countless methods available to me. A mere Tianying Valley is merely an option. His voice thundered with authority, his resolve unmistakable, especially as his inner momentum surged forth. It sent ripples of astonishment through all present. They remained unaware that Wang Bu'er genuinely did not require such an act. They merely perceived it as his unwillingness to seize their chance for foundation establishment, even though that possibility had become exceedingly slim. Moreover, there was an even more significant reason. Wang Bu'er was acutely aware that with his departure after establishing his foundation, this place would be devoid of a guardian. Any notion of options, any pretense of indifference, was merely a balm for their anxieties. No one would be able to intimidate the cultivators of the three sects anymore. The spirals of spiritual energy they had seized would undoubtedly be reclaimed. Under Wang Bu'er's relentless intimidation, all disciples of the Xingyuan sect displayed sorrow and indignation in their eyes as they persevered in their cultivation. Boom. Another spiral of spiritual energy collapsed. Yet, Wang Bu'er's gaze was firmly fixed beyond the foundation establishment circle. As his divine sense expanded with a resounding force, he sensed a multitude of foundation establishment auras approaching swiftly. Chapter 64. The Righteous Wang Bu'er. Soon, a streak of light appeared in the distance. It was Zhao Gang from Tianyuanzong. Surrounding him were 3 flying formation flags, enhancing his speed significantly compared to other foundation establishment practitioners. He was the first to land outside the foundation establishment circle. Observing his fellow disciples expelled from the circle, he furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it. Without uttering a word, he simply settled into a meditative posture, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. His gaze, along with his divine sense, immediately fixed upon Wang Bu'er. Then came the second individual, a female cultivator who stood upon her flying sword, adorned with a jingling adornment on her wrist. Her beauty was not extraordinary, yet she exuded a unique allure that stirred the hearts of onlookers, particularly the male practitioners. She was Lu Xianxia from Xianxia. With a look of surprise in her eyes, she clearly did not comprehend why the disciples of Tianyuanzong and Kaiwanzong had been expelled, while the female cultivator from Xianxia remained unscathed. Nevertheless, Her astonishment did not deter her from finding a quiet spot to sit and, without reservation, fixating her gaze on Wang Bu'er. Subsequently, the third and fourth people arrived in quick succession. In a brief span, a succession of foundation establishment auras descended. The prodigies who had successfully established their foundations from Tianyuanzong, Kaiwanzong, and Xianzong approached, seemingly having conspired beforehand to wait outside the foundation establishment circle. All their energies converged upon Wang Bu'er. This was evident to all, as they could feel it palpably. Retribution was at hand for Wang Bu'er. It was a spectacle they eagerly anticipated. The spirals of spiritual energy would soon dissipate, and the foundation establishment circle would cease to exist. With so many cultivators focused on him, it was sufficient to ensure his demise multiple times over. Although I could no longer establish my own foundation, the prospect of witnessing his execution would serve as a balm for my grievances. With so many targeting him, Wang Bu'er must be on the brink of collapse, perhaps even in tears. The disciples of the three sects, expelled from the foundation establishment circle, gnashed their teeth in glee. Although they could not fathom why all the foundation establishment practitioners were united against Wang Bu'er, the sight of his potential downfall was a form of revenge in itself. Other considerations were insignificant. Disciples of Xingyuanzong, their spirits buoyed yet aflame with anger, understood, even if belatedly, what was about to transpire. They may have been perplexed by the alliance of the three sects, yet they were acutely aware that once the foundation establishment circle vanished, these individuals would undoubtedly turn against Wang Bu'er. Boom, boom. Two more spirals of spiritual energy collapsed. As the end approached, the pace of this collapse quickened. Wang Bu'er slowly rose, casting a glance at the grinding disciples of Xingyuanzong. Regret washed over him, despite his choice not to assist after establishing his foundation. Opting instead to accumulate system credits, which was not inherently flawed, the relentless targeting of Xingyuanzong had squandered precious time. It was likely that by the time the foundation establishment circle disappeared, the number of those capable of establishing their foundations would fall far short of expectations. If only I could arrive earlier, this situation could undoubtedly be greatly improved. Although the foundational circle has vanished, the trials of Tianying Valley will continue for a while longer. Scattered vortices of spiritual energy will still exist within the valley. However, for those who have not yet broken through, the probability of achieving such a breakthrough is nearly non-existent. Boom. Another terrifying aura surged upwards. The first foundational cultivator finally emerged from Xingyuan's sect. It was Milan, who had long been a figure of great expectations and who, in this trial of Tianying Valley, was not meant to encounter any surprises. As Wang Bu'er glanced at her, she too met his gaze with unwavering determination and clasped her fists in respect. Then, she stepped out of the foundational circle and chose a place to sit down. Wang Bu'er felt a wave of emotion swell within him. He understood her intentions perfectly. The situation before them was crystal clear. The three sects that had established their foundations were waiting for the precise moment the foundational circle disappeared to strike at Wang Bu'er. Her presence there was undoubtedly to offer assistance. Master Milan, there is something you must heed. Wang Bu'er pondered for a moment, determination evident in his eyes as he communicated telepathically with her. What is it? Though she had already established her foundation, Milan regarded Wang Bu'er as her leader, just like the others. Without him, she would never have achieved such a breakthrough. You must not linger. Leave immediately. That is impossible. Milan resolutely refused. The arrival of so many foundational cultivators was clearly aimed at Wang Bu'er. He had sacrificed so much for them, even forsaking his own foundation to aid his fellow disciples in their breakthroughs. How could she consider escaping alone at such a moment? There are too many of them. Your presence here will not significantly aid us. If we perish, it matters not, but do not forget. There are still over 200 disciples from Xingyuan's sect within Tianying Valley. Elder Wang gazed at Wang Bu'er, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. At this critical juncture, Wang Bu'er's foremost concern remained his fellow disciples. Even now, he was unhesitatingly choosing to sacrifice himself. Listen to me. The three sects have already united. If a grand battle commences, none can predict the extent of the chaos. Quickly gather our remaining comrades outside. Once the foundational circle concludes and Tianying Valley opens, lead them away at once. Wang Bu'er slowly rose, adopting the most majestic demeanor possible as he faced Milan. Send someone else. I shall accompany you in battle. Milan's eyes instantly reddened, her lips trembling. She understood that Wang Bu'er spoke the truth, yet if she left, it would almost guarantee his demise. I possess numerous treasures. It may not be a deadlock. Although you have established your foundation, should you choose to remain, you may become my burden. Go quickly. Do not encumber me. Milan's expression grew increasingly pained. She surveyed the surrounding foundational cultivators, each emanating a murderous intent, and she dared not claim she could contend against any one of them. Remaining would only lead to death. Rather than that, it would indeed be better to safeguard the escape of more fellow disciples. With gritted teeth, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, gazing resolutely at Wang Bu'er before nodding vigorously. Master Wang, your kindness and righteousness shall forever remain etched in my heart. I implore you to survive. Rest assured, should I not witness your return to the sect, I, Milan, vow before the heavens that I shall dedicate my life to avenging you. She gathered her disheveled hair, removed her storage pouch, and cast it to Wang Bu'er, retaining only a few elixirs and her cherished possessions, sobbing as she turned and ascended into the void. Wang Bu'er, holding the storage pouch, fell into silence, only for a peculiar expression to suddenly cross his face. Soon after, Li Jinlong also successfully established his foundation. Under Wang Bu'er's admonition, he made the same choice as Milan. He discarded his storage pouch, gritted his teeth, and departed in anguish. Then came the third and fourth individuals, who made equally resolute choices, leaving behind their storage pouches while carrying away their ire. Although the Xingyuan sect commenced its journey later than others, it occupied a considerable number of spiritual energy vortices, and under the protection of Wang Bu'er, no one interfered. Thus, their breakthroughs proceeded with remarkable ease. Given a little more time, they could undoubtedly surpass their initial expectations. Regrettably, the time allotted by Tianying Valley was exceedingly scarce. After nearly a day had passed, the collapse of the spiritual energy vortex accelerated alarmingly. The Xingyuan sect had already lost 70% of its energy. As of now, only 6 individuals had successfully established their foundations. All of them, in a state of extreme reluctance, chose to depart. Observing the current rate of collapse, it was evident that within an hour, the foundation circle would cease to exist. Chapter 65. Disciple, bless Elder Wang, slay the 3 directions. Wang Bu'er slowly rose, casting his gaze beyond the foundation establishment circle, where Suziue had remained since her successful cultivation. Please, I ask for your assistance. You speak. Suziue's eyes were already brimming with tears. Although she was not a disciple of the Xingyuan sect, she felt a profound resonance in her heart, equally moved as Milan and the others. When the foundation establishment circle concludes, allow the disciples of Xingyuan sect to join the ranks of Huayan sect. Help me. Lead them away. Wang Bu'er's tone was fraught with internal conflict, yet it ultimately solidified into determination. Suziue's eyes grew even redder, comprehending Wang Bu'er's choice. Once the foundation establishment circle faded, his demise was nearly certain. She had never anticipated such profound loyalty and righteousness amidst the ruthless path of immortality. Even facing inevitable death, he sought to secure a final opportunity for his comrades and arrange an escape route. She stared blankly at Wang Bu'er, speechless, but nodded vigorously in agreement. Boom. As she turned, the spiritual energy within the foundation establishment circle extinguished in succession, signaling the countdown to its disappearance. Wang Bu'er cleared his throat, tidied the tables and chairs, and then faced the disciples of Xingyuan sect. Elder Wang. All disciples of Xingyuan sect immediately rose. Even those still caught in the swirling energy stepped forth. Fellow disciples, you are all aware of the dire situation. The threat is imminent, and time is of the essence. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. I have already arranged with Huayan sect that once the foundation establishment circle concludes, we shall not linger, but follow Huayan sect directly out of Tianying Valley. Listening to Wang Bu'er's declaration, all disciples of Xingyuan sect fell silent. The earlier departure of Milan and others had made them acutely aware of Wang Bu'er's choice, further illuminating his noble righteousness. Yes, over 100 voices erupted in a thunderous roar, resonating through the air. Wang Bu'er nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the foundation establishment circle, where the cultivators from the 3 sects awaited his fate. A chuckle escaped his lips. I never imagined I, Wang Bu'er, would command such respect. 22 foundation establishment cultivators are here to claim my life. I doubt the 4 nations of the western regions have ever witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. He clapped his hands and turned once more to the disciples of Xingyuan sect. Fellow disciples, should you possess any surplus treasures or elixirs, please leave some for me. Today, I, Wang Bu'er, shall engage in a fierce battle. Even if death is certain, I shall make them pay dearly. Let them understand that it is not so simple to slay a cultivator of Xingyuan sect. What words are these, Elder Wang? You fight not only for yourself, but for all of us. Trivial treasures mean nothing. I shall relinquish everything. A disciple of Xingyuan sect stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Without hesitation, he removed his storage bag, offering it to Wang Bu'er without sifting through its contents. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Disciple wishes Elder Wang great success in slaying the three directions. Having spoken, he stepped heavily into the realm of the Xianxia. He longed to join the elder in battle. Another youth emerged, placing all his treasures beside Wang Bu'er. Disciple, I wish Elder Wang a triumphant victory over all adversaries. As more individuals stepped forth, the storage bags around Wang Bu'er multiplied. Countless gazes lingered on Wang Bu'er, expressing both blessings and farewells. Boom. At last, the final vortex of spiritual energy collapsed. In that moment, the only sanctuary within Tuaning Valley vanished. With the collapse of this vortex and the loss of the Foundation Establishment Circle, the Foundation Establishment cultivators who had long awaited nearby rose to their feet. Luo Jin, disciple of the Xingyuan sect, you may take him. We shall not impede you. But should the Huayanzong interfere in Wang Bu'er's affairs, do not blame me for being merciless. Pang Kai stepped forward, his heavy sword striking the ground. As the thunderous sound echoed, the earth trembled, and a vast chasm spread forth, drawing a line between life and death. The overwhelming might of the strongest genius from the Qiyuan sect erupted without reservation. Zhao Gang from the Tianyuan sect also stepped out, 5 array flags soaring behind him, radiating terrifying lightning, as if he had sprouted a pair of wings made of thunder. Then there was Lu Xianxia from the Xian sect. Although Wang Bu'er had not overly troubled the disciples of Xian sect before, leaving her somewhat conflicted, she ultimately sighed in resignation. A flying sword shimmered forth, its dazzling blade transforming into a glimmer of cold light. Other Foundation Establishment cultivators similarly unleashed their treasures and cultivation. In an instant, horrifying auras erupted, distorting the very fabric of space. Luo Jin of the Huayanzong frowned deeply, but ultimately shook his head. Though Su Haoran had summoned him, and Wang Bu'er was his dear friend whom he must protect, he also bore the lives of Huayanzong disciples on his shoulders. In this moment of choice, he found himself without options. Daoist Wang, take care. After bowing respectfully to Wang Bu'er, he unfastened his storage bag, retrieved essential items, and tossed it to Wang Bu'er. Then, he swiftly departed with the disciples of Huayanzong and Xingyuan sect. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold, with 22 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, escape would be impossible. Let him experience the consequences of his previous arrogance. Those who had once bullied them would soon face retribution from these formidable seniors. Such a satisfying release. This person epitomized the essence of ignorance. The disciples of the three sects began to withdraw, vacating the battlefield, distancing themselves from the impending conflict, which was no longer within their purview. However, not everyone relished Wang Bu'er's plight. Many were moved by his unwavering dedication to his sect, touched by his fearless advance to safeguard his comrades. He sacrificed his own Foundation establishment for their protection. Otherwise, with his treasures, these 22 might not have been able to thwart him. He sought these storage bags not for his own use, but rather to enhance his value, hoping to make these foundational cultivators reluctant to abandon him and instead pursue the other disciples of the Xingyuan sect. Not far away, the disciples of the Xingyuan sect, under the protection of Luo Jin and others, trembled upon hearing this. They departed, wailing uncontrollably. At long last, the disciples of Huayan sect and Xingyuan sect vanished from sight. Wang Bu'er finally exhaled in relief. After all, after maintaining this charade for so long, if they did not leave soon, he would surely lose his composure. My dear friends, I understand your eagerness to eliminate me. However, for your own sake, I have 2 suggestions that you must heed. He relaxed his posture, gazing with a sense of pride at the multitude of storage bags before him. He mused that the first person to gift him a storage bag was utterly adorable. Had it not been for him, how could he have so effortlessly deceived and acquired such an abundance of treasures? The fortunes of over 100 individuals now belong to him. Wang Bu'er, if your intention is to buy time, I advise you to abandon that notion. You are well aware that no one can save you now. If we join forces, we can swiftly conclude this battle, Pang Kai remarked coldly, hands clasped behind his back. A mere glance at the heavy sword before him caused it to tremble violently, unleashing a piercing sound of sword intent, its momentum soaring. By time? How could that be the case? In truth, I am far more anxious than you are, Wang Bu'er replied with a calm smile. He proceeded to pick up a storage bag, transferring all the useful treasures within to his own. Then he moved on to the second one. Chapter 66. A skilled hunter always presents himself in the guise of his prey. Let him speak. I am curious to see what flowers he can conjure. Lu Xinyan waved her hand. Wang Bu'er had shown mercy to the disciples of the Xian sect, and she felt it only fitting to extend him the same courtesy. This would serve to alleviate some of the guilt she felt before the conflict commenced. My first suggestion is that our battle should not involve these onlookers. Let them depart to avoid any hindrance when the time comes to engage. Wang Bu'er picked up another storage bag, tidying up while gesturing toward the disciples of the three sects who lingered around, seemingly eager to spectate. Pang Kai furrowed his brow, but nodded after exchanging glances with the others. Disciples of the Qiuan sect, leave at once. They were not afraid of Wang Bu'er. Yet the multitude of treasures he possessed could wreak havoc if he were to unleash his fury, as they had witnessed before. Despite all being in the 10th stage of qi condensation, none could withstand Wang Bu'er's might. His techniques and spells had evidently reached the pinnacle of what his current cultivation could achieve. Disciples of the Xian sect, vacate the area immediately. Lu Xinyan commanded with equal resolve. Disciples of the Tianyuan sect, depart swiftly. Zhao Gang showed no hesitation. The Tianyuan sect was already few in number, having suffered significant losses. Only a handful remained. They could not afford further casualties. My second suggestion, Wang Bu'er continued, is that I am aware your desire to kill me is not solely rooted in my past actions. There is also the matter of a certain bounty, is there not? He continued to organize his storage bags, now adorned with more than a dozen, each brimming with treasures. If a bounty were indeed at play, it should be claimed by a single individual. However, with so many of you attacking in unison, even the heavens would struggle to discern who is responsible for my demise. And you would be even more perplexed about the identity of the one who placed the bounty. If that is the case, how would the bounty be divided? Who would receive it? Would it be shared equally among all? Wang Bu'er's gaze scanned the faces of those gathered, meticulously comparing their identities with the information released by their sects to gauge their strengths and specialties. Moreover, you must see that my wealth is considerable, he declared. If all these valuable items were to be divided among you, it would surely lack the thrill of a singular claim, would it not? Therefore, Wang Bu'er had not finished his thought, but the 22 foundation-building cultivators around him were stirred, their eyes alight with intrigue. It was undeniable that Wang Bu'er made a compelling argument, especially when considering his current abundance. A sense of greed blossomed within them all. After all, those were the storage bags of over 100 individuals. Indeed, it was quite enticing. My proposal is this. Clear a path for me to escape momentarily, and then you may pursue me. Of course, should you lack confidence, you may seek me out before I leave the Tianying Valley. Or rather, if you consider yourselves not my adversaries, then let us disregard this suggestion. The storage bags have been nearly packed. Wang Bu'er has also rested sufficiently. Silence envelopes the crowd. Yet they gradually part to form a pathway. Clearly, they have acquiesced to Wang Bu'er's proposal. Well then, esteemed guests, we shall meet again shortly. With a spirit pill nestled in his mouth, Wang Bu'er clasped his fists in salute to the assembly. He then stepped through the opening in the crowd and swiftly vanished from sight. What is the meaning of this? Pang Kai suddenly let out a cold snort. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the Tianyuan sect, targeting a young man poised to spring forth. I instructed him to escape for a while. Must you disrupt the order? Not only he, but others too glared in fury. In that moment, Wang Bu'er was no longer merely Wang Bu'er. He had transformed into a mobile treasury, a bounty of fugitives. The young man fell silent, acutely aware that any further inappropriate thoughts would incite a collective assault from those around him. After the passage of a mere incense stick's duration, without the need for summons, 22 individuals simultaneously unleashed their cultivation, surging forth with unparalleled speed. 22 formidable presences raced toward the direction of Wang Bu'er's escape, in pursuit. The hunt had commenced. Simultaneously, atop a distant peak, Wang Bu'er stood upon a protruding rock. A gentle breeze brushed past his ears, mingling with the fragrant scents of flora, leaving him invigorated. At that moment, his visage bore no trace of panic, nor a hint of worry. Instead, it radiated confidence and pride, tinged with exhilaration. I cannot comprehend this. We have all ventured forth to cultivate. Must we not engage in amicable and joyful pursuits? Why must there be bloodshed and thievery? Initially, I harbored no intentions against you. However, since you insist on uniting against me, how could I refrain from retaliating? He glanced at the circle of storage bags hanging at his waist, his smile growing more self-satisfied. Behold, I have yet to lift a finger, and already I have become a sudden affluent individual. How delightful it is to have such enthusiastic companions. You all make me feel rather bashful. Upon my return, should I repay these generous donations or not? It seems implausible to return gifts once bestowed. We are all consenting adults and must learn to take responsibility for our actions. Wang Bu'er nonchalantly accessed the system, adding points with calm composure. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 20. Lifespan, 3,492 years, 1 month, 9 days. 9 hours. Body refinement. Bone tempering 21,100. Spiritual power. Foundation establishment. First level 1,100. Divine consciousness. Illumination 0,100. Immortal skill. Unfettered. Single-minded. Spiritual power. Foundation establishment. Second level 0,100. After spending a millennium, Wang Bu'er elevated his cultivation to foundation establishment second level, now the highest in Tianying Valley. Initially, he intended to enhance his divine consciousness further. However, considering the impending confrontation, he pondered the potential for injury. Xianxia, you say the same. Was it not merely a severed leg? Must you cling to it so tenaciously? And to even complain to your wife? Just wait. I shall report to my wife as well and see how she deals with you. As he muttered to himself, he retrieved the long-neglected record of grievances, adding the transgressions of Zhao Yunxing and Han Xiaoxiao. Observing the time, it seemed nearly opportune. Wang Bu'er, unknown to where he procured it, smeared his body with fresh blood, rendering his robe tattered and disheveled. His complexion turned ghastly pale, presenting an image of utter frailty and desolation. His cultivation began to fluctuate, appearing exceedingly unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse at the 10th level of qi condensation. In this state of existence, should I ever return to Earth, I could effortlessly claim the title of a leading actor. Alas, the realm of cultivation is profoundly intricate. Facing 22 adversaries, the mere thought is exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he leaped from the cliff. A skilled hunter always presents himself as prey. At this moment, in Tianying Valley, the hunt begins. Chapter 67, Ding. The withdrawal from the Mingfu treasure has been completed. In the dense forest, Wang Bu'er moved swiftly. Behind him, 2 disciples from Qiyuan sect, in the foundation building stage, were laughing heartily as they pursued him. Upon seeing Wang Bu'er, drenched in blood and appearing feeble, their excitement was beyond description. Haha, I wonder who is so unfortunate. After going through all the trouble to reduce him to this state, he still managed to escape. Now we stumbled upon a great opportunity. They were oblivious to the unspoken understanding that existed between brothers. Although they were 2, the bounty and the treasures on Wang Bu'er would be more than enough for them to share. Their speed was remarkable, and they were rapidly closing the distance to Wang Bu'er, ready to unleash their flying swords at any moment. 2 foundation-building cultivators chasing a mere qi condensation cultivator. Even if Wang Bu'er possessed numerous treasures, his chances of survival were slim. The thought of the generous bounty and the sight of the large array of storage bags swaying at Wang Bu'er's waist stirred their bloodlust. They failed to notice that, despite his apparent panic, a smug and sinister expression adorned Wang Bu'er's face. My advantage lies in my abundance of treasures and the superiority of my techniques. Of course, my greatest advantage remains my cultivation level, which surpasses theirs, and they remain blissfully unaware. As Wang Bu'er continued onward, he assessed the terrain. To prevent any information from leaking, he needed to ensure a decisive strike against these 2. You 2 foundation builders, resorting to numbers against me. How shameless. He turned back, spewing blood as he roared furiously. Shameless or not, what can you do? If you have the ability, stop running and face me. One of them mocked, his speed increasing, eyes gleaming with cruelty. After running for a while, Wang Bu'er suddenly encountered a sheer cliff. Such cliffs posed no challenge for foundation builders, who could easily traverse the air. However, for a qi condensation cultivator, it meant only one option, an arduous climb. Upon witnessing this, the 2 pursuers rejoiced. Wang Bu'er, see? Even the heavens have turned against you. Surrender now, and I can make it quick and painless. Their speed surged as they closed in rapidly. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. With the cliff ahead, Wang Bu'er's escape was all but impossible. Madness and despair flickered across his face as he abruptly turned, roaring as he charged towards the 2, seemingly poised to unleash a desperate strike. Senior brother, stay back. I will take him down. One of the young men, exhilarated, leaped forward. A beam of sword light erupted from beneath his feet, hurtling towards Wang Bu'er with tremendous force. Wang Bu'er raised his sword in response, but as he struck, his complexion grew even paler, blood spilling from his mouth. It seemed that this strike had worsened his injuries. The young man's expression turned even more derisive, his gaze haughty, completely dismissing Wang Bu'er. Could a severely injured qi condensation cultivator pose any threat to him? Yet, in the next moment, his flying sword trembled violently, and when it collided with Wang Bu'er's strike, the brilliance was instantly extinguished. The ethereal light was abruptly severed, splitting into 2 fragments. This scene caused the young man to gasp in shock. His expression shifted to one of terror as he prepared to retreat, yet Wang Bu'er's speed surged instantaneously, propelling him into the air. With a swift motion of his hand, a blade of light materialized before the man, and in the fleeting moment of his panic, it pierced through his heart. The technique was the true essence sword art. A scream echoed as the blade of light pierced through his chest, splattering blood in its wake. Wang Bu'er did not spare a glance, his consciousness erupting with force. The golden flying sword in the air suddenly surged, sweeping toward another individual nearby. Whoosh! The chilling light swiftly traversed the man's neck, severing his breath and pulse in an instant. He stared wide-eyed as his body gradually separated from his head. His consciousness ceased abruptly. All of this transpired in a mere 5 breaths since Wang Bu'er had charged forth, resulting in the instant demise of 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. With a flick of his finger, the flying sword returned to his hand. Wang Bu'er chuckled, landing on the ground and taking a deep breath. Damn! Acting is truly a challenging endeavor. These 2 fools were far too cautious, allowing me to escape 10 miles before I found the opportunity. Approaching the 2 corpses, he was about to clean the battlefield when a sudden thought struck him. He smeared more blood on himself, then lay down on the ground, covering his lower half with the concealment silk he had obtained from xianxia. Wang Bu'er suppressed his aura to the brink of extinction. Moments later, a woman in white floated in. Upon seeing the 2 corpses and glancing at the seemingly half-destroyed Wang Bu'er, she gradually relaxed, a look of elation crossing her face. Could it be such a stroke of fortune? This was a mutual downfall. The scene was too evident. 2 careless Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qi Yuan sect had fallen to Wang Bu'er's lethal strike, while he was left barely alive. She clapped her hands, ensuring no one was around, and quickly collected the storage bags and treasures from the 2 cultivators. A burst of flames incinerated their bodies to ashes. Only then did she reach for Wang Bu'er's waist. However, at that moment, the seemingly dying Wang Bu'er suddenly opened his eyes. The sound of a sword soared into the heavens. The woman's hand, reaching for the storage bag, appeared to willingly meet the blade. Her expression shifted in an instant to one of sheer terror as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but it was far too late. With her cultivation at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment, the peak of the true essence sword art erupted upon her delicate arm. Despite her status as a cultivator and the existence of protective spiritual light, she was utterly crushed. The sound of shattering bones accompanied her shriek. Her entire arm disintegrated into nothingness. Wang Bu'er soared into the air, striking the storage bag, and the golden sword light followed suit. No. The woman felt a chill run down her spine, her eyes reflecting despair, yet she had no means to counter. The sword light pierced through her forehead, and in an instant, she was dead, still too young, lacking in experience. One would think to check for the living first. However, it is understandable, as this is your inaugural attempt at Foundation establishment. Wang Bu'er disdainfully cast a glance at the woman, reclaimed his storage pouch, and then obliterated the evidence. 3 have fallen, leaving 19 remaining. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive further. As he shook his head, the essence within him, previously depleted by more than half, surged violently, instantly restoring him to his peak condition. Ding! The withdrawal from life payment treasure has been completed. This withdrawal took 1 day, 14 hours, and 6 minutes. Current balance, 2,492 years, 1 month, 6 days, and 11 hours. A new feature of the system. The balance in the life payment treasure can be withdrawn and converted into the corresponding amount of cultivation recovery that Wang Bu'er can naturally regain through his meridians within that time frame. This is one of the reasons Wang Bu'er dares to confront the 22 others in battle. As long as the system has a balance, his cultivation can remain inexhaustible. Half an hour later, in an open field of grass, Wang Bu'er found himself encircled by 3 individuals, seemingly with no avenue of escape. Blood trickled continuously from the corner of his mouth, and a broken sword protruded from his abdomen, his breath in utter disarray. The 3 savored his plight, eagerly rubbing their hands together, poised to strike. Wang Bu'er, choose your executioner. Wang Bu'er frowned, thoroughly displeased. These ruffians exhibited a complete disregard for martial ethics. It was already excessive for 2 cultivators to pursue him, yet here they were, 3. Chapter 68, Body Refinement and Core Formation. Death. No, not yet. I am not ready to embrace the end. Wang Bu'er shook his head, swiftly drawing the broken sword from his abdomen, causing his protective aura to shimmer brilliantly. Simultaneously, he tapped his storage pouch, and a flurry of defensive talismans erupted forth, igniting spontaneously and transforming into layers of protective light. Furthermore, he donned a silver foundational armor. Not only that, but 4 shields also soared into the air, encasing him in a formidable barrier. Wang Bu'er, do you truly believe your efforts are of any consequence now? Previously, we were indeed unable to breach your defenses. But now, we have all reached the foundational stage, while you remain in the chi condensation phase. Shattering your defenses will be but a fleeting moment's work. This time, escape is impossible. The three surrounded Wang Bu'er, their gazes flickering hungrily towards the storage pouch at his waist. At this moment, Wang Bu'er was a treasure beyond measure. Who said I am merely defending against you? Who told you I am still in the chi condensation phase? Wang Bu'er sneered, releasing the seals on his meridians. Instantly, his aura surged, breaking through the pinnacle of chi condensation to attain the foundational stage. He continued to ascend, ultimately reaching the second level of foundation establishment. As the shields radiated with brilliant light, Wang Bu'er pointed forward. Explode for me, now. With that command, the ground around the three shattered, unleashing a barrage of various spirit artifacts that erupted into a frenzy, their energies volatile and ready to detonate. The scene caused the trio's expressions to shift dramatically, their hearts sinking in unison. They activated their protective lights, hastily summoning their treasures to intercept the imminent explosion of the spirit artifacts. Yet, they were far too slow. Wang Bu'er, willing to endure severe injuries and sacrifice decades of his lifespan, had drawn them to this very spot. The treasures buried around them had long been triggered and were now detonating instantaneously. A thunderous roar accompanied a cataclysmic shockwave that swept over the trio in an instant. The protective lights surrounding them shattered, yielding to an overwhelming force that obliterated all in its path. They were not Wang Bu'er. They lacked the multitude of defensive talismans, the formidable foundational armor, and the four shields that had already been unleashed to their full potential. An indescribable destructive force enveloped them, consuming them utterly. They could not even emit a scream before their life forces were extinguished in that sweeping onslaught. As the world regained its tranquility, a vast crater, spanning dozens of meters, marked the spot where the four had stood. Wang Bu'er remained unscathed at the center of this abyss. In stark contrast, the three pursuers lay in devastation, their bodies reduced to mere remnants, flesh and cursed be the heavens. Having lost so many treasures, I have pierced myself with my own blade. Yet it was worth it. Wang Bu'er gasped for breath, his heart shaken. In this battle, he had achieved the unprecedented feat of slaying 3 Foundation establishment cultivators in a single encounter. Without lingering, he swiftly cleared the battlefield and changed direction, disappearing once more into the void. 16 remain. Come and pursue if you dare. Not long after, a figure descended upon the grassy expanse. It was Pang Kai of the Chiyuan sect. Upon witnessing the horrific scene, his brow furrowed in immediate concern. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition settled in his mind. The cornered beasts fight savagely. Those who fail to grasp this simple truth are deserving of their fate. Even if they do not perish here, their carelessness will surely lead them to doom in the future. Regarding the demise of the three, even though they hailed from the same sect, Pang Kai did not dwell on it. Rather, his initial nonchalance regarding Wang Bu'er transformed into a more serious demeanor. As time passed, the clarity of Tianying Valley vanished, replaced by torrential downpour. The sky erupted with layers of lightning, resounding in a cacophony of thunder. Wang Bu'er found himself once again pursued. Yet, rather than being hunted, it was more accurate to say he feigned panic, deliberately drawing closer to his pursuers. Besides his own advantage in Foundation establishment, another asset Wang Bu'er possessed was the desire of nearly all present to claim the spoils of his demise for themselves. In truth, had these 22 individuals truly united their efforts, Wang Bu'er would have faced insurmountable peril unless he expended resources to elevate his cultivation. For instance, the 2 women trailing behind him, despite both being from the Xian sect, found themselves competing fiercely against one another even as they prepared to strike. You cannot escape. One woman, slightly closer to Wang Bu'er, cried out with a charming voice. A silken ribbon unfurled from her hand, resembling a white spiritual serpent, swiftly penetrating the torrential curtain of rain and descending upon Wang Bu'er with astonishing speed. Wang Bu'er retaliated with a sword strike, the sound of the blade whistling through the air, aimed at the ribbon. However, the sword merely grazed the ribbon, failing to connect. The silken ribbon continued its relentless approach, spiraling rapidly as it ensnared him. In front of Wang Bu'er, the ground erupted violently, and a grand tree materialized from thin air. Its branches coalesced and transformed, resembling a colossal hand descending to seize him. Though the 2 women were not particularly swift, the myriad of obstructive treasures and spells they unleashed was ceaseless. Wang Bu'er's form swayed as he reached for the silken ribbon while redirecting his sword's brilliance to cleave at the tree's grasping hand. Yet, at that critical moment, a sharp sound rang out. A spark ignited upon his shoulder. The protective talisman he had concealed was instantly pierced, creating a small hole. A flying needle, having approached unnoticed, had struck true. Though his talisman offered considerable protection, the flying needle was adept at breaching defenses with its pinpoint precision. After penetrating the talisman, the needle continued its trajectory, entering through his collarbone and exiting through his scapula. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, and Wang Bu'er could not help but shudder, his countenance turning pale. As the moment unfolded, the silken ribbons entwined tightly with the tree-like hands that ensnared Wang Bu'er. The two women, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. They swiftly swayed their bodies closer. One wielded a flying sword, aiming directly at Wang Bu'er's brow, while the other reversed the flying needle, targeting his heart. However, at that very instant, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, an indescribable chill coursed through their spines. Without warning, countless goosebumps erupted across their skin, and their scalps tingled. Within the confines of the silken ribbons and tree-like hands, Wang Bu'er's vitality suddenly erupted. His formidable physical strength surged forth, forcefully breaking free from the bindings. This was inconceivable. This was the bone refinement realm. This was the body refinement golden core. The two women's faces paled in an instant, turning as white as parchment. With a thunderous roar, Wang Bu'er's power unleashed, propelling him forward in a fraction of a second. His fist struck simultaneously against the two women. As blood erupted, the two female cultivators of the Xian sect let out piercing screams, their eyes widening with despair and disbelief, meeting their untimely demise in an instant. Even in death, their eyes remained wide open, unable to close. They could not fathom how Wang Bu'er, merely in the qi condensation realm, could have cultivated too, the body refinement golden core. Chapter 69, Damn it, have you taken my kindness for weakness? However, after a brief respite, several figures descended upon this location. Unlike before, this time, Peng Kai, Lu Xianxia, and Zhao Gang were present. Their ability to become notable figures in the realm of qi condensation, along with their rapid foundation establishment, undoubtedly stemmed from their unique attributes. Initially, they had not paid much attention to Wang Bu'er's previous two demands. Yet now, they had come to their senses. What should have been an effortless pursuit had transformed entirely. The battlefield before them was gruesome and alarming, and surprisingly, it was not Wang Bu'er who was on the losing side. Everyone, it seems we have been deceived. The tactics and trump cards possessed by Wang Bu'er are far more numerous than we had anticipated. Peng Kai's grip tightened around his heavy sword, his eyes gleaming with a fierce murderous intent. Out of 22, 8 had already perished. In our next course of action, we must avoid separating. Ideally, we should unite as a sect, Zhao Gang declared through clenched teeth. The Tianyuan sect had only a handful of foundation establishment cultivators, and now, including himself, there were merely 3 remaining. Lu Xianxia remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed agreement. All members of the Qiyuan sect, follow me. Peng Kai raised his hand, grasping his heavy sword, his imposing aura parting the surrounding thickets to forge a pathway. He stepped forward, followed closely by 5 foundation establishment cultivators from the Qiyuan sect. Disciples of the Xian sect, we shall proceed this way, Lu Xianxia asserted, undeterred. Since Wang Bu'er had not expelled the Xian sect disciples earlier, their numbers were still considerable. We will follow as well. Zhao Gang's countenance was grim as he led the remaining 2 away swiftly. Among the 3 sects, their strength had become the weakest. You all must remain vigilant. Given the current circumstances, this Wang Bu'er is assuredly not as simple as he appears. His strength is far more terrifying than we can imagine. His spiritual sense is formidable, and he possesses an abundance of treasures. Moreover, it seems his body refinement prowess has at least reached the peak of foundation establishment. Peng Kai spoke through gritted teeth as he advanced. He had always held himself in high regard, never deeming anyone worthy of his attention. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of helplessness in the presence of Wang Bu'er, especially as Wang Bu'er, despite being at a lower cultivation level, was willing to risk his life for the disciples of his sect, though no one voiced their thoughts aloud. He could unmistakably sense the resentment from the Qiyuan sect disciples who had departed earlier without achieving foundation establishment. This stark contrast left him deeply unsettled. Spread out and conduct a thorough search. My cultivation is at the qi condensation stage, and even with pills, I require time to recuperate and heal after continuous battles. This individual is a body refinement cultivator with an exceptionally powerful spiritual sense. Should he be discovered, do not rush to pursue. Everyone must regroup immediately. The crowd nodded in agreement. Albeit puzzled by Peng Kai's excessive caution, they chose not to voice their concerns. Despite believing they had exercised sufficient caution, Peng Kai still harbored an unnatural sense of restlessness, as if he had overlooked something crucial. Not far away, perched upon a great tree, Wang Bu'er, shrouded in a veil of invisibility and suppressing his aura to its lowest extent, grimaced. Damn it. It seems I must fight with all my might. The opportunity for a solitary kill has vanished. I am compelled to engage in a team battle. Wang Bu'er has overheard the remarks of Pang Kai and his companions, and he feels a tinge of admiration for Pang Kai's prudence, while simultaneously experiencing a profound sense of relief. Pang Kai is meticulous regarding his physical cultivation, his spiritual awareness, and his elixirs and treasures, yet he remains blissfully unaware of his own cultivation level, which remains Wang Bu'er's greatest advantage. Upon glancing at his system balance, Wang Bu'er resolutely decides to invest further. Since it is an advantage, he shall amplify it even more. The balance of a millennium swiftly dissipates. Spiritual power, Foundation Establishment Stage 30100 instantly. A surge of power courses through him, and Wang Bu'er clenches his fists, a cold smile gracing his lips. Foundation Establishment Stage 3, superior to anyone present here. With the addition of his treasures, techniques, spells, and particularly his physical prowess, his strength now has the potential to overwhelm any individual in this vicinity. Even the distinguished Pang Kai and his peers are no match for him. As he leaps from his hiding place, Wang Bu'er's demeanor undergoes a dramatic transformation. His aura becomes subdued, fatigue envelopes him, his gaze is parched, and his speed is barely sustained. He cautiously approaches one of the 5 individuals ahead. Upon being detected, he panics and swiftly changes direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 Foundation Establishment practitioners from Chiyuan sect in the other 2 directions are likewise alerted. The 3 converge rapidly. Meanwhile, at a greater distance, Pang Kai and the last individual dash forth like a streak of light. Though the alarm has been raised, under Wang Bu'er's deliberate control, the distance and formation among the 5 are swiftly altered. The one who first detected him is at the forefront, followed by 2 others, while Pang Kai and his companion remain furthest behind. Wang Bu'er, you cannot escape by fleeing. A man with a horse-like face bellows from behind. Although Pang Kai has concluded that those who had not previously appeared have perished, he has not witnessed Wang Bu'er commit murder with his own eyes. Particularly with the 4 others drawing near, his heart is filled with exhilaration. Fear and caution exist, yet they are minimal. His cultivation erupts explosively as he retrieves a pitch-black long sword from his storage pouch. The material of the sword is unknown. When it appears, it does not radiate brilliance, but instead appears dim, rendering it almost translucent. I have yet to kill an elder in this lifetime. Today, I shall borrow your title to test my new flying sword. As his laughter echoes, the sword's light flashes, appearing behind Wang Bu'er, slicing through the air with the intent to strike him down instantly. Concurrently, with his left hand forming a seal, a fiery serpent erupts, aiming for Wang Bu'er's back as well. Yet he evidently disregards Pang Kai's prior warning, not merely intending to restrain Wang Bu'er, but to eradicate him. As the flying sword and fiery serpent surge forth, he produces a talisman, coldly laughing as he slaps it onto himself. With a resonating hum, an uncanny lightness envelopes him, causing his speed to surge to an astonishing pace as he hurtles towards Wang Bu'er. As he approaches, he raises 2 fingers, condensing a blade of light that he aims to cleave down upon Wang Bu'er. Be cautious, Bis. In the distance, Pang Kai's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene. However, before he could fully issue a warning, he observed Wang Bu'er suddenly pivot. His armor shimmered, and he did not flinch or evade the flying sword and fiery serpent. Instead, he unleashed a powerful punch. In that moment, his entire aura erupted, and the vitality within him surged to its utmost limit. With a resounding thud, the sword of the horse-faced man shattered instantly, yet before he could react, Wang Bu'er's fist collided with his chest. The flickering protective light proved utterly ineffective, collapsing in an instant. The horse-faced man was momentarily stunned, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. His scalp tingled, his eyes widened, but he was unable to articulate his thoughts before a resounding crash sent him hurtling backward. His chest caved in, his back bulging outward. His torso and internal organs had been utterly obliterated. In midair, he was already devoid of life. Damn it, did you take my kindness for weakness? You think you are formidable? Who even bestowed upon you the name Bis, destined for demise? If you do not die, then who shall? Wang Bu'er berated, raising his hand to summon the man's storage pouch. Grasping it without a glance, he turned and departed. Chapter 70. I am again confronting you. Pang Kai roared, his heart torn asunder. At this moment, he was engulfed by an indescribable fury. His anger was not directed at Wang Bu'er for the act of murder, but rather at the disciples of the horse-faced one for disregarding his warnings, allowing Wang Bu'er to exploit their vulnerabilities with such ease. He resolved to pursue relentlessly. Today, He would not rest until he had slain him. The audacity to commit murder before his very eyes was a humiliation he could not endure. As his words fell, his speed surged instantaneously. However, at that very moment, the two individuals behind Wang Bu'er also accelerated sharply. A thunderous sound erupted beneath their feet, and a tempestuous aura radiated from their surroundings. The two foundational disciples sensed the change, and their expressions shifted dramatically. They had been pursuing relentlessly, witnessing several battlefields along the way. Wang Bu'er's reckless strategy of self-detonating spiritual weapons seemed utterly despicable. Yet, this straightforward and brutal approach wielded terrifying power. They had long been on guard, yet they now found themselves ensnared. The earlier incident where the horse-faced youth was obliterated before them had incited their fury, causing them to momentarily abandon their caution. Boom! Over a dozen spiritual weapons soared into the heavens, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. The two halted abruptly, layers of protective barriers unfurling around them. Although the shift was sudden, they had anticipated such an event, and thus, their response was swift. At this juncture, however, Wang Bu'er, who was fleeing ahead, suddenly pivoted. In the midst of the two's overwhelming terror, he charged forward with the force of an explosion, seemingly intent on confronting the self-detonation of the spiritual weapons head-on. This lunatic, they thought, aghast. Yet, as they beheld Wang Bu'er, the foundational armor materialized around him, encircled by layers of talismanic power, and 6 shields manifested for defense. They could not help but curse his audacity. In that instant, they recalled a crucial detail. Wang Bu'er had acquired the storage bags of over 100 individuals. Such protective treasures were not uncommon. Even 6 or 16 would be mere trifles. A sense of helplessness washed over them. Unable to resist, they cast a glance back at the frantically approaching Pang Kai, their eyes betraying despair and resolution. They then resolved to abandon their defenses, unleashing their cultivation to its utmost limit, each wielding a sword as they advanced toward Wang Bu'er with lethal intent. To defend would invite a surprise attack from Wang Bu'er, while failing to defend would expose them to the destructive force of the explosion. These two were ruthless individuals. They opted for the latter, disregarding all else in their counterattack. Their aim was to restrain Wang Bu'er, granting the others a chance. At that moment, however, a contemptuous smile graced Wang Bu'er's face as he unleashed another talisman. Upon affixing it to himself, his speed reversed dramatically. He had not yet encroached upon the explosion's perimeter, and now his velocity surged, propelling him away. The sight left the two Qi Yuan sect foundational disciples within the blast radius wide-eyed, filled with frustration. They could not afford to ponder how Wang Bu'er managed such fluid transitions. They were now fully exposed to the explosive force, and crucially, they had voluntarily relinquished all defenses. Brother Pang, avenge us. The two individuals, engulfed in despair, closed their eyes, only to be overwhelmed by the impending force. Wang Bu'er, you seek death. Pang Kai rushed forward, the distance seemingly close enough to traverse in mere breaths. Yet, time was not on his side. As he witnessed the scene unfold before him, he felt utterly powerless to intervene, erupting in a furious roar. In a fleeting moment, 3 foundational cultivators perished right before his eyes. The number of successful foundational cultivators in the Qiyuan sect was already scarce, and those who made it through the selection to enter the Sky Eagle Valley were the pride of the sect. The loss of even one such individual was a grave blow to the sect. He could not fathom how he would explain this to the sect upon his return, especially since it all stemmed from a mere bounty. I did not seek death. I had no quarrel with you, and this is our first encounter. It is your own greed that drives you to kill me over a trifling reward. Wang Bu'er turned to leave, his golden flying sword trembling in agitation, its sharpness evident. You're Pang Kai, aren't you? Have you ever considered whether it is worth sacrificing your life for such a bounty? He mocked while distancing himself, his speed unwavering. Killing you is worth it. Pang Kai roared, his murderous intent surging like a tempest. Wang Bu'er's repeated provocations, especially in light of the injuries to his fellow disciples, had fueled his desire for vengeance far beyond the mere bounty. Wang Bu'er remained silent, hastening his escape. Pang Kai was no ordinary foundational cultivator. His formidable prowess could not be easily bested by a simple ambush. All skills would need to be unleashed. Moreover, there was another pursuer behind him. He had to shake them off. The two moved with remarkable speed, one chasing, the other fleeing, swiftly retreating. Pang Kai discerned Wang Bu'er's intentions. His fellow disciples had not caught up, but he paid them no mind. If he could not even eliminate a Qi condensation cultivator, how could he maintain his reputation as a genius? Wang Bu'er, if you have the ability, do not flee. Let us face each other in battle. Half an hour later, Pang Kai roared once more, now more convinced than ever that Wang Bu'er's previous actions were all intentional. Although this fellow was not a foundational cultivator, his speed was such that even Pang Kai struggled to keep pace. Were it not for his foundational strength forcing him to accelerate constantly, he might have already lost sight of him. Are you jesting? You, a foundational cultivator, dare challenge me, a qi condensation practitioner, to a direct confrontation? Have you lost your mind? Wang Bu'er retorted angrily, his speed unwavering. Simultaneously, he instinctively summoned a thought, causing the hoe at his waist to fly forth, uprooting a nearby tree along with the surrounding grass. Ding! Payment received. For months, 19 days, 21 hours, 5 minutes. The moment the system notification sounded, Wang Bu'er was momentarily stunned. This data. He instinctively pointed the hoe again, intending to take another sample. However, before he could do so, a jade tablet appeared before him with a whoosh, exploding into 3 ice dragons that surged forth, racing toward Wang Bu'er. This is infuriating. Wang Bu'er unleashed a furious rebuke, and the momentum of the battle shifted instantaneously. As he turned, 3 flying swords shot forth with a dazzling brilliance. The sword's edge shimmered, drawing upon the ethereal energies of the cosmos, akin to a breathtaking landscape painting materializing before the eyes. The art of swordsmanship from the Qingfeng sect. The thunderous clash reverberated, as both forces collided, unleashing an overwhelming pressure upon the flying swords. In an instant, the sword light shattered. Undeterred, Wang Bu'er shifted his focus, and the medicinal hoe continued its descent. Ding! Your reward has been credited. 5 days, 2 hours, 9 minutes. His eyes sparkled with excitement, a thrill coursing through his veins as he gazed towards the left front. In that fleeting moment, his eagerness to dispatch the cultivators pursuing him for a bounty vanished without a trace. I had always believed that the Tianying Valley, a sanctuary for foundational cultivators, must harbor extraordinary treasures. Just as he prepared to change direction, a heavy pressure descended once more. Lifting his gaze, he saw a massive sword slicing through the air above. The blade was both wide and thick, causing the surrounding air to thicken and ripple as it descended. This strike carried the weight of 1,000 jun. It was Pang Kai's heavy sword. Wang Bu'er snorted softly, pivoting once more as a thunderous roar erupted from within him. With an outstretched hand, he unleashed his cultivation with reckless abandon. In the void, a colossal shadow of a sword materialized, equally possessing the weight of 1,000 jun, and charged forward to meet the attack. This sword technique, born of his dwindling cultivation, consumed the essence within him. Yet, the resulting sword light soared to the heavens. The deafening sound echoed, and in a sudden burst, the collision of the 2 sword shadows unleashed waves akin to a volcanic eruption. Wang Bu'er's sword shadow collapsed, and he was hurled backward. However, Pang Kai merely swayed slightly before regaining his steadfast stance. Wang Bu'er, do you believe that the sword cultivation technique of my Qiyuan sect is merely a jest? Do you think my heavy sword is simply a tool of brute force? Pang Kai laughed heartily. Though he was astonished by Wang Bu'er's astonishing swordplay, he did not take it to heart. Previously unable to catch up, now that he had, Wang Bu'er was trapped without escape. The relentless provocations and the continuous fall of his fellow disciples drove him to the brink of madness with the desire to slay Wang Bu'er. Damn it, so infuriating. Wang Bu'er cursed vehemently. What did you say? Pang Kai, though unable to hear clearly, surmised it was nothing but ill words. Surnamed Pang, I have far more important matters to attend to. I do not wish to continue this fight. Wang Bu'er, still preoccupied with the data feedback from the system, felt a restless itch within. Do you truly wish to cease fighting? Wang Bu'er, are you jesting? You have slain disciples of my Qiyuan sect and disrupted their foundational cultivation. And you think you can simply walk away? Let me assure you, regardless of your hidden tricks, I, Pang Kai, shall ensure your demise today. With a flick of his sleeve, the heavy sword ascended once more, the terrifying pressure intensifying. Wang Bu'er shook his head in disbelief, hands on his hips. Are you certain? I am certain. No regrets? I shall regret it only if I cannot slay you. Wang Bu'er, now at a loss. Well, splendid. How audacious of you to disregard all propriety. Even a tiger has roared fiercely, yet you still perceive me as a frail cat. Are you intent on my demise? Then come forth, for I shall behold what means you possess to bring about my end. As these words fell from his lips, Wang Bu'er, who had previously appeared disheveled, instantly straightened his posture. The pallor and fatigue that marred his visage vanished in an instant. Within him, the cultivation that had been forcibly drained by a recent strike surged back to its zenith. Boom! As the transformation technique was unleashed, his cultivation realm began to skyrocket. The 10th layer of Qi consolidation was shattered in a heartbeat, elevating him to the first layer of foundation establishment. Then came the second layer, and subsequently, the third layer of foundation establishment. This spectacle left the previously imposing Pang Kai momentarily dumbfounded. In his eyes, an unprecedented disbelief ignited. As he gawked at Wang Bu'er, his heart gripped by an unparalleled terror. His complexion drained of color, a pallor overtook him, his scalp tingled, and disbelief adorned his face. Yet, even in this state, the eruption from Wang Bu'er was far from over. With a tremendous surge, Wang Bu'er unleashed a terrifying force of vitality, refining the body. Bone-forging realm. But it was still not finished. A formidable and overwhelming spiritual force erupted as well. Wang Bu'er struck his storage bag, and 9 flying swords emerged, each radiating distinct sword auras, shimmering with various lights, each executing different techniques, and collectively sealing off diverse angles. One man, commanding 9 swords. Come. I shall engage you. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. If you do not permit me to strike with ease today, do not even think of escaping. Chapter 71. Ding. The transfer of 5 minutes from Mingfu treasure to Pang Kai has been completed. This transaction is instantaneous. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Pang Kai was utterly bewildered, unable to suppress his instinctive retreat. He found it hard to believe the reality before his eyes. His worldview had been utterly shattered. How could you possibly be at the foundation establishment stage? And moreover, at the third level of foundation establishment? How could Wang Bu'er have reached foundation establishment? When did he cultivate his foundation? Furthermore, Wang Bu'er's physique and spiritual perception. At this moment, he finally comprehended why so many at the foundation establishment stage had perished at Wang Bu'er's hands. He recalled Wang Bu'er's arrogance and composure within the foundation establishment circle. From beginning to end, it was merely a trap, a colossal pit dug by Wang Bu'er himself. How laughable it was that he had believed himself to be the most formidable genius in the Tianying Valley. What a farce of a genius. The true prodigy stood before him, Wang Bu'er. With a swift motion, Wang Bu'er unleashed 9 beams of sword light, each one slicing through the air like a tempestuous dragon, enveloping the space below. The cunning and sharpness of each flying sword were executed with impeccable precision. Pang Kai seized his heavy sword and swept it outward. However, under Wang Bu'er's mastery of body refinement, the heavy sword had become inconsequential. As he swung his sword to strike Wang Bu'er, his palm could no longer withstand the force and exploded upon impact. By the second strike, his entire arm had shattered into fragments. When the third attack approached, his defenses were forcibly torn apart. The fourth sword pierced through his body directly. The fifth and sixth. After the 9 swords had passed, Pang Kai's body lay in tatters, forcibly impaled against a tree behind him. In the face of Wang Bu'er's full eruption, he, the strongest genius of Tianying Valley, had utterly no means of resistance. He wished to articulate something, yet the blood gushing from his mouth rendered him unable to speak fully. He felt his vitality swiftly dimming, his strength completely vanishing, and his cultivation sinking into oblivion. Even breathing was becoming an arduous task. He gazed vacantly at Wang Bu'er, a grimace of despair etched upon his face. Now, he finally grasped the reality. From the very beginning, it was never about them pursuing Wang Bu'er. It was Wang Bu'er who had been hunting them down. One man, pursuing 22. Are you satisfied now? Wang Bu'er panted heavily. After all, his innate talent was limited, his dantian small, and the cultivation stored within him was scarce. Simultaneously commanding 9 flying swords, unleashing 9 pinnacle strikes, along with his maximized body refinement, had drained a significant portion of his cultivation in an instant. He was not the least surprised by his ability to instantly incapacitate Pang Kai. With his third level of foundation establishment, body refinement, spiritual insight, and 9 flying swords, he had thoroughly overwhelmed Pang Kai on all fronts. Let alone just Pang Kai. Even if Pang Kai, Zhao Gang, and Lu Xian'er, the 3 strongest from the 3 sects, were to join forces, Wang Bu'er would remain unafraid. In the series of battles encountered earlier, Wang Bu'er has come to a profound realization regarding the formidable strength he now possesses. The foundational realm and the condensation realm are entirely disparate. With each elevation in level, one's power experiences a fundamental enhancement. Of utmost significance is the cultivation of the body. Wang Bu'er's current stage of body refinement, akin to the golden core realm, renders him nearly invincible against an ordinary first-level foundational practitioner. I mentioned I have matters to attend to and did not wish to engage in combat, yet you insisted on fighting. Wang Bu'er thought. Now look where we are. It's all over for you. He stepped forward, seized Pang Kai's storage bag, and collected the heavy sword from the ground, preparing to wield it with the intent to extinguish Pang Kai's existence before departing. His patience had worn thin, and he no longer wished to deal with those pursuing him. A momentous discovery had been made. At that instant, however, Pang Kai suddenly spoke. As Wang Bu'er instinctively turned, a beam of spiritual light erupted from Pang Kai's mouth with blinding speed, akin to a flash of lightning, arriving before Wang Bu'er in an instant. It pierced through the center of his brow, and Wang Bu'er's body convulsed violently as a sharp pain surged through his mind, reverberating uncontrollably. He was unable to resist. A fragment of his consciousness was forcibly torn away, enveloped within the spiritual light, and vanished from sight. Yet, this luminescence did not dissipate, but instead concealed itself in an unknown manner. What is this? Wang Bu'er's expression shifted drastically as he disregarded the pursuing disciple from the Qiyuan sect. He sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual awareness. However, no matter how diligently he searched, that strand of spiritual light remained elusive. A cold sweat cascaded down his body, and his scalp prickled with dread. Something had intruded into his sea of consciousness. Although he was unaware of its nature, he was certain that Pang Kai's actions at this juncture harbored sinister intentions. Wang Bu'er, do not waste your efforts. You will not find it. A cold smirk escaped the lips of the now weakened Pang Kai. I know not how you achieved the foundational realm and ascended so swiftly to the third level, nor how you mastered body refinement to reach the golden core. Yet, I am certain of one thing. You possess a secret. I am doomed today, but your secret shall not remain protected. Just wait. Once you emerge, there will be those who come seeking you. Pang Kai's teeth ground together, his face etched with resentment. He was a prodigy of the Qiyuan sect, blessed with extraordinary talent and boundless prospects in the immortal path. Yet now, due to a mere bounty, he had inexplicably met his end at Wang Bu'er's hands. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, a bitterness that consumed him. What do you mean? Wang Bu'er's mind echoed with confusion, his gaze fixed intently on Pang Kai. The words uttered by Pang Kai were shrouded in enigma. At this moment, even if he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, his own survival was uncertain. Therefore, there was no need for Pang Kai to jest in such a dire situation. Do you not comprehend? Pang Kai gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, his eyes betraying a glint of malice and triumph. Wang Bu'er's heart jolted once more, and involuntarily, a sense of panic began to rise within him. In an instant, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, reminiscent of the caution that had previously deterred him from extinguishing Zhao Yunxing's life. The mystical arts of the cultivation realm were astonishing, and certain extraordinary methods were beyond comprehension. That glimmer of spiritual light he had just witnessed could very well be a form of mark capable of transmitting information. The moment he departed from the confines of Tianying Valley, this mark would activate automatically, conveying crucial information to its possessor. Raising his hand, he aimed at the center of Pang Kai's forehead and demanded, "How do I lift this?" "Haha, Wang Bu'er, are you attempting to threaten me?" Pang Kai erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "At this stage, do you think I still fear death? Your efforts are futile. I am already doomed. Your killing me now would merely be a release." He spread his one remaining hand, pointing at Wang Bu'er. In that moment, Wang Bu'er was taken aback. For one on the brink of death, his current threats indeed seemed trivial. Observing Wang Bu'er's expression, Pang Kai's satisfaction grew. This was the only form of retribution he could exact upon Wang Bu'er. The more anxious and fearful Wang Bu'er became, the more exhilarated Pang Kai felt. How about that? Weren't you quite proud moments ago? Were you not just a moment ago brimming with arrogance? Now you understand fear, do you? Wang Bu'er, even in death, I will ensure you cannot escape unscathed. Wang Bu'er exhaled sharply, yet his hand gripping the sword trembled involuntarily. Pang Kai's fate had indeed become inconsequential. What mattered was that he was aware of the secrets residing within Wang Bu'er, secrets that were irresistibly alluring to anyone in this world. No one could withstand such temptation. Thus, should this information leak, he would find himself immediately ensnared in peril. He could envision the lengths to which people would go to torture him in their quest for his secrets. Pang Kai's indifference to death stemmed from his certainty of demise. But Wang Bu'er was different. He still clung to life. "Wang Bu'er, remember, I shall await you on the road to the Yellow Springs." Pang Kai's blood had drained, and his vitality had waned. With his last ounce of strength, he uttered his final words. Then, the spark in his eyes began to fade. Wait. At that moment, Wang Bu'er's gaze suddenly brightened. The panic and urgency that had earlier consumed him vanished, replaced by a peculiar sense of intrigue and mockery. "You just claimed you are not afraid of death. Then, are you afraid of living?" He chuckled darkly and activated the system. Beep. Life Payment has initiated a transaction of 5 minutes to Pang Kai. This transaction is instantaneous. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. The instant the system's voice echoed, Pang Kai's previously drifting gaze immediately sharpened once more. Chapter 72. The Resurrected Pang Kai. In the fleeting moment when his vision refocused, Pang Kai's eyes brimmed with an even more profound terror than before. His battered body trembled uncontrollably. As a foundation-building cultivator, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. He was unequivocally certain that his life force had reached its absolute limit, a point beyond which no elixir or technique could salvage him. A death that was irrevocable. What have you done to me? This was no mere apprehension. It was a fear that emanated from the depths of his very soul. Nothing much. Just a trivial matter, Wang Bu'er replied nonchalantly, producing several pills and forcing them into Pang Kai's mouth. Simultaneously, he directed his own energy into Pang Kai's body, causing the medicinal properties to surge forth and safeguard his heart and spirit. With a sudden clatter, the flying sword that had been embedded in Pang Kai's body sprung free. Come on, weren't you unafraid of death? Then I shall allow you to linger a while longer, Wang Bu'er declared, seizing Pang Kai with a firm grip. What are you, Bang? Before Pang Kai could finish his exclamation, Wang Bu'er delivered a swift kick. In an instant, he was propelled like a ball, crashing into a massive tree. His already shattered body crumbled further, agony surging through him like wildfire. Bang! Before he could even hit the ground, Wang Bu'er struck again. Pang Kai soared once more, this time landing in a puddle. Cold, muddy water rushed into his mouth. Then came another kick, smashing him against a rock, shattering several bones into fragments. Then, yet another kick. Within a brief span, he was tossed about carelessly by Wang Bu'er. Each strike delivered from varying angles and with differing force, landing in disparate locations. Each impact brought an indescribable agony, as if his body were being flayed alive. Yet, at this moment, his heart and spirit were shielded by the pills, and although his injuries intensified, he clung to life desperately, refusing to succumb. Even as a foundation-building cultivator, his resilience was unmatched. The relentless torment was nearly unbearable, forcing him to scream and howl in a frenzy. But no matter how he struggled or how terrified he became, it proved futile. Wang Bu'er remained indifferent, continuing his assault. Finally, after what felt like nearly 5 minutes, sensing that his life force was once again waning, Pang Kai surprisingly felt a surge of joy. If he were to die, he would be liberated from this ceaseless suffering. His gaze began to blur, consciousness fading into obscurity. Wang Bu'er halted his onslaught, waiting patiently. As Pang Kai's breath neared extinction, he reopened the system. Ding! Life payment has transferred 5 minutes to Pang Kai. This transaction is instant. Ding! Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. With the life payment successfully transferred, Pang Kai was resurrected once more. Now, can you speak? Wang Bu'er stepped forcefully upon the soul hand of Pang Kai. What have you done to me? Pang Kai roared in fury. All right, I understand. Without allowing him to finish, Wang Bu'er raised a hand, unleashing a burst of purple flames that descended upon Pang Kai's grievous wound. The flames, meticulously controlled, seared slowly along the edges of the injury, producing a hissing sound that echoed through the air as excruciating pain engulfed Pang Kai once more. He began to wail, unable to endure such torment, yet in that moment, he was utterly powerless to resist. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes had elapsed, amid the acrid scent of charred flesh and his anguished cries, Pang Kai found himself once again on the brink of death. The reason it was deemed the brink was that Wang Bu'er had not afforded him the opportunity to fully succumb to death. Beep. Life payment has transferred to Pang Kai for 5 minutes. This transaction is instantaneous. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. Pang Kai was revived anew. This time, Wang Bu'er refrained from using fire, instead burying him alive in the earth. 5 minutes passed, then another 5. After several such repetitions, Pang Kai's mental defenses shattered. Even upon revival, his eyes held no glimmer of vitality. The relentless fear and torment had utterly obliterated his will. Within a brief span, he had met his demise 7 or 8 times. He had never fathomed that living could be so terrifying, especially the sensation of knowing that his cultivation had vanished, his blood had run dry. Yet he was inexplicably unable to die. This existence was 1,000 times more dreadful than death itself. He was not afraid of death. Rather, he dreaded the inability to die. He could not comprehend how Wang Bu'er accomplished such feats. I'll tell you everything. Pang Kai was genuinely terrified, consumed by a singular thought. Whatever Wang Bu'er demanded, he would acquiesce, desperately seeking a swift exit from this torment. Please, do not let me return to life. He fervently wished to be spared from resurrection. If only you had said so earlier. Wang Bu'er mused, satisfied that the method Pang Kai divulged was indeed viable and devoid of deceit. Thus, he concluded the interrogation and allowed Pang Kai to depart. However, Wang Bu'er was not in haste to remove the mark. Instead, he gazed toward the nearby woods. Hey, have you seen enough by now? If so, go and accompany your clan's genius. From the thicket, a figure gradually rose, appearing utterly horrified and bewildered. The last foundational disciple of Qiyuan's sect had long since caught up, but was paralyzed with shock at the scene before him. Half a minute later, Wang Bu'er collected the individual storage bag and disposed of both his and Pang Kai's remains. He sheathed his flying sword and grasped a small hoe, swiftly propelling himself in the direction he had previously surmised. Periodically, he would pause to dig into the ground with his small medicinal hoe. Then, guided by the data provided by the system, he recalculated his direction and ventured forth. His expression grew increasingly animated, and his gaze sparkled with astonishment. At this moment, his path did not lead to the heart of the Eagle Valley. Rather, it took a more obscure route. It was evident that this place harbored no possibility of a spiritual vortex. Yet, the more remote it became, the more exhilarated Wang Bu'er felt. This merely signified that few had traversed this land. Years spent foraging in the wild, and his understanding of the peculiar growth habits of rare herbs informed him that treasures lay hidden here. Before long, a stone wall loomed ahead. Upon reaching this point, the ground transformed into desolation. With a single swing of his shovel, Wang Bu'er cleared away the sparse grass. And upon receiving the system's feedback, he clenched his jaw in a fervor that surged within him, taking a decisive step forward. His physical strength surged to its zenith, and he gripped his heavy sword tightly, propelling himself towards the stone wall with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, the wall shattered, and Wang Bu'er plunged through the debris. To his astonishment, the wall was hollow. Before him lay a vast cavern nestled within the mountain. A sweet, invigorating fragrance enveloped him, revitalizing his spirit. Wang Bu'er's eyes gleamed with excitement as he dashed inside. The cavern was immense, measuring approximately 300 meters in all dimensions. At its center stood a small sapling. Though this sapling barely reached a meter in height and was no thicker than a finger, its trunk rapidly thickened as it descended, culminating in a diameter of 5 meters at the ground. Countless roots intertwined, sprawling across the entirety of the cavern. Chapter 73. This is the man I, Zhao Shuang, have chosen. As Wang Bu'er stepped into the cave, outside Tunying Valley, at the entrance, the Jedon cultivators leading the 5 sects, along with their accompanying Foundation Establishment disciples, waited anxiously. From the moment the Foundation Establishment circle vanished, the passageway leading out of Tunying Valley would open. With a hum, a flash of light illuminated the area, drawing everyone's gaze. However, soon their expressions shifted to astonishment. According to past experiences, it was at this moment that a few disciples would begin to emerge. Yet this time, an entire throng emerged. Figures continually stepped out, swiftly dividing into 2 streams. One surged toward the Huayan sect's worship, while the other headed for the Xingyuan sect. It was evident that the surviving disciples of both sects had finally emerged. On the Xingyuan sect's worship, Zhao Shuang furrowed her delicate brows. How could she not notice that these Xingyuan sect disciples appeared to be escorted by their Huayan sect counterparts? Moreover, the number of successful Foundation Establishment disciples from the Huayan sect seemed consistent with previous years. However, the numbers from the Xingyuan sect were alarmingly few. Not only were there far fewer who had established their foundations, but the total number of disciples had diminished significantly. Particularly troubling was the sight of nearly all the disciples' eyes, which were bloodshot, with traces of tears at the corners. Before she could ponder further, several figures rushed toward her, soaring through the air. Milan, Li Jinlong, and a few other Foundation Establishment disciples landed on the warship and, without hesitation, knelt before Zhao Shuang. Their expressions were filled with sorrow, jaws clenched, as if enduring immense grievances and suppressing great fury. Not far away, Hong Jian also furrowed his brow. Among the crowd of Xingyuan sect disciples, he could not find Wang Bu'er. What had transpired? A troubling suspicion began to form in her mind. The expressions of these Foundation Establishment disciples were decidedly abnormal. She had noticed long before Hong Jian that Wang Bu'er was missing. Reporting to you, Master Zhao. Upon entering Tianying Valley, we were immediately besieged by the combined forces of the Tianyuan sect, Ziyun sect, and Shiyuan sect, resulting in heavy casualties. In the Foundation Establishment circle, we were relentlessly ostracized by them and failed to seize the spiritual energy vortex. Milan spoke first. It was Elder Wang. He had been lingering at the periphery, unharmed. But upon witnessing the suppression and targeting of our sect's disciples, he recklessly stepped forward, leading us to carve a bloody path straight to the Foundation Establishment Circle. Within that circle, he guided us all to reclaim the spiritual energy vortex while driving the disciples of the Tianyuan and Qiyuan sects out. Li Jinlong continued, his tone filled with urgency. His excitement was palpable, as the sect had designated him as the leader for this Tianying Valley expedition. Yet throughout the ordeal, he felt he had played a minimal role. Why had Elder Wang chosen to protect their breakthrough, deliberately foregoing his own ascension, single-handedly intimidating 3 sects? As the conversation unfolded, another foundational disciple spoke up, yet suddenly faltered mid-sentence. What was the outcome? Speak swiftly. Zhao Shuaying's expression froze into an icy glare, her gaze sharpening with intensity. Although the others spoke with a casual demeanor, she could vividly envision the grim realities and peril entailed, particularly within the foundational realm. One individual standing against 3 sect disciples required immense courage and audacity. With a swift motion, she summoned a gust of wind that swept Tong Lu into her presence. Speak. Tong Lu, her eyes ablaze with emotion, knelt on the ground, her voice torn and laden with indescribable fervor and sorrow. Respected Ancestor, Elder Wang, in his endeavor to protect his fellow foundational disciples, willingly relinquished the spirit energy vortex. However, this decision incurred the ire of the 3 sect disciples. Moreover, for reasons unknown, there is a bounty placed on Elder Wang's life by an external force. To safeguard us, Elder Wang entrusted our well-being to Huayan sect. He himself chose to remain behind, confronting the combined might of Tianyuanzong, Xianxia, and Kaiwanzong, totaling 22 foundational disciples. Tong Lu's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly among the foundational and core formation practitioners present. With her revelation, a collective gasp echoed from the assembly, including Hong Jian of Xingyuanzong and other foundational disciples. Evidently, Huayan sect had also received news from Luo Jin, as they too looked on in disbelief towards Xingyuanzong. Leading his peers through a blood-soaked path, forsaking his foundational status, one man stood resolute against 3 sects. To safeguard his disciples, he chose to face 22 foundational practitioners alone. These were not merely 22 gaseous forms or monstrous beasts, but 22 foundational disciples. And Elder Wang's cultivation was merely at the gaseous level. This was an unimaginable battle. In such dire circumstances, anyone would be facing certain doom. No, death was almost guaranteed. To ensure he wielded sufficient allure, Elder Wang had even left us with storage bags. Our journey thus far had been remarkably safe, devoid of any threats. But Elder Wang, as Tong Lu continued to speak, the crowd was once again awestruck. Using the storage bags of all the disciples of Xingyuanzong as bait to lure away 22 foundational practitioners from obstructing the other disciples was an act of monumental bravery. For Elder Wang to devise such a strategy indicated his unwavering resolve to face death. At that moment, a multitude of figures appeared in the passageway, disciples from Tianyuanzong, Xianxia, and Kaiwanzong. Their arrival instantly conveyed a palpable sense of murderous intent and fury emanating from the direction of Xingyuanzong. Zhao Shuaying's formidable presence seemed to cast a chilling winter over the very fabric of reality. Upon witnessing these newcomers, the remaining cultivators of Xingyuanzong trembled anew. For all these individuals were at the gaseous level, none being foundational. This corroborated the claims made by Milan and others, proving their words were not mere fabrications. The 3 sects remain entrenched in the Eagle Valley, relentlessly pursuing Wang Bu'er. The mere thought of this sends chills down the spines of all present. How can a mere cultivator in the Qi condensation stage contend with 22 foundation establishment practitioners? All eyes turned to Zhao Shuaying, their gazes brimming with respect. The relationship between Wang Bu'er and Zhao Shuaying has become common knowledge, especially following Wang Bu'er's recent heroic feats, which have left a profound imprint on the hearts of the people, inciting an overwhelming sense of indignation among them. Zhao Shuaying remained silent, slowly raising her head, her eyes now suffused with a crimson hue. Her gaze fixes on the sects, particularly the Qiyuan sect, her silver teeth clenched tightly, an icy killing intent radiating endlessly. Zhao, fellow Taoist, this matter. The Qiyuan sect's golden core practitioner, with a bitter expression, realizes he cannot explain the situation. They had not anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Silence. Zhao Shuaying's breath quickens as memories of her time with Wang Bu'er flood her mind. He is the first man to stir her heart. Undeniably, every choice Wang Bu'er has made fills her with immense pride, yet the more pride she feels, the harder it becomes to accept the prospect of losing him. This is the man I, Zhao Shuaying, have chosen. Wang Bu'er, should you perish because of this, I vow, as a widow, to seek vengeance for you. With gritted teeth, she has resolved firmly. The journey to Eagle Valley, with its internal sect rivalries, is all too common. However, a bounty has been placed on Wang Bu'er, transforming this from a mere conflict into a premeditated scheme. As time passes slowly, Zhao Shuang remains fixated on the entrance, her heart yearning for a miracle to unfold, despite the hope dwindling to a state of despair. Master Ancestor, Tong Lu furrows her brow. Wanting to share a peculiar discovery she made in Eagle Valley with Zhao Shuang. Yet, upon witnessing Zhao Shuang's current anguish and murderous intent, she chooses to remain silent. What tree is this? Deep within the caverns of Eagle Valley, Wang Bu'er breathes heavily, gazing down at the roots that extend endlessly from this very spot. The growth of these roots suggests a terrifying magnitude. Yet, despite such extensive roots, only a single sapling has emerged. No, that cannot be. As Wang Bu'er moves closer, he observes a series of wrinkled marks encircling the base of the sapling. This is not a naturally grown sapling. It is evident that someone has severed the original trunk and, through some arcane method, grafted this sapling onto the roots, rendering it a parasitic entity that consumes the nutrients absorbed by the vast roots. The mere thought sends a thrill through Wang Bu'er. This secret realm has existed for at least several millennia, and it restricts practitioners above the qi condensation stage from entering. Clearly, no one has discovered this place before. This indicates that the sapling must have been growing for at least several thousand years, yet it has only reached this modest size. What a remarkable entity this is. And how much nourishment does it truly require? Wang Bu'er inhaled sharply. Initially, he had contemplated uprooting this tree entirely, but now he found himself hesitating. The method by which it is cultivated suggests that its value and significance must be extraordinarily formidable. No, this cannot be merely a tree. What, then, is it? Upon closer examination, he discerned that the roots, which enveloped the entire cave and perhaps extended far beyond, were not simply transmitting nourishment. Instead, they were suffused with an incessant flow of spiritual energy. The most intriguing aspect was that within each rootlet, the spiritual energy surged with varying intensity and attributes, each distinct from the others. Only upon converging at the surface roots did they amalgamate in a unique manner, subsequently nourishing the sapling. This process instantly evoked in Wang Bu'er a parallel to the cultivation practices of practitioners. Chapter 74. Now you cannot defeat me. To excavate or not to excavate. Wang Bu'er was engulfed in profound indecision. This sapling was undoubtedly extraordinary, possessing a terrifying lifespan. Yet, simultaneously, the pulsations emanating from its roots instilled in him an uncanny sensation. This tree was alive, not merely in the sense of growth, but in a manner akin to a living being, with flesh and blood. He sheathed his medicinal hoe and paced back and forth, continuously attuning to the essence of the roots and the sapling. The more he immersed himself in this sensation, the more pronounced the vitality of the tree became. It was not that he lacked the courage to dig. Rather, he feared that this tree might possess some unfathomable treasure. If he were to sever it with a single stroke, he would be irrevocably destroying something precious, an act of sheer waste. Damn it, if destruction were to befall it. So be it. Why fret over trivialities? Digging might lead to regret, but refraining would surely incur remorse. After all, this was the only opportunity he had in the heavenly Eagle Valley. Soon, amidst his relentless turmoil, Wang Bu'er resolved firmly. Regardless of what this entity truly was, excavating it promised some longevity. Even if it were a waste, it was preferable to outright abandonment. To neglect the opportunity for gain and to forego advantages would be a grave sin. With that thought banished from his mind, he focused his intent, and the small hoe soared forth, rapidly expanding before plunging down with vigor. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Wang Bu'er's strike met no unexpected resistance, easily slicing into a robust root. He stepped back, poised to continue maneuvering the hoe to fully unearth the root. To harvest the lifespan from any plant, one must sever it at its very roots. But just then, a flash of light pierced the void. A scintilla of brilliance appearing with such swiftness that Wang Bu'er had no time to react before it darted into his forehead. His expression shifted dramatically, panic enveloping him as he reached out in vain. Terror gripped his heart. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, channeling his consciousness and unleashing his cultivation to uncover the source of this light. Yet, to his horror, this luminescence vanished upon entering his being. This occurrence was eerily reminiscent of the mark previously inscribed upon him by Peng Kai. However, just as Wang Bu'er believed he was once again ensnared by some insidious mark, a weathered voice resonated within his mind. The calamity of the heavens approaches. However, the path remains incomplete. This tribulation is fraught with peril. To extract a leaf from the Tao tree planted in this place, one blessed shall gather it, thus unlocking the jade of fortune. The Tao tree is one of the 9 spirits of heaven and earth, embodying the essence of the heavenly way. When merged with this wood, as the wood flourishes, so too does the path, and as the path extends, so does the wood. Yet, the Tao tree is arduous to nurture. The spirit of heaven and earth requires sustenance from the realm, and without the heart of flora, it cannot thrive, nor can it be taken. As the voice faded, a torrent of information surged into Wang Bu'er's consciousness. He furrowed his brow, initially bewildered, but gradually, a look of ecstatic revelation emerged. Though he did not fully comprehend, he grasped the overarching significance. In essence, this seemingly stunted sapling, which had not grown for millennia, was a miraculous tree of heaven and earth, imbued with profound Taoist principles. After the harvest, one can nurture it within oneself, merging it with their essence. As the sapling grows, the profound principles of heaven and earth will emerge, reflecting back upon the cultivator. Simultaneously, the insights gained by the cultivator can nourish the sapling, facilitating its rapid development. Regarding the latter statement, Wang Bu'er's understanding was shallow. Yet the gist was that nurturing this sapling would prove to be quite challenging. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Whether it can be sustained shall be determined later. For now, I shall claim its lifespan. Breathing heavily, Wang Bu'er did not hesitate further. He focused his consciousness, wielding the medicinal hoe to continue his excavation. After the hoe underwent its second upgrade, it became exceedingly sharp. Regardless of the thickness of the roots, a single strike was sufficient to sever them. Despite the multitude of roots and their intricate entanglement, under Wang Bu'er's decisive actions, the last root was finally cut in just over 10 minutes. The entire stump, along with the sapling above, was completely severed from the ground. Ding, lifespan value credited. 2 years. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Bu'er was momentarily stunned, even feeling somewhat disoriented. After repeated confirmations, he was struck by a sensation of being deceived. 2 years? For such a large stump and so many roots, after dedicating so much time, it amounted to merely 2 years. Wang Bu'er could not help but pout. While it wasn't entirely a wasted effort, the outcome was indeed far from his expectations. A tree that had grown for thousands of years should at least bestow several hundred years of lifespan value. He stored the stump and sapling into his storage bag. No, this was an affront he could not swallow. With all the roots excavated, he would return them as fertilizer. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the loss keenly. Driven by frustration, he resumed digging fervently. Dust swirled as he unearthed the roots, tossing them into the storage bag like sweet potatoes. Soon, the ground of the cave had transformed into a large pit due to Wang Bu'er's relentless efforts. Yet, he remained unsatisfied and continued to dig. Boom! The mountain wall, already hollow, began to tremble under Wang Bu'er's reckless excavation until it finally collapsed under the strain. Wang Bu'er emerged from the rubble, momentarily satisfied. Little sapling, you had better not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall treat you like tender shoots of Chinese tune, chopping you up to mix with eggs for dumplings. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Bu'er suddenly froze. Surrounding him were figures, each observing him with a curious expression. 4 men and 4 women, a total of 8 cultivators, stood in formation, effectively encircling him. Damn, I was careless. He couldn't help but pout again, cursing under his breath. He had been so engrossed that he had failed to notice their approach. These individuals were quite cunning, having silently gathered everyone to form a blockade. Wang Bu'er, do you still think you can escape now? Zhao Gang smirked as he waved his hand. Around Wang Bu'er, a deafening roar erupted, spiraling winds howled, forming a colossal formation that exploded in layers. Zhao Gang had actually set up a grand array here. Yet, Wang Bu'er remained completely unfazed, his expression serene. With a leisurely demeanor, he clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with a hint of exasperation. You all, truly are persistent. I have no desire to fight, yet you remain so eager. After his previous confrontation with Pang Kai and others, Wang Bu'er had lost interest in the encirclement before him. Especially now that his cultivation had ascended to the 3rd level of foundation establishment, his strength vastly surpassed that of these individuals. Moreover, the disciples of Xingyuanzong should have emerged from Tianning Valley by now. Although these individuals were all at the foundation establishment stage, they had only just broken through, and their foundations still lingered at the qi condensation stage, rendering them of little value. Wang Bu'er had long calculated this. Despite having slain numerous adversaries previously, the cost in terms of lifespan and treasures had not equated to the rewards. It was a blatant loss. Not wanting to fight, Zhao Gang replied, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Bu'er, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Everyone, kill him. The bounty and his treasures will be divided among us. Almost simultaneously, Lu Xianyuan spoke slowly. Wang Bu'er, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame others. I do not seek the bounty, but avenge my fallen comrades from Xian sect. The 8 of them unleashed their cultivation, their murderous aura overwhelming. Though they felt a tinge of regret, considering the enormous losses their sects had endured, the thought of abandoning this pursuit now felt unsatisfactory. Moreover, given the enmity that had already formed, allowing Wang Bu'er to escape would surely lead to countless troubles in the future. They found themselves in a precarious position, unable to retreat. The arrow knocked and compelled to fly. What did you just say? I have no say in this. Wang Bu'er chuckled, a look of disbelief crossing his face as his cultivation erupted with thunderous intensity, the aura of the 3rd level of foundation establishment soaring into the heavens. Along with his body refinement and divine sense, he revealed them without reservation. Body refinement at the bone-tempering stage, divine sense at the divine illumination stage. In an instant, a heavy sword flashed forth, expanding in the wind, unleashing an immense pressure that crashed down. The array's power surrounding them crumbled beneath the might of this sword. Wang Bu'er did not even spare a glance, stepping forward as his figure transformed into a streak of light. To the onlookers, a flash of brilliance signaled that Wang Bu'er had vanished from their sight, reappearing outside their encirclement. Whether or not it mattered was trivial. What was significant was, now you all cannot defeat me. At that moment, all 8 stood agape in astonishment. Chapter 75. A bloodshed born of curiosity. Do you see the sword? Familiar. I assent it. It belongs to Pang Kai. Wang Bu'er struck the heavy sword in his hand, the sound of the blade slicing through the air resonating powerfully. To seize Pang Kai's nurtured flying sword, what steps must one take? First, locate him. Second, eliminate him. Third, claim the sword. A fierce glint flickered in Wang Bu'er's eyes, an overwhelming aura intimidating all around. In that moment, Zhao Gang and his companions could not help but swallow hard, chills creeping down their spines. They were all too well acquainted with this sort of Pang Kai-s. Given Pang Kai-s character and the nature of the disciples of Qiuan's sect nurturing their swords, it was clear that where the man was, so too was the sword. Now that this sword had fallen into Wang Bu'er's grasp, there was no need for further contemplation regarding Pang Kai-s fate. Moreover, they had previously contacted Qiuan's sect, yet received no response. Would they still fight? If you insist on engaging, I shall oblige. Just moments ago, I could dispatch 5 foes simultaneously. Now facing 8, it appears to be a trivial matter. The group trembled once more. No one dared to respond, especially Lu Xianyuan, who, despite the casualties among the Xian sect, realized Wang Bu'er had not pressed them unduly. Thus, from the onset, she had been reluctant to engage. The disparity between both sides was now so glaring that her fighting spirit evaporated entirely. Disciples of Xian sect, retreat with me. After a brief internal struggle, she decisively turned, leading the remaining 4 Foundation establishment members swiftly away. At this moment, Wang Bu'er was no longer the prey. In contrast, they had become the hunted. Zhao Gang and his companions were ashen-faced, their blood racing, throats parched. Though he harbored considerable pride, he was not devoid of basic self-awareness. We shall also depart. Despite their reluctance, the current circumstances left them with no choice. With Wang Bu'er's current cultivation level, physical prowess, and formidable spiritual consciousness, not to mention the countless treasures at his disposal, the 3 had no qualification to engage in battle. The roles of hunter and prey had been irrevocably reversed. It is wise to come to such an understanding. Wang Bu'er sheathed his heavy sword and turned to leave. The time for the opening of Tianying Valley was drawing near, yet he had numerous matters to attend to. The area was replete with vegetation, aged, and, more importantly, ownerless. He could excavate at will. Such a splendid opportunity was not one he would squander. Especially now that he had established his foundation, the frequency of required enhancements had increased, and the lifespan consumed for elevating his cultivation was tenfold what it had been before, though the remaining balance in the system still exceeded a millennium. It would hardly suffice if put to use. Senior Zhao, who is Wang Bu'er truly? His aptitude seems rather ordinary. How could he possibly succeed in foundation establishment without an aura of spiritual energy? Furthermore, he practices both body cultivation and possesses such formidable spiritual consciousness. How has he achieved this? The 3 from Tianyuan's sect hastened forward, lowering their figures, resembling those fleeing from danger. This individual must certainly be a hidden prodigy of Xingyuan's sect. Regarding cultivation, it is not difficult to comprehend. He is an elder of the Xingyuan sect, blessed with abundant resources. Furthermore, as Zhao Shuang's partner, he naturally enjoys the support of the Zhao family. He is also a fourth-tier alchemist, while others would trade half their lives for a single foundation-building pill. He could have as many as he desires. Zhao Gang now feels a twinge of regret. When the Tianying Valley was opened, Zhao Shuang's apparent protective actions went unnoticed by him. In retrospect, he realizes he was not competing for a reward. He was merely delivering himself as a gift. However, having been so ostentatious before, to leave now empty-handed is indeed somewhat embarrassing. But what of the embarrassment? For such a peculiar individual, anyone would feel a sense of shame. Preserving one's life is a cause for celebration. The two nodded and silently followed Zhao Gang along the path. Wait, I seem to be a bit confused. Zhao Gang suddenly felt a stir in his mind. What was that fellow doing in the cave? Digging up roots? While pursuing him, they noticed numerous areas along the way where the vegetation had been uprooted. This individual, could he have some peculiar obsession? He recalled Wang Bu'er's frantic actions in the cave, even causing a landslide, and he was instantly filled with bewilderment. As this question emerged, Zhao Gang abruptly halted. Before the trio, the scenery had unexpectedly changed. Beneath their feet lay lush grass, yet just a few steps ahead was a barren expanse. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the area had been thoroughly excavated with a hoe. Notably, this was not just a small section, as far as the eye could see. A desolate stretch spanned dozens of miles. Zhao Gang turned to exchange glances with the other two, and they clearly discerned the strangeness reflected in each other's eyes. An overwhelming curiosity surged within them. Who would come here to dig the ground for no reason? Wait, what did Zhao Gang just say? Wang Bu'er was digging up roots in the cave? The shape of his hoe, compared to the one here. After correlating the details, the three were left utterly astonished. Given the vast area, if one person were to dig, it would require at least 10 days or more. What had they previously discussed? Wang Bu'er had not appeared initially. Then he suddenly infiltrated the foundation-building circle. As they mentally calculated, the timelines abruptly converged. The truth was on the verge of revelation. This place was excavated by Wang Bu'er. Upon arriving at Tianying Valley, Wang Bu'er had not sought the energy vortex immediately. Instead, he lingered in this secluded area to dig. When things seem amiss, there must be something unusual. Do you think his cultivation, physical refinement, and spiritual awareness are related to this obsession? Even his status as a fourth-tier alchemist. Zhao Gang smacked his forehead, and the previous doubts transformed into uncontainable excitement. The three exchanged glances once more, and without a word, they decided to turn around. Lowering their forms and concealing their presence, they hastily retraced their steps. After some time, the trio returned to the place where they had confronted Wang Bu'er. Before they could draw near, astonishment and shock simultaneously illuminated their faces. This area had transformed entirely from what it had been not long ago. All the vegetation had been razed. The once lush jungle lay in ruins, fallen in disarray. Indeed, it was him. Zhao Gang's eyes widened, his heart racing with excitement. Wang Bu'er's actions were undoubtedly not born out of mere whimsy. There must be substantial benefits for him to act in such a manner. As for what those benefits were, there was no need for excessive speculation. Whatever Wang Bu'er possessed now, it was likely the very essence of those benefits: cultivation, physical refinement, and spiritual awareness. Following the devastated foliage, the trio soon discovered Wang Bu'er. At that moment, he floated in the air, stroking his beardless chin, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Nearby, a 10-meter-long hoe, resembling a grand gateway, was autonomously flitting about, laboriously digging at the roots and grasses. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief, instantly captivated by Wang Bu'er and the extraordinary hoe. Why was he excavating this vegetation? Could such an act bestow cultivation, vitality, or spiritual awareness? Impossible. They had never heard of such treasures or techniques. Clearly, there were reasons unbeknownst to them, but regardless, he possessed secrets. Their breaths quickened, and a fervor ignited within their eyes, even more intense than their previous thoughts of bounties or the plethora of storage bags at Wang Bu'er's waist. Unconsciously, all three crouched down, examining the grass before them, instinctively tugging at handfuls. They inspected and sniffed, and one even dared to taste it. Yet, nothing yielded any answers. Be cautious, let us pursue and uncover the mystery. I refuse to believe we cannot unveil the truth. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, gesturing for his companions to follow. However, the moment he stood, he froze in shock. A face, unknown to him, had suddenly intruded upon his vision. It bore a smug, mischievous grin, with corners curled in endless mockery. Yet, within that smile, a palpable murderous intent loomed. Are you searching for me? Wang Bu'er silently shook his head, then extended a finger, pointing directly at Zhao Gang's brow. No. Zhao Gang was momentarily stunned, yet before he could react, the finger had decisively descended. A beam of sword light pierced through his skull, blood erupting as his essence collapsed in an instant. Almost simultaneously, 2 additional sword strikes rained down, severing the remaining 2 individuals in twain. You wanted to leave, yet your curiosity prevailed. Tell me, are you not foolish? Collecting the trio's storage bags, Wang Bu'er glanced at his waist, utterly bemused. There were so many bags that he had no place left to attach them. After finally creating a space to properly secure one, he prepared to incinerate the remains. Yet, his gaze flickered, recalling the earlier encounter with Pang Kai. With a face full of impatience, he activated the system. Ding! The transaction of Mingfu treasure to Zhao Gang will be completed in 5 minutes. This transaction is instantaneous. Ding! The transaction has been completed, and the balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. The transfer via Mingfu treasure is complete. Then, Zhao Gang came back to life. By the way, there was something I forgot to ask you. Don't be too hasty in dying. Do you possess any marks left by the Qiyuan sect? Wang Bu'er drew a sword and pointed it at Zhao Gang's neck. Huh. A bewildered Zhao Gang appeared utterly perplexed. Chapter 76. The Dominant Zhao Shuaying. Outside Tianying Valley, an indescribable fury hung in the air, cold and oppressive, particularly among the Qiyuan sect, Tianyuan sect, and Ziyan sect. The elder cultivators leading the 3 sects felt like ants on a hot stove. The furious roars of the Star Yuan sect disciples still echoed in their ears. No one understood the gravity of the situation better than they did. The 17 cultivation nations of the Great Xia formed a cohesive entity, comprising 21 major sects and countless minor ones. Although open and covert conflicts were commonplace, and mutual killings were often seen, there existed certain acts of violence that were utterly intolerable, without justifiable cause, and with no transgressions against moral principles by the opposing party. The open bounty placed on Wang Bu'er during such a pivotal occasion as the Foundation establishment trial was undoubtedly a challenge to the dignity and reputation of the Star Yuan sect. Wang Bu'er could indeed be slain, but such an act could never be condoned. Such behavior, in its most serious interpretation, could even be regarded as a declaration of war against the Star Yuan sect. Furthermore, Wang Bu'er's current status as a 4th-grade alchemist and a first-rank elder of the Star Yuan sect, a prodigy of the sect, heightened the stakes. Within Tianying Valley, Wang Bu'er had sacrificed immensely for his comrades, demonstrating unparalleled righteousness and fearlessness in the face of death. Such a disciple was a treasure to the cultivation world and an honor to the sect. The 3 sects were deeply concerned, fearing that this bounty originated from their own ranks. They were anxious to uncover who had committed such a foolish act of self-destruction. They all knew that Zhao Shuaying was undoubtedly exerting every effort to investigate this matter. Once the truth emerged, it would undoubtedly provoke her wrath. Many were keeping a close watch on the Huayan sect. Yet, there was no doubt that, at this moment, even if they had any knowledge of the matter, the Huayan sect could not possibly speak out. Had they discovered anything? Who had issued the bounty? At the entrance, Zhao Shuaying's delicate face was frigid. Her gaze remained fixed on the valley's entrance, yearning for a miracle to unfold. For the time being, none had manifested. Hong Jian wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart racing with anxiety. Wang Bu'er was not immune to death, but there were many ways of dying that Zhao Shuaying could accept. For instance, dying amidst a chaotic battle among the 5 sects or being ambushed and assassinated by someone. These scenarios were within the realm of acceptable misfortunes. However, if he were to be hunted down due to a bounty, leading to his demise at the hands of numerous Foundation establishment disciples, and if, prior to that, others had deliberately tormented fellow disciples to force Wang Bu'er into the open, he understood the temperament of the lady before him all too well. If the truth were to be uncovered, she would not hesitate to initiate immediate conflict. Continue the investigation. What are the sect's people doing? A bounty has been issued, and not only did they fail to provide prior warning, but they cannot even uncover any information afterwards? Zhao Shuaying's fury had escalated to the brink of explosion. In truth, once the Foundation establishment disciples emerge, everything will naturally be revealed, Hong Jian whispered. Wait for them to emerge. Are you implying that we should wait until Wang Bu'er is dead? Zhao Shuaying shot a piercing glance at Hong Jian, causing him to shudder and hastily step aside to continue communicating with the sect through a sound transmission talisman. Moments later, a talisman flew towards him and landed in his hand. Upon examining its contents, Hong Jian's expression instantly shifted. What happened? Zhao Shuaying inquired, but before Hong Jian could respond, she raised her hand, effortlessly drawing the talisman towards her. The next moment, her aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming sense of murderous intent erupting like a tsunami. The chilling force enveloped the surroundings, plunging the atmosphere into a frigid winter. Disciples of the Xingyuan sect, heed my command. Her icy voice reverberated as her cultivation soared in an instant. The formidable pressure of the late-stage core formation radiated in all directions without hesitation. All present Xingyuan sect cultivators, regardless of whether they were in the qi condensation or foundation establishment stage, including Hong Jian, who bore a bitter and resigned expression, responded in unison. Hundreds of disciples from the Xingyuan sect transformed, their demeanor becoming fierce, their spirits soaring skyward. At the forefront, Zhao Shuang, clad in a flowing gown, her long hair billowing, unleashed a brilliant azure light as her accompanying blue Ming flying sword erupted with a suffocating aura of death. This scene caused the disciples of Ziyun sect, Tianyuan sect, and Qiyuan sect, who were in the core formation stage, to instantly pale in shock. Daoist Zhao, please do not act impulsively. Daoist Zhao, everything can be negotiated. The situation is not. The core formation cultivators of Ziyun sect and Tianyuan sect rushed forward, their voices tinged with urgency. The core formation disciple of Qiyuan sect also stepped forward, but before he could utter a word, he trembled violently, fear etched across his face, his scalp prickling with dread. For at that moment, he unmistakably sensed the fury and murderous intent emanating from Zhao Shuang intensifying, now aimed squarely at the Qiyuan sect. His expression shifted drastically, his heart racing. Not only him, but the disciples of Qiyuan sect behind him also turned pale, trembling under the crushing weight of her presence and the imminent threat of violence. Daoist Zhao, please reconsider. It has not reached such an extreme. A core formation cultivator from Huayan sect furrowed his brow, attempting to interject. Unlike the others, they had gleaned some information from the foundation establishment cultivators who emerged from Tianying Valley. Yet Zhao Shuang paid them no heed. Disciples of the Xingyuan sect, heed my command. The cultivators of Qiyuan sect have violated the principles of the Daxia cultivation world, setting bounties and pursuing our esteemed disciples in Tianying Valley, thereby dishonoring our sect and provoking our dignity, undermining our foundation. This matter is unacceptable, unforgivable, and intolerable. I, Zhao Shuang, elder of the Xingyuan sect, today act on behalf of the sect master to issue a decree. I declare war on the Qiyuan sect. Her declaration thundered through the air like a clap of thunder, shocking all present. Despite their mental preparations and understanding of Zhao Shuang's temperament, they did not anticipate such resolute action from her. Receive the order. All disciples of the Xingyuan sect erupted in a unified roar, their spirits soaring, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping them. In their eyes, unwavering determination was evident, accompanied by fury, and even more so, a profound sense of regret and unwillingness to accept their fate. In times past, they were oblivious to Wang Bu'er. Yet this time, Wang Bu'er's choices and actions were exceedingly tragic. It can be said now that for the sake of these individuals' cultivation and lives, Wang Bu'er sacrificed everything. Looking back, Wang Bu'er's confrontation with Zhao Yunsheng within the sect was no longer an act of arrogance or mere theatrics. It was a display of defiance against tyranny, unyielding and fearless. Throughout it all, Wang Bu'er had become a beacon of hope and inspiration for the masses, a paragon for them to emulate. Thus, when Zhao Shuang uttered the declaration of war, everyone unhesitatingly rallied to the cause. They lamented their previous retreat at Tianying Valley, their choice to leave the impending crisis to Wang Bu'er, regretting not standing shoulder to shoulder with him in adversity. Now, Zhao Shuang's audacious proclamation had transformed into an opportunity for them to atone for their remorse and seek vengeance for Wang Bu'er. Battle. The thunderous roar surged forth. A fierce aura erupted, and the collective spirit of all members of Xingyuan sect instantaneously coalesced into a tempest, resonating far and wide. At this critical juncture, just as the great conflict was on the verge of erupting, figures began to flicker forth from the entrance of Tianying Valley. Chapter 77. An inconceivable situation. It is the Ziyun sect. Upon the appearance of these individuals, the atmosphere in the vicinity grew palpably tense. The disciples of the Xingyuan sect gritted their teeth in fury, for among them were those who pursued Wang Bu'er. An elder of the Ziyun sect, having reached the core formation stage, immediately soared forth, unleashing his formidable power to shield the others. They harbored equal trepidation towards Zhao Shuang, fearing her wrathful retaliation. Lu Xin'er, Zhao Shuang refrained from taking action, yet her gaze was fixed intently upon the woman. I do not demand that you divulge the source of your bounty, but I implore you to inform me of the current circumstances within the valley. Is Wang Bu'er still alive? Her complexion was as pale as a ghost, her chest heaving with barely contained rage. The emergence of Lu Xin'er and her companions signified that the battle within the Tianying Valley had reached its conclusion. Wang Bu'er. His fate appeared grim. The expressions of the others mirrored her concern, including those from the Qiyuan sect, the Tianyuan sect, and the Huayan sect, who were poised to depart. All eyes were fixed upon this woman, particularly those of the Ziyun sect's core formation cultivators, who were desperately hoping to avoid hearing one particular piece of news, that Wang Bu'er had perished at the hands of these individuals. For the sake of Wang Bu'er's bounty, Zhao Shuang would not hesitate to declare war against the Qiyuan sect. Should this person's life be extinguished by Lu Xianxia and her associates, it would pose an immense predicament. Even if Zhao Shuang was presently unable to act, she would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to unleash her fury in the future. Reporting to Master Zhao, Wang Bu'er, the elder is still alive. Upon stepping out of the Tianying Valley, Lu Xianxia immediately sensed the peculiar tension in the air. The disciples of the Xingyuan sect exuded an overwhelming aura, their murderous intent palpable, as if war was imminent. She had anticipated some of the events that would unfold after exiting the valley and had mentally prepared herself. However, she had not expected the atmosphere to be so fraught with tension. Without a hint of concealment, she hurriedly conveyed the truth to Zhao Shuang. Still alive? Hong Jian exhaled in relief, attempting to calm the situation with a wave of his hand. Yet behind him, the fighting spirit and murderous intent of the Xingyuan sect disciples remained unyieldingly taut. He could only helplessly glance at Zhao Shuang. Clearly, with Zhao Shuang having declared war, he had no authority to speak. You mean he is still alive? You are not deceiving me. Zhao Shuang's emotions surged uncontrollably. Despite her awareness of the previous circumstances, 22 Foundation establishment cultivators pursuing a Wang Bu'er who had yet to reach that stage, she knew that even with the substantial treasures she had bestowed upon him, as well as the storage bags from all the disciples of the Xingyuan sect, his chances of survival were slim. Instead, it would only bolster their resolve to hunt him down. Lu Xianxia, if you believe this ploy will absolve you of your involvement in the bounty, let me assure you, it is utterly impossible. Furthermore, while I, Zhao Shuang, am currently inclined towards violence, I do possess a fundamental principle. As long as Wang Bu'er does not fall by your hand, I would have no interest in claiming the life of a mere junior. Zhao Shuang harbored profound skepticism towards Lu Xianxia's words. Though she secretly yearned for the miracle to unfold, her rational mind insisted that such a phenomenon was virtually non-existent. Esteemed Master Zhao, Lu Xianxia began, her voice trembling with sincerity, I assure you, everything I have conveyed is the absolute truth. It is not an attempt to evade responsibility. As a disciple, I dare not conceal anything. The situation is not as the esteemed elders envision. Indeed, I was involved in the bounty hunting. However, Lu Xianxia hesitated slightly, for the matter at hand was somewhat embarrassing. The numerous prodigious disciples had conspired to hunt down Wang Bu'er, only to face utter defeat, resulting in the loss of one of their own. Should this incident spread, they would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. Yet, she soon relinquished her reluctance, recognizing that the current stance of the Xingyuan sect teetered on the brink of madness. I did partake in the bounty pursuit. However, we not only failed, but suffered significant losses in the process. She gestured towards her 4 companions. These 4 can attest to the veracity of my claims. Elder Wang has not only established his foundation, but has ascended to the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Moreover, his physical cultivation has reached at least the pinnacle of foundation establishment. We incurred heavy losses from the outset, especially concerning. Lu Xianxia cast a glance toward the Qi Yuan sect's direction. This glance sent a shiver through the hearts of all present from Qi Yuan's sect. Zhao Shuang had already declared war. Any further provocation of her emotions would render her utterly relentless, igniting conflict without hesitation. Although the Qi Yuan sect's disciples of Qi gathering had emerged, none of their foundation establishment practitioners were in sight. In contrast, the Xingyuan sect boasted several foundation establishment cultivators. Should war erupt, the Qi Yuan sect faced certain defeat, with no room for doubt. The flames of battle would likely spread further, potentially marking the commencement of a full-scale sect conflict between the 2 factions. Speak. The disciples of Ziyun sect, on the verge of insanity, recognized Zhao Shuang as a volatile force, akin to a firecracker ready to ignite. At this juncture, it was imperative to avoid provoking her, to refrain from providing any excuse for her wrath. All foundation establishment disciples of Qi Yuan sect have been slain by Elder Wang. Lu Xianxia's revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Particularly, the elder of Qi Yuan's sect, at the pinnacle of his cultivation, was utterly bewildered. All dead. While others might be unaware, he was acutely aware that the disciples entering Tunying Valley from Qi Yuan sect had been meticulously selected for their exceptional talent, surpassing previous cohorts. According to his estimates, Under normal circumstances, the number of those breaking through to foundation establishment should not fall below 20. Previous reports confirmed that, despite Wang Bu'er's interference, as many as 10 disciples had indeed broken through. They had long harbored concerns, for the bounty incident had originated from Qi Yuan sect itself. If Wang Bu'er ultimately perishes at the hands of the Qi Yuan sect, then this battle leaves no room for reconciliation. Yet, how is it that the deceased are instead members of the Qi Yuan sect? Suddenly, they recalled the words previously uttered by Lu Xian'er. Wang Bu'er had once reached the third level of foundation establishment. His tenacious physical cultivation had undoubtedly attained the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The crux lies in the fact that if Wang Bu'er were to die, there would be no need for Lu Xian'er to fabricate any lies. Conversely, if he were alive, he would surely emerge, and Lu Xian'er would have no need to weave tales. Thus, Lu Xian'er's words must be the truth. In an instant, an indescribable shock surged through everyone's hearts. Given these facts, to what extraordinary degree must Wang Bu'er possess his talents to achieve such feats? He directly stepped into the third level of foundation establishment, reaching the apex of physical cultivation. Yet, everyone quickly grasped a singular realization. Particularly those alchemists of the core formation stage, who were well acquainted with Zhao Shuang, finally understood why she, who had always dismissed countless suitors, suddenly shared such an intimate connection with a newcomer of the celestial path like Wang Bu'er. This remarkably young Wang Bu'er, a fourth-grade alchemist, with extraordinary innate talent. Especially during this expedition to the Sky Eagle Valley, the courage, responsibility, and righteousness he displayed left others bewildered. If all this were indeed true, then it would come as no surprise that Zhao Shuang had taken notice of him. The expressions of the two core formation elders from the Qi Yuan sect darkened to an extreme degree. The reality behind this was that the Qi Yuan sect's foundation establishment cultivators had suffered a complete annihilation. Zhao Shuang's brow furrowed deeply. The words of Lu Xian'er were indeed astonishing. However, upon further contemplation, a realization struck her. Wang Bu'er had only joined just before the opening of the Sky Eagle Valley. The other four sects could not possibly be aware of this. Wang Bu'er's physical cultivation had already been demonstrated beforehand, which was not unexpected. The disciples from other sects entering the Sky Eagle Valley at this moment should remain oblivious. Moreover, Wang Bu'er's previous obscurity only shifted into the limelight following his conflict with Zhao Yunxing. His spiritual power had surged dramatically, reaching the requisite level just before the opening. Wait, her expression suddenly shifted as a thought regarding Wang Bu'er's recent bounty struck her. Zhao Yunxing's fiancé is within the Qi Yuan sect. With Han Xiaoxiao's even more terrifying background and status, everything seemed to become crystal clear. Meanwhile, as Zhao Shuang pondered these revelations in the Sky Eagle Valley, Wang Bu'er was relentlessly wielding a medicinal hoe, tirelessly digging away. Wherever he passed, it was as if a locust swarm had swept through, leaving chaos in its wake. Chapter 78, Batch Automation Operations. Though the Sky Eagle Valley is merely a secret realm, its expanse is truly formidable. Previously, Wang Bu'er had excavated for over 10 days, yielding merely a modest section. Now that the valley is devoid of others, Wang Bu'er, unencumbered by any reservations, has significantly increased his pace. Yet, the prospect of completing his excavation before the valley's closure remains utterly unattainable. At this moment, Wang Bu'er resembles a wild boar. Having fortuitously stumbled upon a fertile plot of land, the thought of not fully utilizing it is simply intolerable. If only the duration of the valley's opening could be extended a little longer. As he continues to dig, he muses aloud. Though such a possibility is evidently out of reach, Wang Bu'er can only endeavor to discover ways to enhance his efficiency, knowing that every additional bit he can excavate counts. Temporarily setting aside his research on saplings and tree stumps, Wang Bu'er begins rummaging through his storage pouch. He possesses a plethora of treasures and various techniques, including those from the Qi Yun sect, Tian Yuan sect, and Qi Yuan sect. Desperate measures may yield unexpected solutions. Perhaps among them lies the method he seeks. Even if not, it serves as an opportunity to organize his space. The facial rejuvenation technique, such as the privilege of the female disciples of the Ziyun sect, who possess such techniques. However, only women would be willing to expend their cultivation for the sake of beauty. There are also spells for hair washing. Truly, it seems that women are indeed consistent in their nature. In a short while, Wang Bu'er has cataloged the techniques of the Ziyun sect, deepening his understanding of the female practitioners in the realm of cultivation. Hair washing spells, laundry spells, nail beautification techniques, even methods for cultivating certain body parts to enhance their fullness. Indeed, women across the globe share a common trait. The love for beauty is ingrained in their very essence. He discovers succinct defensive formations, introductory 5-element arrays, and summaries of spirit-gathering formations. Zhao Gang, it appears, is indeed a genius in formations, having amassed such an extensive collection of formation texts. The Howren Righteous Qi technique. This is merely a method to flaunt one's prowess, isn't it? The fire manipulation technique. Doesn't this simply involve playing with fire and setting off fireworks? It's no wonder that the Tian Yuan sect is the weakest among the 4 nations in the Western region, spending their days engrossed in such trivial pursuits. It's hardly surprising that they are not stronger. Aside from Zhao Gang's mastery of formations, Wang Bu'er harbors no interest in the techniques of the Tian Yuan sect. He has come to realize that Zhao Gang's genius in formations was likely born out of necessity. Few of the Tian Yuan sect's techniques are genuinely useful for combat. At last, he arrives at the Qi Yuan sect. The sword nurturing technique is a foundational practice among its disciples, aimed at fostering a deep connection with one's flying sword to enhance the potency of sword techniques. Initially, this technique yields negligible results for those below the foundation establishment stage. However, once one transcends to the core formation stage, integrating the flying sword into their dantian and nurturing it with their cultivation channels reveals its extraordinary potential. A flying sword, through nurturing, can exceed its original power by over 30%. Moreover, a continuously nurtured personal flying sword can exponentially amplify its might. This contraption might be worth a try. Although the Qi Yuan sect's sword cultivation technique, particularly due to unique circumstances, imposes limitations on others, such restrictions are utterly non-existent for me. Wang Bu'er continued to turn the pages. Oh, the light-splitting shadow sword technique. The long sword sky control technique. Soon, Wang Bu'er's eyes brightened as he discovered 2 sword techniques that piqued his interest significantly. They appeared to offer immense assistance in addressing his current predicament. The light-splitting shadow sword technique allows the practitioner to condense a flying sword projection with their cultivation, achieving power exceeding 50% of the original flying sword. And the attributes of the sword energy doppelganger are identical to those of the original flying sword. When perfected, it permits the division of 36 sword energy doppelgangers. The long sword sky control technique, when cultivated, allows the practitioner's internal cultivation to merge with sword intent, complementing the light-splitting shadow sword technique to enhance the power of the sword energy doppelgangers, rendering their attributes even more flawless. Wang Bu'er burst into laughter, nearly splitting his sides with joy. Truly, it was as if a pillow had been presented just when he needed it most. These 2 sword techniques were tailor-made for him. His only concern was whether the medicinal hoe was an external artifact of the system, and if these 2 techniques would prove effective. One could only find out by trying. After all, the system could recycle them now. Light-splitting shadow sword technique, 07. Long sword sky control technique, 05. Light-splitting shadow sword technique, 17. Long sword sky control technique, 15. After some contemplation, Wang Bu'er also decided to learn the sword nourishing technique. It only took 10 years to master the first level, and he was not lacking in resources. Sword nourishing technique, 09. Sword nourishing technique, 19. Taking a deep breath, Wang Bu'er focused his thoughts and raised his hand toward the medicinal hoe, which was busily operating nearby. The hoe paused momentarily, and suddenly, a portion of Wang Bu'er's internal energy was drawn away. A faint phantom gradually coalesced. Once the phantom solidified, it transformed into another medicinal hoe. Upon comparison, aside from a diminished aura of the artifact, there seemed to be little difference. Wang Bu'er restrained his excitement and poured his heart and soul unabashedly into this doppelganger medicinal hoe. Then, the hoe sprang to life. With a whoosh, it flew towards a patch of grass and began working industriously, just like the system's small medicinal hoe. It was effective. Wang Bu'er was instantly overjoyed, nearly beside himself with elation. Without hesitation, he immediately began to allocate points. Light-splitting shadow sword technique, 7-7. Long sword sky control technique, 5-5. The sword techniques activated, his thoughts flowed, and he continued to raise his hand, tapping repeatedly. In an instant, numerous medicinal hoe phantoms began to coalesce. The phantoms rapidly solidified, and soon, there were 36 medicinal hoes before Wang Bu'er. With unrestrained intent and unwavering focus, the hoes shot out one by one, landing in various locations, and commenced their automated tasks. At this very moment, Wang Bu'er finally exhaled a deep sigh of relief. He no longer had any cause for concern. Although these shadowy sword projections could not compare to the true essence of Yaochua, the collective power of all the Yaochua was sufficient to elevate Wang Bu'er's efficiency to at least 20 times its previous capacity. Calculating the time, Wang Bu'er felt a sense of satisfaction. While this efficiency was still inadequate to clear the entire Tunying Valley with a bit of selective filtering, he could eliminate some remote areas and forego regions with slightly lower lifespans. His time was more than ample. Wang Bu'er opened the system interface and beamed with joy as he observed the rapidly increasing balance. After this excursion, he would undoubtedly achieve the freedom of lifespan in a short span of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and 5 days later. As the opening of Tianying Valley approached its final moments, Wang Bu'er hesitated no longer. He sheathed his sword technique, secured the Yao Chuo at his waist, and fastened numerous storage bags to his belt, hastening toward the exit. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 20. Lifespan, 9,245 years, 1 month, 9 days. 9 hours. Body refinement. Bone tempering 25100. Spirit power. Foundation establishment level 3, 100. Divine sense. Illuminating reflection 0100. Flowing immortal host skill. Unrestrained, focused. Alchemist. 4th rank alchemist 910. Qing Feng sword technique 4-4. Yunying escape 2-2. Chunyuan cleansing technique 5-5. Sanqing spirit transformation technique 4-4. Spirit transformation technique 6-6. True essence sword technique 5-5. Purple fire ascension technique 6-12. Light and shadow sword technique 7-7. Long sword skyward technique 5-5. At this moment, Wang Bu'er's strength was unparalleled. Outside Tunying Valley, the atmosphere remained heavy with indignation. Although the Xingyuan sect had not yet declared war on the Qiyuan sect, the murderous intent among everyone was palpable. Especially after the incident involving Wang Bu'er became known to the sect, Xingyuan sect urgently dispatched a multitude of Foundation establishment disciples and core formation elders to the scene, creating an unprecedented tension. The Qiyuan sect also received reinforcements. However, in terms of both momentum and murderous intent, they were somewhat weaker than the Xingyuan sect. After all, the Xingyuan sect now occupied the moral high ground. Particularly in light of Wang Bu'er's noble actions, the members of Xingyuan sect were united in their enmity. Everyone awaited the final moment, pondering whether Wang Bu'er could emerge from Tunying Valley. If he succeeded, there would be room for negotiation. However, if he failed to emerge, a battle would inevitably ensue. At the entrance, Zhao Shuaing closed her eyes. Memories flooded her mind, recalling every moment since she had met Wang Bu'er, reliving each interaction they had shared. In the silence, she exhaled deeply, once again unleashing the blue Ming flying sword. The sword's aura swept across the space, unfurling like a vast, azure lake, its momentum filled with lethal intent, a frenzied atmosphere enveloping everything. She awaited the final moment. As long as the heavenly Eagle Valley remained closed and Wang Bu'er had yet to emerge, her sword would inevitably descend upon the head of the Qi Yuan sect's practitioner. Behind her, there were elders of the Xing Yuan sect, their ranks superior to hers, wielding greater authority within the sect. Yet, at this moment, these individuals exhibited no hesitation, offered no words, nor questioned or undermined her command. This was the unyielding tradition of the Xing Yuan sect. In ordinary circumstances, the sect members might engage in fierce contention and craft intricate schemes. However, when united against an external threat, all would undoubtedly stand as one. The disciples of the Xing Yuan sect awaited their orders. As they witnessed the heavenly Eagle Valley beginning to close, Zhao Shuaing slowly opened her eyes and spoke in a deep voice. At that very moment, a figure gradually materialized within the passage ahead. Chapter 79. How can the disparity be so vast among the youth? At the entrance of the Xian sect, Lu Xinyan and others gazed at Wang Bu'er, who emerged with a furrowed brow, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wang Bu'er was drenched in blood, his complexion pallid, hair disheveled, and garments tattered, presenting a picture of utter disarray. His demeanor appeared rather disheartened as well. The other disciples of the Xian sect mirrored his condition. However, in stark contrast, the disciples of the Xingyuan sect, upon seeing Wang Bu'er's state, were immediately overtaken by concern and indignation, particularly those who participated in the trial at Tianying Valley. Whether at the Qi condensation or foundation establishment stage, were filled with fervor, almost rushing to embrace Wang Bu'er. Simultaneously, as Wang Bu'er stepped out of Tianying Valley, the tension and fury that had engulfed Zhao Shuaing dissipated instantaneously. At that moment, the strained relations between the Xingyuan sect and the Qiyuan sect began to ease. Zhao Shuaing rushed to Wang Bu'er, inspecting him thoroughly, her brow knitting in concern. Despite Wang Bu'er's seemingly tragic state, he bore only minor external wounds, trivial in significance. Moreover, judging from his internal energy cultivation, He was at the pinnacle of his strength. Just as her anxiety subsided and she intended to inquire why he had emerged in such a state, Wang Bu'er gestured to her. In an instant, his wrath erupted forth as he confronted the disciples of the Qiuan sect. Listen well, people of the Qiuan sect. The matter of your bounty on my head cannot be brushed aside. Within 10 days, I demand an explanation, or I shall seek justice in my own way. You shall bear the consequences of your actions. Before anyone could react, he turned his attention to the Tianyuan sect. And to the Tianyuan sect. While we may engage in conflict, I had no intention of slaying your foundation establishment practitioners. I chose to overlook their transgressions against me, granting them a reprieve. Yet, your lot shamelessly attacked me while I was recuperating, which is utterly disgraceful. My survival thus far has been a stroke of luck. Yet I cannot help but question the efficacy of your teachings at the Tianyuan sect. Having delivered his words, Wang Bu'er pivoted back to the Xingyuan sect. Elder Zhao, I am physically weakened and my spiritual consciousness has been injured. I require rest and recuperation. Zhao Shuang, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and waved her hand. Xingyuan sect, returned to the sect. Supporting Wang Bu'er, she ascended the warship. Before long, the warship of the Xingyuan sect soared into the sky, hastening towards their direction. Leaving the disciples of the Ziyun sect, Tianyuan sect, and Shiyuan sect in disarray, particularly the members of the Tianyuan sect, including 2 Golden Core elders, who wore expressions of utter bewilderment. After a considerable pause, their fury erupted. Alas, this is indeed an education. Not only have we been schooled, but we have also faced scorn. Furthermore, it appears that not only Zhao Gang, but several others have perished as well. The 2 individuals turned to glance at their disciples behind them, and then at the neighboring Ziyuan sect, Qiyuan sect, and Huayan sect, unable to suppress their myriad exclamations of disbelief. The Huayan sect, of course, stood apart from comparison, having suffered no losses whatsoever. The Qiyuan sect need not be mentioned. Their fate was well-deserved. Yet, how has our Tianyuan sect descended into such disarray? All foundational practitioners have perished, bearing the consequences. And now we must also endure the ignominy of having committed a treacherous ambush, despite having been previously spared by Wang Bu'er. The crux of the matter is that our sect now bears the disgrace of failing to educate its disciples. The 2, utterly bewildered, wore expressions of utter confusion. Suddenly, the members of Ziyun's sect departed in silence, unwilling to partake in this murky affair, leaving Tianyuan sect and Shiyuan sect to grapple with the aftermath. The Huayan sect also took their leave, declaring this matter none of their concern, advising all to resume their own pursuits. Meanwhile, the members of Qiyuan sect were filled with immense frustration, having suffered the gravest losses this time. Yet crucially, the intelligence acquired from the foundation-building disciples who emerged from Tuning Valley revealed that the pursuit of Wang Bu'er had evidently been a colossal trap laid by him. Nevertheless, such revelations have now become inconsequential, for the Xingyuan sect has already departed. Moreover, before their exit, Wang Bu'er had uttered a stern warning, demanding accountability. Otherwise, this matter would resurface in the future for further scrutiny. To put it plainly, had the foundation-building practitioners of Qiyuan sect not met their demise, this situation, though severe, could have been amicably resolved through mutual negotiations among the higher echelons. However, Wang Bu'er's ominous proclamation has swiftly established a tone among the leaders of Xingyuan sect. They are not merely required to issue a separate apology and acknowledge their errors, but they must also provide further compensation. Otherwise, even if Xingyuan sect refrains from pursuing the matter, Wang Bu'er will seek personal retribution, and the rationale for such vengeance bears no moral shortcomings whatsoever. On the other side, aboard the warship of Xingyuan sect, the sight of Wang Bu'er being escorted to his designated chamber by Zhao Shuang elicited puzzled expressions from Tong Lu, Milan, and others as they gathered near Hongjian. Elder Hong, what has happened to Elder Wang? They inquired, noticing he bore no injuries. Indeed, he possesses numerous storage bags, with garments aplenty. Why then does he appear so tattered and worn? Hong Jian shook his head in exasperation, feeling a sense of helplessness. Clearing his throat, his tone shifted to one of gravity, tinged with lingering ire. Have your eyes failed you? Elder Wang has been relentlessly pursued by 22 foundational practitioners, sustaining grave injuries. What he requires now is rest. What you ought to contemplate is how to learn from Elder Wang. As he spoke, he hurried towards his own quarters, deeply concerned that these young ones might pose more foolish inquiries. How can it be that, despite sharing the same youth, there exists such a disparity? Just look at Wang Bu'er. Indeed, those who are not in power should not meddle in its affairs. The distinction between elders and disciples is profound, manifesting in their differing styles of communication and action. Henceforth, I must refrain from mingling with these youngsters, as it truly diminishes my own caliber. In Zhao Shuang's private chamber, Wang Bu'er sat cross-legged on the floor, not engaging in cultivation or recuperation. Instead, he unfastened a multitude of storage bags from his person. Yet, Zhao Shuang appeared largely indifferent to the unfolding events, seemingly unconcerned by the situation at hand. Although Wang Bu'er maintained an air of composure, internally, he was in a state of turmoil. In truth, he had regretted releasing Lu Xianxia and others from the Ziyun sect earlier. Once these individuals departed from Tianying Valley, his circumstances would inevitably be revealed. At present, Zhao Shuang awaited an explanation, and he too was in need of providing one to everyone. Matters regarding alchemy and physical cultivation could be overlooked, but he must concoct a rationale to elucidate why he had managed to achieve foundational establishment in such a brief span of time. Not to mention advancing to the third level of foundational establishment. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade fate. Wang Bu'er understood that evasion was no longer an option. Is anyone able to overhear our conversation? He inquired cautiously, feigning an air of mystery. Rest assured, Zhao Shuang replied, her nerves slightly frayed by Wang Bu'er's demeanor. Then, could you assist me in discerning what this is? Wang Bu'er nodded solemnly. Then, with great care, produced a root he had excavated from Tianying Valley. Chapter 80. The Nine Heavens Spirit Wood, the Living Spirit Wood. In a moment of frustration, Wang Bu'er discarded several segments of tree roots he had excavated from the cave. This is, Zhao Shuang, who had previously shown indifference, felt a sudden shift in her expression upon sensing the roots in her hands. What is it? Wang Bu'er queried, puzzled. He was uncertain whether he could feign ignorance, but Zhao Shuang's demeanor suggested that there was indeed something significant at play. How many of these have you found? Zhao Shuang's excitement was palpable. Wang Bu'er remained silent, and, with a swift motion, released a multitude of tree roots from his storage bag, filling the room to capacity. He also handed Zhao Shuang 3 additional storage bags. Fortunately, he had acquired the storage bags of all his fellow disciples this time. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find space for these roots. Zhao Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. You follow the warship. I have matters to attend to and must return ahead. She began to gather all the roots into her storage bag, making her way to the door. You must tell me what this is, Wang Bu'er urged, growing anxious. It was evident that Zhao Shuang had discovered something remarkable. Although he was unsure of the true nature of the roots he had gathered, it was clear that they were not ordinary, especially considering their potential for grafting onto the small sapling. Yet, Zhao Shuang's reaction suggested that there was indeed some profound mystery surrounding these roots. Wang Bu'er was equally eager to learn more, as this knowledge might aid him in researching the sapling's purpose. This is the living spirit wood, Zhao Shuang called out without looking back, disappearing in an instant. However, amidst the void, a jade slip flew forth and landed in Wang Bu'er's hands. Upon receiving the jade slip, he felt a surge of excitement. The slip was fortified with high-level protective seals, yet all had been undone by Zhao Shuang. The information contained was undoubtedly of great secrecy. A mere glance left him gasping in astonishment. The initial herbs he encountered surpassed his wildest expectations, especially one that could directly generate a human embryo, which could even cultivate like a real person. He had initially intended to replicate the slip for later study, but realizing that Zhao Shuang had willingly sent it forth and lifted all seals, he understood there was no intention of reclaiming it. Thus, he began to search for information regarding the tree roots. Soon enough, he made a significant discovery. The living spirit wood, classified as a 9 heavens spirit material, could be birthed under the residual power of a heavenly tribulation. It contained the essence of life, capable of refining the 5 elements, and could be used to forge an external avatar. This material could absorb the tribulation power within the bodies of cultivators, gathering the 5 elements to evade the heavenly tribulation. Though the records were brief, Wang Bu'er found himself entranced. According to the jade slip, various materials and treasures in the cultivation realm were classified into grades. For instance, the commonly used spiritual tools and medicinal herbs were rigorously categorized. Taking medicinal herbs as an example, they were first divided into 10 distinct grades. Within the 10 grades, the 1st to 3rd grades are classified as inferior, the 4th to 6th as intermediate, and the 7th to 9th as superior. The 10th grade is considered exceptional. Beyond the 10th grade, the essence of flora undergoes a qualitative transformation, transcending the conventional understanding of plants. At this juncture, the process by which these plants absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can essentially be regarded as a form of cultivation. At this moment, the grade of the flora elevates to the level of Yushu. Above Yushu lies the realm of Jiuxiao. In this stage, the natural veins within the flora begin to evolve, forming a system akin to the meridian system of practitioners. The growth process of these plants can even be partially perceived as a form of cultivation. If these plants encounter a unique opportunity, they may even condense a core, giving rise to rudimentary spiritual intelligence. Once this occurs, they ascend to an entirely different echelon, xianxia. As for whether higher levels exist beyond this, the jade slip does not elucidate. However, Wang Bu'er is certain they do. Yet, he can hardly afford to dwell on such matters now. According to the classifications outlined, the roots he has just provided all belong to the pinnacle of Juxiao, poised to potentially give birth to spiritual intelligence and elevate into the treasures of xianxia. Upon realizing this, Wang Bu'er's first thought was, what a tremendous loss. Such entities, even just a few, would be extraordinary, akin to the Star Origin sect, which might not encounter one in several hundred or even 1,000 years. Yet just moments ago, he had given Zhao Shuaying a considerable quantity. Touching the only storage bag at his waist, filled to the brim with roots, his heart bled. He vowed that upon returning to the sect, he would conceal these treasures at the earliest opportunity. It was imperative that no one learned of their existence. He retrieved a small sapling, along with the stump it was grafted onto, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He recalled the sudden voice that had appeared when he first began digging for roots. The information recorded in the jade slip clearly represented merely one aspect of the function of this living wood. He took special note that the living wood could be utilized to refine an external incarnation. An external incarnation is a technique that only advanced practitioners may attempt, allowing one's consciousness to split, effectively transforming one person into two. In this manner, one could leverage their numbers in combat. In simpler terms, it serves as a means to create a secondary persona for assistance. However, the requirements for refining an external incarnation are not only contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level, but also demand rigorous materials and treasures. The living essence that Wang Bu'er had previously discerned within the living wood resembles the vital energy and blood meridians of cultivation. Logically, it indeed meets the criteria for refining an external incarnation. Yet, what Wang Bu'er prized was not merely this. He now realized, based on the information he had acquired, that the small sapling in his hand had been grafted onto the living wood and cultivated through a method of practice. Thus this sapling, the Tao wood, is one of the 9 spirits of heaven and earth, embodying the essence of the Tao. When merged with this wood, as the wood thrives, so too does the Tao. As the Tao flourishes, so too does the wood. Wang Bu'er pondered this passage repeatedly, and the doubts within his heart gradually began to clarify. Tao wood. He has finally grasped the essence of the Tao wood. Regardless of its enigmatic nature, it ultimately serves as a treasure that can merge with cultivators, providing them with invaluable assistance in their practices. However, as one of the so-called 9 spirits of heaven and earth, it is not human, yet it possesses the ability to grow like one, making its sustenance exceedingly challenging. This is why the young sapling, the Tao wood, was grafted onto a living entity known as the spirit wood, which has a meridian system akin to that of the human body. In essence, it implies that without something akin to the spirit wood, one cannot sustain the Tao wood, and it should not be removed. Upon contemplating these revelations, Wang Bu'er's expression turned grim. He had already excavated the spirit wood, storing its roots in several storage bags, and it was likely beyond saving. Would this not spell doom for the Tao wood as well? Panic surged within him. He could no longer afford to ponder how to allocate his system's remaining resources. His sole desire was to return to his sect swiftly, hoping to discover a means to revive both the spirit wood and the Tao wood. If the spirit wood was in such dire straits, how could the Tao wood possibly defy fate? The thought of its demise filled him with despair. But soon, his expression shifted once more as a sudden realization struck him. Oh no. Chapter 81. The activation of the ant farm function. Upon opening the door to the room, the deck was devoid of any trace of Zhao Shuaying. Given the significance of the spirit wood, it was only natural that she would hasten back to her sect to confer with the sect leader or other high-ranking officials. Consequently, Wang Bu'er found himself preoccupied with another pressing concern. The highly confidential jade slip that Zhao Shuaying had casually retrieved indicated that these individuals possessed a plethora of extremely secretive information. Unlike him, whose various techniques, spells, and even alchemical skills could be enhanced through effort, his grasp of such abilities remained limited to a narrow field of information. For instance, although he had acquired the capability to concoct elixirs, his experience and knowledge of specific formulas were scant. In stark contrast, Zhao Shuaying and her companions derived their knowledge from extensive information and practical experience. Thus, regarding the spirit wood, it was highly probable that they had insights far exceeding those recorded in the jade slip she had just presented to him. Even the enigmatic voice that had communicated with him likely fell within the same realm of understanding. Wang Bu'er was increasingly anxious that through their discussions and validations, they might uncover the secret of the sapling. Regrettably, he had not anticipated this and failed to prevent Zhao Shuang from leaving. He returned to his room, casting aside all his storage bags. Regardless of whether Zhao Shuang and her group could discover something, he needed to dispose of the tree stump and the sapling immediately. Keeping them would undoubtedly invite disaster. However, both items were evidently valuable, and he was reluctant to simply discard them. Moreover, leaving them anywhere would make them easy to detect. Such precious treasures would undoubtedly cause a stir upon their discovery. Even if Zhao Shuang were not particularly astute, she would inevitably connect them with the roots he had just relinquished. His mind raced, seeking a solution to this dilemma. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. With the impending heavenly tribulation looming and the path, yet incomplete, this trial was fraught with peril. To take a leaf of the Tao wood from this place, the fated ones may harvest it, unlocking jade affinities and blessings. The Tao wood is one of the 9 spirits of heaven and earth, embodying the convergence of the heavenly path. When it thrives, so too does the way. Yet, the Tao wood is arduous to cultivate. It requires the essence of heaven and earth to flourish. Without the heart of flora, it cannot survive or be harvested. He recalled the words of the mysterious voice. The fated ones may harvest it, unlocking jade affinities and blessings. This implied that the sapling could indeed be harvested, and if done by one who is destined, it could yield some form of blessing. He was uncertain of the nature of this blessing, yet he was certain it was something wonderful. The Tao wood, as one of the 9 spirits of heaven and earth, could merge with practitioners, allowing for profound integration. Thus, combining these insights, it became apparent that if the sapling were to merge, it could potentially unlock something within the practitioner's body or elsewhere. However, Wang Bu'er was equally concerned, for the last words of that voice had also been spoken. The Tao wood is arduous. The essence of heaven and earth must be nurtured by heaven and earth. Without the heart of grass and trees, it cannot survive, it cannot be obtained. This entity is difficult to sustain. Previously, the lifespan feedback given to Wang Bu'er was merely 2 years. This is entirely below what a plant that has existed for thousands of years should possess. Therefore, Wang Bu'er's greatest speculation was that the growth of this sapling might mirror that of cultivators, facing the dilemma of lifespan, or perhaps it would straightaway consume the host's lifespan. If that were the case, Wang Bu'er could not help but curse. It was already challenging enough to sustain oneself. Must he now bear the burden of an additional dependent? If this entity had an insatiable appetite, he might even find himself in a servile position. The more he contemplated, the more disheartened he became. Wang Bu'er was acutely aware that he had begun to regret bringing this entity into existence. Alas, he needed to devise a plan. If no viable solutions emerged, he could always relinquish the item. Zhao Shuang would hardly wish to deceive him. Throughout the journey, Wang Bu'er devoted all his efforts to researching and attempting to merge the sapling, also known as Tao wood. As the distance to the sect diminished, his anxiety escalated. Unexpectedly, he found himself unable to maintain the requisite low profile. During his expedition to Tianying Valley, he could have quietly upgraded and unobtrusively gathered herbs. Yet he could not restrain himself from seeking glory and playing the hero. Consequently, he had now entangled himself in a multitude of troubles. As the warship entered the territory of Xingyuan's sect, Wang Bu'er still had not conceived any solutions. He ceased his efforts, resigning himself to the possibility of simply surrendering the item. Upon the warship's return to the sect, Hong Jian and other core formation cultivators hastily proceeded to Xingyuan Palace, instructing Wang Bu'er not to wander, as the sect leader could summon him at any moment. Although he was prepared to part with the sapling and the stump, Wang Bu'er remained reluctant. The sapling, the stump, and even the roots were now invaluable treasures. As he walked toward the sect, his cave abode lay just ahead. Wang Bu'er had made a resolute decision to conceal further matters. He intended to sacrifice the lesser for the greater. While the roots and the sapling were indeed precious, the system was of paramount importance, an irreplaceable treasure. When he next encountered Zhao Shuang, he would present the items as a surprise gift. Ding. Host meets the conditions for new functionality to activate. Ding. The ant farm function has been successfully activated. As Wang Bu'er approached his cave, specifically the medicinal garden outside, a voice suddenly echoed. A farm? What is happening? Wang Bu'er was at a loss for words. He had to admit that he was utterly in awe of the system's imitative capabilities. Deposits, transfers, withdrawals, and recoveries. All functionalities are virtually complete. Now, even a farm has emerged. Wait a moment. Wang Bu'er suddenly paused. A farm? His eyes sparkled as he recalled the features he once enjoyed while playing with farms. Planting, stealing vegetables. He hastily accessed the system and, indeed, discovered a new farm option. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 20. Lifespan, 9,245 years, 1 month, 9 days, 9 hours. Body refinement. Bone tempering 25-100. Spiritual power. Foundation establishment level 3-1-100. Divine consciousness. Radiant reflection 0-100. Celestial host skill. Unrestrained. Focused. Ant farm. Click to begin using. Without hesitation, Wang Bu'er, filled with anticipation and excitement, opened the farm. Welcome to the ant farm. Please select the main plant you wish to cultivate. A drop-down list appeared on the system interface. Wang Bu'er trembled as he made his selection. The list initially showcased a plethora of various plants, all of which he already possessed in his medicinal garden. However, as Wang Bu'er scrolled to the very bottom of the list, a name that filled him with immense joy appeared. Dao wood. He clicked to select. Ding. You have chosen Dao wood as the main plant for this farm. Ding. The farm is officially operational. You can receive the necessary fertilizers and clean water for planting Dao wood by signing in daily, where you may consume your life credit balance to elevate the farm's level, thereby enhancing the growth rate and yield of all plants and animals within the farm. The initial gift package has been delivered. Click to claim. Whoosh. The sapling from Wang Bu'er's storage bag vanished. In its place, a sapling identical to Dao wood appeared in the system's farm field. Oh my! Wang Bu'er was nearly jumping with excitement. The concerns that had plagued him were now effortlessly resolved. Moreover, he discovered another delightful surprise. As he approached the medicinal garden next to his cave, xianxia's garden, a new farm interface materialized at the edges of the system's farm. With a mere thought, he tapped on this new farm. Ding! Vegetable theft successful. Life credit of 77 years, 5 months, 19 days, 14 hours, and 6 minutes credited. Wang Bu'er was left utterly dumbfounded. Was the heavens truly aiding him, Wang Bu'er? Chapter 82. I am currently in a rather dismal mood and wish to be alone. After a considerable time, Wang Bu'er finally emerged from his exhilaration. Without uttering a word, he made his way to the other side of the cave dwelling, where another alchemical cultivator's abode was situated. Though the medicinal garden there was modest in size, it belonged to a cultivator of the golden core stage. Surely enough, as he approached within a certain distance, the previous scene unfolded once more. Within the interface of the system's farm, a new plot appeared at the periphery. Ding! Successful harvest. Life points credited, 22 years, 9 days, 21 hours. Unable to contain his amusement, Wang Bu'er erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Clutching the stone lion at the entrance of his cave, he had long coveted the medicinal gardens of others in the sect, but had been deprived of opportunity. After all, one could not simply enter another's cave dwelling. Even if one did, the chance to gather herbs would not be guaranteed. But now, everything had changed. He need not venture into these gardens. He could directly reap the benefits from them. Contemplating the innumerable medicinal gardens of the Xingyuan sect, Wang Bu'er felt he was closer to the position of sect leader. A transmission talisman then appeared before him. It was Zhao Shuang. It seemed they had indeed discerned the issue. However, all was resolved now. Wang Bu'er exhaled deeply, seizing all his storage bags, and strode out of the cave. As expected, Zhao Shuang's countenance appeared grave, her demeanor stern, even tinged with anxiety and urgency. Be honest with me. Have you discovered anything besides the spirit wood in the Tianying Valley? I know you must have other findings. This is not merely to protect you. The gravity of certain matters may surpass your imagination. Zhao Shuang gazed intently at Wang Bu'er, her seriousness swiftly transforming into gentleness, her tone gradually softening. It is not that I covet anything from you, nor does the sect desire your possessions. Rather, with your current cultivation level, retaining such items poses a latent peril that could erupt at any moment. You have perused the jade slip I provided, and are aware of the caliber of the spirit wood. However, I must inform you that these are merely a fraction of its potential uses. Its true worth is beyond your comprehension. Should outsiders learn that you possess similar treasures, or even more profound artifacts, you would become a target for countless adversaries seeking your demise. You surely do not wish for the calamity that befell Tianying Valley to repeat itself. Zhao Shuang implored earnestly. Indeed, Wang Bu'er felt a tumult of emotions, his brow furrowing as he struggled to appear conflicted. Must he truly relinquish these items? You must. Zhao Shuang's expression was resolute. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Bu'er finally retrieved a few items from behind him, presenting them to Zhao Shuang. Is this all? Zhao Shuang's gaze held a hint of amusement. Though she could not be entirely certain, she had previously conferred with Pang Bowen. Though this spirit tree has been severed, it has reached a stage of maturity, its form undeniably colossal. No more, Wang Bu'er shook his head, filled with profound reluctance. Are you certain? Zhao Shuang still harbored doubts. Wang Bu'er frowned. Then, with a decisive expression, he dragged over the storage bags from behind him and tossed them at Zhao Shuang's feet. What do you mean, Zhao Shuang? Do you not trust me? Do you harbor suspicions? Why do you think I toil so relentlessly, if not to accompany you for eternity? I believed I had successfully entered your heart, yet to my dismay, I find I cannot even earn your most fundamental trust. Wang Bu'er's face bore a tragic countenance, as if he were heartbroken and deeply disappointed. With a wave of his hand, all the storage bags burst open, revealing countless treasures and miscellaneous items that instantly formed a small mountain within Zhao Shuang's abode. Here, if you doubt me, examine them thoroughly. Search your surroundings. If you can find even a trace of the spirit tree, I, Wang Bu'er, vow never to appear before you again. His fury was palpable. Zhao Shuang felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within her. Wang Bu'er's words struck her heart like arrows. Amidst the sweetness, a tinge of regret crept in. Had her earlier words been excessive? Should she have refrained from voicing such doubts? Bu'er, I did not mean it that way. I was merely concerned. In an instant, she felt as though she had indeed erred. No need for apologies or explanations. An explanation is merely a veil. A veil obscures the truth. Now I understand. It seems I am not of great importance in your heart. Wang Bu'er sighed heavily, embodying a sense of despair. He lifted his hand and extracted the stump of the spirit tree from the storage bag he had presented to Zhao Shuang. I had intended to keep this for you, to create a lotus platform, identical to the lotus flowers in the pond outside. A celestial being such as yourself should not be seated on the ground while cultivating. And these roots, I had planned to craft into unique stools. With your enchanting beauty, how could your dwelling be adorned solely with stones and wooden stumps? And this piece here, I had meant to fashion into a hairpin. But what use is it to speak of such things now? It only brings tears. Wang Bu'er cast aside the storage bag, turning away with a shake of his head as he walked towards the entrance of the abode. I only wish to leave all the finest things for you. Yet you suspect me of hoarding treasures. Not to mention, I had no such intention. Even if I had, are these not the items I brought back? At this point, Wang Bu'er could no longer contain his emotions, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His sincerity and grievance were so profound that he nearly moved himself to tears. Zhao Shuang found herself at a loss. She too began to regret her earlier actions, questioning why she had doubted Wang Bu'er, the man who sought not eternal possession, but merely a fleeting moment with her, even concealing the fact that he was a fourth-tier alchemist. Doubt arises regarding this man of unwavering righteousness, who would forsake everything for the disciples of the sect. Bu'er, you know that is not my intention. I simply, as Wang Bu'er was about to depart, Zhao Shuang, on the verge of tears, urged him not to speak further. I am in a foul mood at present. I wish to be alone. Wang Bu'er let out a deep sigh, his voice laden with indescribable disappointment and desolation. He then stepped out of the cave dwelling and walked away, leaving Zhao Shuang in a state of disarray amidst the wind. After a considerable pause, Zhao Shuang finally came to her senses, her gaze sharpening with determination. Jingjing, who is Jingjing? In the Xingyuan sect. Is there anyone bold enough to compete for a man with me? Jingjing, is it? Once I locate you, I shall ensure you can only remain silent forever. She hastily discarded her storage bag and pursued after him. Bu'er, please allow me to explain. You must listen to my explanation. Those words I just uttered were not my own sentiments, but rather the venomous words of that old wretch, Fu Bowen. You must hear me out. At the Xingyuan palace, Fu Bowen, engaged in discussions with several elders, suddenly sneezed. A chill crept down his spine, as if someone were probing at his very core. What are the opinions regarding Elder Wang Bu'er's actions? He rubbed his nose, genuinely perplexed as to who would speak ill of themselves at such a moment. Master, regardless of circumstances, Elder Wang's defense of the sect's disciples in Tianying Valley has undoubtedly brought great honor to our Xingyuan sect. Indeed, particularly his noble act has inadvertently unified the entire sect, enhancing our collective cohesion. The spirit of Elder Wang is one we all should aspire to emulate and forever remember. His sacrifice has offered unprecedented inspiration to the outer disciples, fostering a stronger sense of belonging within them, understanding that even as outer disciples, the sect stands as their steadfast support. The elders voiced their opinions in succession. Elder Wang Bu'er's heroic deeds had already embedded themselves in the hearts of many. Pang Bowen nodded, though he held a deep disdain for Wang Bu'er, especially for having taken his beloved. The will of the people and the tide of fate were undeniable. Very well, let us draft a set of regulations to determine how we shall reward Elder Wang. Once finalized, simply announce it to the sect. There is no need to inform me. Pang Bowen, having long since resigned himself to his fate, had heard that Zhao Shuang had publicly declared her sentiments outside Tanying Valley. He truly found himself devoid of any opportunity. How could the esteemed sect master not have outmaneuvered a mere child like Wang Bu'er? He yearned for a place to weep for a while. He too desired a moment of solitude. Chapter 83. I was ready to shed my skirt, and you actually intend to accompany yourself to the medicinal garden? Do you still doubt me? No more doubts. Will you search my storage bag? No searches, never again. Will you trust me in the future? I will always trust you, no matter what. Then, how will you compensate me this time? Whatever you say goes. Zhao Shuang was acutely aware of her blunder. It was utterly inappropriate to doubt Wang Bu'er. The moment she recalled his unwavering affection for her, guilt washed over her. Whatever you say goes, Wang Bu'er said, his sidelong glance scrutinizing Zhao Shuang from head to toe, a sight he had previously failed to appreciate, but now etched in his memory. The intensity of his gaze made Zhao Shuang feel a touch of embarrassment. Clenching her teeth, she discreetly loosened her belt and moved closer to Wang Bu'er. Was this day finally arriving? Yes, whatever you say goes. Shuang, today, you may do as you wish. Tomorrow, I shall skip the sect meeting. My time is entirely yours. Although Wang Bu'er was youthful and impetuous, just over 20, she pondered that a day and a night would suffice. If it stretched any longer, it would have to progress further. Then I want you tonight. Wang Bu'er finally revealed a smile. Women are like that. If you don't show them some firmness for a few days, they genuinely believe you are easy to bully. During a quarrel, one must maintain a moral high ground and absolute initiative. Just as it is now. What of the goddess? What of forming cores? They too must yield to him. Upon hearing Wang Bu'er's words, Zhao Shuang grew even more anxious. I want you to accompany me tonight to explore every corner of the medicinal garden at Xingyuan sect. Wang Bu'er exclaimed excitedly. He could hardly contain himself. Ever since the system introduced the feature of foraging, he was eager to traverse the entirety of Xingyuan sect. If possible, he wished to visit other sects as well. All right. Zhao Shuang shut her eyes, anxiously awaiting Wang Bu'er's approach. However, as soon as he finished speaking, she was momentarily stunned, kicking him away with force. Are you serious? I was prepared to shed my skirt, and you want to go explore the medicinal garden alone? Go by yourself. Zhao Shuang felt her intelligence insulted and no longer wished to engage with Wang Bu'er, storming out in anger, leaving a bewildered Wang Bu'er in her wake. Women, indeed, are capricious creatures. One moment all is well, and the next, they plot against their husbands. Was it such a grievous offense to ask you to accompany me to the medicinal garden? I recall back on Earth. I accompanied my girlfriend through the entire Wanda Plaza just to buy a pair of socks. Did I complain? Did I utter a word of discontent? Go alone if you wish, as if no one knows the way. Pouting, Wang Bu'er dusted off the dirt from his trousers, tidied his hair, and brushed off the footprints on his stomach as he exited the medicinal garden. In his secluded dwelling, one side nestled against Zhao Shuang, while the other was adjacent to Elder Yu. It was rumored that Elder Yu was also among Zhao Shuang's suitors. Despite lacking proficiency in alchemy, he dedicated himself to mastering the cultivation of medicinal herbs to establish common ground with Zhao Shuang, and his efforts bore fruit. As Wang Bu'er approached the path leading to Elder Yu's herb garden, a new farm interface emerged at the edge of the system's agricultural display. Wang Bu'er's face blossomed with joy. Ding! Successful thievery of crops, 34 years, 9 days, 2 hours, and 17 minutes credited to life payment treasure. With a single tap, he concluded the theft and turned to depart. As for Elder Yu, his rival in affection, Wang Bu'er dismissed him entirely. How could one who lacked the ability to concoct elixirs dare to vie for Zhao Shuang's affection? Such audacity was nothing short of fanciful delusion. Venturing further, he encountered a female intersect elder named Hu Qiuyue. However, despite her gender, it was said that her rapport with Zhao Shuang was far from amicable. The reason was simple. The men she fancied all gravitated towards Zhao Shuang. This woman had not hesitated to oppose Zhao Shuang at every turn. Without a second thought, he stole from her garden. Ding! Successful thievery of crops, 41 years, 3 days, 4 hours, and 22 minutes credited. Ding! Successful thievery of crops, 19 years, 4 days, and 9 hours credited. As Wang Bu'er traversed the inner sect's dwelling area, he pilfered from each garden in turn. Gradually, he discerned a benefit. Through these thefts, he could gauge the owner's aptitude and dedication to herb cultivation. For instance, from Hong Jin's garden, he managed to steal only 5 years' worth of herbs. There was no doubt, Hong Jin was woefully inept in the realm of botany. It was no wonder he harbored little desire for Zhao Shuang. Self-awareness was indeed a virtue. Continuing onward. Ding! Successful thievery of crops, 21 years, 5 days, and 1 hour credited. At present, Wang Bu'er held the title of a first-rank elder within the sect, albeit lacking actual authority. Nevertheless, with Zhao Shuang's token in hand, he could freely traverse most areas of the sect. The number of core formation cultivators within the sect was limited, totaling merely around 30. Before long, Wang Bu'er had completed his rounds. Contemplating his next move, he cast his gaze towards Xingyuan Palace. Among the entirety of Xingyuan's sect, the herb garden belonging to sect leader Fu Bowen was the most expansive. Wang Bu'er certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Ding. Successful thievery of crops, for years, 3 days, 9 hours, and 4 minutes credited. Before long, Wang Bu'er listened to the system's feedback. Were it not for the imposing characters of Xingyuan Palace before him, he might have doubted whether he had wandered astray. Gazing at the grand formation before him, he found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Ugh, what a farce. Wang Bu'er felt a sense of indignation. How foolish he had been to previously consider Fu Bowen's arrival. Truly, what a farce. He possessed neither the skill to cultivate herbs nor any semblance of attractiveness. If Zhao Shuang were to ever take notice of him, it would be as absurd as a pig climbing a tree. Let him indulge in his daydreams. As Wang Bu'er made his way back, he resolutely eliminated Fu Bowen from his list of rivals in his heart. Upon departing from the Jedon district, Wang Bu'er did not linger idly. Instead, he pressed on towards the Foundation Establishment district. Although the caves and herb gardens of the Foundation Establishment disciples were relatively modest in size, their abundance was noteworthy. Moreover, the inner sect's alchemical chambers and herb gardens were also situated within this district. Upon arriving in the Foundation Establishment district, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. His balance plummeted to a mere 2-digit figure. Wang Bu'er grumbled once more, but his complaints were not directed at the Foundation Establishment disciples. Rather, they remained aimed at Fu Bowen. How could a prominent sect leader, a peak Jedon cultivator, reduce an herb garden to a Foundation Establishment standard? Was he not ashamed? Continuing his journey towards the inner sect's herb garden, Wang Bu'er recognized that this was where the real treasure lay, as the garden encompassed half of the entire Xingyuan sect. Even with the presence of gardeners going about their duties, it still fell under the jurisdiction of the alchemical chambers, and it could not be of poor quality. At last, he reached the alchemical herb garden. Whether in the tangible reality before him or the virtual realm of the system, the expanse of the alchemical herb garden seemed to stretch endlessly. Wang Bu'er, filled with excitement, pressed the button to steal herbs. With a sudden notification, he received a staggering sum. Success in stealing herbs. For 1,955 years, 11 months, 19 days, and 16 hours credited to his account. Startled, Wang Bu'er nearly stumbled into the adjacent ditch. Chapter 84. Who on earth are you? Jingjing. After meticulously confirming the system's data, Wang Bu'er finally realized that he was not ensnared in a dream. The entire alchemical garden had bestowed upon him nearly 5,000 years of remaining lifespan. His legs grew somewhat weak, prompting him to find a step and sit down upon the ground. Happiness had arrived with such swiftness, akin to a whirlwind, leaving Wang Bu'er feeling somewhat disoriented. Casting a glance at the system, his heart raced uncontrollably. Name, Wang Bu'er. Age, 20. Lifespan, 22, 579 years, 11 months. 19 days, 6 hours. Body refinement. Bone tempering 25 100. Spiritual power. Foundation establishment 3rd layer 1 100. Divine sense. Radiant reflection 0 100. Flowing immortal host skill. Unfettered, single-minded. Wealth had come, wealth had come. He swallowed hard, patted his chest, and managed to steady his nerves. After all, he had also experienced the thrill of winning 50 yuan from a lottery ticket back on Earth. No need to be overly excited. This was merely a small affair. In the future, this would become routine. In an instant, Wang Bu'er's mind flooded with thoughts. Should he abandon adventures and instead dig a small pond in Zhao Shuang's herb garden, spending his days fishing, sipping tea, and enjoying barbecues? Every so often, he could meander through the sect's herb garden. Such a life was indeed appealing. Calculating it, he realized that it wouldn't be long before he could oust Fu Bowen and ascend to the position of sect master himself. But no, it would be unwise to become complacent at such a young age. He still needed to work, to strive diligently, despite the seemingly vast span of over 20,000 years. If spent recklessly, it would prove insufficient. Not to mention, the cost of advancing to the first layer of foundation establishment alone required 1,000 years. Upon reaching the core formation stage, the first layer would demand 10,000 years. This did not even account for the expenses of body refinement, divine sense, and the cultivation of techniques. As he pondered, A wave of melancholy washed over Wang Bu'er. Life was indeed fraught with difficulty in his previous existence. Earning a living meant that the higher his salary, the more he seemed to require. In this life, despite accumulating lifespan, it also never felt adequate. Whether in the world of cultivation or on Earth, the struggle for existence remained relentless. With this realization, Wang Bu'er's earlier excitement dissipated. The revolution had yet to succeed. The road ahead was long and arduous. Life necessitates repeated journeys, and one must always maintain a broad perspective. The path stretches long and far. Comrades must continue to strive. Upon returning to his cave abode, Wang Bu'er calmed his mind. Although the activation of the vegetable stealing function enabled him to easily acquire additional lifespan, the rising costs of cultivation alongside his advancing realm became increasingly apparent. Currently, he was merely managing spiritual power, body refinement, and divine sense. Yet, as his cultivation improved, he would inevitably seek to upgrade to superior techniques and more formidable spells. Wang Bu'er was certain that the allocation of points to his techniques could not remain static. In the future, it would undoubtedly entail substantial expenditure. Especially now, with the system having introduced a farm. The instructions clearly indicated that the farm's level would also require the consumption of lifespan points. Everywhere, expenses awaited, life itself. After much contemplation, Wang Bu'er felt an overwhelming urge to enhance his cultivation, yet he managed to suppress it for the time being. It seemed imperative to devise a means to increase his income. Soon, he conceived the idea of visiting other sects whenever he had the opportunity. After all, pilfering vegetables was far simpler than digging for herbs. Among the 4 nations and 5 sects of the western regions, the Hawaiian sect had acquaintances of his who appeared to hold considerable standing, making a visit there seemingly unproblematic. As for the other 3 sects, he chuckled to himself. The accounts from the Tianying Valley had yet to be settled. This excuse was impeccably sound. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, Wang Bu'er was suddenly struck by an impulse. With a wave of his hand, the array outside his cave abode was deactivated, revealing the graceful Zhao Shuang standing there, holding a large array of storage bags, likely the ones he had angrily discarded at her residence the previous day. "Why don't you come in? What are you doing standing there?" Wang Bu'er pouted. "Don't be angry, please," Zhao Shuang implored, her voice tinged with remorse. It was truly my fault. Since Wang Bu'er had left the day before, she had spent the entire night in restless agitation, doubting her man. "You've done nothing wrong. It is all my fault," Wang Bu'er replied without turning around. "I didn't realize you genuinely wished to visit the herb garden. I thought you were merely teasing me. I also didn't anticipate," she began. Although she had failed to pursue Wang Bu'er the previous day, she had learned that he had wandered through the entire herb garden of the Xingyuan sect alone, sitting despondently on the steps for an extended period, enveloped in solitude and melancholy. The mere thought shattered Zhao Shuang's heart. Wang Bu'er's feelings were so pure and steadfast that even when she presented herself before him, he remained unperturbed. Yet, the outcome revealed her baseless accusations of his jesting at her expense. Even a simple request to explore the herb garden was something she could not fulfill. She could vividly imagine how lonely, sorrowful, and disappointed he must have felt during his solitary exploration of the garden. If not, why would he sit on the steps for such a prolonged duration? Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the intricacies of a woman's thought process. "Fine. Let it be as it is. After all, this situation is rather agreeable. What shall we do from now on?" He forced a stern expression, striving to present a facade of masculine authority. "From now on, you shall dictate our course of action. All matters concerning our household will be under your jurisdiction." Zhao Shuang bit her lip, her cheeks flushed crimson. Wang Bu'er was momentarily stunned, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He realized that his manipulation of Zhao Shuang had perhaps been a tad excessive. Just as he was about to clarify, a series of 7 resounding bell chimes echoed in the air, accompanied by a sound transmission talisman that appeared before him. "Esteemed Elder Wang Bu'er of the Alchemy Chamber, urgently proceed to the Xingyuan Palace. There are pressing matters to discuss." The tolling of the bell signified the gathering of the sect's elders for a meeting. Although Wang Bu'er held the title of elder, he was still in the foundational stage of cultivation. It was evident that the discussion would center around how to reward him. Zhao Shuang explained, noting that he had accomplished great deeds in Tianying Valley and had contributed significantly to the sect's resources. The accolades he would receive were sure to be substantial. As a fellow elder, she felt compelled to attend as well. "Then let us go together," Wang Bu'er replied. Not daring to delay, Zhao Shuang hesitated, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, but ultimately decided that the matters of the sect took precedence. She swallowed her questions and accompanied Wang Bu'er toward Xingyuan Palace. In truth, she had long harbored a question. Who was Jingjing? Since Wang Bu'er's departure the previous day, she had meticulously reviewed the sect's roster of cultivators, sifting through thousands of names that bore the character Jing. Yet, after careful consideration, none seemed to be connected to Wang Bu'er. Jingjing, who exactly are you? Gazing at Wang Bu'er beside her, Zhao Shuang was overwhelmed by a tide of worry and confusion, accompanied by an indescribable sense of impending danger. It felt as though someone might snatch Wang Bu'er away from her. Gently biting her crimson lip, she sensed as if her very soul had been ensnared. Chapter 85. Wang Bu'er aspires for promotion in the Star Origin Palace. The esteemed elders of the sect who had attained the core formation stage had largely gathered. Wang Bu'er and Zhao Shuang were the last to arrive. Upon seeing their entrance, Pang Bowen's heart ached anew. The goddess he had long revered was now entwined with a mere child. Disciple Wang Bu'er pays respects to the sect master and esteemed elders. This was a significant occasion, and Wang Bu'er dared not act presumptuously. He understood the necessity of proper etiquette. Elder Wang, however, was less concerned with formalities. Though you are still in the foundation establishment stage, you are already a distinguished elder of the sect and a fourth-grade alchemist. Henceforth, we shall address one another by our respective titles, or simply as friends. Yunmiao spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Among all the core formation practitioners of the Star Origin sect, he had known Wang Bu'er the longest. He had once intervened when Zhao Yunxiang had first bullied him. Indeed, Elder Wang need not stand on ceremony, others chimed in. Although Wang Bu'er was still at the foundation establishment stage, his status as a fourth-grade alchemist and his close association with Zhao Shuang meant that he might soon be in a position to assist others in alchemy. Given Wang Bu'er's rapid cultivation speed, attaining the core formation stage could be imminent. They dared not present themselves with any airs before him. Wang Bu'er, for his part, did not overly concern himself with pleasantries. With his ample system balance, he could surpass some present at any moment should he choose. Elder Wang, we have summoned you today to discuss the rewards the sect intends to bestow upon you. Your protection of fellow disciples during the expedition to Tianying Valley and the display of our sect's might are commendable achievements. Particularly, the discovery of significant treasures in Tianying Valley warrants appropriate recognition. The sect wishes to express gratitude for your contributions and to encourage all disciples to dedicate themselves to our cause. Pang Bowen, having indulged in his sorrow, quickly recited the customary phrases. Given Elder Wang's merits, there is no need to elaborate on rewards of pills and spirit stones. However, we find ourselves in a predicament regarding positions, and we would like to inquire about Elder Wang's thoughts. The sect master and esteemed elders may proceed, replied Wang Bu'er, not daring to be overly critical, attributing his current status to mere fortune. In truth, my qualifications are lacking, and I would rather forego certain rewards. In his previous life, Wang Bu'er often penned such reflections. Although he was not skilled in social interactions, he could easily engage in the customary pleasantries of mutual flattery. Elder Lin, as the foremost elder of the sect, perhaps you should address this matter, he suggested. Pang Bowen felt averse to speaking further about his rival. It was indeed a painful affair, especially as he observed Zhao Shuang gazing at Wang Bu'er with a rather infatuated expression, which unsettled him greatly. He swiftly transferred the responsibility and closed his eyes, wishing to shield himself from the scene. As his words faded, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal aura rose from the seat on the left. This individual was none other than Lin Shuyo, the foremost elder of the Star Origin sect. It is said that this individual has reached the venerable age of over 400 years, on the verge of achieving the coveted Yuaning stage. Elder Wang, however, remains unperturbed. What I am about to articulate bears no ill intent towards Elder Wang. The elder, with an air of magnanimity, first extends his apologies to Wang Bu'er. No offense taken, Elder Lin, please proceed. Wang Bu'er replies courteously. At present, Elder Wang holds the esteemed position of a first-grade elder within the sect. Should he accomplish new feats, according to the sect's regulations, he should be able to transcend limitations and join the Elder Council, thus relinquishing his nominal status. However, we find ourselves in a quandary regarding how to facilitate Elder Wang's arrangement. Lin Shiyue, stroking his beard, gazes at Wang Bu'er with admiration. Wang Bu'er's remarkable exploits in the Sky Eagle Valley and his generous donations upon return have earned Lin Shiyue's deep respect. Such exemplary disciples are becoming increasingly rare within the sect. The responsibilities of the Elder Council can be categorized into three distinct areas. The first is that of the administrative elder, tasked with managing sect affairs, maintaining order, and safeguarding the sect's security. The second is the pavilion guarding elder, whose role is straightforward, to primarily enhance cultivation, serving as a deterrent for the sect. When necessary, they may also engage in external combat. The third is the transmission elder, responsible for the inheritance of sect techniques, alchemy, weaponry studies, and so forth. Considering Elder Wang's individual circumstances, it appears he can only choose between the first and third options. Yet, Lin Shuyue, seemingly disinterested in lengthy explanations, directly presents a jade slip to Wang Bu'er. Upon a cursory glance at its contents, Wang Bu'er comprehends why these individuals are in such a predicament. The pavilion guarding elder, in essence, embodies the sect's pinnacle combat power, and given his current foundation establishment stage, he undoubtedly lacks the qualifications for that role. Thus, the remaining options are the administrative elder and the transmission elder. The administrative elder is responsible for maintaining sect order, which essentially involves managing personnel. With his current strength, it seems challenging to command respect. To illustrate, should there arise a few affluent individuals akin to Zhao Yunsheng, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to assert authority. However, the role of transmission elder entails numerous engagements, which would significantly impede his cultivation time. As he is merely at the foundation establishment stage, what he requires most is a stable environment for cultivation, a requirement that starkly contrasts with the nature of the transmission elder's duties. Wang Bu'er furrows his brow, feeling similarly ambivalent. Elder Lin, might I inquire which of the administrative or transmission elder positions would frequently afford opportunities for exchanges with other sects, or involve traveling externally? Wang Bu'er contemplates his farming endeavors. Since neither role seems particularly suited for him, he considers seeking a position that allows for personal gain through public service. He had previously been mulling over how to justify visiting other sects to pilfer resources. If he could acquire an official capacity, it would be the perfect solution. In this regard, the transmission elder is the most fitting choice. For instance, not long from now, there will be a cultivation exchange battle among Foundation establishment disciples from the 17 kingdoms of the Great Xia, typically led by a transmission elder with administrative or pavilion guarding elders accompanying them. This matter, you may inquire with Elder Zhao, who is the transmission elder. Last time, Elder Hong, who accompanied us from the Sky Eagle Valley, was the attendant elder. However, Lin Suyu hesitated, as if there were words that were difficult to express. Wang Bu'er immediately discerned the predicament Lin Suyu found herself in. It was rare for someone of his age and cultivation to qualify for the Elder Council. The Xingyuan sect might not encounter another such individual for centuries. If one were to adhere strictly to the regulations of the Elder Council, there were concerns that certain aspects might stifle their potential. Wang Bu'er turned his gaze towards Zhao Shuing. She understood his intention immediately and conveyed through thought, clarifying for him. The explanation was straightforward. The transmission elder's role is bifurcated. On one hand, there is the importation of foundational cultivation techniques and spells, while on the other, there is the teaching of alchemical and crafting skills. To fulfill his desire for frequent excursions, there was only the former option available, the responsibility of transmitting cultivation techniques and spells. After all, both alchemy and crafting could be accomplished within the sect, whereas the transmission of techniques and spells necessitated direct teaching to disciples. Elders of this caliber must possess profound insights into the techniques and spells, as they are directly tied to the disciples' future cultivation and must not lead them astray. Clearly, Lin Suyu and her companions harbored doubts about their own comprehension abilities and experience in techniques and spells. The transmission elder primarily guides foundational disciples. Although the comprehension of the core formation elders may not be superior, it is akin to a high school student tutoring a middle school student. Differences in strength and level can influence understanding. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that one's cultivation level is too low. Wang Bu'er was initially taken aback, but a playful smile soon graced his lips. Comprehension of techniques and spells? This seemed not to pose a challenge for him. One might even say it was rather simple. Elder Lin, what must I do to demonstrate that I possess the qualifications to become a transmission elder of techniques and spells? He declared boldly, stepping forward unflinchingly under Zhao Shu Ying's astonished gaze. Chapter 86. The Divine Light of the Unmatched Guardian Elder Wang. Please do not act impulsively. Our reservations towards you are not born of prejudice. The techniques and spells of the foundation establishment stage are fundamentally different from those of the qi condensation stage. They are significantly more profound and intricate. Mastery of these arts necessitates a wealth of experience and practical application. It is not merely a matter of comprehension and diligence. Given Elder Wang's age, before Lin Shuya could voice her thoughts, a middle-aged woman interjected. This woman, named Tan Wan, was one of the elders responsible for the inheritance of techniques and spells. Notably, the envy and resentment in her gaze directed at Zhao Shuang were palpable. Possessing a beauty like Zhao Shuang's is a desire shared by women everywhere. Regrettably, within the confines of the Xingyuan sect, No amount of effort could eclipse Zhao Shuang's brilliance. Elder Tan, I have heard it said that each field has its own expertise and that the path to enlightenment is sequential. However, I have never heard it asserted that age alone can dictate all outcomes. Without delving into other matters, it is evident that alchemy and artifact forging also require the accumulation of extensive experience. The challenges posed by these crafts are, I believe, no less formidable than those of techniques and spells. Yet, I have already attained the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist, while you. The animosity in her tone was unmistakable, particularly towards Zhao Shuang, and Wang Bu'er would not hold back. You. Tianwan's face flushed with indignation. But the nature of the gathering prevented her from unleashing her fury. That is because someone has been giving you special privileges. Wang Bu'er observed the glances of those around him. It was evident that many shared Tianwan's sentiment. This was to be expected, as one's innate talent and aptitude upon entering the sect were not difficult to ascertain. With such qualifications and abilities, achieving the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist in such a brief period certainly raises eyebrows. Then, Wang Bu'er stepped forward, unleashing the formidable might of his physical cultivation. The strength of his blood and qi resonating powerfully. An overwhelming pressure surged forth. While it could not suppress the core formation practitioners, it rendered many pale and incredulous. Although they had heard of the conflict between Wang Bu'er and Zhao Yunsheng, only a select few had witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, Wang Bu'er's aura had flickered like a fleeting shadow, leaving doubt in their minds. However, feeling the true weight of his presence now was an experience beyond words. Setting aside other considerations, Wang Bu'er's current spiritual power, combined with his physical cultivation, places him firmly in the upper echelons among Foundation establishment practitioners. Should he progress to the later stages of Foundation establishment, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled force within that realm. Is there anyone who can provide me with special privileges for my physical cultivation? Tianwan's expression was strained. She had not anticipated that Wang Bu'er would choose to confront her directly. I have said nothing at all. Tianwan scoffed. Elder Tan. Zhao Shuang could no longer contain herself, recognizing that Tianwan's ire was clearly misdirected at Wang Bu'er due to her own grievances. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Wang Bu'er directly interrupted her. Men act. Women should refrain from interjecting. He conveyed emphatically. Zhao Shuang was momentarily taken aback, but soon could not help but cast a glance at Wang Bu'er, her face lighting up with uncontainable joy. Throughout their journey, she had been concerned that Wang Bu'er might be upset with her, especially regarding the rival named Jingjing. Yet now, with Wang Bu'er's commanding declaration to refrain from speaking, her confidence was instantly restored. Were it not for the crowd, she would have eagerly taken Wang Bu'er's arm and exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Bu'er, you just exude such manliness." Nevertheless, she composed herself, realizing that when a man speaks, it is wise for her to maintain silence. Yet, she had resolved that no matter what Wang Bu'er chose to do next, she would offer unwavering support. Of course, Elder Tan remained silent. Wang Bu'er snorted coldly and then bowed to Elder Lin. Elder Lin, I now request to exchange for all the cultivation methods and spells practiced by Elder Tan. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of Wang Bu'er's intentions. Since Elder Tan doubts my qualifications to become the transmission elder, I must prove myself. I wish to exchange for all the cultivation methods and spells he has mastered, so I can clearly understand the gap between myself and Elder Tan without any special assistance. Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. It seemed he intended to challenge Tianwan. Frowns appeared on many faces. While they had heard of martial competitions and alchemy duels, they had never witnessed a contest of comprehending cultivation techniques. Mastery of a technique or spell is rarely attained instantaneously. It typically requires prolonged dedication. Some formidable spells may even demand a lifetime of effort to fully grasp. Wang Bu'er's desire for an impromptu contest was evidently an extreme measure. Elder Wang, cultivating techniques and spells is not something that can be achieved in a day, Elder Lin urged promptly. Moreover, comprehension hinges not only on talent, but also on opportunity. This is simply inappropriate. Wang Bu'er, however, swiftly retorted, it matters not. I merely wish to give it a try. Perhaps I am indeed unaware of my own limitations. Even if I lose, there is no need for regret. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Elder Lin inquired, his brow furrowed. He recognized that Wang Bu'er was clearly seeking to defend Zhao Shuang's honor. He glanced toward Tianwan, who, as a core formation elder, could easily defuse the situation with a little concession. After all, they were all from the same sect, and such conflicts were quite unbecoming. I have no objections. If Elder Wang is determined, then let us proceed. Elder Wang, despite his youthful appearance, has already attained an astonishing level of insight in both alchemy and body refinement. It is conceivable that he possesses exceptional talent in martial techniques as well. Tianwan let out a cold laugh, instantly tightening the atmosphere in the venue. Many shook their heads in disbelief. This competition seemed almost predetermined. Although no one truly held any hope for Wang Bu'er, there was a palpable disappointment regarding Tianwan's discernment and demeanor. Lin Suyu glanced at Peng Bowen, who silently shook his head, clearly unwilling to offer any counsel. Resigned, he nodded and raised his hand, sending over 10 jade slips towards Wang Bu'er. As the first elder of the council, he may not have known every technique that Tianwan had mastered, but he was well aware of the majority. With these slips, it was more than sufficient. Moreover, there was no suspense in this competition. It would conclude swiftly. However, they failed to notice the playful smile curling at the corner of Wang Bu'er's lips. Upon receiving the jade slips, he first scanned through all the contents before selecting one. The lesser formless protective divine light. He mused, is Elder Ten still practicing this? I wonder to what extent she has cultivated it. Wang Bu'er looked at Tianwan with a smile. This is one of the protective techniques I am currently employing. This technique consists of 5 layers, and I have already cultivated it to the 4th layer. If you intend to compare this technique with me, I advise you to abandon such fantasies. It took me an entire year to master the 1st layer. Many elders present have also practiced this technique, you may inquire. And I believe no one has progressed faster than I. Tianwan spoke with pride. As a master of passing on techniques, her comprehension was undoubtedly extraordinary. In truth, there is no need for a comparison. None of the techniques and spells I have cultivated can be fully grasped within a month. Are you suggesting that we wait here for several months? Or shall we allow you to return and practice in private, and then reconvene to witness your results? Tianwan laughed heartily, dismissing the notion of Wang Bu'er competing in insight with techniques as a farcical daydream, utterly implausible. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze in astonishment. Before them, Wang Bu'er radiated layers of crystalline brilliance, continuously unfolding around him. Chapter 87. Is this the special treatment Elder Zhao has granted me? A powerful aura roared and surged, then abruptly contracted, transforming before Wang Bu'er into a radiant shield of myriad colors. This shield emanated a weighty presence. Distinctly different from ordinary protective spiritual light, it felt almost tangible to the senses. Clearly, its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of common protective auras, rivaling even some lower-grade defensive spiritual artifacts. Elder Tan, how long did it take you to cultivate the 1st level? A year? Then, have I perhaps practiced incorrectly? Wang Bu'er scratched his head, resembling a pregnant woman as he bore this luminous shield, making his way towards Tianwan. You. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tianwan was left speechless. Yet, regardless of her disbelief, the truth lay starkly before her. What Wang Bu'er demonstrated was indeed the 1st level of the lesser formless protective divine light. The other elders were equally astonished. As previously stated, this technique boasted formidable defensive power, making it a coveted practice even for those in the foundation establishment stage, with many reluctant to abandon it upon reaching the core formation stage. This truly is the 1st level of the lesser formless protective divine light. I spent nearly 2 years fully comprehending it, and Wang Elder. This is an epiphany. I never anticipated Wang Elder's comprehension to be so terrifying. The onlookers regarded Wang Bu'er as if he were a monster. Elder Tan? Wang Bu'er gazed at Tianwan with an innocent demeanor, seeking guidance. Just you wait. You dared to target our shuai. I'll show you why the flowers bloom so vividly. Wang Elder, do not be so arrogant. The lesser formless protective divine light is not a secret within the Xingyuan sect. Elder Zhao has also practiced it. If she were to privately pass it on to you, it would not be impossible, would it? Tianwan felt a chill run down her spine under Wang Bu'er's intense gaze. However, she could not fathom that Wang Bu'er could grasp it instantaneously. In the realm of cultivation, such sudden enlightenment was rare. Even if it occurred, it should follow a process. Wang Elder had not fully comprehended it prior, but had directly demonstrated it. Doesn't this imply that you had already practiced it before? Upon Tianwan's remark, the crowd began to ponder. Indeed, from the moment Wang Bu'er acquired the technique to when he executed it, not even the time of an incense stick had passed, barely 100 breaths. This did not resemble cultivation. It seemed more like an immediate display. Very well. I concur with Elder Tan's perspective. Wang Bu'er shook his head, realizing that his swift comprehension had inadvertently created a loophole. Since we're already in this, let us not hold back. Although this technique was already one for the foundation establishment stage, the resource consumption had escalated from a decade to a century. However, Wang Bu'er was unconcerned. He had plenty of resources to spare. Without hesitation, he elevated the lesser formless protective divine light to its 2nd level. With a resounding roar echoing through the air, Wang Bu'er radiated a brilliant light once more. In an instant, a second luminous shield coalesced, and the emergence of these two shields markedly amplified the protective aura surrounding him. This was the second level. Many gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Even the esteemed Wang Bu'er, at the forefront, stood with his mouth agape in disbelief. Although the small wuxiang protective divine light was a foundational technique, in the entire Xingyuan sect, those who could cultivate it to the second level during the foundational stage were exceedingly rare. One could count them on one hand. Elder Wang was truly a prodigy. The crowd marveled, their eyes widening in admiration. Only Tan Wan appeared dazed, her face a tumult of colors, contorted with discomfort. However, conceding to Wang Bu'er in this moment was simply out of the question. While she bore no animosity towards him, Wang Bu'er was Zhao Shuang's man, and his triumph was inherently Zhao Shuang's triumph as well. She could not allow Zhao Shuang to bask in glory. What of it? Who could ascertain how long he had been training? Moreover, I recall Elder Zhao. She inhaled sharply, attempting to mount a counter-argument. Yet before she could finish, Wang Bu'er raised a hand, interrupting her. I understand Elder Tan's implication. You wish to suggest that Elder Zhao has already attained the third level. After being in the sect for so many years, if she had been given special guidance from the outset, it would not be surprising for me to reach the second level, would it? Wang Bu'er said with an air of nonchalance. That is not merely my assertion. If you concede to this notion, it seems you would not be incorrect. Tan Wan sneered coldly, reveling in Wang Bu'er's self-dug pitfall. However, the next moment left her utterly flabbergasted, her mind reeling in disbelief. Wang Bu'er took a deep breath, his entire being glowing with an unprecedented brilliance. With a swift motion, a tremendous aura coalesced around him, and in the blink of an eye, 3 additional luminous shields formed around him. This brought the total to 5. The simultaneous eruption of the 5 shields unleashed an overwhelming pressure. Within the Grand Hall, the expressions of all core formation practitioners shifted dramatically, their incredulous gasps resonating throughout the space. My heavens, this is the 5th level of the small wuxiang protective divine light. While there had been practitioners who reached this level, achieving such mastery during the foundational stage was utterly unprecedented. He had now attained the physical body and core formation level, and with this technique, he would be invincible beneath the late foundational stage. Reaching the 5th level could only be the result of extraordinary comprehension. Such a feat was undeniably impossible for the ordinary. Not only the crowd, but even Wang Bu'er gasped in astonishment, unable to restrain himself from rising to his feet. Meanwhile, not far from Wang Bu'er, Zhao Shuang's eyes sparkled with a mix of disbelief and profound anticipation, reflecting her immense satisfaction. Everyone was awestruck, filled with joy. Yet only Tan Wan's gaze was tinged with fear. Possessing remarkable talent in the study of techniques within the Xingyuan sect, she was a singular figure, a true rarity. Now, it appears that Wang Bu'er is attempting to bring her down from her pedestal. This is absolutely impossible. The 5th level of this technique imposes exceedingly high restrictions on cultivation. Without reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment and possessing even a trace of insight into the essence of elixir formation, one simply cannot cultivate it. You must be deluded. This is surely an illusion. Enraged and humiliated, she bellowed fiercely. As her words echoed, the surrounding golden core cultivators immediately furrowed their brows in concern. Although Tan Wan's demeanor had become somewhat excessive, her statement was not devoid of truth. Given Wang Bu'er's current level of cultivation, it would be entirely impossible for her to master this technique to the 5th level. Your limitations do not dictate the capabilities of others. Wang Bu'er's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any semblance of explanation. Instead, she simply picked up the second jade slip. Cloud lifting hand. How many levels has Elder Tan now cultivated this spell to? Never mind, I shan't inquire. Regardless of whether I ask or not, Elder Tan will surely accuse me of favoritism. She directly imprinted the information within the slip into her memory, using her spiritual awareness. After feigning to wait for nearly 100 breaths, Wang Bu'er approached the entrance of the Grand Hall and raised her hand. With a thunderous roar, an awe-inspiring aura surged forth, causing the surrounding winds and clouds to stir violently. A golden hand materialized from thin air and descended forcefully. Crack! The entrance's intricately crafted and immensely sturdy beast sculpture, made from an unknown material, shattered into fragments. Elder Tan, is this cloud-lifting hand yet another privilege bestowed upon me by Elder Zhao? Chapter 88. The Transmission Elder. Wang Bu'er. The cloud-lifting technique, 4th level. This is impossible. This. Tan Wan's mind was a cacophony, her shock beyond description. The cloud lifting technique is one of the most prestigious spells within the foundational realm, and until now, she had only managed to cultivate it to the 3rd level. Yet, Wang Bu'er had astonishingly manifested the 4th level. Her thoughts were in turmoil, leaving her momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to confront this situation. Wang Bu'er smiled faintly as he picked up the 3rd jade slip. This is the Titanic Divine Strength. Could Elder Tin kindly assist in examining it? This is also a result of my personal training. A glint of cold light flickered in Wang Bu'er's eyes as he stepped forward, his aura surging dramatically. The flesh and bones of his entire being erupted with a resounding roar, an indescribable sense of power radiating from him. With a casual punch, a thunderous sonic boom resounded through the air. In that moment, even while standing idly, he exuded an overwhelming sense of strength. Tan Wan, in the face of such formidable power, involuntarily took 2 steps back. Her retreat was not solely directed at Wang Bu'er. In her contemplation, the likelihood of Zhao Shuang bestowing special guidance upon Wang Bu'er was indeed quite high. This notion was not exclusive to her. The expressions of others had also hinted at their skepticism. However, the successive displays of the cloud lifting technique and the Titanic Divine Strength by Wang Bu'er had caused her thoughts to waver. As her gaze flickered, confusion welled up within her. Could it be that this young man possessed an astonishing level of comprehension, having already been envious of Zhao Shuang's beauty? The thought that Zhao Shuang had recognized such a genius as her partner, and that he appeared to be advancing beyond her own capabilities in a remarkably short time, intensified her jealousy. It was not out of the question. She clenched her teeth and exclaimed in anger, although she knew it was a stretch at this moment. How could she concede? To admit defeat would be to demonstrate to everyone that not only did Zhao Shuang surpass her in beauty, but also in her ability to recognize talent. After all, there was no tangible evidence to validate the cultivation of such techniques. The atmosphere in the grand hall became inexplicably tense. Others furrowed their brows. Although Tan Wan's words were not without merit, Wang Bu'er's extraordinary display had rendered her continued challenges rather excessive. While the possibilities still lingered, it was evident that the crowd was beginning to believe in Wang Bu'er's exceptional insight. After all, he had already cultivated 3 distinct techniques to their utmost pinnacle. Such a level of understanding seemed almost impossible to achieve through mere special guidance. Is that so? Then this demon annihilation fist also came from special guidance? Wang Bu'er maintained a cold smile as he retrieved another jade slip, committing its knowledge to memory before directly enhancing his abilities. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a powerful punch. A surge of explosive power coalesced before him, transforming into a formidable black iron fist that descended violently towards the ground. Amidst the resounding roar, the nearly indestructible rocky surface was instantly shattered, creating a massive crater. Tan Wan's gaze was vacant, her lips parted, yet words eluded her. Her complexion paled, and instinctively, she retreated once more. At this moment, Wang Bu'er's imposing demeanor exerted a palpable pressure upon her. Should this confrontation continue? Or was it that no matter how I prove it, Elderton simply refuses to acknowledge the truth? Do you surpass me in this regard? Without hesitation, Wang Bu'er collected all the jade slips into his storage pouch and stepped forward, confronting Tan Wan directly, their gazes locked in a silent duel of defiance. You mustn't be so rude. Tan Wan instinctively took 2 steps back under Wang Bu'er's penetrating stare. However, she quickly realized his provocation only fueled her anger. Without hesitation, she unleashed her formidable prowess, the pressure of her late-stage core formation erupting with a deafening force that enveloped Wang Bu'er. The reverberation echoed as her aura surged. Wang Bu'er let out a muffled groan, his protective spiritual light shattering instantaneously. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion grew paler. Yet, upon regaining his footing, a triumphant smile emerged on his face. Tan Wan raised her head sharply, retreating once more, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Within that fear, there lingered a sense of helplessness and regret. The moment she could no longer contain herself and struck out, she had already conceded defeat in this contest against Wang Bu'er. How could a dignified core formation elder, in a moment of frustration, resort to attacking a foundation establishment cultivator? Though she remained unwilling to accept this reality, it was undeniable. Wang Bu'er had substantiated his strength, further underscoring the absurdity of her previous claims of favoritism. Her earlier conviction had transformed into palpable embarrassment. As she caught the doubtful and speechless gazes of those around her, a surge of heat flooded her mind. Her complexion grew increasingly ashen, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes dimming with despair. It dawned on her that her skepticism towards Wang Bu'er had, from the very beginning, been tainted by bias. Indeed, it had been a farce from the outset. Not only had she failed to suppress Wang Bu'er, but she had inadvertently provided him with the opportunity to rise. Simultaneously, it was evident that Zhao Shuang would also benefit directly from this incident. Enough. Let this matter conclude here. Elder Wang had demonstrated his capabilities through action. I believe that although Elder Wang is at the Foundation establishment level, his comprehension of the techniques qualifies him to become a transmission elder. Lin Suyu raised his hand, prompting everyone to fall silent, ceasing their idle chatter. Even at this moment, they remained reluctant to accept that Wang Bu'er possessed such terrifying insight. However, the truth speaks for itself. Regardless of whether Wang Bu'er possesses other means or unique methods that have enabled him to attain such capabilities, it is undeniable that he has, aside from his cultivation, more than sufficiently secured the esteemed title of Transmission Elder. At this moment, Lin Suyu nodded in agreement. He too was filled with profound curiosity, yet unlike Tan Wan, he welcomed the emergence of such a prodigy within the sect. The advent of such talent in the clan is undoubtedly a splendid occurrence. Regardless of how Wang Bu'er has achieved this, as long as he can do it, the rest becomes trivial. Just as he was about to announce something, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to gaze in a certain direction, as if someone were speaking to him. Moments later, astonishment and shock flickered across his face as he looked at Wang Bu'er, shaking his head in disbelief. All right, everyone, it has been decided. Elder Wang Bu'er, from this day forth, will officially join the Elder Council of Xingyuan sect, assuming the role of Transmission Elder. However, as Elder Wang has yet to reach the core formation stage, I kindly request that everyone assist him as circumstances permit. Lin Suyu gestured. The crowd nodded in unison. At this juncture, they harbored no objections to Wang Bu'er's appointment as Transmission Elder. One by one, they bid farewell to Pang Bowen and Lin Suyu. Elder Wang, Elder Zhao, please stay for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you, Lin Suyu said, as the other members departed, leaving Wang Bu'er and Lin Suyu behind. Pang Bowen initially appeared perplexed, but soon grasped the situation. With a resigned smile, he exited the hall, leaving the three alone. Boom. At the instant Pang Bowen departed, an enigmatic wave of energy suddenly enveloped the hall. This wave did not restrict the actions of the three, but instead served as a protective barrier, preventing any external spying on the events that were about to unfold within. Amidst their confusion, Lin Suyu once again tapped his storage bag and presented another jade slip to Wang Bu'er. Elder Wang, if you still have the energy, perhaps you might wish to comprehend this technique as well. Another one? Wang Bu'er's heart stirred. Lin Suyu's solemn demeanor, especially without the participation of the sect leader, suggested that this was far more significant than merely testing his qualifications. What technique is this? He inquired. You will know once you take a look, Lin Suyu replied, spreading his hands. Although his tone was light, his eyes bore a hint of anticipation. As Wang Bu'er took the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead, a flash of golden light surged and directly imprinted itself into his consciousness. Meanwhile, the jade slip itself shattered with a cracking sound. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shuang's expression suddenly changed to one of seriousness as she quickly retreated a few steps to the side of the hall. At that moment, Wang Bu'er's eyes also reflected shock. This jade slip was not an ordinary one. It bore a specially inscribed formation. There exists but a singular opportunity for use. Once activated, it shall self-destruct. Such a jade slip is typically reserved within sects for the documentation of exceedingly vital information. Only disciples of the sect or designated cultivators are permitted to unlock it. Should an unrelated individual dare to touch it, it too shall obliterate itself. He cast a glance at Zhao Shuang, who immediately returned with an encouraging gaze. It was then that Wang Bu'er gently closed his eyes, allowing the information within the jade slip to meld into his memory. Yushu, the art of sun and moon in the vast sky. Elder Lin, this. In the next moment, he was jolted, his eyes suddenly widening as he turned to Lin Shuyu, his expression brimming with disbelief. Chapter 89. The Inheritance Sequence of the Sect. Ranked 7th. Similar to medicinal herbs and plants, treasures and techniques are classified into comparable or identical levels. For cultivators refining their qi, the treasures they utilize typically range from the 1st to the 3rd grade, which corresponds to inferior spiritual artifacts. While their techniques fall under the same 1st to 3rd grade inferior category, most of the techniques previously practiced by Wang Bu'er are included in this classification. Naturally, acquiring techniques and treasures is no simple feat. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not easily replace them. For instance, once a technique is recultivated, it demands a significant investment of time and could even lead to a regression in cultivation level. Although classified as inferior, such techniques are generally sufficient for a cultivator to reach the peak of foundational establishment or even the golden core stage. Many individuals, even upon reaching the golden core stage, do not readily change their techniques. For foundational cultivators, the applicable treasures and techniques typically range from the 4th to the 6th grade, which are of medium quality. The techniques that Lin Shiyue recently entrusted to him, practiced by Tan Wan, are nearly all within this tier. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one would employ techniques of the 7th to the 9th grade, which are of superior quality. Just like medicinal herbs, the higher the grade of the technique or artifact, the more precious and rare it becomes. Even within the Xingyuan sect, their stock is limited. This scarcity explains why Wang Bu'er was targeted by Zhao Yunxing after acquiring a superior spiritual artifact. Such an artifact is sufficient for Wang Bu'er to utilize until the peak of the golden core stage. Some unfortunate nascent soul cultivators may find themselves reliant on superior artifacts for an extended duration. Beyond the 9th grade lies the 10th grade, known as the supreme grade. Artifacts and techniques of this caliber are exceedingly rare. The entire categorization mirrors that of medicinal herbs. Beneath the supreme grade are the levels of Yushu, Jiuxiao, and Lingshu. With his current level of cultivation, he is entirely unable to access techniques of the Yushu grade. Moreover, such techniques are also few and far between within the Xingyuan sect. There is no need for undue concern. This is the sequential technique of the Xingyuan sect. Lin Shiyue was evidently stirred. Elder Wang's previous performances had already garnered the acknowledgement of the 3 esteemed elders. Elder Wang's contributions to the sect have, in fact, exceeded the limits of what the sect could reciprocate. Hence, despite Elder Wang's age and cultivation still being somewhat lacking, Elder Chu Yang decided to make an exception, accepting Elder Wang as a formally recognized disciple and incorporating him into the sect's inheritance sequence, ranking 7th. Wang Bu'er was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing as he struggled to comprehend the implications. What did this mean? A formally recognized disciple of the esteemed elder? The sect's inheritance sequence? Happiness had arrived with astonishing swiftness. He fully understood the significance of the so-called sect inheritance sequence. In essence, it denotes the heir of the sect. This encompasses not only the heir to the position of sect master, but also the inheritor of the sect's resources. The highest cultivators within the Xingyuan sect are certainly not limited to merely the golden core stage. Furthermore, the sect master is not the ultimate authority within the sect. Above the sect master are the esteemed elders, whose cultivation typically surpasses the golden core stage, often reaching at least the nascent soul stage. Above the esteemed elders, there exists the sect's Taoist revered. As for the cultivation realm of the Taoist revered, it is highly probable that they possess the formidable capability of the transformation stage. However, regardless of whether it is the elder or the Taoist master, due to their profound cultivation, they generally do not engage in the operational management of the sect, instead transcending all worldly affairs and prioritizing their own cultivation. The direct disciples of the elder represent the lineage of the sect's inheritance. To put it more simply, they are the successors and backups of the current sect master. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance or a situation where the sect master is unable to effectively exercise their authority, the lineage of succession will automatically come into effect. According to the rank in the succession sequence, one will ascend to become the ruler of the sect. Elder Wang. The cultivation of this technique is directly related to your elevation within the sect's succession hierarchy. Therefore, I implore you, Elder Wang, to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to your training. Additionally, Elder Zhao, due to your relationship with Elder Wang, it has been decided by Elder Chu Yang that you will temporarily serve as Elder Wang as protector. Lin Shiyu's tone was filled with emotion, and in the presence of Wang Bu'er, his aura was somewhat subdued. After all, since Wang Bu'er became part of the sect's hierarchy, his true standing had already surpassed Lin Shiyu's. After expressing this, Lin Shiyu turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something. Right. Elder Chu Yang mentioned earlier that the Foundation Establishment Disciple Exchange competition among the 17 nations is imminent. If the two of you have no other special arrangements, perhaps you could lead the team. Elder Wang, did you not express a desire to venture out? This is an excellent opportunity. With that, he waved his hand, and the array's power enveloping the grand hall dissipated in an instant, as if it had never existed. Even upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Bu'er felt somewhat dazed. How did he suddenly become a disciple of the sect's lineage? He likely still did not comprehend the significant events that had transpired during this time. Even less did he understand what his previous confrontations with Elder Tan Wan truly represented. Zhao Shuang poured a cup of tea for Wang Bu'er and shot him a glance. Yet her eyes and the corners of her mouth were filled with a blissful and contented smile. She was acutely aware that previously at the Xingyuan Palace, Wang Bu'er had no need to prove himself through competition with Tan Wan. The underlying reason for his impulsiveness and grandstanding was simply that Tianwan had offended her with her words. Wang Bu'er was merely venting his frustrations on her behalf. Reflecting on this brought her immense satisfaction. That sense of security, born from the depths of her heart, is incomparable to any form of flattery or appeasement. She had previously worried that Wang Bu'er might still be angry with her. But now, all those concerns had dissipated like smoke. Even the so-called Jing, she no longer wished to pursue or dwell upon. With such a cherished man by her side, what more could one desire? Even if there were minor flaws and occasional mishaps, they were merely impulsive moments from Wang Bu'er. After all, Wang Bu'er was still so young. Who does not have their moments of exuberance? Let us not forget that you are now a fourth-rank pill master of the sect, as well as a cultivator of body refinement and core formation. Previously, you had even generously donated a substantial amount of 9 heavens-level precious spirit wood to the sect. Moreover, it is unnecessary to mention that you have domesticated a plethora of wild, precious herbs for the sect and have made significant contributions by safeguarding fellow disciples within the Eagle Valley. Just recently, you have further demonstrated your remarkable comprehension. All these accomplishments collectively render you an unparalleled entity within the sect, albeit your cultivation level has yet to reach its full potential. Were you a core formation practitioner at this moment, it is likely you would have already supplanted Elder Lin. Zhao Shuang elucidated, her tone imbued with an indescribable pride. She, too, had not anticipated that the once humble practitioner, who was compelled to concede defeat at Zhao Yunxing's hands, could ascend to such heights in such a brief span. Are you suggesting that I have been excessively arrogant? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, Wang Bu'er felt a sudden pang of realization. Reflecting on his past actions, he indeed recognized a degree of impulsiveness. His recent exploits in the Eagle Valley had already drawn considerable attention. Now, following this incident, it could be said that the entire Xingyuan sect's focus had gravitated towards him. Cursing under his breath, Wang Bu'er found himself filled with regret. His long-held principle of maintaining a low profile had faltered once again, with each critical moment culminating in ever greater disturbances. Now, at the Foundation establishment stage, he had inadvertently placed himself amongst the sect's ranked disciples. It is worth noting that throughout the history of Xingyuan sect, only 3 individuals have achieved such a status during their Foundation establishment phase, and he counted among them. However, there is no need for concern. The identity of a disciple inheriting the sect's legacy is strictly confidential. Apart from the Elder Council's first elder and the Guardian Elder, even the sect leader remains unaware of your identity. Furthermore, the cultivation technique you recently acquired must be diligently practiced. This technique not only influences your ranking within the legacy disciples, but also serves as the sole proof of your identity should any unforeseen circumstances arise. After Zhao Shuang's remarks, Wang Bu'er felt a measure of relief. With his identity shrouded in secrecy, the burden of scrutiny he must bear would be significantly alleviated. So, does this mean I will frequently have the opportunity to visit other sects? Wang Bu'er soon contemplated another matter of utmost importance to him. Only by leaving the sect and visiting other sects could he seize the chance to gather resources. Compared to foraging for herbs and plants, procuring life essence through such means would be far simpler and more effortless. Chapter 90. The Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange Battle of the Great Xia Cultivation Realm. The sect decree states, Disciple Wang Bu'er, distinguished by remarkable achievements, extraordinary talent, and unwavering resolve, has been granted admission to the Elder Council after a collective deliberation by the elders. He shall serve as the transmission elder of our sect, overseeing the inheritance of techniques and spells. All disciples are encouraged to emulate Elder Wang, dedicating themselves to cultivation and enhancing their abilities to contribute to the sect. The sect decree further announces, the upcoming exchange battle for Foundation Establishment disciples from the 17 nations is imminent. The sect will select 10 Foundation Establishment disciples to journey to the Rain Ink Mountain. Disciples below the 9th level who wish to participate should register promptly. This exchange battle will be led by Elder Zhao Shuang, Elder Wang Bu'er, and Elder Yu Yuqing. In addition, the latest assessment of the Great Xia cultivation realm has elevated our Star Origin sect's ranking among the 36 sects of Great Xia from 20th to 19th. Consequently, the resources available to the sect have also been enhanced. The Elder Council has decided that the treatment for all outer and inner sect disciples at the Foundation establishment level will increase by 20% from the original standards. While Wang Bu'er was discussing the possibility of frequently leaving the sect with Zhao Shuang, the sect bell suddenly tolled again. Following this, a series of decrees were conveyed directly into the ears of every disciple through the sect's grand formation. The resounding cheers erupted throughout the sect. The elevation in the sect's ranking? Wang Bu'er pondered. Among the 17 nations of the Great Xia cultivation realm, there are 34 recognized sects. And for Star Origin sect to rank 19th is indeed commendable. However, this recent increase seems rather abrupt. The improvement in ranking is largely attributed to your contributions. The spirit trees you procured, after thorough research by the sect, yielded part to Great Xia City and retained part within the sect to construct a grand spirit gathering formation. This formation enhances the concentration of spiritual energy within the Star Origin sect by 50%, and it can elevate the core area's spiritual energy density by at least 20%. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow. His cultivation did not heavily rely on spiritual energy. Thus, he lacked a clear understanding of its concentration. Yet, the fact that the roots he brought back could enhance the sect's cultivation conditions speaks volumes about their exceptional quality and rarity. But why must some be submitted to Great Xia City? Wang Bu'er wondered if withholding them would allow for an even grander spirit gathering array. As for Great Xia City, one could say the relationship between Star Origin sect and Great Xia City mirrors that of disciples to their sect. As the most formidable force within the Great Xia cultivation realm, a pinnacle conglomerate, our sect's responsibilities extend beyond merely sending elite disciples to Great Xia City. We must also fulfill various other obligations, including the collection of diverse resources, as one of our tasks, Elder Zhao Shuang explained. Wang Bu'er had limited knowledge about the Great Xia cultivation realm. So, will this exchange battle for Foundation establishment disciples take place in Great Xia City? Compared to the spirit gathering array and the life tree, Wang Bu'er was far more concerned about the medicinal garden and whether he would have the opportunity to pilfer herbs from outside the sect. Don't you know this? Zhao Shuang looked at Wang Bu'er as if he were a fool. The foundation building disciples exchange battle was not held collectively by the 17 nations of the Great Xia. Rather, it was divided into 2 stages. The first stage consisted of combat among the 4 regions, East, South, West, and North. The regional battles were further categorized into individual and sect battles. The top 10 in the individual rankings would qualify for the second stage, which was the selection battle for the foundation-building disciples of the 17 nations. There would be 40 individuals from the 4 regions of the 16 nations, along with the 3 sects from Daxia City, totaling 70 foundation-building disciples. Additionally, there would be 58 recommended disciples sent by each sect, making a grand total of 128 participants in the exchange battle. High-ranking foundation-building disciples would not only receive abundant rewards, but would also have the opportunity to further their studies in the 3 sects of Daxia City. Before Zhao Shuang could finish, Wang Bu'er couldn't help but pout. This sounded increasingly like the Olympiad competition that had once left countless students on Earth in despair, a regional selection, a national final, and then guaranteed admission to university. Wang Bu'er rubbed his brow, filled with confusion. Why must there be such a selection process in cultivation? Wasn't everyone merely seeking immortality? Why did those in power insist on compelling everyone to engage in combat? Wang Bu'er had no interest in the exchange battle. He only wished to visit the medicinal gardens of other sections. By the way, the exchange battle among the 4 regions was hosted in turn by each sect. This time, the Huayin sect was in charge of the western region. Moreover, the decisive battles in Daxia City were also hosted in rotation by the 3 sects, all taking place within the sections. Although she was unsure why Wang Bu'er suddenly showed such interest in visiting other sects, Zhao Shuang, being his partner, shared his interests. Within the sect, Wang Bu'er's heart soared with delight. The Huayin sect was renowned as the most formidable among the 5 sects of the western region in terms of botanical achievements. The mere thought of their vast medicinal garden, which dwarfed that of Xingyuan's sect, made Wang Bu'er want to leap with excitement. He could barely contain his eagerness. Furthermore, behind that lay the even more formidable 3 sects of Daxia City. A sly smile crept across Wang Bu'er's face. With the sect's inheritance sequence established and so many opportunities to pilfer herbs at hand, it seemed that it would not take long to eliminate his current rival, the sect leader who was otherwise insignificant aside from his cultivation realm. The position of sect leader was now within his grasp. Soon, Xingyuan's sect would be his dominion, and he could act as he pleased. Zhao Shuang shook her head beside him. She had witnessed Wang Bu'er wearing such a cunning and lecherous expression more than once. She could never fathom what this guy was truly thinking. Was he perhaps contemplating a quiet moment? At this moment, Zhao Shuang's desire to locate Jingjing intensified once more. In the stillness of the night, Wang Bu'er finally extricated himself from Zhao Shuang's entanglements and returned to his own abode. He first sought out pertinent materials to thoroughly comprehend the responsibilities and powers associated with his current role as a transmission elder. His future prospects hinged upon this identity. After a thorough examination, Wang Bu'er felt a sense of reassurance. As a transmission elder, He had numerous opportunities throughout the year to engage with various sects, particularly now that he bore the title of a fourth-tier alchemist. His path of cultivation appeared to be firmly established. Subsequently, Wang Bu'er began to delve into the techniques and spells he had acquired that day. Now at the foundation-building stage, he found that his previous techniques had become somewhat inadequate. Naturally, had he been another foundation-building practitioner, a significant portion of his earlier cultivation methods would still hold potential for further exploration. After all, the energy and time required for mastering new techniques and spells were exceedingly daunting. However, this concern was entirely absent for Wang Bu'er. After careful consideration, he made a nocturnal visit to the inner sect's scripture repository. Following meticulous selection, he prepared a comprehensive set of techniques and spells for himself. Upon completing his cultivation, he also reclaimed some of his prior techniques. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 20. Lifespan: 19, 579 years, 11 months, 17 days, 21 hours. Body refinement: bone tempering 25 100. Spiritual power: foundation building level 3 100. Spiritual consciousness: rotating light 0 100. Skill: unfettered and focused. Alchemist: 4th tier alchemist 910. Ant farm 130. Qingfeng sword technique 4-4. Buzhou Qianfeng 3-3. Liuli golden body 5-5. Lingxi nurturing thought technique 6-6. Banyu heart sutra 6-6. True essence sword technique 5-5. Nurturing sword technique 6-12. Fengguang shadow sword technique 7-7. Long sword in the sky technique 5-5. Xiao wuxiang protective light 5-5. Raising cloud hand 4-4. Giant spirit strength 3-3. Demon destruction fist 4-4. Yushu sun and moon in the vast sky technique 0-9. Chapter 91. How could Elder Wang possess such profound insights? In a single breath, Wang Bu'er allocated all his available points. The foundational level techniques consumed lifespan values, with each allocation enhancing his lifespan by a century, akin to the consumption for realm advancements. In terms of offensive capabilities, Wang Bu'er retained the Qingfeng sword technique, a spell that he found particularly user-friendly. He then incorporated the splitting light shadow sword technique and the long sword skyward technique, along with the true essence sword technique, and the newly practiced cloud raising hand and demon subduing fist. Even upon reaching the core formation stage, these skills would suffice. For body refinement, Wang Bu'er upgraded to the more formidable Liuli golden body. His spiritual awareness technique was substituted with the Lingxi nurturing thought method. In terms of movement techniques, Wang Bu'er ascended to the pinnacle of foundational level agility with the unbounded thousand winds. Additionally, the sword nurturing technique and the giant spirits might serve as auxiliary methods, enhancing his cultivation strength and the explosive power of his physical abilities, complementing the body refinement techniques splendidly. In terms of defense, the lesser wuxiang protective light was remarkably compatible with the Liuli golden body, a delightful surprise. As for the technique for concealing one's presence, Wang Bu'er meticulously selected and ultimately practiced the Banyu heart realm. Compared to the previous spirit transformation technique, the concealing and transformative effects of the Banyu heart realm were far more pronounced. However, he dared not attempt the Yushu, sun and moon in the vast sky technique. At the Yushu level, advancing a tier would require millennia, a cost Wang Bu'er was not prepared to bear at this moment. Although it appeared that he still had a considerable surplus, in reality, his spiritual awareness had not improved for quite some time. Having already entered the core formation realm and body refinement, once he achieved core formation, the outstanding balance would be automatically compensated. After some contemplation, Wang Bu'er sighed. It seemed he still lacked sufficient resources. Regarding his cultivation realm, Wang Bu'er was not inclined to make further advancements. After all, he had just soared from the 10th layer of qi condensation to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment in Tianying Valley. Any further enhancement would be excessively prodigious. Even a fool would question his authenticity. With all preparations completed, Wang Bu'er exhaled in relief. All his techniques had undergone a transformation, and all that remained were the treasures. However, he bore no concerns in that regard. Having rendered significant contributions to his sect, he had acquired ample sect contribution points, allowing him to exchange them at the Treasure Refinement Pavilion at any time. As for the storage bag obtained in Tianying Valley, Wang Bu'er had resolved to return it to its rightful owner. After all, his current identity was markedly different. He was now an elder, part of the inheritance lineage, and it would be unbecoming to covet the trinkets of the younger generation, particularly as his aspiration to dethrone Pang Bowen and ascend to the sect leader's seat drew closer to realization. He could not afford to leave a poor impression on these individuals. Well, These were mere pretenses. The crux of the matter was that he had achieved prosperity, rendering these trifles beneath his notice. Despite their scarcity, it was unwise to bear the stigma of coveting the possessions of his peers. With a changed identity, Wang Bu'er no longer needed to seek out individuals personally. A simple dispatch of a communication talisman would suffice, and naturally, someone would attend to the errands. Wang Bu'er, burdened by a multitude of storage bags, arrived at the small square beside the arena. Soon, figures began to converge. Milan greeted Elder Wang and Brother Wang. The first to arrive were Milan and the foundation-building disciples, followed by a significant number of those at the 10th level of qi condensation. To Wang Bu'er's surprise, among those who had failed to break through in Tianying Valley, 3 had recently succeeded in foundation building. As each person arrived, they respectfully bowed to Wang Bu'er. Being lower in rank, they were unaware of the intricate details that followed. What they comprehended was Wang Bu'er's selflessness in sharing every opportunity for advancement with them. "All right, everyone. Please do not be so formal," he said. "The purpose of gathering you all here today is simply to return your storage bags. The collection of your bags was merely a temporary measure. Now that the crisis has passed, it is time to restore them." Wang Bu'er waved his hand. Exuding an air of authority that was distinctly elder-like, his demeanor transformed. However, it appeared that the storage bags had become somewhat disordered. "Once you receive them, please identify your belongings. Additionally, I have utilized quite a few items from them. Milan and Li Jinlong, you two will be responsible for compiling a list. I will replenish them for everyone as soon as possible." He directly handed the extensive collection of bags to the two. "Elder Wang, your sacrifices for us are immeasurable. A few spirit stones and treasures are insignificant. You need not return them. We would not accept them." One exclaimed. "Indeed, Elder Wang. Is this not akin to slapping our faces? You risked your life for us, so it is only right that we offer our storage bags." Another added, "I believe what we have given is still insufficient." All those who had emerged from Tianying Valley held an indescribable gratitude towards Wang Bu'er. Although he had risen in cultivation afterward, that was due to his own fortuitous opportunities. Wang Bu'er shook his head, anticipating such a scene. "Listen to me, everyone. We are all cultivators. Our resources have been painstakingly accumulated over time. None of us have been gifted by fortune. Though I have suffered considerable losses, I still receive support from the sect. You, however, are at a critical juncture in your cultivation. Losing these resources will undoubtedly impact your future progress. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then take them back, advance to the foundation-building realm, and return with something of value," Wang Bu'er said, feigning irritation with a grand gesture. In that moment, the crowd was deeply moved. Even Milan and the others felt a stirring in their hearts from Wang Bu'er's words. Elder Wang did not forget to encourage everyone, still urging them to devote themselves to their cultivation. "If you do not heed my words, I shall become quite displeased," Wang Bu'er warned, glaring at them playfully. Milan and the others were momentarily taken aback. This was Elder Wang, so selfless, so considerate of others, so resolute in righteousness. "Very well, let us dispense with unnecessary formalities." Everyone collected their belongings, determined to cultivate diligently, and upon solidifying their foundations, they would repay Elder Wang with even greater offerings. Li Jinlong was on the verge of tears. As a disciple of the sect, how could Elder Wang possess such elevated awareness? As a fellow cultivator, how could Wang Bu'er's demeanor be so grand and noble? He vowed to learn from Wang Bu'er, aspiring to become someone of great utility to the sect in the future. Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted. "Who is this? Still clutching onto a storage bag? What a show-off. Elder Wang, I must say, your method of winning hearts is rather outdated. If you are so domineering, why not share your treasures with everyone?" As the crowd was filled with gratitude and excitement, they turned to see a group of over 10 individuals approaching. At the forefront was a bald man, wearing a disdainful expression directed at Wang Bu'er, while those behind him wore similarly mocking faces. Notably, all of these individuals were at the Foundation Establishment stage. "Elder Wang, they are from the Foundation Establishment Hall," Milan reminded Wang Bu'er. The Foundation Establishment Hall. Wang Bu'er's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware of this organization. It was a self-organized group of Foundation Establishment disciples within the inner sect of the Xingyuan sect. Originally, its purpose was to facilitate communication, collaborative missions, and resource exchanges among the members. However, he had heard that the current ethos of the Foundation Establishment Hall had gradually deviated from its original intent. Particularly, some individuals had transformed it into a vortex of power struggles, further evolving into a hall of cliques. Previously, the Foundation Establishment Hall had been quite supportive of new disciples. Yet now, they posed various challenges, making it difficult for newcomers to integrate with the seasoned practitioners in a short span of time. "What are you all after?" Wang Bu'er raised his hand, signaling for silence. He had witnessed the bullying of newcomers by elders in his previous life countless times. A bunch of seasoned schemers merely sought to gain some advantage from the newcomers, to extract a little profit while establishing and showcasing their own authority. Nothing much. We simply heard of Elder Wang's remarkable feats in the Sky Eagle Valley and found everything rather extraordinary, bordering on incredulity. Especially the tale of Elder Wang defeating the forces of the Tianyuan sect, Qiyuan sect, and Xian sect, leaving them in disarray. It seems almost like a tall tale. Thus, we came to verify the truth with Elder Wang, the bald leader proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Wang Bu'er's smile turned cold. Was this not merely a case of them hearing of his exploits and feeling disgruntled by his current status, seeking to stir up trouble? Were they not hoping to ride on his newfound fame, using him as a stepping stone to elevate themselves? Why waste breath with such nonsense? Depart. Chapter 92. This elder is ready for a fight. Wang Bu'er had no time to deal with these seasoned veterans today. Furthermore, he had already attracted enough attention recently and did not wish to provoke further trouble. Elder Wang certainly has a fiery temper. I wonder if he looks down on us, or if he fears that his mediocre skills might be exposed. The bald man, scolded by Wang Bu'er, surprisingly felt no anger. Rather, he grew increasingly exhilarated. I've heard that Elder Wang's victories in Tianying Valley were all achieved through ambushes and treachery. Not a single fair fight to his name. That's not quite fair. He has become formidable thanks to the treasures bestowed upon him by Elder Zhao. Have you not heard? Even the talismans for the Foundation establishment stage number in the thousands. Those useless folks from Qiyuan sect are simply no match. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Despite our years of diligent cultivation, we cannot measure up to those who cling to Elder Zhao's coattails. The crowd behind the bald man began to taunt in unison. Wang Bu'er shook his head in silence. Indeed, the novels he had read were not mistaken. No matter where one found themselves, there would always be a group of fools eager to stir the pot. If only they were not so arrogant as to be foolish. If only they were not overindulged to the point of stupidity. If only they had not had their heads caught in the door. These individuals should comprehend that they were no longer to be trifled with. Did they believe that the disciples of Xingyuan sect were mere simpletons? Did they think that Zhao Shuang's discerning eye was merely for catching lice? Do not disrespect Elder Wang. You are going too far. Milan and the others were equally indignant. To them, Wang Bu'er was a deity, and it was utterly detestable for these individuals to belittle and slander him. Are we wrong in our words? Elder Wang is indeed an elder now, but before, he possessed neither looks nor prowess, nor any notable background. What made Elder Zhao take notice of him? The bald man wore an arrogant expression, completely disregarding Wang Bu'er's status as an elder. Do not speak nonsense. Elder Wang is a fourth-grade alchemist. Milan gritted her teeth, and the crowd erupted in anger. A fourth-grade alchemist? That only raises further suspicion. I wonder if Elder Zhao brought him in intentionally as a scapegoat to conveniently reject certain individuals? The bald man stroked his head, his gaze fixed on Wang Bu'er. The provocation unmistakable. Well then, Wang Bu'er waved his hand, turning to glance at the nearby arena. I do not know if you can restrain yourselves. As for me, I can no longer endure. This elder is ready for a fight. With a swift motion, he darted forward like lightning, appearing on the arena in the blink of an eye. You there, come up. The bald man, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss. He had indeed come seeking trouble today, but according to his original plan, he should have taunted for a while longer. However, he had not anticipated Wang Bu'er's immediate compliance. For a moment, he was left unsure of how to proceed. Elder Wang, are you about to issue a challenge to me? The bald man chuckled. Isn't this precisely what you desire? Wang Bu'er waved his hand dismissively, speechless. Elder Wang, you must consider this carefully. Although the sex arena is primarily for friendly sparring, as the saying goes, swords have no eyes, and no one can guarantee. The bald man slowly stepped onto the stage. Despite his words, he had already taken his position silently. Once the duel commenced, he would seize the opportunity to strike Wang Bu'er immediately. He had engaged in countless such battles, always emerging victorious. Enough with the idle chatter. Wang Bu'er impatiently gestured, turning his gaze to the arena disciple who had approached to maintain order. Since the last confrontation between Wang Bu'er and Zhao Yunsheng, the sect had assigned disciples to guard the arena to prevent further incidents. Excuse me, I would like to inquire. If someone were to be killed in the arena, would that constitute a violation of sect prohibitions? The guarding disciple, taken aback, momentarily failed to respond but instinctively shook his head. Very well, let us begin. With a wave of his hand, Wang Bu'er activated the arena's formation, enveloping both combatants. Our esteemed Elder Wang is rather presumptuous. He must be unaware of Brother Go's extraordinary prowess. Indeed, Brother Go is a figure who has previously assassinated a core formation cultivator. Although assassins are not typically adept at frontal combat, the confined space of the arena, devoid of obstructions or avenues for evasion, perfectly enables Brother Go to deliver a lethal blow. Arrogant individuals must pay a price. There are always greater beings beyond mere mortals. It seems our elder Wang is destined to learn a significant lesson today. Upon witnessing both men ascend the stage, the followers who had accompanied the bald man began to boast with unrestrained glee. They had not anticipated things would unfold so smoothly. After all, the Stellar Yuan sect had previously suffered at the hands of this bald man, and not just once or twice. Hearing their words, Milan and the others grew somewhat anxious. In their minds, Wang Bu'er embodied the most honorable and valiant warrior of the Stellar Yuan sect, naturally ill-equipped to handle the cunning and treacherous tactics of an ambusher. How long do you think Brother Go will require to conclude this battle? There's no need to say. The moment it begins, it will also end. While the group continued their boastful taunts, the duel between Wang Bu'er and the bald man commenced. As the formation's light curtain sealed, the bald man crouched low, vanishing from sight. He brimmed with confidence for this battle. Since he dared to provoke Wang Bu'er, he certainly had his own means of support. While he may not possess as many treasures or pills as Wang Bu'er, nor boast superior physical cultivation, his training had taken a unique path. He excelled not in direct confrontation, but in assassination. His techniques, spells, cultivation level, and treasures were all tailored for the art of the kill. With a single strike, he could bring death. Although he was at the 5th level of foundational establishment, even those at the 7th level or higher would hesitate to confront him. In the confined space of the arena, Wang Bu'er had no opportunity to prepare. In the mere fraction of a breath, he could obliterate Wang Bu'er. As his speed surged, his figure vanished from the arena, moving with such swiftness that it became nearly imperceptible to the eye. With such velocity, he possessed absolute confidence that Wang Bu'er would not even be ready to strike. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the air around him trembled as if it had been sealed. Suddenly, a colossal hand materialized from thin air, grasping him as one would a chick, enclosing him within its palm. Then, amidst his abject terror and desperate screams, he was slammed onto the arena floor. The sound of impact echoed like that of a crushed melon. A wave of sanguine scent surged forth. Wang Bu'er, with a serene expression, retracted his hand without a glance, lifting his gaze towards the smug onlookers, who were preparing to exult in the victory of the bald man. Next, who shall step forward? A collective gulp resonated through the crowd, particularly upon witnessing the bald man, now reduced to a mere puddle of flesh on the arena floor. Alongside the 10 or so foundational practitioners who had accompanied him, all shivering with an overwhelming chill. The hair on their bodies stood erect, covered in goosebumps. Some even trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing their composure. Who had been so arrogant just moments ago? Step forward if you dare. Wang Bu'er had resolved firmly. There was a vast difference between being low-key and feigning cowardice. Elder Wang, we have intruded. The foundational practitioners were left utterly stunned. Their leader, the bald man, a formidable expert who had dared to engage with those at the 7th and 8th foundational levels, had been dispatched effortlessly, like a drunken fly, before Wang Bu'er. This was the extent of Wang Bu'er's prowess. Is that all? Shouldn't there be something left behind? The individuals, momentarily taken aback by Wang Bu'er's words, soon realized as his gaze swept over the multitude of storage bags belonging to Mulan and Li Jinlong. In a state of regret and despair, they reluctantly removed their storage bags and handed them over. Thus, while they had failed to maintain their bravado, they found themselves at a significant loss. Chapter 93. Arrogance is the pinnacle of subtlety. Subtlety is the apex of arrogance. As Wang Bu'er departed from the arena amidst the adoring gazes of Milan and others, he returned to his secluded abode, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Although he had always proclaimed the virtue of modesty, he could not deny the sheer thrill of this ostentatious display. Regrettably, with such a spectacle behind him, anyone who dared to provoke him in the future would likely reconsider their own capacities. Opportunities for such flamboyance would surely be rare. After a brief period of cultivation, Wang Bu'er found himself restless and unable to concentrate. The pace of his training was simply too sluggish. He mused that it would be far more productive to descend the mountain and assist Zhao Shuaying in weeding her medicinal garden. Furthermore, having returned his storage bags, he felt an unsettling emptiness around his waist. This sudden lack of belongings left him feeling quite out of sorts. Resolutely, he decided to abandon his training and made his way to the treasure refining pavilion. He nostalgically recalled the combat style he had employed in the Heavenly Eagle Valley. The exhilaration was one aspect, but more importantly, he had come to a profound realization. true concealment lay not in mere modesty, but in shrouding the extraordinary abilities he possessed from prying eyes. After all, with the system he housed within, no matter how discreet he attempted to be, the inevitable outcome would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different strategy. Being low-key was not the objective. Rather, the essence was to divert attention from his own prowess and other remarkable talents. Consequently, he would redirect the gazes of others from his cultivation to the treasures he possessed. Upon exiting the treasure refining pavilion, Wang Bu'er found himself adorned with over 10 storage bags, each bulging with an array of treasures, talisman seals, flying swords, medicinal pills, formations, and puppets. Anything that could be utilized or exchanged had been amassed in abundance. He had resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, he would rely on these treasures to subdue his opponents in future encounters. This way, all attention would be drawn to his possessions. Even if he exhibited flamboyance on the battlefield, the treasures would bear the brunt of scrutiny. Others would envy him as a young prodigy of wealth, oblivious to the true extent of his cultivation. Arrogance is the most exquisite form of subtlety, while subtlety is the utmost expression of arrogance. Upon returning to his abode, Wang Bu'er unloaded all his treasures, filling the room to the brim. Amongst them were nearly 10,000 talisman seals. The sheer volume was a testament to the significant contribution points he had accrued from the sect, particularly this time, where the contribution from the spirit could easily exchange for half a sect. He needed to organize these meticulously to avoid a future scramble when the need arose. Additionally, he had acquired 20 protective shields, which also required categorization. He had amassed a considerable number of flying swords during this exchange, including 5 exquisite spiritual weapons. There exists a plethora of items of various grades. He must allocate them judiciously, some to instill fear, others as trump cards, and a few as expendables to be discarded in a moment of desperation. After a brief period of organizing, Wang Bu'er found himself quite overwhelmed. Alas, possessing an abundance of treasures can indeed be a burden. It is a pity that Zhao Shuaying, despite her beauty, is not a nurturing individual. Otherwise, I would not need to exert myself so. A restful slumber would suffice, and she could tidy everything up with ease upon waking. As Wang Bu'er was grappling with the inconvenience of having too many treasures, a sudden shift in his demeanor occurred. He set aside the numerous vials and containers, swiftly making his way to the entrance of the cave's grand formation. With a mere thought, the imposing array transformed into transparency, granting him a clear view of the outside world. In the distance, he observed a group of figures hastening towards him. Leading them was a strikingly handsome man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, none other than Zhao Yunsheng, whom Wang Bu'er had not seen for quite some time. However, Zhao Yunsheng now exuded an unmistakably colder aura than before. His movements lacked the carefree masculinity he once possessed, replaced instead by a touch of softness and grace. Wang Bu'er stood momentarily dumbfounded. Could this be the manifestation of the diminished male hormones following his recent alteration? The group approached with palpable intensity, especially Zhao Yunsheng, whose demeanor suggested he was on the brink of madness, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. The others behind him, cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage, remained silent, their collective powers swirling into a tempest, barreling towards Wang Bu'er's cave. Their approach had already captured the attention of numerous inner disciples, while 100 Foundation establishment disciples trailed closely behind them. As they reached the vicinity, several core formation cultivators emerged from the cave, advancing towards the unfolding scene. Upon recognizing Zhao Yunsheng, their expressions turned to one of discomfort and bemusement. Zhao Yunsheng's status was exceedingly complex, transcending that of mere talent from the Zhao family. Wang Bu'er, come forth, Zhao Yunsheng bellowed, his voice resonating with fury. Observing his fervor, Wang Bu'er felt a flicker of doubt. Although he had previously orchestrated minor schemes against this individual, Zhao Yunsheng had endured a setback at his hands before, and he should not have forgotten so swiftly. Moreover, Wang Bu'er's status had changed drastically. He was now an official member of the Elder Council. What madness had seized this man to brazenly provoke trouble within the sect? With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the cave's protective formation. Ah, if it isn't young Master Zhao, what brings you to me? Wang Bu'er remarked, maintaining an air of indifference. Not only had his identity elevated him beyond mere comparison, but even absent such status, his current cultivation and amassed treasures rendered him unconcerned about Zhao Yunsheng. Should he truly dare to engage, Wang Bu'er would ensure he comprehended profoundly why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. What is it that you seek? At such a critical moment, Wang Bu'er, are you still pretending to be oblivious? I admit that I have wronged you in the past, but is it not excessively outrageous for you to act recklessly, relying on your status as an elder of the sect? Zhao Yunxing bellowed, leaving Wang Bu'er utterly bewildered. What had he done? He had yet to settle the score regarding the incident at Tianying Valley, where he had been pursued. Yet this fellow dared to confront him, barking orders with arrogance. Young Master Zhao, if you have something to say, then speak it plainly. If you have grievances, air them quickly. I, Wang Bu'er, have never sought trouble. But I am not one to cower in fear. It is not for just anyone to cast aspersions upon me. I have fought valiantly for our sect, shed blood for my fellow disciples, received the sect's award for best contribution, and have been praised countless times. As a prominent elder, to be so slandered and defamed by you is truly excessive. Wang Bu'er strode out of his dwelling, hands clasped behind his back, a formidable aura surging around him. Now, clarify your accusations. Have I stolen your wife or slain your son? If you do not elucidate your claims today, consider this matter unresolved. His voice thundered, overpowering Zhao Yunxing's presence. Zhao Yunxing, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you wish to instigate further trouble? Milan and others had already arrived. Having heard of Zhao Yunxing's past bullying of Wang Bu'er, witnessing this confrontation, they could no longer stand idly by after all the favors Wang Bu'er had extended to them. Not only the few foundational disciples, but also numerous 10th-layer Qi condensation disciples rushed forward, standing resolutely before Wang Bu'er. Regardless of Zhao Yunxing's intentions to oppress Wang Bu'er, they were determined to lend their support. This scene stirred excitement within Wang Bu'er, who had not anticipated that he had garnered such considerable influence within the Xingyuan sect. Wang Bu'er, you must clarify this matter. Why have you engaged in such petty schemes, leading the sect to revoke my exchange battle quota? Zhao Yunxing roared in a frenzy, his fury palpable, as if he wished to devour Wang Bu'er whole. What is this? An exchange battle quota? A bewildered look spread across Wang Bu'er's face. Chapter 94. Are you not going to apologize to your uncle? Wang Bu'er cast a glance at Milan beside him, and after her explanation, he finally grasped the purpose of Zhao Yunxing's visit. Zhao had come to discuss the selection quota for the disciples of the Great Xia in the foundational exchange competition. In this upcoming foundational exchange contest among the 17 nations of Great Xia, a total of 128 participants would ultimately compete. The first phase involved each of the 4 regions selecting 10 individuals, while the 3 sects of Great Xia would also each select 10. The remaining 58 quotas were allocated based on the rankings of the 36 sects of Great Xia. The 4th and 5th ranked would send 4 disciples each. The 6th to 10th ranked would send 3 each. The 11th to 19th ranked would send 2 each, and the rest would only be permitted to send 1. This was the reason behind the enhanced treatment of disciples from the Star Origin sect following their rise in ranking. Previously, ranking 20th granted them only 1 selection quota. But now, having ascended to 19th, they were entitled to 2. Zhao Yunxing approached Wang Bu'er because the quota that had been originally assigned to him had inexplicably been revoked. He had evidently heard some rumor that led him to believe that Wang Bu'er, now a member of the Elder Council, was behind this obstruction, prompting him to confront Wang with ire. Young Master Zhao, has your mind been muddled by some potion at home? Though I am now an elder, I only assumed this position yesterday. Moreover, such a crucial matter concerning the exchange competition cannot be rescinded by my mere word. Surely, you must have committed some heinous act for the sect to revoke your quota. Wang Bu'er, while secretly elated at Zhao Yunxing's loss, refused to shoulder the blame for undermining others. Perhaps the sect deemed your abilities insufficient, or you possess some inherent flaw. Flaw? You are the one with flaws. Hearing the last remark, Zhao Yunxing suddenly erupted in fury, his demeanor transforming into that of a madman. With a piercing scream, he raised his hand, unleashing a beam of sword light that soared into the sky, aimed directly at Wang Bu'er. This young heir was indeed formidable, now wielding a high-grade spiritual weapon. Wang Bu'er was taken aback by Zhao's sudden aggression and hastily raised his hand, unleashing dozens of talismans that formed layers of protection around him. When Zhao Yunxing's sword struck the protective barrier, it sent ripples cascading outward, shattering 4 layers before stabilizing. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, particularly several golden core cultivators who had not managed to intervene in time, gasping in astonishment. Wang Bu'er's immediate response, casting dozens of talismans, was a display of wealth that left them trembling. Only Milan and a few others remained relatively unfazed. Recalling how Wang Bu'er had similarly forced the disciples of Qiyuan sect and Tianyuan sect to retreat in the Tianying Valley. At that time, Wang Bu'er had exuded an even more imposing aura than now. Zhao Yunxing, too, was momentarily taken aback, having heard tales of Wang Bu'er's extravagant combat style in the Tianying Valley. It was unexpected that he would encounter such a day. As he counted the array of talismanic screens before Wang Bu'er, he could not help but shudder. He dared not claim he could afford such an expense. Yet, Recalling the pain Wang Bu'er had inflicted upon him and the imperfections he bore, his fury threatened to erupt, compelling him to confront Wang Bu'er once more. With a flick of his fingertip, the recently launched flying sword pivoted mid-air, rapidly expanding and descending once more. Even though Wang Bu'er had previously elucidated the events that transpired, he still held firm in his conviction that Wang Bu'er was the prime suspect. This hatred, which had severed his chance at happiness in the latter half of his life, was irreconcilable. At that moment, a cold snort resonated from the distant sky. "Zhao Yunsheng, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Accompanying this voice were several formidable auras that descended in an instant. At the forefront stood a striking figure, her beautiful visage radiating a fierce demeanor. Clad in a flowing white robe that billowed around her, revealing her sharp brilliance, none other than Zhao Shuang. Behind her were numerous elders from the council. Among them was Lin Shuyao. Upon seeing these figures, Zhao Yunsheng, who had just been seething with rage, instantly snapped to attention, his demeanor shifting. "Aunt, Elder Lin, esteemed elders." He and those behind him trembled, daring not utter a word, bowing deeply in respect, their heads lowered. "Humph." Before Zhao Shuang could speak, Lin Shuyao stepped forward, emitting a chilling huff. The atmosphere around them turned frigid as ice. "Zhao Yunsheng, do not presume that your special status grants you the freedom to act recklessly within the sect. We have refrained from holding you accountable for your previous indiscretions out of respect for the Zhao family and your supporters. However, if you persist in your arrogance and dare to provoke the esteemed elders of our sect, you will have crossed an intolerable line." Lin Shuyao's voice thundered with righteous indignation. He had long been aware of the conflict between Wang Bu'er and Zhao Yunsheng. In his eyes, all of this stemmed from Zhao Yunsheng's arrogance and self-importance, which had become utterly intolerable, especially now, as Wang Bu'er had made significant contributions to the sect, becoming a beacon of its spirit. Zhao Yunsheng's incessant provocations were simply unacceptable. "Zhao Yunsheng, your arrogance is notorious, but do not think we shall continue to indulge you. Causing a disturbance before Elder Wang is utterly outrageous." The others shared in their fierce glares. Zhao Yunsheng found himself momentarily stunned, his mind swirling. The attitudes of these individuals toward him had never been so severe. He had certainly crossed paths with several core elders before, yet the collective fury displayed now was unprecedented. A dawning realization crept upon him, especially as he observed the numerous disciples of the sect rallying behind Wang Bu'er, seemingly united against him, sending shivers down his spine. It was evident that Wang Bu'er had transformed into someone entirely different from before. "Elder Zhao, perhaps it would be best to leave this matter in your capable hands. I wish to never witness such a situation again. Otherwise, regardless of his identity, the sect will no longer extend any courtesy." Lin Shuyu let out a sigh, suppressing his fury, and entrusted the matter to Zhao Shuang. Zhao Yunsheng held a unique status, yet Wang Bu'er was also esteemed within the sect's lineage. Moreover, one was Zhao Shuang's nephew, while the other was her partner. Zhao Shuang was acutely aware of their respective backgrounds. Only she could truly comprehend the weight of the situation. "Thank you, Elder Lin." Zhao Shuang felt a fury surpassing that of anyone else. When she gazed at Zhao Yunsheng, her heart brimmed with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Wang Bu'er, with his profound loyalty and righteous demeanor, shared a deep connection with her. She could not fathom why Zhao Yunsheng insisted on clashing with Wang Bu'er. The previous bounty from Tianying Valley still left her at a loss for words to confront Wang Bu'er, fearing that revealing Zhao Yunsheng's misdeeds would lead to an irreparable fallout. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhao Yunsheng not only failed to exercise discretion, but also grew increasingly unruly. "What are you waiting for? Apologize to your uncle," she exclaimed, her teeth clenched, her foot stamping in frustration. Wang Bu'er now held a status within the sect that surpassed even her own. If he truly sought to address Zhao Yunsheng's behavior, it would be a mere trifle. "You uncle?" Zhao Yunsheng's mind was suddenly engulfed in confusion. He looked at the youth before him, younger and of lower cultivation, feeling a tumult of inner turmoil. His intestines seemed to twist in knots. "Do you want me to resort to family discipline? Do you think I won't send you back to your family for a few years of reflection?" Zhao Yunsheng shuddered at the thought. Being sent home was far more daunting than calling Wang Bu'er uncle. The prospect of missing out on crucial events for several years was unbearable. He gradually lowered his head, his feelings of injustice reaching a point of despair. "I'm sorry, you uncle, I was wrong." Though the words escaped his lips, his heart seethed with indignation. "Wang Bu'er, you see, perhaps you could." Zhao Shuang sighed, her tone laced with a hint of coaxing as she turned her gaze to Wang Bu'er. He was at a loss for words, fully aware of Zhao Shuang's intentions to have Zhao Yunsheng address him as uncle at this juncture, though he had indeed reached his limit with Zhao Yunsheng. Her pleading demeanor softened his ire somewhat. After all, he had dealt a critical blow to xianxia. Very well, very well. He is still a child. After all, lacking understanding. As long as he promises to respect his elders, study diligently, refrain from sulking or throwing tantrums, and adhere to the rules, we can consider this matter settled. After all, as an elder, how can one truly hold grievances against the younger generation? Let him go. Just inform his parents and ensure he receives proper guidance. Wang Bu'er clasped his hands behind his back, exuding an air of disappointment. Then, with a grand gesture, he turned gracefully, taking Zhao Shuang's hand, and together they departed through the cave's protective array. As he gazed at the departing figures of the two individuals, Zhao Yunsheng could no longer contain himself, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes rapidly filled with crimson veins, and he felt as though his head and chest might explode. The suffocating sense of humiliation was driving him to madness. Children, Navi, elders, encouraging diligent study. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, and he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 95. Farewell, Lin Jianxing. What is the matter regarding the exchange quota for the battle? Returning to the cave dwelling, Wang Bu'er languidly reclined in his chair, relishing the shoulder massage from Zhao Shuang. No one at the Xingyuan sect had ever enjoyed such fortune. The quota he possessed was one I had relinquished. This child has been spoiled by his family, aware that the Xingyuan sect had an additional quota this year. He audaciously sought connections and ingratiated himself with the sect elders. If he were to vie for this quota against others, I could turn a blind eye. However, daring to compete with you is absolutely unacceptable. Zhao Shuang pouted, finishing the shoulder massage and proceeding to knead Wang Bu'er's legs. Wang Bu'er nodded, feeling an inkling of regret. Had he known it was his own quota at stake, he would have insisted on giving Zhao Yunxing a sound thrashing. Yet, considering Zhao Shuang's attentive demeanor, he decided to relent. If the child truly desires it, let him have it. Truth be told, I am not particularly concerned. Moreover, can we, as elders, truly compete with the youth? Wang Bu'er waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of magnanimity. He had taken the time to delve into the origins of the Great Xia Foundation exchange battle over the past few days. In essence, it was a selection of elite cultivators from the three sects of Great Xia City, allowing them to train within the confines of the Great Xia Three Sects. It is said that the inner sanctums of the Great Xia Three Sects are the true breeding grounds for geniuses within the Great Xia cultivation realm. As the absolute core of the Great Xia cultivation domain, the Great Xia Three Sects and Great Xia City encompass over 90% of the core formation cultivators. The cultivation venues there are the epitome of celestial sanctuaries. I do not wish for you to go, although your prospects would greatly improve in Great Xia City. Facilitating your breakthrough to more formidable realms, the dangers there are indeed manifold. While opportunities may be scarce at Xingyuan sect, one can live in peace without worry. Zhao Shuang's expression suddenly turned serious. Wang Bu'er instinctively felt a shift within him. Realizing that the so-called dangers Zhao Shuang referred to were not merely the fierce competition among the many talents in Great Xia City, but something more sinister lurking beneath the surface. Is Great Xia City truly perilous? Is it not merely a place of cultivation? To what extent could it be dangerous? Wang Bu'er subtly probed for more information. This is not something I can disclose at present. Your current strength does not suffice. When the time is ripe, you will naturally be informed. Zhao Shuang's words only deepened Wang Bu'er's intrigue. Could it be that there are secrets in Great Xia City yet to be unveiled? After Zhao Shuang departed, Wang Bu'er remained troubled by his curiosity, contemplating his next move before decisively leaving the cave dwelling. Shortly thereafter, within Lin Jianxing's cave, Elder Wang. Upon seeing Wang Bu'er, Lin Jianxing and his wife, Zheng Ro, felt a twinge of awkwardness and constraint. Although it was Wang Bu'er whom Lin Jianxing had brought to the mountain, times had changed. The present Wang Bu'er had ascended to the position of elder within the sect, a fourth-tier alchemist, and a distinguished contributor to the sect. Any of these titles would overshadow Lin Jianxing by a considerable margin. This likely explains why Lin Jianxing has not sought out Wang Bu'er for quite some time. After all, their differing identities and statuses have rendered their relationship unequal. What do you mean by that, senior brother Lin? Although I, Wang Bu'er, have ascended to the position of elder, I remain unchanged. I am still the same Wang Bu'er you personally guided up the mountain, that young lad with a fair complexion. Today, let us set aside our ranks and focus solely on our friendship. Wang Bu'er reassured him repeatedly, while simultaneously tempering his own aura. Only then did Lin Jianxing finally relax, shedding the tension and formality that had gripped him before. Wang Bu'er, at a loss for words, resorted to his ultimate strategy. He built a roaring fire in Lin Jianxing's courtyard, and skewered a plump pig for roasting. The two of them prepared several jars of fine wine, toasting and drinking until they were pleasantly inebriated, engaging in jovial banter. Junior brother Wang, you have indeed not disappointed me. I recognized your potential the moment I brought you up the mountain. I knew you would achieve greatness. Look at you now, merely a few years later. And you are already an elder. Your cultivation has nearly surpassed mine. Lin Jianxing finally let down his guard, clapping Wang Bu'er on the shoulder and speaking earnestly. Nearby, Zheng Ro felt a pang of unease. Fortunately, Wang Bu'er remained unperturbed. However, once Wang Bu'er departed, a scolding would undoubtedly ensue. Sister Zheng, our wine has run dry. Here, take my token and head to Elder Li in the alchemy chamber to exchange it for a few jars of his private fruit cellar. Also, before I arrived, I informed him to prepare some elixirs for both of you, so please fetch those as well. Although Zheng Ro understood that Wang Bu'er was subtly indicating his desire to create some distance, the thought of the elixirs was too tempting to resist, and she quickly departed with the token in hand. The couple's talents could only be considered average, lacking significant backing within the sect, and their supply of elixirs was barely sufficient. Since Wang Bu'er had offered, the quantity and quality of elixirs were assuredly exceptional. While these elixirs were trivial for Wang Bu'er, they held immense importance for the couple. Watching Zheng Ro leave, Wang Bu'er's thoughts began to stir. Senior brother Lin, how much do you know about the 3 sects in Daxia City? I've heard that cultivating there can be quite perilous. Wang Bu'er was uncertain of the extent of Lin Jianxing's knowledge and could only probe cautiously. After all, he had been in the foundation establishment stage for many years and, by all accounts, was among the few individuals in Xingyuan sect that he trusted implicitly. Perilous? In the path of cultivation, where is it not fraught with danger? If one fears peril, would it not be better to live as a mortal? Yet, ironically, it is laughable that some fear danger, while individuals like myself, lacking in talent, are not even qualified to confront it. Lin Jianxing remarked, eyes closed and intoxicated. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow at once, sensing the bitterness and regret in Lin Jianxing's tone, as well as a profound sense of loneliness. What, do you wish to go? Wang Bu'er inquired softly. I long to go, of course I do, yet alas, I lack even the qualifications to be recommended, even for the grand tournament of the Western regions. I am ineligible to participate. The sect intends to bestow opportunities upon disciples who are more gifted and younger in age. Lin Jianxing drained the last drop of wine from the jug, the rich aroma enveloping him, yet his countenance was tinged with bitterness. Brother Wang, do you comprehend? I do not wish to spend my entire life as an inconspicuous, ordinary cultivator. The vast world is resplendent with wonders, as a man. Who does not yearn to defy fate? Who does not aspire to achieve greatness? You know, your senior sister actually. Sigh. Lin Jianxing sighed repeatedly. I have squandered her sacrifices and her support. Not only have I failed to be her pillar against the storms, but I cannot even grasp the opportunity to step into that realm. And she clearly had the chance, yet willingly relinquished it for my sake. She forsook her own talents and the honor of her family. Before he could finish, the effects of the wine surged within him, causing him to collapse onto the grass. As a foundational cultivator, he could have resisted the inebriation with his cultivation, yet he chose not to. Evidently, he sought to seize this moment to unburden his heart. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow, and after a deep sigh, he slowly rose. He did not attempt to help Lin Jianxing to his feet, nor did he wait for Zheng Ro's return. Instead, he quietly departed with the empty wine jug in hand. Throughout the journey, myriad thoughts occupied Wang Bu'er's mind. Although Lin Jianxing spoke little, his words conveyed a wealth of information. Chapter 96. I might as well call him over for you to beat him up. The 3 sects of the Great Xia indeed harbor peril. Yet, within the 3 sects of the Great Xia, there lies the opportunity for achievement. Zheng Ro is not as straightforward as one might presume. That realm. Wang Bu'er pondered these fleeting thoughts repeatedly. A bold conjecture emerged in his mind. The 3 sects of the Great Xia may not be as simple as they appear. The world there could be entirely different from the Star Origin sect and the cultivation realm he currently perceives. Perhaps the existence of Great Xia City and the 3 sects bears a unique mission. The cultivators selected through the foundational battles possess their own special purposes. Zhao Shuaying is aware of these matters, yet she remains silent, seemingly unable to divulge them. Wang Bu'er felt conflicted, but soon found clarity. He harbored no desire for fame or power. He merely wished to live peacefully. He longed to be an unremarkable cultivator, free from calamity, traversing the path of immortality. Although he understood that such a desire could never be fully realized in any world, even on Earth, he thought to savor it for as long as possible. With beautiful vistas and delicious food, accompanied by a beloved, traversing an endless horizon, with time as his ally. After discarding his wine flask, Wang Bu'er arrived at the Star Origin Palace. He did not seek out Peng Bowen, but instead found Lin Xiyu, transferring his quota for the communication battle to Lin Jianxing. He was uncertain if his decision was right, but he could perceive Lin Jianxing's pain and helplessness, as well as Zheng Rou's anticipation and resignation. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Bu'er refrained from practicing, lying on his bed, feeling an unprecedented sense of confusion. Why had he come to this world? Why did he possess everything he had now? Was it fate that guided him, or merely the whims of chance? After a while, an unfamiliar fatigue enveloped him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, upon awakening, Wang Bu'er found Zhao Shuang quietly seated by his bedside. She appeared to have waited there for quite some time, offering silent companionship. Her face radiated warmth and tranquility, reminiscent of Zheng Rou observing Lin Jianxing from the same angle the previous day. What is the Zhao family like? Wang Bu'er suddenly inquired. He recalled Lin Jianxing's words about how Zheng Rou had forsaken her innate talent and even the glory of her family for him. What kind of family bestows their name upon a son of renown? He also thought of Zhao Yunxing. Although he had not pursued the matter further, he had already discerned the sequence of events. Yet, every lead ceased with the name Han Xiaoxiao from the Qiyuan sect, as if some force was compelling him to refrain from delving deeper. Why the sudden inquiry? Zhao Shuang found herself somewhat at a loss. Since the moment Wang Bu'er posed a certain question yesterday, she had sensed his emotional state, which seemed tinged with despondency and confusion. Was he still upset about Yunsheng's matter? If you truly cannot endure it any longer, I could simply summon him for you to give him a good thrashing, Zhao Shuang suggested, her tone laced with inner turmoil. Or perhaps, I could compensate you on his behalf. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wang Bu'er was momentarily speechless. The weight of his earlier concerns dissipated in an instant. What was this woman thinking? Which goddess fixates on such trivial matters pertaining to men? Do you know Zheng Rou? Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Bu'er. While he could not divulge certain matters, perhaps Zhao Shuang might have insights regarding Zheng Rou. What are you asking her for? By the way, why did you relinquish your spot to Lin Jianxing? Although his cultivation level is commendable, his innate talent is limited. Even if he received the opportunity, he might not progress far in the foundation establishment competition. Zhao Shuang's expression revealed a hint of anxiety as she subtly evaded the question. Wang Bu'er chose not to press further. Since Zhao Shuang was unwilling to speak, it was evident she had her reasons. All right, the Qiyuan sect, Xian sect, and Tianyuan sect have sent you some items. I forgot to give them to you earlier. Take a look. With a sudden burst of excitement, she produced 3 storage bags. Wang Bu'er's eyes lit up. These were undoubtedly offerings from the 3 sects concerning the Tianying Valley affair. His earlier harsh words had merely been a means to vent his frustrations, an act of bravado amidst the atmosphere of sect warfare. And he held little hope for any real outcome. Yet, who would have thought they actually delivered? I have examined them, and there are indeed many valuable items, particularly from the Qiyuan sect, which has made quite a generous contribution this time. Zhao Shuang appeared burdened with thoughts, and after handing the items to Wang Bu'er, she prepared to depart. I will be busy preparing for my journey to Yuma Mountain in the coming days, so I may not have time to accompany you. If you need to find me, you can visit the Elder Council of Xingyuan Palace. With that, she gracefully took her leave. Wang Bu'er reflected inwardly, realizing that his initial suspicions were indeed accurate. Zheng Rou's identity was far from simple, and the same could be said for Zhao Yunsheng, especially concerning his fiancée. Otherwise, given Zhao Yunxing's previous transgressions and his arrogant demeanor, he would have been dealt with long ago. Turning away from such troubling thoughts, Wang Bu'er focused instead on how to acquire more longevity points. Unlike before, during the qi condensation stage, although his innate talent was mediocre and the strength of his meridian system was limited, the support of elixirs allowed him to discern clear progress in his cultivation. However, now that he had entered the foundation establishment stage, the shortcomings of his talent became increasingly apparent. Even with the aid of elixirs, his cultivation speed was most disheartening. Thus, utilizing the system to allocate points remained the optimal path forward. However, all the medicinal gardens of the Xingyuan sect had already been pilfered by him and were still on cooldown. After a moment of inner turmoil, Wang Bu'er, feeling rather bored, decided to rise from his seat. He intended to descend the mountain for a leisurely stroll. After all, idleness would yield nothing. Why not venture to gather some herbs? Given his current level of cultivation, he should be able to explore deeper areas, especially now that the techniques and spells he possessed had been rejuvenated. It was the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with them thoroughly. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to step beyond the mountain gate, a sound transmission talisman soared through the air towards him. Upon reading its contents, Wang Bu'er was instantly filled with delight. It was an invitation from Su Haoran to gather at the Huayan sect. It was mentioned that a friend would be introduced to him. Wang Bu'er's heart stirred. He had long coveted the medicinal gardens of the Huayan sect. Such an excellent opportunity was certainly not to be missed. He extracted a sound transmission talisman and sent a message to Zhao Shuang before making his way to the sect's teleportation array. With his current status, there were no restrictions on using the sect's teleportation array. Stepping into the array, he placed down the spirit stones, and as the light of teleportation ignited, his figure shimmered and vanished without a trace. Chapter 97. The invitation from Su Haoran in the Rain Ink Mountain, the sacred abode of the Huayan sect, which stands as the most formidable sect in the Qi kingdom and indeed across the western regions. One can witness the profound mysteries of nature, bestowed upon it by heaven itself. This place surpasses the Xingyuan sect by far. The Huayan sect is not only blessed with exceptional talents and a rich spiritual heritage in the way of flora and fauna, but has also consistently upheld a principle of peaceful development, maintaining harmonious relations with various nations and sects throughout the western regions, thereby avoiding significant conflicts. It is precisely due to this stability and prosperity, along with the amicable relationships among the celestial sects, that the Huayan sect has experienced steady growth and continues to ascend to unparalleled heights in the western regions. As Wang Bu'er's figure materialized through the sect's teleportation, he immediately spotted Su Haoran, who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, accompanied by the bashful yet excited Su Ziyue. Junior brother Wang, congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation and on your promotion to elder of the Xingyuan sect. Su Haoran exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he approached swiftly. When I join the Xingyuan sect, I shall have to address you as elder. Are you mocking me, senior brother Su? That title of elder is merely a nominal honor, devoid of any real significance. Wang Bu'er replied with a hearty laugh, producing a storage bag and presenting it to Su Ziyue. Junior sister Su, it is but a small token of appreciation. I hope you will find it to your liking. Su Ziyue was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the storage bag, her heart racing with excitement. If the initial encounter outside the marketplace had sparked her interest in Wang Bu'er, their recent adventure in the Tianying Valley had completely captivated her heart. The mere thought of what Wang Bu'er had gifted her was enough to leave her utterly astonished. Slightly shaking his head, Su Haoran felt a twinge of helplessness. He realized that this beautiful heart of his would likely be lost soon. Junior brother Wang, do you have a friend you wish to introduce to me? Is he also a cultivator from the Huayan sect? Wang Bu'er had not considered much beyond expressing his gratitude for Su Ziyue's assistance during their last expedition. Don't rush, he is yet to arrive. First, let us retreat to my cave dwelling, where I have prepared a barbecue and fine wine. After our last encounter, both Ziyue and I have been longing for your culinary skills, but despite our attempts, we could not replicate your flavors. This time, you must teach us. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. Although he inwardly lamented the considerable resources he had expended on this teleportation, his feet betrayed him, leading him to follow Su Haoran to his cave dwelling while he contemplated how to persuade him to explore the sect together and gather some culinary secrets. As Wang Bu'er followed Su Haoran forward, he stealthily harvested vegetables, grinning with delight. Truly, the quality of the medicinal garden of Huayan sect surpassed that of Xingyuan sect by at least 30%. He could hardly contain his eagerness to explore the sect's medicinal garden. Su Ziyue transformed once more into a diligent attendant, serving dishes, pouring wine, and even wiping the mouths of the two. Wang Bu'er relished the delectable food, unaware of where Su Haoran had procured such exquisite meat. After indulging in a hearty meal, the two finally delved into the main topic. Wang Shidi, do you have any thoughts regarding the upcoming Foundation Establishment Disciple Exchange Competition? Su Haoran inquired with a playful tone. Not at the moment. However, I've heard that entering the 3 sects of Daxia City is quite challenging. Out of the 128 individuals from the 17 nations of Daxia, only a small fraction can gain entry, Wang Bu'er replied, shaking his head. Yet, a flicker of inspiration struck him as he observed Su Haoran's smile. Given Su Haoran's inquiry, it was evident that his intentions were far from superficial. Ah, I knew it. Wang Shidi's low-profile approach might not necessarily reflect a disinterest in vying for a spot among the 3 sections. This is precisely why I invited you here. To be candid, I ardently encourage you to pursue the opportunity in the Daxia's 3 sections. I envision us carving out our own path together amidst the 3 sects. Su Haoran's words were quite explicit. Is it decided, Su Shixiang? Wang Bu'er was taken aback, suddenly realizing that with Su Haoran's talents and strength, he stood a considerable chance in the Foundation Establishment Exchange Competition. Of course, both Ziyue and I have already secured guaranteed spots with Huayan sect. We can directly proceed to Daxia City for the second phase, Su Haoran declared with unwavering confidence. Ziyue? Wang Bu'er was momentarily stunned. Su Ziyue had only recently succeeded in her foundation establishment at Tianying Valley, and the highest cultivation level permitted in the Daxia Foundation Establishment Disciple Exchange was the 9th level of foundation establishment. If she participated now, her chances of success seemed slim. This deepened his confusion. What advantages could the 3 sects of Daxia possibly offer? Zhao Yunsheng, Lin Jiansheng, and Su Haoran all aspired to attend, indicating they were privy to some insider knowledge, which fueled their determination. Initially, Wang Bu'er had contemplated a more laid-back approach at Xingyuan's sect, focusing on discreetly gathering medicinal herbs and gradually enhancing his cultivation. However, witnessing the fervor of these 3 individuals stirred a sense of intrigue within him. They were not fools. Their eagerness to participate surely implied substantial benefits. While merely seeking to broaden his horizons might not yield significant returns, the experience gained this time could prove invaluable for future endeavors. As Su Haoran spoke, Wang Bu'er found himself increasingly perplexed. He couldn't help but question the identities of these 2 siblings. From Su Haoran's tone, it seemed that the coveted spots at Xingyuanzong were not as significant here. Do not be anxious, Brother Wang, Su Haoran reassured him. The purpose of your visit is to unveil certain secrets, but we must await another person first. At that time, we will embark on a rather grand scheme, one that requires your involvement to achieve perfection. Su Haoran spoke with feigned mystery, igniting a sense of curiosity within Wang Bu'er. At that moment, it was clear that Su Haoran was reluctant to divulge too much, leaving Wang Bu'er no choice but to continue feasting on the roasted meat before him. The following morning, filled with excitement and deprived of sleep, Wang Bu'er rose early and made his way to Su Haoran's herb garden. Observing Su Ziyue busily tending to the plants, he sought a reason to persuade her to show him around the sect, harboring no ulterior motives other than to pilfer some vegetables. Just then, a streak of light suddenly shot in from the distance, landing at the entrance of the formation outside the cave dwelling, pulsating restlessly. Su Ziyue took hold of a communication talisman, and soon her face lit up with delight. Brother, Yang Deji has arrived. Su Haoran swiftly appeared in the herb garden, checked the talisman, and wasted no time. Brother Wang, the friend I mentioned has arrived. Go and meet him. There will surely be surprises in store for you. With a mysterious smile, the siblings tidied up briefly before joining Wang Bu'er to head towards the Huayan sect's teleportation array. Clearly, the meeting place with this friend was not within the sect itself. Before long, the trio found themselves in the bustling market of Shangyun Mountain. While Wang Bu'er felt little nostalgia for the familiar surroundings, Su Ziyue was visibly excited, her gaze frequently drifting towards Wang Bu'er, reminiscent of past events. They did not linger long in the marketplace. After meandering for a while, they arrived at a quaint shop selling herbs. The shopkeeper, evidently an acquaintance, promptly opened the back door, allowing the 3 to enter. They proceeded to a small courtyard behind the shop, then descended into a winding underground passage, eventually arriving at a cellar. Upon opening a stone door, a small teleportation array appeared before Wang Bu'er. This scene deepened the mystery of their venture, thoroughly piquing Wang Bu'er's curiosity about what matters and what friend warranted such careful secrecy from Su Haoran. Come. Su Haoran beckoned Wang Bu'er to step into the teleportation array. Wang Bu'er felt no hesitation. He trusted Su Haoran's character and did not believe he harbored any ill intentions. With a hum, a wave of disorientation washed over him, and the teleportation concluded. As he stepped out of the array and opened his eyes, Wang Bu'er was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 98. An Unexpected Trial. With a thunderous roar, as Wang Bu'er stepped out of the teleportation array, the space surrounding him quivered violently, ultimately shattering into fragments. Beside him, Su Haoran had vanished without a trace, leaving only Su Ziyue in a state of utter panic amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift materialized, drawing closer with a deafening roar, enveloping both of them within its ominous embrace. Before they could fully react, one of Su Ziyue's arms had already vanished into the void. Wang Bu'er's entire being erupted with a formidable aura, his heart gripped by terror. A dreadful crisis loomed, crashing down upon him with an undeniable intensity. He was faced with 2 choices: to rescue Su Ziyue, which would inevitably consume precious time, albeit only a fleeting instant, sufficient for the rift to extend before him. The likelihood was high that he would not only fail to save Su Ziyue, but also jeopardize his own life in the process. Alternatively, he could choose to abandon the rescue and escape unscathed. Wang Bu'er's eyes widened. He had no luxury of time for contemplation and had to make a decision in that very moment. It was a choice between his own survival or the potential for mutual demise. Damn it, my wretched sense of loyalty. Yet, almost immediately, Wang Bu'er resolved his dilemma. With a series of cracking sounds, radiant golden light erupted from his body, his skin transforming into a glass-like substance. A powerful and unyielding aura coursing through him. Glazed golden body. This newly cultivated physical refinement technique harmonized perfectly with his current body-tempering realm, elevating his physical strength to an astonishing level in an instant. Simultaneously, dark ripples emanated from his clenched fist, unleashing a radiant explosion of destructive light. Demon-slaying fist. Wang Bu'er swiftly moved to Su Ziyue's side, unleashing a devastating punch with his flesh and blood, aimed squarely at the encroaching rift. With a resounding bang, Wang Bu'er's fist shattered, half of his arm exploding in the process. Blood and flesh flew, excruciating pain coursing through him, as his cultivation crumbled in that instant. Nevertheless, his strike bought precious moments, successfully rescuing Su Ziyue. He dared not linger, immediately surging away from the rift's ominous reach. Yet, in that moment, Wang Bu'er suddenly paused, a trace of inscrutable amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth. Then, the matter is quite straightforward. It remains uncertain whether it is Su Haoran or the so-called friend of his that seeks to test me. I did not dwell on this issue. Lifting my gaze, I finally grasped the profound meaning of a verse from a poem of earth in my past life. In the northern land, the scenery is vast. 1,000 miles frozen and 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Before me lay an endless expanse of snowy plains. All around, apart from the flickering light of the teleportation array behind me, was a pristine blanket of white. Without a doubt, one could never guess this place's identity. Observing Wang Bu'er's astonished and perplexed expression, Su Haoran gently patted his shoulder. He then took a couple of steps back and, alongside Su Ziyue, clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to Wang Bu'er. The earlier probing was not our original intention. Rather, it was due to the gravity of the matters we were about to discuss. If Brother Wang harbors any reservations, please express them. We shall accommodate as best as we can. Thank you, Brother Wang, for once again saving my life. Su Haoran's face was awash with regret and guilt. Such probing actions, while seemingly simple, could indeed be quite hurtful. For once the test begins, it signifies a lack of complete trust. However, this probing was not solely his decision. After all, the undertaking ahead bore immense significance, involving countless secrets. A minor misstep could unleash a catastrophic crisis, one they could not possibly endure. Regardless of whether this was a test or a reality, it represented a heartfelt choice for Wang Bu'er. In this choice, Wang Bu'er opted to embrace the risk, choosing Su Ziyue. Su Ziyue's eyes mirrored his sentiment, having witnessed everything with clarity. Without hesitation, Wang Bu'er had chosen to rescue himself. He waved his hand, fully understanding the situation and not taking it to heart. Even if the roles were reversed, he would have made the same choice under similar circumstances. Without responding to their words, he gestured towards the surrounding environment. Could it be that this place lies beyond the 4 nations of the western regions? Let us go. Once we arrive, you will know. Su Haoran offered no explanation, soaring into the air. Wang Bu'er and Su Ziyue promptly followed. From Su Ziyue's demeanor, it was evident this was not her first visit to this place. Though it intrigued her, she had likely never flown on her own before. The trio glided swiftly through the shimmering light. The surroundings were utterly desolate, and Wang Bu'er was at a loss as to how Su Haoran discerned the direction. Before long, at the edge of the snowy expanse, a grand river emerged. The riverbanks shimmered with an icy blue hue, clearly coated in frozen mist, while farther towards the center, the waters churned with increasing turbulence. At one bank, a large hole had been carved into the ice, beside which lay a massive tree trunk. A man clad in gray sat upon this trunk as if it were a bench, propping himself with a rudimentary fishing rod, seemingly engaged in the art of fishing. Snowflakes danced and fell in abundance, yet not a single one landed upon this individual. The grandeur of the scene evoked in Wang Bu'er a pair of poetic lines: a solitary boat, a straw raincoat, an old man fishing alone in the cold river snow. Upon the arrival of 3 individuals, the man turned with a faint smile, and with a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind surged skyward, sweeping away a patch of snow at the riverbank. Beneath it lay a pristine, smooth stone surface, marked by several deliberate engravings. Clearly, this place had been meticulously crafted, though the level of tidiness was rather rudimentary. The man released his grip, allowing the fishing rod to hover in midair. He then stepped forward onto the open ground and gently clasped his fists in greeting. Come, Brother Wang, allow me to introduce you. This is my sworn elder brother, Xianxia. Brother, this is Wang Bu'er, whom I mentioned to you. Xianxia. Wang Bu'er instinctively cast a glance at the man's arm, but found no signs of any blemish. Xianxia's gaze then fell upon Wang Bu'er, a smile gracing his lips. Greetings, Brother Yang. Wang Bu'er promptly returned the gesture. At first glance, Yang's attire appeared somewhat rugged, exuding a sense of a wandering hero of the martial world. Yet, upon speaking, he conveyed an air of remarkable composure, reminiscent of an elder brother. Greetings, Brother Wang. Howren has already informed me about the recent incident concerning Ziyue. I appreciate your assistance. Yang's eyes flickered, revealing an unspoken surprise. Come, let us sit. With another wave of his hand, several chairs crafted from tree stumps manifested on the ground, accompanied by a fire pit. Suddenly, the icy surface by the river shimmered with sword energy, and amidst a flurry of action, several plump fish were swiftly gutted and prepared for cooking over the fire. I hear that Brother Wang enjoys barbecuing. While I have no other exotic beasts here, the flavor of the ice river fish is unparalleled. You must try it. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Bu'er felt a stirring within. He realized that the man before him possessed the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 99. The Three Oaths on the Snowfield. Brother Wang, there is no need for you to be overly formal. Consider this place as the cave where we once roasted meat, Su Howren reassured, sensing Wang Bu'er's unease. Brother Yang is not a stranger, so feel free to ask any questions you may have. We can discuss our matters later. Su Ziyue hurriedly joined Wang Bu'er's side, both of them becoming engrossed in their tasks. Soon, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. I see. Brother Yang possesses formidable spiritual awareness. Yet it seems, not rooted in the traditions of the 5 sects of the Western regions. Could it be that we are no longer within the boundaries of the Four Nations? With a skewer in hand, Wang Bu'er's tension began to dissipate as he attempted to inquire. Upon hearing this, Yang could not suppress his astonishment, which was tinged with a hint of excitement. It appears that Brother Wang's spiritual perception is quite impressive, as you have discerned that my spiritual essence does not originate from the Four Nations. You are correct, yet not entirely so. This is indeed the extreme north of the Yuan Kingdom, still within the territory of the Four Nations, but I am not of their cultivation. I hail from the Wanling sect, one of the 3 sects of the Daxia city. Wang Bu'er's jaw dropped in disbelief as he cast a glance at Su Howren. Indeed, this revelation was astonishing. Initially, he had merely wished to inquire about matters pertaining to the 3 sects of Daxia and the combat exchanges among foundational disciples. Now, Su Howren had directly provided him with a practitioner from one of the 3 sects of Daxia. This was rather forthright. Well then, I believe you need not overthink it. Brother Wang, since you are a trusted friend of Howren, you are also a friend I can trust. I have encountered many low-ranking practitioners of Daxia, and I possess a general understanding of their concerns. Yang Guo raised his hand, revealing a scroll that he presented to Wang Bu'er. Regarding the matters of the 3 sects of Daxia, due to your current status, there is not much I can divulge. However, it is sufficient to provide you with a general overview. In summary, the 3 sects of Daxia are not ordinary sects, and Daxia City is not merely an ordinary city. As the core of the cultivation world among the 17 nations of Daxia, its location and status are imbued with special significance. To put it in simpler terms, you could perceive it as a vast seal, and the purpose of the 3 sects is to guard it. The foundational disciple exchange battle among the 17 nations of Daxia fundamentally aims to attract celestial prodigies into the 3 sects, thereby replenishing their ranks. As Yang Guo elucidated, Wang Bu'er unfurled the scroll. The images depicted 3 colossal boulders being shifted from afar to seal a massive fissure in the ground. Beneath that fissure lay what appeared to be another realm, teeming with fearsome beasts and numerous cultivators engaged in a life-and-death struggle. In that world, there were several indistinct structures resembling cities, all in a state of devastation, filled with an aura of death, while the beasts rampaged within. At the bottom of this world lies a crimson river. However, the first impression it imparts upon Wang Bu'er is not that of water, but rather that of blood. Is there a significant loss of life there? As Wang Bu'er gazes upon the blood river, though the scene appears still under his scrutiny, the waters seem to ripple, revealing countless skeletal remains beneath the surface. It is not merely large. Yang Guo produces a flask of wine and takes a hearty swig. It is, in fact, exceedingly vast. The so-called disciple exchange battles of the Great Xia Kingdom can only absorb a few dozen disciples each time. Yet in reality, the 3 major sects of Great Xia recruit over 1,000 cultivators annually through various channels. Nevertheless, this still cannot offset the losses. He seems to be reminded of some past events, and a haze envelopes his gaze. In this tranquil period, crises are scarce. The 3 sects have ample time to amass manpower and resources. However, should any upheaval arise, should war be necessary, a river of blood will flow in an instant. Wang Bu'er's heart is stirred. Indeed, Yang Guo speaks little, yet combined with the scroll in his hand, A rough picture is gradually being sketched in Wang Bu'er's mind. Perhaps, this seemingly peaceful realm of cultivation is not as safe and leisurely as it appears on the surface. Behind the tranquility of the 17 nations, a colossal crisis lurks, waiting to break free and wreak havoc upon the world. Brother Wang, all I can say now is this much. As for this scroll, its origins are simple and not deemed illicit. How much you can glean from it depends entirely on you. Xianxia smiles at Wang Bu'er, ceasing further discourse, while Su Haoran beside him also seems disinclined to speak. Conversely, Su Ziyue wears an anxious expression. Wang Bu'er remains silent, fixated on the scroll before him, his thoughts racing. From this scroll, he can vividly sense the carnage therein. Though he has not directly experienced such scenes, he has certainly witnessed them. He recalls his homeland, Huaxia, and the countless martyrs who, for the continuity of Huaxia and the revival of the Huaxia nation, sacrificed everything amidst innumerable crises, forging various fortifications of safety with their unknown blood and tears. Especially the valiant battles against foreign invasions, whose heroism mirrors that depicted in this scroll. After a long while, Wang Bu'er finally exhales deeply. He remembers Lin Jiansheng and the words he just uttered, to achieve great deeds, to bring glory to the family, and to contend against fate. Alas, this damned sense of responsibility. Wang Bu'er shakes his head in resignation. Although Su Haoran and Xianxia have yet to divulge any details, he has already made a decision. There is no escape. Despite his desire for tranquility and to lay back, the bloodline of a Huaxia person in his past life compels him to seek not mere self-preservation. Senior brother Su, no need for further words. I have made my decision. Wang Bu'er slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the boundless snowy expanse before him, observing the surging ice river and feeling the flurry of snowflakes that danced in the air. He exhaled deeply, regardless of what this place was, regardless of the dangers that lurked within, and regardless of the sacrifices that might be demanded. He suddenly shook his head in silence. As he articulated these thoughts, it felt as though something within him had been unlocked, granting his heart an unexpected sense of liberation. Whatever may come, regardless of the plans the two might have, I shall assist in this endeavor. Upon hearing these words, both Su Haoran and Xianxia simultaneously broke into smiles. Particularly Xianxia, who gradually rose from the tree stump, took a step back, and respectfully cupped his fists in salute towards Wang Bu'er. Brother Wang, the earlier test was my suggestion. I hope you do not hold Haoran accountable. Should you have any concerns, please voice them. I shall certainly accommodate. Before Xianxia could finish, Wang Bu'er waved his hand dismissively. Brother Yang, you need not worry. It is but a common human sentiment. There is no cause for concern. Were our positions reversed, I would have acted similarly. He exhaled, speaking the truth. This place was neither Earth nor Huaxia. Su Haoran was Su Haoran, and Xianxia was Xianxia. He bore no obligation to trust them. Yet, following this trial, there remained no barriers between the three. Ah, you two, calling each other brother is rather awkward. I have an idea. Since you have already sworn brotherhood with Yang, why not add brother Wang to the fold? Wouldn't it be splendid for the three of us? Su Ziyue suddenly stood up, seemingly jesting. Though her words were playful, Su Haoran and Xianxia exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with newfound enthusiasm as they turned to Wang Bu'er. What a splendid notion. It's a joy to meet you at last. Wang Bu'er waved his hand grandly, and from his storage bag, a jar of exquisite wine soared forth, releasing a rich fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. What are we waiting for? Su Haoran likewise raised his hand, summoning 3 fiery red flying swords that, upon a thunderous tremor, ascended into the sky, their brilliance dazzling. This is indeed perfect. Xianxia laughed heartily, flipping his palm as the stone ground beneath him rumbled, a stone platform rising to form a kind of altar. He took a jar of wine from Wang Bu'er, flicked his finger, and a drop of blood shot forth, falling into the jar. Now it's my turn. Su Haoran stepped forward, breaking the skin of his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall in. Wang Bu'er remained silent, following suit without hesitation, allowing his blood to mingle within the jar. Hold on, you must include me as well. At that moment, Su Ziyue, unwilling to be outdone, stood up, her cheeks flushed as she dripped her blood into the jar. Though Su Haoran and Xianxia felt a touch of helplessness, they refrained from with a series of resonant knocks. The 4 individuals exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, subsequently kneeling around the circular stone altar, with heaven above as witness, and the solid earth as testimony. By the mountains and rivers, we swear our oath, united as one across the 4 seas. I Xianxia. I Su Haoran. I Wang Bu'er. I Su Ziyue. From this day forth, we seal our brotherhood with blood. Henceforth, we shall entrust our lives to one another, rescue each other in times of fortune and misfortune, and stand by each other in adversity. Those who disrupt our brotherhood from outside shall face the consequences of their betrayal, met with certain death. Should any brother betray another, the same fate shall await them. With heaven and earth as our witnesses, and the mountains and rivers as our alliance, should we violate this vow, may we face divine retribution and utter annihilation. As the blood wine flows down our throats, our vows ascend to the heavens, our brotherly bond solidified in ice, reaching the very clouds. Chapter 100. Concerned that the scene would be too beautiful to behold, she dared not look. Second brother, third brother. It is not that I am unwilling to divulge more details regarding the affairs of the three sects in the great Xia city. Rather, you are not yet qualified to comprehend them fully. This point may cause some confusion for you, third brother. However, the Su family has always been one of the prestigious families within the great Xia cultivation realm, and both Howren and Ziyue should have long been acquainted with the relevant taboos within the family. This is a matter of principle, and even though we are now sworn brothers, this principle cannot be breached. Everything will naturally come to light once you enter the three sects of Great Xia. I trust you both. No, all three of you have no objections. After the brotherhood was established, the relationship among the four had drastically changed. Although there was still some awkwardness, the barriers that once existed had vanished. Particularly between Wang Bu'er and Su Howren, their bond was evidently more harmonious. No objections. I understand what elder brother is thinking. Some matters, if known too early, bring no benefit to us. Su Howren waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Wang Bu'er nodded in agreement. Though their time together had been brief, he had developed a preliminary understanding of Yanghua. He was undoubtedly a passionate and grand-hearted man. Elder brother, did you come specifically to find second brother? Wang Bu'er suddenly inquired, realizing that since Yanghua was a disciple of the Wanjing sect, and given the multitude of secrets within the great Xia city, he would not casually venture into the western regions. It wouldn't simply be to share a meal with the two of them. Upon his question, a playful smile simultaneously emerged on the faces of Yanghua, Su Howren, and Su Ziyue. Well, third brother, the truth is I came here specifically to seek your assistance. As he spoke, Yanghua appeared somewhat bashful. Seek my assistance? In an instant, Wang Bu'er sensed an air of conspiracy. It was evident that both of them harbored ulterior motives, particularly Yanghua, whose smile appeared exceedingly sinister. Could these two be plotting against him? Wang Bu'er couldn't help but recoil slightly. Assist? With what? Oh, it's nothing major. I merely wish for you to help me with a blind date. Yanghua chuckled, leaving Wang Bu'er momentarily speechless. A blind date? Assisting Yanghua with a blind date? Such a scenario could indeed unfold within the realm of cultivation. Third brother, do not rush. The situation is not as troublesome as you imagine. I heard from second brother that you possess quite the prowess with women, which is why I sought your help. Indeed, you have quite the skill. Elder Zhao has made that known, and now the 4 countries of the western regions are aware of it. Su Howren and Yanghua chimed in unison, while Su Ziyue pouted, frustratedly tapping her foot. This reasoning left Wang Bu'er momentarily at a loss for words. To have successfully managed the most difficult woman in the 4 countries of the western regions was indeed a significant feat. However, when it comes to blind dates, ultimately, one must meet in person. Even if I could assist you in arranging a blind date, would I be able to help you consummate the union? Wang Bu'er said with a hint of frustration. Of course, if it came to that, he would be more than willing. Many a man would share such sentiments. Hey, third brother, you're overthinking it. I'm not asking you to help me succeed in the blind date. Rather, I wish for you to assist me in failing. Yanghua spoke earnestly, his expression filled with anticipation. Wang Bu'er paused for a few seconds in silence, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. Brother, I've only ever heard that succeeding in blind dates is difficult. I've never heard of failing being a challenge. Just do something that they dislike, and it should suffice. Making a woman like you may be arduous, but making her detest you is a simple endeavor. The issue lies here. Su Howren shook his head. Your brother's status and lineage are extraordinary. Let me put it this way. Regardless of anything else, just because of your brother's name, those who go on dates with him would pursue marriage without hesitation. He cast a knowing glance. Wang Bu'er instantly grasped the implication. Ah, yet another rich second generation. He exclaimed, third brother, as long as you can assist me with this, I will agree to anything you propose. You have no idea. I've employed various methods to evade blind dates, yet I remain unable to withstand the relentless pressures from my family. I have no desire to inherit the family business, nor do I wish to be entangled with anyone. I simply wish to cultivate in peace. A partner would only hinder my swordsmanship. Please, lend me your aid. One to you? Well, very well then. With the discussion reaching this point, Wang Bu'er found himself with little choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Wait a moment, brother, what did you just say? They? Did you just say they? A day later, in the Chao Kingdom, one of the 4 eastern domains at the Huanyu sect, Wang Bu'er stood aloft, his flowing gown dancing in the wind. He wore a silver mask, a remarkable artifact that allowed him to temporarily alter his essence and appearance to that of a woman. In pursuit of this mask, Xianxia had gone to great lengths, paying thrice the price at an auction to procure it. When the mask radiated its brilliance, even core formation cultivators could not discern the truth. On his back rested an elegantly crafted flying sword. The aura of the sword intertwined seamlessly with his own, creating a harmonious presence. From a distance, Wang Bu'er appeared as a striking female foundational cultivator. At this moment, he held a jade slip in his hand, engraved with the details of his objective. The profile of Yang was first blind date. Xianxia, a prominent disciple of the inner sect of the illusory feather sect, possesses a cultivation level of the 4th stage of foundation establishment. Her father is a distinguished elder within the sect, while her mother is a second-tier alchemist. Renowned for her breathtaking beauty, she is often referred to as the most exquisite woman of the illusory feather sect. The true nature of Xianxia's background remains somewhat elusive to Wang Bu'er, yet it is undoubtedly impressive. Furthermore, Zhao Ying's mother and Xianxia's mother share a deep friendship. The families have been deliberating over this marriage for many years. Aside from Xianxia's hesitance, both sets of parents have effectively regarded each other as in-laws. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. I am about to commit a grave sin. After shaking his head in disbelief, Wang Bu'er descended gracefully before the mountain gate. In the distance, Xianxia and Su Haoran concealed themselves meticulously within the forest. Why doesn't the 3rd brother allow Ziyue to accompany us? Su Haoran suddenly inquired, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Bu'er. The 3rd brother mentioned that he fears the scene may be too beautiful for her to bear. Xianxia casually replied. Then why is he disguised as a man? And why does he carry a sword, as if he were a disciple of the Qiyuan sect? Su Haoran continued to question. He just said he is afraid of being hunted. Xianxia retorted, Brother, what do you think the 3rd brother will do to make Zhao Ying dislike him so intensely that she would not wish to become his partner? Su Haoran asked in a hushed tone. How should I know? You have known him longer. You should be well aware. Xianxia replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Do we not come together? Can't you see that I am just as perplexed? Xianxia stared intently at Wang Bu'er, seeking to glean some wisdom from the situation. He thought to himself, it would not be prudent to continually burden Wang Bu'er with this matter. At that moment, Wang Bu'er finally made a move at the mountain gate. He landed before it, unsheathed the flying sword strapped to his back, and with a resonant clang, drove it into the ground. Then, with his hands clasped behind him, he approached the mountain gate with an air of audacity. Xianxia, come forth. If you dare to compete with me for Xianxia, I shall challenge you to a duel to the death. Chapter 101. Beneath the Zhongnan Mountain, the tomb of the living dead, and the little dragon girl. Amidst the dazed expressions of the gatekeeping disciples of the Huanyu sect, Wang Bu'er descended slowly. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a beautiful woman? Wang Bu'er swayed his waist. Although the mask concealed his appearance and altered his aura, any transformation regarding his physique was severely limited. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. For the sake of his brother's lifelong affair, and to avoid entangling himself, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Fortunately, although the gazes of the two seemed astonished, they did not see through Wang Bu'er's disguise, which provided him with a measure of relief. After waiting for a few minutes with no apparent movement, Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow, preparing to call out once more. Suddenly, a beam of light flared to life to one side of the mountain gate, and as the fluctuation of the teleportation energy spread, figures began to materialize within. The teleportation distance was evidently quite short, making the process swift. Almost as soon as the light flickered, these individuals stepped forth. As these figures emerged, they immediately unleashed their cultivation power. There were more than 10 of them, nearly all men. The only woman among them had long black hair, a slender figure, and an unadorned face that bore a hint of coldness and fury, rendering her even more striking. This woman was Zhao Ying. Wang Bu'er's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated the arrival of such a multitude. All of these individuals were at the 3rd and 4th levels of foundation establishment. Notably, Zhao Ying was clearly on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to enter the 5th level at any moment. Brothers and sisters, this individual is speaking nonsense and making a ruckus at our mountain gate. According to the sect's laws, he should be apprehended and sent to the law enforcement hall for judgment. Zhao Ying's gaze slightly contracted as she swept over Wang Bu'er, immediately revealing a hint of derision. She had been diligently cultivating in her cave abode, particularly elated recently due to the imminent arranged marriage set by her parents. She had long heard that her prospective husband was a scion of a prestigious family, not only possessing exceptional talent and character, but also extraordinary cultivation aptitude. Though he was only a few years her senior, he had already reached the core formation stage. Although they had never met, thanks to her mother's connections, they were considered childhood acquaintances. She had been troubled about her lifelong commitment, especially since her own beauty and talent were equally remarkable, rendering her unimpressed with the male cultivators in the sect, who had become a source of vexation. This time, she believed she would finally marry into a prominent family. However, just as she was indulging in delightful fantasies, a disciple had reported that someone was provoking at the sect's entrance, and their words were exceedingly offensive. It sounded as if she were competing for a man with someone else. Other matters could be tolerated, but this was intolerable. If others heard of it, wouldn't it become a tremendous joke? I, Xianxia, am of outstanding character and talent. How could I possibly lack suitors without resorting to becoming a third party? Competing for a man with someone else? As her words fell, her fellow disciples immediately sprang into action, rushing toward Wang Bu'er. Why is it permissible for you to speak? Yet not for me. I see you possess a certain allure. What is this? Have all the men of the illusory feather sect perished? Must you contend with others for attention? Today, I shall thoroughly deal with you, vile creature. Wang Bu'er's eyes sparkled with determination. Aware that his time to act was limited, should he truly provoke the core formation cultivators of the illusory feather sect, his only recourse would be to flee. As he countered with scorn, he advanced a step forward. With the full force of his foundation establishment stage, his surroundings shimmered as if a layer of water ripples had parted the distance, allowing him to appear before a male cultivator in an instant. Seeking death, are we? Zhao Shimi, allow me to subdue this rambling fool. The illusory feather cultivator laughed heartily, launching a powerful punch toward Wang Bu'er. Simultaneously, his right hand grasped the air, unleashing a torrent of sword light aimed to entangle and annihilate Wang Bu'er. Yet, before he could even complete his boastful proclamation, an enormous hand materialized from thin air, crushing all the sword light into oblivion. Wang Bu'er, without even glancing at the incoming punch, retaliated with a strike of his own. Boom! An overwhelming force surged forward, and the illusory feather cultivator felt as though a mighty avalanche had descended upon him. With a crack, he widened his eyes, letting out a shrill scream. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as his arm disintegrated upon colliding with Wang Bu'er's hand. Had Wang Bu'er not held back at the last moment, his entire arm and shoulder would have been obliterated. Be cautious, this individual is a body refinement cultivator, he shouted as he retreated, warning those behind him. But Wang Bu'er's sword was swifter still. Before his words could fully escape, a dazzling sword light erupted behind him. True essence, sword technique. Skyward sword technique. The radiant sword light shattered the surrounding air, while a fellow male cultivator of the same foundation establishment stage raised two spirit light shields to defend himself. Although both shields were of medium-grade spiritual artifacts, they flickered and dimmed in the wake of the sword light's onslaught. In the face of this cultivator's astonished gaze, Wang Bu'er closed the distance in an instant, sending him flying. Mid-air, the sound of cracking bones echoed from his chest, and torrents of blood, accompanied by fragments of his insides, gushed forth. Not pursuing further, Wang Bu'er flipped his palm, unleashing a golden sword light that split into 36 paths. The cataclysmic sword energy surged forward, overwhelming in its advance. 36 beams of sword light, each with its own trajectory, technique, angle, and speed, descended upon the remaining male cultivator like a celestial spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous roars echoed as sword light scattered chaotically, accompanied by continuous cries of anguish and alarm. Wang Bu'er, with his flowing skirt and cascading hair, resembled a celestial being among swords, impervious to any opposition. This scene caused Xianxia, the only one who had not engaged, and thus remained untouched by Wang Bu'er's wrath, to furrow her brow in concern. As all the sword lights converged and her fellow disciples lay sprawled across the ground, wailing and howling in agony, her heart could no longer contain its tumultuous tremor. Who on earth are you? Her breath quickened involuntarily, her heartbeat raced uncontrollably. The power of the woman before her surpassed all her wildest imaginings. Although she considered herself a prodigious talent of the illusory feather sect, she humbly acknowledged that, had she been in the same position, she lacked the strength to deliver such a crushing defeat. How could you think only of marrying Xianxia without inquiring about those who surround him? Beneath the mask, Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow slightly, his complexion pale, yet conflicted. Had he truly forgotten to grant himself a more imposing name? You dare to cause a ruckus in the illusory feather sect, but refrain from revealing your identity? Xianxia's lovely face was suffused with anger. The more ambiguous Wang Bu'er's words became, the more they resonated as truth in her ears. She was deeply troubled. While she held high hopes for Xianxia, she realized, as Wang Bu'er pointed out, that she knew little about him. Could it be that this woman before her is the one currently by Xianxia's side? Had she unwittingly become the third party? Wang Bu'er pouted, thoughts racing through his mind until he finally recalled Yang's name. Beneath the Zhongnan mountain, in the tomb of the living dead, there lay the little dragon girl. Brother, do not blame me for borrowing your idea. The time is too short, and I cannot concoct something new. Illusory Feather Sect, inner disciple, Xianxia. Xianxia furrowed her delicate brows once more, as the place name mentioned by Wang Bu'er left her utterly perplexed. I grant you 3 opportunities to strike. If you can defeat me, I shall willingly concede Yangguo to you. If you cannot prevail, it shall prove that you cannot keep pace with him, and you should relinquish your fantasies to avoid jeopardizing his future. As he spoke, his inner cultivation erupted with a resounding force, and the aura of his flesh and bones surged rapidly. The glazed golden body, the might of the giant spirit, the feather heart sutra, all were elevated to their peak. The golden flying sword darted back to his side, unleashing a piercing sword cry, its edge boundless, and the spirit of battle surged forth. Chapter 102, The Battle Before the Illusory Feather Gate. Brother, why didn't you mention earlier how formidable our third brother is? In the distance, Su Haoran and Yangguo crouched together, intently observing the unfolding battlefield. Wang Bu'er swiftly dispatched the dozen or so adversaries, leaving Yangguo aghast, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? I didn't mention it. Allow me to enlighten you, elder brother. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. During the foundational trials at the Sky Eagle Valley, our third brother single-handedly faced 22 opponents, and he slaughtered them with ease. A proud and triumphant smile spread across Su Haoran's face. Moreover, how could the sworn brotherhood I've forged possibly lack such prowess? Yangguo nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he were not formidable, he would not be worthy of being my sworn brother. However, could this escalate beyond control? Given the current situation, it seems our third brother intends to incapacitate Xianxia. Yangguo's expression reflected a hint of concern. Ah, elder brother, you fail to see the bigger picture. Our third brother acts with your best interests at heart, aiming for a resolution once and for all. Just watch the spectacle unfold. Soon, no one shall dare to trouble you regarding matchmaking again. Su Haoran regarded Wang Bu'er with admiration. Wang Bu'er certainly possesses the means. Once this battle concludes, anyone contemplating a match with Yangguo will first have to weigh their own worthiness against Wang Bu'er's might. A resolution once and for all. Yangguo furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet he could not quite articulate. Enough is enough. Xianxia felt a deep sense of injustice. She had done nothing wrong, yet now she found herself cornered by Wang Bu'er. As a distinguished young lady, she was suddenly faced with the humiliation of being perceived as an intruder in another's affections. As a revered figure of her sect, she was accustomed to being cherished and revered. How could she endure this indignity? With a surge of energy, her aura erupted, her hair flowing as if caught in an unseen wind. As she stepped forward, an overwhelming force radiated from her. Though she was a woman, her cultivation and inherent nature were fiercely assertive. The two forces collided, creating a momentary stalemate. Xianxia's complexion drained of color, her fury intensifying. Wang Bu'er, masked yet equally resolute, let out a cold snort. Yan Wing, strike. With a fierce cry, Xianxia executed rapid hand gestures, casting one incantation after another. Instantly, mist enveloped her, and when it erupted, a single azure wing materialized with explosive force. Though it was but one wing, the surrounding air crackled with the power of thunder, a tempest of destructive energy swirling wildly. With a single flap of her wing, a torrent of azure lightning surged forth, roaring like a tsunami, aimed directly at Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er's eyes sparkled as he pointed at the flying sword before him. Waves of sword shadows erupted from the blade, extending and dissipating like the emergence of a great dragon. One side unleashed a sea of thunder, while the other summoned a dragon of sword energy. Sword dragons clashed against the storm. In the midst of the tumult, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Regardless of how terrifying the tempest of thunder might be, it was effortlessly torn asunder upon a mere brush with Wang Bu'er's sword aura. This scene caused Xianxia's eyes to widen in disbelief. However, she remained undeterred, her gaze resolute as she reached out into the void and then forcefully yanked. With a thunderous roar, like pulling a kite, more luminous bolts of lightning surged forth, transforming into a magnificent spectacle. Surrounding the solitary wings, a colossal figure gradually materialized. Unmistakably an ancient swan. Although this swan, like the wings themselves, only possessed a single half, its aura, coupled with an unfathomable force of annihilation, expanded exponentially in an instant. This was one of the most formidable spells within the foundation-building realm of the Illusory Feather Sect, the Illusory Feather Technique. Though her cultivation still lingered at the 4th stage of foundation building, Xianxia had diligently honed this technique to its utmost limit. Amidst the resounding echoes, a more terrifying lightning strike descended. Wang Bu'er inhaled deeply, a a flicker of tension crossing his features. While his current strength was indeed exceptional, he was acutely aware of the fundamental disparity between himself and those prodigies who had ascended solely through their own prowess. He raised his hand, dazzling radiance immediately blossoming around him, transforming into a resplendent shield of light. However, in the next moment, an unsettling realization gripped him, and with gritted teeth, the four luminous shields vanished in an instant. His right hand lifted, and the flying sword shot forth. As he raised his hand, his fingers pressed upon the blade. A thunderous sound erupted, and in that instant, the flying sword surged violently, multiplying to 5 times its original size. Layer upon layer of sword sounds erupted before him, coalescing into a colossal hand of sword aura, wielding 5-fold brilliance, and slicing through the air. The sword cultivation technique. This was said to be one of the pinnacle techniques foundational to the Qi Yuan sect. A tempest howled, a malevolent aura filled the air. The violent force tore through the surroundings, causing tremors as the very fabric of space howled in protest, the ground quaking beneath them, sinking under the pressure. Numerous plants were reduced to dust. Wang Bu'er swiftly retreated, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. His momentum wavered precariously. Xianxia too found herself in a precarious position, staggering backward 7 or 8 steps before spitting out a mouthful of blood, her gaunt face turning even paler. What a thrill! However, this third strike may well be beyond your capacity to endure. This moment elicited a sudden, resounding laughter from Xianxia. Her words echoed as she tapped her storage bag, and a crimson flying sword shimmered into existence. An overwhelming blaze of flames erupted forth, and with a gentle pat of her palm, it soared skyward. In an instant, the clouds behind the thunderous swan appeared to ignite, bursting into a frenzied blaze. Although I, Xianxia, may not be an unparalleled genius, never before in my previous battles has anyone compelled me to unleash this final move. As the voice fell, the sky was momentarily engulfed in a cataclysm of fiery clouds, obliterating all in its wake. Yanling, reborn. With a single strike, the heavens seemed to rend asunder, and from the flames surged a swan-like creature, its form half ethereal, half corporeal, engulfed in fire. As it emerged, its body underwent a sudden transformation, an overwhelming aura radiating forth. This swan had astonishingly metamorphosed into a phoenix. An essence that seemed poised to look down upon the entire universe reverberated through the air. Wang Bu'er's gaze narrowed instinctively, and he felt an urge to retreat. Yet, gritting his teeth, he refrained from invoking the protective divine light of the small, imperceptible form. A smile unexpectedly graced his lips, and at that moment, as the phoenix unleashed a torrent of sword light and thunder, a tremendous force of blood vitality erupted within him. The heavens echoed, and his own body resonated with a thunderous roar, his blood surging back to coalesce into a luminous crimson aura enveloping him. This bloodlight began to shift, first turning a hue of bronze, then transforming into a pure white, and finally adopting a translucent jade-like brilliance. Ultimately, it culminated in a dazzling golden radiance. Glorious golden body refining and Dan formation. Although Wang Bu'er had previously attained a level of bone tempering in his cultivation, he had been unable to fully manifest due to the limitations of his techniques. But now he could. As the golden light soared, he made no attempt to summon any form of defense. Instead, he raised his palm and hurled a punch towards the oncoming tempest of sword energy. Boom! An invisible wave of blood vitality surged around his fist, colliding fiercely with the phoenix's head, unleashing a cataclysm of crimson light that erupted from Wang Bu'er's hand. Amidst the thunderous roar, the head of the phoenix shattered instantly. Xianxia's complexion drastically paled, her face growing even more ashen, blood trickling once again from her lips. She unleashed more of her cultivation, recklessly channeling it into the phoenix. Yet, in the face of absolute power, it proved utterly futile. In an instant, the phoenix was completely annihilated, along with the ancient red flying sword in her grasp, which too faded into dullness. She staggered backward, her internal energy in disarray, unable to sustain herself, ultimately collapsing to the ground. At that moment, her eyes reflected not only despair, but also an overwhelming sense of confusion. She had lost. Utterly and completely. Even the secret techniques of her sect had been forcibly dismantled by Wang Bu'er. Xianxia, you are unworthy of Yanghua. I do not expect you to abandon your fantasies, but I implore you, do not hinder his ascension to divinity. What must be relinquished must indeed be relinquished. This time serves merely as a warning. Should I discover further entanglement with him, I shall defeat you each time I encounter you. With these words, Wang Bu'er cast a final glance at the entrance of the illusory feather sect, then resolutely turned and soared into the skies. Chapter 103. Brother, do you have other matchmakers? 2 days later, nestled within the mountains not far from the Liao kingdom of the eastern domain, Su Haoran and Yang Bu'er leaned against each other, their feet resting upon flying swords as they traversed swiftly. However, at this moment, a certain complexity clouded their expressions and gazes. Brother, have we perhaps made too much of a fuss this time? How many matchmakers do you actually have? Su Haoran inquired, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice. Since departing from the illusory feather sect, the Bai Hao sect had become their third destination. That's not important, Yang Bu'er replied, shaking his head, seemingly unprepared to answer. His attention diverted to a figure ahead, Wang Bu'er, soaring through the air on his sword. What matters is, I can't shake the feeling that our third brother seems somewhat addicted to this now. Isn't that a good thing? You won't have to fret about such matters in the future, Su Haoran countered dismissively. Moreover, he has done me such a significant favor. Why does he insist on me promising to take him to the great summer city to explore the three sects whenever I have the chance? Yang Bu'er found it difficult to comprehend his younger brother's motives. Perhaps he simply enjoys the scenery. Su Haoran maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Ahead, Wang Bu'er, if he so desired, could easily overhear the conversation between the two behind him. Yet, at this moment, he was wholly indifferent, his focus intensely directed inward. Since his arrival in the realm of cultivation, his innate talent had been his greatest shortcoming and source of frustration. Much like a ship, no matter how swiftly it sails, the limited cargo hold imposes an inevitable cap on its transport capacity. In contrast, true geniuses are akin to vast cargo vessels, their advantages evident from the very onset. However, following his battle with xianxia, he made a remarkable discovery. His meridians, dantian, and everything else had experienced enhancement amidst the fierce intensity of combat. This phenomenon had previously eluded his notice. But now, with his techniques, particularly his body refinement and spiritual awareness methods, having progressed, he became acutely aware of this subtle transformation. His innate talent had indeed been elevated. Furthermore, the more he engaged in those decisive battles, relying less on external resources, the greater his enhancement became. Although the overall improvement was modest, Wang Bu'er understood the principle of gradual accumulation. Brick by brick, a mountain is formed. Given ample time and sufficient training, the eventual accumulation would reach a truly formidable magnitude. In such moments, his innate talent would undergo a fundamental transformation, no longer regarded as a shortcoming. Despite the system's capabilities allowing him to continuously progress even in a state of negligence, he recognized that anything could be lost. Should a day arise when he could no longer access the system, or if it were to malfunction, the only reliable foundation he could depend upon would ultimately be himself. In circumstances where qualifications may not dictate every outcome, they can still significantly influence many aspects. Thus, he resolved to persist in this relentless struggle. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 20. Lifespan: 19, 261 years, 2 months, 15 days, 9 hours. Body refinement: Bone forging 25 100, spiritual power, foundation establishment 3rd, level 1 100. Consciousness, rotating illumination 0 100, immortal farming skill, unrestrained, single-minded. Alchemist, 4th rank alchemist 910. Ant farm, 130. Qing Feng sword technique, 4-4. Buzhou Qian Feng, 3-3. Liuli golden body, 5-5. Lingxi nurturing mind method, 6-6. Banyo heart sutra, 6-6. True Essence Sword Technique, 5-5. Sword Nurturing Method, 6-12. Splitting Light and Shadow Sword Technique, 7-7. Long Sword Skyward Technique, 5-5. Xiao Wuxiang Protective Divine Light, 5-5. Raising Cloud Hand, 4-4. Giant Spirit Strength, 3-3. Demon Extinguishing Fist, 4-4. Yushu, Sun and Moon Vast Sky Technique, 0-9. After 2 consecutive battles, Wang Bu'er had nearly sacrificed 300 years of his lifespan. Yet, in comparison to the enhancement of his qualifications, it was an invaluable trade. For Wang Bu'er, the breakthrough in cultivation was now rather effortless. The true challenge lay in the advancement of his qualifications. When viewed in this light, qualifications were the essence, while cultivation levels were merely the periphery. Upon contemplating all of this, Wang Bu'er felt invigorated. Brother, are you certain that you have only these 5 arranged suitors? He suddenly slowed his sword flight, eagerly inquiring as the two approached. 5. Is that not sufficient? Yang Bu'er was at a loss for words. Wang Bu'er's obsession seemed rather extraordinary. 5, indeed, was already quite a considerable number. Then, do you have any others who have not been arranged for matchmaking? Perhaps those who harbor secret affections for you, or those who are infatuated with you? Wang Bu'er continued. Regardless, if there is anything you wish to resolve, feel free to express it. I shall address it all at once. Wang Bu'er found himself quite intrigued by his current attire, identity, and method of combat. He had already decided that should such opportunities arise again, he would employ these techniques and tactics once more. Actually, there are two senior sisters in the Wanling sect who are quite fond of me and constantly seek various reasons to approach me. It's rather bothersome, Xianxia replied, contemplating seriously with a sense of pride. Senior sisters? Wang Bu'er pondered. Golden core? Indeed. Naturally they are golden core cultivators, Xianxia affirmed with unwavering seriousness. My apologies. Wang Bu'er decisively turned away, opting not to mention the matter again. Engaging in battles with Foundation establishment practitioners was already sufficient. He had no desire to confront golden core cultivators just yet. However, unbeknownst to Wang Bu'er, even though his forthcoming opportunities to take action were limited, the targets of his challenges were the absolute elites among the various sects of the Eastern Domain. Particularly, these individuals were all exquisite female cultivators, and they had connections to Xianxia. Furthermore, he himself was also a female cultivator. The convergence of such coincidences reverberated throughout the realm of foundation-building practitioners within the Eastern Domain, causing a significant stir. In the Eastern Domain, a remarkably talented female cultivator emerged. For the sake of her beloved, she single-handedly traversed the 5 sects of the Eastern Domain, engaging in combat before the gates of each sect, defeating 5 illustrious female cultivators in succession. 5 battles, 5 victories. She had no entourage. Each time she fought, it was just her and her sword. She arrived gracefully and departed just as elegantly. Her cultivation level was not particularly formidable, and nearly every opponent she faced surpassed her in prowess. Yet, each battle was a resounding triumph, transcending ranks with ease, a commonplace feat for her. Her visage remained concealed beneath a mask, and her figure could hardly be described as enchanting or stunning. It was evident that she was not a peerless beauty, nor did she possess a formidable lineage. What incited the astonishment and fervor of all foundation-building disciples in the Eastern Domain was her unwavering passion and relentless dedication for love, almost to the point of disregard for everything else. As for her origins, she hailed from the foot of Mount Zhongnan, specifically from the tomb of the living dead. She was none other than the little dragon girl. Male cultivators admired her brilliance and envied Xianxia's fortune, while female cultivators lamented, envious of her courage. Even inadvertently, tales of a beautiful romance between the two were fabricated, weaving a poignant and legendary love story. Chapter 104. Savor the barbecue. Mind your own business. Within the borders of the Eastern Domain's 4 nations, by the side of a grand lake, a purely wild barbecue is underway. Over the crackling fire, a hefty wild boar and a 5-meter-long fish are sizzling, releasing an enticing aroma. Old 3, confess honestly, have you frequently engaged in such activities before? How is it that everything flows so smoothly from beginning to end, especially your fabricated identity, beneath the Zhongnan Mountains, the tomb of the living dead, and the little dragon girl? It's utterly captivating. I almost believe it, Xianxia mused, completely shedding the demeanor of a golden elixir cultivator as he gnawed on a pig's leg, his mouth glistening with grease. With 5 suitors successfully handled by Wang Bu'er, he felt a serene tranquility enveloping his world. Not at all, it's all improvisation, Wang Bu'er replied, shaking his head vigorously. He could not divulge that everything stemmed from the mere resonance of the name Xianxia. Old 3. I've noticed you've been fixated on the boss's hand these past few days. Have you taken a liking to his tranquility ring? Don't get your hopes up. He wouldn't part with it. Following Wang Bu'er's advice, Su Haoran seized a pig's ear and tugged at a substantial portion of the pig's tail, reveling in the wine, as blissful as a deity. I truly did not. Wang Bu'er quickly shook his head. He had no desire for any possessions. Rather, since embodying the little dragon girl, he felt a peculiar excess in Xianxia's right hand. The immersion was so profound that even in sleep, he instinctively distanced himself from Xianxia, fearing that in a dream-induced stupor, he might succumb to an obsessive compulsion and sever Xianxia's hand by mistake. What is there that can't be given? Take it. Xianxia, whether inebriated or merely intoxicated, raised his hand without a second thought, causing a jade ring on his wrist to soar into Wang Bu'er's grasp. Wang Bu'er hastily tucked it away. This was a rare treasure. Though it could not be used as a weapon, it possessed a miraculous effect for calming the mind, serving as an invaluable aid for cultivation. Su Haoran immediately felt envious, slapping his thigh in regret. Had he known Xianxia had reached such a state of drunkenness, he would have claimed it earlier. Now, it seemed Wang Bu'er had gained the advantage. Judging by Wang Bu'er's demeanor, once he had savored something, he surely wouldn't part with it again. Old 3, I suddenly thought of a question. Su Haoran paused, placing the pig's ear down. I'm merely asking. without any ulterior motives. Given the enormity of our recent escapade, word has spread far and wide. What if our elder brother encounters someone he fancies and wishes to marry? How will the little dragon girl explain that? At Su Haoran's suggestion, Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, observing that Yang Guo was still in a drunken stupor, engrossed in devouring pig legs and drinking, he exhaled in relief. Savor the barbecue and mind your own business. Su Haoran instinctively cast a glance at Yang Guo and nodded decisively. You are absolutely correct. After a moment's contemplation, he fixed his gaze on Wang Bu'er. We should strive to accelerate our cultivation. Why? Wang Bu'er queried, perplexed. I fear that when the elder brother regains his senses, he may retaliate against us. If we cultivate diligently and achieve the golden core stage sooner, we shall have no reason to fear. Su Haoran stated earnestly. This matter will inevitably come to light. And at that time, Yang Guo will surely be driven to madness. Wang Bu'er nodded vehemently. Indeed, you must seize the time to cultivate. Wang Bu'er felt undaunted. With the system at his disposal, achieving the golden core was merely a matter of moments. Think of striking me? Not a chance. The next morning, after a night of slumber, Yang Guo awoke early. After circulating his internal energy, he forcefully dispelled the lingering effects of last night's wine, gradually regaining clarity. A perplexed frown creased his brow, as if he recalled something, yet the thought eluded him. He shook his head. This peculiar occurrence had been frequent in recent days. It seemed he had overlooked something significant, though the notion remained elusive. Wang Bu'er and Su Haoran exchanged glances, both fully aware of the unspoken understanding between them. They had agreed not to mention the topic they discussed the previous evening, lest they incur Yang Guo's wrath, which was not to be trifled with. Well, I have feasted and imbibed, yet there are other matters I must attend to, so I fear I cannot escort you back to the western regions. No need for concern. We can make our own way back, Wang Bu'er and Su Haoran replied in unison. It is better this way. We can return on our own to avoid any sudden recollections from Yang Guo. Yang Guo felt perplexed. He sensed an oddness in these two fellows. Elder brother, travel safely. As Yang Guo lingered in thought, Wang Bu'er hastily interrupted his musings. Elder brother, travel safely. Su Haoran added decisively. It was only after Yang Guo had departed and vanished from sight that both of them finally exhaled in relief. As for the third brother, I too have personal matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Haoran bid farewell to Wang Bu'er. Understood, understood, Wang Bu'er nodded repeatedly, as he too contemplated certain matters that required solitude. Su Haoran widened his eyes, staring at Wang Bu'er. You understand? What do you truly understand? I merely wish to meet your future sister-in-law. Do you comprehend? However, witnessing the triumphant and mischievous glint in Wang Bu'er's eyes as he departed, he suddenly felt a twinge of insecurity. This fellow managed to win over the goddess Zhao and could swiftly assist the elder brother with his matchmaking troubles. He was undoubtedly an adept in matters of the heart. Could it be that he has discerned something? No, I must tread carefully from now on. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Haoran extinguished the fire and took to the skies, soaring into the air. In the distance, Wang Bu'er approached the marketplace they had previously passed. Reflecting on Su Haoran's vivid expression, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. Su Haoran was certainly concealing something from him. Nevertheless, Wang Bu'er did not dwell on it too much. He had, after all, thought of another matter that presented a timely opportunity. Long ago, he had snatched the crocodile-tailed tiger from Zhao Yunsheng in the Xingyuan mountain range. The creature's spine remained securely in his storage pouch. This rare spinal bone is exceedingly precious. Among hundreds of thousands of crocodile-tailed tigers, its emergence is far from guaranteed. A crocodile-tailed tiger possessing this spinal bone can manifest bone wings during the mid-stage of the core formation realm, and upon reaching the nascent soul stage, it can transform these wings into dual appendages, soaring through the heavens with the swiftness of lightning. However, for cultivators, the optimal time for integration of these bone wings occurs at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. This allows the cultivator, during the explosive surge of their realm, to fully merge the bone wings with their skeletal structure, achieving a harmonious unity. This is a general guideline. The reason this integration is best at the pinnacle of foundation establishment is that, at this juncture, even without specialized body refining techniques, the cultivator's physical qualities will meet the requirements for the spinal bone's integration. Yet, it is evident that for Wang Bu'er, who has already attained the bone refinement realm in body cultivation and possesses compatible techniques, this minimum threshold is rendered irrelevant. Furthermore, being in the Eastern domain, Wang Bu'er is unconcerned that any information regarding the procurement of raw materials will be leaked to Zhao Yunxing. Additionally, with a relatively ample lifespan remaining, he does not fear unexpected occurrences. Conveniently, the market is nearby, facilitating his endeavors. Chapter 105. The Overconfident Wang Bu'er. 2 days later. Deep within the depths of the nameless mountain range, in a vast cavern, Wang Bu'er was in seclusion. He had procured all the necessary materials for the fusion of the backbone. Although the mutated spine of the crocodile-tailed tiger was rare, the other auxiliary materials were abundantly available. As for the medicinal pills, Wang Bu'er possessed an ample supply. The cave was filled with a fiery intensity as the crocodile-tailed tiger's spine was enveloped in a pool of fresh blood within the alchemical furnace, continuously undergoing refinement and activation with the aid of numerous spiritual herbs. The spine gradually melted away, transforming into a pair of delicate, white bone wings the size of fingertips. At the time, the crocodile-tailed tiger had just entered the core formation realm, hence these bone wings had not fully developed. The blood utilized was derived from the essence of various demonic beasts, capable of facilitating the wings' growth within a short span. Once Wang Bu'er confirmed that everything was proceeding smoothly, he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. This particular pill was also concocted from the blood and inner cores of several demonic beasts, creating a bodily environment akin to that of these creatures within Wang Bu'er. Such an environment would ensure that the bone wings would not be rejected by his skeletal structure post-fusion, much like creating a suitable setting for transplant surgery on Earth. As time elapsed, both the bone wings in the furnace and Wang Bu'er's body underwent continuous transformation. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the bloodline within him surging with untamed vigor, a primal force that was instinctual and wild. Paying it no mind, Wang Bu'er took a deep breath, gathered the now gossamer-like transparent wings from the furnace into his palm, and pressed them against his shoulder. In an instant, a flash of spiritual light enveloped him, and the bone wings vanished. Wang Bu'er immediately sensed a peculiar growth occurring within his skeletal structure. Particularly along his back, an enigmatic aura began to coalesce. Soon after, a sensation of bloodline compatibility emerged along his spine. Although something new had manifested there, it felt entirely natural, as if it were an innate part of his being. With a jolt of energy, Wang Bu'er focused his thoughts, and a ripple of strange energy erupted from his back. A torrent of spiritual essence converged, vibrating and coalescing into 2 ethereal wings. Upon further inspection, although these wings were intangible, their presence was strikingly clear, feeling as if they were an integral part of his body, like arms or legs, entirely under his command. With a mere thought, these invisible wings stirred slightly. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Moments later, Wang Bu'er materialized deep within the mountains, exhaling sharply. His complexion paled, revealing a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He had grossly underestimated the formidable power of the bone wings. The speed he had just experienced was so overwhelming that he could scarcely control it. Perhaps it was due to his prior bone tempering that the growth of the wings far surpassed his expectations. However, the consumption of this item on one's cultivation is indeed quite terrifying. He took a deep breath, directly reflecting the remaining lifespan, fully replenishing his internal cultivation. Then, he activated his wings once more and took a step forward. In the next moment, his body transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. After approximately half a day, still amidst the boundless mountains, Wang Bu'er came to a halt once again. Through half a day's attempts and experiments, he had achieved a mastery over the bone wings, able to summon and retract them at will. Particularly, he had completely grasped the balance between speed and the consumption of his cultivation. Remarkable indeed. With the speed of these bone wings, when combined with the unbroken 1,000 winds, within the Foundation Establishment realm, no one could match him. Even in the Foundation Establishment realm, it was uncertain if anyone could catch up to him. However, it seemed the benefits of these bone wings extended beyond mere speed. He inhaled deeply, his consciousness fluctuating as he communicated with his entire skeletal structure. A series of cracking sounds resonated as his bones shifted, causing his physique to alter. He soon became taller and leaner, his face adopting a square shape. A sly smile crept upon his lips as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Upon taking another deep breath, his bones began to transform once more. Moments later, his height decreased slightly, and his body became even more slender, presenting a petite and delicate appearance. Especially after donning the previously worn white dress and mask, apart from his cultivation and aura, he appeared indistinguishable from a woman. This was an unexpected delight. This crocodile-tailed tiger was far from the simple creature it seemed. Clearly, there were other mutations at play. With these mutations, along with the mask, it would become significantly easier for him to disguise his identity in the future without the fear of being easily seen through. He recalled the previously discovered methods to enhance one's qualifications. The system may be lost, but as long as the qualifications are attained, they would remain unchanged. Therefore, he resolved to engage in battles of such caliber whenever circumstances permitted. Now that he had a means of bodily disguise and an established identity, his actions would be greatly facilitated. He continued to familiarize himself with this newfound ability. It was a means of survival and must be executed flawlessly. Wang Bu'er smiled faintly as he spread his bone wings once more, transforming into a swift silhouette. While experimenting with the wings and acclimatizing to the speed, he constantly attempted to utilize the power of his bones to alter his form. These were essential skills for his survival in the future, and he needed to master them thoroughly. After several hours, as dusk fell once more, Wang Bu'er paused his escape on a mountain peak. He gazed around at the unfamiliar surroundings, shaking his head in dismay. The speed of the bone wings was indeed extraordinary, but the unfortunate reality was that he had been overly exhilarated and had soared ahead, resulting in his current predicament. He was lost. He retrieved a directional jade slip, but it yielded no response. Clearly, a peculiar magnetic field in this vicinity was interfering with the slip, rendering it ineffective. Damn it, he had become too complacent. He surveyed his surroundings, finding no distinctive landmarks, making it impossible to reference anything on the map. Forget it. Even if there are disturbances, the range should be limited. One merely needs to persist in a single direction, and naturally, one can transcend this boundary. Wang Bu'er felt a slight headache. If Su Haoran and the others were to discover that he had lost his way, they would undoubtedly find it amusing. He quickened his pace, relying solely on his spiritual awareness and visual perception to advance steadily in one direction. Before long, Wang Bu'er suddenly furrowed his brow and involuntarily came to a halt. Before him lay numerous traces of combat, freshly imprinted, clearly indicating a recent confrontation. Simultaneously, the guiding jade slip he carried had, after such a prolonged journey, remained inexplicably unresponsive. The combination of these two circumstances sent a chill down Wang Bu'er's spine. Damn it, this isn't merely a magnetic field. It's a formation. He reduced his speed, replenishing all his cultivation to its fullest extent through the system, concentrating all his energy and becoming exceedingly cautious. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Although he was deep within the mountains, his understanding of the terrain suggested there should be numerous ferocious beasts in the vicinity. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Bu'er struck his storage bag, and in an instant, several talismans flew forth, encircling him to form a protective barrier of 6 layers. Concurrently, 2 shields flashed into existence, shimmering with radiance, surrounding him in their protective embrace. Almost simultaneously, the space to his side abruptly fractured, and a streak of black light shot forth. With a whoosh, the 6-layered protective barrier he had erected was pierced through 5 layers in an instant. One of the shields was also sent flying. A surge of terror coursed through Wang Bu'er, his hair standing on end, his pupils constricting as he hastily accelerated and retreated. At last, he discerned that it was a black arrow. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Had he not possessed numerous protective measures and sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding him, deploying his spiritual awareness to observe thoroughly, even with his refined physical prowess, that arrow could have easily pierced through his skull. Chapter 106. Infiltrating the Thieves' Den. As Wang Bu'er swiftly retreated, a voice of astonishment echoed from the depths of the distant forest. Suddenly, a presence materialized, not in pursuit of Wang Bu'er, but rather retreating hastily. The cultivator's level of mastery was instantly revealed, igniting Wang Bu'er's fury. Gritting his teeth, he halted his retreat and charged forward. How audacious! Foundation establishment. 2nd level? What have I to fear? He seethed. Dare to ambush me? I shall obliterate you. After only a few paces, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an arrow that struck with the same ferocity as the previous one. This time, prepared for the assault, Wang Bu'er evaded effortlessly. He raised his hand, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy from the void, which coalesced into a sharp blade of light, hurtling towards the incoming arrow with a thunderous slash. The brilliance of the sword illuminated the surroundings, akin to the radiant moon casting its glow upon the earth. The assailant, either due to panic or some other reason, failed to defend himself, and the blade struck true, piercing his back with ease, an instant fatality. To be so inept and yet attempt an ambush, what folly! Wang Bu'er thought, incredulous at the ease with which he dispatched his foe. Is a Foundation establishment cultivator truly this feeble? Approaching the fallen adversary, he intended to seize the storage bag and plunder any treasures. However, his gaze was drawn forward. Before him lay a small lake, encircled by dense foliage. Although modest in size, with a diameter of merely 100 meters, the banks were impeccably manicured. This locale, once a pristine ecological haven for barbecues, now sent shivers coursing through Wang Bu'er as an eerie chill descended upon him. To his horror, the lake's waters were a deep crimson, thick and viscous. Scattered across the grassy banks were the lifeless bodies of countless demonic beasts, each marked by long, gaping wounds. The sanguine essence flowed from these wounds, pooling into the lake. At the center, amidst the confluence of blood, floated a suspended altar. A colossal skeletal figure, towering 10 meters high, was bound to the altar. Its lower half submerged in the bloodied waters, while its upper half was embedded within the altar itself. Surrounding the altar were several cultivators clad in grotesque robes, wielding sinister bones. They danced in a bizarre rhythm, chanting incantations with fervor. The air thrummed ominously as torrents of vitality were siphoned from the lake, infusing the skeletal body with a terrifying and dark energy. The stench of blood permeated the atmosphere, and even Wang Bu'er, seasoned in the ways of life and death, could not suppress the urge to retch. This place resembled a grand and sinister ritual, too cruel, too sanguinary, too uncanny and malevolent. However, these details are not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is the presence of hundreds of black-clad cultivators, whether above the lake, on its grassy banks, or in the distant woods. When Wang Bu'er stood before the foundation-establishing cultivator he had just slain with a single strike, countless pairs of eyes converged upon him in an instant. A wave of murderous intent surged forth without delay. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures flickered into view, accompanied by piercing sword lights and the radiant glow of various treasures, all descending upon him with relentless fury. Damn it, I've stumbled into a den of thieves. Wang Bu'er trembled violently, his instincts urging him to retreat without a moment's hesitation. In a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, unleashing a flurry of talismans that formed layers of defense around him. Yet, his trepidation remained. He raised his hand once more, summoning 8 diverse shields that encircled him for protection. Just as this preparation concluded, a cacophony erupted as dozens of sword lights and treasure beams rained down upon him. The protective talismans shattered within mere seconds, while 7 of the 8 shields were flung apart, rendered to scrap metal. Wang Bu'er's body endured immense impact, as if his waist might snap under the strain. His complexion turned ashen, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A glance at the system made his heart bleed. In that fleeting moment, he had lost 500 years of life, and considering the destruction of the talismans and shields, despair welled within him. Yet, he had no time to lament. Propelled by the force of the backlash, his bone wings unfurled, dramatically increasing his speed. Flee! Survival was paramount. Behind him, the sound of rushing wind drew near, accompanied by sharp cries of pursuit. More than 30 foundation-establishing cultivators, alongside over a dozen golden core practitioners, were hot on his trail. Wang Bu'er trembled all over, sweat pouring down, his legs feeling weak. He had never encountered such a formidable spectacle in his life. It was all his fault for being too engrossed and inadvertently disrupting someone else's scheme. At that moment, even if Wang Bu'er had the purest of minds and the slowest of reactions, he understood the gravity of the situation. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had heard many intriguing rumors. Within the Great Xia's cultivation realm, there existed not only the orthodox sects of the 17 nations and 36 schools, but also a plethora of demonic cultivators, as well as those who practiced exceedingly brutal and sinister methods, not to mention the vast array of bloody, bizarre treasures and alchemical techniques. These heinous cultivation and crafting methods had long been scorned by the orthodox sects and were relentlessly hunted down. The extensive formation capable of isolating the jade slip, the gruesome scene before him, and the multitude of high-level cultivators clearly indicated that nefarious deeds were afoot. Encountering such a brutal spectacle, it was evident that silence must be ensured through violence. Wang Bu'er was now steeped in regret. How reminiscent it was of a time on Earth when he, too, brimmed with energy, exhilarated beyond reason after purchasing his first car, and took to the night roads for a joyride. The outcome of excessive joy turned tragic, as I ventured 400 kilometers away, only to collide with an elderly gentleman from the neighboring province, resulting in a loss equivalent to an entire year's wages. In this grand spectacle, a year's salary pales in significance. One may even risk their very life. Suddenly, a cacophony of sword lights surged forth, cascading towards Wang Bu'er. He dared not glance back, exerting every ounce of strength to flee, feeling an icy chill trailing behind him. Fortunately, equipped with bone wings, his speed rivaled that of the core formation stage. Otherwise, he would have been swiftly intercepted and met with a grim fate. A small pickaxe soared into the air, striking the ground with precision. Data flooded back, and Wang Bu'er swiftly analyzed the optimal escape route. Simultaneously, with a swift motion of his hand, over 10 flying swords shot forth, aimed directly at his pursuers, without a backward glance. Once the sword lights reached their zenith, they detonated with a resounding explosion. Thankfully, he had previously exchanged for a plethora of treasures, preparing him for this confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of the explosions reverberated, as a swath of vegetation and earth crumbled behind him, leaving chaos in their wake. The foremost pursuers were immediately hindered in their advance. However, those impeded were merely at the foundation establishment stage. The recent detonations of the low-tier flying swords had no bearing on the core formation practitioners. Before Wang Bu'er could even catch his breath, two enormous hands of profound ice descended from the heavens, one from each side, poised to grasp him. Chapter 107. I believe in your deception. Wang Bu'er gritted his teeth, and the speed of his skeletal wings surged dramatically, transforming his form into a series of fleeting phantoms. When he reappeared, the immense hand of frost had already been left far behind. The velocity of his skeletal wings had reached its zenith. It is no wonder that Zhao Yunsheng, a wealthy heir, valued this ability so highly. If I were to reach the foundation establishment stage, with this speed, I would be invincible within that realm. Wang Bu'er laughed with exhilaration, having gained a more direct comparison of his wing swiftness. Looking back at the pursuing crowd, he no longer felt tense. Instead, he was filled with excitement. You cannot catch me, so do not squander your time. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Though his words feigned surrender, they were laced with provocation. Through various experiences, he understood that the more fervently they pursued him, the more anxious they were, indicating the significance of their endeavor. The greater the peril, the greater the potential gain. In this realm, sealed by formations, his jade slip for navigation had become ineffective. Yet the adversaries were equally constrained. However, he still possessed a medicinal hoe, allowing him to choose his course with ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thus, Wang Bu'er led dozens of people in a frantic escape through the boundless mountains. Behind him, the foremost pursuers, a few foundation establishment cultivators, furrowed their brows. They exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's frustration and agitation. Just as Wang Bu'er had surmised, they were all so-called evil cultivators. Currently, they were engaged in a critically important ritual, aimed at awakening a formidable treasure using the blood essence of numerous demonic beasts. They had chosen the depths of these mountains and laid extensive formations to prevent unexpected occurrences and ensure absolute security. Yet, they had not anticipated an intrusion. A mere foundation establishment cultivator was not a significant threat. However, should he escape and reveal the information, those self-righteous orthodox cultivators would soon descend upon them. Consequently, the ritual they had labored on for years, involving hundreds of individuals and incalculable costs, would be swiftly undone. Initially, they had thought that eliminating a panicked foundation establishment cultivator would require little effort. However, as the chase continued, impatience began to set in among them. Wang Bu'er possessed an abundance of treasures and an array of cunning tactics, particularly his astonishing speed, which left them baffled. The previous foundation establishment cultivators had already been left far behind, their figures now invisible. Even the foundation establishment cultivators found themselves helpless in the face of his pace. Chase. His speed cannot be sustained indefinitely. If we pursue, we won't even need to intervene. His cultivation will eventually wither on its own. Keep an eye on the direction. We cannot allow him to escape. Realizing Wang Bu'er's extraordinary speed, the group refrained from hastily attacking. Instead, they coordinated their efforts to continually intercept and drive him towards a predetermined path. Boom. Two blazing arrows shot forth, hurtling towards Wang Bu'er's back. The ground ahead suddenly heaved, and a sword of earth erupted from the soil, gleaming with metallic luster as it swept horizontally towards Wang Bu'er's waist. They understood that such an offensive posed no threat to Wang Bu'er. It was merely a tactic to compel him to change direction, preventing him from escaping their grasp while forcing him to hasten his pace and exhaust his cultivation. A portion of the pursuers initiated their means of attack, while others exerted their full efforts to encircle him. In the distance, additional core formation and foundation establishment cultivators altered their routes to execute a flanking maneuver. A vast encirclement was gradually taking shape. Wang Bu'er maintained a composed demeanor, his emotions largely unchanged. His extensive experience in the wilderness, particularly in boundless terrains, served him well. Seizing the opportune moment, he suddenly halted his advance and pivoted sharply. With a renewed burst of speed, he raised his hand and clenched it. A thunderous roar erupted as two beams of sword light coalesced in the nearby void, slicing down simultaneously. The two foundation establishment cultivators stationed to obstruct him were instantly sent flying, their defenses shattered. As they watched Wang Bu'er glide past them, disbelief washed over their faces. Just as they prepared to pursue, a terrifying wave of energy surged beneath their feet and around them, erupting with a resounding blast. Over a dozen inferior-grade spiritual weapons simultaneously reached their limits before detonating in unison. The immense shockwave sent them hurtling back once more, rendering them powerless to stop Wang Bu'er as he nonchalantly made his escape. Damn it! How does this fellow possess so many treasures? They thought. His cultivation seemed entirely unaffected, as if he had not expended any energy at all. It felt less like a chance encounter and more like a meticulously prepared endeavor. Several core formation cultivators approached, gasping in astonishment. How could an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator remain so composed, as if he had anticipated this battle all along? Send word to the Ancestor. Maintain vigilant surveillance in other directions, and be wary of being lured away. They were resolute not to be intimidated by Wang Bu'er, and without hesitation, they heightened their caution and increased their speed. Even if Wang Bu'er had prepared himself, even if his methods were indeed formidable, it was inconceivable that he could evade so many pursuers. However, as time passed, their brows furrowed once again, dread creeping into their hearts, and their expressions darkened. Throughout their pursuit, despite a constant proximity, whether it was Foundation establishment or core formation, whether encircling or chasing, Wang Bu'er consistently found ways to maintain a certain distance from them. Especially in this seemingly desolate wilderness, he appeared to possess an uncanny sense of direction. Never erring in his choices. Continue the chase. I refuse to believe his elixirs and treasures are truly limitless. This is an expanse of wilderness. He cannot find reinforcements and will undoubtedly perish. The more they failed to catch up with Wang Bu'er, the more their anxiety grew, their sense of humiliation deepened, and their unwillingness to concede intensified. Especially given the significance of this ritual, they dared not harbor any delusions of luck. At this moment, only the core formation cultivators remained capable of continuing the pursuit. Their sole concern was Wang Bu'er's incredible speed. If they could catch up, they could swiftly annihilate him. Yet, as they contemplated this, their gazes fell upon Wang Bu'er ahead, and astonishment gripped their hearts. With a swift motion, Wang Bu'er struck his storage bag, unleashing a torrent of over 100 talismans that soared into the air. The scant protective aura surrounding him flared brilliantly, radiating an astonishing light. Shields materialized, rapidly encircling him. In this moment of ethereal brilliance, Wang Bu'er resembled a miniature sun, causing the eyes and cheeks of those around him to flush with an intense heat. What manner of creature is this, carrying such an arsenal of talismans and shields? How fearful must he be of death to resort to such shameless tactics? As cultivators at the core formation stage, they found themselves unable to apprehend a mere Foundation establishment practitioner, their frustration boiling over. Particularly, their resolve to eliminate Wang Bu'er had reached a fever pitch. Do not pursue any further. I assure you that upon my departure, I shall reveal nothing. Wang Bu'er called out, not once glancing back as he deftly maneuvered in both direction and speed. Regret began to seep in. After all, this was his first encounter, and he had underestimated the ferocity of core formation practitioners. While his bone wings could indeed match their speed, it was merely that of an ordinary core formation cultivator. The pursuers behind him wielded an array of secret techniques and treasures, making it impossible for him to distance himself significantly. More critically, although he could utilize medicinal tools to survey his surroundings, he still lacked control over the broader direction. He was lost once more. Then do not flee. I promise not to kill you. I shall merely seal you for a time, and once this matter is resolved, you will be free to go. Came the voices urging him to surrender from behind. Yet neither Wang Bu'er nor his pursuers showed any inclination to slow their pace. In their hearts, a singular thought echoed. We trust you not at all. Chapter 108. Oh no, I've provoked this fellow. Curse it. At this rate, when will it end? Wang Bu'er grumbled internally while activating the system, withdrawing resources to restore his cultivation to its full potential, instantly revitalizing himself. With a wave of his hand, another barrage of low-grade spirit weapons erupted, creating a thunderous explosion. Behind him, for golden core cultivators simultaneously intervened, deflecting the explosive force of the spirit energy while unable to suppress their curses. They were not Foundation establishment cultivators. The self-detonation of such low-grade spirit weapons posed no threat to them. Yet, they had to counteract it, disrupting their rhythm and momentum, causing immense discomfort. Particularly, such petty tactics rendered the entire scene extraordinarily bizarre. A group of golden core cultivators pursued a single Foundation establishment cultivator, with both sides exchanging attacks that appeared remarkably vibrant. It seemed earth-shattering, yet in reality, it served little purpose. Truly, The damage was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. Keep chasing. If you pursue any further, I shall unleash my ultimate move. Wang Bu'er exclaimed furiously. Was it merely an encounter while you were engaged in misdeeds? I have promised not to divulge your actions, yet you persist relentlessly. Is there no dignity left in being a golden core cultivator? Go ahead, unleash your ultimate techniques. We are so terrified of your secret skills. Continue. Continue to self-destruct upon us. There is not a soul for 100,000 miles around. Let us see how you escape. The pursuing golden core cultivators also recognized Wang Bu'er's current state. Though they felt trapped, they remained untroubled. An hour later, Wang Bu'er was still fleeing, with the golden core cultivators still in pursuit. Despite employing various strategies, he could not significantly widen the distance. He even attempted to provoke the beasts of the wilderness. But the creatures here were too weak, with most being completely disregarded by the golden core cultivators behind him, especially after prolonged, intense use of his bone wings. Signs of fatigue began to manifest in Wang Bu'er's speed. If this continued, his wings would surely smoke and ignite. Damn it! How can this fellow run so fast? What are his meridians made of? His cultivation remains intact. While Wang Bu'er felt anxious and frustrated, the pursuing cultivators were equally distressed. They raced on, maintaining a nearly consistent speed at the limit of their endurance. Although Wang Bu'er posed little threat, he slipped away like an eel, perpetually eluding capture. Particularly under such extended, intense pursuit, their cultivation began to wane, and their spirits were utterly fatigued, while Wang Bu'er remained invigorated. This left them utterly perplexed, gnashing their teeth in frustration, yet feeling powerless. Do not pursue any longer. I truly am about to unleash my ultimate move. Once I do, you shall all perish. Before long, more than half a day had elapsed. Wang Bu'er had completely lost his sense of direction, were it not for the aid of his hoe, which provided data feedback to roughly gauge the terrain. He would have already been caught. As fatigue increasingly enveloped his weary body, the depleting talismans and elixirs mounted, particularly the overwhelming sense of exhaustion and weakness radiating from his bone wings. Wang Bu'er could no longer contain himself. He realized that if this continued, he would either be rendered a fool or succumb to sheer exhaustion. The individuals pursuing him harbored lethal intentions. The vast expanse of these mountains offered no clear direction for escape. Go ahead, use your powers, he taunted. Those who do not use their abilities are fools. The cultivators behind him, driven to the brink of their patience, erupted in a torrent of curses. Throughout their journey, Wang Bu'er had employed this very phrase to threaten them on numerous occasions. An outsider might easily assume that they were the ones being pursued. Who are you calling a fool? Wang Bu'er retorted without missing a beat. A fool is what you are. One of the cultivators, caught off guard, responded without a moment's thought, only to realize the impropriety of his retort. In an instant, rage consumed him, and murderous intent surged forth. He disregarded any sense of embarrassment or loss of dignity, striking his chest with his palm. As a mouthful of blood erupted, his cultivation surged dramatically. His power ignited. In a fit of fury, he resorted to a desperate secret technique. In a heartbeat, he vanished, his speed having increased manifold, as he broke free from the ranks of his companions, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Wang Bu'er. With a flick of his wrist, the ground beneath Wang Bu'er roared to life as a towering peak, 100 meters high, erupted from the earth, resembling a sword poised to strike. Simultaneously, a flash of spiritual light erupted, and sword energy surged like lightning, instantly traversing 1,000 meters to close in on Wang Bu'er's rear. At that moment, the space surrounding Wang Bu'er solidified violently, its density spiking, causing his speed to plummet. The desperate cultivator unleashed a cataclysmic force, shaking the very heavens and earth, far surpassing anything he had unleashed before. Wang Bu'er's eyes widened in alarm as the threat loomed ominously, leaving no room for hesitation. He summoned his physical prowess to its zenith, raising his right hand. No longer merely wielding inferior spiritual artifacts, he unleashed 10 mid-tier artifacts in a flurry, channeling them to their utmost potential before triggering a self-detonation. The explosion reverberated like thunder, a violent shockwave sweeping towards him, causing his meridians to seize, his complexion paling as blood sprayed forth. His right hand was shattered, exposing stark white bone, while his back was a gruesome mess. The agonizing pain elicited a primal roar from him. Yet, he could not afford to delay. Harnessing the explosive force, he fled with newfound speed. This is bad. I've truly angered him. He means to fight to the bitter end. Wang Bu'er cursed inwardly, enduring the excruciating pain as he quickened his pace. The system activated once more, replenishing his drained cultivation entirely. However, before he could catch his breath, a blood mist suddenly coalesced in the void ahead, swiftly transforming into a crimson sword light. A sickening stench of blood erupted from this blade, echoing with the anguished wails of countless restless spirits, imbued with malevolence. An unprecedented sense of peril surged within Wang Bu'er's heart. This strike was too swift. He had no means to defend against it. His body trembled, his pupils constricted, as a wave of fear and trepidation washed over him for the first time. For the first time, he comprehended the true extent of a nascent soul's formidable power. The chasm between foundation establishment and nascent soul was insurmountably vast. As the long sword approached, his body trembled, and with gritted teeth, he attempted to swallow the blood that surged from his mouth back into his belly. His uninjured left arm lifted, fingers poised like a sword, pointing forward in a fleeting moment. With a thunderous roar, amidst the cacophony of heaven and earth, two radiant blades of light coalesced into three formidable sword auras. The pinnacle-level Qingfeng sword technique, the apex of the true essence sword transformation, and the supreme longsword aerial technique converged, manifesting the most powerful offensive he could unleash at this moment. This attack drained the newly replenished essence from his body once more. As the four sword auras collided, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. In the midst of this tumult, the three superior-grade spiritual flying swords of Wang Bu'er quivered violently. The malevolent aura emanating from the red sword light enveloped them, causing the swords to dim at a visible pace. It was not merely suppressed or repelled. It seemed as though they were tainted by an unseen force, leading to the dissipating spirit they had painstakingly refined, rendering them ordinary weapons that shattered into countless fragments. This was... Wang Bu'er trembled, disbelief evident in his eyes. This was an evil treasure. His flying swords had been contaminated by the malevolence within this artifact, resulting in the obliteration of their spiritual essence. Chapter 109. I shall unleash my final move. Do not push me too far, he roared, a sensation of having narrowly escaped death surging within him. Had he not acted decisively moments ago, wielding the superior spirit weapon, the flying sword, he would have surely succumbed. The malevolent energy not only threatened to corrupt his treasured artifact, but would also have surged back, tainting his very cultivation. That would have been a certain demise. Humph. Facing death, yet you utter such trivialities. Do you not possess a trump card? Unleash it. Let me witness. The man of the golden core stage was consumed by an uncontrollable fury, exhibiting a state of madness that defied description. This frenzy amplified his speed, physical strength, and cultivation exponentially. In pursuit of a mere foundation establishment cultivator, they had chased for so long and endured countless indignities. At this moment, he cared not for honor nor for the means of victory. He yearned solely for one thing: to rend Wang Bu'er into 1,000 pieces, to vent the hatred that brewed within his heart. Are you certain you wish to see? Wang Bu'er gritted his teeth. This confrontation had already taken a toll on his left arm, while his right was in a pitiful state. His supply of superior flying swords had dwindled to just 2. His skeletal wings were stretched to their limit, barely holding on. Then behold, he declared defiantly, "Do you think you are the only one willing to fight to the death? I too shall. The golden core is formidable, is it not? Today, I shall contend against the golden core." With a fierce roar, Wang Bu'er summoned his remaining strength, channeling it into his skeletal wings. In that instant, his body erupted forth, vanishing as though teleporting, reappearing 100 meters away. Then, in a flash, he surged again. The series of rapid movements rendered his speed unquantifiable, traversing a kilometer in the blink of an eye. The once tenuous distance between them was instantly expanded. Yet, Wang Bu'er did not aim to break free. Instead, he charged towards the heart of the chaos, where the scent of blood erupted. Is this your ultimate move? Are you resorting to self-destruction as your trump card? The golden core man was initially taken aback, but upon witnessing Wang Bu'er's frenzied escape towards the site of their ritual, he could not help but mock. The direction of Wang Bu'er's flight led him to the venue of their formation, where more cultivators and golden core practitioners awaited. Fine, I concede. This indeed qualifies as a trump card, for it may spare you from dying at my hands. As he laughed heartily, the man activated his technique to pursue. He no longer felt the urgency, for Wang Bu'er's choice of direction had sealed his fate. He would undoubtedly be dismembered, his blood pooling into the lake. Becoming one with the ritual, rather than hastily pursuing, he drew closer at a measured pace. They yearned to witness Wang Bu'er's desperate demise. Only by witnessing his torment could they assuage the pent-up rage and frustration from their futile chase. The other cultivators followed suit, their derisive laughter echoing behind them. They too closed in, sharing the same intent. Watching Wang Bu'er meet a tragic end was now their singular source of amusement, a necessity for their satisfaction. Soon, the blood lake would arrive, and Wang Bu'er retracted his skeletal wings, landing on the grassy bank. There, the dark-clad malevolent cultivators, already informed of the situation, awaited him with a sense of leisure. Particularly those foundational cultivators who had been ruthlessly dismissed by Wang Bu'er earlier, now gritted their teeth, filled with a fervent desire to rush forward and devour him alive. Come on, kid. Were you not boasting about unleashing your ultimate move all the way here? Now I grant you the chance. Unleash it at your leisure. Let us all witness it. He pounded his chest, feigning fear. Laughter erupted from those around him. In their eyes, Wang Bu'er had become as insignificant as an ant, easily trampled upon. Apologies, but I have already unleashed it. Wang Bu'er halted completely, gasping for breath, disregarding the bloodshed as he leaned against the corpse of a 10-meter-long beast. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Today, I shall take down a group of core formation cultivators. Where are they? Where are they? Am I seeing things, or have I misheard? The man laughed once more, while those surrounding him regarded Wang Bu'er with the utmost disdain, as if looking upon a fool. Yet, in the next moment, the man's laughter abruptly ceased. A dull thud resonated as a sharp claw, akin to a blade, pierced through his skull, cleanly exiting through his mouth. The scene unfolded with such suddenness and swiftness, in this seemingly secure environment, that the man possessed no defenses, rendering evasion futile. His head was directly penetrated, with blood gushing forth from the wounds on his neck and mouth. Instinctively, he attempted to stanch the flow, but it was in vain. Then, with a crack, the claw was lifted, exerting force that wrenched his head from his neck. The lengthy spine was torn from the severed neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. As his head was violently flung away, he finally discerned what had claimed his life. It was a blood-soaked iron-armored lizard, exceeding 20 meters in length. A massive wound marred its neck, with clotted blood continuously dripping. He recognized this lizard, for just moments ago, he had soared past it to mock Wang Bu'er. This can't be, he managed to utter before succumbing to death. Not even the prowess of the core formation realm could sustain him through such grievous injuries. Until his last breath, his eyes remained wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. He could not fathom how he had met his end at the claws of this lizard, which had clearly been captured and slain at the lake's edge from afar. Its blood had long since drained, merging into the lake, serving as the sacrificial offering for this gruesome ritual. He could not comprehend how this beast, which had been dead for at least 2 days, could still be alive. Equally perplexed were the others around him, who had also been mocking Wang Bu'er. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, disbelief, and terror, mirroring the emotions of the fallen individual. How delightful it is, my little cultivators, to witness my ultimate skill, Wang Bu'er's hoarse voice echoed, as he leaned back in composure. In his mind, the system had already activated, continuously processing transactions. Ding. Life payment is transferring 1 hour to the Netherworld Mad Wolf. This transaction is instantaneous. Ding. The transaction is complete. The balance has been transferred to the counterpart's life account. Ding. Life payment is transferring 1 hour to the Diamond Demon Ape. This transaction is instantaneous. Ding. The transaction is complete. The balance has been transferred to the counterpart's life account. Ding. Life payment is transferring 1 hour to the Golden Armored Giant Crocodile. This transaction is instantaneous. Ding. The transaction is complete. The balance has been transferred to the counterpart's life account. As long as there is a balance, life persists. Although life payment cannot fully resurrect these demonic beasts, their vitality has not entirely dissipated despite their demise. As long as there remains flesh and blood within them, or any substance capable of providing energy, life payment can temporarily restore their vitality, allowing them to rise again. Their intelligence is limited, even if some remains. It cannot endure in this moment of resurrection. The resurrected beings can only recall the Law Chapter 110, a horde of golden core cultivators. Come on. Aren't we going all out? Come and challenge me. Wang Bu'er continuously made transfers. His system balance was exceedingly ample, unaffected by the passage of an hour or two. Even though the area was teeming with ferocious beasts, the cost of summoning one for an hour was merely a trifling expense compared to his resources. However, for these beasts, resurrected with boundless hatred, that single hour would transform into a nightmare for all the black-clad cultivators present. Ding. Transferring 1 hour to the mammoth. This transaction is instant. Ding. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. The system's notifications echoed relentlessly, and one after another, the beasts rose to their feet. The bloody gale and the roars of the beasts surged forth like a tidal storm, where blood pooled and the air thickened with terror. Soon, the blood-soaked purgatory, once filled with corpses and blood, began to boil with frenzy. Wang Bu'er reclined leisurely, his gaze sharp, resembling a divine being who commanded life and death. To the fallen beasts, he was their savior, the deity who governed their existence. Conversely, to the black-clad cultivators who had just been mocking him, Wang Bu'er was the blood-soaked demon lord. Roars erupted incessantly as the beasts rose, joining the fray. Despite the multitude of black-clad cultivators, all of whom were at least foundation establishment level, and the considerable proportion of golden core cultivators among them, they were utterly outnumbered, facing beasts that were at least 10 to 100 times their number, reborn and unyielding, devoid of fear or pain, driven solely by madness. They were no match for the terrifying horde. What was more alarming was the immense time and effort expended to gather these beasts, consuming countless resources and elixirs, leaving most of them, especially the golden core cultivators, severely fatigued and with scant supplies. Otherwise, they would not have pursued Wang Bu'er with such fervor. With so many golden core cultivators failing to unleash truly astounding treasures. Even more dreadful was the fact that to ensure the success of their ritual here, the beasts they had captured were all tremendously powerful, with bloodlines that were exceptionally robust. Nearly every one possessed strength comparable to that of a golden core. Otherwise, Wang Bu'er would not have found it impossible to locate suitable beasts to momentarily disrupt his pursuers during his desperate flight. Centered around the blood lake, a terrifying torrent of frenzied beasts erupted. The cultivators, already largely congregated around the altar on the lake's surface, found themselves immediately engulfed at the heart of this beast tide. Come on, keep it coming. Who else wishes to fight to the death? I have 2,000 years to spare, do you? A bunch of insignificant golden core cultivators. The system's balance was rapidly diminishing, yet Wang Bu'er remained indifferent. He slowly rose, stepping into the air, surveying the entire battlefield. The system was ever ready. Wherever the beasts were insufficient, he would transfer resources without hesitation. The monstrous howls pierced the heavens as formidable powers erupted, igniting the entire blood lake, sending a pungent stench of blood skyward. Meanwhile, as Wang Bu'er methodically resurrected the army of beasts to besiege the cloaked cultivators, a warship descended with a thunderous crash not far from the blood lake. Upon contacting the boundary of the array directing towards the jade tablet, the warship gradually came to a halt. Figures rushed from the ship with great urgency, heading straight into the depths of the forest without uttering a word. Everyone, the leader proclaimed, this operation has but one requirement: speed. Not a single person must be spared. We must ensure that no information leaks. We have expended immense resources to uncover their hiding place. Should news escape, other branches of the Dark Alliance will swiftly relocate, making it nearly impossible to track them down again. At the forefront of the crowd stood a man clad in white, exuding a fierce aura, brimming with murderous intent. As he strode forward, a radiant glow erupted from his body, transforming into a resplendent suit of armor. Behind him, several others echoed their agreement, similarly unleashing their powers, their battle armors materializing in unison. The group, nearly 100 strong, all at the core formation stage, surged forth, creating a series of phantoms, their murderous energy reverberating through the atmosphere, dominating all directions. Among them was Xianxia, unmistakably present. As for the blood lake, Wang Bu'er had evidently underestimated the strength of these resurrected beasts. In less than an hour, the battle had nearly reached its conclusion, with all the Foundation establishment cultivators having perished, leaving only a few core formation practitioners gasping for survival. Some likely managed to flee, but Wang Bu'er dismissed the thought. Not far away, a core formation cultivator lay with his lower body severed, struggling in the blood lake, alternating between a butterfly stroke and a frog kick. Wang Bu'er paid him no heed, merely tending to his own wounds before soaring above, reaching the altar at the center of the blood lake. Despite the surrounding chaos and bloodshed, this place remained largely unaffected. The sacrificial ritual continued unabated, evidently entering its final phase. The skeletal figure had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its aura remained terrifying, yet its form was no longer merely bone. The power of the altar's array had accumulated countless essences of life, coalescing into fresh flesh. The visage of the skeleton was now somewhat discernible, an elongated giant youth, devoid of vitality, resembling a corpse. Yet, the power of its life force was exceedingly formidable, having amassed such a vast quantity of beastly essence. Wang Bu'er was not surprised. He did not know the true nature of this being, but it was clear that these cloaked figures were investing considerable effort for a purpose. The immense consumption of beastly essence suggested that whatever they were summoning would possess unfathomable power. Wang Bu'er chose not to interfere with the ongoing ritual. Instead, he turned away from the altar, scouring the storage bags and treasures of the cloaked cultivators along the banks of the Blood Lake, while also collecting materials and beast cores from the fallen beasts. As he gathered, a smile involuntarily broke across Wang Bu'er's face. It remains uncertain whether the presence of the ceremony necessitated it, or if the monks intended to tidy up later. Regardless, the remains of the demonic beasts, along with their cores, were all present. The sheer volume was staggering, an expanse of them surrounding the entire lake. It was akin to collecting money. Even Wang Bu'er felt the strain in his waist from the overwhelming bounty. He finally grasped the profound experience of counting wealth to the point of cramping his hands. As the disturbances in the Blood Lake subsided, and the altar's fluctuations came to a halt, Wang Bu'er had nearly completed his task. He had initially intended to investigate the nature of the colossal figure, yet upon expanding his spiritual sense, his gaze sharpened with alarm. In the distance, a multitude of formidable presences was rapidly approaching, clear and powerful, all at the essence formation stage. Wang Bu'er shivered, unwilling to linger any longer. He swiftly seized a recently acquired, spacious storage bag and tossed the fully fleshed giant within. He then grabbed the black-clad essence formation cultivator, who had been floundering in the Blood Lake, now reduced to a mere upper half, and hastily retreated. Chapter 111. Do you still know how to return? Leaving the Blood Lake, Wang Bu'er valiantly suppressed his discomfort and unleashed his skeletal wings to their utmost limit. He persevered until he could no longer sustain himself, to the point where his wings seemed on the verge of igniting, before finally coming to a halt. He sought refuge in a concealed cave, sealing the entrance with a formation. Thereupon, he began to deal with this, half a black-clad cultivator. Wang Bu'er appeared to be quite familiar with the art of tormenting individuals to the brink of death. I beg you. I'll tell you everything. Please, just grant me a swift end. The cycle of dying and being resurrected continued. A harrowing ordeal that pushed this unfortunate soul to the edge. After 5 transfers, he could endure no longer. It was terrifying. He never imagined he would encounter the King of Hell 5 times in one lifetime. Beep. Life transfer to Hu Yin E for 1 hour initiated. This transaction is instantaneous. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. Wang Bu'er nodded with satisfaction and proceeded to transfer another hour. He discovered a small bug in the system. Regardless of location, as long as it was within the transfer range, the system could retrieve the recipient's name. One must not underestimate this seemingly trivial feature. With it, no one would dare to engage in role-playing in his presence. Previously, he could masquerade as the little dragon maiden, deceiving others, but with this new function, any traitor or spy before him would be instantly exposed. I am Hu Yin, the Supreme Elder of the Dark Alliance's Spirit Blood Sect. We were just refining the Spirit Blood Sect's ultimate technique, the Blood Demon True Body. I have various jade slips related to this technique in my storage bag. Without needing any coaxing, the black-clad cultivator spilled every detail to Wang Bu'er like a broken dam. Upon hearing this, Wang Bu'er was taken aback, his disbelief palpable. He could hardly fathom that this individual before him was a nascent soul cultivator. You are a nascent soul cultivator? Wang Bu'er stared at the latter's half-formed body, shaking his head in bewilderment. No wonder this fellow had been able to prolong his suffering. Even when torn asunder, he could still linger in the Blood Lake for so long. Simultaneously, Wang Bu'er could not help but feel a chilling dread. He had been extraordinarily fortunate this time, having narrowly escaped death. This nascent soul elder had recently sacrificed a significant portion of his cultivation during a ritual, resulting in the disintegration of his nascent soul and a catastrophic drop in his realm from mid-nascent soul to early core formation. Otherwise, even if his body had been ripped in half, he would have temporarily survived by relying on his nascent soul. Not only him, but other core formation cultivators had also made substantial sacrifices. Otherwise, they would not be so debilitated. Once the unfortunate elder had divulged all the necessary information, Wang Bu'er swiftly dispatched him with a decisive strike, ensuring a clean and merciful end. He did not rest long. As soon as the fatigue in his skeletal wings subsided, he set forth once again. It is not yet time to relax. Previously, a significant presence of Dan formation energy approached, and their intentions undoubtedly lie with this group of dark-clad cultivators. The formidable display at the Blood Lake indicates that they will not easily relent and will certainly pursue the matter to its conclusion. 2 days later, having scarcely rested and utterly fatigued, Wang Bu'er finally arrived at the Ming Kingdom's market. Without hesitation, he utilized the teleportation array to depart. For the sake of safety, he repeatedly teleported dozens of times in the eastern region before finally returning to the western region. Yet, even then, he did not immediately return to the Xingyuan sect. Instead, He altered his appearance and donned the guise of the little dragon maiden, lingering in the Zhao kingdom's market for several days before leisurely stepping into the Xingyuan sect. Greetings, Elder Wang. Greetings, Elder Wang. Within the Xingyuan sect, all the cultivators regarded Wang Bu'er with profound respect, bowing in reverence. Especially among the Qi Condensation and Foundation Establishment disciples. He had become a spiritual beacon and leader. Elder Wang, you have finally returned. Elder Zhao has been searching for you for several days. At the inner gate, Wang Bu'er encountered Milan. You were looking for me? Wang Bu'er nodded, calculating that he had been away for quite some time without notifying anyone. With the upcoming exchange battle for Foundation Establishment disciples, he and Zhao Shuang were leading the team, and there were certainly numerous matters requiring preparation in advance. Simultaneously, within the boundless mountains of the Ming Kingdom, at the entrance of the cave where the patriarch of the Spirit Blood sect was interrogated, a group of formidable Golden Dan cultivators stood with grim expressions. The leading man, clad in white, was particularly furious. Can anyone provide me with an explanation? We have utilized all our channels of information, expended vast resources, and deployed numerous personnel, yet we found not a single trace. Do you comprehend the consequences of this matter? They completed the ritual right under our noses, and there are others who, similarly, seized the opportunity before us. The group lowered their heads, bewildered by how such a seamless plan could lead to unforeseen complications. General, based on the traces left at the sacrificial site, it appears that the opposing side did not send many individuals. Therefore, it is highly likely that a nascent soul cultivator intervened. Yang was said, trembling with trepidation. He had been eager to leave previously due to a task assignment, but had not anticipated such an outcome. Indeed, only the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator could result in resolving matters in such a short time. Furthermore, had it not been for the nascent soul cultivator, their speed would not have been so astonishing. Upon our arrival at the altar, it was evident that the opposition had only just departed. Others nodded in agreement. Investigate. I demand a thorough investigation. I wish to see who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Dark Alliance. The white-clad cultivator roared, his expression twisted with rage. Gritting his teeth, at the Xingyuan sect, Wang Bu'er inexplicably sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? He pursed his lips, not taking it to heart, and quickened his pace towards Zhao Shuang's abode. Just then, he encountered Zhao Shuang, who was emerging from her dwelling, seemingly preparing to go out. Oh, Elder Wang, you have chosen to return? Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's voice, Wang Bu'er instinctively shuddered. It was a disaster. After half an hour, Wang Bu'er finally concocted a flawless itinerary for himself, also dragging Su Haoran along as a backup. Zhao Shuang, feeling utterly satisfied, decided to let Wang Bu'er off the hook, especially when he presented her with Yang was calming ring as a token of affection. Nothing else mattered anymore. Shuang, this is something I traveled through the 4 nations marketplaces to finally procure. You have no idea, my eyes nearly went blind. Wang Bu'er stated with utmost sincerity. There was no helping it. Women in the realm of cultivation also delighted in sweet words. Whether in the world of cultivation or on earth, gifts could remedy any ailment. The price was inconsequential. What mattered was the thought behind it. All right, I know you've worked hard. Now you should take a good rest. You need not worry about the foundational exchange battle. I can manage just fine on my own. Zhao Shuang's heart blossomed with joy, and she planted a kiss on Wang Bu'er's cheek, eagerly rushing off to boast to her dear friend. Chapter 112. The 9 Heavens, Blood Demon Sacrifice. After soothing Zhao Shuang, Wang Bu'er returned to his cave abode and promptly sealed the formation. He had already informed Zhao Shuang that he would be entering secluded cultivation to prepare for the foundational disciples exchange battle. The spot reserved for direct admission was graciously offered to Lin Jianxing, a matter Zhao Shuang took in stride. In truth, although Lin Jianxing's aptitude could only be deemed average, his years of experience in the foundational stage endowed him with a solid foundation, qualifying him for the privilege. Moreover, he had the enigmatic support of the mysterious woman. Zhengro, Wang Bu'er's recent expedition bore substantial fruit. The foremost acquisition was undoubtedly the bone wings, an artifact of astonishing speed, akin to a miraculous tool for escape. In the Ming Kingdom, even as a cultivator at the foundational level, Wang Bu'er could engage effortlessly with numerous core formation practitioners, largely due to the significant consumption of their energy. The extraordinary capabilities of this artifact were unmistakable. The reason I could wield this treasure at the foundational level was primarily due to my physical cultivation. However, despite this, lacking the experience of the core formation's physical impact and the tempering of the nascent soul stage, utilizing this artifact remains a considerable burden. After thoroughly summarizing his experiences with the bone wings, Wang Bu'er arrived at a conclusion. to fully unleash the potential of the bone wings. He needed to advance his physical cultivation from the current bone tempering stage to the organ tempering stage, equivalent to the nascent soul level of physical cultivation. Yet, this advancement would introduce a new dilemma. The disparity between spiritual energy cultivation and physical cultivation was vast, making it easy to lose balance. This imbalance was something Wang Bu'er was already experiencing. Although his physical cultivation had reached the core formation level, he could not fully manifest its power, still constrained by his spiritual energy cultivation. In simpler terms, while spiritual energy cultivation utilizes numerous spells through the aid of treasures, physical cultivation channels power by transforming one's body into a form of treasure. Essentially, it still requires spiritual energy cultivation as foundational support. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 20. Lifespan: 16. 117 years, 6 months, 13 days, 17 hours. Physical cultivation: bone tempering 25-100. Spiritual energy: foundation level 3-100. Spiritual awareness: rotation illumination 0-100. Flowing immortal Ho skill: unfettered. With a singular focus, upon reviewing his system balance, Wang Bu'er decided to temporarily abandon the plan to further enhance his physical cultivation. The lifespan consumed during the battle at the Blood Lake, resurrecting the beast army, was but a trifling matter compared to the substantial losses incurred in the conflict with the core formation practitioners, amounting to nearly 3,000 years. Fortunately, the rewards were sufficiently bountiful. With a shake of the several storage bags at his waist, a veritable mountain of various treasures instantly filled his cave room to the brim. Among these, the most abundant were the beast cores. To perform the sacrificial ceremony, the disciples of the Spirit Blood sect had indeed gone to great lengths, meticulously arranging colossal formations throughout the boundless mountains, capturing nearly 10,000 core formation beasts, the effort of which was incalculable. Given the vast quantity, should the Star Origin sect intervene, it would take no less than 6 months to achieve such a feat. Regrettably, this monumental endeavor ultimately benefited only Wang Bu'er. Although the probability of a core formation demon beast giving birth to a demon core is not absolute, the number Wang Bu'er acquired exceeded 3,000. This figure is undoubtedly formidable. He meticulously gathered these demon cores into a separate storage pouch. With the winds of fortune shifting, it was imperative to act decisively to find a means of processing them. Next came the numerous storage pouches belonging to the disciples of the Spirit Blood sect. These spoils were comparatively meager. Besides the pouch belonging to the Elder, which was relatively bountiful, the majority contained little more than worthless trinkets. Wang Bu'er meticulously sorted through the items, retaining those of utility while relegating the rest to another pouch, intending to casually bury them in a secluded location on his next outing. After a thorough examination, Wang Bu'er finally unearthed a secret technique related to this Blood Lake sacrificial rite, the Blood Demon Rite. This ancient technique is bifurcated into 2 components, yielding 4 distinct forms. The first component is the spirit bone sacrifice, which involves refining the bones of demon beasts or cultivators to form the foundation of a blood demon skeleton. The second component is the chi and blood sacrifice, where a substantial amount of life force is offered to coalesce into the corporeal form of the blood demon. Based on the skeletal framework, once these 2 components are completed, they can synthesize an initial blood demon body, which can then be fused through blood refinement techniques. When this technique is executed, the blood demon descends in a spiritual form, manifesting as a unique, puppet-like artifact of astonishing power. Upon grasping the essence of this technique, Wang Bu'er gasped in astonishment. The final manifestation of the blood demon rite is neither a spirit tool nor a magical instrument, but a true treasure. The general classification of treasures delineates between those beneath the supreme grade, which correspond to core formation, and those below. The jade void corresponds to the nascent soul level, thus becoming a magical instrument. Above the jade void lies the 9 heavens, which corresponds to the spirit transformation level. Treasures of the spirit transformation 9 heavens are also referred to as Fa Bao. Unbeknownst to him, he had seized a genuine. However, the mere crafting of the blood demon's embryonic form demands the life force of 10,000 core formation demon beasts. Seemingly only treasures of caliber could suffice. Wang Bu'er's emotions were tumultuous as he could not help but grasp the storage pouch containing the embryonic blood demon, his eyes igniting with fervent intensity. Yet, despite the might of this technique, if he were to wield it now, he would barely achieve even 1% of its potential. After careful consideration, Wang Bu'er resolved to cultivate. Since such a precious item had fallen into his hands, it was evidently fate. Moreover, The restrictions that this technique imposes on other cultivators did not appear to be insurmountable challenges for him. The application of this technique requires an exceedingly formidable cultivation power and a certain realm to initially satisfy its demands. However, Wang Bu'er possesses a system that enables him to rapidly harness it within a short span, which should be sufficient to support the deployment of this technique. After clearing the storage bag of the Ancestor of the Spirit Blood sect, Wang Bu'er became privy to certain esoteric secrets, gaining a deeper understanding of the powers within the great xianxia cultivation domain. The Spirit Blood sect does not belong to any of the 17 nations or 36 sects within this realm. Rather, it is affiliated with a force known as the Dark Alliance. The cultivation world encompasses not only the 36 orthodox sects, but also encompasses the cruel practices of demonic cultivators, as well as the ambiguous realm of magic cultivators that straddle the line between orthodox and demonic paths. The Dark Alliance represents a coalition of the 4 major demonic sects within the great xianxia cultivation domain. Although the practices of magic cultivators are not as heinous as those of demonic cultivators, their detrimental impact on the cultivation environment and historical grievances render them equally intolerable to the orthodox cultivation community. Wang Bu'er has witnessed this firsthand. A single blood magic ritual can slay nearly 10,000 core formation beasts, illustrating the potency of such practices. Fortunately, the relationship between the demonic sects and the orthodox cultivation world is not one of absolute enmity. Wang Bu'er breathed a sigh of relief. Had the demonic sects and orthodox cultivators truly been irreconcilable, he would have hesitated to practice the blood magic ritual, fearing that its execution would mark him as a traitor hunted by all. After meticulously organizing the information, Wang Bu'er emerged from his cave dwelling and, under the cover of night, visited all the medicinal gardens of the Star Yuan sect. However, it appeared that he could only pilfer from the same herb once. This time, he only reaped a bounty of under 1,000 years' worth of medicinal plants, likely a result of the new growth that emerged after his previous theft. Wang Bu'er did not linger on this matter. Even this modest yield was far more gratifying than laboriously digging one clump at a time. Having completed his foraging, Wang Bu'er departed the mountain, accelerating into the depths of the Star Yuan mountain range. He intended to attempt the blood magic ritual, a technique of formidable power that could serve as one of his trump cards. Chapter 113. The Awakening of the Divine Consciousness and the Taoist Wood. In order to ensure his concealment, Wang Bu'er ventured deep into the Star Origin mountain range, traversing tens of thousands of miles. In a place rich with spiritual energy, he established an altar array in accordance with the requirements of a secret technique. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a towering blood demon figure, which landed in the center of the altar. With a flick of his fingertip, a drop of his cultivated blood soared forth, merging into the demon's brow. As Wang Bu'er's divine consciousness surged, he utilized this drop as a blood refining mark to communicate with the blood demon while activating the formation. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. The critical refinement of the blood demon had already been completed by the practitioners of the Spirit Blood sect. The remaining step of blood refining posed little difficulty. As the formation came to life, a wave of energy reminiscent of a teleportation array erupted, engulfing the blood demon figure, which began to fade from sight at a visible pace. Approximately an hour later, a fissure suddenly tore open in the void above the altar, stretching 100 meters long. In a swift motion, it devoured the entire blood demon, rendering it invisible and leaving behind only the empty altar. Wang Bu'er opened his eyes, revealing an unusual gleam within. At that moment, he could faintly sense the presence of the blood demon through the earlier drop of soul blood. It was not of this world, but had been transported to an exceedingly peculiar and special space. It resembled a colossal eggshell, with the blood demon akin to an infant, slumbering within. In this realm, it could absorb the energy of the void and grow continuously. Meanwhile, Wang Bu'er could communicate with it through the sensitivity of blood refining, awakening and summoning it when the time was right. In the ensuing days, Wang Bu'er immersed himself in the boundless mountains, foraging for herbs and plants while perpetually performing the blood demon ritual. The cultivation of the blood demon ritual, akin to the enhancement of one's cultivation level, required significant time. Enhancing middle-grade foundation establishment techniques necessitated a century, upper-grade core formation techniques required a millennium, and techniques at the Jade Void nascent soul level called for 10 millennia. The blood demon ritual, belonging to the Jiuxiao level, was a transformation god-level technique, demanding enhancements every 100,000 years. Naturally, Wang Bu'er's current resources were insufficient. The sole method to execute this technique was to rely purely on his comprehension. Wang Bu'er found himself in anguish. His innate talent was abstract, And now he was tasked with cultivating a xianxia-level technique. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. His only advantage was his abundance of time. Thus, he secluded himself deep within the mountains, wandering daily, continuously verifying and updating his botanical knowledge while persistently performing the blood demon ritual. Days turned into weeks, and before he realized it, a month had elapsed. Although he had not succeeded even once, he could distinctly feel that his connection with the drop of cultivated blood had become increasingly potent. Although he was unable to successfully summon the blood demon, unlike before, he now experienced an overwhelming sensation each time he attempted the invocation, as if something was on the verge of materializing. An invisible aura intensified, resonating with a thunderous sound in the void. Particularly, a force that seemed entirely alien to this world swirled in the palm of his hand, awaiting the perfect moment, a singular opportunity to descend and exert its formidable presence. Amidst this training and practice, Wang Bu'er made a remarkable discovery. Though he could not summon the blood demon, each attempt allowed him to instantly deplete his internal cultivation. During the process of replenishing his energy, he was astonished to find that his dantian's qi appeared to expand amidst this cycle of collapse and renewal. His meridians were also continuously enhancing. This ongoing consumption mirrored the enhancements he experienced during previous confrontations, where his abilities flourished through direct combat. As the saying goes, the meaning emerges after reading a book 100 times. With diligent practice, one's skills are bound to improve. The ancients were indeed not deceiving me. Realizing all of this, Wang Bu'er immersed himself even more fervently into his training, often dedicating relentless hours to his practice. Soon, the second month passed. The sensation of imminent manifestation became increasingly vivid, and at times, chaotic fluctuations in space would arise around him during his attempts. An astonishing aura emanated from the void, transforming into an overwhelming pressure that continuously coalesced, remarkably extraordinary. Wang Bu'er was filled with exhilaration and decisively abandoned the foraging of herbs, channeling all his energy into the cultivation and practice of the blood demon ritual. Intriguing insights began to emerge in his mind, tightening his connection with the drop of blood that represented his cultivation. He felt as if a silken thread linked him to the dormant space of the blood demon. Through this connection, he began to send his consciousness to the blood demon's side, akin to a dialogue, attempting to communicate and soothe it. With these efforts, he sensed signs of awakening from the blood demon, which had long been in slumber. Boom! Wang Bu'er's divine sense erupted, coalescing in his mind and unleashing a deafening roar. His divine sense, under the strain of such intense training and operation, experienced an elevation. The enhancement of his divine sense rendered his insights remarkably clearer, and his perception of the blood demon intensified. A thought sparked in his mind, prompting him to decisively access the system. Divine sense, rotation 0-100. Ding, host's physical constitution has elevated to the celestial profound realm. Divine sense, celestial profound 0-100. 1,000-year balance vanished instantly, as Wang Bu'er raised his divine sense from rotation to celestial profound. At the very moment of this elevation, his consciousness, through the connection with that drop of blood, thunderously descended before the blood demon. With his approach, his gaze, and the resonance of his perception, a powerful rumble ensued. Lying in the ethereal realm, the blood demon, akin to an innocent infant, abruptly opened its eyes. Almost simultaneously, another voice resonated within Wang Bu'er's mind. Ding! The fertilizer and water supply for the ant farm's Tao wood has been exhausted. Please replenish in a timely manner. Wang Bu'er's mind erupted in a cacophony. The communication with the blood demon had reached a critical juncture, and his foremost task was to continue the dialogue and offer solace. However, upon hearing this voice, he was reminded of the Tao wood that had been cultivated in the farm for quite some time, possessing formidable attributes when he first acquired it. Instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. During this period, he had not neglected to check in daily at the farm, diligently applying fertilizer and watering. Nevertheless, the growth of the Tao wood was exceedingly sluggish, showing no changes. The consumption of fertilizer and clear water was also minimal. He distinctly recalled that just last night, he had replenished both the fertilizer and water, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 days for them to deplete. Yet now his mind raced with the possibility that this Tao wood might be intricately linked to the 9 heavens Tao he was currently deciphering and the rites of the blood demon. As one of the 9 spirits of heaven and earth, the Tao converged within this wood. Where the wood thrives, the Tao flourishes, and as the Tao extends, so too does the wood. Without hesitation, he accessed the system farm. Fertilize, water. Ding. The ant farm level has increased. Ant farm. 230. The sound of the farm's upgraded level had barely echoed when the system issued another alert. Ding! The fertilizer and water supply for the ant farm's Tao wood has been exhausted. Please replenish in a timely manner. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He continued to fertilize and water the Tao wood, then patiently awaited the outcome. In less than 5 seconds, the alarm sounded once more. Ding! The fertilizer and water supply for the ant farm's Tao wood has been exhausted. Please replenish in a timely manner. The Tao wood, which had previously exhibited a remarkably restrained consumption of fertilizer and water, was now consuming the recently replenished resources at an alarming rate. Wang Bu'er's mind buzzed. He immediately deduced that the sole reason for this peculiar phenomenon was that it was accelerating its growth. The faster the nutrients were consumed, the swifter its growth. Add more. Continue to add. Chapter 114. The Hand of Blood Demon. Ding! The ant farm owner's plant fertilizer and water source have been exhausted. Please replenish in a timely manner. Add more. Continue adding. Within 2 minutes, Wang Bu'er replenished all the fertilizer and clean water obtained from sign-ins. Yet, it was still insufficient. A flash of inspiration struck him. When the farm was first opened, the system granted a starter pack. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained more fertilizer and water, including special effect fertilizer. He added everything. Ding! Ant farm level has increased. Ant farm, 330. At last, as the high-energy fertilizer and water provided by the system were on the verge of depleting, the sound of farm upgrading resonated. In the center of the farm, the seemingly frail little sapling unfurled its leaves like a child awakening in the morning. In the blink of an eye, the sapling's height doubled. The original 3 leaves instantaneously transformed into 4. Furthermore, a golden shimmering pattern gradually emerged on the trunk, exuding an extraordinarily mysterious aura. This aura emanated from the system farm, flooding into Wang Bu'er's consciousness, transforming into countless insights. The remnants of the 9 spirits of heaven and earth, the Tao would herein, grasping ancient principles. One of the 10 sealed spiritual realms opened. The path of vitality and blood, sealed and affirmed. Accompanying a voice seemingly hailing from antiquity, it reverberated within Wang Bu'er's mind. Before the farm experienced any fluctuations, in the otherworldly space, the blood demon, which had been in slumber, partially opened its eyes once more. The blood demon awakened. Wang Bu'er's eyes also fluttered open, instinctively raising his right hand and pointing forward. Blood demon. The utterance of these 2 words was soft, yet at the moment they escaped his lips, they transformed into a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupting forth. Like the heavens and earth unleashing their thunder, sweeping in all directions. In the expanse of the cosmos, a colossal crimson vortex materialized. The elemental forces of heaven and earth were forcibly consumed by this vortex, converging within, causing it to whirl madly, ascending ever higher. Blood demon. Wang Bu'er spoke again, his finger trembling, seemingly on the verge of losing control. Delight and excitement shone in his eyes as he unhesitatingly commanded the system to restore his depleted cultivation. Then, with renewed focus, he pressed down again. Crack! It was as though something had been forcefully shattered, and an indescribable ferocity surged forth from the vortex, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Not far away, numerous leisurely strolling beasts, under the weight of this aura, immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, too afraid to move. A torrent of blood mist continued to surge, enveloping the vortex, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an expansive blood cloud. Within this sanguine cloud, a muffled roar gradually erupted. This roar bore a heavy oppression, yet simultaneously exuded a primal, wild ferocity. The intensity of the roar grew stronger, its presence more astonishing, ultimately overwhelming the surroundings. At that moment, the blood mist suddenly contracted fiercely, yet it was not a disappearance, but rather a forceful absorption by an unseen entity. It was a blood-red hand, a hand identical to that of a human, yet colossal in size. The diameter of a single finger exceeded 5 meters. Wang Bu'er gazed in astonishment. Having witnessed the embryonic form of the blood demon before, he immediately recognized that this hand was undoubtedly that of the blood demon. However, he could scarcely believe that such a terrifying spectacle could manifest as merely a hand. The blood demon had previously stood at a mere 10 meters tall. But in comparison to this hand, its true form must have been at least 400 or 500 meters high. What on earth have I been cultivating? Wang Bu'er swallowed hard, his throat constricting. According to the records of the xianxia sect, even a yuaning cultivator could only summon a blood demon body that did not exceed 100 meters. Yet now, Wang Bu'er was engulfed by fear. Especially after the hand fully coalesced, an excruciating pain erupted in his mind, as if it could no longer bear the strain. His internal cultivation was recklessly leaking out. He scarcely managed to halt the outpouring. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts and released his divine sense. From his storage bag, a high-grade flying sword whistled forth, its blade erupting with brilliance, hovering before the blood demon's hand. The hand opened, grasping the already maximized high-grade spiritual weapon with ease, and with a casual squeeze, it shattered the sword into mere fragments with a series of crunching sounds. Not even a moment of resistance was afforded. Wang Bu'er stared blankly, his entire body trembling, unable to regain his senses for a long while. It was only when the exquisite pain burst forth to an unbearable degree, nearly shattering his consciousness, that he finally withdrew his finger and dispersed his technique. Boom! The blood demon's hand collapsed instantly, transforming into a vast expanse of blood mist, vanishing into the void. Yet the turbulent and terrifying aura surrounding him showed no sign of abating, continuing to surge with ferocity. Time passed. Though Wang Bu'er could not ascertain how long it had been before he finally emerged from his stupor. Although he had not fully grasped the reason, it was evident that the strength of the blood demon he had summoned was linked to the Tao wood. The voice had once mentioned that the Tao wood was a treasure of ancient celestial spirits, capable of aiding cultivators in comprehending the primordial essence of the heavens and earth. Regardless of the blood demon's transformations, it was ultimately a manifestation of the cultivator's application of the qi and blood path. The path of qi and blood, sealing righteousness. Wang Bu'er repeated these words in his mind. Although simple, they carried an undeniable empowering force. At that moment, a unique understanding and strength seemed to awaken within him. This emergence was not an external addition, but rather a realization that had always existed, awakening suddenly due to those few words. Furthermore, this awakening rendered any force incapable of separation. It became instinctual. Reflecting on the sensation of crushing the superior-grade flying sword, Wang Bu'er gauged the formidable nature of this technique. In the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, unless faced with an extraordinary adversary, one could easily be annihilated with a single grasp. However, the consumption of spiritual energy required by this technique was equally daunting. The manifestation of that palm took a staggering 37 attempts, and the final act of shattering the superior-grade flying sword required 19. This implies that to summon the blood demon and execute such a formidable strike, he would need to absorb and refine nearly 3 months' worth of celestial energy, relying solely on his physical prowess and techniques, without the aid of pills or other means. Now, he comprehended why the introduction of this technique stipulated that its execution necessitated at least the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Anything less could not sustain it. He, too, was only able to achieve this feat due to the system, which allowed him to instantly replenish all his cultivation power. Amidst his astonishment, Wang Bu'er could hardly contain his exhilaration. He possessed a trump card capable of overwhelming cultivators in the initial Golden Core stage, a remarkably potent advantage. Rather than immediately returning to the Xianxia sect, he chose to relocate to another area, entering seclusion once more for several days until his aura stabilized and his previous insights fully integrated. He then performed the technique yet again. This time, the blood demon ritual manifested an arm once more, but with even greater potency than before. Now, who would dare challenge me? With a single slap, I could render them incapacitated. Wang Bu'er, invigorated and brimming with confidence, returned to the mountain, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 115. This woman is up to something. Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 20. Lifespan: 15,687 years, 7 months, 11 days. 6 hours. Body refinement. Bone tempering 25-100. Spiritual power. Foundation establishment 3rd layer 2-100. Divine sense. Celestial profound 0-100. Flowing immortal host skill. Unconstrained, focused. There are still 6 days until the commencement of the Foundation Establishment Disciple Exchange Battle. Wang Bu'er returned to the cave dwelling of the Xianxia sect. Taking advantage of the time available, he meticulously tidied up all the medicinal gardens under his control. Although the current income from these gardens pales in comparison to the profits from stealing vegetables, every little bit counts, and this is far more than mere mosquito legs. Especially in the sect's medicinal garden, who would dare question Elder Wang's voluntary weeding efforts? Once he completed his tasks, the timing was impeccable. As the sect's bell resonated, echoing across the expanse, Wang Bu'er prepared to set off. Although only 10 disciples were allotted for the upcoming exchange battle, it was evidently of greater significance than the previous Tianying Valley trial. In addition to the increase in the number of leading elders to 3, a multitude of Foundation Establishment disciples would accompany them. It was rumored that, for the sake of safety, An ancestor of the nascent soul would also covertly arrive as a form of protection. Wang Bu'er had no concerns, as Zhao Shuang had meticulously arranged everything. He merely needed to gather at the front of Xingyuan Palace upon hearing the bell toll. This journey was destined for Huayan's sect, which possessed a teleportation array, thus negating the need for a warship. The matter regarding the Qi Yuan sect's bounty order was still under discussion. Should he encounter Han Xiaoxiao, he must exercise caution. Any issues should be addressed only after the disciple exchange battle, Zhao Shuang remarked as she walked alongside Wang Bu'er toward Xingyuan Palace. Understood. Wang Bu'er pouted. Knowing this would be the outcome, Han Xiaoxiao's unique identity meant that even if trouble arose, she would not face severe repercussions. Much like Zhao Yinsheng, who caused disturbances throughout Xingyuan's sect yet remained as vibrant as ever. Though you are to participate in the exchange battle, your identity remains that of an elder of Xingyuan's sect. Upon arrival at Huayan's sect, be mindful of your personal image and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Understood. Wang Bu'er pouted again. Do I really come across as someone who stirs up trouble? Upon arrival, according to customary practice, the elders leading each sect would be invited to a small exchange meeting. This served both to discuss the details of the exchange battle and to facilitate a trading event. If you see anything you wish to barter for, let me know. I shall handle the trade. All right. Wang Bu'er still pouted. I am a wealthy man, you know. However, this feeling of being pampered was indeed quite delightful. Furthermore, they may target you due to my presence, regardless of their actions or words. Do not let anger take hold. You must remain composed. Zhao Shuang's tone suddenly grew somewhat conflicted. Understood. Wang Bu'er nodded. He had long anticipated such matters. Walking alongside Zhao Shuang is bound to evoke a cascade of envy and resentment. He had long prepared himself for this eventuality. However, Wang Bu'er is currently disinterested in such matters. His mind is preoccupied with the prospect of pilfering vegetables upon arriving at Huayan's sect. During his last hurried visit, he managed to snatch a few on the way, but it left him utterly unsatisfied. Among the 4 nations and 5 sects of the western regions, Huayan's sect boasts the strongest prowess and has the most profound accumulation in botanical knowledge. Wang Bu'er has long had his eyes set on it. More crucially, his current resources are rather limited. Although he still possesses over 15,000 years of potential, it is hardly sufficient. Superficially, it appears that he could ascend to the Jedan stage at a moment's notice, yet his physical cultivation is still in a deficit state. Once he attains Jedan, he will need to compensate for several thousand years. Recently, his spiritual awareness has also entered this state. In summary, life is as vital as sustenance, and one's vitality must be conserved. Besides Huayan's sect, Wang Bu'er seeks opportunities to visit other sects in the western regions. Once his resources are significantly replenished, he can confidently pursue the Jedan realm. Soon, all relevant parties gathered in the square before the Xingyuan Palace. 10 foundation-building disciples participating in the exchange battle, 10 accompanying disciples. Wang Bu'er, Zhao Shuang, and an elder, Yu Yuqing, from the sect. Yu Yuqing seemed to have received direct guidance from Hongjian, fully aware of his position and role. Upon arrival, he quietly stood to the side, closing his eyes to rest, deliberately ignoring everything around him, lest the display of affection be too glaring. Wang Bu'er was quite pleased with this elder. In this society, such perceptive individuals are rare. Once he achieves success, he intends to promote this old fellow. After all personnel had assembled, Zhao Shuang took the stage to speak. Her grand and impassioned speech ignited fervor among the attendees, leaving Wang Bu'er with goosebumps. He mused that if this woman were on Earth, she would undoubtedly be a legendary sales queen. A glance around revealed that among the foundation-building disciples participating in the exchange battle, 7 were at the pinnacle of the 9th level, 2 at the 8th, and only he, Wang Bu'er, was pitifully at the 3rd level. Nevertheless, neither the participants nor the accompanying disciples looked down upon him. Despite his slightly lower level, his past achievements and well-known status commanded respect. Should a confrontation arise, every foundation-building disciple present would think twice, none daring to claim they could best Wang Bu'er. Boom. Once all preparations were complete, the square suddenly trembled, and a beam of teleportation light descended from above. The figures of the crowd gradually became indistinct. Due to the large number of individuals being transported, the sect activated the teleportation array at maximum capacity. After a few breaths, Wang Bu'er opened his eyes to find himself once again at Yuma Mountain, Huayan's sect. The sect had already stationed individuals to await their arrival, led by a woman in her 30s, whose appearance was striking and whose figure was alluring. Indeed, her true age undoubtedly exceeds this. The path of cultivation is arduous. Unless one possesses exceptionally extraordinary fortuity, Even those of remarkable talent find it exceedingly difficult to attain the core formation stage within the span of a century. However, with elevated cultivation comes prolonged lifespan. Foundation establishment cultivators may live nearly 2 centuries, while those at the core formation stage can endure up to 5 centuries. Thus, when one calculates strictly, a 70-year-old core formation practitioner is, in essence, younger than a 30-year-old foundation establishment cultivator. Take, for instance, the current age of over 40 for Zhao Shuang. By proportionality, she could be likened to a mere 10-year-old girl, astonishingly youthful. Welcome, esteemed friends and prodigies of the Xingyuan sect, to Huayan sect. Zhao, my friend, it has been a long while. Lu Rian's gaze flitted about, her demeanor captivating as she spoke melodiously. Though Huayan sect and Xingyuan sect reside in the western regions and are distinct sects, they typically address one another based on their cultivation ranks. At this moment, it would have been more fitting for Lu Rian to refer to Zhao Shuang as junior sister. However, by calling her friend, it was evidently a deliberate choice. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Zhao Shuang, and indeed observed a hint of displeasure at the corner of her eye. Lu, my senior sister, this is troublesome. Yet, she restrained herself, refraining from an outburst, though she pronounced the term senior sister with particular emphasis. Zhao, junior sister, you are too modest. The Xingyuan sect and Huayan sect are akin to branches of the same tree. Your presence here signifies a return home. Lu Rian promptly corrected herself. Yet the intentional pause rendered the address even more awkward. Zhao junior sister, you senior brother. Let these young ones rest and prepare on their own. We shall adhere to our traditional customs. The exchange meeting over there is already prepared, and the leaders from the other 3 sects have been waiting for some time. This woman is certainly up to something. Throughout the conversation, she has deliberately sidestepped and disregarded me, hinting at her own lack of cultivation prowess. Lu Rian is evidently targeting me. I fear she has prepared quite the performance for me at this exchange meeting. Who is afraid? Wang Bu'er pouted. Chapter 116. What they desire is romance, charm, and prestige. You all go ahead. I need to speak with Su Haoran about something, Wang Bu'er whispered to Zhao Shuang. All right, just make an appearance after you finish, Zhao Shuang replied, relieved to see Wang Bu'er in good spirits, as she had been concerned about him facing difficulties at this exchange meeting. However, Wang Bu'er's concerns were not for himself. He merely sought to accompany Su Haoran on an exploration of Huayan sect, indulging in a bit of clandestine harvesting. Once he accumulated enough resources, he could confidently enhance his cultivation. After parting ways with Zhao Shuang and the others, Wang Bu'er promptly sent a message to Su Haoran via a transmission talisman, having already arranged this meeting beforehand. Shortly thereafter, Su Haoran and Su Ziyue arrived together. Third brother. Su Haoran embraced Wang Bu'er fiercely. Third brother. Su Ziyue maintained her title for him, despite being older, insisting on calling him by that name. Shall we first go for some barbecue? Su Haoran suggested, eager to share the new grilling techniques he had developed based on Wang Bu'er's previous comments. Let us put that on hold for now. Can we first take a stroll around Huayan sect? You know how I am. I have a penchant for studying flora. Now that I'm here, I simply cannot resist exploring. Wang Bu'er chuckled. Su Haoran, knowing Wang Bu'er's enthusiasm for botany, found himself unable to refuse. Previously, when assisting Yang Guo with matchmaking, Wang Bu'er had insisted on visiting the medicinal herb garden. Very well, I'll take you for a tour first. Ziyue, you can handle the barbecue preparations. We'll return just in time for dinner. All right. Su Ziyue exclaimed joyfully, her happiness evident at the prospect of seeing Wang Bu'er. Without hesitation, the two set off. With Su Haoran's esteemed position within Huayan sect, their wandering would go largely unchallenged. Don't worry, second brother, I don't need to enter the herb garden. My focus is on the domestication of wild spiritual herbs. I merely wish to observe the growth conditions and distribution of the plants from outside. Wang Bu'er reassured Su Haoran as they walked. As they approached the residence of an inner disciple of Huayan sect, a new farm interface appeared at the edge of Wang Bu'er's system. Without hesitation, he pretended to tiptoe and peek into the herb garden. Ding. Steal successful. 9 years. 9 months. 2 days, 17 hours, and 16 minutes worth of resources credited. After swiftly completing the task, Wang Bu'er feigned interest for a moment longer before turning to leave. Is that all it takes? Su Haoran questioned, somewhat incredulous. He began to doubt whether Wang Bu'er was genuinely studying plants, as he had just glanced at a large boulder. Is this not sufficient? Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his actions had perhaps been a tad excessive. Thus, in the ensuing moments, he compelled himself to steal a few more glances. Ding. Successful theft of vegetables, payment received. 8 years, 3 months, 4 days, 22 hours, and 9 minutes. Ding! Successful theft of vegetables. Payment received. 7 years, for months. 9 days, 7 hours. Is this truly feasible? Su Haoran soon found himself questioning. If such tactics could yield insights into the study of flora, he mused that he might also delve into the profound subject of the fate of cultivators. This seemed rather unremarkable. The varieties of herbs cultivated by the sect were relatively monotonous, and the environmental conditions were likely similar, leaving little to draw from. After some contemplation, Wang Bu'er concocted a rationale that he could somewhat embrace. Indeed, Su Haoran appeared to harbor no doubts this time, nodding continuously, as if grasping the essence of the matter. Under Su Haoran's guidance, Wang Bu'er traversed the inner sanctum of the Huayan sect, engaging in his covert harvest. His heart was already brimming with joy. The Huayan sect, undeniably the foremost among the 4 sects of the western regions, possessed a significant advantage in the realm of botany. Despite the fact that the herb gardens of the foundation-building disciples here were somewhat smaller than those in the Xingyuan sect, the yields were astonishingly superior, often surpassing by 30 to 100%. Ding! Successful theft of vegetables. Payment received. 10 years, 5 months, 1 day, and 6 hours. Can I discuss something with you? After a while, Su Haoran spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper, seemingly a bit embarrassed. What is it? Speak freely. Wang Bu'er's attention was solely focused on his furtive foraging, oblivious to Su Haoran's discomfort. The foundation-building disciples of the Huayan sect significantly outnumbered those of the Xingyuan sect, and he needed to seize the opportunity. Ding! Successful theft of vegetables. Payment received. 8 years, 3 months, 9 days, 4 hours, and 9 minutes. Could you lend me some spirit stones? I have a friend who just broke through to the core formation stage, and I wish to present a gift in celebration. However, as you know, I have no habit of saving money, and presently, I find myself rather lacking. Su Haoran's embarrassment grew more palpable. Wang Bu'er immediately perked up. He could not fail to notice the tightness in the tone of this fellow. Throughout his stealthy endeavor, he had been itching with anticipation. The yields at the Huayan sect were indeed remarkable, yet this was not his home, the Xingyuan sect, where he could roam freely. Was an opportunity to exploit finally presenting itself? But wait, something felt amiss, was it? A sister-in-law? Wang Bu'er remarked with a mischievous grin. It was not merely conjecture. Rather, Su Haoran's expression was exceedingly transparent, and in his previous life, Wang Bu'er had encountered a similarly awkward situation. You. Su Haoran was taken aback, astonished at how accurately this lad had guessed. However, upon reflecting on his prior recommendation of Wang Bu'er to Yang Hao, he acknowledged that Wang Bu'er's ability to effortlessly navigate the complexities of the western regions, where countless others could only gaze in envy at Zhao Shuang, suggested he possessed a wealth of experience in such matters. It is entirely normal to recognize one's own little schemes. Let us first discuss what you intend to gift. While Wang Bu'er continued to pilfer vegetables, he pondered how he could avoid spending spirit stones while also profiting. I am inclined to present her with a defensive magical artifact. However, my spirit stones are limited, and artifacts of a defensive nature are inherently expensive. Su Haoran pouted, feeling somewhat disheartened. Should I bestow a defensive item or a magical artifact? Wang Bu'er's head shook vigorously, not out of disapproval of gifting an artifact, but because he had no idea how many spirit stones he would need to borrow to afford it. Furthermore, this was a loan from Su Haoran, and it was unlikely he would ever see it returned. No. What use is such a gift? It goes without saying that our sister-in-law is certainly not an ordinary person, correct? There will undoubtedly be others presenting gifts, will there not? And among those, there will surely be rivals, am I right? What you can conceive, others can as well. Therefore, by what rationale do you believe that a defensive magical artifact will stand out among the multitude of gifts? And why would you think that your sister-in-law would regard your offering with special favor? Wang Bu'er's succinct words left Su Haoran momentarily speechless, caught in a web of reason. How astute! Yet soon, a look of delight returned to his face. Wang Bu'er truly is a master, since he has made such assertions. There must surely be a superior approach. So, dear brother, what do you suggest I present? When it comes to gifting women, you should indeed seek my counsel earnestly. Wang Bu'er waved his hand dismissively, straightening his posture, exuding the aura of an emotional connoisseur. Women, especially those with background, strength, and wealth, do not seek practical gifts. They yearn for romance, ambience, and prestige. Gifting an artifact? That is utterly antiquated. He paused, fixing his gaze on Su Haoran. Can you sing? Chapter 117. You truly do not comprehend the intricacies of a woman's mind. As Wang Bu'er progressed, his system balance soared rapidly. The mere thought that he was still within the foundational cultivation area filled him with exhilaration. After his exploits at Huayan's sect, he might very well be able to confidently allocate points towards achieving the Golden Core stage. Beside him, Su Haoran was in a state of anxious distress. He had completely disregarded Wang Bu'er's increasingly nonchalant pretense of examining the medicinal garden. His mind was wholly consumed with the task of selecting a gift. Old 3, do speak up. What exactly should I offer? And what does singing imply? He queried, trailing closely behind Wang Bu'er. Wait a moment. Wang Bu'er had no time to entertain such trivial matters. The act of gathering was far more pressing. Having nearly exhausted the foundational area, he stepped into the Golden Core zone. Upon entering the Golden Core area, Wang Bu'er's gains surged exponentially. The numerical figure of his system balance erupted like a volcano. What a thrilling experience. Old 3, cease with the suspense and tell me quickly. I am on the verge of despair. Su Haoran implored, growing increasingly impatient. Just hold on. Wang Bu'er, now reveling in his fortune, was even less inclined to address these minor concerns. Similar to the foundational area, the rewards from Huayan Sect's Golden Core area greatly surpassed those of Xingyuan's sect. At long last, having concluded his exploration of the Golden Core area, Wang Bu'er seized Su Haoran and proceeded to the highlight of this venture, the inner sanctum of Huayan sect, the alchemical garden. Overwhelmed with excitement, he felt as though he might leap from the ground. Previously, at Xingyuan's sect, he had harvested nearly 5,000 years' worth of balance in one sweep. The anticipation for Huayan's sect was surely higher, as a vast, seemingly endless virtual garden materialized adjacent to the system's virtual farm. Wang Bu'er inhaled deeply and, brimming with enthusiasm, pressed the button to gather. Success. 9,425 years, 3 days, 16 hours. By the heavens. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Bu'er nearly uttered an expletive, his entire being quivering with disbelief. He widened his eyes and meticulously scanned the system data multiple times. After confirming it repeatedly, he was overwhelmed with unbridled joy, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Name, Wang Bu'er, age, 20, lifespan, 33, 578 years, 9 months, 11 days, 5 hours, body refinement, bone tempering 25 100, spiritual energy, foundation establishment 3rd level 2 100, divine sense, celestial profound 0 100, flowing immortal host skill, unfettered, single-minded. He swallowed hard and patted his chest, struggling to regain his composure. 30,000 years. This was indeed 30,000 years. He calculated hastily in his mind. Absolutely sufficient to steadily venture into the realm of Jedon, provided one refrains from being ostentatious or engaging in brawls. However, a minor skirmish would pose no problem. So, dear third brother, are you truly capable? Hurry up. Wang Bu'er's inexplicable days left Su Haoran in a state of utter panic. Enough, enough, let us depart. We shall return and enjoy barbecued delicacies while we converse. Wang Bu'er understood that if this tension continued, Su Haoran would surely lose his composure. Come on, come on. I have prepared several jars of fine wine for you, all pilfered from the alchemical chamber. I assure you, you will relish it. Only then did Su Haoran burst into joyous laughter, eagerly dragging Wang Bu'er towards his cave dwelling. After a while, within Su Haoran's abode, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Bu'er, his eyes brimming with unabashed skepticism. Third brother, you aren't toying with me, are you? Are you certain this contraption is effective? Surely you are not concocting a poor plan simply because you are reluctant to lend me spirit stones. He simply could not bring himself to accept Wang Bu'er's suggestion. How could this be possible? Though his ruse was seen through, Wang Bu'er maintained an impassive demeanor, betraying no signs of distress. He could never admit to his reluctance to lend spirit stones. You are no woman. You cannot possibly comprehend the workings of a woman's mind. If you doubt it, just observe your sister. Upon hearing this, Su Haoran's eyes flickered, and he appeared utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Su Xianxia had been engrossed in devouring barbecued delights, but now, having heard Wang Bu'er's proposal, she sat on a small stool, cradling her chin in her hands, gazing at Wang Bu'er with adoration and sparkling eyes. At last, he was convinced. Very well, I shall trust in the capabilities of my third brother. I will make the necessary arrangements. But, what is the matter with the singing? Su Haoran was uncertain whether he was being sincere or insincere as he spoke. That is my trump card. It is not yet the right time. Once the moment arrives, I shall reveal it to you. For now, it must remain a secret. Wang Bu'er was filled with confidence. Having devised a plan, merely celebrating the second sister-in-law's birthday would not suffice. If we are to do it, let us do it grandly. Not only must we celebrate her birthday, but we must also propose and consummate the marriage in one sweep. Though he had no experience with weddings, He had witnessed enough proposals through television and film in his previous life to understand the magnitude of such occasions. Su Haoran pouted, harboring a hint of discontent. Yet, at this moment, he had no choice but to place his trust in Wang Bu'er. Very well, then, I entrust my lifelong happiness to you, third brother. Fortunately, with Wang Bu'er's prior success in winning over Zhao Shuaying and assisting Yang Guo in resolving his matchmaking endeavors, he had established a degree of credibility. After much persuasion and under countless assurances from Wang Bu'er, Su Haoran was finally able to find some semblance of peace. Naturally, he also secured the bargaining chips for their exchange. Henceforth, whenever Wang Bu'er desired, and as long as Su Haoran had the time, he could freely visit Huayan's sect. The primary objective was to observe the herbal garden and glean insights into the cultivation of medicinal plants. Satisfied after leaving Su Haoran's cave, Wang Bu'er followed the map inscribed on the jade slip towards the exchange meeting. He harbored no genuine interest in this gathering, having feasted adequately. He merely intended to sign in. The name Yumishans was indeed aptly chosen, and its scenery was nothing short of magnificent. Even the most breathtaking views on Earth paled in comparison to this place. In the past, one would have to jostle for space just to enjoy a meal in the countryside, yet now, surrounded by natural beauty, he felt no desire to explore. Armed with the elder token for this exchange battle, Wang Bu'er encountered no obstacles along his journey. The venue for the exchange was nestled within a valley adorned with blooming flowers. From a distance, he could see the resplendent array of the formation's light curtain and the banquet that had already commenced. Given that this was a gathering of the 5 sects, the atmosphere was indeed grand. As he approached the entrance, ready to tear through the formation's light curtain and step inside, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Halt! Who dares to intrude upon the gathering of the esteemed elders of the 5 sects? Accompanying this voice, a young woman clad in the disciple robes of Huayan's sect emerged from the side, blocking Wang Bu'er's path. She swept a glance over him, and, upon noticing his cultivation level, her demeanor shifted to one of impatience. Leave at once. This is not a place for you to enter. Wang Bu'er remained calm and retrieved his token, preparing to clarify the situation. After all, he was tardy, and considering that this was the Huayan sect, it was reasonable for them not to recognize him. I am from the Xingyuan sect. Yet, as he began to speak, the woman seemed to ignite with fury, her anger erupting in an instant. With a swift motion, a black whip unfurled from her hand, flames intertwining to morph into a fearsome fire python that lunged towards Wang Bu'er. Chapter 118. Let us first acquaint ourselves. Wang Bu'er's pupils constricted sharply, and in an instant, he retreated effortlessly beyond the reach of the whip's attack. His brow furrowed slightly, filled with bewilderment. Though this woman donned the attire of a disciple, the artifact in her hand was remarkably extraordinary, indeed a superior spirit weapon. Furthermore, her commanding presence was not that of an ordinary disciple. Her cultivation had already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. He was not foolish. Some matters did not require excessive deliberation. Given the current time and place, this woman, as a disciple of Huayan sect, could not possibly be unaware of the significance of the foundation establishment disciple exchange battle, which was undoubtedly one of the most crucial events for Huayan sect at this moment, particularly considering his own identity as the lead elder of Xingyuan sect. It was reasonable to assume that his portrait had long been distributed among all Huayan sect disciples to prevent any misunderstandings. Not to mention, his reputation had already spread far and wide due to his recent journey to Tianying Valley. Earlier, he had observed how Su Haoran had brought him to tour the medicinal gardens. Within Huayan sect, he was indeed a figure known to all. Yet, this woman clearly did not recognize him. Wait, she does not know who I am? As he firmly established his stance, he traced a finger through the air. 2 talismans flickered forth, transforming into flames. Amidst the flames, 2 streaks of sword light, akin to starlight, flashed rapidly, striking precisely at the vulnerable point of the whip. Crack! Crack! The fire serpent immediately ceased its assault, the whip retracting back. The woman, thwarted in her attack, was clearly incensed. Her entire aura surged forth as she rapidly coiled the long whip in her hand, the flames instantly multiplying in intensity, resembling the branch of a pine tree. In a heartbeat, a torrent of sword light erupted forth, engulfing the surroundings and cascading down upon Wang Bu'er. Using the whip as a sword, the onslaught swept in all directions, a thunderous roar resounding, as an immense pressure descended instantaneously. Wang Bu'er decisively continued to retreat, while simultaneously tapping his storage bag, unleashing a flurry of talismans that flew forth like snowflakes. Boom, boom, boom. A dazzling array of lights erupted in a dense flurry. Sword light, fire dragons, icy waters, earthen walls, An ethereal hand surged forth. In an instant, a myriad of attacks, all infused with the same fervor, descended upon her. Upon completing this, Wang Bu'er crossed his arms, his eyes gently closing, adopting an air of serene detachment as he awaited the outcome. The reverberations echoed, the space trembled, and the terrifying shockwaves surged forth rapidly. However, just as swiftly as the shock erupted, it dissipated. When Wang Bu'er reopened his eyes, all fluctuations had vanished into thin air. The once arrogant and furious woman from Huayan sect was now ensnared within a colossal icy hand, helpless against her struggles. This is Huayan sect. Regardless of her reasons for attacking him, the situation could not escalate, especially in light of the current circumstances. Wang Bu'er surmised that it was highly probable someone had orchestrated this incident intentionally. Whatever the motive, he could not allow her intentions to succeed. Previously, Wang Bu'er had already discerned that although the young woman possessed remarkable cultivation, having reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, she evidently lacked substantial combat experience. Wang Bu'er, having mastered the application of talismans, effortlessly overpowered her. The woman appeared somewhat bewildered. Though she was not the pinnacle genius of the Huayan sect, her abilities were nonetheless extraordinary. It was rare for her to encounter opponents, even those a level or two above her. Yet now, she found herself captured after a mere exchange of glances. "Who are you?" She began to speak, but a surge of spiritual light descended, sealing her meridians and silencing her voice. "If you wish to speak, then listen to me. Do you not recognize me?" Wang Bu'er queried, his tone devoid of anger as he approached her. The woman was taken aback, but seemed to realize that Wang Bu'er had no intention of harming her. With wide eyes, she nodded slightly. "Fear not. Let us first become acquainted." With a thought, Wang Bu'er summoned an icy hand that brought the woman before him. He adjusted his posture, rubbed his hands together, and then aimed a slap at her face. Within the formation, the customary exchange meeting was underway. The environment was extraordinarily beautiful, densely populated with peach trees. Although it was not the appropriate season, the formation had evidently been reinforced for this gathering, causing the blossoms to bloom prematurely. The tranquil path was adorned with vibrant peach blossoms, their fragrance wafting like waves, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. 11 golden core cultivators led by 4 sects were accompanied by 6 from the Huayan sect, while they also brought foundation establishment disciples. Their number was limited to 2 or 3 from each sect. These exchange meetings were customary before the foundation establishment disciples engaged in battles, and many attendees were frequent participants. Thus, most were preoccupied with discussing their cultivation paths, with some attempting to barter for materials and elixirs. However, Zhao Shuang was not in the mood for such exchanges. Although she disapproved of Wang Bu'er being targeted and mistreated, the meeting was drawing to a close, yet he had yet to make an appearance. Concerned about unforeseen events, she noted that the surrounding formation was evidently overly fortified. With her level of cultivation, she found her consciousness unable to penetrate it. Additionally, the peach blossoms were blooming too profusely, obstructing her view and preventing her from discerning the situation at the entrance. "Zhao Shuang, why do you seem so distracted? Are you worried about your little love?" A woman, still charming in her maturity, called out from across the way. Her gaze had been fixed on Zhao Shuang from the beginning, and the more anxious Zhao appeared, the more excited she seemed. It was Lu Ruyan. Zhao Shuang remained silent, still focused on the direction of the formation's entrance. The animosity from Lu Ruyan towards her was an unspoken truth among the crowd. Both women were exceptionally talented, yet in terms of beauty, Zhao Shuang overshadowed Lu Ruyan, leaving her with no means to retaliate. Many talented male cultivators regarded Lu Ruyan with disdain. Even after being rejected countless times, they persistently pursued Zhao Shuang. "Fear not, for this is the Huayan sect. Moreover, your beloved is adorned with numerous treasures." Casting talismans as casually as one would discard scrap paper, what could possibly go awry? "I shall send someone to welcome him." Lu Ruyan's gaze flickered with contempt, a hint of amusement gracing her lips, her tone unmistakably laced with sarcasm. It was evident she was mocking the earlier scene at Tianying Valley, where Zhao Shuang generously bestowed gifts. Zhao Shuang, however, remained silent, yet an uncomfortable sensation began to stir within her, especially given Lu Ruyan's particularly exuberant demeanor today. Instinctively, she rose to personally greet Wang Bu'er at the formation's entrance. But before she could stand, a young disciple of the Huayan sect hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "This is bad. Elder Wang from Xingyuan sect and Sister Liang are fighting outside." The wine cup in Zhao Shuang's hand shattered with a resounding crash, her eyes sharpening into daggers. She glared fiercely at Lu Ruyan before swiftly making her way to the entrance. "What? They're fighting. This is dire." Liang Yun is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, brimming with treasures and a fiery temper. If this escalates, Elder Wang will surely suffer. Lu Rian also sprang to her feet, her expression betraying her urgency. Liang Yun just returned from outside and doesn't even know her. How could Elder Wang engage in a brawl with a girl? This is the Huayan sect. She won't show him any mercy. Quickly, we must see if Liang Yun is unharmed. We cannot let Elder Wang be injured. The moment she spoke, Lu Rian's inner fury surged uncontrollably. Sister Lu, are you doing this on purpose? How can junior sister Zhao think so? I genuinely did not anticipate Liang Yun crossing paths with Elder Wang. We can only hope that Elder Wang possesses genuine skill. After all, Liang Yun is a prodigy of the Huayan sect. I only wish her blows are not too severe. Though Lu Rian's words were filled with urgency, any discerning listener would perceive the underlying mockery, even tinged with schadenfreude. In truth, many harbored jealousy towards Zhao Shuang and Wang Bu'er. Everyone rose, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Zhao Shuang furrowed her brow, even with her good temper. She was on the verge of losing control. This was clearly a trap set by Lu Rian, intended to humiliate Wang Bu'er before all. With the title of elder and the reputation of a genius from Xingyuan sect, if he were to arrive at Huayan sect only to be easily bested by a foundation establishment disciple, the ridicule would be unending. She quickened her pace, hoping for Wang Bu'er's safety. Even if he faced embarrassment, she wished for him not to suffer too greatly. Oh dear, Liang Yun, what has possessed you to strike so fiercely? Look at what you have done to Elder Wang. As they approached the entrance, Lu Rian suddenly accelerated, deliberately blocking Zhao Shuang behind her while leaving other positions open. This allowed those who followed to witness the tragic state of Wang Bu'er at first glance. However, when she activated the formation and coldly laughed as she spoke loudly, she abruptly froze, her words trembling as they escaped her lips. Chapter 119. Encourage her to keep going. Like Lu Rian, all those who had hurried over to witness the commotion were rendered speechless. They had anticipated a spectacle of Wang Bu'er being forcefully subdued. After all, Lu Rian had previously declared that Liang Yun possessed the peak cultivation of the 6th level of foundation establishment and was a talented adept of the Huayan sect. While Wang Bu'er was indeed formidable, having once faced 22 opponents at Tianying Valley, his prowess relied heavily on an array of treasures and a cultivation level that could easily overpower his adversaries. Now, however, his opponent was equally well equipped, possessed greater innate talent, and held a significantly higher cultivation level. Thus, a repeat of the Tianying Valley scenario seemed implausible. Particularly, the cultivators from Tianyuanzong and Kaiwanzong were eager to witness Wang Bu'er's downfall, especially since he had previously humiliated both sects at Tianying Valley. However, when the formation activated and the passage opened, the sight before them left them dumbfounded. Indeed, someone was being beaten, and rather brutally at that, their face nearly unrecognizable. Yet, it was not Wang Bu'er. At that moment, he stood with one hand on his hip while the other swung mercilessly at another's face. The unfortunate soul was caught in a large hand of profound ice, held before Wang Bu'er, subjected to his assault. Although the victim's features were obscured, their attire indicated they were a female disciple of the Huayan sect. Without a doubt, the individual's identity was all too clear. Oh, you all arrived rather swiftly. Elder Lu, your timing is impeccable. I have captured a spy hiding within the Huayan sect. Wang Bu'er exclaimed. Such a pitiful attempt at ambush. She should have considered her own capabilities. Upon seeing the crowd, Wang Bu'er's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he shook his slightly sore arm. Elder Wang, what are you doing? This is Liang Yun, a disciple of our Huayan sect. How can you label her a spy? Lu Rian protested, her face etched with confusion and despair as she raised her hand to shatter the icy grip and rescue Liang Yun. I have already inquired. The Huayan sect has distributed my portrait. She is dressed as a Huayan sect disciple, yet claims not to recognize me. Clearly, she is a spy. It's utterly ridiculous. Wang Bu'er sneered, suddenly turning his gaze towards Lu Rian as if struck by a realization. Elder Lu, your eyesight is impressive. Even after having been battered so thoroughly, you could still recognize her at a glance. Have you encountered this spy before? Lu Rian was momentarily stunned, her expression darkening with embarrassment, and she found herself at a loss for words. The others present shook their heads in disbelief. They were not fools. Liang Yun's cultivation aura was completely sealed, her tokens stripped away, and her face was so obscured that even her mother might not recognize her. The only reason Lu Rian could identify her was that Liang Yun was the one she had placed here. Could it be that she truly is not a spy? Oh. Elder Lu, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. You see, She was utterly negligent in safeguarding herself and failed to introduce herself properly, resorting instead to aggression. Not only I, but even other disciples of the Huayan sect would perceive her as a spy, wouldn't you agree? Wang Bu'er awkwardly spread his hands, a sheepish expression adorning his face. Yet, everyone could clearly see the hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. You too possess such exceptional talent, yet you do not dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation. At the pinnacle of the 6th level of foundation establishment, you are still so inadequate, unable to withstand even a single strike from me. Encourage her to strive harder in the future. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, Elder Lu, I trust you will not hold it against me. Here, to express my contrition, please pass this medicinal pill to her, so she may recuperate well. In the future, she is welcome to visit my Xingyuan sect for leisure. After placing a medicinal pill in Lu Rian's palm, Wang Bu'er barely glanced at Liang Yun, clearing his throat. Under the gaze of all present, he boldly stepped into the formation, approaching Zhao Shuang. Come, it's nothing significant. She won't die? Let us go? Let us go. Drinking is of utmost importance. Zhao Shuang had been in a daze until Wang Bu'er grasped her hand and exchanged a knowing look, awakening her from her stupor. While the specifics of the incident remained unclear, it was evident that Lu Rian, who had initially intended to deceive, had been outmaneuvered herself. Oh dear, Bu'er, what on earth were you thinking? How could you strike so heavily? She exclaimed, genuinely patting her chest, feigning concern and fear. She then turned to Lu Rian, adopting the same tone she had previously used. Luckily, our Bu'er knows how to temper his strength, otherwise, this young girl would have long since met her demise. Lu Shiji, your Huayan sect boasts the most practitioners among the 5 sects of the western regions. What kind of place is this, that you did not arrange for additional guards? How could you leave a young girl here alone, leading to such a situation? She returned Lu Rian's earlier words verbatim. Lu Rian was about to reply, but Zhao Shuang had already turned away, pulling Wang Bu'er along as they departed. Why did you arrive so late? Let me tell you, there is a certain drink here that is exquisite. I saved half of that for you. In that moment, there was no trace of concern for the unfortunate Liang Yun on her face. At the entrance of the formation, every onlooker wore expressions of sheer astonishment. No one knew what to say. They were merely spectators to the unfolding drama. While the excitement was palpable, it was entirely contrary to what they had anticipated. Glancing at Liang Yun cradled in Lu Rian's arms, everyone could not help but blink in distress, feeling as though their own skin was crawling. This poor child was in a dire state, her eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Lu Rian was engulfed in a tempest of rage, her chest nearly bursting with indignation. What had begun as a splendid performance had devolved into this wretched spectacle, particularly upon seeing the healing elixir, a remedy suitable only for a disciple of the 1st level of qi condensation, resting in her palm, then glancing at Liang Yun's face, which was a gruesome sight. In the storage bag that had long been removed, she nearly spat blood in fury. Regrettably, all her wrath had to be swallowed down, for she had orchestrated this entire affair herself. Now, she could only endure the consequences. Do not worry, Xiaoyan. I shall avenge you. Soon, I will make him pay dearly. Lu Rian gritted her teeth in anguish, yet she failed to realize that this predicament was of her own making. She instructed the nearby disciples to escort Liang Yun away for treatment. Slowly, she rose to her feet, forcefully suppressing the rage within her, steadying her breath and emotions, and once again mustering a smile. Remember this, do not show any mercy later. Ensure he is thoroughly dealt with. Employ any means necessary. I shall take full responsibility should anything arise. Yes, the nearby foundational disciples echoed her sentiments, their expressions fierce, brimming with murderous intent. Zhao Shuang, Wang Bu'er, you shall await your fate. This time, I will ensure you are utterly humiliated. Adjusting her attire, Lu Rian strode forth towards the banquet. Today's events cannot simply be dismissed. Chapter 120. My friends wish to maintain a low profile, yet reality dictates otherwise. The Huayan sect and the Xingyuan sect harbor no inherent animosity. However, the relationship between Lu Rian and Zhao Shuang is fraught with deep-seated grievances. The reasons are manifold, primarily revolving around the melodramatic trope where the man Lu Rian fancies invariably favors Zhao Shuang. Life is sustained by a breath, just as a tree thrives on its bark. In every conceivable aspect, Lu Rian finds herself utterly overshadowed by Zhao Shuang, rendering her presence almost non-existent, undoubtedly fostering a desire to turn the tables. The precise manner in which she intends to achieve this is hardly a matter for speculation. Unable to contend with Zhao Shuang directly, she resorts to her own schemes. Thus, the earlier confrontation with Liang Yun was merely an appetizer, a prelude to a more significant display of power intended to humiliate herself. Wang Bu'er felt a pang of apprehension. Fortunately, his recent surge in strength, particularly in speed and agility, spared him from a similar fate. Had it been prior to his acquisition of the bone wings, he would have been the one on the receiving end of that beating. As Wang Bu'er pondered, a growing irritation welled within him. It was not his fault that her man was ineffectual. Why direct her frustrations at him? As he continued forward, his gaze darted about, keenly aware that Lu Ruyan, having failed in her attempt to assert dominance, would not relent easily. Soon, a flicker of peculiarity surfaced in his eyes. Everything seemed normal except for the unusually high number of Foundation establishment disciples accompanying the Huayan sect, all of whom were undoubtedly formidable. Confusion began to envelop Wang Bu'er. Was it possible that, in broad daylight, amidst a gathering of so many core formation experts, Lu Ruyan could command them to assault him once more? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a deep, resonant bell tolled from a distance. Moments later, a fiery light shot forth, piercing through the array's barrier and landing in Lu Ruyan's hands. Esteemed colleagues, the rules for the Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange Battle have undergone some modifications. An elder from the Xianxia sect in Daxia City has summoned us for a discussion, Lu Ruyan declared, passing the message to the other core formation elders. This matter is of great importance. We must attend together. The other elders nodded in agreement. Zhao Shuang, having glanced at the message, confirmed its authenticity. By the way, Elder Wang of the Xingyuan sect is to participate in the exchange battle. It may be inappropriate for you to join this discussion. Perhaps you should remain here and engage in some lighthearted games with them. Given your similar cultivation levels and ages, it would be more relaxed. We shall return shortly. Wang Bu'er cursed inwardly, recognizing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Why choose this moment to discuss rules, disrupting everyone's spirits? Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the improbability of those Foundation establishment disciples daring to strike him in the presence of so many elders. Yet, in an instant, all the core formation experts had been summoned away. It was evident that this was aimed squarely at him. The rationale was impeccable. His participation in the exchange battle rendered him unsuitable for rule discussions. Wang Bu'er felt no inclination to argue against it. Zhao Shuang, too, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After we leave, these individuals will undoubtedly devise means to provoke you, inciting your anger and compelling you to take action. You must restrain yourself until our return. Otherwise, the situation may escalate. The repercussions on the foundational exchange could be trivial. But what truly concerns me is the possibility of them framing you, leading to public humiliation. She hastily transmitted a warning to Wang Bu'er. Force me to act? Humiliate me? Escalate the situation? Impact the foundational exchange? Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback. This woman was indeed no ally. Observing Zhao Shuang and the others depart, particularly noting Lu Ruyan's deliberate glance in his direction, which exuded both triumph and a chilling demeanor, Wang Bu'er felt an intense wave of anxiety. He surveyed the surroundings, and, upon noticing the absence of female cultivators within the Huayan sect, he breathed a sigh of relief. Any scheme or trickery would suffice. As long as it did not involve a beauty trap, he feared he might involuntarily collaborate. Once the Golden Core elders had departed, the gathered foundational disciples visibly relaxed. Within the Huayan sect, a rather unsavory-looking male Golden Core cultivator immediately grinned mischievously, raising his cup and standing. Now that our esteemed seniors have left, we need not remain so tense. Elder Lu suggested we engage in some lighthearted games to entertain Elder Wang. I propose we play beast fighting. In truth, the foundational disciples from other sects had also been yearning for a release, and they quickly voiced their agreement. Beast fighting? Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow slightly. Rest assured, Elder Wang, our stakes will not be exorbitant. We shan't cause any serious harm. Moreover, the game proceeds swiftly, allowing us to tidy up before the elders return. The unsavory male, worried that Wang Bu'er might disagree, pressed on. Well, all right then. However, I must confess, I rarely play this game. You must be gentle. Wang Bu'er appeared exceedingly conflicted. Have no fear, Elder Wang. Should you find it unentertaining, you can withdraw at any time. The unsavory male, witnessing Wang Bu'er's indecision, became even more emboldened. Before long, another individual brought over a beast arena, which was essentially a white circular basin. Inside were numerous plump, worm-like creatures resembling small sausages, reminiscent of silkworms. These creatures were typically used to nourish young birds, known for their rapid growth and combative nature. Are you certain you wish to play this? Wang Bu'er gestured toward the chubby worms, his expression revealing his bewilderment. What, Elder Wang, are you afraid of losing? The unsavory male sneered. Wang Bu'er pouted. He had anticipated a fierce battle between formidable beasts, yet this grandly named game turned out to be a mere insect fight. Each participant would choose a worm from the heap, battling to determine victory or defeat based on the creature's fates. He was not particularly afraid of losing. Having already surmised their intentions, he casually seized a worm and tossed it into the adjacent beast arena. Then, he produced 1,000 spirit stones and tossed them onto the ground. Let us proceed. It's merely for fun. He was eager to discover what tricks these individuals were attempting to play. Very well, let the games commence. The others selected their creatures and placed their bets. A dozen plump insects, once sealed, were released and instantly transformed from their previous tranquility into ferocious beings, engaging in chaotic combat within the arena. Wang Bu'er focused intently on the unfolding battle. Initially, everything seemed normal, but soon the situation began to shift. After a brief period of tumultuous fighting, it became evident that his insects were being attacked with increasing frequency. Before long, they were battered and bruised, emitting frantic cries and fleeing in utter disarray. It appeared that their demise was merely a matter of moments. At this point, Wang Bu'er understood. These insects had surely been tampered with, or these individuals possessed some unique means of cheating. They sought to provoke him, inciting frustration and humiliation. However, he merely shook his head in disbelief, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Although 1,000 spirit stones were not a substantial amount, such an opportunity presented itself freely, and he would not let it slip away. Silently, he accessed the system interface and sighed. Ding. Life payment is transferring 5 minutes to the white crown insect. This transaction is instant. Ding. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the counterpart's life account. He wished to remain low-key, yet reality was not accommodating. Chapter 121. This time, it must be an accident, Elder Wang, if you happen to lose. Please do not take it to heart. Such trivial games are devoid of any skill, entirely reliant on luck. The man of dubious character, named Pu Zhiqiu, had already attained the 7th level of foundation establishment. Observing Wang Bu'er's insect being relentlessly pursued and on the verge of defeat, a smug smile crept upon his lips. Winning or losing was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was that Wang Bu'er could not emerge victorious. They had meticulously devised a comprehensive plan to lead Wang Bu'er into a trap, ultimately leaving him empty-handed and seething with anger. Not at all. How could that be? Wang Bu'er waved his hand nonchalantly. Elder Wang, it seems this is your first time playing. Allow me to enlighten you. Selecting insects requires a certain finesse. Take, for instance, the one you have chosen. Its hind legs are rather short, thus its speed cannot be swift, making it susceptible to being chased by other insects. Once it is injured, the others will surely swarm in for the attack. Look, it is on the brink of collapse. I shall count to 3, 1, 2, 3. Wait. Pu Zhiqiu pointed at Wang Bu'er's insect, seemingly intending to offer assistance. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his jaw dropped in astonishment, as if it could devour a heel. At the very spot he indicated, Wang Bu'er's insect, which had appeared to be on the verge of death, suddenly sprang to life as though it had consumed a rejuvenating elixir, becoming vibrant and vigorous in an instant. Dragging its nearly incapacitated body, it charged into the fray with a fierce cry. Among all the insects, though it was grievously wounded, it exhibited an unmatched ferocity. At that moment, the other insects were utterly exhausted from their battles and could hardly resist. In the blink of an eye, a dramatic turnaround unfolded before the astonished onlookers. Brother Pu, what did you just say? I seem to have missed that. What kind of insect is the strongest? Wang Bu'er, with a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes, gathered all the spiritual stones from the ground into his storage pouch. He then turned to Pu Zhiqiu with an expression brimming with curiosity. Well then, shall we commence the next round? Pu Zhiqiu stood there, momentarily stunned, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. Although this batch of insects appeared identical, they had studied them thoroughly and were confident that their chosen insect was far more formidable, at least more so than Wang Bu'er's. Yet, how could the outcome have manifested in such a manner? Especially given that the insect had seemed to be on the brink of death, only to suddenly revive with vigor. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as merely an accident. Thus, the second round commenced. Once again, Wang Bu'er was the first to choose, still not bothering to observe, simply reaching out at random. Witnessing this, Pu Zhiqiu could only shake his head in exasperation. Elder Wang, insects cannot be chosen in such a manner. One must consider their physique and, most importantly, their vitality and spirit. Look at yours. This was one of his strategies, a part of his ploy to provoke and unsettle Wang Bu'er. However, he had barely uttered half of his words when he fell silent once more. In the arena, a bizarre scene unfolded once again. As before, Wang Bu'er's insect, owing to its relative frailty, soon became the target of a relentless assault. Yet, inexplicably, despite the ferocious bites from the other insects and the severity of its injuries, it showed no signs of succumbing to death. Even as its abdomen was gnawed to near nothingness, it continued to charge wildly. Before long, all eyes were fixed on Wang Bu'er's creature, which, despite having only half a body remaining, persisted in its cacophonous cries, leaving everyone bewildered. A singular thought permeated their minds. This defies logic. Senior Brother Pooh, please continue. I wish to learn from you, someone interjected. Indeed, choosing insects is a profound art. Wang Bu'er remained undeterred, effortlessly sweeping away the bets on the ground once more. Elder Wang, those last 2 rounds must have been mere flukes. However, your fortune may not hold for long, warned the challenger. Look at my insect. Its mandibles are exceptionally sharp, granting it formidable attack power. As the 3rd round commenced, Pu Zhiqiu devoted considerable time to meticulously selecting what he deemed the finest insect. He resolved to impart a lesson to Wang Bu'er to demonstrate his superiority. Although he had lost the previous 2 rounds, he remained unfazed. There was still ample time. The disparity in outcomes would undoubtedly provoke Wang Bu'er's fury. Yet soon, he found himself at a loss for words again. This time, Wang Bu'er's insect appeared less ferocious than before, while the other competitors' insects had all become emboldened. Regardless of the bites received or the wounds sustained, even those left with only a single head continued to thrash about wildly. Pu Zhiqiu wore a perplexed expression, staring intently at the insects in the basin, feeling an urge to converse with them, especially towards the end, when all the insects were on the brink of collapse. Wang Bu'er's creature, which seemed to have perished, suddenly straightened up, revived. Senior Brother Pooh, please do not be impatient or angry. This must surely be another coincidence. I suspect. Perhaps it did not sleep well last night. It wasn't he dead, merely asleep. Wang Bu'er gritted his teeth in agreement, continuing to collect all the bets without a hint of remorse, fabricating a rationale he himself struggled to believe. Pu Zhiqiu suppressed his mounting frustration. Even if he were foolish, it was evident that something was amiss. But where had the problem arisen? He had raised the insects himself, chosen them personally, and selected the 2 basins as well. He had even gone so far as to investigate Wang Bu'er's background, confirming that he had never engaged in such games at the Xingyuan sect. Not to worry, I am not angry in the slightest. Elder Wang, you are correct. It must be yet another coincidence, he said, as he resumed selecting insects. This time, he exercised greater caution, meticulously selecting creatures that, in every conceivable aspect, surpassed the haphazard choices made by Wang Bu'er. With a steely determination, he gritted his teeth and cast aside 2,000 spirit stones. Elder Wang, I was merely warming up. The game has only just begun. Shall we elevate the stakes a tad? I trust you have no objections? He harbored no doubts about the outcome, convinced that victory was assured this time. The increase in stakes was merely a means to recover the time squandered previously. Wang Bu'er, of course, remained indifferent. He regarded this junior brother as a genuinely good person, one who generously bestowed spirit stones upon him. If only the cultivators of Huayan's sect possessed such kindness and patience. He felt confident he could reclaim the entire sect for himself. As he spoke, he accessed the system. Beep. The life payment treasure is transferring to the White Crown Worm for 5 minutes. This transaction will be instant. Beep. The transaction has been completed. The balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. In less than 5 minutes, merely 4 minutes later, this round concluded under the astonished gazes of all present. Wang Bu'er touched his nose, displaying a hint of bashfulness. With a sigh, he waved his hand, and all the spirit stones vanished into his storage pouch. These spirit stones came too easily, as if they were merely picked up off the ground. Chapter 122, Brother Pooh, this is my perspective on the situation. After a brief moment, a group of individuals crouched beside the white basin, enveloped in an eerie silence. The atmosphere was steeped in an unsettling stillness. Pu Zhiqiu's fingers clenched his head tightly, his scalp bristling while his eyes betrayed a profound skepticism towards this world. Wang Bu'er also observed the peculiar battlefield within the arena, his thoughts racing. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he could no longer contain himself. Brother Pooh, it appears that your insects have ceased their movements, indicating they are clearly dead. Yet, my insect's tail continues to twitch. Doesn't that suggest it is still alive? The onlooker's brows furrowed deeply. Yet there was no compelling argument against Wang Bu'er's assertion, particularly for Pu Zhiqiu, who felt his heart nearly falter under the weight of the revelation. This match had originally seemed devoid of surprises. Wang Bu'er's insect had been severed in 2 at the onset. Following a fierce clash, his insect had ultimately dominated the battlefield. Although it too succumbed to its injuries, it was still the victor. Just as he prepared to collect his winnings and initiate his next scheme while ridiculing Wang Bu'er, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In full view of all, the remaining half of Wang Bu'er's insect stirred, though the front half had been devoured by others. This back half began to move. Wang Bu'er forcefully pried open Pu Zhiqiu's fingers, reclaiming the spirit stones that had been taken from him. With a steady hand, he swept away all the insect carcasses and seized another insect, casting it back into the fray. Let us continue, Brother Pu. As you can see, I merely grabbed this one at random. There was no selection involved. Wang Bu'er explained, somewhat sheepishly. He had no intention of winning so much. But fate had conspired against him. Esteemed brothers, I find myself devoid of spirit stones. A young lady from the Xian sect shivered slightly, opting to withdraw. She was unaware of the circumstances of others. All she knew was that she could not afford to lose any further. The situation had grown increasingly bizarre. Regardless of Wang Bu'er's choices or the unfolding events, unexpected occurrences seemed inevitable. I too lack spirit stones, Brother Pu, Elder Wang. Please, continue without me. I shall merely observe and cheer from the sidelines. The foundation-building disciples of Tianyuanzong also chose to retreat, sensing that something was amiss with the insects today. Surely, they were haunted. Let us take a break, allowing Brother Pu and Elder Wang to engage in a private duel. The young man from Kaiwanzong, along with others from Huayan sect, also recognized the disquiet in the atmosphere and promptly withdrew, leaving the battlefield to Pu Zhiqiu alone. Previously, one might have attributed Wang Bu'er's success to sheer luck amidst the overwhelming number of insects, but now, with only 2 combatants, it seemed unlikely for any surprises to arise. Very well, I shall stand by Elder Wang until the very end. Pu Zhiqiu, now acutely aware of his peers' intentions, felt a surge of confidence. He was incredulous. After spending decades mastering the art of insect handling, could he truly be outperformed by a mere novice like Wang Bu'er? Not long after, Wang Bu'er scratched his head, coughed softly, and began to speak. Senior brother, I believe it is quite possible that the insect I captured is the father of yours. It must have held back. That's why it lost. He asserted confidently, nodding vigorously, quite impressed by his own imaginative reasoning, even managing to concoct such a juvenile excuse. Come, let us continue. This was merely a stroke of misfortune. As he spoke, he unceremoniously collected the spiritual stones once again. Senior Brother Pu's breath grew increasingly labored as his gaze fixated on the corpse of the insect in the arena, yearning to delve deeper and ascertain whether there was something amiss with it. Beep, the life payment treasure is transferring 5 minutes to the white crown insect. This transaction is instant. Beep, transaction completed. Balance has been transferred to the counterpart's life account. After some time, Wang Bu'er collected all the spiritual stones from the ground once more. He scratched his head several times and coughed repeatedly. Senior brother, for this round, I propose this. It is quite possible that the insect I captured is, in fact, the brother of yours. Yes, it must be so. After a moment of contemplation, he finally devised yet another impeccable rationale, letting out a sigh of relief. He needed to provide Senior Brother Pu with some semblance of hope. Otherwise, the game would come to an abrupt end. Such a delightful little game for earning spiritual stones was simply irreplaceable. It remained uncertain whether Senior Brother Pu believed him or was simply too proud to concede. This time, he refrained from speaking, silently producing another 2,000 spiritual stones before seizing yet another insect and tossing it into the arena. Come. His complexion was ashen, teeth clenched in frustration. Internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This game had been his suggestion, and he had even nurtured these insects himself. Why was today so cursed? Particularly since he had verified that Wang Bu'er had not interfered in any way. The 2 large basins were treasures capable of isolating spiritual senses, ensuring that the insects were not affected mentally. Thus, everything must be mere coincidence. All of this was just his misfortune. A few minutes later, Wang Bu'er once again collected all the spiritual stones. He scratched his head, coughing for over 10 seconds. Senior brother, do you think it is possible that these 2 insects are a pair of soulmates? Mine is male, and yours is female? Perhaps she is too timid to confront her mate? Wang Bu'er felt quite awkward concocting such an explanation. Mine is indeed male. Senior Brother Pu replied solemnly, surprisingly taking the time to verify. Then it appears it fears its mate. Wang Bu'er broke into a cold sweat. Truly, Senior Brother Pu was a good-natured fellow. How about this, Senior Brother? Let us conclude this game for today. It seems, judging by your fortune, that luck is not on your side. Wang Bu'er gazed intently at the arena. Within its confines, his creature had been gnawed to the brink of death, reduced to a mere layer of skin. Yet it still persisted, writhing in a desperate struggle. Even he found it unbearable to watch. This blatant cheating was simply outrageous. It was not that he was averse to the abundance of spirit stones, nor did he feel any guilt in exploiting his opponent. Rather, he was concerned about the potential psychological trauma that his junior disciple might endure, fearing it could lead to depression, mania, or even a complete mental breakdown. No, we must continue. Although Elder Wang, your fortune is undeniably remarkable, I still have faith in my years of experience in the art of insect combat. However, Pu Zhiqiu was determined not to concede, resolutely adopting a preemptive strategy by hurling a creature into the battlefield, eagerly awaiting Wang Bu'er's response. Enough is enough. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow. This simply cannot stand. Having come all the way to Huayan sect, I must ensure that Elder Wang enjoys himself thoroughly. Pu Zhiqiu waved his hand dismissively, resolutely refusing. If he did not manage to defeat Wang Bu'er today, he feared he would develop a psychological aversion to these creatures, rendering him unable to engage in this pastime again. That's enough, truly enough. I have already indulged myself to my heart's content. Wang Bu'er initially intended to showcase his exquisitely crafted storage bag, but reconsidered midway. It would be inappropriate to further provoke his opponent after already resorting to deceit. Elder Wang, you need not worry about me. I am still capable. Pu Zhiqiu forcibly steadied his tone. You have no spirit stones left. Wang Bu'er retorted, exasperated, gesturing towards Pu Zhiqiu's shriveled storage bag. Honestly, why is it so difficult for you to heed good advice? Must I be so blunt? At this, Pu Zhiqiu was taken aback, his complexion swiftly shifting from a deep crimson to a pallid white, and then back to crimson once more. Finally, a moment of clarity struck him. Yes, indeed, Elder Wang speaks the truth. Let us conclude this game for now. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling utterly drained. Chapter 123. For all of you, are nothing but rubbish. Fu Zhiqiu settled back into his seat, his back drenched with perspiration, his mind consumed by thoughts of insects. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how one person's fortune could soar to such staggering heights. If not for the fact that these insects had been personally nurtured and selected, he would have doubted whether they were spies sent by Wang Bu'er to infiltrate the Huayan sect. Yet, such speculations were of little consequence now. What truly mattered was that Elder Lu's task remained unfulfilled. The original plan for today was to deplete Wang Bu'er's storage pouch and reduce him to a pitiable state, one so humiliating that the entire world would view him with disdain. The first task now seemed hopeless. It was likely that Wang Bu'er had consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Clenching his teeth, Fu Zhiqiu momentarily suppressed his sorrow over the loss of spiritual stones and turned his attention to the next phase of the plan. He was determined to confront Wang Bu'er, to dampen his arrogance, and, more precisely, to alleviate Elder Lu's pent-up frustrations. Wang Bu'er had to be dealt with. Elder Wang, may I pose a question, if I may? He adjusted his demeanor, adopting a tone of trepidation as if he were quite anxious. Ask away. Why should you hesitate? With the elders absent, we are free to speak our minds. Feel free to inquire. Wang Bu'er waved his hand dismissively, though a cold smirk danced within his heart. He knew well that matters would not resolve so easily. These individuals would not relent until they had exacted some measure of loss upon him. He was eager to see what tricks they would conjure next. Fu Zhiqiu's name alone revealed his character, one who lacked understanding. In truth, his question was not particularly novel, and he believed many present shared the same curiosity. Raising his cup, he offered a toast to Wang Bu'er. Everyone knows that Senior Zhao is the goddess of the 4 nations of the western regions, sought after by countless souls in vain. Thus, I wish to ask Elder Wang to share his insights on what methods he employed to achieve what even many nascent soul elders could not, and thus win the affections of a beauty. Before Wang Bu'er could respond, another disciple from the Huayan sect, Lu Bidi, also stood up. I have something to say as well. However, it might be somewhat unpalatable. I wonder if Elder Wang is willing to hear it. This individual, also at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, lacked Fu Zhiqiu's lewdness, but bore a pallid countenance reminiscent of someone long afflicted by illness. Wang Bu'er frowned. This man's name was even more illustrative than Fu Zhiqiu's. One was oblivious to propriety, and the other was a mere sniveler. Fear not. If anyone has something to say, let it be spoken plainly. From this moment forth, let us all momentarily forget our identities and the boundaries of our cultivation levels. Let us speak freely, without reservations. Would that not be delightful? Wang Bu'er declared, slamming his hand on the table. You wish to play, do you? Then let us indulge you. Elder Wang. Are you serious? Lu Bidi queried, his surprise palpable. Absolutely. Everyone is free to speak their minds. Once we leave this place, let us pretend as if nothing ever occurred. Those who harbor grudges are but fools. Wang Bu'er silently cursed. Is it not simply a desire to provoke me, to incite my ire? and to render me reckless in speech and action? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. I shall not hold back. If I have offended Elder Wang or Master Zhao in any way, I beg your forgiveness. So, this is how it shall unfold, is it? The atmosphere is charged with anticipation. Indeed, as soon as I declared there were no taboos, these individuals began to target Zhao Shuang, each accusation weaving into the next. The stage is set for a grand performance. In truth, my inquiry parallels that of my senior brother. Observe Elder Wang. He is not particularly impressive in appearance. His talents are rather mediocre, and his cultivation level is merely at the third stage of foundation establishment. Any golden core female cultivator would never make such a choice. When I first heard this news, I imagined Master Zhao had been basking in the glory of his reputation for too long, appearing to be celebrated while feeling empty inside, thus settling for anything in his hunger for validation. As soon as he finished speaking, another foundation establishment disciple from Huayan's sect rose to join him. I share his sentiment. Upon hearing the news, I too felt profound sorrow. If Master Zhao genuinely preferred foundation establishment disciples, why not come to our Huayan sect? Even if not, the 4 nations of the western regions boast countless talented individuals. Let us not even mention the others, among those present today, who does not possess greater innate talent than Brother Wang, who does not exceed him in cultivation level, who does not surpass him in physical prowess. Once their words escaped, many in the audience changed their expressions. Despite the prior assertion of no taboos, the remarks of these individuals were indeed excessive. All eyes turned toward Wang Bu'er, an indescribable tension filling the air. What is the matter with you? While we may speak freely, there must still be a sense of propriety. Pu Zhiqiu immediately slammed the table and stood up, glaring at the two. However, although his tone was stern, there was no hint of reproach in his demeanor. Rather, it seemed tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Elder Wang, they did not mean any harm. I hope you will not take offense. Yet, I trust you can understand that such private remarks can be somewhat unpalatable. Although their words are excessive, they largely reflect the sentiments of many. As he spoke, others began to touch their lips thoughtfully. Pu Zhiqiu was quite perceptive. His words struck a chord with them. This indeed was a question they had long yearned to ask. Even if Wang Bu'er, as a master alchemist, possesses formidable strength and has contributed immensely to Xing Yuanzong, Zhao Shuang's beauty and talents remain like a flower blooming amidst a pile of manure. Do you truly wish to know? Wang Bu'er appeared remarkably unperturbed, lifting a glass of wine and savoring a sip with evident delight. A faint smile graced his face, exuding an inexplicable tranquility. Perhaps it was best not to speak further. I feared that certain truths might overwhelm those with fragile psyches. He then shook his head in silent resignation. Old Master Wang, please do share your thoughts, urged another male cultivator from the Ziyuan sect, his excitement palpable. As stated, today is a day without taboos. Whatever you say will not be taken to heart. It is indeed somewhat tragic. With numerous female cultivators in the Ziyuan sect, one would assume that male practitioners would be in high demand. Yet, paradoxically, despite years of effort, he had failed to attract even a single female cultivator. It was nothing short of a human tragedy. His intentions toward Wang Bu'er were devoid of malice. He merely sought to glean some wisdom to expedite the end of his solitary existence. Are you truly prepared to speak? Wang Bu'er cast a glance at the individual, who was named Du Yubing. What a ridiculous name, utterly absurd. Old Master Wang, please, do not hesitate. We are all ears. Just as you mentioned before. Once we exit this formation, we shall forget everything. The disciples of Huayan sect stood poised, having meticulously prepared to counter any arguments Wang Bu'er might present, ready to dismantle them piece by piece. Then I shall indeed speak. No one is permitted to take offense. Wang Bu'er raised his glass and consumed its contents in one swift motion. The truth was rather straightforward. For those present, and for the myriad of so-called prodigies you speak of, in the eyes of our Shuang, they are nothing but refuse. Chapter 124. Dear Senior Brother Pu, please refrain from jesting, exclaimed Wang Bu'er, bewildered. What do you mean? Who do you deem as trash? Pu Zhiqiu rose abruptly. Oh, Senior Brother Pu, do not be so rash. We had all agreed earlier that today would be a day of uninhibited discourse, where we could express our thoughts freely. Moreover, what I stated is merely the truth. Back in Tunying Valley, it was solely my rapport with Su Haoran that mattered. Otherwise, I would not have faced 22 opponents alone, but rather 40. At this juncture, Wang Bu'er's tone mirrored that of Pu Zhiqiu's earlier. In truth, you should consider yourself fortunate. Fortunate that you were born a few years earlier. Otherwise, had we encountered one another in Tunying Valley, you would have had no opportunity to establish your foundation. Since you choose to disregard courtesy, what should I, Wang Bu'er, continue to uphold? If you speak without restraint, why should I exercise any decorum? Engaging in a war of words? I have mastered the essence of literature on earth. I shall outshine you. Is that so? Yet, I have heard that your prowess is entirely reliant upon the treasures gifted by Master Zhao. It is said that in Tianying Valley, you were perpetually shielded by at least 20 defensive talismans. Such skill, we truly cannot compare. After a brief moment of surprise, Pu Zhitsu's expression transformed into one of delight. Their intention was to provoke Wang Bu'er, seeking an opportunity to strike. Now, Wang Bu'er was unwittingly playing into their hands. Oh, senior brother Pu possesses remarkable verbal finesse. Since you are unwilling to concede, shall we engage in a friendly spar? Allow me to witness the true extent of senior brother Pu's strength. Upon hearing Wang Bu'er's words, both Pu Zhitsu and the disciples of Huayan sect were momentarily dumbfounded, their faces awash with disbelief. Not only them, but the cultivators from other sects also wore expressions of astonishment. The display from Huayan sect was evidently designed to provoke Wang Bu'er, compelling him to act. Shouldn't Wang Bu'er, at this moment, be seeking to avoid confrontation? Why then did he instead willingly walk into their trap? It was apparent to anyone that their actions were premeditated, and every disciple from Huayan sect was undoubtedly equipped with means to restrain Wang Bu'er. The array set up here was exceptionally unique, possibly designed to curtail Wang Bu'er's reckless use of treasures. Very well, since Elder Wang is so resolute, I shall not be remiss in accepting your challenge. Let us showcase the true prowess of junior brother Wang. Pu Zhitsu thought, feeling triumphant. The scene had been orchestrated by Lu Ruyan, as everyone had surmised. Each of them was indeed prepared with special treasures, and the array here was crafted to suppress the speed and quantity of talismanic bursts. Should Wang Bu'er dare to spar, he would require no effort to overpower him, and he would seize the opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly. Although there had been little animosity between Huayan sect and Wang Bu'er, Zhao Shuang had always been Lu Ruyan's adversary. All the foundational disciples of Huayan sect present today were loyal followers of Lu Ruyan. Having resolved matters with Wang Bu'er, he had made significant progress with Lu Ruyan, allowing him to thrive within the Huayan sect. As for Liang Yun, he scarcely gave him a thought. Wang Bu'er's victory over Wang Yun undoubtedly stemmed from those so-called treasures. With a single step, he moved gracefully to an open space not far away, his ethereal agility eliciting gasps and applause from the onlookers. Moreover, his imposing aura, bolstered by his 7th-level foundational cultivation, erupted with grandeur. The crowd no longer doubted that Pu Zhitsu had come well prepared. Pitying glances were directed toward Wang Bu'er, who had been so easily provoked, displaying a complete lack of foresight. Although Wang Bu'er spoke with great bravado, his recent actions were undeniably akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Elder Wang, do consider your position. While we are merely sparring, swords are unforgiving. Should you be injured, do not hold it against me. He continued with a disarming smile. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint to ensure your defeat isn't too humiliating. Furthermore, I have prepared healing elixirs for you. The crowd could only shake their heads in silent disbelief. Pu Zhitsu was unmistakably conveying to Wang Bu'er that should he dare to engage, he would face a devastating defeat. His final remark was a veiled reference to Liang Yun's fate, suggesting that Wang Bu'er could expect a similar outcome. All eyes turned towards Wang Bu'er, yet his expression bore no sign of anxiety. A sly grin crept onto his lips. Pu Xixiang, what exactly do you mean? Do you genuinely wish to engage in a contest of spells with me? His eyes widened in astonishment, incredulous at Pu Zhitsu's insinuation. What do you mean, do I wish? Was it not you who proposed this sparring session? If it's a spar, what else could it be but a contest of skills? Pu Zhitsu let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. What was Wang Bu'er implying? Was he genuinely reconsidering in the face of impending confrontation? Pu Xixiang, please, spare us the jest. You, a 7th-level foundational cultivator, wish to challenge me, a mere 3rd level? He scoffed, incredulous at the absurdity of the notion. Do you truly think so little of your own intellect, to conjure such a preposterous idea? While you may be foolish, must you assume the same of everyone else? However, Wang Bu'er leapt up, his expression one of utmost innocence, pointing at Pu Zhitsu with laughter. Why not seek out a disciple of the Xingyuan sect for a duel? Would that not be an even more glorious victory? Challenge a disciple of the Qi condensation stage? A female disciple from the Tianyuan sect erupted into laughter, her mirth infectious. Behind her, another companion was so amused that he began to pound the table, laughing uncontrollably. Their laughter, combined with Wang Bu'er's incredulous gaze, which seemed to regard Pu Zhitsu as a fool, left him utterly dumbfounded, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Even a fool would recognize he had been outwitted. As a distinguished disciple of the Huayan sect, having achieved the 7th level of foundation establishment, He now finds himself burdened with the ignominious title of challenging those of a lower rank. This incident is bound to spread rapidly, and he shall find it impossible to shed this stigma in the near future. Perhaps he will even become the subject of ridicule across the 4 kingdoms of the western regions and the entire realm of cultivation. His chest heaved. His eyes bulged with suppressed fury, yet he had neither the space nor the opportunity to unleash it. However, this was merely the beginning with the raucous laughter of the 2 disciples from the Tianyuan sect. The disciples of the Qiyuan sect began to join in with a chorus of mirth. Among them, the female disciples of the Ziyun sect laughed the loudest, their laughter causing their delicate forms to tremble, their hairpins askew. Yet, this was still not the entirety of it. Soon, the members of the Huayan sect, his fellow disciples, could no longer contain themselves. Although they lowered their heads, their mirth was unmistakable. Observing the relentless shaking of their shoulders and their labored breaths, Pu Zhitiu was utterly disheartened. How could they laugh when they were all of the same ilk? He had merely taken the lead. What right did they have to mock him? His face grew increasingly ashen, and the fury and humiliation within him erupted to their zenith. Especially upon witnessing Lu Bidi and Du Yubing. Chapter 125. Brother Du, you must also strive. I was merely jesting. Everyone agreed that there should be no taboos. How can you, Brother Pu, take it this way? Can't you take a joke? Really? Well, Brother Lu, look, Brother Pu has fainted. Perhaps you should take over. While a few from Huayan sect were still laughing, Wang Bu'er turned around. Lu Bidi immediately shivered, and the great green worm ceased its burrowing, swaying unsteadily to stabilize itself. His heart tightened at once. The previous warning was still fresh. Brother Pu's unfortunate state lay there, unassisted. What does Wang Bu'er mean by this? After finishing with Brother Pu, does he wish to toy with me as well? I am not so foolish. Never mind. Elder Wang did say it was all in jest. He had no desire to follow in Brother Pu's footsteps. Having witnessed that bloodshed, he suspected internal injuries were sustained. What, Brother Lu, are you too fearful? You are a distinguished cultivator of the 7th stage of foundation establishment. Yet you hesitate to challenge me, a mere 3rd stage? Or is it? Wang Bu'er scoffed coldly, his voice suddenly rising, transformed into an aura of impending doom. An overwhelming presence surged forth, akin to a sword unsheathed, bearing down with relentless pressure. Or could it be, esteemed Brother Lu, that you look down upon me? Wang Bu'er, look down upon our Xingyuan sect? You have declared your intention to challenge me, yet you dawdle without approaching. Are you toying with me? Do you intend to undermine the relationship between Xingyuan sect and Huayan sect? You. Lu Bidi's gaze turned blank. He felt his intellect insulted, as if Wang Bu'er was digging a pit for him. This is not how one plays. Brother Pu, of the 7th stage of foundation establishment, challenged you, only to be called foolish. Now, as a fellow cultivator of the 7th stage, I choose not to challenge you, and I am labeled as timid. You even escalated this to a matter of inter-sect relations. You have spoken both praise and disdain, claiming both sides. Allow me to step forward. At this moment, Du Yubing rose. Compared to brothers Pu and Lu, although he had also laughed earlier, his thoughts were considerably steadier. Elder Wang, it is not that I wish to challenge you, but your previous words have crossed our line. We merely seek to reclaim justice from you. After he stood, he decisively spoke, cutting off any possibility of Wang Bu'er continuing his underhanded tactics. Wang Bu'er coughed lightly, abandoning the plan to verbally assault this individual to the point of bloodshed. Brother Du must think this through. Once you step forward, there is no turning back. If I am defeated, I shall naturally apologize for my earlier words. However, if you are defeated, then it shall be. Wang Bu'er began to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Du Yubing. He stepped forward, his figure blurring as he landed in the clearing, facing Wang Bu'er. His cultivation surged forth with a thunderous might. He too was at the 7th stage of foundation establishment, and compared to brothers Pu and Lu, his aura was even more formidable. He raised a hand, and a blue flying sword shot forth, swirling around him, emanating an astonishing presence, crashing down with a dazzling edge. Wang Bu'er, with a languid demeanor, approached. His aura radiated. Though it paled in comparison to Du Yubing's, it was still formidable enough to be earth-shattering. Upon witnessing the two preparing for battle, the disciples of Huayan sect breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission today was to subdue Wang Bu'er. Although the initial plan had faltered and the second encountered obstacles, it ultimately bore fruit. As long as Wang Bu'er dared to engage, the outcome was already determined. Pu Zhitiu awakened, rising to gaze at Wang Bu'er, his eyes brimming with fury. Today, he had truly embarrassed himself. His hatred for Wang Bu'er ran bone deep. Do shitty. Do not hold back. Incapacitate him at once. He roared, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yes, eliminate him. Lu Bitian echoed, equally incensed. The humiliation of being forced to cough up blood compared to Pu Zhizhu's situation felt similarly disgraceful. Their reputations within Huayan's sect would surely suffer greatly henceforth. All because of Wang Bu'er. Du Shixiang, I advise you. Perhaps it is better to refrain. You must have heard of the events at Tianying Valley. Sometimes, a higher realm does not fully equate to true strength. Wang Bu'er produced a handful of talismans, counting them with a flourish. There were over 50. He proudly displayed them to Du Yubing. Though I have agreed to battle, I never stipulated any rules or limitations. At his words, the members of Tianyuanzong, Xianxia, and Kaiwanzong inwardly cursed his shamelessness, nearly forgetting Wang Bu'er's astonishing record. More renowned than his achievements was his abundance of treasures, particularly talismans, which seemed to be as plentiful as discarded paper. Is that so? Elder Wang, you may be in for a disappointment. The formations here were recently enhanced, one of which restricts the use of talismans within the internal space. Apologies, but your reliance has been rendered ineffective. Du Yubing chuckled, gesturing with his right hand towards the flying sword before him. In an instant, a massive sword light erupted, whooshing away to directly strike above Wang Bu'er's head with a thunderous crash. His eyes gleamed with decisiveness and ruthlessness, unleashing a vicious killing move. They had meticulously researched how to deal with Wang Bu'er, stripped of his talismans. Even if he possessed numerous other treasures, he would still be akin to meat awaiting the butcher's cleaver. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively activated the talismans in his hand. Indeed, as the flames ignited, they were immediately snuffed out by an invisible force. What the hell? He cursed inwardly. He had underestimated Lu Ruyan's audacity. The other sects around him were left agape, having anticipated Lu Ruyan's cunning. Yet they were unprepared for such a ruthless tactic that obliterated Wang Bu'er's greatest advantage. However, upon observing Wang Bu'er, he did not appear overly flustered. Is it merely a restriction on the talismans? No limitations on anything else? Wang Bu'er murmured, as if a realization dawned upon him. Du Yubing furrowed his brow, not entirely comprehending Wang Bu'er's words. Yet, instinctively, an ominous premonition stirred within him. The next moment, he observed Wang Bu'er, seemingly reluctant, tapping his storage bag. Instantly, radiant treasures soared forth, encircling him. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. Each gleaming light transformed into a shimmering protective shield. These shields interlinked seamlessly, forming several layers of impenetrable defense in an instant. They were not talismans. All were protective artifacts. However, this was merely the beginning. As all the luminescence coalesced, Wang Bu'er tapped his storage bag once more. In an instant, a multitude of protective treasures emerged, doubling the previous defenses. Then came the third and fourth rounds. Nearly 100 various protective spirit artifacts enveloped Wang Bu'er, creating a vibrant aura that reached a thickness of 5 to 6 meters, surging with an overwhelming spirit energy that left onlookers in awe. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. With each wave of spiritual light, layers of armor materialized around Wang Bu'er, radiant and impenetrable, encasing him entirely, leaving no part of him exposed. His eyes, hair, and even the soles of his feet were shielded. This scene rendered everyone momentarily speechless, particularly Du Yubing, who was utterly bewildered. The tale of Wang Bu'er's battle in Tianying Valley had spread far and wide, yet without first-hand experience, the others present lacked a tangible understanding of his remarkable feats. They too utilized talismans and possessed protective artifacts. Even if he had more, how significant could that be? However, the sight before them provided an immediate and vivid realization, a protective light curtain thicker than city walls. They could only imagine the feelings of their fellow disciples, who had just embarked on their foundational journey, their treasures still in the chi condensation stage. With a clang, Du Yubing watched helplessly as his sword struck the light curtain, penetrating only a small distance before shattering. Not only did he fail to harm Wang Bu'er, but the light curtain restored itself in the blink of an eye, completely unharmed. Brother, do not rush. I possess over 200 such shields. Take your time. I have ample patience. Amidst the dazed stares of the crowd, particularly the furious gazes of the Huayan sect disciples, Wang Bu'er raised a hand, summoning a cup and jug of wine from his seat, pouring a glass with finesse, and savoring it with a smacking of his lips, as if relishing exquisite wine. Du Yubing felt as though his eyes might pop out. Earlier, while Lu Ruyan was setting up the formation, he had been somewhat dismissive, disregarding her warnings not to underestimate them, as if he had not heard. At last, he comprehended the monstrous challenge he was about to confront. Although he had encountered adept defenders before, he had never witnessed such shamelessness as that exhibited by Wang Bu'er. The shields were manageable, yet upon discovering that 4 layers of armor adorning Wang Bu'er were all exquisite spiritual artifacts, he felt utterly defeated. Such audacity was unparalleled. Wang Bu'er, this is not right. We are engaged in a battle of wits, not a contest of treasures. This is sheer trickery. The combined worth of our belongings pales in comparison to yours. I have an idea. Brother Du, you should also resort to self-detonation of your treasures to vanquish him. The disciples of Huayan's sect erupted in fury, exchanging glances filled with frustration and silent despair, their faces betraying bitter smiles. Particularly, Pu Zhiqiu, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, felt utterly at a loss. Only Lu Bidi wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he had refrained from rushing into the fray. Otherwise, he would have been the one to suffer. Self-detonation, you say? Nonsense. On the battlefield, Du Bing was on the verge of tears. He cast a disdainful glance at the disciple who had suggested the self-explosion, wishing he could strike him down. You want me to self-detonate? Do you think I am Wang Bu'er? The entirety of my treasures combined wouldn't amount to a fraction of his. Yet, he was compelled to act. Surrender was not an option. Besides the previously summoned icy blue flying sword, a sharp ice spike emerged behind him, accompanied by a flying altar. These were his three mightiest treasures. Gritting his teeth, he fervently mobilized his energy, unleashing an overwhelming assault aimed directly at Wang Bu'er. Amidst the resounding chaos, the brilliance of his treasures began to dissipate in vast swathes. However, before he could rejoice, Wang Bu'er nonchalantly waved his hand, summoning a shield that instantaneously restored the breach Du Bing had laboriously created. Brother Du, it appears you, like Sister Liang before you, must strive harder. Initially, Wang Bu'er had some concern, but now he felt entirely at ease. The inability to utilize talismans was of little consequence. The consumption of treasures merely multiplied by several-fold. A trivial matter for the system. He casually set out a table and chairs, settling down to enjoy the spectacle. This scene nearly sent Du Bing into a furious fit akin to Pu Zhiqiu's, his face turning crimson with rage. Infuriated, he struck his chest, inadvertently biting his tongue. In a reckless display of desperation, he activated a secret technique, unleashing a surge of power that propelled his three treasures into a dazzling display of ferocity, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. The onslaught descended upon the protective barriers with a cacophony of sounds. As the radiant defenses shattered, various protective artifacts fell, creating a chaotic scene around Wang Bu'er. Yet, before Du Bing could express any joy, Wang Bu'er's cultivation surged dramatically. In an instant, all the treasures that had fallen to the ground soared back into the air, radiating brilliance once more. Wang Bu'er remained reclined in his chair, his expression unchanged, exuding an air of utter nonchalance. Du Bing was on the verge of madness. He could no longer concern himself with anything else, and hastily consumed several pills from his storage bag. His cultivation erupted with force, launching an assault akin to a raging tide, once again directed at Wang Bu'er. However, the outcome was no different than before. His cultivation was stronger, and his offensive was terrifying, yet Wang Bu'er's defenses were formidable. All his destructive power was absorbed by a plethora of protective treasures, leaving him with nothing but the means to exhaust Wang Bu'er's cultivation. He was utterly incapable of inflicting substantial harm to the treasures themselves. Ironically, Wang Bu'er appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of cultivation, seemingly unaffected by the drain. At that moment, Wang Bu'er, leisurely savoring his wine, was insufferably infuriating, arrogant to the utmost degree. Yet, inexplicably, Du Bing found himself powerless to retaliate. As time passed, Du Bing gradually began to falter. His cultivation could no longer sustain the onslaught, and even with the aid of pills, it fell short. Wang Bu'er glanced up, feeling somewhat apologetic. He sensed that perhaps he had taken advantage of the situation a bit too much. How about this, Du Xixiao? If it's too much, I could withdraw my defenses and allow you to land a couple of hits. The moment those words escaped his lips, the pent-up frustration and indignation within Du Bing erupted uncontrollably. His chest felt as though it were splitting apart, rage igniting within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing like a limp noodle. His eyes reflected boundless despair and helplessness, mingled with humiliation and powerlessness. Who asked you to withdraw your defenses? Even in this state, you still wish to humiliate me? Not a chance. I refuse to grant you that opportunity. No need. I concede. His voice trembled with frustration, his heart brimming with reluctance, and his eyes filled with defiance. Yet he found himself with no recourse. As he turned to retreat to his seat, his entire body shook, tears streaming down his face. There was nothing to be done. He was utterly helpless. Master Lu, I apologize. I too wish to teach Wang Bu'er a lesson, but as a disciple, I am unable to do so. Chapter 126. Elder Lu is a scoundrel. Has he surrendered so swiftly? Brother Du, are you certain you won't persist a little longer? Wang Bu'er, arms crossed, appeared somewhat astonished. Alas, Brother Du, this is unacceptable. You must strive harder in the future. One must certainly muster their efforts. His tone was filled with lamentation, as if he were expressing sorrow and regret, embodying the demeanor of a disappointed elder. Not far away, Du Yubing, who had just returned to his seat and had yet to settle down, could no longer contain himself. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, unable to catch his breath, and collapsed straight down. Ultimately, he could not escape fate, following in the footsteps of Pu Zhiqiu. Lu Baidi rushed over, applying acupressure and using silver needles to draw blood, finally bringing him back to consciousness. However, although he was saved, the situation had indeed become exceedingly dire. The two plans arranged by Master Lu had already failed. Enduring some hardship was one thing, but failing to complete Elder Lu's task meant they could forget about surviving in the Huayan sect. With Lu Rian's status and authority, dealing with them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lu Baidi glared, clearly distressed. Among the disciples of the Huayan sect, the three of them were the leaders. Now, with Pu Zhiqiu injured and Du Yubing also spitting blood, although they had all failed, at least they could present some results. Only their group seemed to be without any action. The thought of Lu Rian's terrifying ability to deal with others made him grit his teeth in anxiety. Elder Wang truly possesses extraordinary strength. Our brother Du has already submitted. Look, our master hasn't returned yet. Shall we engage in another game? Excellent. Let us continue with the beast fight. Wang Bu'er immediately perked up. They had merely won a little over 10,000 spirit stones earlier, which felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Who would refuse spirit stones? Although Pu Zhiqiu's storage bag had been emptied, Lu Baidi had withdrawn midway, so there should still be some reserves. No. Let us not play the beast fight. Lu Baidi felt increasingly insecure. Wang Bu'er's luck was astonishing. It was as if his hands were blessed, making anyone he caught exceedingly formidable. He would not seek his own misfortune. Of course, there was another reason. This was their last opportunity. Soon, the Golden Core Elders would likely return. Let us play a simpler, more direct, and thrilling game. A riddle. The loser must perform a task for the winner as a penalty. He clenched his teeth, feeling a twinge of nervousness. This was their final plan. Yet it was also the safest and most reliable. As long as Wang Bu'er dared to accept the challenge, he would undoubtedly fall into the trap. This seems a bit too casual? Wang Bu'er pondered hesitantly. It resembled a game of poker where one directly compares hands, which seemed hardly different. More importantly, the simpler the game, the easier it is to fall into a pit. No, of course not. Besides, Elder Wang, rest assured, the tasks we propose will not be overly difficult. Just a tad, slightly embarrassing, perhaps. Before Wang Bu'er could hesitate, Lu Baidi had already vacated his seat. If you don't believe me, Elder Wang, why not give it a try? Come, take a guess. How many toes do I have? He lifted his foot and chuckled. Isn't this quite simple? If you guess correctly, I shall be permitted to undertake a task. Perhaps to inscribe a few characters before a certain elderess door, or to serenade atop a mountain, or perhaps to capture a small mouse from the stinking ditch and consume it raw before everyone. A peculiar smile crept across Wang Bu'er's lips as he contemplated the punishment he would impose. He had already devised a plan. Either compel Lu Baidi to shout thrice at Lu Rian's doorstep, calling her a scoundrel, or to extract 1,000 spirit stones from him, or perhaps to indulge in the unsavory habit of consuming his own booger. Haha 9. Lu Baidi exclaimed. One of his toes was missing, a fact that Wang Bu'er could not overlook. Despite having sealed his legs with a mark, Wang Bu'er's formidable spiritual sense pierced through effortlessly, revealing the truth with clarity. You have lost. My punishment is. Just as he was deliberating on the nature of the penalty, Lu Baidi smirked, raised a hand, and a sword-like energy surged forth. His boot was instantly shredded, along with the severing of another toe. Although he grimaced in pain, he regarded Wang Bu'er with a gaze full of derision and triumph. Apologies, Elder Wang, you guessed incorrectly. I have only 8 toes. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been ensnared in a ludicrous plot, reminiscent of countless melodramas he had witnessed on Earth. He scrutinized Lu Baidi, who appeared far more earnest than either Pu Zhiqiu or Du Yubing, only to discover they were akin to 2 peas in a pod, harboring a depth of wickedness. Not only was he malicious, but he was also ruthless. The astonished gazes of others mirrored Wang Bu'er's disbelief, save for Pu Zhiqiu and Du Yubing, who remained relatively unfazed. Furrowing his brow, Wang Bu'er cursed his own misfortune. He seemed to grasp how Lu Baidi had lost yet another toe. A bet is a bet. What is it that you wish me to do as punishment? He had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Lu Baidi was exceptionally merciless. He fervently hoped that Lu Bidi would not suggest anything too outrageous. Shouting thrice at Zhao Shuang's door, calling her a scoundrel, he could almost endure. At worst, he could claim it was merely a quarrel between spouses. The notion of parting with 1,000 spirit stones had never crossed Wang Bu'er's mind. These individuals were clearly intent on ensnaring him, and such simple conditions would certainly not be selected. As for consuming a booger, Wang Bu'er closed his eyes, realizing that, if necessary, he could reluctantly accept it. Though revolting, it was a behavior he had indulged in during childhood, thus carrying little psychological burden. Elder Wang, the punishment I propose is not of great consequence. It is merely that I have long intended to concoct a batch of elixirs, but I am lacking one essential ingredient. This key ingredient grows in the depths of the forbidden area of our sect, the 10,000 Serpents Cave. Thus, what I require Elder Wang to do is to venture forth and procure a specimen of the deadly 10,000 poisons mushroom. Seemingly apprehensive that Wang Bu'er might be reluctant to comply, he continued to elucidate. Rest assured, Elder Wang, though it is a forbidden area, the guards are exceedingly lax and of low rank. The only challenge lies in your need to sift through the serpents to find the spiritual herb. A peculiar expression flickered across Wang Bu'er's face. At first glance, this task appeared deceptively simple. Yet, could this fellow genuinely possess such benevolence? Surely, there must be a catch. What? Is Elder Wang afraid and contemplating deceit? Lu Bidi declared triumphantly. Elder Wang, if you resort to trickery over such a trivial matter, it would indeed be lamentable. Indeed, it is merely a matter of frolicking with a plethora of serpents. Do not bring shame upon us. The attendant Zhu Qizhu hurriedly chimed in, eager to stoke the flames of persuasion, fearing Wang Bu'er's refusal. Trickery? Would an esteemed elder of the Xingyuan sect stoop to such tactics? Wang Bu'er's ire ignited instantly. Competing over mere pride, what of your schemes? I fear not. Even in the face of your underhanded tricks, in the presence of my absolute power, all your cunning plots are but feeble and doomed to fail. Is it not merely a matter of foraging mushrooms among a throng of serpents? I shall gather a bountiful harvest for you, and perhaps capture a few snakes for roasting alongside Su Haoran. Let us proceed. With a grand flourish, Wang Bu'er exuded confidence. Today, I shall let you witness the audacity I possess. Soon, the aroma of barbecue will have you weeping with desire. No need for that. We possess a directional teleportation talisman. It can directly convey Elder Wang to the entrance of the forbidden area. Lu Bidi stepped forward, producing a spirit talisman, activating it without a moment's hesitation, depriving Wang Bu'er of any chance to reconsider. In an instant, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Wang Bu'er. Damn! As he felt the force of teleportation ensnare him, Wang Bu'er experienced a pang of regret. These individuals are so well prepared, sparing no expense. What awaits him is undoubtedly a colossal pitfall. Chapter 127, Wang Bu'er, treated as a toy. The teleportation was swift, as was the departure. Before Wang Bu'er could finish his scathing remark, everything before him had transformed. No longer was he amidst the peach grove. Instead, he stood at the entrance of a dark and foreboding valley. Behind him lay a narrow, winding path, while in front stretched an expanse of desolation. The sky was shrouded in gray, devoid of sunlight or clouds, rendering it unrecognizable as the earth. Particularly unsettling was the eerie, grotesque odor that permeated the air, evoking a sense of profound nausea and anxiety. After taking just a few steps, a head the size of a basin suddenly emerged, fixating its gaze upon Wang Bu'er. As its long tongue flicked out, it emitted a hissing sound. Instantly, a chill coursed through Wang Bu'er's veins. Although he relished eating snakes, especially barbecued snake meat, he rarely encountered them. After all, they were merely snakes. What was there to fear? He resolutely coughed to bolster his courage. He had faced formidable foes before. How could he possibly be intimidated by a few snakes? However, mere minutes later, as he sprinted deeper into the valley, he found himself cursing vehemently. Lu Bidi, you scoundrel! May you meet a wretched end. Indeed, he was not particularly afraid of snakes. Yet Lu Bidi had failed to mention that this forbidden zone was ensconced with anti-flying formations, rendering flight impossible. At that moment, hundreds of vividly colored snakes of all varieties were relentlessly pursuing him. One snake might not be terrifying, but a multitude of them was decidedly alarming. With each frantic dash, more snakes joined the fray. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from his left side, shaking the very ground beneath him. The sound was terrifying enough to make Wang Bu'er's scalp prickle. When he turned to look, a head the size of a car burst forth from the ground, its crimson forked tongue darting towards him. The resonance of its voice reverberated through the earth, causing the very mountains to tremble. With a casual thrust of its head, it carved a massive trench into the ground. Without hesitation, Wang Bu'er turned to flee. He had no idea why this colossal serpent had taken an interest in him, but its unwavering gaze made it abundantly clear that something was amiss. He swiftly unfurled his bone wings, transforming into a blur of speed. Damn it, just how many snakes are there here? He thought furiously. Lu Bidi, you better watch out. Once I escape, I will seize the opportunity to crush you. Wang Bu'er felt a pang of despair. He was not concerned about his ability to fend off the snakes. Rather, it was the thought of their soft, damp, and cold bodies that sent shivers down his spine. And this was merely the beginning. He had no inkling of what lay ahead. As for exterminating these serpents, Wang Bu'er possessed enough common sense to know that unleashing a bloodbath would likely incite a frenzy among the other venomous snakes, potentially leading to a veritable tide of beasts. These creatures were not particularly intelligent. In such a situation, they would not hesitate to consume even their own kin. Minutes passed, and Wang Bu'er's flight became increasingly frantic. At this moment, behind him, the small venomous snakes were the least of his concerns. The sheer number of colossal creatures, whose heads resembled the fronts of vehicles, was staggering, numbering in the dozens. I was wrong. Can I call you big brothers instead? Please, do not pursue me any further. Wang Bu'er was engulfed in goosebumps as he beheld the wave of serpents surging toward him like a deluge, feeling tears welling up in his eyes. The vividly colored scales and the incessantly flicking tongues of the snakes were utterly terrifying. He continued to curse Lu Bidi, wishing to bring along his 18 generations of ancestors. At last, he comprehended why those 3 individuals were so desperate for him to accept punishment. Oh my! Soon, Wang Bu'er's voice trembled. Before him, a frenzied tide of snakes emerged, and to his right, another wave appeared. Now he truly understood why this place was dubbed the Cave of 10,000 Snakes. Without a doubt, in just a few minutes, he would be submerged in the overwhelming flood of serpents. Suddenly, as he hesitated on which direction to flee, a massive snake tail coiled around him and yanked him forcefully. He had no time to react. The wind howled past his ears as his vision blurred, and he collided into a soft mound of flesh. Turning back, he was met with despairing sight. 5 or 6 enormous pythons, even larger than before, had intertwined to form a terrifying mass of meat, and he found himself squished like a ball, being tossed about, unsure whether they were playing or mocking him. He continued to curse while spreading his bone wings, swiftly darting away. The sheer number of snakes was daunting, yet their actual prowess was not particularly formidable. However, tragedy struck once more. As Wang Bu'er maneuvered through the throng of serpents, another tail ensnared him, pulling him into yet another mound of flesh. A 5-meter-long, crimson tongue flicked across his body, enveloping him in a thick layer of slime. The horrid stench assaulted his senses, inducing waves of nausea. Even with his cultivation sealing his 5 senses, the grotesque scene was unbearable to witness. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming, especially as he felt a gentle tugging between his fingers. It was stretching. Lu Bidi, just you wait. Once I escape, I will find a way to sever your 3rd leg. Wang Bu'er felt on the verge of madness. It was utterly revolting, yet he could not attack recklessly. He had to devise a means to intimidate these snakes. Otherwise, he feared he would emerge from this ordeal utterly tormented. He gazed at his robe, which was beginning to decay beneath the encasing slime, and particularly noted the appearance of small venomous sores on his skin. He could no longer contain himself. He needed to either escape swiftly or make these serpents fear his presence. Otherwise, the valiant and imposing image of Wang Bu'er would be utterly tarnished upon his exit. He pondered what it would be like when he eventually emerged from this nightmarish situation. His garments had been reduced to mere rags, his scalp festering and his soles oozing with pus, evoking an immediate shudder of revulsion. His consciousness quaked in trepidation. He concentrated all his spiritual energy, unleashing a thunderous shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Yet, he was soon rendered speechless. The venomous serpents and colossal pythons paid him no mind. After a brief moment of surprise, they resumed their playful antics. In a fit of desperation, Wang Bu'er unleashed his physical prowess, channeling every ounce of strength into a single punch that sent one of the titanic serpents flying hundreds of meters away. However, the result only deepened his distress. These creatures possessed an astonishing resilience to blows. Their massive forms, coupled with their formidable skin and flesh, absorbed the impact as if it were a mere tickle. Reluctant to truly exert himself to the point of annihilation, Wang Bu'er found himself increasingly exasperated after more than 10 minutes of futile attempts. The serpents here appeared utterly accustomed to human presence, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Even the largest of the pythons seemed to possess a rudimentary intellect. The more he employed various tactics, the more they interpreted it as a game, becoming increasingly exuberant, swirling around him in playful exuberance. Never had Wang Bu'er envisioned being treated as a mere toy. Then, a moment occurred that pushed him beyond the brink of endurance. He was forcibly swallowed by a gigantic python, and in a fleeting instant, he traversed its digestive tract, only to be expelled moments later. His attire had been reduced to tattered strips, and alarmingly, his hair had begun to thin significantly. By the heavens! You truly believe I am a toy, just because I have not displayed my might? Madness flickered in his eyes, mingled with indignation. Paying no heed to the last remaining shred of fabric clinging to him, nor the gradual loss of his hair, he stepped forward to stand atop the head of a 100-meter-long python, raising a finger with intent and pointing decisively. Blood demon! The moment he spoke, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy enveloping the realm like a tempest of thunder, sweeping across all directions. In the void, a vast crimson vortex materialized, forcibly drawing in the elemental forces of the world, which coalesced within, causing the vortex to spiral manically and descend relentlessly. Chapter 128. The Blood Demon and the Serpent Tide. The Blood Demon. Wang Bu'er spoke once more, activating the system, and in an instant, his energy was repeatedly replenished. The essence within him was continually consumed, only to be devoured once more. With a crack, it was as if something had been forcibly shattered, unleashing an indescribable ferocity and menacing aura that surged forth from the vortex, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. At the moment this aura descended, the colossal python beneath him, which had been poised to swallow him once again and relive the game of being devoured, suddenly shuddered violently, collapsing to the ground, its eyes quivering in fear, paralyzed and unwilling to move. Rumbling sounds echoed as torrents of blood mist continued to erupt, swiftly coalescing into an expansive crimson cloud. Within this sanguine haze, a deep, thunderous roar gradually erupted. This bellowing brought with it a weighty oppression, yet also kindled a primal, feral madness akin to a bloodline awakening. The roar intensified, its presence growing increasingly formidable, ultimately overwhelming and resonating throughout the four corners. At that moment, the blood mist contracted sharply. A colossal hand emerged from the blood cloud, instantly extending outward. It was a hand identical to that of a human. The sheer size of this hand was staggering, with a single finger exceeding 5 meters in diameter. As the hand opened wide and casually swept through the air, hundreds of venomous serpents and giant pythons were ensnared, only to be crushed mercilessly. The sound of explosive pops resounded, as immense power pulverized these serpents, reducing them to a grotesque paste, as if juicing fruit. The blood demon ritual. Wang Bu'er, driven to madness, disregarded the possibility of exposure and launched his attack. Boom. The blood demon's hand did not linger for long, after shaking off the remnants. It collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into vast expanses of blood mist that vanished into the void. Yet, the tumultuous and terrifying aura surrounding him remained undiminished. Still swirling with ferocity, Wang Bu'er blinked, sensing something amiss. The feeling of weakness within him surged anew, his head pounding as if it might explode. A twinge of regret washed over him. Grabbing and destroying such a multitude of giant pythons and venomous snakes would undoubtedly provoke their kin, driving them into a frenzy. Wang Bu'er closed his eyes in silence, realizing the predicament had escalated. Impulsiveness is a devil. However, his expression soon morphed into perplexity. The anticipated chaos did not unfold. These venomous pythons seemed unfazed by the carnage and the stench of blood. He slowly opened his eyes, only to witness a bizarre scene. The serpent tide had come to a standstill. Those venomous snakes that had previously tormented him now regarded him not as prey, but lay docile upon the ground, retracting their heads and licking their own bodies, resembling obedient silkworms. What is this? Are they frightened? These creatures were intimidated by the blood demon? Indeed, the ferocious fear the truly vicious instills. He licked his lips and extended a finger, beckoning the nearest giant python. The latter was momentarily taken aback. Then, amidst Wang Bu'er's astonished gaze, it slowly slithered over, extending its tongue to lift Wang Bu'er from the ground and place him atop its head. A triumphant smile spread across Wang Bu'er's face as he waved his hand, gesturing towards a certain direction. The colossal python, slightly surprised, immediately comprehended and swiftly surged forward in the direction indicated by Wang Bu'er. Behind it, countless venomous snakes and pythons surged forth once more, transforming into a tide of serpents. Yet this time, they were not pursuing Wang Bu'er. Instead, they followed him. In that moment, Wang Bu'er resembled the captain of a grand vessel, navigating through an ocean composed of countless pythons and venomous snakes, slicing through the waves with ease. If Fu Jichu and others were to witness this scene, they would surely be rendered speechless with astonishment. It seemed not so terrifying after all. Wang Bu'er conjured pure water from the void, bathed, and donned a fresh outfit, feeling rejuvenated. Aside from his noticeably thinning hair and a few bald patches on his body, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Do these three little rascals think this can humiliate me? Do they believe this will tarnish the reputation of our family as Shuang? He thought, brimming with pride. Once I step outside, I shall infuriate you all. With an air of arrogance, Wang Bu'er proclaimed, I can thrive anywhere I go. With the snakes now acting as his subordinates, he felt unconcerned. After a moment's contemplation, he flicked his fingertip and a mist materialized ahead, coalescing into the shape of a mushroom. He then stomped his foot. The python immediately raised its head. Upon seeing the misty mushroom, it quickly grasped the situation. Its massive body coiled and altered its course, continuing deeper into the serpent's lair. Following closely behind were countless pythons and venomous snakes, with more converging from afar. Joining the throng, Wang Bu'er appeared to have become the leader of the serpentine horde, marching forth with song, unimpeded by any obstacles. Before long, guided by the lead python, Wang Bu'er had delved deep into the serpent's den. The environment was exceedingly damp, shrouded in mist. An indescribable stench of decay permeated the air, prompting Wang Bu'er to furrow his brow and block his sense of smell for a moment of reprieve. As he traversed through the fog, the surroundings suddenly transformed, revealing a vast underground trench before him. This trench spanned over 300 meters in width and plunged deep into the earth. If one listened closely, the sound of surging tides could be discerned. The python halted before the trench and pointed downward with its tail. Is the mushroom down there? Wang Bu'er inquired casually. Although the python clearly could not comprehend, it seemed to understand his question, nodding vigorously. Wang Bu'er leapt directly from the python's head, bracing against the rock wall as he descended into the trench. After approximately 1,000 meters, he finally beheld the scene below. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Countless corpses of venomous snakes and pythons lay densely sprawled across the ground, their bones layered upon one another, accumulated over who knows how many years. The trench was filled with a tangled mass of serpentine remains. In a moment of astonishment, a colorful venomous snake, measuring over 10 meters in length, plummeted from above with a resounding thud. Although this serpent was not particularly large, its scales and the gleam in its eyes revealed a profound age, teetering on the brink of death. It had evidently sensed the impending arrival of its demise and had deliberately entered this place to meet its end within the depths of this chasm. This was no mere ditch. It was, in truth, a graveyard. Wang Bu'er stifled the tumult within his heart, treading over the bones as he leapt forward. After only a few paces, he noticed a luminous orb resting atop a skull left by a decayed python. As he approached, his eyes widened in astonishment. Encased within this glow was a mushroom, roughly the size of a fist. How shameless they are. He cursed once more, realizing that this was a trap laid out specifically for him. Reflecting on the journey that had led him here, he acknowledged that without the terrifying blood magic ritual that had subdued all the venomous serpents, he would have faced unimaginable torment in his quest for such a mushroom. The thought of emerging from a tumult of snakes, stripped of clothing and hair, with sores on his head and pus oozing from his feet, was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. It would invite ridicule for decades to come. He could vividly imagine that, after experiencing such a scene, Zhao Shuang would inevitably think of that peculiar moment whenever she drew near him. Not just Zhao Shuang, but even he would feel compelled to retch for 3 days and nights. Lu Ruyan, you wicked woman. Not only do you seek to undermine the bond between me and Shuang, but you also wish to strike at my very soul. He felt an immense relief, grateful for the Taoist Wood system that had enabled him to master the blood magic ritual. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen into this trap. You think you can humiliate me? Not a chance. Just wait for my grand entrance. Though the venomous snakes and pythons were now remarkably obedient, Wang Bu'er was eager to leave this place without delay. He longed to present himself, impeccably and with grace, before his companions, especially before the cunning Lu Ruyan. The more you try to tarnish my reputation, the more I shall astonish you. With a cold smirk, he brandished a small hoe, expertly aimed at the diminutive mushroom before him, and with a deft stroke, he struck it away with precision. Ding, 46 years, 5 days, and 19 hours of life essence transferred to your account. By the heavens. Wang Bu'er's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Chapter 129. It's over. There's no turning back. In Peach Blossom Valley, where the exchange meetings formation is located, as the light of escape descended, Zhao Shuang waved her hand to unveil the formation and rushed inside. Her mind had long been elsewhere. Although there was no concrete evidence, it was evident that Lu Ruyan was attempting to draw the tiger away from its mountain. She presumed that the rules to be discussed were mere trifles. The elder had intentionally engaged in lengthy conversations, clearly stalling for time. Zhao Shimi, there's no need to rush. Lu Rian followed closely. Her gaze remained fixated ahead. Though her words were meant to comfort Zhao Shuang, her expression revealed an entirely different sentiment, one of immense anticipation. Zhao Shuang paid no heed to Lu Rian, quickening her pace. Upon reaching the banquet area, her brows knitted in an instant, and fury surged across her delicate visage. She turned around, awaiting Lu Rian. Lu Shiji, where is he? A wave of anxiety washed over her. Wang Bu'er was nowhere to be found. If he had merely stepped away, she would not be concerned. However, the thought of him being deceived by these people, suffering a significant loss, troubled her deeply. Why do you appear so anxious, Shimi? This isn't a den of dragons and tigers. Elder Wang is a capable individual. He cannot simply be taken advantage of. Lu Rian observed Wang Bu'er's absence, her heart leaping with joy, particularly upon witnessing Lu Bd's tearful expression. A quick scan revealed the injuries on her feet, which calmed her mind. Moreover, I came here with you, just having arrived myself. If you are unaware, then so am I. Behind the two, other core formation practitioners returned, astonished to find Wang Bu'er's absence. None among them were fools. It was common knowledge that Lu Rian wished to undermine Wang Bu'er, and now that he was missing, had something unfortunate transpired? While it was impossible for him to have been devoured, some deceptions could be far more dreadful than mere consumption. Zhao Shuang, ablaze with fury, was further convinced by Lu Rian's tone that Wang Bu'er must indeed be in trouble. Oh dear, Shimi, your words seem a tad excessive. Are you implying this about me? I harbor no ill intentions. I have always regarded you as a dear sister. Your beloved, after all, is a treasure in my palm. How could I allow any harm to befall him? As Zhao Shuang grew more anxious, Lu Rian's delight only intensified. With an air of nonchalance, she lazily retook her seat. With so many present, why not inquire and find out? Rest assured, your little paramour is safe. She gazed at Zhao Shuang with a triumphant expression, beckoning to the attendants. Come, you all share what transpired after we left. What has he been up to? And where has he gone? Quickly rise, servant Jitsu. Lu Shishu commanded. After you all departed, we engaged in a game of beast combat with Elder Wang. The outcome. Elder Wang's luck was extraordinary, utterly annihilating his opponents and leaving the disciples bereft of their spirit stones. Jitsu recounted the events of the beast combat. Lu Ria was taken aback, waving her hand dismissively, urging Jitsu to depart hastily. Today's meticulously crafted plans targeting Wang Bu'er were selected with utmost care, and she had deemed it nearly impossible for any mishap to occur. She never anticipated the first plan would fail so comprehensively. Not only did it fail to humiliate Wang Bu'er, but it instead allowed him to emerge victorious, reaping a bountiful reward. It was regrettable that she had personally invested a significant sum to provide these individuals with initial funding. Zhao Shuang grew increasingly anxious. She was indifferent to the spirit stones. Her primary concern was Wang Bu'er's safety. Above all, he must not fall into Lu Ria's trap, which would lead to both embarrassment and injury. In the realm of cultivation, reputation often eclipses all else. Upon inquiry, Master Jitsu continued, after the beast combat, we sought Elder Wang's wisdom on matters of conduct and cultivation. Although Elder Wang had initially proclaimed that all discussions were permissible, he became irate after only a few exchanges and ended up in a scuffle with the disciples. The disciples, fearing his wrath, naturally suffered the consequences. They were left bloodied. Du Yubing stood up quickly to add his voice. Before he could finish, the other foundation-building cultivators around them widened their eyes in disbelief. Jitsu's account, though slightly embellished, bore some semblance of truth. However, Du Yubing's version was egregiously distorted, a blatant inversion of reality. In an instant, their wariness towards him intensified. Although they dared not confront him directly, they resolved to exercise extreme caution in future encounters. What? You even resorted to combat? Zhao Shuang exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Although Du Yubing portrayed himself as the victim, looking rather pitiful, no one could guarantee that Wang Bu'er had not suffered in the encounter. After all, it was merely one side of the story, especially considering Wang Bu'er was currently absent. Humph, how dare you speak so brazenly? Surely, you must have uttered something inappropriate. To be so oblivious to the gravity of your words, and then blame others for their anger? Fortunately, you still possess some sense. Otherwise, if Elder Wang were to sustain even the slightest injury, you would have much to answer for. Lu Ria scoffed disdainfully. This insufferable fool. How could the meticulously arranged scheme I devised fail so spectacularly? She was utterly confounded. With the formation suppressing Wang Bu'er's talismans, And do Yu Bing's superior cultivation level. How did Wang Bu'er manage to turn the tables and leave Yu Bing helpless and wounded? Look, Sister Zhao, it appears there is no real harm done, is there? These inept individuals may lack talent, yet they possess a basic understanding of boundaries. They would not allow Elder Wang to come to harm. Lu Ruya turned to Zhao Shuang, instantly adopting a more amiable demeanor. Zhao Shuang harbored a cold laugh within. If one could trust Lu Ruyan's words, even a sow could ascend a tree. Where, then, was Elder Wang? She was too impatient to wait and inquired directly. Reporting to Master Zhao, after the beast fighting and spell dueling, through our continuous apologies, Elder Wang has finally calmed his anger. We have completed our guessing game, and unexpectedly, Elder Wang Bu'er lost in the first round. He is currently undergoing punishment. Having gone to the Wanshi cave of Huayan sect to collect a poisonous mushroom, we have reiterated that it is unnecessary for Elder Wang to truly go. Yet he insisted on honoring his wager and refused to break his promise. We could not dissuade him, nor did we have any means to stop him. However, Master Zhao, rest assured, although Wanshi Cave is a forbidden area of Huayan sect, teeming with venomous snakes and giant pythons, it poses no danger to foundation-building disciples. It's merely a bit uncomfortable, but nothing serious. Lu Bitian stood up next, speaking in a composed manner. After finishing, she cast a self-satisfied glance at Lu Ruyan. The tasks left by Elder Lu had seemed failure for the other two, leaving her as the sole success. Surely, a reward would follow, and afterward, Elder Lu would trust her even more. Wanshi Cave? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuang let out a slow breath. She had been there before and indeed found it not perilous. Although it could be somewhat disheveled, a little tidying up before departure would render it harmless. Yet soon after, her brow furrowed, an ominous premonition surfacing. She grasped the sequence of events. It was clear Lu Ruyan was targeting Wang Bu'er, albeit unsuccessfully until now. Since the game in Wanshi Cave was saved for last, it must be a grand finale, not something as simple as enduring a bit of hardship. Just as she was about to inquire further, Lu Ruyan abruptly stood, her tone laced with a disingenuous tension that was apparent to all. Wanshi Cave? What day is it today? She produced a jade slip, pressing it to her forehead, and in the next moment, shock and panic crossed her face. Oh no, today is the day when the spirit beast descends into the valley to hunt for food. What does that mean? Lu Ruyan, explain yourself. Zhao Shuang's expression changed drastically. She had sensed that matters could not be so simple. Today marked the day when the spirit beast of their sect would venture out to feed, a monthly occurrence. However, once the Wanshi Cave was opened, the spirit beast often chose to forego descending the mountain, opting instead to enter the cave for the sake of snake gall. The spirit beast? Sister Lu, you mean that purple cloud marten? Zhao Shuang asked anxiously. Indeed, that is the case. But that is not a concern, Zhao Shuang sighed in relief. She had encountered the spirit beast of Huayan sect before. Though formidable, it had been tamed over the years and posed no threat to humans. What you may not know, Junior Sister Zhao, is that while the spirit beast indeed does not harm people, the crucial point is, it is no longer the same as before. After years of domestication, the spirit beast has reached maturity. Its hunting time often coincides with its mating season. Wanshi Cave. Wang Bu'er stood in stunned silence, unable to regain his composure for a long while. If the data within the system has indeed improved, he would never believe it. The fist-sized poisonous mushroom before him had bestowed nearly 50 years of life balance feedback. He had encountered many mushrooms, but never one with such an impressive lifespan. Could it possibly be that this was the only specimen? A sly smile crept across his face as he expanded his consciousness, beginning his search in the vicinity. Before long, resting atop the skull of a venomous python, Wang Bu'er discovered a second mushroom. Its size was comparable to the previous one. Yet upon uprooting it with a single swing of his hoe, he received a notification. 55 years, 3 months, 9 days, 11 hours credited to your life account. Stunned, he momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a euphoric delight. The nauseating feelings he endured from the countless venomous snakes and pythons vanished in an instant. Though the area prohibited flight, aided by his skeletal wings, he managed to glide briefly through the air. Soon, he uncovered a third mushroom. 47 years, 5 months, 29 days. 6 hours credited. Then came the 4th, 5th, and 6th. 29 years, 9 months, 2 days, 3 hours credited. 51 years, 3 months, 25 days, 11 hours credited. 56 years, 5 months credited. 39 years, 4 months, 17 days credited. Finally, as Wang Bu'er continued his relentless search, he turned a corner and beheld a vast underground lake, filled with the bones of serpents. His eyes widened in astonishment. The lake glimmered with bioluminescence, illuminating the entire expanse. Overwhelmed, he momentarily forgot everything else, charging forward with his hoe. As he unleashed the Shadow Blade technique, the humble hoe transformed into 36 phantoms, engaging in automated harvesting. While collecting mushrooms, he casually explored the area and discovered numerous other passageways, each littered with more serpent bones and abundant mushrooms. He was beside himself with excitement. Oh no! This is it. This fellow has struck it rich. There is no turning back. Indeed, there would be no return. Chapter 130. Dear Weasel, can we discuss this? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Bu'er unfurled his bone wings, transforming into a streak of lightning that vanished from sight. Reappearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, he fled without looking back. Although he could not soar through the air here, the numerous skeletal structures of the serpentine python provided ample leverage, allowing him to maintain an impressive speed, not much slower than flight itself. However, soon his gaze trembled with trepidation. Ahead, a tumultuous wave of black water surged ominously forward. He had previously dared to touch this black water, which hissed menacingly and possessed a terrifying corrosive power, capable of eroding even high-grade spiritual artifacts in mere moments. To escape this oncoming torrent, his only recourse was to use his flying sword to latch onto the rocky wall, though doing so would inevitably hinder his speed. The relentless black weasel would soon be upon him. Dear Weasel, I truly mean no harm. Please, do not pursue me. Wang Bu'er gritted his teeth, pushing his physical cultivation to its limits while simultaneously enveloping himself in layers of protective spiritual light. He forced himself to leap over the wave. Despite the agony of scorched feet, a glance backward revealed the black weasel, mouth agape, charging directly at him. You're eating your meal. I am not obstructing you. Why pursue me with such fervor? At this moment, he could not afford to hold back. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of talismans that transformed into a dense barrage of spells. Yet, soon he found himself at a loss for words. The black weasel, with its seemingly soft and delicate fur, appeared utterly unfazed by the onslaught of sealed spells. It disregarded them entirely, accelerating its pursuit even further. Hey! Dear Weasel, can we negotiate? Can we? Wang Bu'er was on the verge of tears. Typically, demon beasts do not indiscriminately attack cultivators unless they perceive a threat to their lives or territory. Yet, he had made no aggressive moves, and this place was unlikely to be the creature's lair. Thus, it seemed inexplicable for the black weasel to pursue him with such tenacity. Foolish weasel, if you continue this way, I will be forced to fight back. When I fight for my life, even I am terrified. Just watch. As he fled frantically, he activated the system and hastily allocated points. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped him, resonating powerfully around him. Spiritual power, Foundation Establishment Level 40100. Do you see? I can level up. If you keep chasing me, I will reach the core formation stage and defeat you. Wang Bu'er, now at the pinnacle of his newly acquired cultivation, gritted his teeth and issued his threat. At that moment, the black weasel hesitated, seemingly taken aback. However, before Wang Bu'er could revel in his momentary triumph, the crimson glow in the weasel's eyes intensified. It charged forward with renewed fury, and as it opened its mouth, a bolt of lightning coalesced with a thunderous roar, materializing before Wang Bu'er in an instant. Zzz. Although Wang Bu'er was exceedingly swift, he was not airborne. The lightning struck his right leg, reducing his robes to ash and charring his thigh in an instant. He widened his eyes, inhaling sharply, his entire body bristling with goosebumps. If the position had been just slightly more off, he would have become the second xianxia. Diao Go, I am truly becoming enraged. When I am angry, I can be quite terrifying. I could genuinely bring about your demise. I am formidable, so do not test my patience. Wang Bu'er yelled frantically as he continued to flee. He did not wish to forego the opportunity to enhance his cultivation and confront this adversary directly. The crux of the matter was that during this Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange Conference, it was rumored that there were formidable beings at the nascent soul level present, and possibly even ancient entities at the transformation stage lurking in the shadows. Should he reach the core formation stage, he would be instantly discerned. With a sudden surge, another wave of powerful aura erupted, causing the brilliance surrounding him to swell momentarily, particularly the long sword in his hand, which shone resplendently. Its sword energy surging forth like a tumultuous tidal wave. A terrifying force was forcibly pressing backward. Spiritual power, Foundation Establishment 5th Level 0100. Once again, a millennium's worth of enhancement points was completed, and Wang Bu'er's cultivation realm ascended directly to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. The black weasel seemed momentarily taken aback. Yet, its speed remained unabated, as it barreled forward, drawing ever closer to Wang Bu'er's rear in the blink of an eye. What do you truly intend to do? What benefit would killing me bring you? Wang Bu'er shouted in fury. He posed no threat to this creature. There was no reason for it to pursue him so relentlessly. I am genuinely becoming furious. My strikes are exceedingly ruthless. Wang Bu'er found himself at a loss. As he approached the end of the trench, he was about to confront a stone wall cliff, with the black water tide ominously looming closer. In this position, he knew he could not outrun the black weasel. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through his mind. This creature, does it have a limited lifespan? Was it consuming those snake gallbladders to prolong its life? Prolonging life? For its life? This wretched thing desires life? I, on the other hand, possess several millennia of it. Wang Bu'er experienced a moment of clarity, increasing his speed while maintaining a safe distance from the black weasel, and opened the system to initiate a direct transfer. Ding! LifePay has transferred 10 years to the gluttonous weasel. This transaction is instant. Ding! Transaction complete. The balance has been credited to the recipient's life account. As the 10 years of lifespan were credited, the black weasel was momentarily stunned, its massive body coming to an abrupt halt, forcibly stopping in the black water. Its roar was silenced as it lifted its head, staring intently at Wang Bu'er. What unfolded next left Wang Bu'er dumbfounded. The black weasel suddenly leaped back and propelled itself into the air, its speed multiplying in an instant, as if it had teleported, appearing directly before Wang Bu'er. With a sweeping motion of its long tail, it collided with the black water tide. Amidst the resounding roar, the tide was shattered, sweeping past Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er, equally halted, landed atop a giant python skull, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. The ferocious brutality of the black marten had vanished, replaced by a lively creature bounding amidst the chaotic remains of venomous serpents and colossal pythons. With each leap, it playfully wagged its tail and lifted its head, gesturing animatedly with its mouth and tongue. Wang Bu'er felt a flicker of astonishment. He could distinctly sense that the black marten bore no hostility towards him at that moment. However, it was evidently growing more impatient, eager to communicate something. Its antics reminded Wang Bu'er of a dog he once had on Earth, a scruffy, yellowish Chinese rural dog that would beg for food in precisely this manner. This creature, it craved life. It yearned for longevity. A grin spread across Wang Bu'er's face as he comprehended it all. Summoning his courage, he took a step forward, approaching the black marten. The latter, now more animated, gazed at him with heightened anticipation. Ding! Life credit transfers 10 years to the dragon marten. This transaction is instantaneous. Ding! Transaction completed. Balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. As an additional 10 years of life essence coursed into it, the black marten first displayed a flicker of confusion, which gradually morphed into an enigmatic expression. But soon, this peculiarity transformed into exuberance. Its massive form shimmered with light as it swiftly contracted, shrinking from a colossal being of several dozen meters to a creature resembling a sheepdog in mere moments. It approached Wang Bu'er with brisk steps, as if reuniting with a beloved kin, nuzzling against his leg before retreating to lay down before him. Its azure eyes gazed intently at Wang Bu'er, exuding an adorable charm that nearly shattered his heart. Chapter 131. Brother Weasel, are you engaged in a rather private affair? Wang Bu'er found himself somewhat speechless. This black weasel was exceedingly pragmatic. Just moments ago, it had pursued him with relentless fervor, but upon realizing that he could extend its lifespan, it transformed into a docile creature. Contemplating this shift, an audacious idea blossomed in Wang Bu'er's mind. With a casual pinch of his fingers, a swirling mass of black mist materialized in the air, rapidly coalescing into a form identical to the weasel before him, suspended in midair. The manifestation first glanced at the black weasel before turning to Wang Bu'er, nodding and bowing in a gesture reminiscent of reverence. Subsequently, Wang Bu'er accessed the system once more and transferred a portion of his lifespan to the weasel. Beep, lifespan transfer. 10 years to the black weasel. Transaction completed instantaneously. Beep, transaction successful. Balance credited to the recipient's life account. The black weasel appeared momentarily bewildered, initially unable to grasp Wang Bu'er's intentions. However, as Wang Bu'er repeated the process with a raised hand, the weasel's expression shifted to one of realization. It promptly imitated the misty counterpart, bowing before Wang Bu'er. Without hesitation, Wang Bu'er transferred another 10 years of lifespan. After several repetitions, the weasel finally comprehended Wang Bu'er's purpose. It decisively prostrated itself before him, its front paws together, hind legs crouched upon the skull of a giant serpent, and with a sudden contraction of its body, it exerted tremendous effort. A series of cracking sounds emanated from its form, clearly indicating its determination. Yet, Wang Bu'er found himself momentarily stunned. What on earth was this creature doing? Observing its posture, he couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Weasel, are you engaged in a rather private affair?" Just as he was about to voice this thought, the weasel's body convulsed violently, emitting a sound akin to a pained roar. In the midst of his astonishment, a fissure suddenly opened on the weasel's forehead, from which a droplet of rich, crimson blood began to seep forth. This droplet flew directly toward Wang Bu'er, merging seamlessly with his brow. In the next moment, Wang Bu'er stood frozen, his gaze vacant and incredulous. His initial intention in conjuring the misty weasel had been simple: to compel obedience. If the creature complied, he could bestow upon it benefits. Little did he expect that this beast possessed an intelligence far beyond his assumptions, demonstrating a resolute determination. It had audaciously extracted a drop of its own essence and infused it into Wang Bu'er. This act represented the most common form of allegiance among mystical beasts. With the infusion of this essence, Wang Bu'er could effortlessly command the majority of the weasel's vitality and prowess with merely a thought, even leading it to its demise with ease. In essence, this creature had willingly entrusted its life to him. After completing this remarkable exchange, the weasel disregarded its own fatigue, fixing its gaze upon Wang Bu'er while tapping its own head. Although it could not articulate words, the bond forged through the essence allowed Wang Bu'er to instantly grasp its intentions. It is extending Wang Bu'er's lifespan. Well, very well. Wang Bu'er initially sought merely to cultivate a benevolent relationship to assist this unfortunate black marten. However, the current turn of events has presented an unexpected delight. Since this creature has acknowledged him as its master, Wang Bu'er reflected on his previous harrowing escape, recognizing the beast's considerable prowess. He decided to regard it as a spiritual companion. Although this creature's lifespan was limited and required his continual provision of longevity, it did not necessitate additional enhancements, making it a manageable expense. Given Wang Bu'er's current wealth, he could certainly afford its upkeep. Beep. Life credit has transferred 300 years to the black marten. This transaction is instantaneous. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance has been credited to the recipient's life account. Without further hesitation, Wang Bu'er directly transferred 300 years. Although the creature was unaware of how Wang Bu'er accomplished this feat, it could distinctly feel the oppressive shackles of its dwindling lifespan dissipate. Realizing that the threat of death had temporarily vanished, the black marten immediately began to leap about in excitement. Having excavated a sufficient amount of mushrooms, Wang Bu'er decided it was best to leave. Although there were certainly more treasures to be found, lingering in the Huayan sect would inevitably raise suspicions. Thus, it was prudent to depart promptly. He patted the black marten's head and said, "Brother Marten, it is time for us to go." The marten instantly grasped Wang Bu'er's intent, inhaled deeply, and emitted a low growl. Its body expanded dramatically. While not as colossal as before, it now measured 7 or 8 meters in length. Wang Bu'er leaped onto the creature's back, preparing to depart, when a sudden idea struck him. With a mischievous grin, he tapped his storage pouch and retrieved several large jade jars, which he then filled with the black water from a nearby pond. Only then did he send a mental command for the black marten to move. With a powerful leap, the black marten ascended the steep cliff as if traversing level ground, effortlessly reaching the summit. Soon, Wang Bu'er found himself back atop the precipice. The serpent tide had vanished. He was uncertain whether it had dispersed or relocated elsewhere. "What? You wish to take me to meet a friend?" Wang Bu'er suddenly sensed the marten's thoughts. Although puzzled, he made no objections and allowed the creature to hasten away. In a brief span, the marten's speed began to wane, revealing a region starkly different from before. This was a mountainside, lush with grass and trees, imbued with abundant spiritual energy. In the distance, Wang Bu'er spotted a long-tailed white marten, measuring over 10 meters in length, perched upon a protruding rock, gnawing on the corpse of a venomous snake. At the sight of the snake's vibrant colors, Wang Bu'er could not suppress a shiver. This was the most toxic serpent he had encountered in the region, and should its venom touch him, he would incur a staggering cost to cleanse himself of its effects. Before him, the white ferret exhibited an unmistakable lack of fear. Upon the arrival of the underworld figures, particularly upon seeing Wang Bu'er standing atop the back of the black ferret, the white ferret momentarily paused in surprise. Subsequently, it emitted an exceedingly peculiar sound. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Bu'er's expression fell into a state of speechlessness once more. This time, he did not need to speculate. The voice of the white ferret was strikingly anthropomorphic, its tone, movements, and facial expressions conveying an unmistakable clarity. It was evidently mocking the black ferret. In that moment, Wang Bu'er felt as though he heard a phrase echoing. "You foolish ferret, what have you accomplished?" However, what transpired next was even more astonishing and bewildering. As the white ferret had just uttered its taunting sound and displayed a mocking expression, the black ferret beneath Wang Bu'er's feet suddenly vanished with a swift motion. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted above the white ferret, transforming into a colossal black paw, which came crashing down upon its face with tremendous force. The poor white ferret was sent flying by the sheer might of the blow, its fur scattering like leaves in the wind, and the remnants of the snake meat it had been holding sprayed everywhere as it plummeted hundreds of meters away, causing the earth to tremble beneath the impact. Before Wang Bu'er, the shadow flickered once more, and the black ferret returned. It proudly lifted its head, its front paws delicately scratching the ground, its gaze haughty, and its expression derisive. It seemed to convey the message, "Foolish ferret, dare to laugh again?" Chapter 132, Two Foolish Weasels. After being swatted away, the white weasel remained dazed for a brief moment. However, it soon shook its head and trotted over with a lively demeanor, circling around the black weasel several times. Wang Bu'er was perplexed by the exchange between the two creatures. Yet, after their animated yelps and spins, the expression on the white weasel's face transformed into one of sheer astonishment, its eyes widening as it fixed its gaze upon Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er felt an unsettling chill as he met its stare. Especially upon noticing the envy reflected in the white weasel's eyes, he grasped the situation. It seemed that the black weasel was boasting to its companion, showcasing its newfound master who could grant it longevity. Consequently, Wang Bu'er chose to disregard the white weasel's sycophantic and eager glances, yearning for his affection. One weasel was already a handful. The notion of caring for two was preposterous. After all, maintaining such creatures required vitality. Thus, he feigned ignorance, while the white weasel, undeterred, trailed behind the black weasel. After some time, Wang Bu'er discerned that the white weasel had recognized its flattery was in vain and had shifted its attention to ingratiating itself with the black weasel instead. It bounced around playfully, seemingly adopting the role of the black weasel's subordinate. Suddenly, the black weasel halted, casting a glance at the white weasel, and without warning, lifted its forepaw once more, delivering another unceremonious swat. The previous scene replayed itself instantly, with the white weasel being sent flying once again, landing hundreds of meters away. Just as Wang Bu'er pondered the absurdity of it all, the white weasel, having regained its footing, arched its back, its fur standing on end, eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light as it exhibited erratic behavior, leaping and darting about wildly. It clawed at its own head, frantically dug at the ground, and even hurled itself against walls. Wang Bu'er stared in disbelief, questioning whether the creature had ingested some hallucinogenic toxin. Such displays were not unfamiliar to him, reminiscent of animals on the African savanna that had fallen victim to venomous snake bites. As he contemplated this, the white weasel abruptly leapt towards him, yet its expression bore no malice. Instead, it radiated an odd, frenzied emotion. Naturally, it could not succeed. As it approached, the black weasel raised its paw and swatted it away once more. Despite both being weasels, their strengths were worlds apart, rendering the white weasel utterly helpless. After being swatted away several times, the white weasel seemed to grasp something. In its frenzied state, it dashed off into the distance, vanishing from sight. However, it was not long before it returned, now appearing more composed, albeit smeared with blood and its fur in disarray, the cause of its dishevelment a mystery. This time, the black weasel did not chase it away, permitting it to continue following along. After a while, without any warning, the black weasel swatted again, and once more. The outcome was the same. The white weasel was sent flying. This time, the white ferret seems to have learned its lesson, choosing not to return but to depart directly. In recent times, upon its reappearance, it bore even more blood upon its visage, and its fur was in greater disarray. Yet its expression was one of utter delight, even bordering on ecstasy. Simultaneously, Wang Bu'er discerned a look of disdain upon the face of the black ferret. Confusion enveloped him. What were these two creatures up to? One appeared madly erratic, while the other exuded a formidable aura. One readily resorted to violence, while the other seemed to be afflicted with a form of madness. Furthermore, was this not the den of snakes? Where had the serpents vanished to? Previously, they had been abundant, akin to a mudslide. Yet now not a single shadow was in sight. As Wang Bu'er and the two bewildered ferrets approached the entrance of the snake den, Zhao Shuang and her companions had just arrived. "Zhao, my junior sister, please do not fret. Although the spirit beast may momentarily lose its reason due to its mating season, it is, after all, nurtured by our Huayan sect and will not readily attack cultivators. Moreover, with countless venomous snakes and giant pythons here. It will soon satiate its hunger and vent its frustrations. There is no cause for alarm. Lu Rian trailed closely behind Zhao Shuang, appearing anxious, yet inwardly. She felt a sense of glee. Do you take me for a fool, junior sister Lu? The fierce purple cloud ferret can easily lose its sanity at this moment. How could it distinguish between humans and snakes? I fear it may strike indiscriminately. An out-of-control purple cloud ferret at the peak of the nascent soul stage. And you expect me to remain untroubled? Zhao Shuang gritted her teeth, her heart filled with murderous intent. She understood that Lu Ruyin might employ certain tactics, but she had not anticipated such a heartless scheme, one that even invoked thoughts of bloodshed. If Wang Bu'er were to be killed by this frenzied purple cloud ferret, she would have no recourse to seek justice. It would merely be viewed as an unfortunate accident involving a few Foundation establishment juniors playing a game. What do you mean by this, junior sister Zhao? How could I have foreseen such occurrences? I merely summoned them to accompany Elder Wang. Just then, the other core formation elders behind them were equally astounded. They had all encountered the purple cloud ferret, the guardian spirit beast of Huayan sect, known for its ferocity. Even at the peak of the nascent soul level, it was formidable enough to contend with those at the transformation stage. Such a powerful beast would not only obliterate Wang Bu'er, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, but could also easily vanquish them with a mere swipe of its paw. Where are the snakes? Why do we see none? Upon entering the snake den, the group quickly grew perplexed. This place should have been teeming with serpents. Yet now not a single one was in sight. The three attendants following behind Lu Ruyin shuddered in unison, their faces paling. Initially, they had received instructions from Lu Ruyin to coerce Wang Bu'er into the den of countless snakes, merely to let him experience the despair of being pursued by a multitude of serpents, ensnared by venom. However, it now seemed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The three exchanged glances, and upon observing Lu Ruyin ahead, they suddenly understood. They were doomed, deceived. Junior sister Lu, are you jesting? The purple cloud marten preys upon venomous serpents, and at this moment, which snake would dare to act with such audacity? Zhao Shuang felt an increasing sense of urgency within her. She did not believe this was an oversight. It was clearly a deliberate scheme. If it were merely a matter of foraging, the purple cloud marten would pose no threat to the cultivators who ventured here. However, if it were in the throes of mating season, it could easily lose its reason and attack any living creature it encountered. Her gaze gradually turned crimson. Although she did not voice her thoughts, she had already resolved that if Wang Bu'er were to come to harm, she would seek vengeance against the woman before her. Wang Bu'er, you must endure and remain hidden. She could only hope that Wang Bu'er was sufficiently cautious and had not been detected by the purple cloud marten. Lu Riyin's lips curled into a sneer. For the sake of this scheme, she had invested considerable resources, enough to tarnish Zhao Shuang's reputation, turning her into a laughingstock across the 4 nations of the western regions, and indeed, throughout the entire realm of cultivation in the Great Xia. Observing the distance, it seemed nearly time. She was prepared to intercept Zhao Shuang, ensuring that others could witness the unfolding spectacle. Just as she was poised for action, the ground beneath her trembled violently, accompanied by a fierce and frenzied roar, as an overwhelming force suddenly surged upward. Chapter 133, Matters of Adults, Children Should Not Inquire. From a distance, a colossal python, exceeding 300 meters in length, burst forth from the earth, thrashing wildly. The creature emitted a roar, a cacophony of both exhilaration and terror, its body writhing as it rampaged unchecked. Behind it, further afield, a white ferret pursued relentlessly. With a gaping maw, it tore away copious scales and flesh from the python's tail, inciting the serpent to a frenzy, its roars echoing in desperation. Lu Ruyin immediately expanded her spiritual awareness, searching for Wang Bu'er's whereabouts while preparing to intercept Zhao Shuang. However, before she could fully ready herself, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Lu Ruyin, in particular, gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the white ferret was in hot pursuit of the python, displaying a frenzied demeanor. Yet, the expression on its face and the glimmer in its eyes appeared oddly peculiar, lacking ferocity and instead conveying a sense of grievance. As her confusion deepened, a shadow suddenly materialized beside the white ferret. A massive claw rose and struck with force. In an instant, the fearsome purple cloud ferret was sent soaring, screeching as it flew through the air. Its form rapidly diminished mid-flight, soon resembling a 3 or 4 meter long creature akin to a white wolf or dog, crashing to the ground. Unconscious, the python, feeling as though a weight had been lifted, paid no heed to anything else, launching itself skyward and then plummeting back to earth, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The onlookers, still reeling from the spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief as they turned their gaze toward the distance, where a black ferret approached with measured strides, exuding an imperial presence. Its lustrous ebony fur and azure eyes, coupled with an air of undeniable superiority, created an illusion of being scrutinized by royalty. Moreover, upon sighting this beast, the meridians within each person surged, erupting in a resonant hum, as a palpable pressure enveloped them. It felt akin to standing before an enigmatic elder of unfathomable cultivation. Zhao Shuang's eyes flickered with astonishment, quickly transforming into delight as she beheld Wang Bu'er, unscathed and serene. At that moment, Wang Bu'er stood leisurely atop the black ferret's back, hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of utter contentment, devoid of any threat. Lu Ruyan was momentarily struck dumb. Her initial shock stemmed from the black ferret. After years in the Huayan sect, she had never heard of a black ferret in the 10,000 Serpent Cave. The second shock was Wang Bu'er, who appeared completely unharmed, his aura indicating a remarkable increase in cultivation, seemingly at the 5th level of foundation establishment. The third point of astonishment was the white ferret, the Huayan sect's guardian spirit beast, known for its formidable strength and notoriously volatile temperament. Yet, she had just witnessed the black ferret effortlessly send the white ferret flying with a mere swipe of its paw. In that instant, an unsettling feeling arose within her, accompanied by a sense of speechlessness. She was oblivious to how the black marten had appeared, yet it was abundantly clear that her scheme had utterly collapsed. Not only had it failed, but it had inadvertently allowed Wang Bu'er to gain an advantage, enhancing his cultivation level. Instead of embarrassing Wang Bu'er, it was Zhao Shuang who found herself humiliated, as the situation emboldened Wang Bu'er to act with audacity. At that very moment, an inexplicable sense of peril enveloped her entirely. Turning around, she glanced at the white marten that had recently fainted beside her. To her astonishment, it had awakened at some point. However, in that instant, the creature's fur bristled, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. It exuded an indescribable aura of savagery and madness. More critically, its energy was chaotic, its breath surging like a torrent, body trembling violently, emitting bizarre, thunderous roars in a frenzy. This, Lu Ruyan instinctively paused, sensing an unsettling familiarity in the situation. The feeling of crisis intensified, particularly as this sense was interwoven with an inexplicable strangeness. She furrowed her brow, disregarding any thoughts of Wang Bu'er. In the next moment, upon noticing a change in a particular part of the beast's body, her eyes widened in alarm, her expression shifting drastically. This is bad. A jolt of terror surged within her, and without hesitation, she retreated, her cultivation erupting into formidable defenses. Yet, despite her swift movements, the white marten was even quicker, effortlessly snatching her away as if she were a mere butterfly caught by a cat. The scene transpired so rapidly that by the time the onlookers comprehended what had happened, the white marten had already whisked Lu Ruyan away, vanishing like the wind in an instant. The elder disciples of the core formation stage exchanged bewildered glances, stunned by this sudden turn of events. Could it be the guardian beast of Huayan sect, the Ziyun marten? What could it possibly want with Elder Lu Ruyan? If I am not mistaken, the Ziyun marten's state just now, was it not in heat? In heat. What could it want with Elder Lu in that condition? The Ziyun marten is male, and it appears that Elder Lu. What do you mean appears? She is clearly. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their eyes widening in horror, as they simultaneously surged forward, pursuing the white marten. Meanwhile, another elder from Huayan sect swiftly produced a communication talisman, sending out an urgent message. Such a scenario was evidently unprecedented for them. A male Ziyun marten in heat had abducted the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruyan. The implications of what might ensue were unimaginable and terrifying, especially since the Ziyun marten had clearly exhibited remarkable intelligence at this point. Whoosh! Merely a few breaths later, the crowd sensed two astonishing presences approaching from afar, outside the Serpent Cave. In the blink of an eye, they materialized at the entrance, then swiftly vanished, heading deeper into the cave in pursuit. Not far away, Wang Bu'er leisurely leaped down from the back of the black marten. The black marten swiftly transformed into a small dog, trotting alongside Wang Bu'er. Although Zhao Shuang sighed in relief, she hurried over to inspect Wang Bu'er from head to toe. Finally feeling at ease, what on earth is that foolish marten doing with Elder Lu? Isn't it supposed to feast on snake meat? Wang Bu'er inquired, feigning ignorance. Mind your own business, child. Zhao Shuang playfully swatted Wang Bu'er, yet the corners of her mouth twitched, betraying her suppressed laughter. Surely, nothing bad will happen, right? Wang Bu'er asked with a grin. Of course not. Did you not see that the Yuanying elder from Huayan sect has arrived? Zhao Shuang replied, her earlier fears creeping back. She was unaware of how Wang Bu'er had managed all of this or the origins of the Black Martin. Yet, she understood one thing clearly. Had it not been for these unforeseen events, the scene that had just transpired with Lu Ruyan could very well have unfolded with Wang Bu'er in her place. And at that moment, there would have been no Yuanying expert to come to his rescue. Chapter 134. My little belly has emerged. I must lose weight. 4 days later, in a temporarily arranged cave of the Huayan sect, Wang Bu'er was engaged in petting a creature. No, he was caressing a sable. Since returning from the exchange meeting, this sable had transformed into a small dog-like figure and had fallen into a deep slumber. 4 days had passed, yet there were no signs of awakening. Observing its now fluffy and adorable form, Wang Bu'er found it difficult to reconcile this diminutive creature with the formidable black sable he had encountered in the 10,000 Serpents cave, which had been easily subdued without a hint of resistance. Especially now, since entering its slumber, the aura it emitted had diminished to that of merely the qi condensation level. Have you heard of the dragon-eating sable? Wang Bu'er could not help but inquire. He had scoured numerous texts but found no mention of such a creature. However, the system's feedback could not be erroneous. Indeed, this was a dragon-eating sable. Nearby, Zhao Shuang reclined on a chair woven from vines, her hand gripping a steel needle as she meticulously stabbed a scarecrow with gritted teeth. Although the scarecrow bore a crude appearance, it bore a striking resemblance to certain individuals. Wang Bu'er had merely mentioned in passing that if she was truly vexed, she could create a scarecrow to curse them. Little did he expect Zhao Shuang to persist in this endeavor for several days. He wondered if Lu Ruyan was now suffering from an inexplicable headache. Upon hearing Wang Bu'er's words, Zhao Shuang gently shook her head, her needlework relentless. I have already inquired with the sect, yet there are no records of such a beast. It may very well be an ancient creature that has gone extinct. She too was intrigued by this sable, eager to learn more. The ability to subdue the purple cloud sable was sufficient evidence of this creature's might. For Wang Bu'er, it undoubtedly promised an unimaginable ally in the future. However, since their return from the exchange meeting, this sable had remained in a deep sleep, unresponsive even to scalding water. In truth, not only were Wang Bu'er and Zhao Shuang perplexed, but the Huayan sect was equally confounded. They had been sending individuals daily to offer inquiries, primarily to observe the sable. After all, a being capable of effortlessly overpowering the sect's guardian spirit beast had emerged, and they were still unaware of it. Now in the possession of another, who could remain composed in such a situation? Of course, the tribulations faced by the Huayan sect in recent days extended beyond this. The sect's goddess, Lu Ruyan, had engaged in a web of schemes, only to find herself ensnared. Despite the sect's exhaustive efforts to contain the spread of this incident, it had still circulated widely. On that day in the 10,000 Serpents cave, although a nascent soul cultivator had intervened and swiftly rescued Lu Ruyan, given the timeline, it seemed unlikely that she had encountered any peril from the purple cloud sable. Nevertheless, upon her rescue, Lu Ruyan was already unconscious, her garments tattered, leading to rampant speculation. It was said that the sect leader, Lu Zhishan, had turned gray from the stress, convening meetings daily. Since that incident, no one had seen Lu Ruyan. It remained uncertain whether she had been hidden away by the Huayan sect or if her psychological trauma had driven her into seclusion. Bah! Wang Bu'er slapped the sable, tossing it onto a nearby pile of grass. What he had initially thought to be a fierce battle beast had turned into nothing more than a plush toy. Regrettably, I have squandered so many years of my life. Wang Bu'er has resolved firmly. If this fellow cannot swiftly demonstrate its inherent value, it shall be dispatched for a barbecue. Speaking of barbecues, Wang Bu'er felt his mouth water. Su Ziyue possesses remarkable culinary talent, and each barbecue she prepares offers a uniquely exquisite flavor. By the way, Shuang, since we have some leisure time, why not seek out Su Haoran for a barbecue? We still have some snake meat left from our last gathering. In recent days, Zhao Shuang has insisted on accompanying Wang Bu'er to every barbecue, fearing he might encounter yet another mishap. Although Wang Bu'er was exceedingly reluctant, he found it impossible to refuse. With Zhao Shuang, the Golden Core cultivator, present, no one could relax, especially when it came to certain sensitive subjects which became utterly off-limits. You go ahead. I don't feel like going today. I've indulged a bit too much lately, and my belly is showing. I need to lose some weight. Wang Bu'er was rendered speechless. Where did she even learn such phrases? Belly. A glance at Zhao Shuang's slender waist left him even more at a loss for words. Her waistline was more than just proportionate. It was a paragon of beauty. The thought of dieting with such a figure makes one wonder what the goddesses of this world would think upon hearing her. Her Majesty has already spoken, and Wang Bu'er wished to delay not a moment longer. He had no desire to be henpecked, yet the reality was he could not contend with her at present. Fortunately, Zhao Shuang was not joining this time, allowing him the freedom to speak candidly. Upon arriving at Su Haoran's cave dwelling, everything was prepared, particularly the marinated snake meat sizzling over the charcoal, exuding an irresistible aroma. Su Ziyue had mastered the grilling technique to perfection. Each piece was crisp on the outside and tender within, simply exquisite. Old Third, I must alert you to something. The incident with Elder Lu has escalated significantly. Although she may not appear for the time being, one of her favored disciples will be present in the upcoming Foundation Establishment disciple battle. They are bound to target you. Su Haoran cautioned. Why is it always me who has targeted? Wang Bu'er expressed his exasperation. It seems every time there is a situation, I draw the ire. It was the same in Tianying Valley, and now again. Elder Lu has tarnished her reputation because of you. It's hardly surprising that you find yourself in the crosshairs. Just be cautious. It's not like it's your first encounter with this, Su Haoran stated nonchalantly. At that moment, Wang Bu'er felt a sudden disinterest in food. He longed to return home and share whispers with Zhao Shuang. This sworn brother surely could not be a blood relative. Su Ziyue, on the other hand, was a breath of fresh air. Most women tend to be kinder. Third brother, worry not. With all the treasures you possess, you could easily crush them. Su Ziyue added with a playful jab. Wang Bu'er quickly resumed eating, pushing aside any troubling thoughts. By the way, second brother, have you discovered the lineup for our Huayan sect in this Foundation Establishment disciple battle? He inquired with genuine concern. His greatest shortcoming at present was his cultivation level. Engaging in battles beyond his rank could be attributed to luck on 1 or 2 occasions. But if it were to happen repeatedly, even a fool would begin to question himself. I have inquired on your behalf. This time, all 10 combatants from Huayan sect are at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. In truth, it is not only the Huayan sect, the Xian sect and the Qiyuan sect are equally notable. The Tianyuan sect boasts a cultivator at the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. Yet it is rumored that this individual surpasses the other 9 cultivators at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment in strength. Su Haoran remains a reliable source. As he spoke, he handed Wang Bu'er a list. Who is Elder Lu's disciple? Wang Bu'er mused, smacking his lips, his head throbbing with confusion. The list comprised entirely of 9th level Foundation Establishment cultivators, alongside a prodigious 7th level cultivator. His own 5th level status felt painfully conspicuous among them. Moreover, this was after he had elevated his cultivation by 2 levels in the recent episode at the 10,000 Serpent Cave, a feat he still had yet to explain adequately. Upon departing from Su Haoran's abode, Wang Bu'er's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to present a plausible reason for his rapid cultivation advancements. By the break of dawn the following day, the sky suddenly darkened, as an endless expanse of ominous clouds enveloped the Huayan sect. A torrential downpour loomed on the horizon. Shortly, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the very heavens were on the verge of collapse. Wang Bu'er rose slowly, gazing at the gathering storm of thunderbolts, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He meticulously revisited the body-refining technique, the Liuli golden body, in his mind, confirming its efficacy. Without hesitation, he stepped forth from his dwelling and ascended, piercing the clouds. Moments later, he found himself outside the protective barrier of the Huayan sect, raising his hand to summon an elongated whip from an unknown source. The whip, crafted from an indeterminate material, shimmered with a dark luster, exuding an icy aura. With a gentle flick, Wang Bu'er sent it soaring, and in an instant, it extended to a length of several dozen meters, taut and straight. The next moment, amidst the swirling dark clouds, a bolt of lightning coalesced, reverberating with a thunderous explosion. As the whip invoked the electric force, it descended in a blinding flash, racing toward Wang Bu'er with radiant brilliance. Chapter 135. The One Who Creates Thunder with a Cup. As the winds and rains approached, within another cavern of the Huayan sect, 6 golden core elders from the Qiyuan sect and Tianyuan sect gathered to savor tea and discuss profound matters. Their previous conference had ended on a sour note, and due to the incident involving Lu Ruyan, none dared to openly suggest a reunion. Thus, they resorted to this more discreet invitation. The camaraderie between the Tianyuan sect and the Qiyuan sect was profound, and these 6 individuals had known each other for many years, facilitating their discussions. Not far from the 6, nearly 30 Foundation Establishment disciples were also assembling, engaging in exchanges and sparring with one another. Each of these disciples was a prodigy from the 2 sects, most of whom were preparing for the upcoming disciple exchange competition, while others accompanied them. Among these individuals, the weakest had reached the 7th level of Foundation Establishment, with the rest boasting the 9th level. The congregation of such exceptional talents created an overwhelming atmosphere, causing the very air outside the cavern to resonate with the howling winds. Friend Wu, it seems your disciples from the Tianyuan sect possess commendable foundations this time, remarked an elder clad in Qiyuan sect robes. His name was Wei Tianlei, the leading elder of the Qiyuan sect delegation. His eyes sparkled with intensity as they fixated on the numerous foundation establishment disciples, soon honing in on a young man dressed in black. The Wu he referred to was Wu Yangbu'er, the leading elder from the Tianyuan sect. Wu Yangbu's lips curled into a smile. That lad is named Tu Shui. He performs admirably in many respects. The only drawback is that his cultivation method is rather unconventional, leading to a somewhat sluggish advancement in his realm. Such is the nature of formidable techniques. Progress often comes with significant challenges. However, as Wei Tianlei was about to continue, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. He looked up and instantly spotted Wang Bu'er, who was exposed to the lightning outside the array of the Huayan sect. That Wang Bu'er from the Xingyuan sect? What is he doing here? The others also turned their gazes, revealing their astonishment. This individual had recently garnered significant attention in the 4 Western nations, possessing seemingly mediocre talent, yet advancing in cultivation at an astonishing pace. His alchemical and physical refinement skills were unparalleled in the West, defying comprehension. What was even more perplexing was the rumor that he had forsaken a guaranteed position from his sect to participate in the Foundation establishment competition. It's unbelievable. This fellow has such extraordinary luck. The impeccably crafted plan by Lu Rian was completely overturned by him, and he inexplicably ascended 2 realms in cultivation. I can't help but want to dissect him to understand the source of his fortunate fate. How can one possess such luck? The crowd lamented. While they could not say they loathed Wang Bu'er, his mere presence was enough to evoke irritation. Each recalled his previous remarkable feats, leaving a collective sense of embarrassment. Speaking of this individual, his cultivation level is notably inferior. Even after a stroke of misfortune and sheer luck, he has only reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment. In the upcoming disciple battle, he is unlikely to create any significant waves. Wei Tianlei shook his head. That may not be the case. This fellow has too many tricks up his sleeve. Fortunately, he is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Were he to step into the core formation realm, Wu Yangbuo was momentarily rendered speechless. However, he had only completed half of his thought when a sudden realization struck him. Wait, what is he doing? The crowd followed his gaze, just in time to witness Wang Bu'er wielding a long whip, poised as if pointing a sword towards the heavens. Has he lost his mind? Engaging in such antics could very well invite a thunderbolt upon him. Could he be intoxicated? If he were to be struck down, it would be for the best. One less calamity in the western regions. The onlookers were baffled by Wang Bu'er's intentions, regardless of what he aimed to achieve. Such actions at this moment were tantamount to courting death. This individual had previously brought shame to the Qiyuan and Tianyuan sects, and such a demise would be too merciful for him. Not far off, the Foundation establishment disciples from the 2 sects also beheld this scene. Lacking the composure of Wu Yangbu'er and his companions, they erupted in furious shouts, hurling curses without reservation. Their disdain for Wang Bu'er had long been simmering, especially after he had taken away the Western region's goddess, Zhao Shuang. Their envy and jealousy had reached a boiling point. Heaven above, unleash your fury and strike him down. Someone shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky quaked violently, and countless brilliant arcs of lightning materialized, weaving into a colossal net. Amidst the thunderous roars, a torrent of lightning surged forth, coalescing into radiant bolts. One such bolt, rather fortuitously, coursed down Wang Bu'er's long whip, piercing him in an instant. Panic seized the crowd as they all stood up simultaneously, mouths agape, fixated on Wang Bu'er suspended in the sky. Especially the young Foundation establishment disciple who had just spoken. His expression turned blank with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his casual remark would manifest in such a manner. They envisioned Wang Bu'er being reduced to a charred pile of ash in midair. Although none had ever been struck by lightning, the ferocity of such power was universally acknowledged. Not to mention Foundation establishment, even a peak core formation cultivator would struggle to withstand it, with nascent soul experts needing to tread carefully. Strike well. Let the heavens bring forth their fury, Wei Guanglei exclaimed, declaring that without a doubt, among the sects in the western regions, Qiyuan sect harbored the deepest animosity towards Wang Bu'er. In the battle at Tianying Valley, Wang Bu'er had rendered every member of Qiyuan sect incapable of raising their heads in shame. All their cultivation levels were undeniably concentrated in their gazes, fearing they might miss any detail of Wang Bu'er's potential demise by lightning. In the air, Wang Bu'er's aura soared as his cultivation erupted wildly. As the lightning descended, at the very moment it pierced his body, his robes billowed dramatically, The sound of flesh and blood exploding filled the air, and a shimmering radiance enveloped his skin. With a resounding boom, his body trembled violently, and the terrifying power of the thunder surged throughout him, churning relentlessly. His complexion turned ashen, and in an instant, he stumbled, nearly collapsing, yet he managed to suppress the urge. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, and his aura became chaotic in an instant. However, at that moment, he suddenly raised a hand, revealing a small pill, no larger than the tip of a finger, glowing with a brilliant golden light, as if flames were engulfing it. The moment it appeared, its radiance was blinding. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. In the next moment, his entire being seemed to resonate with the pill, as golden light surged forth, and flames rapidly spread. Yet, merely an instant later, both the flames and the golden light receded, vanishing completely. Simultaneously, the thunderous power that had previously coursed through him and erupted also dissipated. Almost instantaneously, Wang Bu'er's complexion returned to normal, no longer pale, and the turbulence within his aura subsided. Instead, after a fierce roar, his cultivation soared dramatically. From the 5th level of foundation establishment, he ascended to the 6th level. When this scene unfolded, the mockery on the faces of Wei Tianlei and others within the Huayan sect evaporated in an instant, and the curses that had been spilling from their lips were abruptly silenced, caught in their throats. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered and dumbfounded. Despite their concentrated focus, the distance was too great, compounded by the interference of lightning and the fluctuations of spiritual consciousness. They could not discern what had transpired with Wang Bu'er. All they could perceive was that he seemed to have consumed a pill and had somehow resisted the thunderous power that even they, at the core formation stage, could not withstand. Not only did he resist, but it appeared he had also absorbed it, leveraging that thunderous power to forcibly elevate his cultivation to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Chapter 136. This time, a true performance. Taoist Wu, have you discerned what just transpired? Did that fellow truly absorb the power of thunder and forcibly elevate his cultivation level? Wei Tianlei rubbed his eyes, astonishment etched across his face, disbelief overwhelming him. Perhaps. It seems so. Wu Yangbo was equally taken aback, instinctively wiping his eyes as he spoke. The entire process had unfolded right before their eyes. Yet the more they witnessed, the less they comprehended. Looking at the foundation-building disciples, they too were rendered speechless, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. What could this possibly mean? Several Golden Core practitioners shook their heads in unison, having searched their minds for any knowledge of such a method for enhancing cultivation. Yet to no avail. It must be an anomaly? After a prolonged silence, Wu Yangbo pondered aloud, but why was he not struck dead? Could it be due to that pill? Wei Tianlei's mind echoed with this thought, though he refrained from voicing it. He had distinctly witnessed Wang Bu'er seemingly unable to withstand the power of thunder, yet after consuming a pill, it inexplicably dissipated, leading to his enhancement in cultivation. What a farce. Among the foundation-building disciples, Tu Shui snorted dismissively. He remained composed and collected, naturally. If so many senior uncles claimed to be unfamiliar with this method of cultivation enhancement, then it must not exist. Since it did not, Wang Bu'er must be deliberately drawing attention in this manner. In midair, Wang Bu'er stood against the wind, a casual glance revealing a smirk of triumph at the corner of his mouth. Without needing to ponder further, he sensed countless eyes within the entire Huayan sect were fixed upon him. Whether or not you believe, I am beginning to. After some reflection, convinced that he had executed his performance flawlessly, he took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he stepped forward once more, elevating himself yet again. Behold, the clouds in the distance clashed, and bolts of lightning danced ominously. Once again, he brandished the iron whip in his hand, transforming it into a lightning rod. The long whip surged forth rapidly, instantly attracting the descending lightning, which erupted in a dazzling display, crashing into him. Boom! An explosive roar echoed within him. As the luminous golden body in conjunction with the recently enhanced body refining martial realm enveloped him in radiance, causing the thunderous energy within to vanish without a trace. After careful consideration, realizing the commotion he had incited surpassed his previous efforts, he promptly slapped his storage pouch, and a gleaming pill emerged, ablaze with golden flames. Upon swallowing it, flames erupted from his entire being. In the next moment, he forcefully circulated his cultivation, his meridians unfurling with a thunderous roar, absorbing all the unleashed energy and spiritual essence into his body, then suppressing and assimilating it. A slight tremor danced upon his lips, his complexion turning pale as blood spurted from his mouth. Such theatricality was a skill he had mastered long ago in the eastern region and within Tunying Valley. In an instant, The chaotic aura stabilized, and his crumbling cultivation surged back to life. The system enhancement was complete. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from him, reverberating with a resounding force that echoed around him. His cultivation level surged, catapulting him from the recently attained 6th stage of foundation establishment to the 7th. This time, Wang Bu'er's performance was even more detailed and lucid than before, each aspect vividly manifesting the explosive energy, the contained brilliance of thunder, and the transformation upon consuming the elixir were all under his exquisite control. With this elevation, countless cultivators within the boundaries of Huayan's sect, particularly those at the foundation establishment level, gazed upward in sheer astonishment. There was no doubt about it. He had indeed absorbed the power of thunder. Yet, it was not his own doing, but rather the elixir. What kind of elixir was that? It was utterly terrifying and beyond belief. If such an elixir existed, why endure the arduous struggle to break through in foundation cultivation? No wonder it was said that he had swiftly ascended to the 3rd stage of foundation establishment right after beginning in Tunying Valley. It was all reliant on such miraculous substances. The eyes of countless foundation disciples gleamed with fervor. It was not that they lacked imagination, but rather that within the confines of their understanding, other possibilities seemed utterly unattainable. The only feasible explanation was the elixir. Within the cave, Wei Tianlei and the others were rendered speechless. They were among the first to notice Wang Bu'er and thus had a deeper appreciation for the entire process. He could truly absorb lightning. How had he acquired such a cultivation method? It was akin to having power infused into his very being. The armrest of his chair was now crushed under his grip as he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. Wang Bu'er's method of cultivation had shattered his preconceived notions. Yet, it also perfectly elucidated why Wang Bu'er, despite possessing average aptitude, experienced such astonishingly rapid advancements in his cultivation. The power of thunder was a rare opportunity accessible only to a select few formidable nascent soul cultivators. The process of refining the body with thunderous energy was astounding. Who would have imagined that a foundation cultivator could achieve this? Wu Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled, fixated on Wang Bu'er's hands as if he were gazing upon a celestial treasure. More specifically, his attention was drawn to the already consumed elixir. As for Tu Shui, all his previous disdain had vanished entirely. His expression was one of shock, and his heart raced uncontrollably. His own cultivation technique was exceptionally unique, wielding astonishing power. Yet the ascent in his realm was painfully slow. If he were to acquire Wang Bu'er's method of forcibly infusing cultivation levels, his sole shortcoming would be obliterated. Meanwhile, in the air, after experiencing 2 consecutive elevations in his realm, Wang Bu'er felt a twinge of anxiety. His gaze swept back and forth, his consciousness probing repeatedly, ensuring that no ancient figures from the Huayan sect were watching. Once satisfied, he decisively took another step forward, raising his position higher, drawing nearer to the cloud layers. A tragic and frenzied expression surged across his face, his entire being emanating a terrifying aura of desperation, as if he were prepared to embrace death in the face of failure. With a fierce flick of his wrist, he unleashed the long whip once more, raising it high like a lightning rod. In an instant, a torrent of lightning erupted forth. The whip in his grasp could no longer withstand the onslaught, shattering and partially melting into a liquid that cascaded downwards. The blue thunder, tinged with hints of purple, descended upon him like the claw of a malevolent demon, forcefully ensnaring him. The intensity was magnitudes greater than before, perhaps even dozens of times more powerful. In disbelief, Wang Bu'er's eyes bulged, his complexion turning ashen, and he immediately spat out blood. This was no fade. There was no room for pretense. He had genuinely been struck by lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, he mustered his strength, retrieving a special elixir from his storage pouch and swallowing it whole. Flames erupted from his mouth like a fierce dragon, violently surging into him. Within, his physical cultivation surged rapidly, countering the devastating onslaught of the raging thunder. As the two forces collided, an immense roar reverberated through the air. At that moment, his robes turned to ashes, while his skin became translucent, as if he were a glass vessel ablaze with fire and lightning. After spewing several mouthfuls of blood, he finally managed to suppress the overwhelming power of the thunder. At last, everything was perfect. A true portrayal, ensuring there would be no flaws or ruptures. With a wry smile, he pushed himself to his limits, elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment. He lost consciousness, unable to control his body, and fell helplessly from the sky. In his final moments of awareness, he beheld a graceful figure emerge from the formation below, a gentle force lifting him from afar. The face of that figure was pale, yet astonishingly captivating, transcending the ordinary. It was Zhao Shuang. Chapter 137, Foundation Establishment at the 9th Level. Wang Bu'er had already been taken away by Zhao Shuang, and even without a close inspection, it was evident that his injuries were gravely severe. Yet, prior to his departure, the aura radiating from him was unmistakably formidable. Foundation Establishment at the 9th Level. Though the skies were devoid of any presence, countless gazes remained fixated on that spot. Particularly vivid in their minds was the image of Wang Bu'er, resplendent in golden light, flames soaring towards the heavens. All eyes were instantly ablaze with fervor. To forcibly elevate one's cultivation through the power of thunder was a reckless act. He is indeed Wang Bu'er. Could it be that he had employed such a method before? No wonder his aptitude seemed lacking, yet his progress was so rapid. However, the power of thunder is not something he could withstand alone. He must have been aided by some sort of elixir. With so many witnesses to Wang Bu'er's ascension, various analyses emerged, quickly leading to a consensus. There was no other explanation. In the realm of cultivation, the very essence lies in the elevation of one's cultivation level. It is not merely a matter of forming the golden core or the nascent soul. Even at the stage of foundation establishment, countless cultivators find themselves stagnant, unable to progress for years on end. Thus, the astonishing leap from the 5th to the 9th level of foundation establishment within such a brief period filled many with dread. That elixir is indeed the key. Let us hasten to Xingyuan's sect and seek that elixir. A voice broke the silence, awakening the crowd to realization. In an instant, myriad lights flickered at Huayan's sect as individuals emerged from various directions, all heading towards the residence of the disciples of Xingyuan's sect. In mere moments, a throng had gathered before the cave abode of Wang Bu'er and Zhao Shuang, comprising not only those at the foundation establishment level, but also golden core cultivators. Powerful auras swept through the vicinity, as if lurking and observing. Inside the cave, Wei Tianlei and his companions were already dumbfounded, feeling somewhat at a loss. They had been the first to recognize the existence of the elixir and were now filled with excitement and rapid breaths. Naturally, they coveted such a method for elevating their cultivation. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the owner of the elixir was none other than Wang Bu'er. Setting aside previous grievances, particularly regarding the compensation from the Tianying Valley incident, which had yet to yield a satisfactory resolution from Qiyuan's sect to either Xingyuan's sect or Wang Bu'er, the prospect of requesting the elixir now seemed exceedingly slim. But with Wang Bu'er's revelation, the matter of the elixir had become common knowledge. Such a miraculous elixir would surely be scarce. If they did not vie for it, allowing other sects to seize it would undoubtedly be a loss. Wu Yangbu's gaze mirrored that of Wei Tianlei, equally conflicted and desirous. Friend Wei, the existence of this elixir in Wang Bu'er's possession is now indisputable. However, acquiring it will not be a simple task. Forcefully seizing it is out of the question. We must offer something in exchange. This is not the time for past grievances. Our immediate priority should be to prepare resources and negotiate with Xingyuan's sect for that elixir. After gritting his teeth, clarity dawned in his eyes. Indeed. Your words resonate profoundly, Taoist Wu. Although this elixir is precious, its exposure under the pressure of various sects in the western regions renders Xingyuan's sect unable to retain it. The sooner it is exchanged, the lesser the cost incurred. We shall return to our sect immediately to request some resources and seize the opportunity to be among the first to exchange. Wei Tianlei suddenly comprehended, and without further ado, the two stepped out of the cave and made their way directly to the teleportation array. In truth, it wasn't just the Tianyuan sect and Qiyuan sect. The Ziyun sect, too, had its foundation established, with Jidan cultivators stepping forth to utilize the Huayan sect's teleportation array to return to their own sect. Within the elder hall of the Huayan sect, several elders exhibited fervent expressions, their spirits invigorated. Listen closely, regardless of the means, we must acquire that elixir from Xingyuan's sect. Do not resort to threats, and certainly do not be forceful. Although Wang Bu'er may not be formidable, Zhao Shuang is not one to be trifled with. Aggression will only yield counterproductive results. The Grand Elder, feeling agitated and restless, lamented, in retrospect, Lu Rian truly did a disservice, offending Wang Bu'er at this critical juncture. I have a plan. Wang Bu'er shares a close bond with our sect's foundation cultivator, Su Haoran. If we enlist his aid, we will undoubtedly gain the upper hand. Someone suddenly proposed. The eyes of the assembly brightened, and in an instant, a sound transmission talisman was dispatched to summon Su Haoran. In summary, all cultivators who had previously resided in the Huayan sect were now in a state of unrest over the elixir in Wang Bu'er's possession. Though most were acutely aware that such an elixir might be beyond their reach, the allure of chance lingered in their hearts. Within the cave of the Tianyuan sect, Tu Shui sat cross-legged, breathing heavily, his entire being emanating an indescribable restlessness. He was the most extraordinary genius of the Tianyuan sect in recent years. Yet due to various circumstances, he had cultivated a peculiar technique that hindered his advancement, causing his progress in cultivation to be exceedingly slow. Had it not been for this, he would have already attained Jidan. The challenges he faced in elevating his cultivation were thrice or fourfold greater than those of others. Consequently, Wang Bu'er's elixir instilled in him an acute impatience, bordering on madness. No matter what, I must obtain this elixir. With it, I can swiftly ascend to the 10th level of foundation establishment. Once I reach that pinnacle, I am confident I can break through to Jidan. After achieving Jidan, the shackles of this technique upon me will be utterly obliterated. As the cultivators of various sects stirred with ambition, Wang Bu'er awakened languidly on Zhao Shuang's bed. Paying no heed to the fact that his garments had been reduced to ashes by lightning, he opened his eyes to find solace in his surroundings. However, his gaze fell upon Zhao Shuang, who was weeping profusely beside him, startling him considerably. What are you doing? This was the first time Wang Bu'er had witnessed Zhao Shuang in tears. Though not the picture of a delicate flower, her sorrow stirred an inexplicable turmoil within him. What unsettled him was not merely Zhao Shuang's tearful gaze, but rather his own vulnerability in his current state of undress. Would she seize this opportunity to take advantage of him? How can you even say that? Have you lost your mind? To forcibly enhance one's cultivation through the infusion of lightning is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Are you aware of the grave dangers it entails? A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Zhao Shuang was filled with trepidation. At that moment, she was employing needles to curse a scarecrow in the guise of Lu Ruyan. The cacophony of sounds initially went unnoticed until the fateful moment when Wang Bu'er recklessly summoned the wrath of thunder. It was only upon witnessing this that she was struck with sheer terror. In her mind, thoughts of Lu Ruyan faded, replaced solely by concerns for Wang Bu'er's safety. Was there truly no consequence? Wang Bu'er chuckled, sitting cross-legged to circulate his inner energy, soon revealing a contented smile. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Although the process was fraught with peril, the outcome was nothing short of flawless. I accomplished this in full view of everyone. The method employed is well known, with no hint of concealment. However, whether one can replicate it is beyond my concern. As he mused internally, he donned his garments beneath the covers and prepared himself to rise. Wang Bu'er was on the verge of stepping into the medicinal garden to sip tea and enjoy the breeze, followed by a barbecue feast with Su Haoran. Yet, as he crossed the threshold of his cave dwelling, he was suddenly taken aback. Outside, there was a throng of people. The area surrounding the cave's formation was densely packed with individuals. Chapter 138. What elixir? No elixir. Members from Huayan sect, Qiyuan sect, Xian sect, and Tianyuan sect are all present. The bewildered Wang Bu'er wore a perplexed expression, were it not for the calm and somewhat proud demeanor of Zhao Shuang beside him. He might have suspected that these individuals had uncovered the secrets of his system and intended to drag him back for dismemberment and examination. Elder Zhao? Upon seeing Wang Bu'er emerge, a woman from Xian sect smiled and respectfully bowed to Zhao Shuang, seemingly in a pleading manner. Before Wang Bu'er could utter a word, Zhao Shuang had already waved her hand, opening a breach in the formation. As previously agreed, only 2 individuals from each sect were permitted to enter. As her words resonated, 8 figures swiftly entered. The first to step in was none other than Dai Yueling, the foundational elder of Xian sect, followed closely by a woman whom Wang Bu'er had encountered earlier at the exchange meeting, named Huo Wanyan, with a cultivation of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Next was Wei Tianlei, followed by the prodigy Tang Yuxing, who had come to participate in the foundation establishment disciples battle. Then came Wu Yanghua from Tianyuan sect, with Tu Shui following closely behind him. Finally, the last to enter was Huang Dengqiu, the foundational elder of Huayan sect, accompanied by Su Haoran. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the significance of this gathering. He turned his gaze toward Zhao Shuang and gently cleared his throat. Elder Zhao, you see, about our previous discussion, Dai Yueling, being a woman, naturally felt more at ease addressing Zhao Shuang first. Wang Bu'er had only just awakened and had not yet had the chance to confer with him. However, since they had all arrived, why not let them speak directly to him? Zhao Shuang shook her head, seemingly recalling something, her lips curling into a smile at that moment. What are they planning? Wang Bu'er stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the individuals before him with a cheerful demeanor, though internally, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. He feigned tranquility while secretly conveying a message to Zhao Shuang. Isn't this a consequence of your earlier meddling? They have come seeking the elixirs you previously used to resist the power of thunder. Zhao Shuang, biting her lip, replied telepathically. She too felt somewhat exasperated. Wang Bu'er had devised such a method for enhancing his cultivation and should have kept it hidden from prying eyes. Now, it was publicly known that he had made a breakthrough at Huayan's sect. The allure of such items was too great, and with the four sects uniting to apply pressure, concealment had become impossible. If it were anything else, Xingyuan's sect could easily protect against all. However, such a remarkable treasure, if hoarded alone, would undoubtedly provoke a counterattack from the four sects, leading to dire consequences. Not only would the western regions be affected, but the entire Great Xia cultivation domain would descend into chaos. Wang Bu'er stood frozen, once again in a state of confusion. His expression was one of turmoil, his breath uneven, clearly at a loss, as if he were on the verge of tears. Esteemed elders, what does this mean? Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and pressed it against the storage pouch at his waist. This scene caused the onlookers to exchange glances, their eyes igniting with fervor. Indeed, there was more. Elder Wang, please remain composed. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely heard rumors of a miraculous elixir in your possession capable of devouring the power of thunder, and we wish to witness it for ourselves. Huang Dongxiu forced a smile, yet internally, he felt a growing urgency. It remained uncertain how many of those pills Elder Wang possessed. Even if Wang Bu'er were willing to part with some, it might be an excessive quantity. He merely sought to leverage the relationship between Su Haoran and Wang Bu'er to acquire more. Indeed, our intentions are purely inquisitive. Rest assured, Elder Wang, we would never resort to coercion. Wei Tianlei and Wu Yangboi shared in the collective anticipation, their expressions bright with excitement. With the four sects collaborating, once it was confirmed that Wang Bu'er had the elixir, there would be no escape. It was merely a matter of how much could be obtained. However, if Wang Bu'er intended to obfuscate the matter, that was utterly impossible. What elixir? There is no elixir. Panic flashed across Wang Bu'er's face as he instinctively took a step back, clutching his storage pouch even tighter. I possess none of the elixirs you speak of? Upon hearing Wang Bu'er's words, the crowd did not feel disheartened. Rather, they became even more resolute. Especially while observing Wang Bu'er's storage pouch, they exchanged knowing smirks. If there are no elixirs, what are you hiding? Wang Bu'er's reaction was precisely as they had anticipated. After witnessing Wang Bu'er harnessing the power of thunder, they had dispatched individuals back to their sects, not only to prepare ample resources for trading elixirs, but also to seek information regarding such elixirs. Yet, despite their thorough inquiries, they found not a trace of information about the elixirs, let alone any leads. Thus, before arriving, they had already privately concluded that these elixirs were not something that could currently be concocted, but rather, that Wang Bu'er had obtained them from some ancient ruins. Only this could elucidate why someone of such mediocre talent could display such terrifying cultivation speed. With these extraordinary elixirs in mind, they had resolved that, regardless of the cost, they must acquire them. Elder Wang, the preceding events have not escaped anyone's notice. There is no need for you to conceal yourself any longer. Indeed, we are not blind. The crowd was determined not to let Wang Bu'er escape. If he succeeded in evading them today, obtaining the elixir in the future would be a futile dream. Particularly, if the nature of the elixir was such that it was crafted by Wang Bu'er himself, that would be one thing. However, if it were truly a remnant of an ancient formula, then each elixir would be irreplaceable. The next time they encountered him, he might have exhausted them all. Anger radiated from Wang Bu'er's face, his body trembling. Yet, in the end, he gritted his teeth, struck the storage pouch, and a single elixir soared forth. Very well. Let us see. The moment the elixir appeared, the four surrounding individuals fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixated upon it. Even Zhao Shuang's eyes sparkled with astonishment, fixed unwaveringly upon the elixir. This pill, as they had previously observed, radiated a brilliant golden light, with flames ceaselessly flickering around it. An aura of terror, seemingly originating from ancient times, gradually emanated from it, instilling an immediate sense of its extraordinary nature. Could this possibly be a pill capable of devouring the power of thunder? It appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, yet it unleashed such formidable effects. Undoubtedly, it did not resemble any recorded elixir. It even bore signs of wear, confirming it as an ancient artifact. The crowd fixated on the pill, their consciousnesses expanding as they sought to probe its mysteries. Unbeknownst to them, a smirk of satisfaction graced Wang Bu'er's lips. Elder Wang, is this the elixir you just employed? I wonder how many of such pills you possess. They inquired eagerly. Elder Wang, please do not hesitate to speak. Rest assured, We shall ensure fairness and will not allow you to suffer any loss." Upon seeing the elixir, the fervor in their eyes intensified. Although they could not discern its essence, Wang Bu'er had already provided a personal demonstration, coupled with his own qualifications as testament. There could be no deceit. Thus, the efficacy of this pill was beyond doubt. Since it has been revealed, I shall not speak in riddles. This elixir is far from ordinary. Lacking a formula, it cannot be refined. I merely chanced upon a few of them. The quantity is limited, hence it is not for sale. Wang Bu'er's gaze flickered momentarily, a hint of panic surfacing in his eyes, as he decisively raised his hand to retrieve the pill. "You all previously stated it was merely for observation. Now that you have seen it, you may leave." With that, he vanished in a flash, stepping directly into the cave. And with a resounding thud, the stone door closed abruptly. Leaning against the wall, Wang Bu'er released a sigh of relief, easing the stiffness in his facial muscles resulting from his prolonged pretense. The tension throughout his body dissipated in an instant. He leisurely lifted a teacup to his lips, taking a sip, and then reclined in his chair, awaiting the unfolding events with an air of tranquility. If all goes as expected, these individuals should soon begin to threaten me. He shook his head in self-satisfaction. The moment his words fell, a cold snort echoed from beyond the cave's entrance. Chapter 139. A change must occur. Elder Wang, why must you be so obstinate? We merely seek to exchange a few elixirs, not to seize them. And our demands are modest. Surely, you are well aware of the principle at play here. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet possesses a jewel that brings about his ruin. Such precious elixirs in your possession will only render you a target for the envy of other formidable practitioners. In the western region, decorum is still observed, but should we venture to Great Xia City? Wei Tianlei coldly remarked, leaving no ambiguity about his threat. Indeed, we do not require Elder Wang to surrender all his elixirs, only a select few. You may retain a sufficient quantity for yourself. Furthermore, we assure you, we will not allow you to suffer any loss, and will provide ample compensation. While Wu Yangbu's tone lacked the harshness of Wei Tianlei's, he too did not shy away from veiled threats. Elder Wang, it is not that we are being overly aggressive. This elixir holds immense significance for the four sects of the western region. Even if you face difficulties, it is prudent to part with some of these treasures. Among the group, the most courteous speaker was Huang Dingxiu of Huayan sect. This is indeed the territory of Huayan sect, and despite our desire for such elixirs, we must maintain a semblance of decorum. Since Elder Wang intends to participate in the foundation-building disciples exchange competition, he will likely travel to Great Xia City. Should word get out that he possesses a considerable quantity of these elixirs, Dai Yueling, although a female cultivator, spoke with a directness that surpassed that of anyone else. The four exchanged glances, each perceiving the resolute determination in the other's eyes. Observing Wang Bu'er's silence in the cave, Huang Dingxiu discreetly signaled to the visibly distressed Su Haoran. With a sigh, Su Haoran reflected on his astonishment upon learning of Wang Bu'er's possession of such elixirs. He too harbored a desire to acquire them. Yet, the sect's approach towards him was unmistakably clear. They sought to apply both soft and hard tactics. Though eager to obtain the elixirs, he was even more reluctant to place Wang Bu'er in a difficult position. However, contemplating the potential dangers and dire consequences that would arise should Wang Bu'er refuse, he resolved to speak. Elder Wang, I believe, esteemed elders, have made compelling points. Such divine elixirs should not be hoarded by us foundation-building cultivators, for doing so will inevitably invite calamity. Rather than live in fear of being targeted, it would be wiser to relinquish the elixirs and distribute them evenly. This way, it would spare Elder Wang much trouble. Su Haoran felt a pang of guilt, regretting the predicament he was placing Wang Bu'er in. Yet, as a mere foundation builder, he understood the futility of resisting the will of those more powerful. His words rang true and sincere. Retaining these elixirs was akin to harboring a multitude of time bombs. Moreover, as the esteemed seniors have assured, ample compensation will be provided. In the cave, after a brief silence, a helpless sigh escaped. In truth, there is no need for such apprehension on your part. Wang Bu'er pushed open the stone door and stepped outside, casting a scrutinizing glance over the crowd, his brows furrowing slightly as he began to speak. The effects of these elixirs are not as formidable as you all might imagine. If they truly possessed the power to consume thunder, would such miraculous potions remain buried in the dust? He walked out slowly, his expression a tapestry of emotions, still clutching his storage bag, yet appearing less resistant. Perhaps influenced by Su Haoran's words. Elder Wang, at such a moment, jesting is rather inappropriate. We have all witnessed the efficacy of the elixirs firsthand. We certainly cannot be mistaken. Wei Tianlei, filled with impatience, laughed heartily. The more hesitant Wang Bu'er appeared, the more genuine it seemed to him. After all, anyone fortunate enough to acquire such potions would surely hesitate to part with them. Elder Wang, though we may not be alchemists, we are not devoid of understanding regarding ancient elixirs. Many ancient potions have faded into obscurity not due to a loss of heritage, but because their requisite materials are exceedingly rare, even extinct, thus rendering their continuation impossible. If Elder Wang insists on lingering in his doubts, perhaps he could elucidate how he managed to elevate his cultivation from the 5th level of foundation establishment to the 9th in such a short span of time. Wang Bu'er's expression further solidified Wu Yanhua's conviction. Wang Bu'er momentarily froze, his gaze flickering, seemingly unable to confront the inquiry. Yet, the effects of these elixirs can vary greatly upon consumption. They may not be beneficial for everyone. Most of you would likely waste them. He appeared to be struggling until the very end. Elder Wang, there is no need to seek excuses. We are well aware of the true nature of this elixir and its usefulness. Even if there are genuine limitations, we must exchange it now. Wei Tianlei spoke, devoid of any pretense, his tone bordering on a threat. This scene ignited fury in Zhao Shuang's heart, and she was poised to erupt. However, she hesitated, glancing at Wang Bu'er, choosing not to voice her thoughts. With Zhao Shuang's reticence, the crowd's demeanor grew increasingly audacious, revealing cruel and mocking expressions. As if to say that should Wang Bu'er fail to produce the elixir today, they would resort to forceful acquisition. What? Do you all intend to seize it by force? Wang Bu'er's expression shifted dramatically, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Seizing it by force is out of the question. However, we can only assure that the disciples of the 4 sects will not intervene. Yet, within the boundaries of the Western region, there are countless rogue cultivators. We cannot guarantee their inaction. Wu Yanhua and Lu Song exchanged knowing smiles, casting meaningful glances towards the realm beyond the sect. Speaking of which, I recall another matter. It has been said that recently, the activities of the Dark Alliance's cultivators within the eastern region have grown rather rampant. I am concerned that should they learn of the elixir's existence, they might venture into the western region. To be prudent, I believe it necessary to implement certain measures, such as dispatching personnel to protect Elder Wang at all times, to prevent unforeseen incidents and thwart the Dark Alliance's schemes. Dai Yueling refrained from further trivialities and spoke directly, instantly capturing the attention of those around her. Zhao Shuang could no longer contain herself this time. How could she fail to grasp the underlying implications? If Wang Bu'er refused to surrender the elixir, they could, under the pretext of guarding against the covert alliance's practitioners, dispatch individuals to monitor him incessantly. In reality, the surveillance would be a ruse, while the true intent was confinement. Although Wang Bu'er had remained reticent, Zhao Shuang was acutely aware that he harbored numerous secrets. While every cultivator possessed their own mysteries, Wang Bu'er's secrets were undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, such a scenario must be averted at all costs. Dear friends, have you not gone too far? Even if he truly possesses such a unique elixir, it is his own fortune. Your actions are clearly an act of coercion and plunder. At this moment, Huang Dengxiu sighed deeply and finally spoke with measured calm. Elder Zhao, there is no need for haste. Indeed, we have perhaps exceeded our bounds in this matter, yet you should understand the rationale behind it. The elixir in Elder Wang's possession has the potential to shatter the balance of power among the 5 sects of the western regions. As a fellow elder of the sect, you should comprehend this better than most. How would you address the situation were it to arise with another individual? Upon hearing Huang Dengxiu's words, Zhao Shuang was momentarily taken aback. He was indeed correct. Were such a balance-altering substance to emerge, she would not hesitate to take action. With this thought, her remaining words were swallowed back. Thus, Elder Wang, the situation has become abundantly clear. You must exchange the elixir today, whether you wish to or not. Huang Dengxiu then turned his gaze toward Wang Bu'er, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke decisively, his tone chilling. Wang Bu'er's expression shifted rapidly, glancing at the others in succession. Noticing the helplessness etched on Zhao Shuang's face, he clenched his teeth, visibly suppressing his rage, his eyes turning crimson, veins protruding ominously. Chapter 140. Who said you are the man I have chosen? Ah, how impressive you all are. Truly remarkable. Wang Bu'er appeared despondent, his countenance darkening with profound sorrow. With a heavy heart, he produced a black wooden box from his storage pouch. The box bore signs of wear, with faint flashes of array runes shimmering across its surface, indicating its extraordinary nature. Upon opening the box, a fervent blaze of energy erupted forth. As onlookers focused their attention, they beheld numerous circular indentations within the box. Most of these recesses housed a collection of elixirs, each enveloped in a golden radiance, entwined with flames. These were the very substances Wang Bu'er had consumed in the face of thunderous adversity. Behold, this is what you refer to as a spiritual elixir. There are a total of 24 here. I have previously ingested 5, leaving me with 19. Wang Bu'er expressed his reluctance most vividly, yet ultimately resolved to extract 1 elixir from the box, pushing the remainder along with the box itself away from him. I shall retain 1 for my own ascension to the 10th level of Foundation establishment. How you choose to distribute and exchange the rest is entirely up to you. I must clarify, these elixirs are only effective during the Foundation establishment phase, and you may verify this for yourselves. Having revealed myself, there is no further need for me to linger. Moreover, the effectiveness of these elixirs varies by individual. I cannot guarantee their efficacy. After delivering his declaration, Wang Bu'er decisively turned away, his form trembling with unquenchable regret. Indeed, it was this elixir. Wei Tianlei and the others immediately began their examination. Although they could not discern the particulars of the elixirs within, they were all cultivators at the core formation stage, capable of determining whether these were the same as those previously consumed by Wang Bu'er. As for their potential effectiveness, they possessed ample confidence. If someone of Wang Bu'er's caliber could succeed, the talents from various sects should certainly be capable of achieving the same. I previously stated that I would not allow Elder Wang to suffer loss. For each of these elixirs, I am willing to exchange 1,000 spirit stones, along with 100 Tianyuan elixirs suitable for core formation. Wu Yangbo grinned insidiously, producing a substantial quantity of spirit stones and numerous elixir vials from his storage pouch. Without further ado, he reached for the elixirs within the wooden box. Yet, before he could approach, a large hand materialized from thin air to block his advance. My friend Wu, are you not being a tad too stingy? Although Elder Wang can no longer utilize these elixirs, to offer mere spirit stones and 100 Tianyuan elixirs in exchange is somewhat unreasonable. Elder Wang, I am prepared to offer 1,500 spirit stones, along with 150 Tianyuan elixirs. Wei Tianlei retorted with a cold snort, his sleeves billowing as he too produced a significant amount of spirit stones and elixirs. The combined offerings of both men formed a potent aura, drawing the gaze of all present. Zhao Shuang's elegant features tightened in fury, her anger barely contained. While the spirit stones were a matter of little concern, the Tianyuan elixirs represented the most rudimentary level within the core formation tier. Not only were they inadequate for elevating one's cultivation by even a single level, but they also posed considerable difficulty for those at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. To exchange such meager offerings for an ancient elixir that practically guaranteed advancement was simply an affront. The two individuals displayed an extravagant display of wealth, audaciously presenting such a price. She scoffed, her demeanor unapologetic as she raised her hand, causing 3 out of the 19 pills to swiftly soar into her grasp. As one of the 5 sects of the Western region, my Star Yuan sect is, of course, qualified to exchange for these elixirs. I shall not demand much. 3,000 spirit stones plus 100 heavenly Xian pills for a single pill. This price should meet with no objections, I presume? Without waiting for a response, she promptly secured the pills within her storage pouch. The others exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with dissatisfaction. Zhao Shuang's maneuver was undeniably a display of unscrupulousness. Wang Bu'er belonged to the Star Yuan sect, as did she. Regardless of the price set, it was merely a transference from one hand to the other. Even if the sum were 30,000 spirit stones, it would be nothing more than empty words. However, considering that they might have been somewhat excessive, it was difficult to voice any opposition. Very well. As Elder Zhao has proposed, our Huayan sect shall also exchange for 4 pills. Huang Dingxiu, being astute, recognized that the gathering and coercive demand for the pills was already excessively unreasonable. Should they truly push Zhao Shuang to the brink, taking all the elixirs for herself, they would be left with no recourse but to watch helplessly. Given this, why not take advantage of the situation? All right, I shall exchange as well. Wei Tianlei, after a brief contemplation, also made no hesitation in tapping his storage pouch, replenishing his treasures, and seizing 4 pills. I too shall partake. Dai Yueling furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet with matters having progressed to this point, failing to exchange would only benefit others. Although Wu Yangbo remained silent, he quietly withdrew his spirit stones and elixirs, claiming the remaining pills along with the wooden box. Once the pills were in hand, the group fell into a contemplative silence, nodding to one another before hastily departing with their disciples. It was only after they had all exited the cave's formation that Wang Bu'er turned, snorting in disdain as he sealed the formation, striding back into the cave without a backward glance. Zhao Shuang did not follow him inside. She withdrew the 3 pills she had just acquired, examining them meticulously before shaking her head in disbelief. You certainly have a knack for scheming, but to achieve perfection, it seems I must intervene once more. This is not the first time I've had to clean up after you. Yet, who could blame me? When you are the man I have taken a liking to. Her tone revealed both resignation and a hint of pride, even excitement. You can only blame your shamelessness and your lack of discernment for falling victim to such deceit. With a radiant smile, all her earlier turmoil and anger vanished in an instant. With a flicker of her figure, she disappeared without a trace. Within the cave, Wang Bu'er panted heavily, his heart racing with anxiety. Leaning against the wall, he reflected on the entire sequence of events, relieved to find no flaws in his actions. This was entirely your own desire for exchange. I was most unwilling. Yet you persistently pressured me, leaving me with no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, I had already warned you that this item may not be beneficial for everyone. It is you who chose to ignore my counsel. After all, with so many of you arriving at my doorstep, I found myself utterly terrified. I simply could not dare to refuse. With a gentle pat on his modest chest, Wang Bu'er finally began to feel at ease. Reclining in his chair while his fingers caressed the bulging storage bags, revealing a mischievous grin. Name, Wang Bu'er, age, 20, lifespan, 69, for 185 years, 9 months, 11 days, and 15 hours, body refinement. Yuan Wu 0-100, spiritual power, foundation establishment 9th layer 0-100, divine consciousness, heavenly profound 0-100, flowing immortal host skill, unfettered. Single-minded, in his endeavor to resist the onslaught of thunder, Wang Bu'er relied not on any elixirs, but rather directly enhanced his body refinement cultivation level, advancing it to the realm of bone forging, attaining the Yuan Wu state. Previously, he was at the body refinement golden core stage. Now, he had ascended to the body refinement nascent soul stage. The elixir in question was procured from the esteemed elder of the spirit blood sect within the blood lake, known as the Nirvana blood pill. Its purpose is to refine the essence and blood within, thereby enhancing one's physical constitution and aptitude. The name of this pill is derived from the concept of the phoenix's rebirth. Although Wang Bu'er lacked knowledge of its crafting, its grandeur and luminous effects were hardly surprising. As for its efficacy in withstanding tribulations of thunder, it certainly possessed some measure, albeit a modest one. Chapter 141, The King of Soft Rice, Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er had secluded himself in his cave for an entire night, feeling akin to a purveyor of counterfeit medicine. Guilt was absent. His only concern lay in the possibility of those individuals seeking retribution. It was not until the following morning, when a solemn bell tolled throughout the Huayan sect, that Wang Bu'er swaggered out confidently, convinced he had overestimated the intellect of those around him. He resolved to dig more such pits in the future. As the bell tolled once more, Wang Bu'er tidied himself and departed the cave, making his way to the grand arena atop Yuma Mountain. Here, the foundational disciple exchange battle of the Western regions was set to commence. Opportunities for foundational disciples to engage in casual exchanges were scarce among the 5 major sects of the Western region. Only in such occasions would cultivators gather in large numbers. As the host, the Huayan sect naturally attracted the most spectators, alongside numerous disciples from various sects, either led by their elders or arriving independently. Upon reaching his destination, Wang Bu'er was met with a throng of people, a veritable sea of humanity. More cultivators were drawing near, their excitement palpable. Glimmering streaks of light zipped through the air, accompanied by fervent discussions. Many had even formed teams to cheer for their favored peers. In previous foundational disciple battles, the Huayan sect had consistently held the upper hand. But this time, the Qiyuan sect, with its unprecedented depth, was poised to surpass Huayan sect's long-held supremacy. Change was overdue. The enthusiasm and confidence among the Qiyuan sect cultivators was markedly high. This time, our Tianyuan sect will not return empty-handed, cried the Tianyuan disciples passionately. Our Ziyun sect boasts 3 seed candidates. We shall secure at least 2 spots in the top 10. The multitude of female cultivators from Ziyun sect was captivating, drawing attention wherever they went. The Huayan sect, hailed as the strongest in the Western region, consistently occupied the majority of slots. This occasion would be no exception. The advantages accumulated by the Huayan sect over the years were not easily dismantled. They must not be allowed any illusions. In stark contrast to other sects, the faces of Huayan sect cultivators radiated a potent blend of confidence and pride, especially in their home territory, where their numbers dwarfed others. They possessed an undeniable advantage in both presence and spirit. Amidst the fervor and cheers, the foundational cultivators from the 5 major sects began to navigate through the crowd. Stepping directly into the arena, Though they hailed from different sects, those who gathered here were all prodigies of exceptional renown, the pinnacle of aspiration for the majority present, who would spend their lives striving to reach such heights. The appearance of any one of them elicited gasps of awe, particularly that of the Huayan sect, whose arrivals consistently sparked a frenzy. Yet, if one were to speak of who could incite the greatest commotion, it would undoubtedly be Wang Bu'er. The moment he made his entrance, countless gazes converged upon him. However, these stares were predominantly filled with resentment and derision. Indeed, it was Wang Bu'er. The elder of the Xingyuan sect is said to be a fourth-tier alchemist. It is truly perplexing and infuriating that such an unappealing and despicable individual could capture the attention of the goddess. This fellow is nothing more than a scoundrel, relying solely on the favor of others for his meager abilities. It is rumored that during battles, he deploys no fewer than 50 protective talismans, all bestowed upon him by the goddess. Allegedly, just yesterday, in a reckless attempt to enhance his cultivation, he sought out lightning and, astonishingly, succeeded, catapulting himself from the 3rd to the 9th level of foundation establishment. The heavens are undeniably unjust. How can such fortune continually fall upon him? A cacophony of discussions erupted, especially among a few onlookers who had once emerged from the Sky Eagle Valley and vividly recalled their encounters with Wang Bu'er, who had once threatened and robbed them. However, the prevailing sentiment was one of disdain. After all, since Wang Bu'er first rose to prominence, his reputation has been formidable. Yet each of his breakthroughs has been accompanied by a series of coincidences, particularly in recent days, following the incident at the exchange meeting where Zhao Shuang was targeted, and his subsequent inexplicable ascension through lightning strikes. His notoriety has surged. Yet, his innate talent is remarkably mediocre, and as such, the tales of his reliance on others have spread far and wide. Even with the spectacle of heavenly lightning flooding his body, many still assert that his rise is entirely due to Zhao Shuang's influence. Wang Bu'er, of course, remains unfazed by it all. This is precisely the effect he desires. He even contemplates turning the tables to solidify his reputation as a scrounger. He yearns for everyone to believe that his strength is merely borrowed or deceitfully obtained, entirely detached from his own efforts or exceptional talents. As for the concept of being low-key, Wang Bu'er has come to a profound understanding. It is merely a guise for survival. A small creature hides in the forest, while a larger beast conceals itself in the marketplace. They are aware of his lack of genuine prowess, yet they are powerless against him. The darkness beneath the lamp is the most profound. The more attention he garners, the more he is overlooked. With hands clasped behind his back, Wang Bu'er strode into the venue as if nothing had occurred. Whoosh! Shortly after his entrance, streaks of light surged in from various directions. In addition to the elders leading the 4 sects, numerous foundation establishment cultivators from various sects took their seats. Zhao Shuang also gracefully appeared, and she was, astonishingly, one of the hosts of this exchange battle. The moment she graced the scene, an uproar erupted, captivating countless onlookers. As the renowned goddess of the 4 sects of the western regions, Zhao Shuang's beauty is known far and wide. Naturally, this was accompanied by a multitude of venomous glares directed at Wang Bu'er. In the face of these hostile stares, Wang Bu'er merely shook his head with indifference. He did not wish to stoop to their level. The inept may accept that they are undeserving of the goddess's affection, but they cannot abide her attention being directed elsewhere. Boom! As the appointed time arrived, the resonant chime echoed throughout the venue, penetrating the hearts of all present, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Upon the arrival of the other 2 hosts of the exchange battle, elder alchemists from the Huayan sect, a commanding voice immediately resonated from their lips. The disciples of the 5 sects from the western regions are engaged in a foundational competition, which is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is an elimination phase, where all participating disciples enter a secret trial. Only those who successfully complete their tasks will advance to the second round, with a minimum of 20 participants required. Should this number not be met, selections will be based on task completion rankings. The second round is a ranking battle, wherein opponents are determined by draw. Victors will ascend, while the defeated shall fall. The top 10 participants will earn the right to compete in the foundational disciples exchange battle of the Great Xia. Although the matches involve combat, it is imperative to remember that the 5 sects are interconnected. Intentional killing is strictly forbidden, and once an opponent concedes, further aggression is not permitted. The 3 of us will act as guardians during this exchange battle, intervening as necessary and assessing the outcomes based on actual performance. The purpose of this exchange is not only to engage in skillful sparring, but also to uphold honor. All participants must exert their utmost effort, wasting neither time nor resorting to deceitful practices to achieve victory. Without further ado, a single incense stick's worth of time is allocated for preparation. Once this period elapses, the first round shall commence. There will be no opening speeches or formal addresses. After simply announcing the list of disciples from the 5 sects participating in the exchange and outlining the basic rules, the event officially begins, simple yet direct. As time slowly passes, anticipation fills the air and all are poised for action, including Wang Bu'er. He had meticulously plotted his strategy the previous night. His goal was to secure a spot in the Great Xia exchange battle. Thus, ranking was of little consequence. Eligibility was paramount. His aim was to be ranked 10th, no higher, no lower. As the incense burned down, the central arena suddenly illuminated with a teleportation array. Gritting his teeth, Wang Bu'er stepped forward, following the others into the portal. Chapter 142. Do you still wish to solo? As the resonating roar faded, Wang Bu'er found himself in a unique realm. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he furrowed his brow in slight perplexity. Typically, regardless of the distance, one would experience some discomfort during teleportation. Yet this time, he felt none of that sensation. However, he dismissed it, immediately directing his full attention to the scene before him. What lay ahead was a world blanketed in ice and snow. There were no trees, no grass, no trace of any vegetation, only an expanse of frost. He did not act hastily. Instead, he retrieved the trial jade slip. The objective of the first round was straightforward. Collect enough trial marks within this array world to advance to the second round. This jade slip not only recorded information, but also served as a safeguard against peril. Should the situation become untenable, he could shatter it, summoning an array to whisk him away to safety. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a low-grade flying sword, which soared into the icy domain. However, in the next instant, a cracking sound echoed as the sword barely ventured forth before its surface began to freeze, shattering into pieces. According to the description, the frigid energy here was such that even foundation-building disciples needed to exert their utmost efforts to contend with it. Navigating this realm necessitated the continuous expenditure of cultivation to form a protective shield or the utilization of treasures for defense. Suddenly, Wang Bu'er recalled the 5 elements grass of Xingyuan's sect. The idea and approach were strikingly similar. This was blatant plagiarism. He pouted his lips in exasperation and shook his head, only to reveal an odd smile. The primary challenge of maintaining a shield was the consumption of cultivation. Yet, for Wang Bu'er, this posed no difficulty whatsoever. The system ensured that his cultivation was always at its peak. With that thought in mind, he silently activated his protective shield and stepped into the icy expanse. Upon entering, he felt his internal cultivation power depleting at a visible rate. This rate was nearly equal to that at which he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Should he encounter danger or engage with other cultivators, his cultivation would quickly dwindle. However, considering his substantial reserves accumulated over thousands of years, this was merely child's play. After traversing a short distance, Wang Bu'er sensed something amiss. Reflecting on his current state of ease, he wondered if it was overly audacious. Yes, he must remain prudent. He almost forgot. Thus, he decisively slowed his pace, hunched his body, and allowed a pallid and strained expression to manifest, appearing as though he were on the verge of collapse. Simultaneously, he expanded his consciousness, seeking the so-called marks. He had already resolved that once he gathered enough marks, he would promptly find a hiding spot to await the conclusion of the first round. This round was not about reputation, but rather qualification. Although rankings would influence the draw for the second round, he was utterly unconcerned. Having not ventured far, the ground behind him suddenly convulsed, and a formidable icebound tiger leaped forth. This creature was not a true beast, but a manifestation of the power of the formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Bu'er countered with a swift strike of his sword. The sword's aura roared through the heavens, swelling in the wind before crashing down with tremendous force. As the icebound tiger ascended, it was met by the blade, severing its head in a cacophony of shattering bones. Could it truly be this simple? The creature's strength left Wang Bu'er perplexed. A mere flick of his wrist had dispatched it with ease. However, before he could retreat, the spot where the icebound tiger had fallen erupted violently. 2 more icebound tigers sprang forth. One mirrored the first, while the second caused Wang Bu'er to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Its power was eerily reminiscent of the sword strike he had just unleashed. Frowning, he hastily retreated and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned 2 talismans from his storage pouch. Upon ignition, they transformed into colossal flaming fists that descended in an instant. Amidst the thunderous roar, the 2 icebound tigers, too, exhibited little resistance and were obliterated upon contact. Pensive, Wang Bu'er glanced back as he continued to flee. Indeed, before the tremors had fully subsided, The ground quaked once more. This time, 4 icebound tigers emerged. Good heavens, the formation here could absorb attacks, devour energy, and transform it into corporeal beasts. This was the true terror of the initial round of the trial. As the 4 ferocious beasts closed in on him, Wang Bu'er finally grasped the entire situation. Here, any act of aggression birthed new beasts incessantly. Thus, the longer one lingered, the more intricate the battlefield became. Wang Bu'er grimaced, abandoning any intention of further engagement. Instead, he unfurled his bone wings, augmenting his speed while allowing the 4 beasts to pursue him. However, it was not long before he could no longer suppress his frustration. Though he refrained from striking back, it was evident that the intricacies of the formation exceeded his initial assumptions. Not only did it harness the power of attacks, but the shield surrounding him also consumed spiritual energy that the formation could absorb, converting it into beasts for offensive maneuvers. The first beast to assail him had arisen in this manner. After a while, the pursuing icebound tigers multiplied to 7. He sprinted ahead, while the tigers chased closely behind. As time passed, his rear was not only populated by tigers, but also by icebound eagles. On the ground, terrestrial beasts emerged, while aerial ones soared above. Who could possibly conceive such fiendish ideas? The planner was truly deranged. Cursing under his breath, Wang Bu'er pressed onward, seeking the elusive mark. After yet more time had elapsed, the number of beasts trailing him surpassed 15, comprising both flying and terrestrial creatures. The relentless pursuit and furious roars of the monstrous beasts had long since become a source of exasperation for him, yet he found himself powerless to alter his fate. Fortunately, he soon realized that he was not the sole victim of this predicament. Along his journey, he encountered several others, many of whom were faring far worse than he. However, his brow furrowed in concern as he noticed an individual nearby abruptly changing course, heading straight toward him. Before getting close, the person raised a hand, and a beam of sword light soared into the sky, descending directly upon him. Wang Bu'er, the assailant, was Tu Shui of the Tianyuan sect. Ever since he had witnessed Wang Bu'er in the skies above the Huayan sect, devouring the heavenly thunder to forcibly enhance his cultivation, his emotions had been in turmoil. The 4 elixirs he had exchanged for with Wu Yanghua had inexplicably not been allocated to him. Furthermore, due to the practice of a particularly unique technique from the Tianyuan sect, his potential had been nearly fully tapped. The only means to advance further was through the accumulation of time. Yet, as a former genius of the sect, this outcome was far from what he desired. He was unwilling to squander excessive time. Thus, he sought Wang Bu'er, knowing that the latter still possessed one final elixir. He had to obtain it. As for why he did not search elsewhere, it was due to Wang Bu'er's wealth and other resources, which made any offerings he could provide utterly insignificant in comparison. Therefore, his current intent was to seize it. He possessed a jade slip that could guide him to Wang Bu'er's approximate location, and he pursued with determination. Behind him trailed numerous monstrous beasts, creating a cacophony of chaos and murderous intent. Wang Bu'er hesitated not for a moment. With a swift motion, his speed surged, propelling him out of the sword's deadly range. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted, and the sword light rapidly dispersed, shattering the ice and snow into fragments. Wang Bu'er swiftly tapped his storage pouch, and a flurry of lights erupted as dozens of talismans flew forth, forming layers of protective barriers around him. Tu Shui? Wang Bu'er instantly recognized him from the information provided on all participants in the exchange battle at the arena. Why are you pursuing me? I have done nothing to provoke you. His sole objective this time was to complete his task without engaging in competition. He genuinely wished to remain low-key. The pursuit by Tu Shui, with whom he bore neither past grievances nor recent enmity, was utterly perplexing. Give me the elixir, Tu Shui bellowed. But before he could finish his sentence, a fierce tiger materialized ahead, leaping toward him with ferocity. The previous sword strike had been his full force, and thus, this conjured beast was formidable indeed. Gritting his teeth, he felt a wave of irritation but refrained from recklessly retaliating. Instead, he raised a hand, unleashing an invisible force that swept the beast aside before continuing his chase. Do you want the elixir? Wang Bu'er expressed his dissatisfaction. If you want it, just take it. No one is stopping you. I never intended to accompany you. It was truly absurd. This was not some game where he could solo a challenge. Fine. I'll let you have it. I'll head down that path. He found Tu Shui's demands utterly outrageous. He uttered a curse, and in a moment of exasperation, decisively turned on his heel, his speed surging as he dashed off in another direction. In such a vast expanse, where could one not search? And where could one not swipe? Chapter 143. It is this mark that has claimed him. With the assistance of bone wings, Wang Bu'er moved at an astonishing speed. Especially with the system at his disposal, he could disregard the consumption of his cultivation. Thus, he quickly left Tu Shui far behind, his shadow barely visible. Along the way, he witnessed numerous skirmishes. However, whenever a clash of spells commenced, more demonic beasts continually emerged. Consequently, these confrontations often concluded with mere huffs of dissatisfaction before the parties parted ways. Without a mark in hand, such contests were utterly futile. Wang Bu'er, disinterested in violence, generally chose to evade encounters from a distance. Marks could be acquired from formations or seized from others. Hence, those who initially obtained marks, or amassed them in abundance, would inevitably become targets for others. The more Wang Bu'er contemplated, the clearer the situation became. The one who first secured a mark would face a greater likelihood of being hunted. He slightly adjusted his strategy. Instead of hastily vying for marks, he decided to meander for a while, waiting until others had gathered their spoils before making his move. Once he found sufficient marks to surpass the challenge, he would seek a secluded place to lay low. Particularly, the first individual to acquire a mark would attract envy, becoming the focus of many. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a flash of ethereal light suddenly appeared before him. The manifestation of this luminescence was so abrupt that he had no time to react. The position of its emergence was almost directly in front of him. He hardly needed to reach for it. In a swift motion, he brushed past the mark, shattering the luminous barrier surrounding it. Astonished, Wang Bu'er stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief at the bewildering turn of events. He had not claimed the mark. Rather, the mark had claimed him. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed above his head. As this light appeared, a disciple of the Qiuan sect, a 9th-level foundation establishment, who was poised to pass him by, suddenly widened his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he promptly turned around and charged directly at Wang Bu'er, a murderous intent radiating from him. How dare you scheme in this first trial? Wang Bu'er cursed vehemently, unhesitatingly fleeing. His retreat was not born of fear of this individual, but rather the concern that a battle would not only summon other Foundation establishment disciples, but also attract an increasing number of demonic beasts. Moreover, the configuration of the mark was particularly sinister. Once obtained, it could not be relinquished unless the individual perished or crushed the teleportation jade slip to leave the area. Do not run, Wang Bu'er, roared the Qiuan disciple behind him, flipping his palm as a resplendent great sword soared from his back, cleaving downward. A surge of sword chi ascended into the heavens, encircling Wang Bu'er and sealing off his escape route. Do not pursue me. There are plenty of marks to go around, Wang Bu'er retorted, flinging several talismans in reply. Some aimed to intercept the sword strike, while others dispersed ahead. Amidst the resounding explosion, the encircling sword chi was shattered. He accelerated once more, swiftly weaving through the crack. Wang Bu'er, you cannot escape. Last time at Tianying Valley, my junior brother met his demise at your hands. You have no chance of evading the exchange battle among foundational disciples. Wang Bu'er's speed was indeed impressive, yet the pursuer behind him was remarkably swift as well. It was unclear what method he employed, but golden light emanated from his legs, enabling him to quickly close the distance again. Then, another sword strike. The man gritted his teeth, brimming with murderous intent, launching a lethal attack, clearly intent on killing. You are overstepping your bounds. Wang Bu'er initially contemplated turning around to eliminate this adversary outright. However, as his rage surged, he promptly recalled his principle of maintaining a low profile during this venture. Gritting his teeth, he decisively turned and increased his speed to widen the gap. Esteemed senior, I harbor no desire to engage in a battle of sorcery with you. Would you kindly cease your pursuit? Consider this. Your relentless casting of spells only conjures more and more spectral beasts, complicating matters for yourself. Reflect on it. Even if you were to catch up to me, there is no guarantee you could defeat me, and even if you succeeded, you might not be able to safeguard the mark. What is the point of all this? You are expending a significant amount of power chasing after me for a single mark, which is hardly worth it. What will you do afterward? Furthermore, there is only one mark, which will not significantly affect the final outcome. If you seize it, you will merely become a target for others. Time is of the essence. With this energy, wouldn't it be more fruitful to seek other marks? As he sped along, Wang Bu'er activated his persuasion mode. Initially, the pursuer was irate, relentlessly pursuing him. However, he soon recognized the merit in Wang Bu'er's words, especially as the number of spectral beasts around him multiplied with each spell he cast. More significantly, Wang Bu'er then produced 100 talismans from his storage pouch, poised to activate at any moment. In that instant, the pursuer deemed the mark Wang Bu'er possessed less enticing. The target was too trivial and the cost too steep. There was indeed only one mark. Continuing this chase would yield no worthwhile return. If there were two marks, the situation might be different. He gritted his teeth, filled with deep-seated hatred for Wang Bu'er, yet he prepared to turn away. Just then, however, a flicker of spiritual light appeared on the ground before Wang Bu'er, directly beneath his foot. With a swift sound, the light above his head doubled. "Ah, esteemed senior. Do you believe me when I say I did not do this on purpose?" Seeing the disciple of Kaiwanzong, who had been swayed to abandon the chase, suddenly changed countenance and without hesitation resumed the pursuit, Wang Bu'er felt a pang of despair. "Wang Bu'er, spare me your words. You can either shatter the jade slip and leave this place, or I shall assist you in your departure." Behind him, a chilling aura of murderous intent surged, as sword energy erupted from his entire being, pushing his cultivation and sword-nurturing technique to their zenith, exuding an air of full-force confrontation. "Senior brother, could you please refrain from pursuing me? If you continue, I shall be compelled to retaliate." Wang Bu'er expressed a hint of impatience, not out of fear of his pursuer, but rather due to the incessant assaults that had summoned an ever-growing number of illusory beasts around them, drawing far too much attention. "Go ahead and try," he retorted defiantly. "While others may fear the talismans of Wang Bu'er, I certainly do not. Whatever you dare to throw, I shall be equally capable of countering." The disciple of Qiyuan sect, brimming with confidence, had meticulously studied all the practitioners engaged in the foundational exchange battle prior to this venture and had devised numerous strategies, particularly against troublesome individuals like Wang Bu'er. With a swift motion, he drew forth a cerulean circular shield from his storage pouch, which expanded to envelop him within an astonishing aura, forming a protective barrier. "This is a treasured defense bestowed upon me by my master, capable of withstanding even the prowess of the core formation stage. I refuse to believe it cannot withstand your talismans." Upon activating the shield, the golden radiance emanating from his legs intensified, propelling him to an even greater velocity. A profound sense of confidence radiated from his visage. Moments later, the number of beasts surrounding Wang Bu'er had swelled to nearly 40, yet his pursuer from Qiyuan sect was nowhere to be seen. Calmly, he affixed a bloodied storage pouch to his waist. "You insisted on pursuing despite my warnings. Now, after mocking me with your trivial shield, are you feeling apprehensive? Alas, it is too late." Chapter 144. Is Su Tu's mind disturbed? After a passage of time, Wang Bu'er glanced back at the nearly 60 ice crystal beasts trailing behind him. His patience was wearing thin. These creatures were not particularly formidable. He could easily crush them with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, with every beast he obliterated, another would swiftly materialize in its stead. Previously, he felt akin to a mother duck, followed by her ducklings. Now, he likened himself to a putrid piece of meat, swarmed by a legion of flies. The issue was not their strength, but the sheer number, which was indeed irksome. He retrieved a transmission jade slip and meticulously reviewed its contents once more. Finally, enlightenment dawned upon him. Of course, there must be a means to eliminate these nuisances. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone end up with a multitude of beasts trailing behind them? The jade slip provided a clear record. These creatures did not require extermination. They would dissipate automatically after a certain period. This mechanism was designed to augment the difficulty of the initial round without significantly increasing the risk. The proliferation of beasts was correlated with the cultivator's protective prowess and their offensive capabilities. Thus, overall, it afforded each individual a relatively equitable pressure environment. He did not dwell on this revelation, continuing onward for some time. Indeed, the first ice snow tiger that had appeared suddenly halted, becoming rigid before transforming into a chilling gust and vanishing into thin air. Nevertheless, Wang Bu'er still felt a lingering sense of agitation, as if an impending crisis loomed ominously. Simultaneously, from another direction, a figure clad in black was swiftly approaching. A fierce coldness emanated from his countenance, and he exuded an aura of lethal intent. His name was Huluz, one of Lu Ruyan's most esteemed disciples. This time, in a bid to humiliate Zhao Shuang and to reclaim his honor, Lu Ruyan had suffered significant losses. As a fervent admirer of his master, avenging her was an inescapable duty for him. He was willing to forfeit his qualification in the Foundation Establishment Disciple Exchange competition without a second thought, given his prowess and the challenging nature of the environment. Even though Wang Bu'er had reached the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, should their paths cross, there would be no doubt as to the outcome. Huluz was not only extraordinarily gifted but also possessed commendable physique refinement and extensive cultivation. He need not engage in battle. He merely had to locate Wang Bu'er and disrupt his recuperation to easily extinguish him. "Wang Bu'er, you have brought such humiliation upon my master. I shall ensure that you pay in blood for your transgressions." Outside, he found himself powerless against Wang Bu'er, but here, He held a blue jade slip in his hand, which was flickering incessantly. It was through this slip that he sought Wang Bu'er's whereabouts. His brow furrowed as the slip began to flash with heightened intensity. Raising his gaze, he spotted Wang Bu'er racing past, dragging a long train of ice crystal beasts. Wang Bu'er, without a moment's hesitation, he altered his course and hastened his pursuit. "You stop right there. I shall not rest until you are dead." As the words fell, a dazzling light burst forth from his hand, transforming mid-air into a vibrant tiger that roared fiercely as it charged. The tiger moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Wang Bu'er in an instant. A chill ran down Wang Bu'er's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword. The sound of the blade resonated powerfully, shattering the vibrant tiger into pieces. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the fragmented tiger reformed, splitting into two, with an even greater momentum and swiftness, roaring forth with renewed ferocity. "Senior brother, I have no desire to engage in a contest of magic with you. Would you kindly reconsider your pursuit?" he implored, attempting to reason with his assailant as he hastened his pace. He genuinely wished to remain inconspicuous, avoiding confrontation if possible. However, upon glancing back and meeting the gaze of his pursuer, particularly the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, he promptly fell silent. Hulus, the disciple of Lu Ruyan. He recalled the words of Su Haoran, who had informed him of the presence of Lu Ruyan's disciple in this exchange battle. Surely, he would spare him. He had already deduced that Su Haoran was referring to this individual during their earlier introductions. If it had been anyone else, perhaps he might have had a chance to dissuade them. But with Hulus, there was no need to waste his breath. Unfurling his bone wings, his speed surged to its zenith, and Wang Bu'er transformed into a streak of light, forcefully evading Hulus. Yet, the reprieve was short-lived. Barely had he distanced himself from Hulus when another pursuer closed in. Tu Shui. Having just shaken off Hulus, he now found himself confronted by Tu Shui. "Give me the pill." Tu Shui exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Wang Bu'er. He had been hindered by a demonic beast earlier, and now, against all odds, had managed to catch up. But before he could finish his thought, his voice faltered once more. Wang Bu'er paid no heed, swiftly changing direction and accelerating wildly, vanishing from Tu Shui's sight in the blink of an eye. Medicinal pill. Tu Shui stood frozen, bewildered by Wang Bu'er's extraordinary speed. Yet, driven by the desire to enhance his cultivation, for the sake of his future and his very life, he gritted his teeth, took out a jade slip, confirmed Wang Bu'er's trajectory, and continued the chase. "If you want to pursue alone, then do so. There are plenty of paths you could take. Why must you insist on chasing me?" Wang Bu'er shouted in frustration from a distance. He could hardly fathom Tu Shui's logic. On one hand, he was desperately chasing, while on the other, he claimed to desire solitude. Just as he was venting his complaints, the space before him suddenly quivered, and the frigid atmosphere enveloping him vanished without a trace. In its place, an overwhelming heat erupted, a searing temperature cascading down. Before he could react, a fire dragon surged forth from beneath him, sweeping towards his legs. He raised his hand, the air resonating as a colossal illusory hand formed, grasping the fire dragon and crushing it effortlessly into dust. Surveying his surroundings, he realized everything had transformed. No longer was he amidst a wintry realm. Instead, he found himself enveloped in an expanse of unbounded flames. Flames erupted, magma surged, and the heat was overwhelming. He had already entered another erased domain. Not far ahead, a glimmer of spiritual light gradually blossomed, forming a circular luminous shield akin to a lotus lantern. The mark. Wang Bu'er's expression instantly twisted with conflict. The initial round had only just begun, and by his estimation, foundational cultivators possessing two marks were indeed rare as phoenix feathers. He was already conspicuous enough. Acquiring another would undoubtedly draw attention. Yet, the mark lay tantalizingly close. If he refrained from taking it, he would feel a pang of guilt. To take or not to take? As he wrestled with this dilemma, a powerful presence swiftly approached, soon materializing into a young man clad in black. "Wang Bu'er, I'll be frank with you. Unless you voluntarily withdraw, you shall not escape." Hulus. This fellow had actually caught up again. Wang Bu'er's eyes revealed his impatience, and instinctively, he snatched at the mark before him. His skeletal wings erupted, and his speed surged, propelling him away in an instant. Shortly thereafter, as he sped through a sea of flames, a look of exasperation crossed Wang Bu'er's face. It was all due to his own impulsiveness, despite his vow to remain low-key. He had failed to restrain himself. At this moment, 3 radiant lights gleamed above him, rendering him exceedingly conspicuous. Behind him, a disciple of the Huayan sect was in pursuit. Though no confrontation had yet occurred, it was evident that the disciple harbored intentions toward him. just as he prepared to employ his previous tactic to accelerate once more. His brow furrowed as he glanced sideways. There, another presence approached, and unlike the one pursuing him, this aura felt strikingly familiar. A sudden realization struck him, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. At that moment, he vividly recalled the time he had been bullied by Han Huai at the Xingyuan sect. Chapter 145, Brother Who, Brother 2, there are 3 individuals separated from the group again. Why is it him once more? This marks the 3rd encounter. Wang Bu'er, with his formidable spiritual awareness, immediately recognized the individual. It was indeed Tu Shui. Encountering him once or twice could be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, to meet thrice in succession was decidedly peculiar, especially now, as Wang Bu'er traversed his path. Most individuals he encountered bore a mark. Given Tu Shui's formidable cultivation and swift speed, it was inconceivable that he had not garnered any insights. At the thought of Tu Shui, another figure crossed Wang Bu'er's mind, darkening his expression momentarily. Ignoring the individuals trailing behind him, he pivoted, deliberately altering his direction to evade Tu Shui, swiftly vanishing from sight. After a while, the expression on Wang Bu'er's face transitioned from impatience to a chilling demeanor. Not far away, Tu Shui's figure reemerged. Wang Bu'er was now entirely convinced. This individual possessed a treasure or technique that was pinpointing his location. If it were anyone else, including those present, Wang Bu'er would not have felt such ire. Yet, this particular aspect struck a deep chord within him. The most significant loss he had endured at Xingyuan sect came from being marked and subsequently followed. The recurrence of this scenario gnawed at his most sensitive scar. If you fancy stalking, then I shall allow you to do so. Wang Bu'er gritted his teeth, ceasing to unleash his full speed, instead maintaining a deliberate distance to allow Tu Shui to follow. However, he soon found it increasingly difficult to restrain his growing fury. For besides Tu Shui, he discerned that Hu Lucy also possessed a similar means or treasure tracking him. Since Han Huai, Wang Bu'er had developed a profound aversion to being trailed and surveilled. He clenched his jaw, once more reducing his pace, permitting the two to continue their pursuit. Before long, both approached, exchanging a glance of mutual understanding before opting to join forces. Wang Bu'er, either you concede the exchange or cease your escape, Hu Lucy bellowed, his entire being radiating a brilliant light, his speed surging dramatically as he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. With a swift motion of his hand, a blazing seal materialized above Wang Bu'er, imbued with immense force, crashing down with thunderous might. Simultaneously, Tu Shui tapped his storage pouch, and a beam of sword light instantaneously appeared before Wang Bu'er. The two positioned themselves, forming a blockade. Wang Bu'er hardly spared them a glance, retaliating with a flurry of over 10 talismans that soared forth. A cataclysmic sound erupted, reverberating through the air as both the seal and sword light shattered in an instant. With a sudden step, Wang Bu'er accelerated, widening the distance between them. Damn it! How many talismans does this fellow possess? All bestowed by Zhao Shuang. Had it not been for these talismans, I would have slain him 8 times over. In light of this counterattack, the two could only inhale sharply, cursing in frustration as they pressed on in pursuit. Their reliance did not stem from a belief in Wang Bu'er's limited treasures, but rather from their astute assessment of the surrounding environment. The intensity of his counterattacks increased, leading to a greater number of pursuing beasts manifesting in his wake. They sought to compel him into action, eager to witness how long he could endure. With utmost confidence in their pursuit of Wang Bu'er, the two were particularly assured, especially since they possessed a treasure that allowed them to track him. Even if he managed to escape, they could swiftly resume their chase. As time gradually slipped away, the trio, with one in front and two trailing, had already traversed the fiery realm and entered the domain of howling winds. Here, swirling tornadoes tore through the landscape, accompanied by beastly entities wrapped in blades, continuously bursting forth. Gradually, the number of pursuing beasts behind them swelled, particularly those following Wang Bu'er, which had exceeded 200. Dense and formidable, resembling a massive tail being swept away by the tempest. Yet, despite this, Wang Bu'er remained unfazed, exhibiting remarkable composure. His responses to the two attackers were both strategic and measured. How infuriating it was, not only due to the abundance of talismans at their disposal, but also the surplus of medicinal pills and spirit stones. It was a mystery what Zhao Shuang saw in him, showering him with such lavish support and treasures. The more they pursued, the more united they became against a common foe. Without prior communication, their shared objective prompted a joint assault. Ahead, Wang Bu'er's expression grew increasingly grim. He had already harbored intentions of eliminating the two. However, due to the presence of the teleportation jade slip, he lacked the certainty to achieve a swift kill. His only recourse was to prolong the encounter until they lowered their guard. Not only did he need to make them relax their vigilance, but he also had to devise a method to ensure they would not easily relent. The more he contemplated, the more his fury surged, becoming unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he decisively struck his storage pouch, unleashing a torrent of talismans that soared behind him. In an instant, sword energy, palm strikes, and blades of wind surged forth, creating a cacophony that shook the heavens and roared with the tempest. The two behind him were immediately taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they dared not be careless, simultaneously launching their own offensive to counter the onslaught. Amidst the resounding echoes, the two were momentarily halted, creating distance between them. However, they remained undeterred. After gritting their teeth and enduring, they soon resumed their pursuit using the jade slip that indicated their direction. Upon seeing the two close in again, Wang Bu'er felt a sense of relief rather than anxiety. A cold smirk crept onto his lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Let me offer you a little more temptation. He inhaled deeply, unleashing his consciousness to its utmost limit, rapidly expanding his range of perception. Suddenly, his path shifted, revealing ahead a radiant pillar of light, enveloped in blinding brilliance. Another mark. Unlike before, Wang Bu'er did not shy away this time. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and grasped the mark, causing the light above him to blossom into 4 distinct radiants. Moments later, it transformed into 5. As he gathered the marks, his offensive continued to unfold. He even resorted to the self-detonation of spirit artifacts without hesitation. All of his attacks were not aimed at killing. Instead, it was a deliberate strategy to attract increasingly more ferocious beasts in pursuit, transforming their situation into a miniature beast tide. With over 300 monstrous creatures already trailing behind Wang Bu'er alone. Yet, he remained utterly unconcerned. With the system constantly replenishing his cultivation, he possessed boundless endurance. At that moment, a flash of sword light appeared ahead. His eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he altered his course, heading directly towards it. Moments later, he found himself beside a lava pool, where 3 individuals were engaged in a cataclysmic battle. Above their heads, 2 shimmering marks of light flickered. He paid no heed to who held the advantage or who was attacking whom. With a cold smile, he charged forward. Before he could draw near, a radiant light erupted from his entire being. Brother who? Brother 2, there are 3 more isolated here. As per our usual strategy, you block their retreat while I take care of the rest. As his words fell, a flash of sword light transformed into 36 formidable sword energies, cascading down upon the trio. Moreover, countless talismans ignited in midair, coalescing into dozens of bolts of thunder that rained down with ferocity. At the simultaneous eruption of his assault and voice, the 3 individuals, previously embroiled in their fierce battle, were momentarily stunned, their fury igniting. What is the meaning of this? 3. Isolated? You are 3 as well. Why are we the isolated ones? Fine, even if that doesn't matter. What do you mean by saying you will encircle us to kill us? What do you take us for? We are all foundational cultivators. Who fears whom? Furthermore, among your trio, one of you is merely at the 7th level of foundation cultivation. The 3 were instantly consumed by rage, abandoning their resistance to unite against Wang Bu'er, charging at him with fury in their eyes. Splitting into 3 directions, 2 aimed to block the retreat, while 1 confronted Wang Bu'er head-on. Wang Bu'er, you despicable wretch. Wang Bu'er, you shameless scoundrel. Behind him, 2 Shui and Hu Lucy erupted in a barrage of curses. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Qianquan small world, Wang Bu'er, having been tracked, gradually forgot his initially low profile and stealthy approach. At the Huayan sect, near the arena, Zhao Shuang flashed into the vicinity of Wei Tianlei and Wu Yonghua. I wonder, brothers Wei and Wu, do you have a moment? I have a question that I would like to consult with you privately. With her charming smile, enchanting gaze, and graceful figure, she resembled a golden swan, instantly captivating both Wei Tianlei and Wu Yonghua. What question do you have, Sister Zhao? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Sister Zhao, you are too polite. Feel free to inquire, and we shall share everything we know. Within the western regions, no one, or rather no man, could resist Zhao Shuang's allure. Upon hearing her voice and sensing her gentle fragrance as she approached, they felt utterly enraptured. In truth, it was not a matter of great significance. I merely wish to ask if you still have any of the pills you exchanged from Elder Wang. Chapter 146. What's wrong with bragging? When it came to discussing elixirs, both Wei Tianlei and Wu Yonghua were momentarily taken aback. After acquiring the elixirs from Wang Bu'er, they immediately set about their research. However, they found nothing particularly extraordinary, leaving them with an unsettling feeling of having been duped. They planned to return the elixirs to their sect for a thorough examination by the sect's alchemist once the current matters concluded. Did you discover any issues with the elixirs? Junior Sister Zhao? Wei Tianlei inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. You are overthinking it, Senior Brother Wei. The elixirs are indeed without fault. I have already administered them to my disciples. Unfortunately, out of the 3, only one was able to succeed in their enhancement. Nevertheless, this elixir is exceptionally rare, and I was wondering if I might be able to repurchase one from you both for further study of the formula, Zhao Shuang replied, her expression somewhat troubled. As she spoke, she boldly seated herself beside Wei Tianlei. With the goddess drawing near, an air of tension enveloped the trio. As men, it was impossible for Wei Tianlei and Wu Yangbuo not to entertain inappropriate thoughts about a goddess like Zhao Shuang. As their heartbeats quickened, their minds raced. Only one among the 3 had succeeded? Could it be that the elixir was genuine, and they had simply misjudged it? Their knowledge of alchemy was limited, and with Wang Bu'er's previous use of the elixir being widely observed, Zhao Shuang's mention now compelled them to reconsider. Simultaneously, a sensation of unease washed over them. If the elixir was indeed so precious and remarkable, they could not afford to part with it easily. While Zhao Shuang could study the formula, they could do so within their own sect as well. Especially with the goddess herself speaking, it would be impolite to admit they still had any remaining. Junior Sister Zhao, I'm afraid it's quite embarrassing, but we have already administered our elixirs to our disciples and have none left. Wu Yangbuo was the first to respond. Wei Tianlei swiftly nodded in agreement. A wave of disappointment crossed Zhao Shuang's face. Well, that is all right then. Surely, you both entrusted your most reliable disciples with the elixirs. Since they are all gone, perhaps you could share your experiences? I wonder which of you had a higher success rate. Could we arrange a time for a more detailed discussion? Upon hearing this, both men's eyes lit up. Such an opportunity? To meet with Zhao Shuang alone and engage in conversation? Although they recognized that even with this chance, the likelihood of any significant progress with her was slim, the mere prospect of spending time with the most beautiful goddess of the Western regions was enough to elevate their status among their peers. Not to mention, even a few words exchanged with Zhao Shuang would incite envy among their friends. Wei Tianlei felt his face flush, his fists clenched, and his heart raced. He was determined to seize the moment to be in the goddess's presence. Junior Sister Zhao, you have indeed come to the right person. I have acquired 4 elixirs, and 3 disciples have successfully broken through. The probability has now surpassed 50%. Moreover, both of these individuals are my direct disciples, and I am well aware of their breakthrough circumstances. Wei Tianlei declared with pride. Is that so? That is splendid. Let us arrange a time to seek your esteemed guidance. Brother Wei, I require as much detail as possible to aid my research in refining this elixir. Zhao Shuang exclaimed with uncontainable joy, bestowing a sweet smile upon Wei Tianlei. This smile was truly captivating, rendering Wei Tianlei utterly entranced. With such a smile, what do a few elixirs matter? Even if they were ineffective, what difference would it make? After all, the elixirs are in my possession, and their efficacy is entirely at my discretion. Wu Yangbuo was equally enchanted by her smile, momentarily oblivious to everything else. Such an opportunity must be seized. Brother Wei, I fear you may have to concede this round to me. I apologize, but my 4 elixirs have enabled all 4 individuals to achieve a successful breakthrough. Sister Zhao, these 4 disciples are not merely my direct disciples. I stood beside them during their breakthroughs, safeguarding them. I am acutely aware of every detail, leaving no aspect overlooked. Wu Yangbuo, determined not to yield, was equally resolute. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be relinquished, not only for Zhao Shuang's sake, but also for his own reputation. Competing for elixirs was a matter of discernment, while breakthroughs pertained to the strength, talent, and foundation of the sect's disciples. If you succeeded, I must undoubtedly surpass you. Otherwise, does it not imply my judgment is inferior to yours? Or that my disciples are less capable than yours? Is it true? Brother Wu has succeeded with all of them? And you protected them during their breakthroughs? That is truly wonderful. I must trouble you, Brother Wu. I hope you will generously share your insights. Zhao Shuang's expression blossomed with even greater surprise, laced with admiration. This scene was immensely gratifying for Wu Yangbuo. If one could encounter Zhao Shuang in such an intimate manner, what value was there in boasting? The crux was not to lose face before Wei Tianlei. Wei Tianlei managed a sheepish smile, yet inwardly he was seething with resentment towards Wu Yangbuo. He did not doubt Wu Yangbuo's honesty, especially with Wang Bu'er testing the elixirs in broad daylight, and Zhao Shuang's claims of success following suit. Moreover, he had yet to utilize the elixirs in his possession. He only lamented that since he had already boasted, why could he not have boasted a little more grandly? Now he found himself both outmatched and humiliated before Wu Yangbuo. However, Wu Yangbu's triumph was short-lived, as a figure swiftly appeared before the three of them. Sister Zhao, I believe if you seek experience in this matter, you would be best served by consulting me. The speaker was none other than Huang Dingqiu from the Huayan sect. What surprises might Brother Huang have in store? Zhao Shuang turned eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Huang Dingqiu. Under such a gaze from Zhao Shuang, Huang Dingqiu felt an urge to kneel in submission. He restrained his excitement, placing one hand behind his back and speaking with an air of pride. Just a minor surprise, nothing more. I have successfully acquired 4 elixirs. And not only did they all succeed, but one individual, like Elder Wang, remarkably broke through 2 realms in succession. This person, already one of Zhao Shuang's admirers, had been attentive to everything concerning her. Upon overhearing the discussion about the elixirs, he could no longer contain himself. While he might have disregarded other matters, he could never allow the 2 of you to triumph in front of Zhao Shuang. Although I have yet to consume my elixir, am I not permitted to boast? Moreover, since you have all succeeded, it is evident that these elixirs hold no flaws. What harm is there in a touch of exaggeration? What? There is someone who has broken through 2 realms consecutively? Brother Huang, you are truly remarkable. Once the foundational exchange battle concludes, my sister shall pay a visit to Brother Huang's abode for a heartfelt conversation. Zhao Shuang nearly erupted in joyous exuberance. Not only the trio of Wei Tianlei, but many surrounding cultivators gazed with a dazed fascination. Huang Dingqiu's expression instantly radiated pride, and as he beheld Wei Tianlei and his companion, his gaze brimmed with disdain. Competing with me? You are still too inexperienced. Attempting to vie for Zhao Shuang? That is utterly impossible. This time, it was Wei Tianlei and Wu Yangbu'er who sighed in unison. Had they known, they would have boasted a bit more. Meanwhile, not far from the 3, the alchemy elder Dai Yueling from the Xian sect furrowed her brow in contemplation. She gazed at the now empty elixir vial in her hand, grappling with a sense of existential doubt. How could it be that all 4 families succeeded? Was my method of consumption flawed? Or did I select disciples with inadequate talent? The claims of success from Wei Tianlei and the others suggested that the elixirs were indeed effective. No, I cannot afford to lose. She clenched her silver teeth, resolute in her decision. Regardless of inquiries, she would assert that all had succeeded. Otherwise, where would she place her aging visage? If boasting is required, then boast she would, for it is far better than facing humiliation. At this very moment, within the Qian Kuan space, Wang Bu'er remained oblivious to the fact that his elixirs had, under Zhao Shuang's influence, transformed into astonishingly potent treasures. Particularly within the Huayan sect, their effects could easily rival those he had previously painstakingly feigned. At this juncture, he was straying further from his initial intent to remain inconspicuous. Chapter 147. Is it excessive for one person to handle 40? Within the vast expanse of the universe, Wang Bu'er gazed at the 9 radiant marks hovering above him, feeling a profound sense of despair. Turning to observe the 10 or so pursuers behind him, his sense of hopelessness intensified. I truly wish to remain inconspicuous, he lamented, before accelerating once more, swiftly vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to him, he had inexplicably acquired 4 additional marks. In this realm, it felt as if he were being scrutinized under the blazing sun. The allure was undeniable, yet it seemed overwhelmingly potent. Not only were Tu Shui and Hulus reluctant to relent, but others shared the same sentiment. If they could eliminate Wang Bu'er, they would immediately seize 9 marks, fulfill their tasks, and ascend in rank. As Wang Bu'er continued his rampage, none could pass through the first round unscathed without first eliminating him. Step aside. Wang Bu'er wields a formidable treasure. His strike is lethal. Let us not hastily pursue the marks. We must first eradicate the scourge that is Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er had gravely underestimated the learning capacity of Tu Shui and Hulus. After he employed a tactic of diversion, they retaliated with a scheme of their own, rallying everyone to pursue Wang Bu'er. His notoriety was well known. Despite his lack of innate talent, his vast array of treasures rendered him a formidable adversary, particularly after the battle in Tianying Valley, where he had tarnished the reputations of disciples from the 3 sects. He had long since earned the ire of many, who harbored jealousy and resentment. Coupled with the disillusionment stemming from the goddess Zhao Shuang being taken by Wang Bu'er, the outcry was deafening. Disciples of Qiyuan sect, unite and avenge our brother Zhao. A practitioner from Qiyuan sect bellowed, and immediately, others echoed the rallying cry. Up ahead, Wang Bu'er widened his eyes in disbelief. He distinctly remembered that among the Foundation establishment practitioners of Qiyuan sect participating in the disciple battles, there was no one with the surname Zhao. Upon glancing back, he realized it was Hulus who had raised the call. Disciples of Xian sect, we too shall avenge Sister Su Jiao. Another voice rang out. Wang Bu'er felt even more exasperated. Who was this Su Jiao? She was not on the list either. Wang Bu'er, you have stolen my love and ruined my foundation. I shall fight you to the death. Another individual roared. Wang Bu'er turned to see the speaker and nearly retched. This person resembled a mangy dog. Why would Wang Bu'er covet your affection? Wang Bu'er, confess. Did you not break my brother Tan's leg last month? A practitioner from Tianyuan sect shouted furiously. Bah! I did indeed break a leg, but it belonged to Zhao Yunsheng. Wang Bu'er ground his teeth in frustration. He was on the verge of losing his composure. These individuals had completely abandoned restraint, daring to utter any accusation against him. While most claims were bearable, one individual even asserted that Wang Bu'er had stolen his love letter, which had somehow led to a successful confession to Zhao Shuang. Wang Bu'er's anger flared. These events are undeniably the handiwork of these individuals. While they usually refrain from making a fuss, now that someone has spoken up, the blame conveniently falls upon them. Wang Bu'er could never have anticipated that during this period of pursuit, he had managed to antagonize all four great sects of the Western regions, committing a plethora of nefarious deeds. Robbery, murder, betrayal of love, selling counterfeit medicine. He has engaged in every imaginable misdeed. Astonishingly, on the same day, he appeared in 7 locations, perpetrating 11 crimes and offending 19 individuals. Wang Bu'er had never realized that his cultivation journey could be so eventful. Not only was he taken aback, but so were Tu Shui and Hu Lucy. Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, they exchanged glances and simultaneously gasped, their minds buzzing with disbelief. They had merely broached the topic casually, yet it had unearthed such a multitude of secrets. The thought that Wang Bu'er had committed so many wrongdoings only intensified their fury. This Wang Bu'er is indeed a scourge of the Western regions. Let us unite and eradicate him. At this moment, no one pondered the origins of these events, nor did anyone concern themselves with the existence of evidence. One person might wrongfully accuse Wang Bu'er, and 2 might as well. But could 3, 4, or even more than 20 people also be mistaken? If so many declare you wicked, then you must indeed be guilty. Expel him. He is unworthy to participate in the Foundation Establishment Disciple Exchange Battle. All the treasures he possesses are plundered or stolen. Let us reclaim them. He has audaciously practiced the sword cultivation technique of our Qiyuan sect. He has no idea how many disciples of Qiyuan he has slain. He has led the goddess Zhao astray and has likely desecrated numerous senior sisters and junior sisters before. Wang Bu'er is the common enemy of the Western regions. As long as he exists, peace shall elude us. Let us slay Wang Bu'er and rescue the goddess Zhao. The roar of indignation was earth-shattering, akin to a raging tide. As they advanced, other cultivators initially bewildered soon joined the fray, ignited by fervor and united in their enmity. In the distance, several disciples of the Xingyuan sect gathered, gazing at the unfolding scene, utterly astonished. Is what they claim truly accurate? If so, then Elder Wang is indeed quite sinister. But isn't Elder Wang remarkably enigmatic? Have you witnessed his cultivation? Do you know the origins of his treasures? He appears unmotivated, yet possesses such strength. Have you never contemplated the reasons behind this? My heavens! So this is how he became so formidable. Remember, keep your doubts far from Elder Wang. Who could have imagined that Elder Wang was so willful? He has wreaked havoc upon all 4 sects. The voices of the multitude can tarnish gold. Initially, a few were skeptical, but as the number of those denouncing Wang Bu'er grew, particularly with many tales recounted in vivid detail, they gradually began to waver. The rise of Wang Bu'er was indeed abrupt, leading many to harbor doubts about him. There has always been a matter that perplexed me. Back then, I had received the assurance of Elder Zhao, yet the very next day, she abruptly changed her stance. In retrospect, it must have been Elder Wang who intervened insidiously. Suddenly, one person spoke up, his expression grave. In an instant, disapproving glances were cast around. My friend, you are exaggerating. Though Elder Wang may possess a slightly mischievous nature, he is, after all, a man of conscience and has never committed any wrongdoing within the Star Yuan sect. Indeed, at least he stands up to authority, even daring to confront Zhao Yunsheng directly. You know nothing. What is the relationship between Elder Wang and Elder Zhao? Zhao Yunsheng is his nephew, making him Zhao Yunsheng's uncle. It is only natural for an uncle to discipline his nephew. Come. While Uncle Wang draws the fire, let us hasten to gather the marks. But what about Elder Wang? He is being pursued. What are you worried about? He single-handedly confronted 22 adversaries in Tianying Valley. Now, he has reached the 9th level of foundation building. Taking on 40 should be no issue. After much deliberation, all the disciples of the Star Yuan sect unanimously chose to overlook Wang Bu'er's current predicament, hastily scattering to search for marks. These heartless individuals, witnessing my plight, did not even consider lending a hand. Wang Bu'er passed by the disciples of the Star Yuan sect, oblivious to their thoughts and discussions, only feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Having dedicated so much to the sect, in such a critical moment, they failed to offer assistance. Chapter 148. The Unforgivable Wang Bu'er. Slander, all slander. Wang Bu'er lamented as he soared through the air. Above him, the light of the marks had surged to 11. It wasn't he that he was fiercely competing. Rather, he had simply forged ahead, claiming the spoils of being the first to arrive. Behind him, the number of pursuers was rapidly increasing, exceeding the previous peak of 22 in the Tunying Valley, escalating to 27. With these individuals now in pursuit, the genuine seekers of the marks had dwindled, further enhancing his chances of acquiring them. As time progressed, yet more joined the fray. Instead of seeking the true reasons behind their inability to attain marks, the collective ire was directed at Wang Bu'er. It was because he was ahead, snatching the marks. Senior brother, why are we pursuing Elder Wang Bu'er? Observed two bewildered female disciples from the Xian sect as they fell in line with the throng. You don't understand. Wang Bu'er is a villain beyond compare, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. Look at how many marks he has already claimed, and yet he still seeks to take more. Countless individuals have already lost their chances because of him. A newly joined disciple from the Tianyuan sect exclaimed through gritted teeth. More joined in to elucidate the situation to the two women. Before long, they too were seething with indignation, united in their hatred towards Wang Bu'er. Is it truly so? To think he appears upright, yet is harboring such malevolence. Wang Bu'er, confess. Did you set the great fire at Xian sect 5 years ago? Indeed. And 10 years ago? Was it also you who caused junior sister Lin to become unexpectedly pregnant? The eyes of the two young ladies glinted with murderous intent. Upon realizing the depths of Wang Bu'er's treachery, they suddenly felt that every misfortune they had encountered or heard of was surely linked to him. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback as he glanced back at the two newly minted pursuers, wishing he could deliver a swift kick to their faces. How utterly despicable! How shameless! Can you not put a modicum of thought into your slander? 10 years ago, I was still in the village, tending to the fields. How could I possibly know your so-called junior sister Lin? Besides, I was merely 10 years old. What could I have done? Impregnate your junior sister? How dare you? Wang Bu'er's fury ignited. If you wish to ruin the fun for everyone, then let none of us play. He gritted his teeth, momentarily setting aside thoughts of how to deal with two shui and hulus. His cultivation erupted, reaching its zenith. With a swift motion of his hand, 3 superior-grade spiritual swords soared into the air, spinning rapidly, transforming into layers of sword energy that cascaded downwards. Amidst the resounding booms, the pursuing phantasmal beasts behind him shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into nothingness. Wang Bu'er barely glanced back. With a mere flick of his wrist, another multitude of talismans soared forth, ignited and coalescing into an overwhelming offensive force, crashing down relentlessly. Once again, a legion of transformed demonic beasts was reduced to mere fragments. He did not turn around, nor did he heed the myriad accusations and astonishment from those behind him. As he raced forward with fervor, an unceasing stream of spells and talismans erupted forth. Did you see that? Did you see? The onlookers gasped. This fellow has completely lost his mind. He usually feigns restraint, yet his temperament is so explosively volatile, and he still refuses to acknowledge it. The truth is now laid bare. He is nothing more than a raging lunatic. Alas, if only Goddess Xiao were here, upon witnessing this transformation, she would undoubtedly sever ties immediately. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators from various sects behind him could only express their exasperation and loathing as more tales began to circulate. Some misdeeds were even traced back 30 years, while certain conspiracies made their way to the attention of the transformation stage cultivators. Wang Bu'er remained oblivious to the extent of his own prowess. Having stirred up a storm among the 4 major sects even before his birth, he pressed on, unleashing his cultivation with reckless abandon, continuously manifesting and replenishing his power. Every offensive strike was executed with utmost intensity, disregarding both targets and outcomes. Initially, those pursuing him were perplexed by Wang Bu'er's intentions, but they soon grasped the shift in dynamics. As Wang Bu'er unleashed his extravagant barrage, the cultivation power he expended multiplied, and behind him, the number of transformed demonic beasts began to surge exponentially. From hundreds, it swiftly surpassed 1,000, then 2,000, 3,000. Gradually, the pursuers found themselves distanced from Wang Bu'er, not due to a lack of speed on their part, nor because Wang Bu'er had accelerated, but rather because the sheer multitude of demonic beasts behind him had formed an ocean. In that moment, Wang Bu'er resembled a trailblazer, fearlessly navigating the tumultuous tide of demonic beasts, charging forth with abandon. His every offensive was not aimed at annihilating these beasts, but rather at summoning them. Wang Bu'er's intent was straightforward. You claim I am wicked? You assert I am irredeemable? Then allow me to demonstrate my villainy. Today, I shall drive you all away. He no longer cared for notions of subtlety or restraint. Listening to the disparaging remarks from behind him, he found their audacity intolerable. If I can endure this, then surely my kin cannot either. He had forgotten how this chase had initially commenced. Such details had become irrelevant. The essence was clear. He would no longer feign modesty. After a while, the number of demonic beasts following Wang Bu'er had swelled into an overwhelming throng. Ice and fire beasts, earth giants, whirlwind creatures, and thunderous entities, all were present in abundance. Wang Bu'er paid no heed to his surroundings, nor did he choose a direction. He simply charged recklessly and slaughtered indiscriminately. In no time, the number of beasts trailing him soared past 10,000. As he advanced, the world behind him seemed to boil over. With countless beasts howling in a cacophony that shook the heavens and the earth, their cries rising and falling in a terrifying symphony. Moreover, their numbers continued to swell, and the rate of this increase was accelerating. Eventually, when the number of beasts trailing him surpassed 20,000, the expressions of the pursuers began to grow increasingly grave. Especially when a chilling scream pierced the air. A disciple of the Tianyuan sect, lost in thought, inadvertently stumbled into the forefront of the beast horde and was engulfed by the tide of creatures, unable to escape. In his despair, he could only cough up blood while shattering his transmission jade slip, departing from this place. A sense of retreat began to take root in the hearts of the onlookers. Damn it, Wang Bu'er indeed harbors some sinister plot. After fleeing for so long and provoking such a multitude of beasts, how is he still so vigorous? How on earth did he restore his cultivation? Is he deliberately conjuring this beast tide? Could it be that he has not comprehended the mechanisms of this place? He must be doing this on purpose, flaunting his power before us. The crowd was gripped by shock, and complaints began to surface. Yet, Wang Bu'er showed no signs of halting his advance. He continued onward, unleashing his offensive with the semblance of boundless energy within him. Remarkably, shortly after each strike, the beasts would reconstitute and join the tide once more. As time passed, the number of beasts pursuing Wang Bu'er surged beyond 40,000. The onlookers found themselves unable to keep pace with his strides, reduced to gazing at his receding silhouette across an seemingly endless expanse of beasts. Their mounting terror finally erupted, sending shivers down their spines. We cannot continue this chase. If we push further, we too shall be engulfed by the tide of beasts. This individual is far too reckless. I curse him to be trampled by the very horde he has unleashed. Indeed, his treachery knows no bounds. Too cowardly to confront us directly, he resorts to such underhanded tactics to vex us. He is a calamity. Amid the rising tide of complaints and curses, Tu Shui and Hu Lucy, the first to pursue Wang Bu'er, exchanged wry smiles. Regret now weighed heavily upon them. While those around them had succumbed to madness, they alone understood how they had arrived at this dire juncture. Silently, they began to retreat, falling to the rear of the pursuit and then breaking away entirely, choosing to abandon the chase. In truth, by this point, they were acutely aware that they lacked the qualifications to continue pursuing Wang Bu'er. Had they been outside, he would have already struck. The only reason they still clung to life was the transmission jade slip in their possession. Wang Bu'er, it seemed, lacked the certainty to act against them. Chapter 149. I do not wish to cheat, yet reality does not permit it. The departure of Tu Shui and his companion did not escape Wang Bu'er's keen awareness. With his formidable spiritual sense at the celestial profound realm, he could effortlessly lock onto any pursuers, even if their numbers were doubled. Attempting to flee? It was utterly futile. Wang Bu'er had no intention of giving chase. Instead, he pressed onward, unleashing 3 superior-grade spiritual swords that burst forth, transforming into 36 shimmering phantoms, which charged directly into the throng of beasts behind him, wreaking havoc. Each glimmering edge of his sword radiated an unparalleled brilliance. The explosive force of the sword cultivation technique and various other spells amplified the might of every strike to earth-shattering levels. As his offensive escalated, the number of demon beasts he obliterated increased significantly, yet paradoxically, their ranks swelled as well. Eventually, when the horde of demon beasts behind him had grown to an indescribable multitude, the pursuing cultivators began to withdraw. Their hatred for Wang Bu'er had reached a boiling point, reminiscent of deep-seated grudges among the 4 sections. However, they were not foolish. If they did not retreat, these phantasmagoric beasts would completely envelop them. Indeed, while the beasts were not overwhelmingly powerful, they could easily carve a path to safety. Yet, any attempt to engage would only result in the emergence of even more beasts. We must leave. This fellow has completely lost his mind. At this rate, we need not even lift a finger against him. No matter how many elixirs, talismans, or treasures he possesses, he cannot withstand such relentless attrition. He will either exhaust himself or walk straight into his demise. Those who seek to harm others inevitably bring about their own ruin. We shan't be so foolish as to fall for his ruse. Let us see how he meets his end, trampled to a pulp by these beasts. Wang Bu'er, undeterred, slowed his pace, yet his offensive remained unrelenting. The number of demon beasts surged around him, an endless sea of creatures. When the count of these phantasmic beasts exceeded 100,000, even Wang Bu'er's celestial profound spiritual sense could only discern the fringes of the horde. At long last, he halted. The beasts continued to converge, swiftly forming a circular ocean of creatures around him. He stood amidst an infinite expanse of phantasmic beasts, their roars shaking the heavens, their collective aura causing the ground to quake violently. The fluctuations of the formation in the void were also affected, flickering erratically. In that moment, Wang Bu'er executed an unexpected maneuver. Had those who once pursued him still been in the chase, they would have been utterly petrified by this audacious act. Surrounded by countless beasts, Wang Bu'er shockingly dispelled his protective barriers. His defensive treasures, talismans, and protective shields were all retracted. Then, he stood there unarmed, without any means of defense, amidst the tide of beasts. His expression remained utterly unchanged, clearly devoid of any concern regarding his present circumstances. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, as he relinquished all defenses and ceased moving, over a dozen diverse ethereal beasts surged toward him at a terrifying velocity, colliding directly with his form. Yet, in the next moment, these creatures were sent hurtling backward, exploding in midair or upon impact with the ground, vanishing into nothingness. Wang Bu'er stood immobile, not even swaying slightly, let alone sustaining any harm. I truly do not wish to cheat, yet reality offers no other choice. Wang Bu'er sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. As he inhaled deeply, a resplendent golden aura emanated from his body, enveloping him like an invisible armor. More beasts charged forth, but regardless of their species, size, or speed, none could affect Wang Bu'er. Upon contact with the golden radiance, they were all repelled and subsequently disintegrated. Ah, splendid indeed. The refinement of my physical form at the Yuan Wu realm is quite remarkable, he mused, stepping forward with pride. Grabbing a goat-like lightning beast that had collided nearby, he effortlessly tore it apart, scattering it into glimmers of lightning that vanished from sight. Finally, the pretense is over. Now, I shall present you with a grand spectacle. Drawing in another deep breath, the golden light surrounding him erupted, expanding to a radius of 3 meters around him. With a wave of his hand, 36 sword shadows converged from their chaotic slaughtering. Skill of the flowing celestial Ho. Unfettered will, unwavering focus. The skill associated with the little medicinal Ho is not restricted to other treasures. However, in battles against other cultivators or wild beasts, the lack of any discernible pattern rendered the unwavering focus of the mind's imprint inadequate. Yet here, in this realm, none of the beasts harbored intentions to slay cultivators. Thus their power levels were contained within certain bounds. To reiterate, the true challenge does not lie in the strength of the ethereal beasts, but in their mode of manifestation. With the prowess of Wang Bu'er or anyone else present, instant annihilation is entirely feasible. Unfettered. Boom. As the skill unfolded, the 36 sword beams erupted, swelling in size as their explosive pressure and sharpness multiplied exponentially. Unwavering focus. Wang Bu'er as consciousness reached its zenith, transforming into layers of imprints that directly infused the 36 sword beams. Subsequently, the automatic mode of the sword beams was activated, commencing their relentless assault. The 36 beams shot forth, diverging in all directions, plunging into the tide of ethereal beasts, and commencing their chaotic slaughter. Wang Bu'er clapped his hands, and with a mere thought, a myriad of items flew forth from his storage pouch: tables, benches, barbecue grills, condiments, fine wine, and an assortment of beast meats alongside various spirit herbs masquerading as vegetables. A well-organized barbecue stall was set up with great flair. The fire was ignited, oil was brushed, seasonings were sprinkled, and the grilling commenced. As the sizzle resonated and the crackling of dripping oil filled the air, a rich aroma of barbecue wafted through. Wang Bu'er reclined in a chair, one hand delicately holding a chilled fine wine, while a strand of his consciousness deftly turned the skewers. Thus began a leisurely barbecue. Within the Huayan sect, Wang Bu'er, seeking a compelling rationale to enhance his cultivation, audaciously opted for the heavenly thunder body refinement. The elixirs were merely a pretense. The thunderbolts themselves bore no effect on his physical cultivation. What he truly relied upon was the forceful elevation of his body refinement level to the Yuanwu realm, surpassing the bone refining stage. The cultivation of immortality through body refinement diverges significantly from the cultivation of spiritual energy. The progression follows the path of opening meridians, refining bones, and ultimately attaining the Yuanwu realm. In contrast to spiritual energy cultivation, where meridian opening is akin to foundation establishment and bone refining resembles the formation of a core, body refining at the Yuanwu level parallels the nascent soul stage in spiritual cultivation. In the Yuanwu body refinement realm, even without employing any techniques, Wang Bu'er could engage in combat with nascent soul cultivators. However, this is a relative comparison. In essence, the two realms are fundamentally distinct concepts. Body refinement emphasizes defense, enhancing the physical body's strength, while spiritual energy cultivation primarily focuses on offense, forming the very foundation of cultivation. For instance, Wang Bu'er, at the Yuanwu body refinement level, could contend with nascent soul practitioners but would possess no means of counterattack and could only sustain this for a brief period. Yet, the scenario was markedly different when confronting these illusory beasts. The strength conferred by Yuanwu body refinement allowed Wang Bu'er to disregard any assault from these phantasmal creatures, which lacked genuine cultivation and could only launch simplistic attacks based on brute force. These spectral beasts, devoid of true internal prowess, were not even worthy to tickle Wang Bu'er. As his body refinement shield expanded, all the beasts were repelled. Wang Bu'er merely needed to unleash the power of his Yuanwu realm body refinement to remain impervious. The energy expenditure was negligible. Simultaneously, Wang Bu'er was fervently extracting and replenishing his internal cultivation to sustain the consumption of 36 sword auras. The principle here was to absorb the attacking force of all cultivators and transform it into new illusory beasts. Wang Bu'er aimed to utilize his boundless cultivation to create a legion of beasts. He envisioned turning this realm into an ocean of illusory beasts. Chapter 150. Could this fool be you? Name: Wang Bu'er. Age: 20. Lifespan: 69, 485 years, 6 months, 9 days, 11 hours. Body refinement: Yuanwu 0-100. Spiritual power: Foundation establishment 9th layer 0-100. Divine sense: Celestial profound 0-100. Flowing immortal Ho skill: Unrestrained, single-minded. Even at the foundation establishment 9th layer, Wang Bu'er finds that each time he withdraws and replenishes his cultivation, it only consumes 3 days of his vast lifespan. For one who possesses nearly 70,000 years within the system, such a cost is trivial. Wang Bu'er feels no psychological burden. He continuously expends energy, repeatedly withdrawing. His cultivation surges forth like a river breaking its dam, tumultuous and unbridled. Likewise, around him, the beasts conjured by the formation churn and swell, expanding outward in a frenzy. This expansion is not due to the beasts moving outwards themselves, but rather a consequence of their incessant emergence, causing a crushing crowding that forces them outward. Terrifying roars echo in madness, and the ground trembles violently. Yet, no matter how agitated or how fiercely the beasts roar and charge, they cannot affect Wang Bu'er in the slightest. These creatures, akin to ants, are utterly powerless against the colossal presence of Wang Bu'er. Leisurely reclined in his chair, he savors barbecued delicacies and fine wine while masterfully wielding the splitting light and shadow sword technique to slay the beasts, thereby increasing their numbers. Simultaneously, his divine sense remains attuned to the burgeoning count of the beasts. Despite the prowess of the splitting light and shadow sword technique and the unique skills of the little medicine hoe, his individual destructive capacity is ultimately finite. He waits. He awaits the balance between the speed of beast proliferation and their extermination. For only when the summoned beasts reach their zenith will he embark on the next phase of his endeavor. Xianxia. Upon the arena, in addition to the previously established teleportation array, there now exists a luminous screen. This screen manifests as a colossal circle, representing the ongoing first round of the Foundation Establishment Disciple Exchange Battle within the xianxia small world. Within this circle, numerous red and white dots are visible. Each dot symbolizes a Foundation Establishment disciple. Once an individual acquires a token, the color of their transforms to red. The more tokens one secures, the more pronounced the red becomes. After all the howling disciples enter the xianxia small world for the exchange battle, this luminous screen has unfurled. Although the specific identities of these dots remain unknown, the atmosphere among the spectators is charged with unprecedented tension. Everyone is left to speculate whether, after some time, the brightest portion among them will belong to their own sect. According to the rules, the duration of the first round will span 7 days. However, this time frame pertains solely to the small xianxia world. Its temporal flow diverges significantly from the outside, equating merely to 1 day. Nearly all eyes are fixated here. Initially, it appears that there is little cause for surprise. However, soon after the first mark was discovered, a white that transformed into a pale red, the situation began to shift dramatically. Many observed that the first cultivator to receive the mark seemed to be pursued by 2 others. Consequently, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded, leaving everyone bewildered. They could scarcely fathom how this pursued individual managed to do so. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Amidst the relentless pursuit of the 2, his acquisition of marks accelerated, propelling him ahead of all others, reaching a deep crimson hue. The relentless chase did not hinder him. Rather, it facilitated a swifter accumulation of marks. Before long, 1/7 of the allotted time had elapsed, equating to a day within the xianxian space. More unexpected events began to transpire, with several individuals being teleported out in rapid succession. This marked the first peak of eliminations in the initial round of the contest. As this peak passed, the red dots on the luminous screen began to multiply, leading everyone to believe that the battles were entering a period of respite, with participants increasingly focusing their attention on locating marks rather than engaging in conflict. Then, a delightful surprise emerged. The pursuit continued unabated, and astonishingly, the number of pursuers began to swell. From an initial 2, it escalated to 3, then 4, and eventually more. Gradually, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Within the luminous screen, a single surged ahead, trailed by a throng of densely packed dots in pursuit. Even more perplexing was the fact that as the number of chasing dots increased, the hue of the leading deepened, remaining unaffected. It appeared that among the 50 individuals who had entered the space, over half were engaged in the pursuit of this one person. My goodness, who could this individual be? How remarkable to be relentlessly pursued by so many yet continue to acquire marks. It was nothing short of extraordinary. The rules within this arena had been revealed. He not only had to contend with the pursuit of fellow cultivators, but also endure the harassment and continuous pressure from the array of demonic beasts. Rather than merely being formidable, one could argue he was almost tempting fate. Accumulating such a wealth of marks at this early stage, how could he not be pursued? Yet, it seemed inappropriate to frame it that way. Wasn't he being chased simply for amassing marks? As it appeared that all his marks were acquired during the very act of being pursued. Among the foundational disciples, nearly everyone was eager to participate. Such a contest format was unprecedented. Regrettably, the information available to them was scant, leaving them to conjecture about what transpired. Yet, it was evident that nearly all regarded this individual's feat with admiration. In contrast to the foundational disciples, the scene among the core formation elders was markedly different. Their higher cultivation realm afforded them broader insights, and they possessed a greater understanding of the disciples entering the exchange battle. Although not all identities were discernible, certain behaviors allowed them to roughly ascertain the identities of a few disciples. Wei Daoyu, who do you think this person is? Could it be the prodigious Tang Feng from your Qiyuan sect? I have heard that he is quite the madman, disregarding everyone around him. Huang Dengxiu said with a smug expression. As a landlord, he had previously held a significant advantage in the contest for Zhao Shuang, and now he wore an air of arrogance. He was eager to seize every opportunity to flaunt his superiority in front of others. Wei Tianlei let out a cold snort. He had seen enough of this fellow's insufferable demeanor. However, he too harbored doubts, genuinely wondering if this person was indeed Tang Feng. Although he had explicitly warned him not to act arrogantly before their departure, he could not guarantee that this fool would not act impulsively and oppose him. Perhaps it could be Guiqiyuan from the Tianyuan sect? I have heard that although he is a rare talent in the Tianyuan sect, he is also notoriously foolish. Such a stupid course of action could only be attributed to him. Dai Yueling scoffed. These individuals, in their attempts to get closer to Zhao Shuang, had boasted to the heavens. She was quite concerned that if the elixirs she possessed failed to yield the desired effect, it would be quite embarrassing. Indeed, it was somewhat foolish. With so many marks obtained now, he would only become a target, unable to endure until the end. Wei Tianlei pouted, troubled by previous events. He resented himself for not having boasted enough, allowing Huang Dengxiu to seize the upper hand. Among the many elder leaders of the Foundation establishment stage, only Zhao Shuang slightly furrowed her brows. For some unknown reason, she harbored an ominous premonition. The scene unfolding within the luminous screen bore an uncanny resemblance to the past events that transpired in the Tianying Valley. Wang Bu'er, you must not tell me that this fool is you. Just then, the scene within the luminous screen began to shift once again. Chapter 151, Wang Bu'er. I despise you. Those who had been in hot pursuit moments ago suddenly began to disperse, and they did so with remarkable swiftness, leaving no trace behind. What is happening? Why have they ceased their chase? This individual has acquired so many tokens. How is it that they do not continue? How can so many fail to catch a single person? Even a mere spit could have eliminated him, surely. Who possesses such exceptional prowess, enduring the pursuit of so many? Only to dissuade them? Among the foundational practitioners, a stir began to arise. They could discern little, only recognizing that these individuals had given up. Yet, to the eyes of the core formation cultivators, the scene appeared entirely different. The prolonged pursuit had instead resulted in the accumulation of even more tokens on this person. Their strength is undeniably formidable. They were not repelled. Rather, they were rendered helpless. Or perhaps, they were fearful. What means has this individual employed? Previously, they had attracted the attention of all, yet now, everyone was retreating of their own volition. Wei Tianlei and others wore expressions of bewilderment. Since the initial rules had been established, they had speculated on every conceivable outcome. However, this unfolding scene was beyond their imagination. Only Zhao Shuang's brow furrowed tighter. The more she pondered, the more she became convinced that this person was indeed Wang Bu'er. She had long witnessed Wang Bu'er's knack for causing trouble, each incident invariably yielding absolute astonishment. Wang Bu'er, I fervently hope you do not conjure any mischief within. She fixated on the radiant dot within the luminous screen, scrutinizing every movement. After a while, that ceased its motion, not merely pausing but seemingly anchored in place. The other dots were scuttling about, evidently in constant search of tokens, yet this particular one had lingered for an extended period. Moreover, none of the surrounding individuals approached to interfere, not even daring to draw near. She gently closed her eyes, replaying the entire sequence of events in her mind. Soon, her frown deepened, and a cold smirk crept upon her lips. Despite the limited visibility on the screen and the disparate flow of time making the movements of the dots appear less precise, certain details caught her keen observation. In the initial moments, the other two dots that first pursued this individual displayed unusual behavior. Their directional focus was alarmingly evident, seemingly locking onto the target with absolute certainty. Such an occurrence would be utterly inconceivable under normal circumstances. She took a deep breath to quell the anger swelling within, clenching her silver teeth, and refrained from making any noise. It better not be Wang Bu'er, otherwise, I shall uncover the truth behind this matter. Whoever dares to employ such underhanded tactics in my presence will surely come to regret it. As she chastised herself internally, her gaze was once again drawn back to the screen. The that had remained stationary for so long suddenly sprang into action, and once it moved, it unleashed a tempest of fury. In the boundless realm of Qianxia, Wang Bu'er slowly rose to his feet, a mere wave of his hand causing all tables and chairs to vanish. He lifted his gaze, surveying the infinite expanse around him, where even his formidable consciousness could not discern the boundaries of the frenzied beast horde. A triumphant smile graced his lips as he observed the relentless assault of these demonic creatures, all charging towards the center, yet making no headway. The sheer number of beasts created a jostling mass that limited the actual threats Wang Bu'er faced. Before his formidable physique, these creatures were utterly insignificant. Well, my friends, it is now your time of suffering, he declared, a chilling smile playing upon his lips. The notorious Wang Bu'er has arrived. With a deep breath, the golden light erupting around him suddenly receded. While his protective barrier remained, it became imperceptible. The aura surrounding him re-emerged, restoring the pallor to his visage. With a determined stride, he barreled through the throng of beasts, unstoppable and devastating, effortlessly carving a path to the outskirts of the beast tide. Choosing a direction at random, he surged forth with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Shortly thereafter, within the confines of an expansive array, he found himself in an endless desert. The air arid and oppressive. A disciple of the Huayan sect was laboriously traversing this desolate expanse, pursued by a horde of 70 or 80 beasts. Among the relentless pursuers were sand beasts, fire dragons, and water pythons, yet their onslaught did not entirely stymie his progress, remaining within the limits of his endurance. Under the pressure of the pursuing beasts, this foundational cultivator was desperately searching for a mark. So far, he had only secured one, and his chances of completing the task and breaking into the top 20 felt tenuous at best. Cursed that Wang Bu'er. If it weren't for the time wasted chasing him, I would have accomplished my task long ago. Instead of being in this frantic position, despite his curses, a flicker of delight danced within him. That wretched Wang Bu'er has committed so many misdeeds. Fortunately, I was quick-witted enough to attribute several of my previous actions to him. I shall no longer need to worry. The thought of his mischief being attributed to Wang Bu'er filled him with glee. With all his nefarious deeds, a few more will surely raise no suspicion. As he reveled in this thought, he entertained two morally dubious actions he had long hesitated to undertake. Once free, he would finally execute them, confident that he could shift the blame onto Wang Bu'er without anyone doubting him. However, just as this notion took root in his mind, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere around him. Upon turning, he was met with an unfathomable tide of beasts surging towards him, a sight that left his eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat, his scalp tingling, and he could no longer afford to search for the mark. He fled with all haste. However, despair soon etched itself upon his face, for the terror of the beast tide far surpassed his imagination. The sheer number of demonic beasts within this tide undoubtedly exceeded 200,000. It surged forth like an unbridled tsunami, encircling him relentlessly. How could this be? This is the realm of xianxia, a space governed by formations. How could such a horrifying beast tide possibly emerge? Even if all gathered their strength, it would be impossible to conjure such a multitude of transformed demonic beasts. Could it be that the formation has malfunctioned? It was at that moment he spotted Wang Bu'er. He realized that the entirety of the beast tide was relentlessly pursuing Wang Bu'er. What the hell? What kind of heinous deeds has this wretch committed to provoke so many transformed demonic beasts? In a frenzy of anger, he fled even more desperately. That senior brother ahead. Don't run away. Please help me hold them off. I can barely endure any longer. From a distance, he heard Wang Bu'er's desperate roar. At that moment, Wang Bu'er appeared pale, his breath shallow, his protective spiritual light flickering erratically, utterly disheveled. Only a fool would assist you. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace. Yet, as swift as he was, Wang Bu'er was swifter still. Almost in the blink of an eye, he witnessed Wang Bu'er suddenly accelerate, racing past him with astonishing speed. Good grief. Instinctively, he turned to look back and saw the boundless beast tide sweeping over him like a colossal wave. Wang Bu'er, I hate you. In the final moment, he unwillingly crushed the teleportation jade slip, narrowly escaping being engulfed and trampled to death by the relentless tide. The words I hate you embodied his last vestige of defiance. Chapter 152, Sister Xiao. There is something I have longed to express. Wang Bu'er swiftly executed a maneuver, sending the individual away while retaining a mark left behind. He then changed direction and continued onward. At this moment, he resembled a daring sailor standing atop a colossal wave, pursued by an overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts. Wherever he passed, there echoed the cries of despair. Within a spatial formation, Tang Feng of the Qi Yuan sect was hastening alongside a young woman. Behind Tang Feng, sword Qi erupted, swirling rapidly and thwarting the pursuing beasts that had transformed to chase them. Clearly, he had discovered a technique. The eruption of sword Qi was perfectly timed, merely obstructing rather than annihilating. Consequently, the power of his cultivation was significantly restrained, and the formation absorbed it, resulting in a correspondingly limited speed of new beast emergence. Sister Xiao, rest assured, with me here, you shall effortlessly advance to the second round. You need not worry about anything. Just leave everything to me. He gazed at the young woman beside him with a proud smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. She was the female cultivator he had long admired, yet he had not found an opportunity to pursue her within the sect. To his astonishment, he encountered her the moment the disciple exchange battle commenced. The young woman, her face adorned with shyness, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded, her cheeks flushed. Although she could easily handle the beasts behind them, the sensation of being protected was distinctly different. Tang Feng laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, and their speed surged momentarily. Ahead, a glimmering mark of spiritual light flickered incessantly. As they drew near, Tang Feng raised his hand, plucking the mark with ease, and without hesitation, handed it to the young woman. Upon receiving it, the flush on her face deepened. Sister Xiao, in truth, there is something I have long wished to convey to you. Ever since the first time I beheld you within the sect, Tang Feng began, his heart racing with excitement as he prepared to voice the confession he had contemplated throughout their journey. However, just as he uttered the first half of his sentiment, both of their brows furrowed simultaneously. Turning to glance behind them, their faces were instantly etched with terror. An unfathomable horde of beasts was surging towards them at an astonishing speed. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and Tang Feng was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his scalp prickling. While he possessed formidable strength and could effortlessly handle the transformed beasts in this realm, that was only under the condition of limited numbers. The sheer magnitude of this beast tide was sufficient to engulf him in an instant. No amount of strength could withstand it. To an ant, an elephant is a colossal creature. Yet, when the number of ants reaches a certain threshold, even the elephant must retreat in sorrow, succumbing to their onslaught. Sister Xiao. Let us speak of this another time. He could no longer afford to express his feelings. In an instant, he bolted away. However, despair soon etched itself upon his features, for the terror of the beast tide far exceeded his imagination, their numbers overwhelming beyond belief. Wang Bu'er, may you meet a wretched fate. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as the tide of beasts engulfed him. In the final moment when his protective aura dissipated, he could only harbor resentment, gritting his teeth as he shattered the teleportation jade slip. Tangfeng, you coward, you think you can pursue me. It will never be possible in your next life. Sister Qiao stood in a daze, unable to believe that the man who had just promised her countless sweet nothings had abandoned her in an instant. She did not direct her anger at the approaching tide of beasts. Instead, she felt a strange sense of relief. This beast tide had revealed the true nature of a man to her. After shattering the jade slip, she too vanished. As the scene shifted away from where the two had been, Wang Bu'er awkwardly collected the imprint. He realized he had inadvertently interrupted their rendezvous. However, this embarrassment was fleeting, quickly replaced by a sense of triumph. Serves you right. Who told you to slander me before? Especially you, Tangfeng. Claiming I infiltrated Qiyuan's sect 3 years ago to steal your master's undergarments. How absurd. It is clearly your own perversion. Still unsatisfied, Wang Bu'er stomped fiercely on the spot where Tangfeng had been teleported away before continuing his flight. This was a space of formations. Thus the beasts within were strikingly different from those outside. Aside from lacking their true cultivation, their speed was also influenced by the one pursuing them. In other words, the swiftness of Wang Bu'er directly dictated the pace of these beasts. With his bone wings, Wang Bu'er's speed was unmatched in this vast world, making him a formidable force. Under his command, the tide of beasts surged forth like an unstoppable bulldozer, leaving no one in its path unscathed. Whenever he spotted a cultivator from the Xingyuan sect, he charged without hesitation. Wang Bu'er, you shameless rogue, change direction quickly. What nefarious deeds have you committed to summon such a horde of beasts? Stay away from me, don't chase me. What the hell? What are you planning, Wang Bu'er? You are so wicked. Before this tide of beasts, only Wang Bu'er, with his physical and nascent soul cultivation, could remain unscathed. None could withstand the onslaught. Once the tide passed, not a blade of grass remained. It was exhilarating. As he barreled through, Wang Bu'er hardly needed to lift a finger. His foes were reduced to ash without any effort on his part. Moreover, he did not have to worry about revealing his own strength. Crucially, everyone understood that this horde of beasts could not have been summoned by Wang Bu'er alone. Thus, an unprecedented chase unfolded in the vast world. Did you not speak ill of me? Am I not the so-called disgrace of the western regions? Anyone who has spoken against me shall not escape. When encountering disciples of the Xingyuan sect, Wang Bu'er would simply turn away. But for those from other sects, he would crush them without mercy. As time gradually passes, the number of disciples from the other 4 sects in the Qianquan world has dwindled. Meanwhile, atop Wang Bu'er's head, the brilliance of the mark has become increasingly astonishing. He resembles a resplendent sun, traversing the world. Concurrently, in the external realm of Huayan sect, the expressions of the elders leading the team vary significantly. The foundational exchange battles of previous years have been a forte for Huayan sect, consistently securing the top slots. Thus, this foundational exchange battle is akin to a bestowed achievement for the elders leading Huayan sect. Huang Dingxiu, having just secured a chance for intimate engagement with Zhao Shuang, is immensely pleased. As the first round approaches its conclusion, he anticipates the commencement of the second round, where accolades will soon follow. Therefore, he finds himself in a state of utmost contentment. Conversely, the representatives from the other 3 sects, Wei Tianlei, Wu Yangbo, and Dai Yueling, are considerably anxious. Among these 3 sects, Qiyuan sect stands as the strongest, and their concern lies in whether they can maintain their previous standings while achieving further breakthroughs. As for Ziyun sect and Tianyuan sect, their trepidation revolves around potential unforeseen circumstances that might jeopardize their quotas. Friend Wu, I have heard that aside from Tu Shui and Guo Qiyuan, there is also a prodigious disciple named Feng Long among you. It seems Tianyuan sect possesses quite an arsenal of secret weapons. Wei Tianlei remarked with a touch of pride while observing the luminous screen. Wu Yangbo let out a cold smile. Despite his anxiety, Wei Tianlei's words held a grain of truth. Indeed, Tianyuan sect had invested considerable effort into this foundational exchange battle. Isn't Qiyuan sect just the same? Besides Tangfeng, There is also Tang Yuxing and several other peak talents. Qiyuan sect's preparations are equally formidable. Aren't they vying for Huayan sect's quotas? His gaze shifted to the side, landing on Dai Yueling. Sister Dai, this time, the formidable Huayan from Xian sect should be able to secure a quota, right? Alongside several other exceptionally gifted individuals. It appears. Dai Yueling remained silent, merely casting a cold glance and letting out a dismissive snort. Between the 5 sects, such information is challenging to keep entirely confidential. It is entirely normal for things to be exposed. She cast a glance at Zhao Shuang beside her, her eyes tinged with envy. Though they are both women, Zhao Shuang's beauty has rendered these despicable men reluctant to target her. In contrast, she receives no such treatment. Not only them, but other elders leading the teams are also engaged in hushed discussions, analyzing the disciples' standings and predicting outcomes. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. On the arena beneath the luminous screen, within the teleportation array, a brilliant light flashed, and a figure gradually materialized from within. As this individual fully coalesced and their attire became discernible, Huang Dengxiu's gaze flickered, compelling him to rise from his seat. Being teleported at this juncture undoubtedly indicated elimination. However, he did not anticipate that this eliminated individual would be a disciple of Huayan sect. Chapter 153. It is all Wang Bu'er's doing. Not only Huang Dengxiu, but the others also displayed expressions of astonishment. Everyone possessed the information of the 5 sects disciples, albeit with varying degrees of detail. The foundational disciple before them, while not among the most elite of the Huayan sect, undoubtedly possessed considerable prowess. Advancing to the second round was indisputable. Although unexpected events could occur, the number of eliminated participants in the first round was minimal. Under any circumstance, he should not be among the first to be eliminated. Oh, Brother Huang, isn't this one of your Huayan sect's allotted spots? This bodes ill, Wei Tianlei exclaimed with a hint of schadenfreude. Wu Yangbo and the others secretly rejoiced. Each Huayan disciple eliminated represented an increased opportunity for the remaining 4 sections. However, scarcely had his words left his mouth when the teleportation array shimmered once more, and a second figure materialized. The triumphant smile on Wei Tianlei's face instantly froze. The second individual was, astonishingly, a disciple from the Qiyuan sect. Although not the pinnacle of disciples, he was certainly among the favored candidates this time, as the sect had high hopes for him. Oh, isn't this from the Qiyuan sect? What was his name? Alas, what a pity, it seems Brother Wei's luck isn't as stellar as he thought. Huang Dengxiu, who had just been mocked, now wore a cold smirk. The momentary discomfort he felt had been avenged. Wu Yangbo and the others remained silent. Yet their inner delight only grew. Whether from the Qiyuan sect or the Huayan sect, as long as it was not their own disciples being eliminated, it was a cause for celebration. Yet, their smiles and surprise were short-lived. Soon, the array began to flicker once more, and the flashes became incessant. Disciples from the Huayan sect, Qiyuan sect, Tianyuan sect, and Xian sect emerged one after another. The rapid succession of appearances created a sensation, compelling everyone to rise from their seats. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the brilliance flickered, figures continuously emerged from the teleportation array. Initially, the elimination of foundational disciples did not attract much attention, for they were not the peak geniuses of their respective sections. However, this situation soon began to shift, as some absolute prodigies from the 4 sects, such as Tang Feng and others, were directly teleported in, throwing the 4 sects into disarray. What is happening? Why are so many appearing? This, Tang Feng, is the pinnacle genius of our Qiyuan sect. He has a chance to claim the top rank in the western regions. Is that not Fan Xiong from the Tianyuan sect? How did he emerge as well? Huayan has already sent out 6. Good heavens, what on earth is transpiring? Junior Sister Qiao, why is she crying? Is she resentful towards Brother Tang? It cannot be. Oh my heavens, could it be that Brother Tang is so indiscreet? And there, that is Huayan. As more and more disciples from the 4 sects were teleported out, the expressions of Wei Tianlei, Huang Dengxiu, and others began to shift into a state of utter unease. They quickly discerned the underlying implications. Within the luminous veil, the once pursued and subsequently motionless that now roams frantically. Regardless of who it encounters, any other soon vanishes without a trace. The hue of this has transformed into a deep crimson, reaching an almost blinding brilliance. What is happening? Huang Dengxiu's expression darkened, his simmering rage becoming increasingly difficult to contain. During the foundational disciples exchange battles, Huayan sect, as the foremost of the 5 great sects of the western regions, has always secured the most quotas. This was a boon for the elders leading the teams, a commendation laid at their feet. However, this time, when it was their turn, the once secure achievements had turned unexpectedly dire. Among those eliminated in the first round, Huayan's sect had the most, with a staggering 6 disciples. In previous exchange battles, there had never been fewer than 6 disciples who ultimately secured positions. Let alone in the first round. He could not fathom how misfortune could strike him to such an extent. Reporting to Elder Huang, It is that scoundrel Wang Bu'er. He unknowingly provoked a multitude of illusory beasts, causing a tide of beasts to surge. Unable to handle the situation, he recklessly fled, seeking to shift the blame elsewhere. The disciples, they truly. Reporting to Elder Wei, we too encountered Wang Bu'er. He attracted the beasts and, unable to contain them, fled in panic, leading to our disciples being overwhelmed and mistakenly harmed by the beast tide. Reporting to Elder Dai, it is Wang Bu'er, and he did this intentionally. He deliberately sought to disrupt our efforts. This individual has committed numerous misdeeds. It is astonishing that even now, he remains untroubled. Disciples are not lacking in capability. It is all Wang Bu'er's fault. He must have employed some vile means to incite the beast tide. It is all Wang Bu'er's cheating. The assembly could not afford to be careless, gathering the eliminated disciples for inquiry. Soon, an incomprehensible situation unfolded before them. Everyone finally took note that among Huayan's sect, Qiyuan's sect, Tianyuan's sect, and Xian's sect, there were indeed disciples who had been eliminated. Yet, within Qingyuan's sect, none had been lost. All remained within the Qianquan realm. Especially upon hearing that this entire debacle was linked to Wang Bu'er, all gazes turned sharply towards Zhao Shuaing. Even Huang Dunxiu found himself compelled to speak. Sister Zhao, could you elucidate this matter? Indeed, the foundational exchange battles are meant to be fair contests. How could Elder Wang resort to cheating? While such contests do not prohibit the use of certain tactics, Elder Wang's actions seem excessively egregious. We implore you, Sister Zhao, to clarify what means Xingyuan sect employed. Without a reasonable explanation, we cannot accept this. Now, it was clear to all that if nothing unforeseen occurred, the dot that had been pursued, then briefly stilled, and now began to dart about, was indeed Wang Bu'er. Observing the dot, representing Wang Bu'er, its crimson hue had reached a level that was almost intolerable. Moreover, the other dots targeted by him were swiftly eliminated without exception. The crowd could no longer contain their concerns. If this continued, would not the disciples of the 4 sects be entirely eradicated? Zhao Shuaing furrowed her brows in distress, yet soon relaxed them, even allowing a triumphant smile to grace her lips. In the face of the elder's inquiries, she exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, her indignation flared, growing even more intense. Senior Brother Huang, how dare you question me? Those words should have been directed towards you. She stepped forward, positioning herself before the assembly. Her presence commanding, her delicate visage adorned with a fierce expression, instantly exuding an overwhelming aura. Originally, I had no intention of uttering these words, but your ignorance and your misplaced blame upon us have pushed me to my limits. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their gazes flickering towards Zhao Shuaing, bewildered. They could not comprehend why, in the face of such evidence, Zhao Shuaing not only felt no remorse, but also resorted to sophistry. Junior Sister Zhao, do you still wish to blame us? The facts are laid bare before you. You have witnessed that these individuals were driven out by Wang Bu'er. His underhanded tactics incited the beast tide, which is undeniably unjust. Such conduct is absolutely intolerable in the foundational exchange battle. Indeed, you must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to petition the Great Summer City to disqualify the Xingyuan sect from this foundational exchange battle. Huang Dingxiu and the others stated, rendered speechless. Even though Zhao Shuaing was revered as the goddess of the western regions, their patience waned. Yet, Zhao Shuaing's retort remained unrelenting, laced with scorn and derision. You accuse Wang Bu'er of cheating? I dare say, it is you who are the true offenders. Chapter 154. Elder, it is indeed a beast tide, a multitude of beast tides. You allege that Wang Bu'er cheated? I dare say it is you who are the true culprits. Zhao Shuaing stood before the crowd with her hands clasped behind her back, her countenance radiating unreserved mockery and disdain. Brother Huang, you surely have not forgotten the circumstances at the onset of the first round? At that time, 2 individuals could unmistakably pinpoint Wang Bu'er's location. The formations here were crafted by the Huayan sect, yet such a flaw emerged. Brother Huang, do you not owe us an explanation? Now that it is confirmed that the dot represents Wang Bu'er, Zhao Shuaing could assert with certainty that those 2 individuals possessed means to locate him. Huang Dingxiu was momentarily rendered speechless, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Although they could not witness the events within the Qianquan space with their own eyes, everything that transpired on the light screen was vividly etched in their memories. Initially, the identity of that had not been established as Wang Bu'er, thus it had not drawn attention. Yet in retrospect, it was indeed as she described. If indeed someone had the ability to locate others within the Qiankuan realm, it would represent a monumental flaw, one that the Huayan sect could never overlook. Huh, and you, Brother Wei and your companions, also dare to question my assertions. True, it is indeed Wang Bu'er driving away disciples of various sections. But have you all forgotten that it was your disciples who united to hunt him down? Must it be that only the magistrate is allowed to set fire while the commoners cannot light a lamp? Can you provide me with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter? Wei Tianlei and the others, like Huang Dengqiu, were rendered speechless. Yet, Zhao Shuang's rebuttal was far from over. She turned to the disciples of various sects, now furious and grinding their teeth after being eliminated. And you, mere failures, where do you find the audacity to lay blame? What place is this? In what realm did you enter? You claim that if someone cheats, then indeed there is cheating? And you dare to complain that Wang Bu'er summoned a beast tide? How utterly ridiculous! Are you unaware of the structure of the Qiankuan small world? Do you not comprehend how the illusory demon beasts are generated within? Even if Wang Bu'er possessed countless elixirs, treasures, and formidable cultivation, how many beasts could he possibly amass alone? And a beast tide, how ludicrous your imaginations are! Being eliminated simply means being eliminated. There is no need for such convoluted reasoning, rather than casting blame in every direction. Perhaps you should reflect upon yourselves and consider whether your arrogance has led you to underestimate everything, resulting in your downfall and subsequent entrapment. Zhao Shuang's voice rose in an impassioned roar, resonating far and wide. All those present, observing the spectacle, could hear her clearly. Tang Feng and his companions turned crimson, their faces resembling that of a liver, but in that moment, they found themselves utterly unable to refute Zhao Shuang's words. Not only they, but also Huang Dengqiu and others were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation and rendered speechless. Zhao Shuang was indeed correct. Even if Wang Bu'er were to act recklessly, how many illusory beasts could he possibly conjure? The mere invocation of the term beast tide under these circumstances is utterly absurd. Esteemed elder, it truly is a beast tide, an overwhelming multitude of them, stretching beyond the horizon. Tang Feng's face was a portrait of confusion. He found himself at a loss for words. Undoubtedly, what he had just stated was irrefutable truth. Yet, the reality of the situation, both in terms of Wang Bu'er's cultivation prowess and the structural layout of the entire Qiankuan realm, rendered such occurrences impossible. Elder, we are not lying. Wang Bu'er must have employed some other means. Ah, yes, he possesses talismans and countless treasures. He has a penchant for self-detonation. It must be the explosive powers of the talismans and treasures that conjured the beast tide. Huo Wanyan, who had recently been eliminated and transported out, spoke with palpable frustration. It is precisely as we have described. He is leading a beast tide comprising at least 100,000 monstrous creatures, sweeping away everyone except those from the Xingyuan sect. Guo Qiyuan, equally anxious, recounted how he had encountered Wang Bu'er without a moment's notice, only to be engulfed immediately. Had he not been swift enough to shatter the jade slip, he would have been trapped indefinitely. Others lamented Wang Bu'er's malevolence, their teeth clenched in wrath, wishing nothing less than to see him torn asunder. Yet, the more fervently they expressed their indignation, the more furrowed the brows of Huang Dengqiu and his companions became, their disbelief deepening. They were certain that the events described by these disciples could not possibly transpire within that realm. The sheer number of beasts was, by all means, laughable. The more resolute and argumentative the disciples became, the more awkward the elders felt. Soon enough, Tang Feng and the others chose to silence themselves, tears of frustration welling in their eyes. As they observed their elders gazing at them with expressions akin to that of fools or braggarts, a profound despair enveloped them. Heaven, have mercy. We speak nothing but the truth. Why can you not believe us? They understood the incredibility of their claims. On the surface, it appeared impossible. Yet, the truth remained. This was precisely how events had unfolded. Each eliminated Foundation establishment cultivator wore a mask of profound frustration, yearning to be transported back and present the beast tide before Wei Tianlei and the others. Boom. The teleportation array flickered once more, and figures quickly coalesced. Another disciple from the Huayan sect stepped forth, his visage a blend of sorrow, indignation, and a heart full of grievances, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Upon emerging, his gaze immediately fixed on the disciples and elders of the Xingyuan sect. Then, he raised his voice. Elder Huang, I must protest. Wang Bu'er from the Xingyuan sect is cheating. He summoned the beast tide, employing despicable means to drive away the monstrous creatures. I had already gathered 6 seals, yet it was because of him, specifically his targeting of me. His voice trembled with a hint of tears. However, as he spoke, he suddenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding him. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a sea of pitiful glances, particularly from Huang Dingxiu, whose face had turned a ghastly shade, radiating a murderous intent. He was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had I said something amiss? Was my timing for speaking inappropriate? No, I was merely stating the truth. Whether I should have spoken or not was irrelevant. Be silent. At that moment, Huang Dingxiu felt nothing but embarrassment. The beast tied. Once again, upon hearing those two words, it felt as though someone was striking him across the face, especially when he witnessed the disdain and contempt on the face of his beloved after she heard the same words. The awkwardness was inexpressible. Elder Huang, I truly speak the truth. Wang Bu'er is utterly malevolent. He has committed numerous misdeeds. It is evident that he is the one. The disciple was still bewildered, unable to grasp what had transpired. He mistakenly believed Huang Dingxiu was angry over his disqualification and hastened to explain himself more fervently. Yet, the more he explained, the more Huang Dingxiu's fury ignited, reaching a point where it became unbearable. I told you to leave, he bellowed, raising his hand to unleash a gust of wind that sent the individual flying like a mere insect, landing who knows where. Brother Huang, perhaps it would be prudent not to be so enraged. After all, we are disciples of Huayan sect, and they were left with no other options. All of us being elders of the sect, we should not be so impulsive, right? Wei Tianlei, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight. His joy stemmed not from any other reason. Though many from Qiyuan sect had been eliminated, the disparity when compared to Huayan sect was far too significant. By all accounts, Huayan sect had already lost 7 out of 10 members, while Qiyuan sect still had 5 remaining. His words, though couched in an attempt at consolation, were indeed a deliberate provocation. Huang Dingxiu gritted his teeth. How could he not discern Wei Tianlei's intentions? Was there any clearer demonstration of schadenfreude? Yet, at that moment, he could not unleash his wrath and could only endure. Just then, as Wei Tianlei's words lingered in the air, his smile still lingering, a flash of light flickered on the teleportation array, transforming into a figure. Coincidentally, the robes of this individual were unmistakably those of Qiyuan sect. The moment he stepped out, the male disciple immediately turned towards Wei Tianlei, falling to his knees with a thud, weeping uncontrollably. Elder Wei, we have been deceived. That scoundrel Wang Bu'er has actually incited the beast tide to drive us away. It was an overwhelming tide of beasts, leaving us with no room for resistance. Wei Tianlei's complexion instantly turned ashen, resembling that of a pig's liver. Get out. With a powerful slap, he sent the individual flying, the force far surpassing that of Huang Dingxiu. Chapter 155. How can there be such a vast disparity even among those at the 9th level of Foundation establishment? Within the realm of Qianxia, Wang Bu'er led the tide of beasts, charging forth with unbridled ferocity. Any who were not disciples of the Xingyuan sect were mercilessly trampled beneath his might. His deliberate pretense of despair and struggle was not intended to deceive other cultivators, but rather to conceal the true extent of his physical cultivation. After once again crushing a disciple of the Huayan sect, compelling the latter to shatter his jade slip and depart, Wang Bu'er's pace finally began to wane. That should suffice. By my count, I have already dispatched over 20. The remaining spots are likely running thin. He ceased his advance, instead setting up a barbecue grill, attentively observing the surrounding tide of beasts while indulging in his culinary delight. Since his foray commenced, the absence of swift sword techniques to eradicate the beasts had resulted in minimal external release of his cultivation power, leading to a prolonged stagnation in the number of illusory beasts he could conjure, particularly now, as the lifespan of certain beasts began to reach its limit. Leading to their collapse and dissolution, the surrounding tide of beasts was also diminishing. He had no intention of further amassing the tide. Firstly, the number of remaining individuals had indeed dwindled significantly. Secondly, with the first round nearing its conclusion, there was no necessity for it. As Wang Bu'er continued to relish his leisurely barbecue, in an obscure corner of the Qinquan realm, Tu Shui and Huluz walked side by side. Their range of movement was limited, as they maintained a steady pace, evading the beasts that pursued them in a continuous loop. At that moment, their faces were marked with terror and bitter smiles, even tinged with the palpable fear of having survived a calamity. Brother Hu, what a lesson this has been. This is the true lesson. From now on, we must never oppose Wang Bu'er again. This fellow is a monster, an aberration. Tu Shui wiped the cold sweat from his brow, shaking his head repeatedly. Indeed, we must avoid provoking him. If we encounter him again, we shall take a wide berth. He is far too enigmatic, and a single misstep could lead to our demise. Opposing him is tantamount to seeking death. Kulus nodded in fervent agreement. Though they had initially been driven away by Wang Bu'er's tide of beasts, they had not entirely relinquished their pursuit. Thus, they had been using positioning jade slips to follow him from a distance. They bore witness to the scenes of his relentless trampling. They were frightened, truly frightened. This individual was exceedingly strange, exceedingly terrifying. Merely the sight of the beast tide was enough to send shivers down their spines and weaken their knees. Particularly after witnessing Wang Bu'er not only accumulate an unfathomable number of fearsome beasts, but also navigate the tide with ease, utterly unscathed. They were struck by the sheer horror of the spectacle. In that moment, they simultaneously realized how foolish it would be to seek trouble with Wang Bu'er alone. Exchanging glances once more, they felt a profound sense of camaraderie, a shared understanding of their plight. Brother Hu, let us not speak of these matters to anyone outside. Wang Bu'er is exceedingly ruthless and treacherous. Once his words are uttered, it will spell our demise. We must remain silent, absolutely refrain from divulging anything, even at the cost of our lives. Not only must we remain mute, but we must also feign ignorance, as if nothing has transpired. Kulus nodded fervently, drenched in sweat. His face a portrait of terror. How dreadful! At this moment, Wang Bu'er loomed in their minds as a monstrous apparition. Tu Shui dared not demand the elixirs any longer. His cultivation level had become inconsequential. Although the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, it pales in comparison to the threat of losing one's life. Kulu's too abandoned thoughts of vengeance for his master, Lu Rian. The grudge had lost its significance. He even believed that opposing either Lu Rian or Wang Bu'er was merely inviting suffering and futility upon themselves. Both men fixated on two radiant marks above their heads, doing nothing but relinquishing all fantasies, dutifully circling in place while constantly producing jade slips to ascertain Wang Bu'er's position. The moment they drew near, they would flee without hesitation. Not long after, the sizzling sound of food being grilled reached Wang Bu'er's ears as he frowned. Observing the two trembling disciples of the Xingyuan sect before him, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty, he shook his head repeatedly. What have you two seen? Reporting to Elder Wang, we have seen nothing. We know nothing. Yes, indeed. For some reason, I couldn't see anything just now. The two stammered like chicks pecking at grain, their faces glistening with sweat, anxiety palpable. Do you understand what to say upon exiting? Wang Bu'er tapped the table once more. Nothing to say. We have never encountered you. Yes, indeed. We have never met Elder Wang at all. They continued their nervous affirmation. Be cautious in your actions and endeavors. I hold great expectations for you both. Wang Bu'er resumed his rhythmic tapping. Rest assured, Elder Wang, you shall be our idol henceforth. In the Xingyuan sect, while we may disregard the words of our esteemed leader, we shall certainly heed your counsel. Whatever Elder Wang wishes to accomplish, we shall see it through. Yes. In the future, should Elder Wang point east, we shall not venture west. If Elder Wang speaks of heaven, we shall assuredly remain on the ground. Your words shall be our guiding ambition. They continued their nervous affirmations. Enough. Go on and attend to your matters. Wang Bu'er expressed his satisfaction. The murderous intent that had once brewed within him was subdued. Elder Wang, please enjoy your time. Yes, Elder Wang. Take your time to drink. We shall take our leave now. The two again pecked nervously and then respectfully retreated, hastily departing. Only after they had walked a considerable distance did they finally relax, waves of dread washing over them. How perilous it to their astonishment. They beheld Wang Bu'er reclining in a chair, nonchalantly disregarding the attacks of the surrounding phantasmal beasts, leisurely indulging in barbecue and wine. They could scarcely fathom the extent of Wang Bu'er's prowess that allowed him such audacity. In that fleeting moment of uncovering his secret, despair enveloped them, often. Possessing too much knowledge proves to be a double-edged sword. Enough. If we wish to preserve our lives, we must completely erase the recent events from our minds. Even a single word of revelation could spell our doom, regardless of how many lives we possess. They lamented. Alas, despite both being at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, why is there such a chasm between us? Indeed, Elder Wang was an extraordinary figure. No wonder Elder Zhao held him in high regard. The wisdom imparted by their mothers rang true. Success is always underpinned by reason. As they ambled along, they couldn't help but express their awe. Undoubtedly, Wang Bu'er's image in their minds had swelled to an unfathomable magnitude. Meanwhile, Wang Bu'er had lost his appetite for barbecue. Regret washed over him. He lamented his earlier restraint, recognizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Although he had relished the moment, he anticipated skepticism upon his return. Why was it that he could not maintain a low profile when it mattered most? This perplexity gnawed at him. Was he not a person of greater self-discipline in his previous life? Impulsiveness truly is a devilish trait. As time languidly passed, just as Wang Bu'er was on the verge of slumber, the transmission jade slip in his hand illuminated. With the first round of the Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange competition nearing its conclusion, the teleportation array had yet to manifest any new arrivals. However, the tumultuous atmosphere surrounding the arena was palpable. Though the competition had not entirely concluded, the outcome was glaringly evident. The top talents from Huayan sect, Qiyuan sect, Tianyuan sect, and Ziyun sect had been thoroughly eliminated. Huayan sect retained 2 participants, Qiyuan sect 2, Tianyuan sect 2, and Ziyun sect a few more. Yet, Xingyuan sect remained unscathed. With every single contestant intact, Huang Dengxiu and his companions had been holding their breath in anticipation. They awaited the final moment of the first round to interrogate Wang Bu'er and his companions, eager to unveil the truth of what transpired. Regardless of the specifics, it was now clear that this incident was intertwined with Wang Bu'er. One could fabricate a lie, but when so many spoke of Wang Bu'er, something was amiss. At long last, as the energy of the light screen waned and began to dissipate, the teleportation array shimmered to life, actively transmitting the Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Qianquan world one by one. All eyes were fixed on the array in eager anticipation. Finally, a familiar silhouette coalesced within the beam of light, gradually materializing into the form of Wang Bu'er. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huang Dingxiu and his companions immediately rose, their gazes sharp as blades, fixed upon him. Everyone was poised to inquire what Wang Bu'er had accomplished. Yet, as Wang Bu'er stepped forth from the teleportation array, all were momentarily rendered speechless. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Wang Bu'er, who had just emerged, their eyes filled with disbelief. His robe was tattered and ragged, his hair disheveled, his complexion pale, and a chilling smear of blood stained the corner of his mouth. His body was riddled with countless wounds. Most alarming was the chaotic aura of his cultivation, teetering on the brink of plummeting from the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. In his hand, he clutched a battered flying sword, its spiritual light dimmed, clearly bearing the scars of innumerable battles. Before anyone could pose a question, Wang Bu'er staggered forward, collapsing directly before Zhao Shuang. Shuang, I nearly lost the chance to see you. Chapter 156. I have endured through the darkness until now. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Tianlei and the other elders, along with the talented disciples from the 4 sects, were left utterly speechless. They had anticipated questioning Wang Bu'er the moment he appeared, prepared to hold him accountable. Yet, at the very moment Wang Bu'er stepped forth, they found themselves rendered mute. How could this individual have fallen to such a pitiful state? This was utterly divergent from their expectations. Particularly striking was the palpable weakness radiating from Wang Bu'er, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. The brows of Wei Tianlei, Huang Dingxiu, and others furrowed deeply. They immediately sensed that the situation was likely more complex than they had initially presumed. Likewise, Tang Feng and Huo Wanyan shared the same uneasy expression, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. In the next moment, Wang Bu'er grasped Zhao Shuang's skirt, weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Shuang, you have no idea what I endured within. The talented disciples from our 4 sects, consumed by jealousy over my connection with you, conspired to hunt me down. I have exerted every ounce of strength and resource at my disposal to survive until now. They all despise me and deliberately cast the mark before me, ensuring that the light of the mark shines bright, making it all too easy for them to locate me. I have suffered immensely, coming perilously close to death on several occasions. Yet, thoughts of you, of not wanting to let you down, have fueled my perseverance until this very moment. Shuang, you cannot fathom their depravity. They insisted I speak ill of you, and when I refused, they relentlessly pursued me. Their cowardice knows no bounds. In a desperate bid to eliminate me, they even chose to forfeit their qualifications at the last moment, transferring all the accumulated phantom beasts directly onto me. I have fought through the darkest of times to reach this point. As Wang Bu'er's lament unfolded, all save for Zhao Shuang and a select few stood aghast, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Tang Feng and Huo Wanyan were struck dumb, their foreheads slick with sweat. Initially, some of Wang Bu'er's claims seemed somewhat plausible, but as he continued, the narrative grew increasingly absurd, straying far from reality. The final revelation, that they had willingly forfeited their qualifications to burden him with the phantom beasts, was simply preposterous. What kind of fool would concoct such a scheme? Wei Tianlei, Huang Dingxiu, and the others were equally astonished. This was not merely different, it was utterly dissimilar. The accounts from the eliminated disciples of the various sects bore no resemblance to what Wang Bu'er was now asserting. They had previously dismissed their disciples' claims. For some events seemed entirely implausible, especially the notion of a horde of over 100,000 phantom beasts. However, Wang Bu'er's account now appeared even more improbable. Particularly the act of relinquishing one's qualifications to eliminate Wang Bu'er using illusionary beasts is nothing short of foolishness. Any individual possessing a modicum of intellect would refrain from such actions. Conversely, the earlier insinuation of jealousy regarding the relationship between Wang Bu'er and Zhao Shuang, as well as the targeting of Wang Bu'er, holds some credibility. Furthermore, the notion of a collaborative pursuit to eliminate him also bears some weight. After all, they had previously formed conjectures based on the trajectory of the points displayed on the screen. Naturally, there exists a group of individuals equally stupefied by the events, namely the various disciples who remained alongside Wang Bu'er, having not been eliminated until just recently. Aside from the disciples of the Xingyuan sect, the survival of others was purely a matter of fortunate circumstances or a commendable degree of cunning, as they meticulously sought out the marks from the onset, exercising patience and restraint. Most of these individuals now wore expressions of utter bewilderment, entirely oblivious to the unfolding drama. What is transpiring? How could such thrilling events have occurred? How could there be such commotion? They gazed at their sex prodigies as if they were fools, disbelief etched across their faces. They too were perplexed, unable to fathom how these individuals, typically as sharp as a whip, could commit such a blunder. Under the scrutiny of these gazes, Tang Feng and the others were on the verge of tears. Why are you looking at me? Am I truly that foolish? I swear, I did not do it. We were merely caught up in Wang Bu'er's beast wave. Well, the situation had reverted to square one, and they found themselves unable to elucidate the origin of the beast wave. From any conceivable perspective, this event was utterly implausible. Absolutely, unequivocally impossible. These super geniuses gritted their teeth, suppressing their fury and frustration, stamping their feet and clenching their fists, with their hearts nearly bursting with pent-up emotion. It was exasperating, truly exasperating, to be so blatantly bullied and mocked, yet unable to voice their grievances. Even if they did, no one would believe them, and instead, they would be scorned as fools. Such a feeling was profoundly stifling, leading one to question the very fabric of existence. Elder Huang and esteemed brothers and sisters, surely you must provide an explanation for this matter? You bully us so mercilessly and yet dare to play the victim. Do I not deserve some form of accountability? Witnessing Wang Bu'er's woeful state shattered Zhao Shuang's heart. Were it not for the throng of people, she would have embraced Wang Bu'er, wishing to console him thoroughly. The notion of playing the victim? An explanation? Tang Feng and the others felt their heads spinning, as if the world around them were cloaked in darkness, their feet pounding the ground to the point of ruin. They could no longer contain their emotions. They were on the brink of bursting. Having suffered such a significant loss, knowing full well that it was Wang Bu'er's machinations behind it all, they found themselves vilified in the end. An explanation? Huang Dingxiu and the others swallowed hard, equally overwhelmed by the urge to spew blood. They certainly did not believe Wang Bu'er's words to be genuine. However, the crux of the matter was that all the accounts provided by their disciples ultimately hinged on the implausible occurrence of the beast wave, a scenario that simply could not exist. While Wang Bu'er's claims were indeed outrageous, they still retained a semblance of possibility. Despite the possibility that all of their brilliant disciples may indeed be fools, I must report to the elder that I have witnesses. At that moment, Tang Feng and his companions suddenly recognized two familiar voices among the last group that had been teleported away. Elder, during our pursuit of Elder Wang Bu'er, both junior brother Hu Luci and Tu Shui Ji were present. They can attest to the veracity of our claims. It is true that Wang Bu'er summoned a multitude of illusory beasts, which resulted in a beast tide. The others displayed expressions of delight. You have witnesses, but does Wang Bu'er possess any? Indeed, and all of us can confirm that Wang Bu'er has committed heinous acts. In fact, many previous misdeeds, the sources of which were initially unknown, can be traced back to him. If the elders do not believe us, they may inquire with other disciples. Wang Bu'er's malevolence was exposed by us, which incited his wrath and relentless pursuit of us. Tang Feng and his companions continued, oblivious to the increasingly grim expressions on the faces of Huang Dingxiu and the others. Upon hearing these accusations, Tu Shui and Hu Luci felt their legs grow weak. The formidable reputation of Wang Bu'er had left an indelible mark on their minds, especially after hearing someone mention that Zhao Shuing had proposed a way to track Wang Bu'er's vulnerabilities. They were not only too frightened to confront Wang Bu'er, but if they dared to speak up, how would they explain their previous pursuit of him? Wouldn't that be akin to walking into a trap? Instantly, The two stood up in unison, their expressions grave, their gazes resolute, and their tones unyielding. Respected elders, we are completely unaware of this matter. We have never participated in the tracking of Elder Wang Bu'er. Moreover, Elder Wang Bu'er has posed no threat to us. On the contrary, he has repeatedly assisted us in evading the pursuit of the illusory beasts. Without his help, we might not have endured until now. Indeed, Elder Wang Bu'er has generously bestowed upon us numerous spirit stones and treasures, showing us great kindness. There is absolutely no truth to the notion of him being angered out of shame. You scoundrels, Tang Feng and your ilk, having provoked Wang Bu'er, now seek to drag us down with you. Absolutely not. Nothing occurred, and I assure you, nothing at all transpired. Humph, Brother Huang, and all other esteemed brothers. Did you hear that? This is what your own disciples are saying. Surely they wouldn't lie, would they? Zhao Shuing, while comforting Wang Bu'er, was seething with rage as she loudly questioned them. How many flaws are there in their statements? I need not point them out for you to recognize them. Fine. Let us assume that everything they say is true. Let us assume there was indeed a beast tide. How is it that Wang Bu'er alone could contend with over 100,000 illusory beasts, and yet you talented disciples could not withstand them? Which among you does not possess greater talent than Wang Bu'er? Moreover, I urge you to contemplate. Could any of you withstand a beast tide of such magnitude? Well, let us set aside all else and focus on the fact that while Wang Bu'er can withstand the same monstrous beasts, they cannot. This is the essence of victory. They deserve to be eliminated. Zhao Shuang flicked her sleeves and turned away. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the rules, after the first round concludes, we shall rest for 3 days. I take my leave now. As for the rest, it is of no concern to me. The outcome is already determined. In the second round, our Xingyuan sect occupies 10 of the 20 available slots. The remaining places are yours to manage. Furthermore, regarding this incident, you better provide me with an explanation, not only for me, but more importantly, for Wang Bu'er. With that said, she departed alongside Wang Bu'er and other disciples of the Xingyuan sect. Huang Dingxiu and the others exchanged glances, filled with frustration yet rendered speechless. Zhao Shuang spoke the truth. Even if there was a beast tide, and even if Wang Bu'er had intentionally incited it, leading to their elimination, none of them were weaker than Wang Bu'er. If he can endure, why can't they? Everyone was taken aback, their teeth clenched and lips sealed, uncertain of what to do. This foundational disciple exchange battle had seemed entirely different from the onset. The atmosphere around the arena was particularly strange, and the environment eerily silent. Only from a distance, the voices of Zhao Shuang, Wang Bu'er, and the other Xingyuan sect disciples could be heard. Shuang, they are cheating. Even if it's not cheating, it is certainly an act of vengeance. You must stand up for me. To hold my ground, I have exhausted thousands of talismans, and hundreds of spiritual weapons have been destroyed. My medicinal supplies are nearly depleted. You must compensate me. Fine, compensation, all compensation. Shuang, those people are truly ruthless. Dozens pursued me alone, and I was utterly terrified. When I return today, you must hold me while I sleep, or I shall have nightmares. All right, I shall hold you while you sleep. Shuang, now you see clearly that none of those golden core elders from the 4 sects are good. Their disciples are up to no good, and they are surely the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. You must not associate with them any longer. All right, I shall not associate with them. Not a single one. Chapter 157. It is not the younger brother who seeks to ensnare the second brother, but rather the second brother who misconstrues the trap as a haven. Amidst the gentle murmur of flowing water, the melodious chirping of birds, the fragrant blossoms, and the warm embrace of sunlight, a serene breeze dances playfully. Outside the Huayan sect, beside a tranquil lake nestled in the Rain-Ink Mountains, Wang Bu'er savored a perfectly roasted carp, its exterior crisp while the interior remained tender, accompanied by a wine brewed from unknown fruits. A visage of utter contentment and bliss gracing his features. Were it not for the fact that this was the realm of cultivation, Wang Bu'er had no doubt that if he were on Earth, this indulgence would render him immobile within mere months. Su Ziyue continued to embody the role of a diligent attendant, smiling as she tended to the grill, tirelessly devoted to her task. However, Su Haoran presented a stark contrast. At that moment, he pulled up a chair beside Wang Bu'er, his expression marred by embarrassment and guilt. Third brother, regarding that incident, you cannot hold me entirely accountable. I was compelled into it. Besides, I am merely a foundation establishment disciple. My strength pales in comparison to theirs. Whatever they demanded of me, I had no choice but to comply. I had no inkling that those elixirs would be so exorbitantly priced. Su Haoran rapped his forehead, exhausting every possible explanation. Yet Wang Bu'er remained indifferent, his focus unwavering from the delectable fish. How about this? I recently acquired a rather fine spiritual artifact. Allow me to present it to you as a token of apology and compensation." With a flourish, he produced a palm-sized flying vessel from his storage bag. A pained expression crossed his face. Though merely a spiritual artifact, its speed was remarkable, conserving energy while remaining discreet, an excellent mode of transport. Such treasures were rare, even for core formation cultivators to possess. Wang Bu'er cast a glance, pursed his lips, and continued to ignore him, his attention steadfastly fixed on the roasted fish. "Very well. I shall add these elixirs as well. This represents my family's entire allocation for the coming year. There are no more to spare. Surely, this will suffice." Su Haoran retrieved an assortment of elixirs, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, each possessing considerable value and efficacy. Wang Bu'er remained silent, still unresponsive. With a sigh of resignation, Su Haoran shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth, and ultimately produced an ornate wooden box from his storage bag. "Here, take this as well. It is a treasure bestowed upon me by my father. Although not a weapon for combat, it is indeed a protective relic. This artifact can leave a mark at a specific location. Upon encountering danger, it can be activated to teleport the bearer within 10 miles of the marked position in the blink of an eye. This should adequately convey my sincerity." Su Haoran's face reflected his anguish more profoundly. Wang Bu'er's eyes brightened at this revelation, finally relinquishing the fish's tail to accept the box and other offerings. "Second brother, what is this? Must we be so formal amongst brothers? I harbor no grievances towards you, and how could this incident possibly be laid at your feet? Come now, let us put the past behind us and raise a toast." Wang Bu'er, with a calm demeanor and an unflinching heart, continued to stuff various items into his storage bag while filling Su Haoran's wine cup, as if none of the preceding events had ever transpired. Su Haoran, gritting his teeth in frustration, found himself forced to endure his third brother's shamelessness, which seemed to know no bounds. Meanwhile, Su Ziyue, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes sparkling with amusement. It was the first time she had witnessed someone manage her brother with such finesse. "By the way, third brother, do you still have that elixir?" After a few rounds of wine, Su Haoran suddenly inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Indeed, I do have one left." "What of it?" Wang Bu'er responded, perplexed, as he regarded the elixir as nothing more than a mere trinket, devoid of any real value or reason for concealment. "Well, you see, Ziyue's cultivation has been stagnating lately, particularly her techniques, which have hit a bottleneck. Due to some pressing family matters, we urgently need her to make a breakthrough in her cultivation. So, would you be willing to transfer that elixir to me? Rest assured, I shall compensate you the amount previously offered by Elder Huang and the others." For the sake of his sister, Su Haoran finally spoke up. "You wish for an elixir?" Wang Bu'er was momentarily speechless. This elixir was merely a facade, essentially ineffective, and while he might trick others, he could never do so with Su Ziyue. "Second brother, it's not that I am unwilling to part with it, but rather the elixir's efficacy." He intended to explain that the elixir's effects were unstable and that the likelihood of success for Su Ziyue was quite low. However, before he could finish, Su Haoran waved his hand dismissively. "Third brother, you needn't worry about that. I have already inquired about the elixir's effects, and they are indeed remarkable. You may not be aware, but Elder Wei from Qiyuan sect obtained 4 elixirs, and 3 individuals successfully broke through. Elder Wu from Taiyanuanzong also acquired 4 elixirs, with all 4 achieving success. Furthermore, Elder Huang from Huayan sect similarly had 4 elixirs, with 2 individuals even experiencing a 2-tier increase in their realms. While Ziyue's talent may not rival those top geniuses, she is certainly not lacking. Therefore, I am quite confident in the results of using the elixir." Su Haoran's unwavering confidence left Wang Bu'er momentarily dumbfounded. In recent days, he had heard more than once about the astonishing effects of his elixirs, which had left him both speechless and bewildered. How could something so seemingly unrelated and ineffective be regarded as a miraculous elixir by so many? Hearing Su Haoran's assertions only deepened his confusion. Is it truly that remarkable? With no other recourse, Su Haoran resignedly produced the elixir and handed it to him. Since it was for Ziyue, the matter of exchanges became irrelevant. As long as his second brother did not trouble him later by claiming the elixir had no effect, that would suffice. Rest assured, I am not that sort of person. Moreover, I have prepared additional auxiliary elixirs, ensuring that unforeseen circumstances are unlikely to arise. Su Haoran, filled with pride, accepted the elixirs and handed them to Su Ziyue, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Well, since there's someone to take the blame, there is nothing to worry about." Wang Bu'er pouted, stating, "It's not that I intend to deceive my second brother. Rather, my second brother has mistaken the pit for a nest. Now, it seems fortunate that he has finally rid himself of the last elixir. and no one will mention this matter again. The only regret is that he no longer has the opportunity to thoroughly study this elixir. It is perplexing to witness how, despite being merely a shield for himself, it exhibits such terrifying effects in the hands of Wei Tianlei and his companions. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Wang Bu'er contentedly returned to his cave abode. Just as he was about to indulge in a brief nap, a sound transmission talisman pierced through the array, landing before him. Wang Bu'er swiftly grasped the talisman, and after absorbing its contents, his brow furrowed slightly. Without much hesitation, he turned and vanished in a flash. Moments later, he materialized in the Grand Hall of the Huayan sect's teleportation array. He then returned to the Xingyuan sect via the teleportation array. As he stepped out, an overwhelmingly heavy aura immediately enveloped him, casting an indescribable sense of oppression over the entire realm. Elder Wang, the disciple guarding the teleportation array, immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Wang Bu'er. Wang Bu'er frowned. He noticed that the disciple's robe was not that of the sect's attire, but instead, he donned a white robe. It was not just him. All the disciples of the Xingyuan sect within the range of his spiritual perception were similarly attired. Without uttering a word, he merely nodded, retrieved a set of white robes from his storage bag, and donned them before heading straight for the Xingyuan palace. Chapter 158. The Fall of the Nascent Soul. As one approaches the Xingyuan sect, the atmosphere becomes increasingly heavy and solemn. Wang Bu'er's gaze swept across the area. Apart from the Grand Hall of the teleportation array, numerous cultivators continuously entered through various passages. These individuals appeared weary and travel-worn, clearly having journeyed from afar. Before the Xingyuan sect, a multitude of Foundation establishment disciples awaited, each donned in simple white robes. Without entering the Xingyuan palace, Wang Bu'er made his way directly to the rear mountain of the palace, where a vast array of magnificent palaces stood. Suddenly, as he drew near, the sound of a bell resonated thunderously. The once solemn bell now echoed a mournful tone, stirring an involuntary sense of oppression within one's heart. After traversing several layers of array light screens, Wang Bu'er finally reached his destination. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Shuang, who swiftly flickered away. Apart from Zhao Shuang, all the golden core cultivators of the Xingyuan sect had gathered, standing respectfully in the hall. Their eyes fixed upon an elder seated cross-legged on a mat in the highest position, his expression filled with sorrow. The elder, with flowing white hair and clad in a simple robe, exuded an ethereal aura, his age indeterminate. Yet at this moment, he exuded no aura. He had departed from this world. Behind him, a silver-white flying sword gleamed brilliantly, its presence imposing and lethal. Though Wang Bu'er was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, his status as an elder of the sect commanded respect, and thus the others paid him no mind. Only Peng Bowen and a few others furrowed their brows, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Fellow disciples, today our Xingyuan sect mourns in unison as we send off Elder Lu to the next realm. He dedicated his life to the battle for our human cultivation world. Facing countless perils, his passing marks the most profound loss for our sect in nearly a century. However, he left behind a final wish, instructing us, his juniors, to keep his farewell simple, avoiding grandiosity. He has fought valiantly throughout his life, leaving behind numerous achievements. He serves as a lifelong example for countless disciples of our sect. I hope everyone remembers his teachings and adheres to propriety, facing future challenges with courage for the sake of our human cultivation world. Peng Bowen's words, though few, inexplicably stirred something within Wang Bu'er. He surveyed the surroundings. Regardless of their previous attitudes towards him, all the Golden Core elders now bore solemn expressions, radiating an indescribable resolve and reverence. Their countenances were devoid of disdain, filled only with respect. Disciples shall faithfully obey the wishes of the elder. Upon Peng Bowen's declaration, everyone clasped their hands together in reverence and bowed deeply. In that instant, an indescribable aura surged forth, soaring into the heavens like a sharp sword, shaking the very skies. Moreover, the elder's treasured sword, the Tianhuang sword, had already sealed itself. According to sect customs, shortly, all disciples of Foundation establishment and above would be permitted to pay their respects. Should any disciple be recognized by the lingering soul of the elder and chosen by this sword, the sect would unseal the sword and select a new master. As the foundational disciple exchange of the Great Xia's cultivation realm approaches, the sect has resolved to hold the memorial ceremony for the remains of the esteemed elder 10 days hence. Prior to this, all sect affairs shall continue to operate as usual. All disciples engaged in significant missions outside the sect are to return to their posts immediately after offering their respects. Without delay, henceforth, the entire Xingyuan sect shall observe a 3-month fast, abstaining from alcohol, music, revelry, disputes, and reckless behavior. Those who violate this decree shall face execution. Pang Bu'er, with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an unprecedented aura of authority despite his corpulent physique, causing Wang Bu'er's previous disdain to evaporate in an instant. With a flick of his sleeve, the silver flying sword that had been hovering beside the elder shot skyward in a dazzling display. The oppressive sword energy surged into the heavens, unleashing a formidable pressure that seemed to suspend the sun and moon, resounding throughout the realm. Before Wang Bu'er could react, he was engulfed in a blinding radiance, rendering him momentarily sightless. When his vision returned, he found himself outside the palace. The silver sword aura radiated like the sun's rays, suppressing the entire palace beneath its might, serving both as a guardian and a seal. An overwhelming atmosphere of slaughter enveloped the vicinity, instilling a sense of reverence and deterring any approach. At that moment, Zhao Shuaying exhaled a heavy breath, filled with an unprecedented sense of choking emotion. Wang Bu'er remained silent, standing quietly beside her. He had encountered the late esteemed elder Lu Zhan for the first time, yet it did not hinder his understanding of the man's significance. Lu Zhan's name was prominently featured on the roster of Yuanying cultivators within the Xingyuan sect. The Yuanying stage is a realm in the Great Xia's cultivation sphere that could almost be described as invincible. Although Lu Zhan's remains had been meticulously prepared, Wang Bu'er could still discern that he had not perished due to the exhaustion of his lifespan, but rather had succumbed in the midst of battle. He could not fathom what dire circumstances could lead to the downfall of a Yuanying cultivator like Lu Zhan in such a place as the Great Xia's cultivation realm. Elders Zhao and Wang, please follow me. Just as his thoughts wandered, a voice emerged beside Wang Bu'er. Lin Xuanyu had appeared at their side without notice. Wang Bu'er and Zhao Shuaying exchanged a glance, unperturbed, and followed him without hesitation. The three traversed through successive layers of protective formations until they arrived at an exquisite small building. Though referred to as a small building, it was not dissimilar to a palace. Once seated, Lin Xuanyu waved his hand, and an elegant tea set appeared before them. He took his time preparing the tea, serving each person a cup before speaking slowly. I have summoned you here. Elder Zhao has likely deduced the reason. However, Elder Wang may still be unclear. He sighed, glancing at his plain robe, his expression laden with unspoken sentiments. Regarding the circumstances of Elder Lu's demise, Elder Wang, with his current level of cultivation, was not yet qualified to grasp the gravity of such matters. However, you are indeed an elder of the sect, and a formally designated transmission elder at that, as well as a part of the sect's lineage, which grants you the privilege of prior knowledge in a reasonable and compliant manner. Nonetheless, I shall refrain from elaborating on these matters for now. You, Elder Zhao and Elder Wang, may engage in your own discussions later. The purpose of your presence today is to deliberate on other pressing matters. With a graceful gesture, he produced two gleaming tokens that soared through the air, landing before the two individuals. What is this? Upon seeing the tokens, Zhao Shuaying was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. These are the Star Origin tokens, the very tokens of the sect master of the Star Origin sect. To behold this token is akin to encountering the sect master in person, in times of urgency, at any moment or location. This token may command any practitioner beneath the nascent soul stage within the Star Origin sect. Currently, the sect has issued a total of 5 such tokens. With the addition of the 2 before you, there are 7 in total. Wang Bu'er felt a jolt of astonishment, though he had never seen one before. He had certainly heard of them. These tokens are reminiscent of the imperial edicts of feudal dynasties on Earth, akin to the revered sword of state or the yellow coat of authority. As long as Pang Bu'er is absent, this token wields the power to command the Star Origin sect without contest. Lin Xiao has bestowed such an item upon him. He could not help but wonder if this meant Pang Bu'er was to be dismissed for incompetence. It was only when Zhao Shuaying shot him a piercing glance that he regained his composure. Let us dispense with trivialities. The recent demise of Elder Lu has left the Star Origin sect bereft of a nascent soul powerhouse. Moreover, in the past century, no new nascent soul elders have emerged within the sect. A nascent soul practitioner is the very foundation of our establishment, indispensable and essential. To swiftly address this vacancy, once Elder Lu's remains are preserved, I shall enter a state of seclusion, vowing not to emerge until I have attained the nascent soul stage. Chapter 159. The Star Yuan Token, Life and Death Barrier. The phrase life and death barrier caused Wang Bu'er to draw in a sharp breath, his disbelief palpable. The so-called life and death barrier refers to a method of seclusion wherein one forcefully attempts to break through their cultivation realm, aided by a multitude of elixirs and formations. This method starkly contrasts with the natural progression of typical cultivation, which emphasizes gradual advancement until a bottleneck or barrier naturally manifests. The life and death barrier involves a forceful approach, deliberately pushing the boundaries of one's cultivation. If one failure occurs, they may attempt again, and if that fails, they may try a third time. Though this method boasts a high probability of eventual breakthrough, any unforeseen mishaps during the process can lead to severe damage to the cultivator's physique, meridians, and consciousness, potentially even affecting their lifespan. Such a method is only employed in dire circumstances that necessitate a corresponding level of cultivation. Otherwise, it is rarely chosen. Lin Xiuyao had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and, considering his relatively young age, advancing to the nascent soul realm seemed inevitable. Given his age and innate talent, he had no reason to resort to such drastic measures. Yet, he made this choice nonetheless, revealing the terrifying pressures and circumstances he faced. With Elder Lu's demise, a replacement was essential for the Star Yuan sect's representation within the inner realm. After deliberation, it was decided that Elder Chu Yang would assume this role. Currently, among the 4 supreme elders of the Star Yuan sect, the other 3 were away on journeys. Their whereabouts unknown, making their return in the near future impossible. To preempt any unforeseen events, I must hasten my entry into the nascent soul stage to stabilize the Star Yuan sect. Consequently, this would leave 2 vacancies within the sect. After discussions with Elder Chu Yang, we resolved to bestow upon you both the Star Yuan tokens, granting you authority in critical moments. Wang Bu'er finally comprehended the situation. Lin Xiuyao had left this contingency plan to prevent the sect from falling into chaos without leadership. After I finished my explanation, I inquired if either of them had any questions. Lin Xiuyao sighed. Zhao Shuaying remained silent, gently shaking her head. Wang Bu'er pondered for a moment before speaking up. Elder Lin previously mentioned that, including our 2 tokens, the Star Yuan sect had issued a total of 7 Star Yuan tokens. I wish to ask, if an unforeseen event were to occur, and at that moment, 2 Star Yuan tokens were present with differing opinions, whose directives would we follow? Lin Xiuyao smiled faintly, unperturbed, and directed his gaze toward Zhao Shuaying. This is quite simple. The Star Yuan tokens do not carry any hierarchical distinction among them. However, the status and identity of the individuals wielding them differ. Within the Star Yuan sect, precedence is given first to seniority, then to position, and finally to cultivation level. Moreover, Zhao Shuaying paused, appearing somewhat hesitant, yet ultimately chose to continue. In truth, you need not worry excessively about this matter. If I am not mistaken, among all the disciples of the Star Yuan sect still within the Great Xia cultivation domain, the only individuals currently possessing the Star Yuan tokens should be you and me. Only the 2 of us remain. But what about the other 5? Wang Bu'er had barely finished his question when Zhao Shuaying interrupted him with a mere glance. Wang Bu'er was eager to inquire further, yet Zhao Shuaying dismissed him with a wave of her hand. There's no need for more questions. I am already aware of what you wish to ask. I will gradually reveal everything to you later. Elder Lin evidently has other matters to address, so we should not squander his time. Without allowing Wang Bu'er another word, Zhao Shuaying stood up, respectfully clasped her fists in salutation to Lin Xiuyu, and withdrew. Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback, as an unseen force forcibly gathered around him, dragging him away. What is going on? Did I say something wrong? He exclaimed, bewildered. Aside from the times his mother had dragged him out of his room for a scolding and the incident with a group of thugs in a narrow alley, he had never been pulled around like this. Yet he knew Zhao Shuaying would not treat him carelessly. You didn't err in your inquiries. It's merely that you tend to ramble. Zhao Shuaying shot him a stern look, then burst into a light laugh. It's not that. The questions you posed aren't really questions at all. I already know the answers. I'm hurrying you because we have something far more important to attend to. What could possibly be more significant than this? The Star Yuan order has been issued. Wang Bu'er replied, incredulous. Fool, have you forgotten what the sect leader just stated? Elder Lu's personal flying sword has sealed itself, and now is the time for the sect's disciples to pay their respects. Let me tell you, the sooner you pay your respects and attune to the sword, the higher the chance of recognition. Furthermore, Elder Lu's sword is a treasure of the highest caliber. Wang Bu'er's eyes widened in realization, and without further delay, he quickened his pace, grasping Zhao Shuaying's hand as they rushed towards the palace at the rear of the Star Yuan Palace. A treasure. It is indeed a treasure. You needn't be overly anxious. They have only just begun. Although all foundation-building disciples are participating, the elders of the sect hold priority. I have already discussed with the sect leader that once he concludes his respects, it will be our turn, Zhao Shuaying said with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Wang Bu'er halted abruptly, turning to fix his gaze upon Zhao Shuaying. She appeared taken aback, observing him in silence for a moment before breaking into a laugh. Are you Feeling jealous? Rest assured, my reason is that we must promptly head to Huayan sect to prepare for the upcoming foundation building exchange battle. With that anxious look on your face, do you think I am the sort to use my beauty to manipulate? At her words, Wang Bu'er's face flushed, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As he processed the moment, he couldn't help but feel a tumult within him. When had he begun to feel so anxious about Zhao Shuang? It seemed that this sentiment had not been present at the beginning. Could it be? Lost in thought, the two had arrived before Elder Lu's cave dwelling, just in time to see Pang Bowen emerging from within. Observing his expression, it was evident that he had garnered no rewards. Surrounding him were other elders of the core formation stage, who, upon witnessing this scene, exhibited little surprise. The rationale behind striving for this treasure in such a manner lay in the fact that, under these conditions, the nurturing energy accumulated over many years by Elder Lu would not entirely dissipate. This would forge a deeper connection between the sword and its new master, amplifying its potency. Furthermore, a considerable portion of the treasure's previous owner's insights into cultivation and mystical techniques could potentially be inherited. The advantages of this process should not be underestimated. Yet, conversely, the likelihood of being accepted through this method remained rather low. I shall go first, you may follow after. Zhao Shuang took a deep breath, her demeanor instantly solemn. After paying her respects to Pang Bowen and the other disciples nearby, she stepped forward. Boom! A resonant thunder echoed as the formation instantaneously sealed, isolating all energies from the outside. This form of homage to the departed could exclusively be performed by those at the core formation stage or high-ranking members of the sect, while disciples at the foundation establishment level would enter in large groups. After all, as members of the core formation stage, their strength was superior, and should they attain the treasure, the resultant increase in power would naturally yield greater benefits for the sect. Wang Bu'er, unperturbed, surveyed his surroundings. Noticing a corner in the distance that was devoid of others and offered a splendid view of the outside scenery, he made his way there. Yet, just as he was about to sit down, his gaze abruptly flickered, and his eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being trembling with disbelief. Chapter 160. Is the system malfunctioning? He casually activated the system and opened the list of transfers. Upon doing so, he immediately discovered that Lu Zhan's name was prominently featured among them. This revelation was not particularly surprising. According to Wang Bu'er's previous understanding, when a cultivator or a beast perishes, as long as their internal energy remains sufficient to sustain their form, they can be resurrected through the balance of their lifespan. Given that Lu Zhan was a nascent soul cultivator, it was entirely plausible that, despite having fallen for a considerable duration, he could be revived. However, to Wang Bu'er's astonishment, another name appeared on the list, Chao Qiuying. He had distinctly heard the elders around him mention her moments before. Chao Qiuying was once Lu Zhan's Dao companion. Although she was not a nascent soul cultivator but a core formation one, she had been deceased for over a century. Even for a core formation cultivator, a century was ample time for her body to decay, rendering it impossible for any operational energy to exist. This left Wang Bu'er profoundly perplexed. Nevertheless, the function of the system was straightforward. If a transfer could be confirmed, it implied that this individual could indeed be resurrected. Wang Bu'er took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within him, and quietly sat down, awaiting Zhao Shuang's arrival while continuing to delve into the system's workings. Was it possible that he had yet to fully comprehend the system's capabilities? In truth, Wang Bu'er had always harbored some uncertainties regarding the system. Despite its extraordinary nature, no function should entirely contravene the fundamental principles of the cultivation world. Thus, the concept of resurrection had always eluded his understanding. He had already confirmed several facts, such as that upon resurrection, a cultivator's meridians and cultivation would be unable to function, and their learned skills could not be reversed. Similarly, upon revival, a beast would only possess the sheer physical strength of its robust body. Furthermore, during his time at Tianying Valley, Wang Bu'er had discovered that not all cultivators could be resurrected, even if they had just recently fallen. After much contemplation, Wang Bu'er remained engulfed in confusion. The system offered scant information, lacking relevant answers. The only way to ascertain the truth was to experiment. He did not dwell on his uncertainties. Excitement surged within him, making it impossible to maintain his composure. He rose and approached the entrance of the formation, anxiously awaiting. Fortunately, it was not long before a booming sound echoed, and Zhao Shuang emerged with a mournful expression. Her sorrow was clearly not due to the recognition of a divine weapon, but stemmed from the grief of a fallen elder. Wang Bu'er gently patted Zhao Shuang's hand, sighing in shared sentiment, and stepped into the formation. Within the formation lay the cave abode of Elder Lu Zhan. The palace was resplendent, grand in its design, yet, amidst the multitude of mourning tributes, it appeared especially solemn. Although, strictly speaking, Lu Zhan bore little relation to him, Wang Bu'er felt no particular emotional connection to this individual, especially since he was a transmigrator. His sense of belonging in this world could not be compared to that of others. Compared to others, Wang Bu'er felt little impact from Lu Zhan's downfall. However, as a senior member of the sect, particularly after hearing that this individual's demise was due to a sense of righteousness, Wang Bu'er could not help but feel a profound sense of lamentation. Much like on Earth, where he had not witnessed the sacrifices of esteemed predecessors, he too was deeply moved and filled with gratitude. The elder sat cross-legged, devoid of any discernible aura. Only the blue flying sword beside him floated in the air, shimmering with brilliance. Such treasures, once they attain a certain level of refinement, possess the innate ability to draw upon the energies of heaven and earth, endowing them with remarkable sentience. Especially after being nourished through cultivation, their sentience intensifies. Wang Bu'er stepped forward, observing the rituals of the sect, and reverently paid his respects. During his kneeling, he sensed, albeit faintly, a fleeting gaze sweeping over him. This gaze, ephemeral in nature, did not linger. He understood clearly that this was the sentience of the treasure and had not chosen him personally. Paying it no mind, he completed his homage, inhaled deeply, and produced a formation flag, setting it around the vicinity to isolate the space once more. He ensured that the matters within this realm would remain concealed from the outside world. The moment the formation was established, Wang Bu'er felt a subtle tremor from that gaze once again. It was evident that whether it was the sentience of the flying sword or the lingering soul within, it expressed confusion or perhaps resistance to his actions. Disciple has been disrespectful. Wang Bu'er knelt once more in reverent salute and then activated the system. Beep. Life payment treasure transferring 10 minutes to Lu Zhan. This transaction is instantaneous. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. After the transfer concluded, he remained in quiet anticipation. However, soon his brow furrowed. Even after half the time had elapsed, the elder seated before him showed no signs of awakening, remaining entirely unresponsive. Wang Bu'er was taken aback. Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? Or was the transfer ineffective? After a moment's hesitation, he decisively initiated another transfer. Beep. Life payment treasure transferring 20 minutes to Lu Zhan. This transaction is instantaneous. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. What unfolded next left Wang Bu'er speechless. Still no change, no response whatsoever. At this point, he was utterly bewildered. The failure of the transfer was one thing. He fervently hoped the system was not broken. After all, he had painstakingly accumulated such a substantial balance, and if the system were to fail now, it would indeed be a tragedy of the highest order. He attempted to probe his consciousness and cultivation, finding no anomalies, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, he quickly recalled the peculiarities he had previously discovered. It led him to question whether his earlier understanding of the system had been flawed. Lu Zhan's partner, Chao Qiuying, had perished over a century ago, her corporeal form long since dissipated, yet she still appeared on the system's transaction list. After a period of time, Wang Bu'er suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and decisively reopened the system. Ding! Life payment has transferred 15 days to Lu Zhan. This transaction is instant. Ding! The transaction is complete. The balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. The reason he chose this specific amount was due to Zhao Shuaying's earlier mention that Lu Zhan's fall occurred nearly half a month prior. Following this transfer, Wang Bu'er did not cease, yet the amounts transferred remained consistent, calculated in minutes. Ding! Life payment has transferred 20 minutes to Lu Zhan. This transaction is instant. Ding! The transaction is complete. The balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. Ding! Life payment has transferred 20 minutes to Lu Zhan. This transaction is instant. Ding! The transaction is complete. The balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. Ding! Life payment has transferred 20 minutes to Lu Zhan. This transaction is instant. Ding! The transaction is complete. The balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. After the fifth transfer, Wang Bu'er's expression changed dramatically. As he looked up, he finally beheld the elderly man, who had been quietly seated in meditation, suddenly raising his head and opening his eyes. Unlike the previous instances when Wang Bu'er resurrected others, the elderly man did not exhibit any signs of heartbeat or breath. His gaze was exceedingly murky. Furthermore, his aura was remarkably weak, almost imperceptible. The impression Wang Bu'er received was that of a living corpse. Chapter 161, Resurrection. The elderly man raised his head. his gaze wandering as he lifted his hands to examine them. Clearly perplexed, he wondered why he had returned to life. It was only in the end that he finally came to accept his situation. He did not panic, nor did he make any exaggerated movements. Instead, he slowly turned his attention to Wang Bu'er. "Who are you?" His voice was raspy, with some words barely escaping his lips. "I am Wang Bu'er, a disciple of the xianxia sect, the seventh in the lineage of transmission. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." Wang Bu'er wasted no time, promptly revealing his identity to the elder. The latter paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding slowly. "Is it you who has brought me back to life?" He clenched his hands, clearly feeling no trace of the power he once possessed, and shook his head in resignation. "Indeed, it is I, your disciple. However, I can only grant you a temporary awakening. True resurrection eludes me. Furthermore, even in this state, the time we have is exceedingly limited," Wang Bu'er replied with reverence. "Every individual possesses their own unique opportunities and secrets. It seems your fortune is extraordinary to wield such power, even if the time is brief. What you have accomplished is remarkable." The elder nodded again, maintaining a demeanor of calmness without much astonishment. "Is your purpose related to my sword?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Bu'er's face, though it soon faded. After all, the elder was already deceased. There was no need for him to be overly concerned. "I dare not conceal the truth. It is indeed part of my intention. My own abilities are modest, and while I have encountered fortuitous circumstances, they are but fleeting. To thrive in the realm of cultivation, I require a more substantial foundation. Thus, your treasured sword is of great necessity to me." Wang Bu'er spoke candidly. Once again, in the presence of someone who had already passed on, especially a senior of the sect, he felt no need for hesitation. "Indeed, you are quite forthright. To be honest, I had not chosen you previously. Yet now, since you have ascended within the sect's hierarchy, it would be permissible for you to possess this sword. My demise was abrupt, and there remain matters I have yet to address. You have revived me, therefore, I entrust these matters to you." With that, the elder raised his hand, causing the sword that floated beside him to tremble slightly. A beam of spiritual light suddenly flickered forth, penetrating Wang Bu'er's forehead and vanishing without a trace. In an instant, a torrent of information surged within Wang Bu'er's mind, overwhelming him. His body shuddered, and his complexion turned pale. It was not until several minutes later that he finally reopened his eyes. After absorbing and integrating the information from the spiritual light, his mind erupted in a cacophony of astonishing revelations. The knowledge imparted by the elder was profoundly shocking, surpassing anything he currently comprehended about the vast realm of cultivation. The esteemed elder. Just as Wang Bu'er was about to pose a few inquiries, he looked up to find that the old man had once again fallen silent. He shook his head in disbelief and had no choice but to access the system once more. Ding. A transfer of 10 minutes has been initiated to Luzhan via Mingfu Treasure. This transaction is instant. Ding. The transaction has been completed. The balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. Soon, the elder awakened once more. Unlike before, the bewilderment on his face had lessened. Yet his astonishment toward Wang Bu'er had increased manifold. "You." The elder hesitated, clearly taken aback by Wang Bu'er's extraordinary ability. "Forget it. Since it is your secret, and I am already a deceased being, there is no need for me to know. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you for the generous gift, esteemed elder. I do not wish to be overly greedy. Receiving a treasure from you is already a source of immense satisfaction." Wang Bu'er expressed, "May I inquire if there are any unfulfilled wishes you might share with your disciple? Although I may not be able to accomplish them, I assure you that I will do my utmost should the opportunity arise." Wang Bu'er's words were sincere. Having received a precious artifact from the elder, it was only natural to wish to do something within his capacity to show gratitude. This way, Wang Bu'er could also find peace of mind. "Wishes?" The elder fell silent for a moment, and after some time, he spoke again. "If I were to say that there are no lingering regrets, that would not be entirely true. I have fought in the inner realms for many years, and once had a disciple by my side. However, during a mission, he drew away the pursuers to protect me, and I have not heard from him since. Nevertheless, his life's soul jade slip has never shattered. Thus, I have been contemplating ways to locate his whereabouts. If there is any possibility, I implore you to help me bring him back, regardless of whether he lives or dies, or what his circumstances may be. Please return him to the human realm of cultivation." Upon finishing, the elder sighed deeply, his tone imbued with weariness and inner turmoil. "Esteemed elder, I have another question, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to ask." Wang Bu'er had initially prepared to relinquish the matter, but in pursuit of clarity regarding the system, he felt compelled to speak up. "Given my present state, what is there that I cannot inquire about?" Speak freely. I will hold nothing back. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Lu Zhan's face. He was acutely aware of his current condition, merely a shell of his former self, incapable of true revival. I wish to inquire about Elder Chow. I want to know if she, like you, has left behind any relics. I have an inexplicable feeling, though I cannot articulate it, that she seems to be nearby. Wang Bu'er requested, please do not take offense, esteemed elder. My soul is unique. Thus my sensitivity in this regard is somewhat exceptional. You. The moment Wang Bu'er spoke, a flicker of anger crossed Lu Zhan's face. Yet, this ire swiftly dissipated, giving way to a sense of nostalgia. Very well, at this juncture, what remains to be released or pondered upon? Xiaoying has long since fallen, having perished in the inner realm. In fact, not even her physical form remains. When I rushed to the battlefield, I could only recover a fragment of the artifact she once wielded, which I brought back with me. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured towards the storage pouch beside him. Lacking both cultivation and spiritual awareness, he was unable to access it. Wang Bu'er hesitated for a moment, but then extended his consciousness to connect with the storage pouch. Soon, he retrieved the artifact fragment Lu Zhan had mentioned and placed it in the latter's palm. The matters entrusted by the elder must be fulfilled to the best of his abilities. As for the rest, he pondered briefly, accessing the system to initiate a transfer. Beep. Life payment is transferring 104 years, 3 days to Chao Xiaoying. This transaction is instant. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. Beep. Life payment is transferring 20 minutes to Chao Xiaoying. This transaction is instant. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. Beep. Life payment is transferring 10 minutes to Chao Xiaoying. This transaction is instant. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance transferred to the recipient's life account. As he carefully deliberated and tested the transfer amounts, an epiphany dawned upon Wang Bu'er. Soon, a thought struck him, prompting him to cease manipulating the system. At that moment, the blue flying sword hovering beside Lu Zhan suddenly trembled violently, radiating a brilliant light. On Lu Zhan's face, an astonishing brilliance shone forth, embodying an indescribable joy, an irreplaceable nostalgia, and a profound sense of fulfillment that words could scarcely articulate. After a while, he turned his gaze back to Wang Bu'er, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented clarity, filled with gratitude. After a slight nod of acknowledgement towards Wang Bu'er, he gradually closed his eyes, his internal essence dissipating once more, ceasing to exist. Wang Bu'er sighed, choosing not to utter more, and slowly rose to his feet. With a gentle lift of his hand, the flying sword that had been hovering beside the elder gracefully descended into his grasp. At that moment of contact, an unparalleled sense of familiarity and intimacy surged within him, as if this sword had been his companion for decades, if not a century. Chapter 162, The Secret of System Transfer. At the very moment Wang Bu'er grasped the flying sword, in the serene depths of the Xingyuan sect, lay a profoundly tranquil forbidden zone. Here, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was so rich that every blade of grass and every tree seemed to pulsate with an almost lifelike vitality. At the heart of this sacred ground stood a grove of bamboo. Within the grove, an elderly man, similarly adorned with white hair, sat cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he raised his gaze towards the palace cave where Lu Zhan's remains lay. A slight furrow formed on his brow, revealing his perplexity. He appeared to waver, caught in a web of indecision, yet ultimately, he lifted his hand. With a thunderous roar, an invisible wave surged forth, sweeping outward from his center. This sweeping motion, though formidable, evoked little more than an ethereal aura that swiftly permeated the atmosphere. After completing this action, he slowly rose to his feet, retrieving a crimson jade slip from his storage pouch. With a sigh, his expression gradually hardened with resolve. Crack! The jade slip shattered, and an immense force of teleportation enveloped him, causing him to vanish in an instant. Had Wang Bu'er been present, he would have recognized this elder as his nominal master, the elder of the nascent soul stage of the Xingyuan sect, Chu Yang. However, he remained blissfully unaware of these intricacies. Not even the wave of energy that had been unleashed was perceptible to him. As he contemplated the flying sword in his hand, he inhaled deeply, feeling the tumult within his dantian as his meridians surged with energy. The flying sword flickered and then seamlessly vanished into his palm. In the next moment, Wang Bu'er sensed a finely crafted miniature sword nestled within his dantian, meticulously nurtured under the threefold influence of his cultivation, vitality, and spiritual consciousness. A satisfied smile crept across his lips as he cast a glance back at Lu Zhan's remains before stepping away. Just as he activated the array, A surge of energy resonated within the cave, and a copious amount of spiritual light converged around the elder, reconstituting an identical flying sword. Not only did its appearance remain unchanged, but even its aura bore no trace of alteration, as if Wang Bu'er had never taken it at all. This was a protective measure. Unless Wang Bu'er actively employed the sword from within his dantian, this shadow of the sword would not dissipate, rendering the fact of its acquisition by another indiscernible for a time. Upon departing from Lu Zhan's cave, Wang Bu'er did not return immediately to his own dwelling, nor did he seek out Zhao Shuang. Instead, after a winding journey, he arrived at the place of worship within the Xingyuan sect. This location also constituted a forbidden area, dedicated to venerating the numerous predecessors of the sect. Anyone honored in this sanctuary had made extraordinary contributions or displayed exceptional merit for the Xingyuan sect. In the wake of Lu Zhan's demise, the sect was engulfed in sorrow, and Wang Bu'er's visit to pay his respects was entirely appropriate. Furthermore, as a transmission elder, he possessed ample authority to do so. Elder Wang. Upon the arrival of Wang Bu'er, the foundation-building disciples stationed here exhibited not surprise, but rather a measure of respect. Before my emergence, I had endeavored to ensure that others were kept at bay. Rest assured, Elder Wang, should any other visitors arrive to pay their respects, I shall instruct them to wait and find a way to notify Elder Wang. Wang Bu'er's requests were equally unremarkable, and thus the gatekeeping disciples remained indifferent. Upon entering the sacrificial hall, Wang Bu'er moved with casual grace, offering incense and bowing in reverence to the spirits enshrined therein, all the while contemplating the insights he had recently acquired. Regarding the system's revelations, I recognized that my previous notions contained errors or, perhaps, oversights. The resurrection facilitated by the system's transfer is not directly linked to the vitality of the recipient, but is instead associated with the soul. In essence, the system's transfer function does not revive the cultivator or the beast itself, but rather the intelligence of their spirit. Wang Bu'er reminisced about the few resurrection opportunities he had previously utilized, from the Tianying Valley to the Blood Lake of the eastern region, and then to the Black Weasel. Although it superficially appeared to relate to vitality, the outcome he encountered with Lu Zhan was strikingly different. While paying homage to the predecessors, he meticulously organized all that he had deduced. The prerequisite for the system's transfer must be that the recipient's soul still exists, or at least a fragment of it remains. Furthermore, the power of the soul must be within a certain proximity. The lifespan I transferred does not equate to the conventional understanding of lifespan. To be precise, through the transfer, what is revived is the consciousness of the other party. As for physical vitality, that constitutes a separate condition. If, while possessing a soul, the physical body also retains vitality but has lost its liveliness or is deficient in vital energy, the result of resurrection would be akin to that of an elder, a mere shell of its former self. Conversely, if the vital energy is abundant, akin to the beasts in the Blood Lake of the eastern region, they may still exhibit instinctual movement. Should the vital energy be plentiful and the liveliness sufficient, especially if the demise was recent, such as within the Tianying Valley or with the fallen ancestor of the Dark Alliance, not only could the body be restored, but a portion of their cultivation and consciousness might also endure. There exists another scenario. The Black Weasel, though nearing the end of its lifespan, had not yet perished. Thus, the transfer would directly augment its remaining years. Moreover, there is the case of Elder Tian, whose path had similarly led to resurrection. However, she existed solely as a remnant of her soul, devoid of a physical form. Consequently, upon her revival, her limited consciousness would attach to her residual spirit, communicating with the similarly diminished elder through the flying sword. Wang Bu'er's mind gradually became clearer, while still harboring some gaps in understanding. He had essentially grasped the crux of resurrection through the system's lifespan transfer. Additionally, he contemplated the consumption of the system's lifespan. If one considers the moment of death as the boundary, marking the lifespan as expended, then upon demise, the lifespan would assume a negative value, increasing in negativity with the passage of time since death. Conversely, the opposite would yield a positive value. If one wishes to resurrect an entity that has long since perished, it is imperative to first compensate for the deficit of life essence. This elucidates why the prior transfer to the esteemed elder did not result in immediate revival. Similarly, it was only after a century-long transfer to the venerable Chao Chioying that a response finally manifested, as she had been deceased for precisely over a century. A look of excitement spread across Wang Bu'er's face as he pieced together this revelation, leading him to contemplate a potential opportunity. Thus, he found himself at this sacred site of the Xingyuan sect, intent on experimentation. As he offered incense at the memorial tablets, Wang Bu'er simultaneously observed the fluctuations within the system. Initially, there were no changes. However, as he shifted to the designated area for venerating the relics of esteemed predecessors, a transformation occurred immediately. The section of his system that had previously been devoid of potential targets for transfer was suddenly populated with names, Song Yinan and Wen Tianhua. He promptly retrieved the sect's historical texts and discovered their respective accounts. Song Yinan, an elder of the Xingyuan sect, had succumbed over 6 centuries ago. Wen Tianhua, also an elder of the sect, had perished more than 3 centuries prior. According to the records, both had met with abrupt demises, leaving no remains, save for fragments of magical artifacts found at the scene. This detail mirrored the circumstances surrounding Chao Qiuying. Contemplating this, Wang Bu'er settled onto a mat, centering his mind and spirit, allowing his cultivation to stabilize completely before accessing the system to initiate the transfer. Beep. Life payment treasure is transferring 614 years, 23 days, 17 hours, and 5 minutes to Song Yinan. This transaction is instantaneous. Beep. Transaction completed. Balance has been transferred to the recipient's life account. Chapter 163. Targeted again? Half an hour later, Wang Bu'er departed from the sect and arrived back at Huayan sect through the teleportation array. As he stepped out of the array, he immediately spotted Zhao Shuang, who had been waiting for him. Is there something you need? Wang Bu'er casually inquired, knowing well that Zhao Shuang would not have taken the trouble to wait unless it was of significance. The arrangements for the second round of the Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange Battle have been finalized. Elder Huang and the others are awaiting our discussion. Due to your substantial involvement, your presence is imperative, she replied. Wang Bu'er nodded, recalling how Lu Rian had previously sought to humiliate both him and Zhao Shuang by discussing the battle rules, which had prevented him from attending. It was indeed somewhat absurd. Let us proceed then. I shall not inquire about the matters from the Qinquan realm, nor shall you elaborate. In any case, regardless of the specifics, they possess no evidence. All 10 of us from Xingyuan's sect have successfully passed the first round, and that must remain unchanged. Furthermore, they are obliged to provide us with an explanation. Hence, do not speak out of turn, Zhao Shuang urged as they walked together. Wang Bu'er couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Shuang was preparing to adopt a coercive stance during this encounter. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Although she had not explicitly stated it, she had evidently sensed something amiss. Choosing to remain taciturn, they arrived at the conference hall specially arranged by Huayan sect for this disciples exchange battle, where everyone else had already gathered. The 4 sects were represented, and in addition to the original leading elders, a core formation cultivator was also present. Judging by their cultivation levels and the aura they exuded, their status among the 4 sects was clearly remarkable. Elder Zhao, Elder Wang, please accept my condolences. Upon their entrance, the expressions of the gathered individuals were quite telling. Despite the awkwardness of the first round, subsequent investigations had led to some wavering in their positions. After all those eliminated had echoed the same narrative. Even if some were lying, it seemed implausible for everyone to be fabricating the truth. However, if their accounts were indeed truthful, the scenarios they described were utterly impossible to reconcile. It was not merely Wang Bu'er. Even if all the Foundation Establishment disciples who had participated had pooled their resources to accumulate illusory beasts, it would not have reached the scale they spoke of. To amass such a quantity would have drained their cultivation to the point of exhaustion, potentially resulting in death multiple times over. They found themselves at a loss to explain this bizarre phenomenon, particularly Huayan sect. After all, they were hosting this round of the Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange Battle, which made their predicament even more embarrassing. Regardless of how the events had unfolded, the outcome had emerged, and they had no choice but to accept it. Not only that, although Wang Bu'er's rationale was somewhat tenuous, it was evident that he had substantial evidence, corroborated by the disciples within their respective sections. Thus, in addition to having to accept the current result, they were also compelled to apologize to Wang Bu'er and offer some form of recompense. The news of the fall of the nascent soul cultivator from the Star Yuan sect has naturally reached everyone. Consequently, they all rose to express their condolences to the 2 individuals. Thank you, Zhao Shuang said, clasping her hands together, and sat down decisively. Wang Bu'er scanned the surroundings, noticing the myriad of doubtful and conflicted gazes directed at him, and he couldn't help but sneer. No matter how hard they tried to fathom it, they would never comprehend what had truly transpired at that moment. Now that everyone is present, let us announce the results of our discussions. Provided that Elders Zhao and Wang have no objections, we shall execute them immediately. The foremost position was occupied by the newly appointed elder of the Huayan sect, introduced to Zhao Shuang via a sound transmission as Chu Lin, a peak late-stage core formation cultivator. Previously, the foundation-building cultivator Tang Feng from Huayan sect had been his direct disciple. As he began to speak, Chu Lin deliberately cast a glance towards Wang Bu'er. In light of the irregular actions taken by Elder Wang during the first round of the foundation-building disciples exchange competition, we have reached a consensus among the four sects to provide compensation. Here is the list of compensations. Elder Wang, Elder Zhao, you may review it. Despite his words, the list was handed directly to Zhao Shuang. Before Wang Bu'er could even take a glance, Zhao Shuang nodded in agreement. Very well. We have no objections to this compensation. What about the arrangements for the second round? Zhao Shuang spoke with great poise. Wang Bu'er quickly grasped the underlying strategy. This was clearly a tactical retreat. If he were to voice any difficulties now, the subsequent discussions regarding the allocation of slots for the second round would become increasingly contentious. By agreeing promptly, it would eliminate any further grounds for entanglement among the four sections. Indeed, upon witnessing the attitudes of Zhao Shuang and Wang Bu'er, the elders of the four sects revealed subtle signs of disappointment, particularly those from the Huayan sect, whose expressions were notably awkward. The second round Chu Lin's expression was equally telling as he sighed in resignation. Firstly, all confirmed slots for advancement are valid. However, given the peculiar circumstances, we have deliberated and decided that each of the four sects will augment their slots to 3. Thus, for the second round, counting the 10 from the Star Yuan sect, there will be a total of 22 participants. Elder Zhao, you have no objections to this? The augmentation to 3 slots per sect meant only 1 or 2 additional entrants compared to the current outcome. That is acceptable, Zhao Shuang replied. However, the additional foundation-building disciples must not be those who have already been eliminated. You may only select from within your sect. It seemed as though Zhao Shuang had anticipated this, as her response was almost instantaneous. The gathered crowd exchanged glances, ultimately resigned to shaking their heads. Although this outcome was not their ideal scenario, adhering strictly to the previous rules would have yielded even worse results. Very well then, everyone shall return to your sects immediately and select suitable disciples to supplement your ranks. The second round will commence as scheduled in 2 days. Chu Lin wore a long face, thoroughly dissatisfied, yet found himself with no outlet for his frustration. During the second round, it is imperative that you remain vigilant. Although they may appear to harbor little dissent this time, they will undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy towards you. Consequently, in the upcoming round, they will likely direct their focus squarely upon you. At that moment, refrain from acting impulsively. This is merely a qualification battle. Fundamentally, what we seek is not a ranking, but rather the opportunity itself. As they exited the grand hall and made their way back to their abode, Zhao Shuang continued to communicate telepathically. Targeting me? What more could they possibly do at this juncture? Wang Bu'er responded dismissively. What more could they do? Your methods are no longer shrouded in secrecy. Just as Lu Rian targeted you at Taohua Terrace, have you so quickly forgotten? For the next few days, it would be prudent to refrain from wandering about and instead focus on seclusion. Prepare adequately for what lies ahead, Zhao Shuang remarked, handing Wang Bu'er a storage pouch. What is this? Wang Bu'er inquired, weighing the pouch in his hands. What could it possibly be but the talismans and other treasures you requested previously? Although the quantity is modest, it should suffice for your upcoming exchange battle. I was merely speaking casually, he replied, touched by her thoughtfulness. Zhao Shuang truly cared for him deeply. Such seemingly frivolous requests were taken with utmost seriousness by her, particularly in their conversations, whether at Tianying Valley, the previous encounter in the Wanqi Cave, or the recently concluded exchange battle in the Qianquan world. It was evident that he harbored many secrets. Yet, Zhao Shuang had never pried into any of them. What do you mean by merely speaking casually? If I have promised compensation, I shall certainly fulfill it. Zhao Shuang shot Wang Bu'er a disapproving glare. Is that so? A promise must be kept? Then how is it that you promised to hold me while I sleep, yet have not done so? A mischievous grin crept across Wang Bu'er's face. Enough. Zhao Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson, and in a swift motion, she abandoned Wang Bu'er and fled as if in haste. Chapter 164. Why are you running, miss? In a secluded cave of the Huayan sect, a group of Foundation establishment cultivators gathered together. Had Wang Bu'er been present, he would surely recognize that these individuals had all been eliminated from the ongoing Foundation establishment exchange competition, and the reason for their disqualification was solely due to him. At this moment, their expressions were grim, for they were all esteemed prodigies revered by countless admirers within their respective sections. This time, great expectations had been placed upon them, particularly the disciples of the Huayan sect, who were considered the frontrunners for the final slots. Yet now, barely after the first round, they found themselves ousted. This was an undeniable disgrace. Even before returning to their sect, they had already been subjected to a torrent of ridicule. The disappointment reflected in the eyes of their elders only deepened their humiliation. Everyone, it has been confirmed. We have indeed been eliminated, with no chance for redemption. Our seats in this Foundation establishment exchange competition are lost, a young man declared, slamming his palm onto the table, causing exquisite dishes and fine wine to scatter across the floor, yet no one paid it any heed. It's all that Wang Bu'er's fault. How infuriating. This malignant presence, we are utterly powerless against him. We can only watch as he strides into the second round. With his cunning, securing the final spot is surely a mere formality. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Another voice echoed his fury, equally filled with frustration. Such a person, having committed countless misdeeds, deserves the harshest of punishments. He must not be allowed to obtain a spot so easily. What do you all propose we do next? Humph, there are indeed ways to proceed. Although I cannot enter the second round myself, after negotiations, our sects have secured 3 slots to continue the fight. The members of the Qiuan sect have already agreed to exchange all our treasures for talismans and elixirs. We have even borrowed some spirit stones from friends to equip the 3 sect members entering the next round with top-quality spiritual artifacts. We may not be able to take the stage ourselves, but our resources can still be utilized. If Wang Bu'er can use talismans, then so can we. If he dares to self-destruct his spiritual artifacts, we can do the same. In short, we must devise every possible means to intercept him. Indeed, that is our plan. No matter what, we must ensure that Wang Bu'er does not secure a final qualification. As long as he fails to make it into the top 10, he will be rendered useless. There will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score later. Yes, let us proceed as discussed. When the time comes, we shall concentrate our talismans and treasures on whoever faces him. We will surely be able to defeat him. Upon hearing this strategy, the crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Without hesitation, they produced transmission talismans and began to make arrangements. However, this alone was not sufficient. Their elimination had left them utterly humiliated. They too must ensure that he experiences disgrace and loses face. Thus, aside from intercepting him during the foundation-laying battle, we must also seek individuals to disseminate information widely. This scoundrel has committed numerous misdeeds in the western regions, truly a reprehensible character. We shall meticulously document all his wrongdoings and ensure that every cultivator in the western regions becomes acutely aware of his true nature. We aim to render him a pariah, a despised figure in those lands. How splendid that would be. Furthermore, regarding such a despicable and shameless individual, we need not be particularly scrupulous in our methods. We shall not only gather evidence of his past actions, but also fabricate some allegations to ascribe further crimes to him. To confront such an audaciously shameless individual, we must employ equally brazen tactics. This is the way to proceed. When dealing with such filth, what need is there for morality? Everyone, consider this. Each of you should concoct some tales. The more shameless and sordid, the better. Our intention is to ensure he becomes utterly reviled in the western regions. Moreover, we should arrange for the news to reach the great Xia city as well, spreading the word there too. We want his reputation to be so tarnished by the time he arrives that it is akin to a heap of muck. Haha, just imagine. When this fellow steps into great Xia city, before he can even act, he will be met with a deluge of scorn. The thought alone is exhilarating. I envision that the Xingyuan sect might even expel him for the sheer shame he brings. In that moment, laughter erupted among the crowd, filled with delight, especially among the top-tier geniuses, who gritted their teeth in anticipation of witnessing Wang Bu'er's disgraceful moment. Meanwhile, within his temporary cave residence, Wang Bu'er sat cross-legged, cultivating and nurturing the flying sword within his body. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, causing countless goosebumps to erupt. He opened his eyes, looking around in alarm, shaking his head in disbelief. What is this sudden feeling of dread? Could someone be plotting against me? He inhaled sharply, taking a long while to dispel the icy sensation creeping up his back. Concluding his meditation, he ventured outside to the medicinal garden, contemplating before removing several storage pouches from his waist to begin organizing them. Although he had thoroughly outmaneuvered the elite talents of the 4 sects, no one could guarantee that unexpected events would not arise. Moreover, the 4 sects were filled with prodigies, not solely reliant on Tang Feng's ilk. He meticulously sorted all the talismans, low-grade spiritual artifacts, and formations, ensuring everything was clearly arranged for swift retrieval when needed. With all preparations complete, Wang Bu'er finally exhaled in relief. As I have stated before, my goal this time is to rank within the top 10, no more, no less. I only seek the opportunity to enter Great Xia City. The specific ranking is of no consequence. 2 days later, Wang Bu'er emerged from his cave with renewed vigor. heading straight for the Huayan sect's arena. During these past 2 days, he had adhered to Zhao Shuang's instructions, refraining from venturing out, even decisively turning down Su Haoran's invitation for barbecue, remaining in seclusion to cultivate. Although his cultivation remained unperturbed, his demeanor had grown considerably composed. As he progressed along his path, a furrow soon creased Wang Bu'er's brow, for reasons unbeknownst to him. He sensed a peculiar shift in the gazes directed towards him by those around him, a stark contrast to just a few days prior. Having decisively triumphed in the first round and bolstered by his previous reputation for subduing the 4 sects, along with his esteemed status as an elder of the Xingyuan sect, he had garnered numerous admirers within the Huayan sect. While traversing the grounds of Huayan, many had regarded him with looks of envy and admiration. However, a disquieting realization struck him. Those appreciative glances had vanished entirely. Instead, every individual who laid eyes upon him instinctively recoiled, as if he were a harbinger of some contagion. This was particularly evident among the female cultivators, who, upon catching sight of him, would clutch their sleeves tightly, grasp their skirts, and hastily retreat. Indeed, several of them resorted to employing secret techniques to accelerate their departure to the utmost. Wang Bu'er stood in bewilderment. He could not fathom what had transpired. Yet the expressions in the eyes of those women were unmistakably vivid. They mirrored the scene on Earth when young ladies on the streets would dart away at the mere sight of a rogue, fearful of harassment. Wang Bu'er found himself momentarily frozen in astonishment. While it was understandable for others to clutch their collars and skirts, he could not comprehend the actions of a certain maiden clad in red. What was she grasping at her non-existent neckline? And what purpose did it serve for her to lift her skirt with those stout legs? Furthermore, why did others flee at the sight of him? What threat could he possibly pose? His appearance, if anything, was far less intimidating than that of Pang Bowen. As he continued on his way, Wang Bu'er could not shake the uncanny sensation of a notorious gang leader entering a village, causing the streets to clear in an instant. Chapter 165. Unable to listen. Eyes aglow with pain. Wang Bu'er has arrived. Everyone, keep your distance. He once, out of sheer disdain, dismembered an adversary and fed the pieces to dogs. What you mention pales in comparison. It is said that at the tender age of 3, he pushed a playmate into a fire pit, watching as they burned, prodding them with a stick. This fiend is a lecher. Any female cultivator he desires will be pursued by any means necessary. Whether through the use of elixirs and spirit stones or outright force, he is notoriously ruthless. For a mere 5 elements grass, he once hung a fellow disciple from the rafters for 3 days and nights. He kills without a flicker of hesitation and does so without justification, brazenly attacking in the streets. Furthermore, this individual is an exhibitionist, potentially shedding his garments at any moment. What? You say he has a penchant for stealing female cultivators' undergarments? And he enjoys collecting their socks? My heavens, could it be that our sex lioness has suddenly become pregnant due to his misdeeds? Finally, Wang Bu'er could endure no more. He hastily retracted his consciousness, cleansing it entirely. The tales were unbearable, an affront to the senses. He wore a countenance of disbelief. How could the world have transformed so drastically in just 2 days of seclusion? This was far more detailed than the accounts he had heard in the Xianxia small world. At this moment, he felt as though he had absorbed all the vices of the wicked within the realm of cultivation. He could not fathom how such rumors had circulated. Yet he had become the kind of villain who would casually uproot the grass by the roadside. Not merely a villain, but also a rogue, steeped in helplessness. In summary, he had committed every conceivable misdeed, his heart hardened and temperament capricious. Robbery, murder, love thievery, peddling counterfeit medicine, he had engaged in every nefarious act imaginable, even those deemed impossible. In comparison, his prior exploits in the Xianxia realm, where he appeared in 7 locations within a single day, committing 11 misdeeds and offending 19 individuals, now seemed trivial. Who is spreading these slanderous tales about me? Wang Bu'er seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. He had pinpointed the source. These baseless accusations were merely a continuation of grievances from the first round of the Foundation Establishment exchange battle. How despicable, how vile. Unable to confront him directly, they resort to such underhanded tactics. Wang Bu'er was truly incensed. Previously, he had been wrongfully accused of causing a certain Lin disciple's pregnancy a decade ago, a claim that might have been brushed aside given he had been capable of creating storms at the age of 10. Now, they were even blaming him for the pregnancy of a beast. This was utterly intolerable. Wang Bu'er found himself vexed for the first time by his formidable consciousness. As he approached the arena, his mood began to lighten slightly. At least he could hear the encouraging voices of disciples from other sects, providing some relief to his troubled spirit. However, at the very next moment, as Wang Bu'er settled into his seat, Everyone around him immediately rose in unison, retreating as if fleeing from a plague. Even the disciples of the Xingyuan sect, caught in a dilemma, opted to change their positions, leaving Wang Bu'er utterly speechless. These ingrates, the very pills and spiritual artifacts they now consumed, bore the mark of my efforts. Is this how you repay me? Finally, upon witnessing Zhao Shuang choosing to sit several dozen meters away, her demeanor suggesting a desire to distance herself, Wang Bu'er resigned himself to the situation. Fine, let it be. Do as you wish. I shall not concern myself with it. Is it merely being the villain? Am I truly the epitome of a nefarious character? I can endure. Just as well, I seek tranquility. After an uncomfortable wait, Huang Dengxiu finally made his appearance. Upon seeing the vast empty space around Wang Bu'er, he too was rendered speechless. It was only in the past couple of days that he learned of Wang Bu'er's numerous misdeeds, which were indeed egregious. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of regret for having exchanged positions with his fellow disciples to preside over this competition. With a resonant chime, the chaotic atmosphere gradually quieted. Huang Dengxiu cleared his throat and began to speak. Today marks the second round of the Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange Battle in the Western regions. 3 days prior, the first round concluded, and based on the final results and relevant regulations, the number of disciples advancing to the second round has been adjusted to 22. This round will be a ranking battle on the stage. All participants will draw lots to determine their opponents, with each match deciding victory or defeat. The victor ascends, while the vanquished descends. Those ranked in the top 10 will earn the qualification for the Great Xia's Foundation Establishment Disciples Exchange Battle. Let me reiterate. Although this is a contest of skills, one must remember that the 5 sects are interconnected, and deliberate killing is strictly prohibited. If an opponent concedes, further attacks are forbidden. Elder Zhao Shuang, Elder Wei Tianlei, and I shall act as guardians for this exchange battle, intervening as necessary and judging the outcomes based on the actual circumstances. This exchange battle aims to foster communication and skill enhancement, but even more so, it is about honor. All participants must strive earnestly, wasting neither time nor engaging in deceitful practices. Without further ado, we shall now commence the lot drawing. The duels will begin after a stick of incense burns down. Wang Bu'er pouted, as the surrounding whispers regarding him persisted. As he listened, he could not help but feel as though he were being brainwashed, moments ago, while dozing off. He was struck by a sense of impending doom. I am now 20 years old, yet I could have committed heinous acts 30 years ago. I am already formidable. A mere place in the top 10 is insignificant. While indulging in self-deprecation, Wang Bu'er approached the stage to draw lots. As expected, the moment he ascended the platform, others promptly distanced themselves, leaving him to occupy half the area. Huang Dengxiu raised his hand, and 22 beams of spiritual light emerged, allowing each participating disciple to select one at random. Upon receiving it, each light transformed into a character. Wang Bu'er paid little attention, for he had secured the top rank in the previous round and would, therefore, be the first to compete. Opposite him, a female cultivator from the Xian sect, clad in a pale blue long dress, immediately furrowed her brow, her complexion turning an ashen white. Wang Bu'er was taken aback. This female cultivator was indeed his opponent in this battle. Yet, he could not fathom why such a pained expression marred her features before the fight had even commenced. In the first round, Wang Bu'er of the Xingyuan sect faced off against Wang Yuqi of the Xian sect. Huang Dengxiu shared a similar bewilderment, his brow knitted in confusion. Although Wang Bu'er had secured the top position in the first round, all participants were at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, their strengths comparable. Even with Wang Bu'er's renowned reputation as the treasure boy, it seemed improbable for her to exhibit such fear. However, since the competition had commenced, he refrained from interfering further. Sister Wang, please, Wang Bu'er said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his mind already contemplating his approach. As the words left his lips, he instinctively flicked his wrist, sending forth 2 talismans that erupted into a dazzling spiritual light, forming a protective barrier before him. This fluid motion required no deliberation. Simultaneously, he raised a hand, and a beam of sword light shot into the sky, unembellished, heading straight for Wang Yuqi. In front of him, despite her pallor and evident tension, Wang Yuqi merely lifted one hand to unleash a beam of sword light to counter his attack, while her other hand remained poised over her storage pouch. Initially, Wang Bu'er dismissed this as a potential indication of some extraordinary treasure she might possess. Thus he steeled himself, prepared to respond with full intensity at any moment. However, soon enough, Wang Bu'er found himself stunned, a flicker of anger igniting within his eyes. Although their engagement had been a back-and-forth exchange, neither had resorted to lethal techniques. Particularly, Wang Yuqi, while appearing increasingly anxious, had maintained one hand resting on her storage pouch. If it had merely been for a short while, it would have been acceptable. But her continued inaction without revealing any treasure began to test Wang Bu'er's patience. With a swift motion, he retracted his flying sword and took a step back, the spiritual light before him shimmering as he chose to forego any further attacks. Sister Wang, what is the meaning of this? Is your reliance on one hand a sign of disdain towards me? Do you truly believe that I, Wang Bu'er, am unworthy of you exerting your full strength? Chapter 166. The ruthless pervert who relishes in forcibly seizing the inner skirts of female cultivators outside the arena. Tang Feng and his companions congregated, their eyes fixated on the stage. It is senior sister Wang Yuqi. Upon hearing Huang Dingxiu announce the draw results, excitement coursed through the crowd. Wonderful. The resources we gathered for Ziyun sect are perfectly aligned with senior sister Wang. The array of elixirs and talismans was notably impressive. While it might not rival Wang Bu'er, it could certainly exhaust him for a time. This battle would sap his spiritual energy, allowing for a decisive victory in the next confrontation. I refuse to believe that with our multitude, we cannot strip him of his qualifications. Humph, let me tell you, yesterday I meticulously compiled a dossier for senior sister Wang, detailing Wang Bu'er's various and scrupulous tactics against female cultivators, ensuring that she would harbor an intense loathing for him. What a splendid strategy. With this, senior sister will undoubtedly fight with all her might. Such scum deserve swift retribution. The crowd gradually grew animated. Although the rumors they had spread were somewhat despicable, they held no regrets. Against a wretch like Wang Bu'er, any means were justified. Anyone who heard these tales would undoubtedly unite in their disdain for him. The atmosphere around them made it evident that Wang Bu'er had become a pariah, universally scorned and avoided. As the battle commenced on stage, fists clenched in anticipation. Wait, why does senior sister Wang seem a bit off? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. On the platform, Wang Yuqi appeared pale, her gaze wavering, particularly after the fight began. As one hand remained pressed against her storage pouch, refraining from unleashing her full potential. I surmise this is part of senior sister's strategy. She is feigning weakness, waiting for Wang Bu'er to let his guard down before launching a sudden attack. Her hand on the pouch is to ensure she can summon talismans and treasures swiftly, wasting no time. Indeed, that must be it. Senior sister, having weathered many storms, is undoubtedly skilled. Remarkably, her disguise is exceptionally convincing. I almost failed to notice. All eyes were glued to Wang Yuqi, poised for her explosive counterattack against Wang Bu'er. However, soon the collective brows of the onlookers furrowed in concern. Brothers, something seems amiss. Why hasn't senior sister retaliated? If this continues, she might. Impossible. She has been pressing on her storage pouch this whole time. It is filled with talismans and elixirs. Something is indeed awry. Her complexion. Could it be that senior sister is afraid? Afraid? Why would she be afraid? We are all at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Even if she is outmatched, she could simply concede. What is there to fear? The more they spoke, the more perplexed they became. Among the crowd, the previously boastful Ziyun sect cultivator suddenly scratched his head. Could it be that she is genuinely frightened? It is impossible. Although the information I have gathered may be somewhat exaggerated, surely it cannot be to such an extent. On the arena, Wang Bu'er retreated a few steps, standing directly at the edge, and loudly questioned. Indeed, he had intended to maintain a low profile, yet this woman before him appeared even more understated. With one hand raised against him, he declared, I do not look down upon you. Wang Yuqi grew increasingly anxious, especially upon witnessing the fury brewing on Wang Bu'er's face. She too retreated to the edge, tightening her grip on her storage bag. What do you mean? Wang Bu'er was at a loss for words. He had never encountered such an opponent. He too was hesitant and doubtful, suspecting that Wang Yuqi's actions were merely a trap laid for him. Previously, Zhao Shuang had repeatedly warned him that his actions might provoke the disciples of various sects to unite against him. Moreover, Wang Yuqi's hand was likely preparing some formidable treasure. Wang Bu'er, I simply wish to inquire, are you truly as shameless as they claim? Wang Yuqi seemed even more anxious. What did they say? What did they say? Wang Bu'er recalled the myriad rumors that had besieged him on his way here. They say you are exceedingly despicable, resorting to unscrupulous means when faced with an opponent. In particular, during battles against female cultivators, you are said to tear their garments and mar their beauty at will. In summary, they claim you are utterly perverse and have a penchant for forcibly seizing the undergarments of female cultivators. Wang Yuqi gritted her teeth, retreating a few more steps, her eyes reflecting deep trepidation towards Wang Bu'er. The storage bag she held flickered slightly, and a gown materialized in her hand. With but a thought, She could don it instantly. Witnessing this, Wang Bu'er was momentarily taken aback. Then he couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Was there something amiss with Wang Yuqi's mind? Did she truly believe such things? He licked his lips, a peculiar smile suddenly gracing his features as he chose not to explain. With a swift movement, he extended his palm. The void erupted with a resounding boom, and the terrifying essence of heaven and earth converged before Wang Yuqi, transforming into a colossal hand of spiritual energy that unceremoniously lunged towards her chest. What they said is all true. Wang Bu'er communicated directly through his consciousness. Instantly, Wang Yuqi's expression changed dramatically. Her previously anxious and fearful gaze morphed into sheer panic. She sprang into action, retreating rapidly while layers of brilliance swiftly materialized, forming shields to protect her. Yet, as these shields emerged, a streak of sword light descended, effortlessly shattering the barriers. Not only that, but the gown she had just summoned also disintegrated amidst the onslaught of the sword light. At this moment, Wang Yuqi was engulfed in an indescribable state of chaos, overwhelmed with terror, completely devoid of the imposing aura typical of a ninth-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Bang! At a critical moment, she unleashed a flying sword once more, positioning it before her. Yet, Wang Bu'er was swifter. The moment the sword's brilliance flickered into existence, it was effortlessly sent flying. She could only watch helplessly as Wang Bu'er's ethereal hand drew near to her chest. The thoughts of all she had heard, the unscrupulous tactics Wang Bu'er often employed, and the imminent shredding of her garments, exposing her before the multitude of cultivators, surged within her, igniting a profound and indescribable humiliation and fury. Her pallid complexion flushed instantly, her breath became chaotic, and her cultivation collapsed entirely, leaving her in utter disarray. Despairing, she closed her eyes, and as a mouthful of blood erupted forth, her essence was abruptly drained, causing her to collapse lifelessly. In truth, she had succumbed to the overwhelming shame that awaited her. Boom! Wang Bu'er's hand halted abruptly, just inches from Wang Yuqi's chest, only to swiftly reverse and catch her, gently lowering her outside the arena. It was, after all, rather devoid of significance. After completing these actions, he shook his head in disbelief. He had not resorted to any ruthless measures. This senior sister, Wang, had fainted entirely from her own fright. As Wang Bu'er descended from the platform, nearly everyone surrounding the arena stood in stunned silence. Was this a duel? A contest? An exchange battle for foundational cultivation? From beginning to end, their engagement had been casual at best. Wang Bu'er was merely toying with the situation, while Wang Yuqi appeared utterly distracted, particularly in that final moment. They were oblivious to Wang Bu'er's subtle communication. All they could perceive was the extraordinary sight of Wang Bu'er finally exerting himself, only for Wang Yuqi to collapse on her own accord. Chapter 167. Is today not a good time for reconciliation? It matters not, it matters not. This occurrence was but an accident. None of us could have anticipated that Wang Yuqi would possess such a timid disposition, easily frightened by the rumors we casually disseminated. Not far away, Tang Feng and his companions felt a sense of awkwardness and confusion. Although the information previously handed to Wang Yuqi was indeed excessive, it must be noted that she is a cultivator of the 9th level of foundation establishment. Who would have thought she would be so easily intimidated? Indeed, it matters not. Although senior sister Wang has faltered, we still have others at our disposal. While she may have stumbled, we have yet to exhaust our resources. The plan is not entirely thwarted. Let us await the unfolding drama. I refuse to believe that he will encounter someone as formidable as senior sister Wang again. Go and relay the message. From now on, regardless of who faces Wang Bu'er, they are to strike ruthlessly and deliver a thorough thrashing. Utilize talismans and medicinal pills without restraint. As long as it allows us to vent our frustrations, we shall agree to any conditions. The group harbored intense animosity as they continued to bide their time. They were convinced that, with so many working in unison, they could not possibly be unable to deal with a single Wang Bu'er. After all, Wang Bu'er's innate talent is rather mediocre. The only reason he is so feared is due to the backing of Xing Yuan's sect and the substantial talismans, treasures, and elixirs provided by Zhao Shuai. His true prowess is rather ordinary. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Bu'er returned to his designated position, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. How dare they insinuate that I enjoy disrobing female cultivators? Such despicable slander. I, Wang Bu'er, could never be that sort of person. His anger was palpable. Though he conceded that he occasionally entertained fantasies of removing Zhao Shuai's garments, she is, after all, his girlfriend. Is it not permissible to harbor a few fantasies about one's beloved? How wicked, truly wicked. Unable to confront me directly, they resort to slandering me behind my back. His gaze swept towards Tang Feng and the others. Though he was utterly convinced that these rumors originated from them, he had no concrete evidence. Just you wait. Do not let us cross paths outside. At that time, I shall ensure that every one of your slanderous deeds is visited upon you in turn. Wang Bu'er cleared his throat, then resolutely closed his eyes, disinterested in the skeptical and awestruck gazes surrounding him. Simultaneously, he withdrew his consciousness, refusing to listen to the increasingly absurd discussions among the crowd. The subsequent matches continued, with a total of 22 participants paired off for 11 bouts of combat. Compared to Wang Bu'er's match, the intensity of the others was markedly greater. Observing quietly from the sidelines, Wang Bu'er couldn't help but grimace, especially as he watched two combatants nearly fight to the death, shaking his head in disapproval. Such fierce battles, though they may demonstrate the victor's strength, resulted in severe injuries, jeopardizing their prospects in the forthcoming contests. This reckless desperation was entirely unnecessary. As the second round commenced, the draw began. Huang Dingxiu took to the stage, and with a mere wave of his hand, the brilliance spread forth, inviting all foundational disciples who had triumphed in the first round to come forth and draw lots. This time, the order was determined by the draw rather than the previous rankings. Wang Bu'er drew the number 4, indicating he would be the fourth to ascend the stage. To his astonishment, it was you. Upon his turn to step onto the platform, Wang Bu'er cast a cold smile at the individual approaching from the opposite side. He clasped his hands in greeting. The sound of knuckles cracking echoed ominously. The person facing him, upon realizing that his adversary was Wang Bu'er, was instantly stricken with despair. It was Tu Shui of the Tianyuan sect. Although he had been the first to chase after Wang Bu'er in the initial round, he was also the first to recognize the peril of the situation. After retreating with Hulus, he had been lurking in the shadows, diligently avoiding Wang Bu'er. Who would have thought that misfortune would turn into fortune, granting him a direct advancement? Despite his luck, the apprehension towards Wang Bu'er had never diminished. Since the commencement of the second round, both had been fervently praying to avoid an encounter with Wang Bu'er. Elder Wang, please refrain from striking hastily. I have something to say. He quickly retreated, positioning himself near the edge of the platform, and immediately conveyed his thoughts to Wang Bu'er. Speak quickly. Once you've finished, we will settle the score. Wang Bu'er furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with Tu Shui, for he was quite certain that the rumors surrounding him had originated from this very individual. While not all of them were instigated by him, he had certainly set the wheels in motion. Esteemed Elder Wang, I assure you, we had no part in the rumors from the Qiankuan realm. They were mere fabrications from their mouths. My allegiance to you is not born of enmity, but rather, Tu Shui stammered, his anxiety palpable. He, too, was bewildered by Wang Bu'er's formidable prowess displayed in the first round. Yet, one thing was certain. Wang Bu'er was not someone he could afford to provoke. The prior offense could now serve as the best, and perhaps the only, opportunity for explanation. I understand. You wish to handle this alone. That is acceptable. However, if you desire to act solo, why must you shadow me? Are you targeting me? Wang Bu'er could not shake off his lingering resentment regarding Tu Shui's earlier intentions to operate independently. On one hand, he fervently declared his desire for independence, while on the other, he relentlessly competed with Wang Bu'er for the spotlight. Solo? What do you mean by solo? Tu Shui was instantly bewildered, utterly clueless as to Wang Bu'er's implications, still feigning ignorance. At this juncture, you dare to pretend? Wang Bu'er bellowed, having deduced that this fellow likely sought reconciliation with him. Yet, despite the actions taken and the revelations made, Tu Shui still refused to acknowledge his misdeeds. Such reconciliation lacked sincerity, and Wang Bu'er would not accept it. Then let us settle the score. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he struck his storage bag, unleashing a torrent of over 100 talismans. None were defensive. All were offensive, their spiritual energy erupting in a cacophony, transforming into a sweeping tide, descending upon his foe with overwhelming force. Countless rays of light shimmered, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, enveloping the entire arena in a resplendent glow, rendering the figures of the two combatants invisible. Tu Shui's gaze quivered intensely. Although he had heard of Wang Bu'er's fighting style, witnessing it firsthand was still beyond belief, a spectacle that left one astounded. Not only he, but also the multitude surrounding the arena, stood in stunned silence. Wang Bu'er, renowned as the treasure boy, had long been a figure of legend. Yet few had the privilege of seeing him in action. Many were still ensnared in the realm of imagination and conjecture. Now, confronted with the reality, despair washed over them all. Especially Du Yubing from Huayan sect, who had previously battled Wang Bu'er in Taohua Valley, instinctively shielded his eyes. He was acutely aware of the oppressive sensation that accompanied facing Wang Bu'er. On the opposite side of the arena, Zhao Shuang offered an awkward smile, her lips twitching slightly, her eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. Brother Huang, forgive my folly. Huang Dingqiu similarly managed a sheepish grin. In the previous bout, Wang Bu'er had shown no remarkable anomalies. He had assumed that the rumors surrounding Wang Bu'er were exaggerated. After all, crafting talismans and similar treasures was a laborious endeavor, and their value was considerable. Who would carelessly discard them like waste paper? But now he was convinced. Simultaneously, his envy towards Wang Bu'er intensified. Indeed, to be supported in such a manner by Zhao Shuang was something even he could not help but envy. It was only fitting, it was only right. His mind swirled with a torrent of frustrations, yet he could only muster a forced smile. Meanwhile, Tu Shui was increasingly bewildered, feeling utterly at a loss. He could not comprehend why he merely sought to apologize, to reconcile, to clarify the truth of that moment. Why, upon uttering a single word about a pill, did Wang Bu'er unleash a barrage of accusations, responding with hostility? It seemed that Elder Wang's ire had yet to subside. Today was not an opportune moment for reconciliation. Perhaps he should return after some time. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, he unhesitatingly retreated a step, stepping beyond the confines of the arena's formation. I concede. Before the words fully escaped his lips, he had already fled to a distance of several dozen meters. His eyes still reflected a mix of grievance and confusion. Such a multitude of talismans was no trifling matter. It could very well lead to dire consequences. Chapter 168. After all this effort, was it merely a futile endeavor? How unfortunate. Wang Bu'er seems to possess an extraordinary stroke of luck, drawing the same lot as this individual. Below the stage, Tang Feng and his companions could not restrain their indignation, pounding their fists upon the table. Their experiences in the Qianxia world were undeniably harrowing. Yet, what incited their ire further was the blatant refusal of Tu Shui and Hu Lu Si to testify, despite their full awareness of the circumstances. Not only did they decline to provide testimony, but they also audaciously denied the facts. Even if they had chosen to testify, it would have had no bearing on the outcome. However, the scene at that moment was profoundly embarrassing for all present, bordering on the absurd. These two must have struck some sort of clandestine deal. It is quite possible that during the initial round, they were conspiring against us. Tu Shui, that traitorous scoundrel, is nothing but a turncoat. This match is futile to watch. They are clearly putting on an act, and soon Tu Shui will concede. Wang Bu'er is about to make a move. Alas, it is evident that it is all a mere charade. Tu Shui, that wretched creature, cannot even feign a concession. This cheating is far too blatant. One by one, the spectators gazed up at the stage, their expressions filled with disbelief. How cruelly unjust is fate! How can someone as worthless as Wang Bu'er possess such fortuitous luck? Yet, their animosity towards Tu Shui was evidently more profound, particularly for the members of Tian Yuan's sect. Their teeth gritted in humiliation. They had all previously agreed to devise a meticulous plan to thoroughly embarrass Wang Bu'er, only for Tu Shui to disrupt their strategy right at the outset. This rendered them deeply ashamed. From now on, let it be known that Tu Shui is merely Wang Bu'er's lackey. Seize any opportunity to deal with him. Tang Feng, Wu Qiyuan, Hu Wanyan, and the others seethed with resentment. As the pride of their sect, they had high hopes for this foundational exchange battle, and thus, this defeat was a significant blow to them. Without Wang Bu'er, or rather, without the ability to confront Wang Bu'er, the remaining matches held no significance, akin to tasteless fare. Let us not be dismayed. However, the talismans and treasures we have gathered must not go to waste. Although we cannot prevent him from obtaining qualification, we can still humiliate him, show him our disdain, and deliver a resounding defeat. Yes, let us prepare, regardless of who faces Wang Bu'er next. They should utter not a single word, but unleash all talismans and treasures at once. We shall ensure he is left battered and bruised. Ideally, we will incapacitate him, rendering him unable to participate in the grand exchange battle in Xia City. This plan is commendable. Let us proceed. Equally unenthused was Wang Bu'er. Having achieved victory in 2 consecutive matches, he had secured his spot among the top 10. Reputation mattered little to him. As long as he could attain qualification for the Xia Foundational Exchange Battle, he considered his mission accomplished. If possible, he was already prepared to return home for a restful slumber. My sole ambition is to secure a place in the top 10, nothing more. He languidly reclined in his seat, his consciousness unfurling, continuing to eavesdrop on the outrageous gossips circulating around him, so absurd that it defied verbal description. He held a deep admiration for the imaginative prowess of the cultivators in the realm of immortality. This sensation was akin to listening to a captivating tale. He wished to thoroughly comprehend the extent of mischief he could indulge in. Perhaps this would serve as a form of experience, allowing him to execute his nefarious plans in the future without the need for elaborate scheming, merely acting upon the narratives spun by others. At last, this round concluded once more. The crowd resumed drawing lots, and Wang Bu'er found himself among the 6 victors, vying for positions within the top 3. With a casual grasp, he seized a spiritual mark, indifferent to its significance, and ascended the platform. Once the other participants had exited, a disciple from the Huayan sect stood opposite him. Among the present individuals, the one harboring the deepest animosity towards Wang Bu'er was undoubtedly this Huayan cultivator. Traditionally, the Huayan sect would secure no fewer than 5 slots in the final standings. However, in this initial round, they were unexpectedly limited to just 3 participants. With all the peak geniuses of the 9th layer of foundation establishment from the sect eliminated. Furthermore, in the previous match, 2 Huayan disciples had unfortunately encountered each other in the draw, resulting in the elimination of one. Thus, the Huayan sect could now boast a maximum of only 2 remaining contestants. The sight of sworn enemies ignited a fiery intensity. Zhou Xiantong gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply as he steeled himself. He had devised a plan. As soon as the battle commenced, he would unleash all his talismans and treasures. Employing a strategy similar to Wang Bu'er's, retaliating in kind to let Wang Bu'er experience the taste of overwhelming assault. As everything appeared to be in readiness, Huang Dengxiu issued a command, prompting him to unhesitatingly strike his storage pouch. An avalanche of talismans erupted forth like swirling snowflakes. Numerous low and mid-quality spiritual artifacts followed suit, detonating instantaneously under the guidance of his consciousness. The thunderous explosions reverberated as if the heavens and earth were on the brink of collapse. A terrifying display of magical light surged forth like a tsunami, crashing towards his opponent. In an instant, the entire arena was suffused with boundless spiritual radiance, reminiscent of Wang Bu'er's earlier display. He exhaled deeply, reassured. With such a multitude of talismans and treasures detonating, even if Wang Bu'er were exceptionally formidable, he would certainly be left reeling. While eliminating him outright might be improbable, inflicting injury was undoubtedly within reach. He had prepared himself. Upon witnessing Wang Bu'er in a disheveled state, he would concede defeat, denying Wang Bu'er any opportunity for retaliation. The thought was infuriating. However, his expression soon shifted to one of confusion. As the smoke from the array dissipated completely, he turned to where Wang Bu'er had been positioned, only to find it utterly vacant. Apart from the swirling vortex of spiritual energy stirred by his own talismans and the explosive artifacts, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Not a single trace of Wang Bu'er remained. He instinctively glanced around, only to be struck dumb. All around the arena, countless eyes were fixed upon him, as if he were a fool. Then there was Wang Bu'er, suspended in midair, turning his head with an expression of utter disbelief and confusion. Beside the arena, a core formation cultivator was equally bewildered, scrutinizing himself with a gaze that seemed to question whether there was something wrong with him. In summary, at that moment, everyone was looking at him with a dazed expression. What was Senior Brother Zhou doing? Did he intend to shatter the arena's formation? If he was going to destroy it, why resort to self-detonating a spiritual artifact? How extravagant of him! Even after Wang Bu'er conceded and stepped down, he still continued his reckless bombardment. Was this a display of his prowess? Such extravagance was evident. It was clear that Senior Brother Zhou had conducted thorough research. His technique in throwing talismans was remarkably swift, and the angles of the self-exploding artifacts were rather ingenious. The coordination of the offensive maneuvers was seamless, leaving no corner untouched. It was truly unfortunate that such a magnificent assault landed on empty space. What a pity, what an impressive display. The arena's formation was still trembling. Could it be that Senior Brother Zhou simply hadn't heard that Elder Wang had already conceded? Hearing the discussions around him, Zhou Xiantong felt increasingly bewildered. What did this mean? Wang Bu'er conceded? How could that be? Someone like Wang Bu'er would never concede. He genuinely doubted his hearing and decisively turned to Huang Dengxiu. He immediately saw Huang Dengxiu shaking his head as if to say that this lad must have a problem with his mind. Then he raised his hand and announced loudly, "In this battle, Zhou Xiantong is victorious, placing in the top 3. Wang Bu'er has been defeated, placing in the top 6. The next battle, Zhou Xiantong's mind exploded with a thunderous sound. Feel in chapter 169, truly unable to carry on. 2 days later, at Xingyuan sect, Wang Bu'er was ensconced within his secluded dwelling, lamenting in sorrowful tones. Although the exchange competition among the foundation-building disciples of the western regions had concluded, the myriad rumors surrounding him continued to gain traction. He had severely underestimated the creativity and imagination of the cultivators in the realm. Initially, the rumors were but vague whispers, largely consisting of ethereal tales and slander, entirely lacking in foundation or evidence. Yet, within a mere few days, with the assistance of numerous enthusiastic individuals, all the tales concerning him had been meticulously embellished, each narrative rendered vivid and coherent, even bolstered by a chain of evidence from the insect race. Some legends had reached an irrefutable status. This left Wang Bu'er questioning just how many individuals had brazenly attributed their own misdeeds to him. According to these tales, he was not yet 21, yet he had purportedly traversed the realms of the western regions for over 50 years. The martial world had not yet seen a hero, yet the legend of one had already emerged. This morning, while meandering outside, he distinctly observed that the attire of the female cultivators within the sect had become markedly more conservative and fitted, devoid of the once ethereal robes. In light of such numerous accusations, Zhao Shuang could only shake her head in dismay. There was little she could do. The spread of rumors was too swift to be curtailed. Presently, it seemed that everyone in the western regions, apart from Wang Bu'er, were paragons of virtue. Wang Bu'er shook his head in resignation. Life had become unbearable. Gazing at the system's balance, which spanned thousands of years, he felt an indescribable irony. Though his life was prolonged, his reputation lay in tatters. The thought of enduring the next several millennia in an atmosphere where he was treated like a pariah weighed heavily upon him. Bu'er, why not? Take a respite for a while. Once this tempest has passed, all will return to normal. Just head to Daxia City. After all, we shall soon depart for there. Noticing Wang Bu'er's despondency and loss of appetite, Zhao Shuang felt a pang of guilt. While others doubted him, she remained steadfast in her belief. Setting aside the rest, the pregnant beast from Tianyuanzong was assuredly not linked to Wang Bu'er. I share your sentiments. Here, it is truly intolerable. Wang Bu'er wholeheartedly agreed. This world was terrifying, far more so than online harassment. If he remained in this state, he would begin to perceive himself as irredeemably wicked. Bu'er, go with peace of mind. Do not fret over the matters of the sect. I shall tend to them with care. Be cautious while outside. Daxiao City has much to offer in the way of amusement. Explore and enjoy yourself. Indulge in whatever you desire, and do not be too hard on yourself. Should you run low on spirit stones, just send me a message, and I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Do not worry about me. I am well within the sect. Life is fleeting. Enjoy your time there. While cultivation is significant, do take care of your health. Before the teleportation array, Zhao Shuang bid farewell with a worried expression, simultaneously stuffing talismans, treasures, and spirit stones into Wang Bu'er's storage bag. Although her words sounded somewhat peculiar, Wang Bu'er was nonetheless deeply touched. He recalled the earth of his previous life, where wives would send their husbands off to work in a similar manner. They left home in the prime of their youth, only to return weathered by hardship. While he toiled to earn a living, his wife remained at home, nurturing another's child. Ugh! Wang Bu'er quickly spat a few times. His Shuang was certainly not that type of person. As the formation shimmered, the force of teleportation descended upon Wang Bu'er in an instant. His figure gradually faded and then vanished from sight. Since his arrival in the realm of cultivation, Wang Bu'er had lost faith in the physical knowledge of his past life on Earth. Therefore, when he stood before a three-dimensional city that spanned the sea, land, and sky, he felt no strangeness, only awe. The general map of the Great Xia's cultivation domain was familiar to him. Yet his first encounter with the Great Xia city left him utterly speechless. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation array, he sensed a completely different aura of spiritual energy surrounding him. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of azure ocean, known as the Summer Sea. The sheer breadth of the waters rivaled that of the entire western region, perhaps even surpassing it. The surface roiled with tumultuous waves, stretching endlessly. Within the sea was a colossal island, which, though termed an island, could more aptly be described as land. For its expanse was beyond Wang Bu'er's estimation, at least 10 times the area of the Xingyuan sect, if not more astonishing. The entire island resembled a city. Beyond the island, the ocean was adorned with a circular city, while above both the circular city and the island hovered a city, suspended in midair. The three cities, though separate, were intricately interconnected. From a distance, one could observe countless streams of light darting to and fro, alongside magnificent warships arriving and departing. A gigantic array of light erupted, enveloping the three cities like a celestial canopy. An indescribable sense of antiquity and mystery permeated the air, evoking a profound sense of awe and emotional resonance from every angle. Wang Bu'er inhaled sharply. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still overwhelmed by the grandeur of this place. Compared to this, Both the Xingyuan sect and Huayan sect seemed like mere rural outposts. As a newcomer, he found himself at the outer reception point. To enter the city, one must proceed to the city gate of Haiqing to exchange for a residence token. Beside the teleportation array stood a young man clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of pride. With his hands clasped behind his back, he radiated confidence, unfazed by Wang Bu'er's astonished expression, which he had long since grown accustomed to. Though he was merely at the qi condensation stage while Wang Bu'er had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, he felt no trepidation, reveling in the sight of Wang Bu'er's naive demeanor, a testament to his inexperience. Each time an individual is transported here, and every time these individuals gaze upon the grandeur of Daxia City with eyes wide in astonishment, he feels a profound sense of superiority. Did he still require a residence token? Wang Bu'er found himself at a loss. Why hadn't Zhao Shuang mentioned this to him? Naturally, Daxia City is not a place that just anyone can enter. It is the sacred ground of the Daxia cultivation domain. Apart from the 36 sects and 72 clans, any other cultivator wishing to enter must either pay a fee in spirit stones or meet certain merit requirements. Daxia City does not cater to idlers. The young man swelled with pride. Observing Wang Bu'er's demeanor, he surmised that he was likely a wandering cultivator who had never seen the world. The 36 sects and 72 clans could enter directly? Suddenly, Wang Bu'er recalled something. Had he perhaps made an error when selecting the teleportation array? Certainly. The 36 sects and 72 clans are. The young man was poised to enlighten Wang Bu'er with some fundamental knowledge while relishing the sight of his naivety. However, a swift sound pierced the air. Wang Bu'er had already activated his escape light and vanished in an instant. Another individual, oblivious to the realities of the world. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders often leads to regret, and there will be moments of sorrow for him. The young man shook his head in disbelief. A look of disdain upon his face, before resuming his posture, casting a profound gaze forward, awaiting the arrival of the next unsophisticated rustic. Chapter 170. The Cancer of the Cultivation Realm. This place is truly immense. Maneuvering through the air on a flying sword, Wang Bu'er soared for over 15 minutes before finally arriving at the outskirts of Haiqing, a city enveloping the Grand Daxia City. He had long since changed out of the robes of a disciple from the Xingyuan sect, and, utilizing the abilities granted by the bone wings, altered his appearance and physique. While he could not claim to be utterly unrecognizable, anyone other than someone as intimately familiar as Zhao Shuang would surely fail to identify him. He could have returned through the appropriate teleportation array and entered the city directly, leveraging his identity as a disciple of the Xingyuan sect. However, he also contemplated the prospect of entering the city under a completely new identity, which would indeed be an intriguing experience. The surrounding sea of Haiqing was dotted with numerous small islands and a plethora of vessels of various sizes and styles. Wang Bu'er had barely stood for a minute when a figure flickered before him. A whimsical girl clad in white appeared. With a charming smile, she respectfully bowed and addressed him. Esteemed senior, it seems this is your first visit to Daxia City. I have been born and raised here, and I am well acquainted with every nook and cranny. Should you require assistance in navigating or accomplishing any tasks, I would be delighted to guide you, ensuring a seamless experience. This includes entering the city, making purchases, and so forth. If you find my service satisfactory, a token of spiritual stones would be greatly appreciated. You serve as a guide? Wang Bu'er was no stranger to this scene. He had previously encountered similar individuals when entering and exiting marketplaces, though their cultivation levels were modest. Their familiarity with the environment and various shops made them invaluable, especially if one was willing to spend spiritual stones to save time. With a faint smile, he lifted his hand and casually tossed out a dozen spiritual stones. Let us enter the city. Should you meet my expectations, there will be further rewards. For Wang Bu'er, these spiritual stones were merely trifles. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. While a dozen spiritual stones were inconsequential to him, they represented a significant sum for her. Esteemed senior, please follow me. My surname is Yu, and you may call me Yuya or Xiaoya. With this girl as his guide, Wang Bu'er felt considerably more at ease. While other cultivators queued to complete their entry formalities, she swiftly procured the entry token for him. Is this token valid for entry into the island city? As he strolled along the bustling streets of Haiqing, Wang Bu'er fully absorbed the essence of prosperity. The expanse of Daxia Island was staggering, and naturally, the encircling city was equally formidable, housing at least millions of cultivators. Indeed, it is valid. However, the cost of the island city are 3 times that of Haiqing, amounting to 3 spiritual stones per day. Achievements can also be used to offset expenses. As Xiaoya walked ahead, she elaborated on various aspects of Haiqing, the surrounding marine environment, the locations of various markets, and how to accept tasks to earn achievements. Is there anything in particular that one should be cautious of here? For instance, who are the individuals one should avoid provoking, or what places are best left untouched? Wang Bu'er attentively absorbed the words spoken by Xianxia, contemplating that he would soon become a city dweller. This locale is vast, populated, rich in spiritual energy, and replete with entertainment facilities. Wang Bu'er resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would not return to the Xingyuan sect. Instead, he would seek employment to earn more spirit stones, acquire a home and a vehicle, and bring Zhao Shuang over, thereby embarking on a refined and fulfilling life. Should he find himself with surplus resources, he might even purchase a boat for leisurely fishing excursions at sea. In Haicheng, there are not many taboos, as the majority of its residents are loose cultivators. As for people, there is not much to be overly cautious about. Oh, but soon, there is a certain individual of note who may warrant attention. Xiaoya's large eyes blinked as she spoke. Soon, is a significant figure arriving? Wang Bu'er inquired, puzzled. While not precisely a prominent figure, this person is somewhat terrifying. Although their cultivation level is not particularly high and their background not deeply rooted, their volatile temperament is alarming. They are capricious, unreasonable, and devoid of qualms about taking lives, engaging in arson, robbery, and deception, truly a malignancy in the realm of cultivation. Young yet already a purveyor of chaos. Furthermore, this individual, Xiaoya chattered animatedly, and Wang Bu'er listened with keen interest. How deplorable and infuriating it is to know such a person exists. However, his brow soon furrowed slightly as he realized that Xiaoya's descriptions were increasingly familiar. He had certainly heard such things before. Stunned, he questioned Xiaoya with a mix of skepticism and disbelief. The person you speak of, could it be they hail from the western regions? Might they also be a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator like myself? Could their name be Wang Bu'er? Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. The tale Xiaoya had just recounted were indeed the rumors circulating about him in the 5 kingdoms of the western regions. Oh, the senior is aware of such matters? Then Xiaoya has spoken too freely. Nevertheless, Xiaoya felt compelled to caution the senior. Such individuals are the scourge of the cultivation world and should not be approached with conventional reasoning. For whatever reason, it is best to avoid any entanglement with them. Otherwise, one is bound to suffer in the end, Xiaoya asserted firmly. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Wang Bu'er nodded vigorously, filled with profound reflection. It appears he must distance himself from such associations henceforth. Casting a glance towards the direction of the western regions, he could not suppress his indignation. You wretched beings are truly ruthless to spread slander about me all the way to Daxia City. I have yet to arrive, and already my legend has permeated this place, especially when he observed a father and daughter nearby, where the father resorted to using his name to intimidate and chastise his own daughter, causing her to burst into tears at the mere mention of it. Wang Bu'er was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Thank goodness I took the wrong teleportation array, otherwise, I might have already met my end. Fortunately, Xiaoyu, you reminded me. I shall keep my distance from such individuals in the future. He pinched his nose, wearing an expression of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, as Wang Bu'er strolled leisurely through Haicheng with Xiaoyu, within the territory of Qi in the western regions, Tang Feng and his companions were gathered in a marketplace, basking in their triumph. These were the talented individuals from the 4 sects who had been eliminated by Wang Bu'er. It was evident that their excitement was palpable. Dear friends, we have finally avenged ourselves this time. Although we could not prevent Wang Bu'er from securing a spot in the foundational exchange battle at Daxia City, his reputation has already spread throughout the city. Do not be misled by his current arrogance. Once the foundational battle commences and he arrives at Daxia City, he will undoubtedly be in for a shocking surprise. This time, he will truly understand what it means to be a pariah, universally scorned. It is said that the female cultivators in Daxia City now shudder at the mere mention of Wang Bu'er's name, and children burst into tears upon hearing it. You bullied us. If you dare to bully us, we shall tarnish your name until it is utterly despicable. You will not last a single day in Daxia City. With his current infamy, it is certain that no one will dare to collaborate with him in the future. Upon his arrival in Daxia City, he will likely find himself excluded from the 3 sects, as no one will dare to accept him. The group erupted in hearty laughter, reveling in their schadenfreude, immensely satisfied. Yet, this alone is insufficient. We must continue devising strategies to ensure that his name becomes synonymous with disgrace, utterly reviled throughout the streets.